My name is Lin Fan. I find myself in a state of urgency, devoid of cultivation, strategy, or connections, yet I have been unexpectedly regarded as a revered ancestor, burdened with the fate of humanity. This narrative seems somewhat flawed. Chapter 1. Whoever wishes to be the ancestor may do so. Welcome, holy ancestor. In a dilapidated stone chamber, Lin Fan gazed around in bewilderment. Once an ordinary youth from Blue Star, he had inadvertently traversed into this world, landing in the seclusion of a certain ancient ancestor. Regrettably, this ancestor, having failed in his breakthrough, had long since decayed into a mere skeleton. Feeling the chill, Lin Fan stripped the tattered garments from the deceased and draped them over himself, preparing to make his escape when he suddenly heard cries from outside. Welcome, holy ancestor. Oh no, the ancestor has failed in his seclusion, and here I am, having stripped his garments. If his disciples discover this, I shall surely be executed on the spot. The ancestor system has awakened. The host need only impersonate the ancestor and combat the demonic forces to earn rewards. Phase 1 Task: Destroy the invasion plans of the demon race. Lin Fan was both bewildered and distressed. I possess neither external assistance nor cultivation. How can I possibly embody someone so esteemed? Moreover, are you truly serious? You expect a mere mortal like me to thwart the invasion of the demon race? As his thoughts spiraled in chaos, the great door suddenly burst open with a resounding crash. Lin Fan's dazed gaze fell upon several elegantly attired men who reverently knelt before him. It is over. Everything is finished. He was utterly convinced of his ordinariness. His charade as an ancestor would be unmasked at a glance. The inevitable conclusion would likely be a furious demise at the hands of these cultivators. And now, he had even been deprived of the time to flee. The noble man at the forefront lifted his head, a look of confusion etched upon his face as he gazed at Lin Fan. Lin Fan attempted to articulate his thoughts, yet was abruptly interrupted by the other party. I see now. I comprehend everything. Indeed, these cultivators were astute. Nothing could elude their perception. It seemed that today was a foregone conclusion of demise for him. With a sense of despair, Lin Fan closed his eyes, quietly awaiting the inevitable approach of death. Congratulations on the completion of the holy ancestor's divine art. Truly, it is the legendary celestial shield technique. We are utterly incapable of discerning the holy ancestor's cultivation level, and even your appearance has returned to the vigor of youth. It is indeed a miracle. All disciples, heed my command. Welcome the holy ancestor as he emerges from seclusion, and promptly return to the sect. Lin Fan, utterly bewildered, exclaimed, Huh? What did you just say? He was inexplicably regarded as the revered ancestor by these individuals. It was at that moment he realized that his robe possessed a remarkable ability to withstand pressure, and as for why they could not perceive his cultivation level, it was simply because he possessed not even a shred of it. Such a role as the ancestor cannot be maintained under these circumstances. I must flee at once. Just as Lin Fan contemplated his escape, the elders and disciples beneath him suddenly soared into the air, heading toward the sect, leaving him, the so-called ancestor, standing dazed and alone. Holy ancestor, why do you not depart? The elders inquired, perplexed. What was he to depart from? In a situation where even the disciples could take flight, how could he, an ancestor, remain grounded without being instantly exposed? This truly marked the end for him. The elder at the forefront furrowed his brow, suddenly raising his right hand as if preparing a formidable move to eliminate the young man before him, who was masquerading as the ancestral figure. In the next moment, that hand struck fiercely upon another elder's head. The holy ancestor has just broken through. Your ostentatious return will surely allow the demon clan to fully grasp our intelligence, he exclaimed. Thanks to the holy ancestor's swift reaction, reminding us to halt in place, we have avoided a grave error. Now, everyone must obey. We shall return to the sect on foot. Lin Fan's lips twitched, surrounded by a throng of disciples. He found no chance of escape. The elder at the helm leaned in with a smile. Holy ancestor, you may not remember me, but you may call me D. With your power now, I trust the demon clan. Those wretched creatures are hardly a cause for concern. From elder Dis words, Lin Fan gleaned a rough understanding of the world situation. 8,000 years prior, a cataclysmic war between humans and demons erupted. Over the course of millennia, the demon clan decimated 8 of the 9 sacred grounds of humanity. Now, only one sacred ground remains as the last beacon of hope for the human race. We were initially worried about how to counter the oncoming threat, but now that the ancestor has emerged, it is no concern for you to confront the demon army. What? Lin Fan was taken aback. This fellow intended for him to confront the demon horde? Just him? He chuckled inwardly, pondering whether these individuals harbored expectations too lofty for him. Indeed, such a level of warfare was beyond his capabilities. Perhaps it would be best to seize the opportunity and flee while he could. Fearing that uttering too many words might betray his identity, Lin Fan maintained an air of mystery as he followed the crowd back to the sect. Soon after, he concocted an excuse and finally managed to rid himself of the elder's presence. Send me to battle the demon clan? I'd rather not. Now that I find myself alone, it's high time to make my escape. This task is utterly unfeasible. Without hesitation, Lin Fan stealthily slipped out the back door. However, as he ran, an unsettling realization struck him. How was he to survive in a world devoid of funds? But of course, I am now the ancestor. I can simply venture into the treasure chamber and retrieve a few valuable items to sell for a lavish lifestyle. The demon clan had spent millennia conquering the first 8 sacred lands, and it would take them considerable time to seize the 9th. That was ample opportunity for him to live a leisurely existence as an ordinary person. As for playing the role of the ancestor to obtain system reward, such a ludicrous task was evidently impossible. With determination, Lin Fan leveraged his identity as the ancestor to have a disciple unlock the treasure chamber's grand door, the echoes of their words still resonating in his ears. Truly worthy of the heavenly shielding technique. One cannot perceive even a hint of his aura. If not for the knowledge that this is the ancestor, I might have mistaken him for a mere mortal. Chill. Lower your voice. Such disrespect towards the ancestor could be perilous. Be wary, for he might extinguish you with a mere clap. With a self-deprecating smile, Lin Fan thought that the disciples were excessively concerned. Upon entering the treasure vault, he found himself unable to discern which items were of great value and which were not. Yet, anything housed within this chamber was undoubtedly precious. Taking just a couple of pieces would suffice to amass wealth beyond his wildest dreams. Feigning nonchalance, he stowed the 2 treasures into his pouch and made a beeline for the rear exit upon departing the vault. Encountering disciples along the way, he bid them to stand aside, allowing Lin Fan to proceed unhindered toward the periphery of the sacred grounds. The idyllic mortal existence, hither I come. Just as he was about to step through the doorway, 3 figures descended rapidly from the firmament. Upon looking up, he recognized the 3 senior elders, the mainstay combatants of the sacred domain. With the demonic horde at our doorstep, why does the holy progenitor distance himself? Whither does he intend to go? Alas, dismay washed over Lin Fan's heart. Verily, his actions were not clandestine enough, failing to elude these cultivators of profound cultivation. Should his identity be revealed, his demise would be assured. Not to mention, he bore with him the treasures pilfered from the vault. Observing the 3 elders brandishing their natal magical weapons, Lin Fan's lips twitched. Was such a grand display necessary to deal with him? Was this an overabundance of ire? Identity compromised. It seems my escape is now unattainable. Chapter 2. The Ancestor's Astute Calculations. Our duty is to slay the disrespectful. The 3 elders emitted a turbulent aura, yet in the next moment, they simultaneously turned to gaze at an ordinary disciple not far away. The disciple's expression first sharpened, and then an overwhelming demonic energy erupted from him. With a sinister smile, he spoke softly. Who would have thought such a formidable expert existed within the sacred land, capable of detecting my presence? We had not anticipated this. Elder D expressed a sense of relief, realizing that a seemingly ordinary disciple was, in fact, a concealed master of the 9th tier of the celestial realm from the demon clan. In this world, cultivation is categorized into 4 realms: mortal, earth, celestial, and sacred, each further divided into 9 tiers. Only the 10 leaders of the demon clan and the 9 ancestral elders of the sacred land have access to the sacred realm. Beyond that, celestial realm masters are virtually invincible in this world. Even so, it was still insufficient. The fact that this individual could remain hidden for so long without detection indicated that he undoubtedly possessed a sacred-level concealment artifact. We are fortunate that the sacred ancestor led the way, allowing us to uncover this lurking danger. Elder D felt grateful, acknowledging the ancestor's cunning foresight. To avoid alarming the adversary, he deliberately refrained from flying and chose to walk, thus allowing them the time to keep pace. Indeed, the sacred ancestor is terrifyingly astute, beyond the reach of our capabilities, yet he remains a prominent figure of our human race. Lin Fan observed the tense standoff before him, momentarily taken aback. Had he unwittingly stumbled upon a formidable opponent? He recalled hearing from the disciples that these three elders were all at the 7th tier of the celestial realm. Even united, they would struggle against a 9th-tier demon. At least my identity remains concealed, which can be considered a fortunate circumstance. Let them summon reinforcements to besiege this individual. Lin Fan coughed softly twice, preparing to invoke the authority of his ancestor, and spoke with an air of mystery. You should know what to do. How impressive those words sounded. As long as the three individuals are not foolish, they will surely seek assistance. The three elders exchanged knowing smiles, then gradually retreated a few steps under Lin Fan's watchful gaze. Of course, we understand. The holy ancestor must have a plan in mind. We shall merely observe and witness the grandeur of the holy ancestor. What? He has a plan? How could he be unaware of it himself? Lin Fan suddenly realized that in their perception, he was regarded as a master of the sacred realm, effortlessly dealing with a demon from the celestial realm as if crushing a small creature. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for them not to summon help. The issue was, even a mere practitioner from the first level of the human realm could instantaneously obliterate him. Yet, in such a situation, retreating would be akin to revealing oneself as a counterfeit. Lin Fan found himself in a precarious position, with no time to waste. He could only feign confidence and step forward. I am the ancestor of the vast sacred land. You juniors are unworthy opponents. Surrender now, and perhaps you might have a glimmer of hope. In this dire situation, he could only hope to overwhelm his adversaries with his reputation. He noticed the demon furrowing its brow, murmuring to itself, "Indeed, your sacred land's ancestor has not perished." Upon perceiving the enemy's apparent hesitation, Lin Fan felt a momentary sense of relief. However, the very next instant, he was rooted in place. Yet the demon race possessed no warriors willing to surrender. Even in death, I shall bite a piece of flesh from you. Lin Fan shuddered at the thought. Good heavens, if a confrontation ensues, it would be more than just a mere bite. He instinctively glanced back at the three elders, who all raised their thumbs in unison, signaling their intent to watch the performance of the venerable ancestor. Fear not. We are well aware of the rules when masters engage. We shall not interfere in your battle. Cursed be this system for not even providing a novice gift pack. Damn it all. Observing the demonic beings before him gathering their formidable power with vigilance, Lin Fan decided to cast caution to the wind. I shall treat this like a dead horse being used as a live one, and boldly drew the weapon he had retrieved from the treasury. Regardless of what this thing is, may it prove useful. Lin Fan swung the weapon like a charlatan, giving the appearance of skill while being utterly ineffective, for he possessed not an ounce of cultivation and was incapable of wielding the magical artifact. In his hands, it was no more effective than a mere brick. Elder D exclaimed, "Truly remarkable, the divine art of shrouding the heavens." In its normal state, it may go unnoticed, but when attempting to activate the artifact, not a trace of cultivation can be perceived. The two elders beside him concurred. Indeed, the cultivation of our venerable ancestor is unfathomable. It seems we can completely lower our guard and enjoy the show. Even if you are a formidable force against the heavens, I shall not concede. The demon of the celestial realm bellowed, raising his right hand suddenly, only to be taken aback in the next instant, for the weapon, which had been in Lin Fan's possession, had inexplicably appeared in his own grasp. This is bad. In battle, when there exists a significant disparity in strength between the two sides, the weaker party's treasures will inevitably be seized by the stronger force. Lin Fan suddenly recalled this common knowledge he had previously heard from his disciples. Before the three elders, the sword in his hand was snatched away, almost starkly revealing that his cultivation was far inferior to that of the demonic beings before him. With his identity exposed, the elder's wrath and the life-and-death crisis posed by the demons left him with no hope for survival. The three elders were momentarily stunned, their minds seemingly abandoning rational thought. They found it hard to fathom that the so-called invincible ancestral saint of humanity could be robbed of his treasures by a mere demonic being of the heavenly realm. The demon, equally bewildered, was undeterred in his actions, activating the treasure in his possession and preparing to reduce Lin Fan to mere ashes. With a thunderous roar, as the demonic and true energies converged, the demon's body erupted violently, leaving him on the brink of death. Cough, cough. What a treacherous human saint. You clearly possess greater strength, yet resort to such despicable means. Are you attempting to humiliate me? Elder D exclaimed in astonishment. That is a trapped treasure. Once activated, it will self-destruct and retaliate against the user based on their cultivation level. The three elders first paused in disbelief, then burst into hearty laughter. No wonder the ancestor's treasure was taken. It was all part of a deliberate plan. How absurd that fellow truly believed his strength could surpass that of the ancestor. What a clever stratagem. With just a slight maneuver, he has toyed with this individual, eliminating him without needing to lift a finger. Lin Fan was taken aback. Was this my strategy? Ahem. I mean, of course, this is my cunning plan. It's a case of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Has this fellow offended the goddess of fortune? Another elder leaned in to inquire. But why would the holy ancestor waste a precious artifact to eliminate this individual when he could simply wave his hand? It's quite simple. Before Lin Fan could argue, Elder D had already stepped in to elucidate that this person was not worthy of the holy ancestor's direct intervention. He was not even qualified to perish at the hands of the holy ancestor. Lin Fan forced a somewhat awkward smile. Yet the four remained oblivious to the fact that the fallen demon had not yet succumbed to death. A chilling smile crept across his face as demonic energy began to coalesce in his grasp. Chapter 3. The holy ancestor of humanity is terrifying. Unbeknownst to the four, the demon suddenly surged to life, enveloped in swirling demonic energy, a manic grin etched upon his visage. Even in such a severely injured state, I must accomplish at least one more thing. This is dire. The previous artifact merely inflicted grievous wounds upon him. It did not ensure his demise. A demon of the heavenly realm, even in a state of severe injury, can unleash formidable combat prowess, capable of obliterating him in mere moments. Lin Fan's thoughts were consumed with curses. How could this fellow still be alive? And why did those three bystanders fail to alert him? Right. Even if they recognized the situation, they would likely remain silent, believing they had everything under control. Control my foot. The robes Lin Fan wore could withstand a degree of residual combat force, thanks to the inherent defensive properties of the fabric, but should he confront it head-on, his demise would be inevitable. Behold the manifestation of my ultimate strike. The demon clan's formidable leader bellowed, and the three elders furrowed their brows in unison, stepping back to shield Lin Fan with their very beings. Holy ancestor, we entrust this matter to you. To whom do they refer? Him? In an instant, the demon clan sprang into action. He plunged his hand, suffused with a ghastly aura, into his own heart. Wait, what is this? Whose heart is being pierced? No. Are you truly creating such a spectacle merely for the sake of self-destruction? Even the holy ancestor of humankind ultimately pales in comparison to me. The demon clan erupted into laughter, as if liberated at last. You deliberately employed a magical artifact to inflict grave injuries upon me, rather than extinguishing my life directly. Surely, you aim to capture me alive, to extract some clandestine knowledge of my clan. Alas, I have seen through your scheme. You shall not glean any secrets of the demon race from me. No sooner had he uttered these words than he succumbed to laughter, yes, in the literal sense. Lin Fan's lips twitched, as if he was on the verge of expressing something, yet found himself rendered speechless. At the 9th level of the celestial realm, one is an undeniable pillar of any faction. To be so effortlessly toyed with by their holy ancestor, meeting such a humiliating demise. The three elders knelt in unison. The might of the holy ancestor is indeed unmatched. That fellow harbored intentions of keeping secrets, but it seems he has long been exposed to the holy ancestor's knowledge. To them, Lin Fan's lack of intervention in the self-immolation suggested he had already acquired the secrets, rendering this individual utterly unnecessary. One individual broke out in a cold sweat, previously, when he witnessed the ancestor's departure. He had harbored doubts about whether the latter was fleeing in fear of the demon clan. In hindsight, such a notion was indeed blasphemous. The actions of the holy ancestor are beyond our comprehension. From the treasury, he adeptly removed the trap artifacts and, under the guise of a mere mortal, stealthily located the demon clan's infiltrator. In less than a minute, he induced the adversary to collapse in despair and take their own life. Such intricate arrangements and terrifying strategies were executed without any prior preparation upon the Holy Lord's return to the sect. This indicates that he had discerned the presence of the enemy the moment he arrived back at the sect. We implore the holy ancestor to lead us back to the council chamber immediately to convene a meeting and disclose the secrets of the demon clan to the upper echelons of the sect. Lin Fan chuckled softly. To be honest, I am not particularly keen on returning. Do you believe me? He had no idea what secrets were at play. What was the purpose of the meeting? Would the members of the sect merely stare blankly? Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, a system notification suddenly echoed in his ears. Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the first phase of the mission. Eliminate a top-tier infiltrator of the demon clan and disrupt their invasion plans. Reward, 9th level of human realm cultivation. Click to claim. Please continue your efforts, host, to further sabotage the demon clan schemes and obtain additional rewards. Lin Fan's heart leaped with joy. Even for the most exceptional talents, advancing from the mortal realm to the 9th level of human realm cultivation would likely take several years. For ordinary disciples, This might be an unattainable pinnacle throughout their entire lives. Yet he could attain such cultivation in an instant. Before he could click to claim the reward, his expression suddenly became rigid. At present, he possessed not the slightest bit of cultivation, yet he still attempted to maintain an air of superiority. However, if he were to reach the 9th level of the human realm, would he not be seen through at a glance? No. Claiming it now would be tantamount to certain death. This item can be preserved. It is wise to wait until he acquires some artifact to conceal his aura or accumulates a bit more cultivation before claiming it altogether. With such thoughts in mind, he was reluctantly escorted back to the sect hall by the 3 elders. At Tianma Peak, within the domain of the demon race, a round table was surrounded by dozens of high-ranking demons, their expressions marked by grave concern. An elderly man with graying hair sighed deeply. Demoluo is dead. He was a master of the 9th level of the heavenly realm, and he did not have the chance to relay any information to us, indicating that he was eradicated in a remarkably brief span of time. Another individual gasped in shock. Even among us, he was undeniably a formidable expert. Who could possibly annihilate him in an instant? A terrifying term surfaced in the minds of all present, the sacred realm. It seems our previous speculations were indeed accurate. The last holy ancestor of the human race has awakened, and his power will surpass that of his previous slumber. The faces of several high-ranking demons were drenched in cold sweat. Such a powerful being is beyond our capacity to contend with. Do not panic, everyone. The elder extracted a crystal ball from the void, an artifact of the sacred realm left by the leader. Even a master of the sacred realm would reveal their precise cultivation level under its divination. Let us delve into the level of the last ancestral saint of humanity within the sacred realm, and thereafter consider whether to call for reinforcements. The elder meticulously caressed the crystal sphere, as all present awaited the revelation in hushed silence. However, moments later, the elder's expression morphed into one of sheer astonishment, brimming with disbelief. Impossible. The crystal sphere indicated that no masters of the sacred realm existed within the human territories. The faces of everyone paled in fear. If even the sacred realm crystal could not discern any presence, how could their opponent possess such extraordinary concealment? Had they truly achieved the legendary art of shrouding the heavens? A diminutive demon spoke up. Could it be they genuinely lack masters of the sacred realm? The elder regarded him as if he were a fool, hastily shaking his head. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. If they were not masters of the sacred realm, how did Demoruo meet his demise? Are you suggesting he took his own life? Currently, the few surviving leaders among us suffered grave injuries during the last battle in the sacred land and are unable to reach the front lines. We must buy time. Relay my command. The frontline warriors are to withdraw 3 cities immediately. We shall not assault the human realm for the time being, awaiting the arrival of our sacred realm masters. A collective sigh escaped the lips of all present. It seemed an impending storm of blood and carnage was on the horizon. Chapter 4. This sacred land requires a saint. Ancestor Lin Fan, utterly bewildered, sat at the head of the table, gazing at the solemn elders. No way. They truly summoned him for a meeting? Elder D commenced with a brief overview of the infiltration by the demonic realm, eliciting a wave of shock from the other high-ranking officials. Good heavens. The 9th level of the celestial realm. This is nearly the foremost force beneath the sacred realm. Astonishingly, the opposing side has. Fortunately, the sacred ancestor intervened, for otherwise, the consequences would have been utterly unimaginable. The elders gazed at Lin Fan with reverence, leaving him feeling somewhat awkward as he managed a shy smile. Elder D continued, the sacred ancestor has acquired exceedingly crucial intelligence. I implore everyone to listen attentively. We must not be negligent. Lin Fan thought, what exceedingly crucial intelligence? I possess none of that. He inwardly protested, don't speak recklessly. Sacred ancestor, please go ahead. All the elders sat upright, and the atmosphere in the conference room grew heavy with tension. Lin Fan felt that if he failed to present something substantial, it would be somewhat disrespectful to these individuals. Yet, since he really had nothing to offer, he could only raise his right hand and feign a cough, saying, no need to rush. I have my own arrangements. At that moment, just as Lin Fan concluded his statement, a disciple suddenly rushed in with urgent news from the front lines, capturing everyone's attention. Sacred ancestor, elders. The demon clan has retreated a full 3 cities, leaving us ample defensive territory. What? 3 cities worth of territory? Elder D sprang to his feet, instinctively glancing towards Lin Fan. The sacred ancestor had just mentioned having arrangements, and now the demon clan had withdrawn 3 cities. Could it be that, unbeknownst to us, he had already taken action against the demon clan? For the demon clan to pay the price of 3 cities to retreat, it likely meant that several formidable experts had perished. Such is the power of the sacred realm. Silently claiming lives, it is indeed terrifying. Elder D, filled with a mixture of fear and excitement, immediately bent slightly and bowed. Holy ancestor, your might is unparalleled. The other elders, witnessing this, seemed to comprehend and collectively bowed, their voices resonating throughout the conference hall, echoing endlessly. At this moment, all doubts in their hearts vanished without a trace, and they fully placed their trust in this holy ancestor. What has he done? How did he become so invincible? Although Lin Fan had yet to grasp the unfolding events, he could tentatively surmise the situation. It seemed that his reputation had temporarily intimidated the others. However, this would not last. A charade would eventually be exposed, and Lin Fan needed to discover genuinely effective methods before that happened. Holy ancestor, shall we reclaim these 3 cities? No. Lin Fan instinctively shook his head. It was clearly a bait. It would lead to an ambush. He was no fool. How could he fall for such trivial tricks? Then please, holy ancestor, enlighten us with the confidential information, and we shall promptly formulate a strategy against the demon clan. Confidential matters. Indeed. The secrets of heaven must not be divulged. Lin Fan feigned an air of mystique. If you were to know, it would disrupt my next course of action. Therefore, today's meeting concludes here. I must return to prepare. With the prior intimidation, although the others sensed something amiss, they did not harbor excessive suspicion. Elder D, with a look of yearning, mused, what grand plans does the holy ancestor have? I truly wish to know. As Lin Fan prepared to depart, a twitch at the corner of his mouth almost caused him to lose his footing. He, too, yearned to comprehend the intricacies of his own design. It was evident that the position of a leader was not one easily occupied by ordinary individuals. Lin Fan increasingly felt a sense of uncertainty, and indeed, fleeing seemed the wisest option. Perhaps he could venture back to the treasure vault in search of some artifacts? After all, what he had previously acquired was now gone. As he traversed the path of the sect, Lin Fan gazed enviously at the disciples soaring through the air. Making his way to his residence. Nearby, whispers floated among the disciples. The holy ancestor truly exemplifies a genuine practitioner. He seldom resorts to flying when walking is an option. This is the essence of the great path. Some disciples, who had been soaring above, blushed and hastily descended to proceed on foot. Holy ancestor. A sweet, clear voice rang out from behind. Lin Fan turned to look back. A little girl, clad in disciple attire, beamed at him, her hands presenting a food box. Although the holy ancestor should have already entered a state of fasting, this is a token of my heartfelt intentions. I hope you will accept it. With a hint of timidity, she extended her hands. Lin Fan smiled as he accepted the offering and gently ruffled her hair. Where are your parents? They're gone. The little girl, with her cherubic face still adorned with a smile, spoke words that seemed incongruous with her expression. They perished in the battle against the demon clan, leaving not even a trace of their souls. According to my master, they likely have no chance of reincarnation. I'm sorry. No, the holy ancestor need not apologize. The little girl leaned in closer. It is the holy ancestor who has given us hope. Without the holy ancestor, we are all destined to perish, aren't we? It is the holy ancestor who has salvaged us all. He has indeed saved everyone. Lin Fan felt an overwhelming bitterness in his heart. Yet a smile remained upon his face. Alas, he was merely an impostor, not the omnipotent holy ancestor. What is the holy ancestor planning to do now? Your holy ancestor is contemplating how to escape. Of course, such words could never be uttered aloud. Lin Fan adjusted his tone and gently patted the little girl's head once more. Rest assured, as long as I am here, the demon clan shall never conquer the sacred land. Perhaps, we might even seize an opportunity to counterattack? He did not even believe his own words. As he gradually walked away under the adoring gaze of the little girl, Lin Fan came to a stark realization. This was the last sanctuary for humanity. There was no retreat left for them. Should the holy ancestor disappear from within the sacred land, the demon clan would unleash their forces without restraint, leading to inevitable devastation. The last vestiges of tranquility might not survive. Thus, humanity requires a holy ancestor, whether genuine or counterfeit. Why do I feel an inexplicable weight of responsibility upon my shoulders, when this is clearly not my concern? Lin Fan muttered to himself, retrieving a piece of flaky pastry from the food box and slowly placing it in his mouth. That wretched council of elders had provided him with no sustenance. He couldn't help but suspect that if he continued to masquerade as the holy ancestor for another fortnight, he would starve to death within the sect. However, the saint-level expert does not require sustenance. If he were to secretly dine and be discovered, it would undoubtedly raise suspicion. As the venerable ancestor, I see no issue in openly enjoying the offerings presented by my adorable disciples. Nevertheless, I must inquire, who can provide me with a plan to counter the demon race? As the primary executor of the strategy, is it truly acceptable for me to remain unaware of its details? Chapter 5. When did I disrupt the demon race's plans? Within the demon realm, a heavy atmosphere enveloped the entire conference hall. 2 days had elapsed, yet the opposing side had not dispatched additional personnel to reclaim the 3 cities, and had even withdrawn some forces, rendering these cities nearly desolate. The elders of the demon race were perplexed. They had retreated voluntarily. So why had the opposition not sent anyone to take control? Darn it. The elder in the main seat cursed under his breath. Recognizing that the opposition was sending a signal, they had no intention of reconciling with us, even if we were to willingly concede a portion of our interests. Upon reflection, the opposing side possessed a saint-level expert, which certainly granted them such audacity. A feeble member of the demon race timidly raised his hand. Could it be that we retreated too hastily, failing to leave sufficient goodwill signals, leading them to perceive this as a trap, thus causing them to hesitate? What a foolish notion. The elder in the main seat criticized him, exasperated. After all, the opposing side has a saint-level expert. Do you truly believe he would be unable to discern whether there were traps within the cities? We fear that the schemes we harbor in our hearts may be as transparent as objects laid bare before that formidable presence. He is adamant in his refusal to reconcile with us. The members of the Council of Elders displayed expressions of trepidation, according to their prior intelligence. Even a mere first-tier expert from the sacred realm is far beyond the capability of the heavenly realm to contend with. In the past, 10 ninth-tier experts from the heavenly realm attempted to besiege a single first-tier expert from the sacred realm, only to inflict minor injuries upon their opponent while suffering near-total annihilation themselves. Since that incident, no expert from the heavenly realm has dared to challenge the sacred realm at a higher tier. The opponent's cultivation has evidently improved since his slumber, indicating he is certainly not a mere first-tier expert from the sacred realm. This represents a formidable power that even our entire frontline army would struggle to resist. The elder in the central position paced restlessly, biting his lip as he retrieved a treasured artifact that pained him greatly to part with. This was a sacred realm artifact, personally crafted by the leader, capable of disguising itself as an ordinary bird, devoid of any aura and, naturally, lacking in combat prowess. However, it excelled in its ability to convey information. The others felt a surge of hope, realizing the immense potential of such an artifact. Its lack of any aura meant that no one could discern it as a tool rather than an ordinary bird. However, to activate this artifact would require the combined magical energies of at least 3 experts of the 7th tier from the heavenly realm. To obtain accurate intelligence, sacrifices must be made. Within the vast sacred land, Lin Fan muttered to himself, "How hungry I am." The accursed council of elders truly offers not even a single bowl of rice. With a bow in hand, he ventured deeper into the forest. Prior to this, he had employed the privileges granted by his ancestors to disperse all the elder disciples nearby, preparing to procure some game in the woods for a feast. He had already ascertained that this forest posed no dangers. It was a leisure area within the sect, where even ordinary individuals could wander without peril. The crossbow he wielded was a treasure of the celestial realm, yet without infusing it with spiritual energy, it resembled an ordinary weapon, sufficient for hunting birds. Finally, he could indulge in some delicacies, for the offerings he had, accepted were woefully lacking in meat and frightfully scant in quantity. With a hint of exasperation, Lin Fan gazed upwards, just in time to spot a plump black bird soaring overhead, settling upon the treetops and locking eyes with him. Meanwhile, the atmosphere within the demon clan's council chamber was charged with excitement. They had witnessed it. That was indeed the human race's sacred ancestor. So youthful. It was evident that he had mastered the divine technique of veiling heaven. The appearance of cultivators tends to become more youthful as their cultivation progresses. Yet this does not imply that they are impervious to aging. Anyone capable of reaching the sacred realm is typically quite aged. Even the most gifted among them would likely exhibit features of someone in their 30s, making it improbable for anyone in the sacred realm to possess the visage of a mere 20-year-old. Only those legendary figures who transcend the sacred realm are said to attain eternal life. Yet, it was apparent that such tales were merely myths. Just as this group of individuals prepared to scrutinize this formidable entity further, they beheld Lin Fan's lips curl into a confident smile. With a swift motion, the crossbow bolt was loosed, striking the corpulent blackbird with precision. Amidst the astonishment of the demon elders, the projection on the wall abruptly vanished. Only an overwhelming silence, accompanied by fear. One individual, terrified, collapsed to the ground. This is impossible. This artifact possesses no discernible aura whatsoever. How could he identify it at a mere glance? This situation transcended everyone's comprehension. Moreover, the confident smile upon his face suggested he was merely lying in wait. anticipating our self-entrapment. It was utterly terrifying. Ha! Suddenly, the elder at the forefront erupted into laughter, only to violently expel a mouthful of blood. We had forgotten. Our opponent practiced the divine art of concealment, the pinnacle of stealth techniques. How foolish of us to employ methods of subtlety before him. Akin to brandishing a broadsword before the legendary Guan Gong, an utter display of ineptitude. Immediately, I commanded the withdrawal of all our hidden scouts. I have ample reason to suspect they have all been exposed. We must mitigate our losses swiftly. Yes, the elders replied, their voices heavy with desolation and dread. Indeed, this would serve as an ample feast for me. A renewed glow of confidence flickered across Lin Fan's face. Truly, he harbored a modicum of faith in his abilities. At least from a mortal's perspective. Having arrived here not long ago, he had fortuitously encountered such a plump target. His luck was indeed remarkable. Congratulations, host, on completing the task, destroying the Demon Clan's intelligence network. Congratulations, host, on completing the task, capturing the Demon Clan spy group. Reward distribution in progress. Spirit summoning technique X1, wind control leaf X1. As Lin Fan grilled the bird meat, he suddenly froze in place, his head adorned with several large question marks. When did he dismantle the intelligence-gathering operations of the Demon Clan? And when did he apprehend the group of spies? It seems he hasn't even caught a glimpse of those traitors. Has the system lost its mind, randomly awarding me rewards? How splendid. Lin Fan eagerly wished for the system to disgorge all those meager rewards. Just as he was lost in such thoughts, an overwhelming surge of demonic energy erupted within the sect, suggesting that a formidable expert of celestial realm was engaged in battle. This immediately seized his attention. Had demons infiltrated the sect? Damn it, was relinquishing the city merely a delaying tactic? I must hasten to assist. But wait. It seems I wouldn't be of much help even if I went. Thus, the so-called strongest of the human race, yet in reality a mere weakling. Lin Fan concluded that rushing over would serve little purpose and would likely place him in peril. Instead, he decided to scrutinize the rewards he had received. Chapter 6. If you can guess, there must be something amiss. Having completed 2 tasks simultaneously, it was only natural to receive 2 rewards. However, unexpectedly, these rewards did not manifest as an accumulation of cultivation. The method of spirit attraction allows those without cultivation to draw forth the residual, true qi from objects, albeit in exceedingly minuscule amounts, rendering it nearly useless in combat. The leaf of wind control, requiring a small amount of true qi to activate, enables even the uninitiated to soar through the skies. Lin Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement. While each of these items seemed utterly useless on their own, together they possessed an inexplicable utility. He immediately employed the method of summoning spirit energy to draw forth the residual true energy within his garments, then used it to activate the wind leaf technique, finally achieving flight for the first time in midair. At last, he could maintain a semblance of dignity befitting his status as an ancestor. If he failed even at the fundamental act of flying, he would inevitably be exposed. Over time, someone would surely discern the discrepancies. Now, a significant dilemma had been resolved. Lin Fan could not help but exhale in relief, then flew toward the direction of the battle. He need not intervene directly. Merely instilling fear in his adversaries with his reputation would suffice to assist the other elders. Indeed, posturing had become an essential skill for those who traverse realms. As he approached the battleground, Lin Fan observed Elder D leading a group of high-ranking sect members and a multitude of disciples encircling a square, at the center of which lay the subdued and bound infiltrator from the Demon Clan. How surprising! These elders displayed remarkable efficiency. It was evident they had prepared in advance. Rather than acting in haste, Lin Fan descended beside Elder D, and his sudden arrival elicited no astonishment. After all, it was entirely natural for the holy ancestor to possess the ability to fly. You have all done exceptionally well. Elder D suddenly turned, clasping his fists and kneeling partially. Everything unfolded as anticipated by the holy ancestor, and it is thanks to your guidance that we were able to prepare for this operation ahead of time. What? Thanks to his guidance? Lin Fan felt a surge of confusion. He could not recall having provided any counsel to Elder D before him, nor had he uttered a single word regarding the specifics of their plan. At this moment, he scrutinized the bound Demon Clan members and was taken aback to discover that the leader among them was an elder from his own sect, holding a position of considerable authority. The elder spoke with a cold and resentful tone, his face twisted with bitterness. Truly, you are the revered ancestor of the human race. I fear you have long since detected our presence, waiting only for the opportune moment to ensnare us all. Such cunning tactics command our utmost admiration. He deliberately emphasized his words, his teeth clenched in barely concealed malice. Elder D stepped forward with a commanding presence. Before the revered ancestor, how dare you make such noise? However, one cannot deny the extraordinary nature of your concealment techniques. Had it not been for the ancestor's alertness, you might have indeed escaped. He laughed heartily. Previously, when the ancestor convened us for a meeting, he remained silent, which left me somewhat perplexed. Yet now it all becomes clear. Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback, wondering what he meant by the ancestor convening the meeting. Was it not Elder D who called for it? He was the one who had been forcefully compelled to attend. Clearly, such trivial matters had long been forgotten by the assembly of elders. No one recalled the specifics of who had initiated the gathering. They only recognized that the highest authority present was indeed the revered ancestor. Even if they did remember, it was evident they would assume Elder D was acting under the ancestor's directive. Elder D continued to elucidate, reflecting on the ancestor's subsequent statement. Had we learned of the plan, it would have adversely affected its progression. Yet we are merely faithful executors. How could we possibly influence the unfolding of the plan? This implies that there are negative elements among us. Indeed, at that time, the holy ancestor had already discerned that a traitor lurked among us, which is why he refrained from disclosing information, aiming to conceal this traitor. Coupled with the earlier revelation of a demon from the ninth heaven stealthily infiltrating our ranks without detection, it is evident that there must be someone among us aiding him. Upon this contemplation, everything falls into place. Lin Fan stroked his chin, realizing that he had long since identified the traitor. Truly impressive indeed. The expression of the spy elder grew increasingly grim. I have remained hidden in the sacred land for a century without anyone uncovering my presence. Yet, astonishingly, after merely one encounter with you, you have unveiled my identity. Thus, you informed the Elder Council of my identity and orchestrated today's ambush. Lin Fan was about to respond in kind when Elder D cast a disdainful glance at the other. With your intellect, it is utterly impossible for you to comprehend the holy ancestor's line of thought. What? Why could I not grasp the reasoning? What exactly is his line of thought? Acting hastily would only capture you alone, failing to uproot all of you. The holy ancestor harbors suspicions that there are other traitors among us. Hence he discreetly assigned me a task. Assigned you a task discreetly? The more Lin Fan listened, the more bewildered he became. When did he ever give this fellow a covert task? Over the past few days, he had merely languished in bed, contemplating or preparing to go bird hunting, without engaging in any other activities. The other elders also cast puzzled glances, evidently unaware of this matter. Elder D's words were imbued with pride. The ancestor, known for his imposing demeanor, had nonchalantly crossed his legs during the meeting, a gesture that struck me as peculiar. Lin Fan swore to the heavens that it was merely a habitual action. Indeed, the ancestor's one foot pointed directly at me, while the other was aimed at the traitor. Such a subtle insinuation was undoubtedly beyond the grasp of any third party. To decipher, it would be tantamount to madness. Following the clues provided by the ancestor, I soon uncovered the truth about this rogue. I immediately prepared in secret, with no other elder aware of my intentions, ensuring that the intelligence remained undisclosed. The other elders were astounded. They had not anticipated that the saint ancestor's thoughts were so meticulously crafted, keeping even the second elder in the dark. It was only on the day of action that they became aware of the plan. Indeed, even if there were other traitors among us, it was far too late for communication. A chill ran down everyone's spine. Opposing the ancestor left no room for escape. Lin Fan struggled to mask his expression. Yet, upon reflection, having a subordinate capable of interpreting a casual leg crossing as a covert signal rendered many seemingly unreasonable matters less so. The traitor's face was awash with disbelief, prompting him to retort. How could you be certain that this person would comprehend your hint? How could you trust him? You have only just awakened and cannot possibly know the circumstances of these individuals. Indeed, how did he know? Lin Fan himself was tempted to pose this very question. Elder D scoffed disdainfully. Could the holy ancestor's ability to discern character possibly be flawed? Surely, upon laying eyes on me, he recognized that I despy, am the individual who comprehends him better than anyone else in this world. Chapter 7. Indeed, there must be fraudulent dealings at play. Holy ancestor, why do you appear to be in such poor spirits? Is that not obvious? How could the holy ancestor maintain a pleasant demeanor when betrayal lurks even within the Elder Council? Despy waved his hand dismissively. Initially, our intention was merely to monitor you. Yet unexpectedly, you and your entire cadre of spies attempted to flee, conveniently falling into our grasp. Even he was perplexed as to why these spies would suddenly embark on such a desperate escape. He had initially believed it to be a long-term covert operation. To ensnare the entire network of spies, one must delve deeper, step by step. Alas, before Despy could even begin his infiltration, the adversaries revealed themselves. thus sparing him a considerable amount of effort. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan finally understood why these fools had been apprehended. It was their own reckless exposure that led to their downfall, truly a demonstration of flawed reasoning. Even without prior preparation, such a large-scale flight would inevitably leave behind a number of stragglers for the sect to capture. So that was the case. The spy elder's pupils dulled, and he hung his head in despair. So it was all part of your grand design. His mind raced with urgency. They could not possibly be foolish enough to expose themselves voluntarily. The only reason for their hasty actions was the intel received from within the demon clan, urging them to flee. Just as the news of our exposure reached us, we were caught red-handed. It was as if we had stumbled into a trap. Indeed, it must be so. There are surely spies embedded within the demon clan, conveying erroneous information to us. He let out a pained cry that echoed throughout the square. Patriarch of the human race. I never imagined that within the span of merely 2 days, you could infiltrate us to such an extent, forcing us to reveal ourselves. What a cunning strategy. Upon hearing this, Dispay and the other elders were momentarily taken aback, soon donning expressions of realization. So that's why these fools exposed themselves. It was the work of the Patriarch. Everything makes perfect sense now. Indeed, the Patriarch has insisted on acting alone these past 2 days. He must have been tirelessly orchestrating this scheme. What makes sense? Nothing makes sense at all, Lin Fan thought, realizing that an invisible blame was being assigned to him. The issue was that he could not refute it, lest he tarnish the enigmatic image of the ancestor. Yet, he could not fathom how his recent idleness could possibly relate to the demon clan spies. In an instant, a revelation struck him. Yes, it was these fools who had inadvertently exposed themselves, but to lend gravitas to their demise, they needed to assert that it was he who had caused their downfall, thus rendering their deaths significant. In doing so, this fellow managed to shift the blame onto the formidable adversary, truly a master of deceit. He has not forgotten his former expertise even in death. Lin Fan was exceedingly confident in his conjecture, his face adorned with a genuine smile that inspired immense admiration from those around him. Observing the expression of the saint ancestor, it was evident that everything lay within his control. To perish under such scheming, I have no words to express. I can only hope not to be your opponent in the next life. The traitorous elder closed his eyes, seemingly resigned to his fate, yet in reality, he was channeling his dwindling essence to forcefully convey a final message back to the demon clan. He suddenly spat blood and instantly perished. Such was the toll of the secret technique. The death of the traitor immediately captivated the attention of all present. This is dire. That individual sacrificed his life to send a message. Why did the saint ancestor not intervene? The elders cast puzzled glances at Lin Fan. They were not unprepared for such eventualities, but they believed that with the saint ancestor present, everything would be fine, thus rendering their precautions unnecessary. Why not intervene? Lin Fan could only curse silently. What could he possibly do? He was, in fact, the last among those present to realize that the opponent had employed a secret technique. Damn the demon clan. What purpose does it serve to learn so many secret arts? Moreover, all of them are life-consuming techniques. Is it that they are all self-destructive? With this lamentation, he found the situation before him rather awkward, as the demon clan managed to transmit information right before their eyes. This would certainly portray him, the saint ancestor, as rather ineffective. Moreover, what poses an even greater danger is that should the adversary retaliate based on this intelligence, they would find themselves at an absolute disadvantage. No, wait. The information relayed by this individual may not hold any value at all. Lin Fan reconsidered. Since this person had been fabricating accounts until his demise, there must certainly be someone privy to these falsehoods, for all his actions to bear significance. Thus, the message he sent back was undoubtedly an attempt to provide an excuse for his own death. Indeed, being slain by the inscrutable and sagacious saint ancestor only accentuates his defeat as a misfortune rather than foolishness. This individual's objective was to cultivate a favorable posthumous image. After all, any truly useful intelligence had already been conveyed prior, and the information transmitted now must pertain to events that have only just transpired. With this realization, Lin Fan felt entirely at ease, and he waved dismissively. That intelligence is inconsequential. Let them peruse it themselves. Regardless, it would serve little purpose. Upon hearing this, the elders were left in a state of astonishment. This implied that it was not that the saint ancestor had failed to intercept the message in a timely manner, but rather that he had deliberately allowed it to be disseminated. Despair took a step back, his face a canvas of shock and admiration. Silently contemplating, it is likely not only useless but may indeed possess a certain degree of misleading quality. There exists the possibility that the content was even altered by the saint ancestor. The ability to manipulate the intelligence conveyed through secret techniques is utterly terrifying. What secrets can possibly be transmitted in the presence of the Saint Ancestor? This seemingly trivial piece of information, once in the hands of the demon clan, could very well incite internal discord, allowing the human faction to effortlessly vanquish them. Dispai immediately clasped his hands together, exclaiming, "This action by the Holy Ancestor will undoubtedly lead to the disintegration of the demon clan. Truly a brilliant stratagem." Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback, pondering how a mere message of vanity sent posthumously could precipitate such chaos among the demons. Surely, the exaggeration was rather excessive. He promptly waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it was not so serious. The Holy Ancestor gestured in affirmation, assuring that everything was indeed fine. My suspicions were correct. I, Dispai, am undoubtedly the individual who comprehends the Holy Ancestor more than anyone else in the vast sacred land. He proudly puffed out his chest, observing the elders beside him wearing expressions of confusion, internally scoffing at their ignorance, for he alone grasped the profound implications of the Holy Ancestor's intentions. However, a question lingered. If the aim was to mislead the demon clan, shouldn't he feign regret by openly declaring it in the square? Wouldn't the demons discern the information as false and dismiss it? Chapter 8. Truly inscrutable, genuinely unfathomable. If the Holy Ancestor's intent was indeed to mislead the demon clan, then his actions appeared somewhat contradictory. For a moment, Dispai found himself bewildered, beginning to doubt whether he had misinterpreted the Holy Ancestor's strategy. After a few seconds of contemplation, confidence ignited once more in his gaze. The authenticity of such information was inherently questionable. To feign regret would only arouse suspicion. By generously disseminating the news, it would create an intricate web of truth and falsehood, instilling a sense of trepidation within the demon clan, ensnaring them in a quagmire of internal conflict. On one hand, the demonic clan hesitated to trust the contents of the note, wary of acting hastily. On the other hand, they could not dismiss it entirely, which inevitably stirred a portion of their ranks. Truly, the Holy Ancestor is formidable. Surely, only I, Despair, can align with his profound thoughts. Lin Fan cleared his throat and said, "Cough, cough. You all may handle the remaining matters. Interrogate as necessary, detain as needed. I have more pressing affairs to attend to." The elders and disciples cast admiring glances his way. For the pressing matter spoken of by the Holy Ancestor must pertain to the survival of both the human and demon realms. It is only such significant figures whose every action reverberates throughout the world. Lin Fan resolved to return for a refreshing nap, followed by a leisurely stroll through the disciples' quarters, hoping to procure additional pastries as tributes. After all, the Ancestor must also dine. Within the demonic realm, the council chamber lay shrouded in silence. Our undercover group, composed of experts above the earthly realm, had suffered near total annihilation, leaving only a few insignificant remnants from the human realm, who presently dared not show themselves. One could fear that the enemy deliberately spared these operatives' lives as a cautionary signal to us. The presiding elder reclined in his chair, seemingly drained of all strength. I had suspected that the adversary had uncovered their identities, which is why I ordered their retreat. Little did I know it was too late. This is all my fault. I regret discovering this too late and should have warned them sooner. No, great elder, this is not your fault. After a chorus of lamentations, the grand elder of the demon clan retrieved a luminous orb from behind. This is the last piece of intelligence they left us. Let us all take a look. We have a traitor among us. A traitor in a high position. Furthermore, please take good care of my wife. One elder of the demon clan slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "What? This is utterly shocking. He actually has a wife." This is hardly the focal point. By the way, is his wife beautiful? I have never seen her. Is the emphasis on the wife? The emphasis should be on the traitor. A traitor in a high position. Does this not imply that the traitor is among those present? Though they were uncertain how others reached such a conclusion, the intelligence received was of exceptionally high credibility, for they had no reason to deceive us. No. The Grand Elder waved his hand to interrupt the crowd. With the human race's Saint Ancestor present, how could this information possibly reach us? The lowest-ranked demon timidly raised his hand. Could it be that they were unable to stop it? The Grand Elder sharply rebuked and dismissed his speculation. A foolish notion. The power of the Saint Realm is beyond your imagination. How could they possibly fail to intercept a mere piece of intelligence? Thus, this information was intentionally released by them, aiming to make us believe there is a traitor among us, sowing seeds of self-doubt. Another elder, with a grim expression, countered, "That cannot be. It is the human race's Saint Ancestor. Would he resort to such petty tricks against us? This action undoubtedly carries profound implications. What if he accurately deduces that we will not trust the contents of the letter, intentionally disclosing information about a traitor to obscure the true infiltrator. As long as they are convinced that no traitor exists within their ranks, the genuine spy could effortlessly betray humanity. But what if he has already anticipated that we would question the letter's authenticity, foreseeing our suspicion of his foresight, thus continuing to mislead us? In that moment, all the elders felt a shiver run down their spines, gazing at the intelligence before them, torn between believing and disbelieving. They profoundly realized the horror of the revered ancestor of humanity, not only in terms of sheer power, but also in the terrifying mastery of manipulating human hearts. Cursed be it. The Grand Elder gritted his teeth, slamming his fist onto the table, pondering just how far their adversary had calculated. I cannot see through it. I truly cannot see through it. A traitor, so elusive, was like a needle lodged in their throats, rendering them paralyzed, unable to advance or retreat, too fearful to take any further action. Finally, the Grand Elder reclined in his chair, his face a mask of despair. This is not an enemy we can contend with. We are outmatched in strength, unable to glean any intelligence, and our strategies have crumbled. Immediately send word to the leader. We require his personal assistance. We need a saintly powerhouse to confront their own. The atmosphere was heavier than ever before. The clash between saints often unfolds only at the final, life and death juncture. Such has been the nature of past sacred ground campaigns. Unexpectedly, just as they attempted to assault the vast sacred land, they were compelled to summon formidable experts of the sacred realm. Such a predicament is nothing short of a disgrace for the entire demon race. Half a day later, an aged voice resonated within the council hall of the demon clan. I shall arrive at the front lines within half a month. Until then, you must hold your ground against the adversary and avoid direct confrontations with their sacred realm experts. The enemy, wary of our traps, will hesitate to launch a full-scale assault. If you can endure for half a month, I shall demonstrate the true terror of our clan's sacred realm. This was the confidence emanating from one of the 10 leaders of the demon race, a testament to the might of a genuine sacred realm master. Yes, we await the arrival of our leader with utmost reverence. Lin Fan finally enjoyed a refreshing slumber. In hopes of encountering a kind disciple bearing offerings, he strolled around the sect. This made him feel less like an inscrutable ancestor and more like a wandering vagabond within the sect. However, it mattered little, for in the eyes of others, his image remained impeccable. Look, the sacred ancestor is out inspecting the sect again. In this tense period of confrontation between our sacred land and the demon race, it is only natural for the sacred ancestor to remain vigilant. Yet, why does he not stay within his cave dwelling and scan the entire sect with his divine sense? Would that not be a more expedient method? Lin Fan stumbled slightly, feeling a twinge of guilt as he hastily walked away. Did he not wish to? If it were possible, he too would desire to scan the sect with his divine sense. The actions of the sacred ancestor are beyond the comprehension of mere mortals like us. One should not presume to speculate on the thoughts of such eminent figures. Regarding this matter, Lin Fan felt a deep sense of agreement. After all, he had yet to discern what exactly resided in the minds of those elders. Chapter 9. I Can Refine Chicken Feather Pills. The Alchemy Chamber. Lin Fan wandered aimlessly within the sect, fortuitously finding himself in the alchemy chamber. Alchemy is indeed one of the essential courses for cultivators. There are even practitioners who specialize solely in alchemy, known as alchemists. Medicinal pills can assist in cultivation as well as in combat, demonstrating significant effects in various aspects. A sufficiently potent pill can even be regarded as a strategic artifact. Upon Lin Fan's arrival, the disciples within the alchemy chamber rose in unison, bowing respectfully. Lin Fan waved his hand dismissively, indicating that he was merely here to take a casual look. The elder in charge of the entire alchemy chamber promptly emerged to personally greet him. This elder, named Yun Yan, possessed a cultivation level of the 3rd tier of the heavenly realm and was the strongest alchemist within the sect. Such a status placed him at the pinnacle of the sect's hierarchy, commanding respect even from the Grand Elder at the 9th tier of the heavenly realm. Naturally, before the holy ancestor, Yun Yin dared not exhibit any form of insolence, remaining as quiet as a child of several hundred or even 1,000 years. The arrival of the ancestor. Could it be that something is amiss in my alchemy chamber? Lin Fan couldn't help but feel somewhat speechless. What did they take him for? Did his mere presence inevitably signal trouble? Could he not simply come to observe in peace? It's nothing. I am merely here to take a look. Yin Yin nodded. Yet his gaze grew exceedingly grave. He pondered silently, realizing that he was indeed too weak, unworthy of knowing certain actions. Suddenly, amidst their quiet observation of the disciples refining pills, a tremendous explosion erupted from a disciple's alchemical furnace, leaving him covered in soot. The disciple coughed violently a couple of times, brushed off the black ash on his face, and managed a somewhat embarrassed smile. Although the explosion of an alchemical furnace is a rare occurrence, it is not uncommon within the confines of the pill chamber and hardly warrants concern. Lin Fan regarded the individual with contemplative intrigue, recognizing that pill refining was no simple endeavor. Initially inclined to pursue knowledge in this area, he promptly dismissed the idea. Yunyan, however, suddenly felt a surge of anxiety. Such a trivial incident as an exploding furnace should not capture the attention of the ancestor. Why then did the ancestor remain fixated, his gaze unwavering? Lin Fan stroked his chin, acknowledging the need for caution to avert unnecessary losses. After all, that furnace must be quite valuable, and repairing it would require a significant expenditure of spirit stones. As a patriarch of the sect's finances were effectively his own, and prudence was essential. What unnecessary losses could there be? Yunyan's heart surged with tumultuous waves. An incident as minor as an exploding furnace could not possibly draw the ancestor's scrutiny, nor could it constitute a loss in his words. Thus, there must be other factors at play. The ancestor would not arrive here without reason, and the moment he did, an explosion occurred. This realization prompted Yunyan to vividly recall the insinuation made by Despy. Due to concerns about potential infiltrators lurking among us, the venerable ancestor often refrains from explicitly disclosing matters, instead choosing to convey his intentions through various subtle hints. It is through these clandestine messages that he seeks to achieve his objectives. However, I lack the profound understanding of the venerable elder possessed by Elder D. Thus, I remain uncertain of his true intentions. In a moment of inner turmoil, anxiety manifested upon Yunyan's countenance, which did not go unnoticed by Lin Fan, who gently placed a hand on his shoulder, reassuring him not to be overly concerned. Here, the disciples are all students of Yunyan, and Lin Fan holds a position akin to that of a superior to Yunyan. It is only natural for Yunyan to feel a sense of shame when a student mishandles a treasured artifact of the sect in the presence of his superior. Lin Fan comprehended this sentiment entirely, yet he was not an overly harsh superior. He chose to pardon the minor transgression of this disciple. What? The venerable ancestor stated that there was no need for concern, implying that the situation remains firmly under his control. Instantly, Yunyan regained his composure, casting his gaze over the gathered disciples, feeling that each one could potentially be a spy left by the demonic clan. Being unable to discern the venerable ancestor's intentions is a folly on my part. Thus, I shall relinquish the decision-making to him. Yunyan clenched his fists, preparing to cede the stage entirely to Lin Fan. This, indeed, is the wisest course of action. Everyone, please pause before breaking through to the sacred realm. The venerable ancestor was also a formidable alchemist, and it is likely that his skills have since deepened significantly. His guidance will undoubtedly be far more beneficial than my own. Henceforth, let us allow the venerable ancestor to demonstrate the alchemical process. It is imperative that you observe closely. This will be your greatest opportunity to enhance your alchemical skills. As the words fell, a weight was finally lifted from Yunyan's heart. With a smile, he stepped aside and gestured politely for Lin Fan to proceed. What is this? Lin Fan's lips twitched slightly. He had merely come to observe, not to concoct elixirs. Why had this fellow suddenly urged him to refine pills? Had the explosion of the alchemical furnace short-circuited this person's mind as well? Coughing, he said, Elder Yun, I feel this may be somewhat inappropriate. Indeed, it was quite inappropriate. Yunyan nodded vigorously. How could such a substandard furnace befit the sacred ancestor? Bring forth high-grade spiritual herbs and the 9-tiered phoenix alchemical furnace. A smile curled at the corners of Yunyan's mouth. The sacred ancestor had refrained from making a hasty move, indicating a desire to delay resolution or perhaps to avoid direct involvement. The act of alchemy itself was sufficiently captivating to draw attention, and preparing the materials required considerable time, ample enough for the sacred ancestor to maneuver. The sacred ancestor's subtle hint of discontent undoubtedly aimed at prompting him to procure a more superior alchemical furnace. Indeed, this was the very essence of the sacred ancestor's intent. The 9-tiered phoenix alchemical furnace, being the pinnacle of the sect's alchemical tools, could also serve as a formidable weapon or control artifact. It was certainly worthy of matching the most adept masters of the sacred realm. To maintain disguise, the sacred ancestor had brought no other artifacts. Since he had entered the alchemical chamber and provided such an insinuation, it was clear he wished for Lin Fan to retrieve the furnace. The furnace itself could serve as a powerful artifact without raising suspicion. Truly, the sacred ancestor displayed remarkable ingenuity. However, what perplexed Yunyan was that Lin Fan, as a master of the sacred realm, could easily defeat even the most formidable opponents within the heavenly realm. Why then did he subtly suggest that Yunyan procure the alchemical furnace? With his prowess, encountering these minor Karami foes should not necessitate the use of magical artifacts. Upon further reflection, it seemed that the sacred ancestor had never truly engaged in combat. The elimination of the heavenly realm demon race was achieved by forcing them to succumb to despair and take their own lives, while capturing the infiltrators was accomplished under circumstances that compelled them to reveal themselves, relying on a large-scale encirclement for victory. The more Yun contemplated, the more he felt something was amiss. Everyone was aware of the sacred ancestor's enigmatic strength, yet no one had genuinely witnessed him in action. This raised suspicions, including during today's events, where it appeared that the sacred ancestor was intentionally avoiding direct involvement. Chapter 10. Can this elixir be refined thus? Such doubts gradually expanded within Yunyan's mind, leading him to a particular notion. Perhaps he could seek confirmation later. He fell into deep contemplation, while Lin Fan beside him was in utter confusion. This simply wouldn't do. The moment he began refining elixirs, his identity would undoubtedly be exposed. A Dan master fortunate enough to receive Yunyan's guidance could not possibly be an ordinary individual. It could be said that the disciples seated here, even the one who had previously caused an explosion, would be regarded as top-tier alchemical masters outside these walls. Even during the peak era of humanity, when the 9 great sacred lands flourished, such figures would have received preferential treatment wherever they went. Not to mention the current state of humanity, where the stars of their race had nearly faded away. Before these masters, toying with alchemy would likely lead to immediate exposure of one's shortcomings. Even before the furnace is properly set up, Lin Fan was desperately seeking a plausible excuse to slip away. A trip to the restroom? Absurd. The idea of humanity's foremost expert needing to relieve himself is utterly preposterous. Such a notion might well evoke a sense of hopelessness for mankind. Saint Ancestor, the items you requested have arrived. Yet, these were hardly what he required, since the orders stemmed from the Saint Ancestor and the foremost alchemist, Yunyan. They dared not delay and promptly transported the furnace along with the high-grade spiritual herbs via a teleportation array. Hey. The speed is so astonishing that I scarcely have time to make my escape. If he were to refuse the alchemical process, it seemed the image of the ancestor would shatter entirely. Under the adoring gazes of the disciples, Lin Fan sat before the furnace, his heart heavy with unease, compelled to commence his performance. At this juncture, there was no alternative. One must attempt to salvage the situation, like treating a dead horse as a live one. With the highest grade spiritual herbs at his disposal, he resolved to concoct the most potent elixir. It is well known that the higher the grade of the elixir, the greater the likelihood of failure. He was not a specialist in alchemy. Even at the sacred realm, failure was a common occurrence. He could always concoct a flimsy excuse for any subpar performance and flee as far as possible, vowing never to return to this cursed place. Lin Fan believed his plan was impeccably devised, perfectly upholding the image of the ancestor. After all, the ancestor was not divine, and mistakes were inevitable. Just as he entertained these thoughts, his hand, poised to grasp the spiritual herbs, froze in midair. In a moment of exasperation, he pondered the elusive formula for the advanced elixir. Staring blankly at the heap of what were purported to be high-grade spiritual herbs, he discerned no significant difference from mere weeds, rendering any identification impossible. If he were to directly inquire about the alchemical recipe, it would unveil his masquerade. Moreover, to concoct the elixir, one must first ignite a flame, lacking any true essence. The spiritual energy summoned by the method of invoking spirits was woefully inadequate for the alchemical process. It was akin to attempting to participate in an esports competition without even knowing how to power on the device. Lin Fan coughed discreetly, the air thick with an awkward tension. Above Yunyan's head hovered several large question marks, mirrored by the expressions of the onlooking disciples. They observed the venerable ancestor, his countenance grave, yet he remained motionless. What was the ancestor up to? It was a mystery. Perhaps it was a necessary preparatory step before crafting advanced elixirs, though it seemed unusual, as they had never witnessed Elder Yunyan engage in such practices. Hush! The ancestor's actions are beyond our comprehension. We must remain silent and observe, lest we disturb his venerable self. Yet, Yunyan's expression grew more grim, as an unsettling suspicion burgeoned within him, urging him to seek confirmation. Lin Fan gritted his teeth, acutely aware that if this continued, the disciples' reverence would gradually morph into doubt, and such doubt would inevitably evolve into skepticism, ultimately exposing his true identity. Nevertheless, he resolved to press on. After all, was alchemy not merely akin to cooking? At its core, it involved igniting a fire and preparing a dish. Suddenly, while cursing the ancestors of Yunyan in his heart, he unceremoniously tossed all the high-grade spiritual herbs surrounding him into the alchemical furnace. In that instant, everyone was left dumbfounded. It was their first revelation that alchemy could be approached in such a manner. The ratio of spiritual herbs used for each type of elixir is typically held to the utmost precision. Even a slight deviation could lead to failure in the refining process. Yet, the holy ancestor had recklessly thrown all the herbs into the mix, a method utterly unheard of. The immense pharmacological properties would undoubtedly be challenging to harmonize, and failure seemed an inevitable outcome. Indeed, the methods of these great figures in alchemy diverged vastly from what they had learned. Many disciples bowed their heads in shame, having previously believed that their only distinction from true masters of alchemy lay in the precision of their control. Today's revelation illuminated the absurdity of their former thoughts. Did the holy ancestor intend to convey that? Regardless of the disparate ratios of materials or the difficulty in reconciling their pharmacological properties, one could rely upon their own prowess to completely neutralize them during the refining process, thus forging an entirely new elixir. They had always adhered strictly to established ratios when concocting elixirs. However, if that was all there was to it, they would forever remain ignorant of the methods to create new elixirs. Truly, the holy ancestor had imparted a valuable lesson. Indeed, I find myself increasingly eager to discover what kind of elixir the holy ancestor will ultimately produce. The disciples began to whisper among themselves, the earlier silence dissipating entirely. For the impact of the moment was so profound that they could hardly steady their emotions. Yun, however, held his own thoughts and refrained from intervening. Before Lin Fan lay a formidable challenge, one that was even more vexing than the elixir itself. How was he to ignite the flames? Was he to merely stare blankly at the herbs in the cauldron? If that were the case, he would likely find himself staring into the eyes of the king of hell in half an hour. Lin Fan resolved to give it his all. He immediately employed the spirit summoning technique to channel the vital energy within his garments, only to discover it was woefully inadequate to kindle the spiritual flames. Unwilling to succumb to despair, he pressed his right hand firmly against the cauldron and continued to invoke the spirit summoning technique, attempting to extract the residual vital energy from within the cauldron. For heaven's sake, no matter how diminutive the spark, at least let a flame emerge. Otherwise, I shall have no opportunity to plead my case. In the next moment, he suddenly felt a surge of intense heat erupt from his hand, enveloping the entire cauldron. And a resounding cry of a phoenix echoed throughout the hall. Lin Fan had drawn forth the latent vital energy from within the cauldron, but it appeared that something else had accompanied this vital energy. Yun was taken aback. Could it be the ninefold phoenix true flame? He watched in astonishment as the crimson glow intensified, and Lin Fan felt as though he might be consumed by the inferno with a mere glance, prompting him to instinctively retreat. What a close call! Had I not acted swiftly, and if my attire were not a commendable defensive artifact, I would surely have been charred to a crisp in an instant. Boom! The uncontrollable flames triggered a violent explosion. Alas, Lin Fan had tragically detonated the cauldron. Chapter 11. How lamentable! Good heavens! In the past, we relied on our own vital energy to stimulate the spirit flames, neglecting the inherent fire spirit contained within the advanced alchemical furnace, a force far more ferocious and challenging to control. The disciples gasped in astonishment, while Yunyan's mind went blank, utterly unprepared for the magnitude of the Saint Ancestor's actions, leaving him increasingly perplexed about the other's intentions. Amidst the billowing smoke, Lin Fan found himself coughing. Yet his fear had diminished compared to earlier. At least he had managed to conjure flames, though they appeared somewhat wild. Their potency seemed to align perfectly with the strength he had exhibited. It was certainly preferable to expose his lack of alchemical skills rather than reveal his utter lack of capability. The demon clan feared the prowess of the Saint Ancestor's realm, not merely formidable alchemical techniques. Thus, as long as Lin Fan maintained his tangible strength, other matters became inconsequential. However, today's events would undoubtedly lead to considerable embarrassment, prompting him to remain vigilant in the future to avoid repeating such missteps. The nine-tiered Phoenix alchemical furnace exploded. That was the pinnacle of alchemical furnaces. The disciples' exclamations surged like a tide, with several alchemists even losing composure and prostrating themselves. Yet wary of the fierce flames, they dared not advance. The Saint Ancestor was truly. Lin Fan felt a tinge of embarrassment, but braced himself to endure the disciples' resentment. The Saint Ancestor was remarkably impressive. It was my first time witnessing someone invoke the nine-tiered Phoenix true flames. Moreover, the nine-tiered Phoenix alchemical furnace had withstood direct attacks from the Saint realm without sustaining any damage. Yet today, it met its demise in the hands of the Saint Ancestor. Lin Fan was utterly taken aback by the disciples' reactions, which seemed to be more of excitement and shock rather than blame. Indeed, it appeared that even the nine-tiered Phoenix alchemy furnace could not compare to the current prowess of the holy ancestor, resulting in the unfortunate explosion of the furnace. This was a matter of equipment, not a fault of the ancestor. The ancestor had returned from breaking through, his strength elevated to new heights, but based on previous experiences. Such a vigorous exertion was within expectations. He just hadn't anticipated that this faulty device would be utterly incapable of withstanding it. Before Lin Fan could utter a word, the disciples had already convinced themselves and gazed upon him with immense admiration. Elder Yun lightly cleared his throat. Tacitly acknowledging the disciples' sentiments, the sect currently possessed no higher-grade alchemy furnace, so perhaps the ancestor should refrain from alchemy for the time being. Lin Fan exhaled in relief, although the turn of events was somewhat peculiar, as long as he was not compelled to continue refining elixirs. There was no additional risk of exposure, which greatly eased his mind. Indeed, playing the role of the ancestor was a burdensome task. One misstep could lead to revelation. The ancestor should retract his divine powers. Feeling the intense heat before him, the alchemy furnace was already damaged, yet the nine-tiered phoenix true flame continued to blaze in midair. And it was impossible to allow it to burn indefinitely. What? Retract his powers? Lin Fan felt an urge to curse. He was only adept at the method of summoning spirits, not at reining them in. Moreover, merely approaching it brought a sensation of being nearly melted, let alone subduing it. Ahem. Elder Yun, could you please manage the situation here? At this moment, having a competent subordinate was indeed a delightful circumstance. Lin Fan entrusted all concluding tasks to Yun Yin, and before the latter could utter a word, he swiftly turned and fled, leaving only a silhouette behind. Saint Ancestor. What am I to do? He pondered anxiously, repeating the phrase in his mind. He then glanced at Yun Yin, implying that the latter should discern for himself. Whatever insights he might glean were of no concern to Lin Fan. Yun Yin's lips twitched as he noted that the ancestor showed no intention of looking back. He promptly assigned a nearby disciple to oversee the blazing flames, instructing him to refrain from any further actions for the time being. Delegating tasks to subordinates was indeed a splendid decision. However, subordinates have their own subordinates, and so on, inevitably leading to someone bearing the blame. With questions swirling in his mind, Yun Yin hurried towards the cave dwelling belonging to the disciples of Dispai. Upon arrival, before any pleasantries could be exchanged, he immediately clasped the shoulders of his companion. Elder D, you possess the most profound understanding of the Saint Ancestor. I implore you to divulge an answer. Hearing the compliment, Elder Dispai's lips curled into a smile, and he nodded instinctively. Please speak, Elder Yun. The Saint Ancestor's every action carries his own intent, and certain signals are exceedingly intricate, only I might decode them. It is entirely reasonable for you to seek my counsel. Yun Yin promptly relayed the strange occurrences he had encountered. Concluding, I suspect that the Saint Ancestor's resurrection is far from flawless. His strength has likely been significantly diminished, which could explain these anomalies. This is already an exceedingly euphemistic statement, yet he believes that Dispai can comprehend his true intention. However, contrary to his expectations, Dispai shook his head with an expression of profound disappointment. How tragic, Elder Yun. What have I done? The bewildered Yun Yin appeared exceptionally confused. I lament the fact that you have distinctly observed numerous anomalies in the actions of the Holy Ancestor, yet you can only arrive at such a conclusion. Is that not lamentable enough? Dispai regarded him with a gaze filled with exasperation, causing Yun Yin to feel increasingly uneasy. In the realm of the sacred, possessing prior knowledge of the opponent's intelligence would be immensely advantageous. Thus, the Holy Ancestor has consistently refrained from intervening, evidently harboring a particularly significant trump card acquired during the breakthrough, unwilling to reveal it prematurely. Perhaps this is as you say, Yun Yin retorted with a frown. But why would the Holy Ancestor's alchemical endeavor result in an explosion? As a competent alchemist, I do not believe he is incapable of controlling the intensity of the spiritual flame. The previous explanation might deceive those disciples of the human or earth realms. But Yun Yin categorically refuses to accept such reasoning. This stems from the confidence of a top-tier alchemist. The ninefold Phoenix alchemy furnace, even within the entire sect, is a premier artifact. I cannot fathom any objective that would necessitate its destruction as a prerequisite, and moreover, in light of subsequent events. There were no infiltrators from the demonic clan present. Elder D scoffed in disdain. Elder Yun, your perspective is exceedingly myopic. You only perceive the explosion of the Holy Ancestor's furnace and presume it to be a failure in his alchemical technique. Yet you have not considered the possibility that he might have intentionally caused the explosion? That is inconceivable. What advantage does the destruction of the ninefold Phoenix alchemy furnace confer upon the venerable elder? Such an act merely serves to diminish our inherent strength. Each supreme artifact is a strategic asset of paramount importance to our sect, and Yun Yin remains unconvinced by such reasoning. Hence, I assert that your vision is lamentably narrow. Elder D lowered his gaze, aware that your mind, fixated solely on alchemy, is incapable of comprehending this. Yet, fortuitously, you have sought my counsel. I, with my keen intellect, have long discerned the ancestral elder's intentions. I have grasped that magnificent notion, one so brilliant that only he and I could fathom it. Chapter 12. The ancestor's plan is on the verge of revelation. Observing Yun Yan's bewildered expression, Spei chuckled softly and opted for a more accessible explanation. Let me ask you this. For those mortals who have yet to cultivate, are the vials containing the elixirs not exceedingly precious? Indeed. Yun Yan nodded without hesitation, though he remained puzzled by the nature of the inquiry. In truth, it is not merely the vials that contain the elixirs. Even a rag used by practitioners of the mortal realm, once it reaches the world of mortals, can become a coveted treasure. This illustrates the chasm between the celestial and the mundane. Even the most exalted emperor among mortals yearns for the most humble practitioners of the mortal realm. Spei continued with a leisurely smile. If the elixir within the vial necessitated breaking it to retrieve its contents, would you then shatter the vial? Yun Yan was no fool. With a mere hint, he grasped the implication. Are you suggesting that the ancestral elder intends to destroy the ninefold phoenix alchemy furnace to extract something far more significant within? Precisely. Dispelling the notion of an imaginary beard, Spei remarked that mortals often fixate on the preciousness of the bottle, neglecting the far more significant elixir within. It is akin to concentrating solely on the alchemical furnace while disregarding the more vital elements contained therein. In an instant, Yun Yan's mind began to wander. If there existed something that could only be extracted by destroying the furnace, it could only be the ninefold phoenix true flame. You concluded that the holy ancestor did not seize the true flame for himself, but rather entrusted you with the aftermath. Can you not discern his intentions? He has bestowed upon you the greatest opportunity. Yet, instead of grasping the old man's meaning, you have come to me with your queries, undoubtedly leading the holy ancestor to feel immense disappointment in you. At that moment, Yun Yan's mind erupted with clarity, and everything fell into place, precisely as Spei had articulated. With formidable adversaries looming, we require aggressive artifacts rather than an alchemical furnace. Thus, the ancestor was willing to destroy the furnace to extract the immensely destructive true flame. That is why he sought me out directly. That is why he hinted for me to retrieve the furnace. I cannot delay. I must return immediately. Elder D. I must take my leave. In a flash, Yun Yan vanished, while a subtle smile graced Spei's lips as he instinctively stroked his chin. If this is indeed the case, the holy ancestor had no need to destroy the furnace in front of all his disciples. It appears he harbors a deeper scheme. I must follow him, lest this fool jeopardizes the ancestor's plan. The two elders returned to the alchemy chamber, one after the other. Yun Yan's expression was vacant. For the once central blaze of the ninefold phoenix true flame had, at this moment, inexplicably divided into 4 blossoms, each attached to one of the 4 disciples. No. My ninefold phoenix true flame. Yun Yan nearly succumbed to despair, for his supreme spiritual flame had been split due to his negligence, drastically diminishing its potency. It was entirely my fault for failing to comprehend the ancestor's subtle hint in a timely manner. However, it is not too late to remedy the situation. At this moment, Yun Yan's doubts regarding Lin Fan had utterly evaporated, replaced instead by the agony and frustration of losing a treasured possession. He resolved to forcibly detach and reconstitute the 4 divided flames from the 4 disciples, intending to absorb them himself. Wait. Simultaneously, Spei obstructed his path. Perhaps your actions had already been anticipated by the venerable ancestor. He must have foreseen that you would not absorb the true flame at the first opportunity. Perhaps all of this was within his control. Damn. Why does it feel like, as the ancestor, nothing is within my grasp? Lin Fan sat in the administrative hall, his face clouded with melancholy. Though referred to as an administrative hall, it was, in truth, an expansive cavern reserved solely for him. Even those of elder status required summons to gain entry for an audience. One must remain perpetually vigilant, lest any slip be revealed. Yet, given enough time, some truth must inevitably surface. Ultimately, it all boils down to strength. I must swiftly dismantle the demon clan's plans through the system and earn the corresponding rewards, enabling me to truly possess the power of the sacred realm. As long as one possesses the strength of the sacred realm, it equates to having confidence. At that juncture, even if he is not the ancestor of the human race, he will inevitably embody that role. As for how to thwart the schemes of the demon race, it matters not if one lacks formidable power. Past events serve as excellent examples. By employing my intellect, coupled with a flawless plan and the judicious allocation of resources at my disposal, I can still deliver a significant blow to the demon race. Lin Fan resolved that he could no longer indulge in idleness. From this moment forth, he must adopt a truly authoritative demeanor, gradually assuming control of the affairs of the sacred land and becoming the genuine master. After all, the mission requires me to disrupt the actions of the demon race. So my participation in this plan is essential. Otherwise, I shall not receive the system rewards. Without hesitation, he sprang into action. He immediately unearthed the documents, dismissing trivial matters, as only genuinely valuable tasks would provide opportunities for experiential learning. He needed to identify a task of sufficient rank that posed minimal danger, serving as an initial trial. Just as Lin Fan was pondering this, a sudden request for an audience from Elder D and Elder Yun reached him, prompting him to allow both to enter. Ancestor. Previously, there was extensive damage to the high-grade spiritual herbs, and we wish to procure a new batch. Here is the list, ready for submission. Elder Yun respectfully presented a list, deliberately omitting any mention of the incident involving the 4 disciples possessed by Fan Yin. He believed such matters were already anticipated by the ancestor, and to bring them up would only make him appear foolish. Simultaneously, mentioning the spiritual herb list was intended to subtly signal to the ancestor regarding related matters, hoping to receive guidance for the next steps. A list of spiritual herbs? Lin Fan was taken aback. It seemed that his previous alchemical mishap had indeed resulted in the destruction of a considerable number of high-grade spiritual herbs, leaving him feeling somewhat embarrassed. These items must be quite expensive. Just how great a disaster had he caused? Reflecting on the damage to the herbs due to his own actions, he recognized that high-grade spiritual herbs could be classified as strategic materials, given their sufficient level of importance. Furthermore, he currently lacked a guiding task for practice. Ahem, I shall keep this list with me, and I will oversee this purchasing task. Dispai and Yun Yin were both stunned. Spiritual herbs, even the high-tier ones, are not exceedingly rare commodities. With sufficient funds, one can purchase them at any time. Typically, such purchasing tasks only require a nod from the elder, allowing those below to manage the entire transaction process independently, without the involvement of any higher-ups. Yet now, the Saint Ancestor was actually taking on such an exceedingly simple task. Dispai was taken aback. He sensed that the grand scheme of the Saint Ancestor was likely about to come to light. Chapter 13. Is it necessary to be so perfunctory? Across the vast continent, it is not solely inhabited by humans and demons. Rather, humans and demons are merely 2 of the most fiercely conflicting races. In addition, various demon clans, innate spirit tribes, and some unknown secret races are the true masters of the continent. The human race once briefly ascended to dominance over the continent. Yet following the ultimate failure of the Elder's ascension, they gradually fell into desolation, teetering on the brink of extinction. Thus, even amidst the war between humans and demons, they possess ample avenues to procure resources from other races, who are unfazed by the prospect of profiting handsomely during the conflict. In fact, certain organizations that trade in spiritual herbs engage in commerce with both sides, a fact that remains unspoken. The vastness of the continent results in an abundance of such organizations, and as the last sanctum of the human race, their channels are exceedingly extensive. When all factors are combined, it becomes evident that while high-grade spiritual herbs may be costly, they are not scarce, nor do they qualify as strategic resources, as one can purchase them at any time. The common practice among sects involves acquiring spiritual herbs to refine into elixirs, which are then sold for profit, turning the alchemy chamber into a veritable enterprise. Lin Fan casually set aside the list and opened the previous documentation of the spiritual herbs he had purchased, eager to familiarize himself with the specific procedures for his own execution. High-grade spiritual herbs certainly sound prestigious. Surely, a meeting between the leaders of both factions would be required to negotiate a contract. Thus, he must prepare thoroughly. He nodded in agreement, his gaze sweeping over the detailed procedure. What is this? It merely requires him to nod, then exchange payment and goods, and that's it? Forget about any negotiation between the leaders. There wouldn't even be a semblance of communication. This left Lin Fan feeling somewhat embarrassed, having just claimed he would personally undertake this task, only to discover that it required no effort at all, which was quite the blow to his pride. In a bid to salvage some semblance of dignity, he resolved to put forth a modest effort in appearance. Ahem. You should find 4 more individuals to escort the trading group, he declared. Yes, that will suffice. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise en route, ensure you notify me at once. At the very least, he sought to present the facade of diligence in his role as the esteemed ancestor. The 2 elders appeared outwardly calm, yet internally, they were in tumult. The ancestor suggested there might be unforeseen events. This was indeed plausible. If there were no unexpected occurrences, what warranted his personal attention? With such conjecture in mind, the 2 placed heightened importance on this trading group. Dispai could not help but recall Lin Fan's previous directive to dispatch 4 additional individuals to escort the trading group. Typically, in such transactions, both parties would deploy experts at the celestial realm for protection, though not with excessive gravity, usually celestial realm practitioners of the 1st or 2nd tier. whose capabilities were generally limited to the higher echelons of sects or the lower ranks of the council, comprising the least influential among the powerful elite. Of course, such individuals were seldom utilized. More often than not, they were captives marked with slave seals or mercenaries procured from other factions, lacking access to the core of the sect. The Holy Ancestor's insistence on dispatching 4 additional guardians implied that the task he had set his sights upon was of no insignificant stature. The least they could do was send experts of the 5th tier or above of the celestial realm. However, this raised a concern. Wouldn't it leave their internal strength depleted? Moreover, why must the Holy Ancestor specify precisely 4 individuals? Wait, 4 individuals? At this realization, both elders were suddenly struck with alarm. It was evident they had recalled the 4 alchemists previously possessed by Fan. Indeed, from the explosion of the alchemy furnace to the manifestation of the split flames. And now to the current trading mission. Everything has been orchestrated by the Holy Ancestor. Undoubtedly, all these events are interconnected. Yin felt an overwhelming sense of awe towards Lin Fan, whose depths were unfathomable and whose presence was terrifying. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of fear regarding his previous speculations about the Holy Ancestor, which had been exceedingly disrespectful. Fortunately, the Holy Ancestor possesses a vast and magnanimous spirit, not stooping to quarrel with a mere child of several hundred or thousand years. He must seize this opportunity to atone for his misdeeds. Summon those 4 individuals. They must approach this task with the utmost seriousness and without a trace of negligence. Elder D, let us too accompany them discreetly to ensure flawless execution. Before long, the 4 apprehensive alchemists were presented before Lin Fan. Holy Ancestor, we have brought the 4 additional guards. Lin Fan, upon observing the 4 individuals summoned by the 2 elders, nearly spat out the tea he was sipping. What on earth? Although he could not directly gauge the depth of their cultivation, he could still discern their levels based on the attire of his disciples. Among these 4, only one was at the earth realm, while the other 3 were merely at the human realm level, all clad in alchemist robes. Was this a mere farce? It was one thing to recruit individuals of lesser strength, but to call upon 4 alchemists for a guard duty seemed rather absurd. Had their sect fallen to such a desperate state? Lin Fan couldn't help but feel a profound sense of concern for the future of the sect. It appeared that this mission indeed posed no significant issues. Both parties were already well-versed in the trading process, merely needing to send individuals to fulfill the formalities. He immediately waved his hand, saying, "All right, enough of that. Let those 4 not be dispatched. Things should proceed as they were meant to. I can't be bothered with this trivial matter any longer. I shall seek other tasks to hone my skills." Upon hearing these words, Yin was instantly bewildered, and the expressions of the 4 disciples were equally filled with astonishment. They had been summoned by the Holy Ancestor, believing they would be entrusted with significant responsibilities, only to be told that their services were no longer required. What on earth was happening? Had they misinterpreted the Holy Ancestor's intentions? At that moment, DC Pi smirked devilishly, grasping Yin with one hand while beckoning the 4 disciples with the other, hastily departing from Lin Fan's presence. Indeed, it was unrealistic to expect you to comprehend the Holy Ancestor's meaning. Fortunately, I followed closely, or you would have jeopardized everything. Having learned from previous experiences, Yin did not dare to be neglectful and quickly inquired, "Elder D, what does the Holy Ancestor truly mean? Isn't it obvious?" DC Pi replied, resembling a crooked-mouthed dragon king. "He has alerted us to add 4 individuals, and now he tells us not to let them join. This clearly indicates that these 4 are to be included but not in the escort team. They are to follow discreetly and play a crucial role at a pivotal moment. I fear that not only will we follow, but the venerable Holy Ancestor himself may also shadow us." Realization dawned upon Yin, and he promptly smiled in agreement. "Truly, Elder D, you are the only one capable of discerning the Holy Ancestor's true intentions. There is no time to lose. Let us immediately organize the trading group and, as per the original plan, contact the 3rd Prince of the Demon Realm." Chapter 14. The in Turmoil. The 3rd Prince of the Demon Realm, known as the Prince of the Jiaolong clan, boasts a lineage that claims dominion over the demon world, for true dragons have not graced the earth for millennia. This self-proclaimed title is, in essence, a grandiloquent embellishment of their status. However, the majority of the demon clans do not acknowledge this claim. Thus, after establishing contact with the demon realm, an eclectic trading caravan set forth. A steward of the 8th tier in the earthly realm, armed with ample spirit stones, accompanied by a servant of the 1st tier in the heavenly realm and a dozen subordinates, stealthily departed from the sect. Such transactions necessitate the use of teleportation arrays to reach their destination directly. Yet, the distances between these arrays are significant, and seamless integration between the human and demon realms is implausible. The journey is fraught with peril. Beads of sweat formed on the steward's brow, for, as advised by the elders, this expedition would be exceedingly perilous, necessitating utmost vigilance. Yet, there was no cause for alarm. The elders had dispatched 4 exceptional experts to provide covert protection, ensuring a semblance of safety. A special team of 1 earthly realm expert and 3 human realm warriors stealthily trailed behind. Brother, any of those servants could easily surpass you in skill. Can we truly be of any assistance? The youngest sister among the 4 expressed her doubts. The only earthly realm brother, however, interjected with unwavering confidence. Everything is orchestrated by the holy ancestor. Moreover, with 2 elders safeguarding us from the shadows, we are unlikely to encounter danger. We must place our trust in them. In the shadows, Dispai and Yun Yin cautiously probed their surroundings with their spiritual senses. Suddenly, Yun Yin realized, what on earth are we doing here, lurking like thieves? When we haven't even left our sect's territory, we must exercise caution. Elder Yun, this is merely an opportunity for you to acclimatize to the atmosphere. As an alchemist, it is uncommon for you to undertake such a task. Are they concerned about your lack of experience? Remaining within the confines of the sect allowed them the audacity to scan their surroundings with their spiritual senses. Once they ventured beyond this domain, their efforts would be easily detected by those of superior cultivation. Of course, this was of little consequence, as a significant disparity in cultivation would render one detectable even without the use of spiritual senses. Dispai, a formidable expert at the 7th level of the heavenly realm, felt no trepidation regarding this issue. However, Yun Yin, a mere novice at the 3rd level, felt as vulnerable as a flickering lamp in the night. This task, entrusted directly by the holy ancestor, undoubtedly bore a high level of danger, leaving Yun Yin somewhat apprehensive. Do not fret, since we are covertly safeguarding the trading group. The holy ancestor is certainly watching over us from the shadows as well. At this moment, Lin Fan resolved to indulge in a much-needed slumber to soothe his weary spirit. As for the trading group, surely such a straightforward matter did not necessitate the direct involvement of an elder like him. As night deepened, the trading group arrived at the first and midway through their journey after passing through the initial teleportation array, opting not to travel further under the cover of darkness. Given that their contacts in the demon realm also had no intention of traveling at night, even if they were eager to proceed, there would be no one to assist them. Cultivators, of course, do not require rest. However, the night presents greater perils, as many techniques of the demonic clan receive terrifying enhancements in darkness, while the human clan's corresponding abilities remain relatively feeble. Given the immense significance of this mission, the overseer dared not take any risks and prudently opted for a secure respite. Those who can operate in and amidst cultivators naturally possess the means to guard against danger, making this place considerably safer than the outside world. For disciples trailed behind, feigning to be mere wandering cultivators, and took a separate table, casually ordering some food and drink. The configuration of 1 earth realm and 3 human realms indeed resembled a small sect with a master-disciple relationship, making it difficult for others to harbor suspicions. The 2 elders endeavored to conceal their cultivation levels, ensuring that those beneath the celestial realm would perceive them as human realm wanderers. Thus, the 3 groups from the vast sacred land found themselves seated at 3 distinct tables, creating an atmosphere thick with awkwardness. As everyone wished to observe yet felt hesitant to do so, Yun Yin lowered his voice, questioning, "Are we not meant to protect from the shadows? Why have we brazenly entered in such a manner? The celestial experts will certainly discern our anomalies." Dispai smiled faintly, placing a finger to his lips in a gesture for silence. Being embroiled in such matters, our strengths are insufficient to undertake genuine protective duties. It would be more prudent to present ourselves openly, allowing the adversary to believe that only the 2 of us are present. This way, the hidden ancestor can operate with greater ease. The implication was clear. They were to act as bait. Yun Yin nodded, finding no fault in the plan. Reassured by the presence of the ancestor's concealed protection, believing that serving as bait would not pose a threat to their lives. I hope a fool will soon reveal himself. I too wish to discern the intentions behind the immense efforts of the holy ancestor. Who is it that he seeks to guard against? Is it the demonic clan? The inn, shrouded in an unexpected silence during the night, which would normally pass swiftly for cultivators, now seems interminably elongated in the eyes of the gathered crowd. Suddenly, with a clang, the inn's door is pushed open by an individual clad as a wandering hero, a wide-brimmed hat obscuring half of his face, rendering him somber and unapproachable. The tension among the Holy Land's people, already taut, instinctively draws their gazes towards the newcomer at the entrance. Could it be that this coincidental arrival is the very subject of the Holy Ancestor's caution? The stranger, feeling the collective scrutiny, is momentarily taken aback, pondering whether he has stumbled into a den of ill repute. Yet, Upon reflecting on his own strength, he clears his throat and steps into the inn. Despai's eyes narrow. He perceives that while the individual outwardly possesses the cultivation level of a human realm, there is an anomaly in his fluctuations of power. This man is concealing his true abilities and is certainly not of the earthly realm. Had he been of the earthly realm, Despai would have immediately recognized his true prowess. This individual possesses the strength of a 7th-tier celestial realm cultivator. All signs point to the conclusion that this enigmatic man is indeed a master of the celestial realm. His aura does not resemble that of the human race, merely taking on a human form, and his presence here is far too coincidental. This man harbors secrets. Upon taking a seat, he orders a pot of spiritual wine and then turns to meet Despai's gaze. Both being masters of the celestial realm, they are naturally capable of discerning the irregularities in each other's cultivation. He raises his right hand, forming a complex gesture. As Despai's pupils constricted, the gesture he made conveyed a potent message. I hail from a formidable power, and we are engaged in significant undertakings. If you do not wish to be our adversaries, I advise you to withdraw immediately. This subtle sign among great forces was intended to avert unnecessary conflict. However, having been dispatched here by the holy ancestor, Despai could hardly consider retreating. In fact, he surmised that this was precisely the reason the holy ancestor had sent them to intervene. The opposing party undoubtedly possessed critical intelligence. Chapter 15. What? You wish to infiltrate as well? Despai, bolstered by the belief that the holy ancestor was providing covert protection, regarded even those at the 9th layer of the celestial realm as mere trifles. If he felt no fear, there was no justification for retreat. He feigned ignorance, presenting himself as an independent cultivator, indifferent to their intentions. The other party lowered their brows, their expressions darkening further, yet they uttered not a word, merely turning away. The atmosphere within the inn thickened, reminiscent of the eerie calm before a tempest. Another creaking sound of the door shattered this heavy stillness as a dozen individuals entered, unabashedly displaying the dragon horns upon their heads. The leader, exuding the aura of a 6th-layer celestial, showed no inclination to conceal his prowess. Do not concern yourselves. We are merely here to lodge for the night and shall not interfere with you. How could one possibly remain unconcerned when a 6th-layer celestial strode in so brazenly? This group bore dragon horns. Were they of the dragon clan? No, the dragon clan had perished eons ago. They could only be of the Jiao dragon lineage. The possibility that other races might deliberately masquerade as the dragon clan to frame and deceive cannot be dismissed. However, the addition of yet another master of the heavenly realm undoubtedly complicates the situation even further. Moreover, this is merely the visible strength. One can only wonder who lurks in the shadows. Yun Yin struggled to swallow, having anticipated the terrifying nature of the task personally assigned by the saint ancestor. Yet he never expected it to reach such an alarming level. 3 distinct factions are involved. Our sacred ground possesses 3, with each of the other 2 forces represented by a master, amounting to at least 5 heavenly realm experts openly present. Could it be that the saint ancestor's intent in arranging this transaction was not the trade itself, but rather the inn we are passing through? The concealed heavenly realm masters had not surprised the junior disciples, but the presence of these openly powerful beings truly startled them. The junior sister trembled, exclaiming, "It feels as though the 3 of us are utterly out of place in this inn. Goodness, what on earth could the saint ancestor have summoned them for?" Meanwhile, their beloved saint ancestor was peacefully slumbering in his cave abode. Outside, a gentle rain began to fall, and a scholar, braving the downpour, pushed open the inn's door. How unfortunate to encounter such weather while journeying to the capital for the examination. He had originally planned to travel through the night, but now that was no longer feasible. This was the only inn nearby. Although he had never been here before, he had no choice but to make do. As the scholar lifted his gaze, he noticed that everyone inside the inn was staring at him intently, which made him feel somewhat uneasy. Is there something on my face?" he queried, but no one responded, and the atmosphere was eerily silent. The scholar exhibited no fluctuations in his aura, evidently a mere mortal. If he were not, he would have to be a master of the sacred realm, a notion that was patently absurd. "Innkeeper, prepare a room for me." As he surveyed the hall, filled with peculiar gazes and adorned with bizarre ornaments, a chill coursed through him, prompting his hasty retreat to a room, his demeanor rather disheartened. Simultaneously, for disciples suddenly sensed a subtle resonance within their inner flames, seemingly linked to the scholar. Startled, they pondered whether this was the true reason the ancestor had summoned them. However, they refrained from revealing their unease until the hall was vacated, at which point they approached Despai to share their discovery. Indeed, something was amiss. Yet how had the ancestor discerned this in advance, given he had never left the sect? While perplexing, the fact that he was the ancestor rendered everything seemingly logical. I shall investigate any anomalies regarding that scholar. As night deepened and the inn extinguished its lights, Despai, accompanied by a disciple, retrieved a concealing artifact from the treasure chamber, shrouding their presence as they infiltrated the scholar's room. With this artifact, no one below the ninth heaven could detect his movements solely through spiritual awareness. His actions were not motivated by a desire to guard against the scholar, but rather to protect himself from those shifty individuals. Although the ancestor would offer clandestine protection, he understood the necessity of being prepared himself. He could not rely entirely on the ancestor's intervention. With a flourish, Dispai scattered the sleep-inducing powder, ensuring that the scholar would not awaken prematurely. As he approached, the disciple felt the connection between the flame within him and the scholar. Quickly noticing the crimson paper figure hanging from the scholar's person. "Elder, it is this object." Dispai's eyes narrowed as he employed a teleportation spell to remove the paper figure from the scholar. Upon handling it, he noted no peculiar changes. It appeared to be an ordinary paper figure. However, when he attempted to destroy it, he found it utterly indestructible. Indeed, it was a treasure of the world. Dispai tucked the figure into his pocket, convinced that this was the item the holy ancestor had sent them to retrieve. He was yet uncertain of its purpose and would need to inquire with the venerable one. Just as he prepared to depart, Dispai noticed the scholar's empty waist. He then took out a piece of paper from his pocket, magically dyed it red, and clumsily cut a paper figure to hang it back in place. "Elder, your craftsmanship appears rather abstract. Do you truly believe it won't be discovered? Do you dare question me, Elder?" He scoffed. "I have inscribed an illusion upon it. This mortal shall never perceive the difference. Now, let us leave." In an instant, the scholar's room was once again filled with the sounds of snoring. Moments later, a new figure entered the chamber, the solitary man dressed as a knight-errant. He adeptly sprinkled the sleep-inducing powder, causing the scholar's expression to shift into an odd semblance. Resembling a lifeless pig, his tongue lolling out. Do these mortals truly sleep so soundly at night? Had I known, I would not have wasted my precious powder. He retrieved the paper figure that hung from the scholar's waist, yanking it down with a flicker of amusement gracing his face. According to the sect leader, this was a treasure of the world. Yet, through my discerning gaze, its mysteries eluded me. I must keep it safe and study it further upon my return. However, why does this treasure appear somewhat unsightly? Perhaps such natural wonders simply possess this peculiar form. With a solemn expression, he carefully placed the cutout figure into his treasure box, then rummaged through his pocket to produce another paper figure. This one was also a plain red figure, yet even more abstract and unattractive than the previous cutout. The scholar slept like a lifeless swine, utterly unperturbed. Indeed, even if someone were to kick him now, there would be no sign of awakening. In the stillness of the room, a fine powder of sleep drifted in through the cracks, and a shadow slipped forth once more. Chapter 16. What on earth is this paper figure? Lin Fan felt a bit bewildered, for his delightful dream was abruptly interrupted by a secret message discreetly delivered by Dispai. Why send me a letter in the dead of night? Could such a simple task truly encounter issues? Wait a moment, why is the letter from Dispai? Could it be that he has also arrived? How could a venerable elder of the seventh heaven descend to procure spiritual herbs? What leisure must he possess? After much effort, Lin Fan overcame the confines of his bedding and rose to open the clandestine message from Dispai, whereupon he beheld the 4 words, "I understand." Originally, Dispai intended to document all his experiences in a letter. However, upon reflection, he realized that since everything was anticipated by the holy ancestor, such an endeavor was unnecessary. After attempting to contact the holy ancestor without success, he recognized that the holy ancestor did not wish to reveal himself directly. Consequently, he sent the confidential letter back to the sect, hoping that the holy ancestor nearby could intercept it discreetly. Of course, no one intercepted it, and the letter was swiftly returned to the sect, landing in Lin Fan's hands. What? Has he understood something? Lin Fan was equally bewildered. What on earth transpired? Why must he guess the meaning behind those 4 characters? Frustrated, he cursed under his breath and reminded himself of his current identity as the ancestor, urging himself to maintain a degree of decorum. Surrounded by enigmatic elders, he felt a profound concern for the future of humanity. He scrutinized the letter from every angle. But aside from those 4 characters, it contained nothing else. It was only at last that he discovered a paper figure concealed within the layers of the envelope. What on earth is this? Lin Fan pondered that if this cryptic exchange continued, communication with the elders would become exceedingly problematic. Thus, he decided to abandon the pretense and wrote a straightforward inquiry. Where did this paper figure come from? After posing this question, he returned the paper figure along with the inquiry back into the envelope for the recipient to send it back along the original route. Subsequently, Lin Fan resolved to devote the remainder of his time to more meaningful pursuits, sleep. The following morning, Dispai stood at the inn's entrance, refreshed and with an unmistakable smile gracing his face. Turning to glance, he discovered the man dressed as a hero standing beside him. a subtle smile gracing his face. Their eyes met, and they both averted their gazes, the atmosphere becoming somewhat awkward. "Ah, what splendid weather we have today." "Indeed, yes, the weather is truly delightful." Upon pushing open the door of the inn, they were greeted by torrential rain, lightning, and howling winds. In perfect harmony, they returned to their seats. The sound of footsteps descending announced the arrival of a group of men adorned with dragon horns. The three factions exchanged wary glances, and one of the horned men cleared his throat, a hint of embarrassment evident on his face, his eyes darting away. It seemed that neither side had yet realized that the paper figure had been switched. They awaited news from the holy ancestor before proceeding with their next move. Disbay pondered this, yet a sense of confusion lingered. Logically, if the holy ancestor was indeed nearby, you should have received word yesterday. Why had there been no response from the holy ancestor up to this point? Sighing, he concluded that their sole task was to seize the paper figure. The holy ancestor had much more to contemplate, thus patience was imperative, absolutely essential. Cautiously, he resolved to act only upon receiving definitive instructions for the next step. Until then, remaining at the inn without taking rash actions was paramount. As for the transaction, surely, that matter could not eclipse the importance of the current situation. Any excuse could suffice later. The scene grew increasingly peculiar as the three factions sat at their respective tables, none ordering breakfast, merely staring at the tabletop in silence. The four disciples sensed the absence of the resonant power and momentarily felt relieved, yet the heavy atmosphere left them somewhat at a loss. What, after all, was the true intention of the holy ancestor? Indeed, we are utterly incapable of discerning the thoughts of that venerable gentleman. Shortly thereafter, the slumbering scholar, akin to a lifeless pig, was dragged out by the innkeeper and unceremoniously tossed into the main hall. It was evident that he had only paid for a single night's lodging and had now exceeded his stay. Yet, inexplicably, he remained in deep slumber, showing no signs of awakening. Simultaneously, the gazes of Disbay and the swordsman narrowed in unison. The crumpled paper figure dangling from the scholar's waist was grotesquely misshapen, even more so than the one I had previously crafted. This thought simultaneously flickered in the minds of both Disbay and the swordsman. The dragon-horned man, feeling somewhat sheepish, averted his gaze. "Brothers, our paths have crossed in this vast world. I shall take my leave now." It seemed the dragon-horned man, in a bid to mask his embarrassment, hastily departed with his entourage, paying no heed to the tempest outside. After all, with a master of the heavenly realm as a protector, who would fear a mere downpour? A wave of the hand could easily shield them. I too shall take my leave. The swordsman wasted no time and followed suit, though his direction diverged from that of the previous group, heading toward another destination. In the blink of an eye, the inn's main hall was left with only the inhabitants of the sacred land, each person exchanging glances, neither daring to speak first. Amidst the sound of the scholar's snores, a sealed missive, accompanied by the paper figure, was delivered into Disbay's hands. Disbay, unwilling to delay, promptly opened the envelope, revealing the iconic, crooked handwriting of the saint ancestor. Where did this paper figure come from? Disbay and Yun leaned in closely, Yun feeling somewhat dazed. Indeed, from where could this paper figure originate? Where else could it possibly come from? Wasn't the saint ancestor right beside them? How could they be so ignorant of such a trivial matter? No, wait. This is a rhetorical question. The essence lies not merely in the paper figure itself, but in contemplating its true origin. Disbay's gaze swiftly shifted to the scholar on the ground. While everyone's attention was fixated on the paper figure, they overlooked its master, the unremarkable, easily ignored scholar, who appeared just like an ordinary person. How could someone so seemingly mundane possess such a precious artifact? Truly, the saint ancestor has spoken the truth. Yet, no matter how one looks at it, this individual resembles a mere mortal, devoid of any discernible cultivation. Could he truly be a significant figure? Why concern oneself with such matters? Disbay clapped his hands, approached, and hoisted the scholar onto his shoulder, determined to bring him back to the sect for further examination. Surely, what eludes our understanding cannot be beyond the insight of the saint ancestor. Above all, this individual must not fall into the hands of other factions. Just as Yun was about to nod in agreement, the inn's door was suddenly kicked open with a loud bang. Chapter 17. It turns out we are allies. Disbay's gaze turned toward the entrance, where an irate swordsman stood, clutching a crumpled paper figure in his palm. "Human race, you must provide me with an explanation." His imposing aura suddenly radiated outward, revealing that he was at the 7th level of the celestial realm, on par with Disbay. Such strength would place him among the highest echelons of any faction. A figure of great significance. His presence here underscored the immense importance of this paper figure. "I am the Ink Knight of the Tianji sect." With that, the Ink Knight hurled the torn paper figure into the air. "This paper figure belongs to our Tianji sect. Return it to us swiftly." The Tianji sect stands as a formidable force on the continent, led by their chieftain Tianji, a first-level saint from the innate spirit race. The Tianji sect is an eclectic assembly, welcoming members from any race. Though not numerous, their strength is formidable due to the presence of a saint. Provoking the Tianji sect amidst the ongoing conflict between the human and demon races is decidedly unwise. The Ink Knight, nearly overwhelmed with fury, had finally secured the treasured artifact long coveted by the chieftain, only to discover upon reuniting with the leader that it was a counterfeit. Perhaps there has been some misunderstanding between us. Suddenly, a voice echoed, and the torrential lightning and rain outside vanished, revealing a clear blue sky. A man clad in white robes materialized in the center of the inn. It was Tianji, the chieftain of the Tianji sect, a master of the first level of the saint realm. Despai's complexion paled momentarily, but then he recalled that his own revered ancestor was also a saint, and even more powerful than this individual, allowing him to regain his composure. Tianji smiled and spoke, "Just now, I employed the art of star divination and discerned that this paper figure originated from your human race. I believe this is merely a misunderstanding. As long as you surrender the paper figurine, our heavenly mechanism sect shall remain allies with your vast sacred land." His words were casual, yet they carried an undercurrent of threat. Should your vast sacred land refuse to hand over the paper figurine, the heavenly mechanism sect will become your adversary. Yin whispered, "To offend a major power over a mere artifact is not worthwhile. Perhaps we should." "You fool, silence yourself." Despai shot him a glare. "Have you not noticed that the holy ancestor has not shown any signs of emerging thus far?" Indeed, the holy ancestor was nearby. Yet the opposing experts from the sacred realm had already revealed themselves, and he showed no inclination to step forward. This clearly indicated that, in the eyes of the Venerable One, the unfolding events did not warrant his direct intervention. Despai lowered his gaze. The holy ancestor must have known that the heavenly mechanism sect was also eyeing this paper figurine. However, sending us to seize it implies that this paper figurine holds greater significance than to the heavenly mechanism sect. Whatever the case may be, even if it means offending the heavenly mechanism sect, today, Despai must retrieve what the holy ancestor desires. Observing the lack of response from the human faction before him, the expression on Tianji's face gradually darkened, while the ink swordsman stood ready to act at any moment. "Master," one of them urged, "since these fellows are so oblivious, let us seize it directly. Surely, they cannot withstand your might. The vast sacred land is currently embroiled in fierce conflict with the demonic clan and would not dare to initiate a battle against us lightly." "No," Tianji waved him off, his eyes reflecting an unfathomable depth. These human beings possessed an overinflated sense of confidence to a strangely excessive degree. In other words, they are convinced that they cannot inflict any substantial harm upon them. Could it be that the ancestor of the human race is concealed nearby? Tianji was taken aback by this speculation, hastily employing his expertise in astrology to divine the movements of the human race's ancestor. He held absolute confidence in his abilities. While he might be among the weaker ranks in a direct confrontation within the same realm, in the art of divination, none beneath the third level of the sacred realm could escape his discerning gaze. How could this be? There was absolutely no result. Tianji was utterly astonished, instinctively stepping back with his right leg, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. His findings indicated that there was no trace of the human race's ancestor here. Yet this revelation did not bring him solace. Rather, it instilled a sense of dread. It was as if from the unseen shadows, a ferocious beast could spring forth at any moment to devour him. Despai observed his subtle movements and couldn't help but smirk, realizing that indeed, the ancestor had imparted a sense of intimidation upon this fellow. Just a mere leader of the Tianji sect at the first level of the sacred realm. To others, he might seem significant, but in the eyes of the ancestor, he was no different from a mere minion. The more Tianji pondered, the more he felt a chill of apprehension. Given the other party's emphasis on the paper figurines, they could not possibly refrain from dispatching an expert from the sacred realm. And if their sacred realm expert were to arrive, how would he be able to ascertain their presence? If the human race's ancestor had indeed attained the third level of the sacred realm, then encountering him would pose a risk of annihilation. What should he do? What should he do? The once renowned Tianji, known for his astute calculations, found himself hesitating at this moment. His mind was on high alert, and his entire being assumed a defensive posture. "Damn Tianji, give me your life." A tremendous force suddenly erupted behind, unmistakably a lethal assault of the sacred realm. Tianji immediately unleashed all his might, the starlight around him exploding forth as he violently retaliated. The power of two sacred realms erupted. Even though the target was not Despai, he could feel a profound sense of dread. The three formidable experts of the vast holy land promptly shielded their disciples with all their strength, barely preserving their lives. Could it be that the sacred ancestor had struck? Despai looked up, sensing that the power contained a massive water element. which did not resemble the handiwork of the sacred ancestor. Tianji, indeed, it was you who took the paper effigy first. The newcomer appeared elderly and frail, draped in a long robe of blue and gold, with golden dragon horns unmistakably visible upon his head. He was the Dragon Emperor of the Jiaolong clan, a master of the first level of the sacred realm. After his subordinates presented him with the paper effigy, he discovered upon inspection that it was merely a counterfeit. Utilizing a special tracking method, he quickly discerned that the replaced effigy originated from the Tianji sect, and thus he returned with the intent to seize it. Moreover, he merely intended to test the waters, yet Tianji retaliated with full force, catching him off guard and inflicting considerable injury. Dispai felt a surge of alarm. A mere paper effigy had incited a fierce confrontation between two sacred realm experts. It was evident that a treasure worthy of the sacred ancestor's attention must possess significant worth. However, the paper effigy was clearly in their possession. Why then did the Dragon Emperor choose to confront Tianji? Dispai found himself unable to fathom the underlying reasons at that moment, yet it was evident that the sacred ancestor had played a pivotal role in this affair. Upon careful reflection, the target of this elixir transaction is none other than the dragonfolk. Could this be an arrangement meticulously orchestrated by the Holy Ancestor in advance? Indeed, the Holy Ancestor has merely tasked us with executing this transaction. The true essence of the deal is not the elixir, but rather the paper figures. We, the human race, have conducted a transaction concerning the paper figures with the dragonfolk, a secret known only to two formidable experts of the sacred realm. We are allies. Chapter 18. Everything is the Holy Ancestor's design. Having grasped this truth, Dis quickly cast a knowing glance towards his ally, the Dragon Emperor. A question mark slowly appeared above the Dragon Emperor's head. Did this human have an issue with his eyesight, to regard him in such a manner? Meanwhile, the body of Tianji suddenly trembled. No wonder the Dragon Emperor would directly strike to kill me. They have already forged an alliance with the vast sacred land. Indeed, the secret of the paper figures could never reach the ears of the human race. It must have been the dragonfolk who divulged this information in search of a formidable ally. During the time when the 9 sacred lands coexisted, the human race was undeniably a powerhouse among powerhouses. Back then, Tianji sect would not have dared to provoke the human race. Even now, with only 1 sacred land remaining, as long as that terrifying human holy ancestor exists, humanity must never be underestimated. Ultimately, we owe our gratitude to the war of humans and demons. Otherwise, how would our forces have had the opportunity to rise? 8 out of the 9 holy ancestors of the human race have fallen, and the leaders of the demon race are nearly in the same predicament. Tianji briefly lamented this reality before soaring into the sky, as the surrounding inn was reduced to mere dust by the remnants of the preceding chaos. If the Dragon Clan were to ally with the human race, then today he would have no chance of victory. Thus, his decision was quite straightforward: to flee. Although the paper figurine was of significance, it paled in comparison to his life. Tianji, still harboring thoughts of escape. However, the Dragon Emperor did not accept this anticipated victory as Tianji had predicted. Instead, he charged forward with even greater ferocity, compelling Tianji to respond. Dragon Emperor, have you lost your mind? To him, the paper figurine was now in the hands of the humans. Shouldn't the Dragon Emperor be inclined to share the spoils of war? Why was he fixating on him? The Dragon Emperor bellowed, hand over the items today, or perish right here. Do you truly believe our Dragon Clan fears your Tianji sect? Hand over what? The first thing that sprang to Tianji's mind were the few sacred artifacts on his person. In that instant, he perceived the individual before him as exceedingly base and insatiably greedy. The paper figurine has already been relinquished to you, and yet you still wish to seize the remaining artifacts from him, as if he were nothing more than clay to be molded. Boom. Observing the 2 formidable sacred practitioners battling in midair, Dispai could not help but stroke his non-existent beard. Who would have thought the Dragon Emperor would fight so valiantly? What a reliable ally! With the 2 sacred beings truly clashing, it would be impossible to determine a victor in the short term. Considering his alliance with the Dragon Clan, Dispai hesitated to abscond with the paper figurine. Thus, he resolved to employ the old method, penning a letter to consult the sage ancestor, seeking his esteemed counsel. Due to the unwavering belief that the ancestor possesses omniscience, he refrained from elaborating extensively, merely providing a succinct description of the current circumstances. To this day, the Holy Ancestor has yet to make an appearance, truly embodying the essence of a formidable behind-the-scenes force, exhibiting remarkable composure. It is my fervent hope that he will swiftly intercept the letter I dispatched. Thus, yet another missive found its way into Lin Fan's hands. What? Lin Fan was utterly bewildered. He had merely instructed these individuals to procure a medicinal herb, and inexplicably, they returned with a letter and a paper effigy, resulting in such a significant upheaval. Merely seeking a medicinal herb, and yet, They managed to provoke both the Dragon Clan and the Heavenly Mechanism sect, two colossal factions. How astoundingly troublesome these fools are. This is a dire predicament. One demonic faction is already overwhelming, and should two major powers with Sacred Realm Guardians join the fray, what hope remains? Furthermore, it is said that the members of the Dragon Clan are all volatile individuals, potentially leading to an immediate assault. They certainly do not harbor the same reservations as the demonic faction regarding me. Lin Fan felt utterly overwhelmed. In the brief span of his slumber, humanity's prospects had seemingly evaporated. From the current situation, it is evident that the paper effigy is indeed a valuable asset. Yet I remain utterly clueless on how to utilize it. Retrieving it is no different from acquiring a piece of scrap paper. The Dragon Clan and the Heavenly Mechanism sect possess intelligence corresponding to the paper effigy, rendering it a treasure in their possession, whereas Lin Fan lacks any such information. This paper effigy cannot be retained. Its return serves no purpose and will only invite calamity. Lin Fan did not hesitate, immediately composing a letter to Despy, urging him to find an opportunity to dispose of the paper effigy, thereby extricating the human race from this affair. Alas, this ancestral figure is truly not one to be trifled with. Amidst the relentless clash of two formidable sages, Despy received an urgent reply from Lin Fan. Yun quickly approached, eager to glean further instructions from the sagacious patriarch, but was taken aback in astonishment. We exerted tremendous effort to seize the paper effigy. The patriarch actually wishes us to relinquish it. Well, perhaps we did not expend as much effort as it seemed? Despy shook his head vigorously, sensing that the patriarch's words were laden with deeper meaning, requiring profound interpretation. Yes, Elder Yun, do you recall the letter the patriarch sent previously? Reflect on the origins of this paper effigy. Thus, the paper effigy is not the crux of the matter, it merely serves as a superficial guise. What the patriarch truly desires is that scholar. Indeed, the aftermath of the earlier sage battle was so terrifying that the unprotected mortal scholar emerged unscathed. As for the paper effigy, just observe how this situation has escalated. The two sage-level masters are wreaking havoc. And this is the true utility of the paper effigy. It is utterly terrifying. Yun felt a tremor coursing through his body, realizing that such an ostensibly insignificant object could incite a fierce confrontation between two powerful factions. It is laughable. We are utterly incapable of discerning the true intentions of the holy ancestor, much like those two individuals who remain blissfully ignorant. Genuinely believing that this paper figurine holds any significance, even two formidable masters of the sacred realm are manipulated effortlessly at the hands of the holy ancestor, let alone us. Having grasped the holy ancestor's design, Despy immediately produced the paper figurine, nonchalantly discarding it onto the ground, and then hoisted the lifeless scholar onto his shoulder. Leading the group hastily toward the sect, Heavenly Mechanism, surrender the paper figurine, and I shall spare your life. What do you seek the paper figurine for? It resides with the human race. The two masters, locked in a life and death struggle, suddenly sensed an unsettling discord and ceased their combat, awkwardly hovering in midair. Are you implying that the paper figurine is not in your possession? Are you suggesting that you have not allied with the human race? What then? Are they truly fighting over? In an instant, the two flashed to the ruins of the inn, only to find no trace of anyone. The only remnant was the crimson paper figurine, lying silently on the ground. Chapter 19. The Holy Ancestor of the Human Race, truly a cunning individual. The paper figurine lay there quietly, causing the faces of the two Sacred Realm Masters to twitch incessantly. With their immense strength, they could undoubtedly discern that the paper figurine before them was authentic, which meant that the human race had left this most precious item behind. Heavenly Mechanism scoffed. True to the duplicitous nature of the human race, it is feared that their true objective is not the crimson paper figurine itself, but rather to incite a rivalry between our two factions, leaving them to reap the benefits. The Dragon Emperor remained silent, yet his expression betrayed an unmistakable darkness. A pressing question arose. The paper figure was not in the possession of the human race, thus they had no reason to seek trouble with them. Conversely, the two of them found themselves here, and with only one paper figure at stake, could it be that after a brief ceasefire, they were on the brink of war once more? Tianji promptly extended his hand. Dragon Emperor, given the circumstances, why not let this paper figure belong to our Tianji sect? In return, I shall send you 5 million spirit stones, considering it a shared bounty. In his view, since the human race's ancestral figure desired their two great factions to vie against each other, he would turn conflict into collaboration, thereby thwarting the other's schemes. The Dragon Emperor narrowed his eyes. Very well, the paper figure shall belong to me, and I shall offer you 6 million spirit stones. At that moment, Tianji's gaze dimmed considerably. Truly, the ancestral figure of the human race possessed an astute understanding of human nature. The paper figure lay before them, and neither party wished to relinquish this treasure of heaven and earth. As long as greed lingered, reconciliation was unattainable. What a cunning ancestral figure of the human race, indeed. Tianji gritted his teeth, fully aware that he had fallen into the other's trap, yet no matter the cost, he was unwilling to surrender the paper figure. Dragon Emperor. This paper figure must belong to our Tianji sect. Words were futile, it was time to fight. In the vast sacred land, within the ancestral cave, Lin Fan observed the hastily returning trading party and hurried forward to inquire of Disbay. Did you lose that paper figure? Disbay, still marveling at the ancestral figure's foresight, had returned to the sect ahead of them, and upon hearing the question, instinctively responded with a sound of acknowledgement. The two individuals were still locked in a fierce battle over the paper figure. Lin Fan nodded, relieved to have dispatched this troublesome matter. Regardless of which faction ultimately seized the paper figure, it would bear no consequence for their human race. Enough. It's resolved. You may leave now. The two elders exchanged bewildered glances. Having successfully retrieved the scholar, should they not be privy to the Grand Ancestor's impassioned discourse regarding the forthcoming plans? They were eager to discern the Grand Ancestor's intentions for the future, yet why were they being dismissed so abruptly? Grand Ancestor, is there no subsequent arrangement? Subsequent arrangement? Lin Fan paused, pondering what further arrangements could be made. Indeed. Due to the ramifications of this incident, it appeared that the trading group had not conducted its transactions as expected. In other words, the premium spiritual herbs had not been procured. The next course of action was simply to resume your previous endeavors. Continue to procure the premium spiritual herbs, and this matter will be concluded. Resume our previous endeavors? Dispai contemplated this statement carefully before ushering Yun Yin away from the cave abode. It seemed that the Grand Ancestor's strategy had yet to reach its final stage. Perhaps there were elements yet to be uncovered. Just as the two departed their cave, soaring above the sect, a disciple from the earth realm hurriedly approached, clasping his hands in greeting. Dispai immediately recognized him as one of the four alchemists from earlier. Noticing the disciple's anxious demeanor, he quickly sensed that something significant had transpired. What has happened? We have sensed that resonant power once again. The alchemist hastily clarified that the resonance did not emanate from the paper figure, but rather from the scholar. Surprisingly, a power that had not previously manifested within the scholar began to gradually resonate. Dispai immediately slapped his thigh. Could this be the true intention of the Holy Ancestor? No wonder the Holy Ancestor insisted that these four accompany him. It must be the fragmentary flames within them that have awakened the scholar's latent power. The true strength was on the verge of revival, and the power of that paper figure might slowly wane in response. As the Dragon Emperor and Tianji battled to the end, they discovered that the foe was merely an inconsequential paper figure. Dispai could already envision the expressions on their faces. The ability to resonate with the fragmentary flames indicated that this individual was undoubtedly intertwined with the ninefold Phoenix true flame. In light of this, the Holy Ancestor's earlier decision to dismantle the alchemical furnace appeared exceedingly rational. He had anticipated this situation long before any of us. Dispai dared not delay and promptly made his way toward the scholar's location. The inn? No, it could only be referred to as a ruin now. Everything around had been reduced to rubble, a result of the two's restrained actions, not out of compassion, but from the fear of attracting the attention of other experts from the Holy Realm. Tianji, disheveled and spitting blood, swayed unsteadily, clearly struggling to maintain his footing. The Dragon Emperor bore a massive wound on his chest, blue-red blood oozing forth, and even his dragon horns exhibited signs of fracturing. The paper figure. It must belong to me. Both individuals understood that this endeavor was doomed to result in a loss. Yet, should they acquire the paper figure, there remained a glimmer of hope for a turnaround. Without it, they would suffer grievous injuries, with no compensation in sight. Just as they contemplated making a final desperate effort, they suddenly noticed the essence of the paper figure on the ground gradually dissipating, the fierce fire spirit contained within seemingly shifting towards another direction. That direction was the vast sacred land. Tianji spat out a mouthful of blood, descending into confusion, cradling the paper figure tenderly in his hands, while the Dragon Emperor's face twitched, remarkably refraining from halting his actions. Stop, oh stop. No matter how hard he exerted himself, he could not prevent the internal force from flowing away. At that moment, he finally realized the most crucial truth. The true flame paper figure. We have all been deceived, duped by that scoundrel of a human race saint ancestor. The true flame paper figure is a treasure of the heavens and earth. How could it possibly manifest merely as a paper figure? It had long since taken form. That scholar was its true embodiment. How ridiculous that the two of them engaged in a life and death struggle over a mere avatar, nearly perishing in the process. Meanwhile, the true mastermind had already reclined comfortably at home, having secured the most significant treasure. The human race saint ancestor. Truly the most insidious scoundrel in existence. He was undoubtedly just here, fearing that the two of us might come to blows. And it was likely that he employed some secret technique to plant psychological suggestions or used certain illusions. This individual not only possessed profound strength but also wielded cunning schemes with remarkable finesse. Chapter 20. Everything was foreseen. No. This matter cannot simply be brushed aside. The Dragon Emperor, known for his fiery temperament, now lies grievously wounded without having gained any substantial advantage. Would this not lead to his utter humiliation and ridicule from the world? For some, reputation holds greater significance than life itself. He cannot possibly swallow this indignation. Heavenly mechanism. Let us each rally our forces and exert pressure on the vast sacred land. I refuse to believe that a single human ancestral figure can withstand the wrath of two formidable factions. Agreed. Heavenly mechanism readily acquiesced, even if it meant he had to extract some benefit from the Crimson Flame Paper Man. At this juncture, both had relinquished any hope of reclaiming the Paper Man from the humans, instead yearning for a united front that would compel the human race to suffer considerable losses. With the demonic forces lurking menacingly, the vast sacred land would undoubtedly shy away from direct confrontation with their two great powers, which emboldened their resolve. Ultimately, if the sacred land were to compensate them with several million spirit stones each, it would serve as a form of healing allowance, allowing them to reclaim a modicum of dignity. Let us proceed. Each returned to their respective factions, gathering a multitude of subordinates from the celestial and earth realms, and set forth in grand procession towards the vast sacred land, prepared to demand an explanation. Indeed, it was a splendid day, with the sun shining brightly and no signs of an impending demonic assault. Splendid. Another day of survival. Lin Fan, with a hint of mirth, soared above the sect, intending to conduct his routine inspection, only to discern a multitude of dark figures swiftly approaching in the distance. The ancestral figures of the human race. Today, you must provide an explanation to both parties. The voice of the Dragon Emperor resonated throughout the vast sacred land, prompting numerous disciples to look up in unison, while even the forces of the demon clan swiftly dispatched individuals to closely monitor the developments. It was the Dragon Emperor. What could be his purpose for coming here? Demanding an explanation from us? Surely, it must pertain to some monumental event orchestrated by the Holy Master, so there is no need for concern. A mere Dragon Emperor. Does he truly believe he can stir up any turmoil within our sacred land? We have the Holy Master overseeing us. The disciples and elders of the sect remained utterly composed, harboring unwavering confidence in Lin Fan. What nonsense is this? An explanation for today's events? Lin Fan felt a twinge of unease, somewhat bewildered. Hadn't the paper figures been handed over to these two fools? What more did they expect from him? These two individuals must be here to extort. They had voluntarily relinquished the paper figures. To retreat further would only raise suspicions. Therefore, Lin Fan resolved to adopt a firm stance in response to these extortionists. This is the rational mindset of a holy ancestor. Regarding today's matter, our human race has committed no wrongdoing. Lin Fan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, suspended in the air, his robe billowing gently in the breeze. I believe there is no necessity for me to provide any compensation. The finest paper figures have already been given to you. To seek further compensation from this old ancestor is utterly preposterous. The expression on the Dragon Emperor's face twisted slightly. The finest paper figures have been handed over to your human race, yet you are unwilling to part with even a morsel of benefit. How miserly must this holy ancestor of the human race be? Were they truly seeking compensation? No, what they desired was face. Regardless, it would be nice to receive a few million spirit stones. Dispay arrived at the scene shortly after, and upon witnessing his esteemed ancestor's resolute demeanor, he realized that the elder was utterly unperturbed by the two individuals before him. Indeed, he was correct. Dispay ascended into the clouds, materializing beside Lin Fan. Throughout history, extraordinary treasures have belonged to the capable. The failure to obtain them merely indicates one's incompetence. A question mark materialized above Lin Fan's head as he stared at Dispay in bewilderment. Wasn't it their human race that had failed to secure the paper doll? Was this fellow betraying his own kind? No. A sudden ominous feeling washed over Lin Fan. Dispay wore an extravagant and confident expression, dismissing the two esteemed beings before him. Despite merely being at the heavenly realm, our esteemed ancestor possesses remarkable foresight. He has long predicted that the true treasure lies with that scholar. Should you choose to seize the paper doll, do not blame us. He continued. The acquisition of the treasure by our human race is both the will of heaven and the scheme of our ancestor. What connection do you two have to this matter? How dare they shamelessly come to extort us? Dispay grew increasingly animated in his speech, while the expressions of the two esteemed beings became more twisted. And Lin Fan's confusion deepened. What treasure belonged to the scholar? What divine will? What grand scheme was he orchestrating? Why was he oblivious to it all? At that moment, the disciples below erupted in a crescendo of cheers. Ah, so they came seeking to beg after failing to seize the treasures from us. Truly, our esteemed ancestor makes retrieving treasures from these two a task as simple as eating and drinking. It was at this moment that Lin Fan finally comprehended the magnitude of what his kin had inadvertently accomplished. Could it be that the heavenly treasure, capable of inciting a fierce battle between two formidable masters of the sacred realm, has been intercepted by them? Lin Fan initially believed that the other party was merely attempting to extort him, thinking that a display of resolute demeanor would send them back to their respective abodes. Yet, it has become evident that their intentions extend far beyond mere extortion. They seem intent on annihilation. This is no trivial friction. It is a profound enmity. The ancestor of the human race. The Dragon Emperor unleashed an overwhelming aura, revealing the full extent of his first-level sacred realm cultivation. However, due to severe injuries, he appeared somewhat diminished. Nevertheless, even a wounded sacred realm expert remains incomparable to a 9th-level heaven realm practitioner. I no longer desire spirit stones. I seek your demise. The Dragon Clan is inherently a tempestuous race. The public humiliation endured by the Dragon Emperor ignited his fury, shattering the bounds of reason and unleashing the pent-up wrath within him. Tianji also raised his right hand, summoning a cascade of starlight. Though he retained his composure, he resolved to take action. If he were to swallow his pride today, this incident would undoubtedly become a lingering demon in his heart, hindering his cultivation progress, and perhaps even leading to regression. It is imperative to confront the ancestor of the human race, otherwise my inner demons will become insurmountable. We have brought forth a battalion of experts, and with the demon clan lurking nearby, poised to seize the opportunity to join the fray in our favor. Even the ancestor of the human race would be unable to contend against such a formidable force. With the tripartite alliance assembled, even if we ultimately fail to vanquish the ancestor, Tianji possesses unwavering confidence in his ability to escape unscathed. Given the compelling reasons to act and a guaranteed route of retreat, there is nothing left to fear. Do we truly fear you? The profound cultivation of the 7th realm of the heavenly realm was unmistakably evident in Dispai. One might mistakenly believe him to be of the 7th realm of the sacred realm. Goodness! Lin Fan could only curse inwardly. Although the opponent appeared to strike with unwavering determination, the moment the battle commenced, the facade swiftly crumbled. Tomorrow's newspaper headlines surely wouldn't read, "Shock. The ancestor of humanity was effortlessly slain by the Dragon Emperor in a single blow." Ah, how wretched this turn of events is. Chapter 21. Frantic spirit flame Lin Fan yearned to devise a strategy to contend with the situation, yet he realized that, given his current strength, he was utterly powerless. Thus, he could only bitterly jest to himself that at least perishing under such an assault would spare him from suffering. Boom. A resounding explosion erupted from below. The Dragon Emperor instinctively ceased his offensive and assumed a defensive posture, casting a wary gaze downward. What cunning scheme were these human beings concocting now? Lin Fan, equally perplexed, peered down to witness a crimson figure breaking free from its restraints, charging into the center of the square. The surrounding disciples and elders were forced back by the overwhelming aura, none daring to approach. Who is this individual? I do not recognize him. Dressed in the garb of a mundane scholar, this person was not a disciple of the vast sacred land. Lin Fan could not identify him at that moment, but Dispai, standing nearby, instantly discerned the identity of this newcomer. My apologies, ancestor. We inadvertently allowed this individual to break free from his constraints. The 4 alchemists tasked with the mission rushed forward, seemingly oblivious to the searing heat, directly approaching the scholar's position. Before the elders could utter a word of caution, they had already encircled the scholar, impervious to the terrifying high temperatures that struck fear in the hearts of others. This left the elders and disciples utterly astounded. How could mere mortals, unbound by the heavens, dare to approach a figure so formidable? Lin Fan observed the unfolding scene with keen interest, as if watching a theatrical performance, entirely unconcerned about the potential escalation of the situation. After all, the might of the Dragon Emperor's fist could descend upon him at any moment. Could things truly worsen beyond that? Watching the serene demeanor of the holy ancestor, Dispai fell into deep contemplation. Just as the 2 assailants launched their attack on the sacred ground, the scholar broke free from his restraints. What a remarkable coincidence. Among the crowd, only Tianji's gaze shifted from confusion to sheer terror. Quick, Stop him! Resounded a piercing cry in the vast sacred domain. Suddenly, the flames within the bodies of the four alchemists detached and spiraled towards the scholar at the center. Tianji's face turned ashen. The crimson flame paper figurine harbored a ferocious fire spirit, capable of being crafted into a treasure of the sacred realm or a powerful puppet with the strength of the 9th level of the celestial realm. Such a puppet could nearly graze the threshold of the sacred realm, representing the pinnacle of combat prowess. No sect could afford to disregard it. I initially believed this to be the purpose of the human race's sacred ancestor, yet I was unprepared for the sheer magnitude of his ambition. The Dragon Emperor swiftly turned his gaze. What exactly does he intend to accomplish? Tianji's forehead glistened with cold sweat, and his entire being trembled. If the inherently violent fire spirit were to merge with an even more ferocious spirit flame, it would unleash a power exponentially greater than its own. This is the ninefold Phoenix True Flame, a force already mastered by the human race. Moreover, it is evident that this is not something hastily refined on the spot. The human race has long been prepared, and they may have even devised a scheme before us. And this madman, he has actually divided the ninefold Phoenix True Flame into 4 portions, embedding them within the bodies of 4 alchemists. Each alchemist already possesses their own spirit flame. Thus, nurturing these within their bodies will give rise to 4 ultimate spirit flames that, while fundamentally identical, possess distinct attributes. Consequently, should these 4 ultimate spirit flames fuse with the red flame paper man, if a puppet were to be formed, it could very well attain combat prowess at the sacred realm level. This is the true ambition of the human race's sacred ancestor. He seeks to grant the human race an additional force of sacred realm caliber. What tremendous ambition this is! Tianji's expression contorted. Yet such a terrifying power would likely be difficult for an ordinary sacred realm expert to wield. Does this individual possess such confidence that he can successfully forge this puppet? It is worth noting that our Tianji sect also possesses the methods to create such puppets. And we too hold at least one form of ultimate spirit flame. However, Tianji dares not take action, dares not proceed. Sacred realm masters are not invincible. Although few dangers in this world pose a threat to their lives, such threats do exist. Despai seized the opportunity and swiftly pulled the bodies of the 4 alchemists before him, preventing them from being consumed by the flames. At that moment, he realized that their realms had all been elevated to the earthly level, with the leader even hinting at a potential breakthrough to the celestial realm. This was indeed the miraculous gift bestowed upon you by the holy ancestor, a fitting reward for your significant contributions in this mission. As Despai observed the increasingly ferocious flames below, he relinquished his own body, gesturing for the holy ancestor to take the stage. The Dragon Emperor and the celestial mechanism were momentarily perplexed by Lin Fan's true intentions, refraining from acting impulsively. After all, their own lives were of utmost importance. They chose to witness how this individual would suppress the paper figures. Lin Fan gazed indifferently at the raging flames, appearing calm on the surface. Yet his mind was a blank slate. Who could enlighten him about the current situation? Alas, it seemed that death was inevitable. It mattered little whether he perished from a punch by the Dragon Emperor or was obliterated by a fireball. Coming to this realization, he resolved to await his fate in silence, doing nothing. What was the holy ancestor waiting for? The venerable elder of the vast holy land silently opened his eyes. The 9th layer of the celestial realm was no trivial matter. It represented the pinnacle of strength beneath the holy realm, and the elder himself resided within this echelon. Prior to the holy ancestor's breakthrough, he had led humanity in multiple battles against the demonic forces. Although they had been unable to turn the tide, they had inflicted considerable damage upon their foes, establishing him as a figure worthy of respect among humanity. Such a tumultuous blaze, if one wished to create a puppet, would necessitate a vessel of at least the 9th layer of the celestial realm. However, he had received no prior notification. In his haste, where was he to find the vessel of the 9 heavens? This was not merely a cabbage by the roadside. If a sacrifice were to be made, it could only be himself. The elder rose, embodying the resolve befitting a top-tier warrior of the human race. If his sacrifice could grant humanity an additional puppet of the sacred realm, he would not hesitate. Without restraint, this conflagration would spiral into true frenzy. At that moment, it seemed that apart from the great ancestor, no one in the vast sacred land would survive. The elder stepped forward. A surging wave of demonic energy erupted in the square, drawing the gaze of all. A twisted figure of the demon race stood in the square. Upon closer inspection, one would discern that he bore no trace of life, resembling nothing more than a corpse. This is not the demon spy of the 9 heavens that the ancestor had slain within the sect just days ago. So that's it, the elder murmured, laughing heartily. How foolish I have been, consumed by blind thoughts. It turns out the ancestor had orchestrated everything long ago. No wonder he divulged nothing to us. He had single-handedly devised the entire plan. Chapter 22. A single palm to annihilate 2 saints. Lin Fan seemed to forget an important detail initially. He had taken 2 artifacts from the Treasury. One was a sword intended as a trap, and the other, a black ring. Naturally, these 2 items had also been forcibly seized during the battle against the demon race. At that moment, he couldn't help but lament that had it not been for the inherent anti-robbery properties of his attire, he would likely have been stripped bare on the spot. Following the demise of that demon, the ring had remained unnoticed upon his person. This ring, known as the puppet ring, seemed to have found its master at that instant. As the raging flames surged forth, merging almost entirely with the puppet, Despair's expression was one of astonishment. He had believed he understood the great saint ancestor well enough to anticipate his actions, yet he had grossly underestimated him. This demon was vanquished by the saint ancestor upon his return to the sect, implying that the groundwork for today's events had been laid since that very day. What, then, had he been scheming during these past few days? Everyone assumed that the saint ancestor had merely dealt with a demon spy casually, unaware that he had long since laid the groundwork for the subsequent creation of sacred realm puppets. The Dragon Emperor displayed no concealment of the gloom on his face. It appeared that the human saint ancestor had already discovered a method to confront this situation. Should we take action? Tianji responded briefly. No, it is unnecessary. Our Tianji sect possesses the complete methodology for crafting sacred realm puppets. We are well aware that the most challenging aspect has never been locating a vessel of the 9th tier of the heavenly realm. He lowered his gaze. When a sacred realm puppet is forged, it will instinctively seek out the nearest and most intimate sacred realm entity, violently seizing their power as its foundation. Should a being of the 1st tier of the sacred realm be plundered, their demise is virtually assured. If the sacred realm's 2nd tier is plundered, it will undoubtedly suffer grave injuries, teetering on the brink of death. Even a practitioner at the 3rd tier of the sacred realm would merely escape with their life, but serious injuries are inescapable. In the short term, they would be utterly incapable of engaging in normal combat. This is fundamentally why many factions hesitate to forge sacred realm puppets. The costs are exorbitant. Without the power of the sacred realm to fuel the puppets, failure in their creation is virtually guaranteed, and there is no need to elaborate further. A faint smile crept onto Tianji's lips. The aura most intimately connected to the puppet must undoubtedly emanate from the human ancestor, a connection he cannot evade. Thus, he had long prepared to withstand the puppet's demands. Such confidence. Ha ha ha, Dragon Emperor, it seems our encounter today is indeed fortuitous. The time for the puppet's creation has already been predetermined, leaving no room for last-minute alterations. They have fortuitously crossed paths. Should the human ancestor voluntarily relinquish the crafting of the puppet, the two would undoubtedly turn on their heels and depart. It would be as if all 3 factions incurred losses, with none reaping benefits. If the human ancestor is willing to expend their own resources to forge the puppet, then the 2 shall seize the opportunity to extort a substantial sum while the other is gravely wounded, thereby recouping their investments. Afterward, by joining the demon clan's anti-human alliance, they would have no fear of the humans' frenzied retaliation, for they possess the confidence and resources to face it. Moreover, to be frank, they do not believe the human faction has the capacity to retaliate against these 2 additional forces. Even if this individual is at the 3rd tier of the sacred realm, they cannot escape the fate of severe injury. The 2 individuals did not even consider the possibility that Lin Fan could be at the 4th tier of the sacred realm. For if this were indeed the case, then fleeing immediately would prove utterly futile. Each realm, beginning from the 4th tier, signifies a transformative leap. Presently, among all the prominent forces, there exists not a single living master at the 4th tier of the sacred realm. Such formidable beings likely reside only in the most hidden corners of this world. The furious flames within the puppet twisted and churned, as if suppressed by some unfathomable force. After a minute or 2, they erupted violently. Here it comes. This marks the ultimate step in the crafting of the puppet, the demand of the sacred realm. Suddenly, a large, crimson hand burst forth from the puppet, reaching fiercely towards Lin Fan. He truly intended to endure the toll of the puppet's creation. Under the watchful eyes of all present, that massive hand bypassed Lin Fan entirely, seizing the Dragon Emperor behind him. The Dragon Emperor's expression shifted from astonishment to fury, and then to sheer terror. Tianji, how dare you deceive me? Was it not agreed that the puppet's target would select the one nearest to the sacred realm? The scholar was awakened within the territory of the human race, which should have meant he bore the strongest human aura. Could it be that this was merely false intelligence? Had Tianji colluded with the human race all along, intending to lure him here as sacrificial material? The Dragon Emperor struggled desperately, attempting to summon all his strength. Yet with his already grievously injured body, he found it nearly impossible to withstand such a ritual of demand. At this moment, Tianji beside him was equally bewildered. questioning whether the knowledge he had held since childhood was in fact erroneous. It should not be so. There are only 3 masters of the sacred realm present. He, the Dragon Emperor, and the ancestral saint of the human race. Logically, it should be the latter who becomes the target. Could it be that his heavenly concealment technique has already reached perfection, enabling him to mask his presence during such a ritual, evading detection? This would explain why the ritual chose the Dragon Emperor as its target instead of the ancestral saint. Amidst the piercing cries of agony, the Dragon Emperor was utterly transformed into the sustenance of the ritual, marking the fall of a sacred realm master and heralding the decline of an entire race. At this moment, Tianji's mind was blank. The fall of a sacred realm expert was indeed an event that could stir the entire continent. He recalled the last time a sacred realm fell. It was during the 8th Holy Land War against the demons, where the second-tier sacred saint of the human race dragged a demon leader down with him in an act of mutual destruction. How terrifying! The ancestral saint of the human race had long anticipated everything. The Dragon Emperor is dead, completely turned to ashes. However, the strength he had left from his earlier battle with Tianji was already minimal, which did not suffice for the ritual's consumption. Thus, that blazing hand sought a new target. "Oh no," Tianji exclaimed, "the ancestral saint of the human race. I am willing to offer 500. No, 10 million spirit stones. Along with the eternal friendship of the Tianji sect. I can aid you in resisting the demon race. Please don't." Tianji's figure was reduced to ashes in that searing demonic grasp. The disciples of the vast Holy Land raised their heads high. From this day forth, the legend of the human ancestor obliterating 2 great sacred realms with a single palm will undoubtedly resonate throughout the continent for ages. Chapter 23. You have once again saved humanity. To the majority, they remain oblivious to the fact that sacred realm puppets can be refined, and are utterly unaware of what their ancestor is currently engaged in. To them, their ancestor merely wielded a modicum of power to summon a colossal hand of crimson flames, instantly annihilating 2 sacred realm beings. Perhaps it was some kind of magical artifact or a particular divine ability, yet such details are inconsequential for the disciples and lower-ranking elders. It suffices to know that their ancestor is undeniably formidable. However, to those who can discern the underlying truths, Lin Fan's display is even more terrifying. Imo Shaka swallowed hard. He deliberately set a trap, luring the sect leader here, using his own body as sacrificial material. No wonder they were so intent on colliding with us in the same inn, despite having received the news first. From the very beginning, they regarded the sect leader as their target. The presence or absence of a sacred realm powerhouse makes an astronomical difference for any faction. From this moment onward, the formidable force known as the Celestial Mechanism sect ceases to exist. Whether the Celestial Mechanism sect gradually wanes or directly fragments is a matter for their internal affairs. These beings from the celestial and earth realms, emboldened by the support of sacred realm experts, had the audacity to flaunt their power at the gates of the vast Holy Land. Now, with their leader deceased, the remaining experts of the Celestial Mechanism sect and the Dragon Clan dare not hesitate, fleeing in panic. They fear that if they lag even slightly, they too might become sacrificial offerings. Am I truly that terrifying? Lin Fan could not help but mutter, for he still had not comprehended the events that had transpired. Yet, it appeared that the outcome was favorable. He recalled a saying from his hometown, "As long as there is money, who cares how it came about?" This adage resonated deeply with his current sentiments. Victory was all that mattered, regardless of how it was achieved. After all, each additional day of survival was a gain. Under the sacrifice of the 2 great sanctuaries, the crimson flame puppet finally took shape, exuding an undeniable aura of sanctity. The elders of the Holy Land were moved to tears. Since the demise of the 8th Holy Land, humanity had once again acquired multiple forces of sanctified power. The distinction between a sacred artifact and a sacred puppet was immense, while the former required a master of sanctity to unleash its true potential in the hands of others. It was merely a notch above a heavenly artifact. However, the sacred puppet was different. It represented a genuine addition to their fighting prowess. For any faction, this constituted a transformative leap in strength. Despite sighed, acknowledging that although the puppet's power paled in comparison to the holy ancestor, it was nonetheless a commendable force at the first level of sanctity, sufficient to guard the gates. Should the holy ancestor ever need to venture forth for his schemes, at least there would be an additional layer of sanctified combat power to safeguard them. Lin Fan also sensed that all eyes were upon the puppet, and he felt a flicker of familiarity emanating from it, signifying that the puppet had recognized him as its master. Amid the murmurs surrounding him, he discerned that the object before him, resembling a lump of coke, possessed an authentic level of combat prowess equivalent to that of a Saint Realm expert. This implied that humanity had truly acquired a formidable Saint-level warrior, alleviating the previous uncertainty. Moreover, This entity had acknowledged him as its master, which was, without a doubt, a reward far surpassing any he had previously received from the system. Lin Fan envisioned the splendid scenario of leading the puppet in a relentless advance, attempting to exert control over it. However, he awkwardly discovered that he was unable to do so. The spiritual energy he could summon using the spirit guiding technique fell woefully short of the minimum requirement to activate the puppet. This was rather embarrassing, akin to standing before a fully leveled character only to have forgotten the password. What a frustrating predicament. Unwilling to succumb to despair, Lin Fan contemplated directly engaging with the Crimson Flame puppet to harness the energy within, though he feared inadvertently igniting a blaze that could reduce him to ashes. Ultimately, after 2 arduous minutes of trying, he managed to establish a basic command through his spiritual connection with the puppet, which had recognized him as its master. Protect the vast sacred land and proactively confront any invading foes. Given his current capabilities, he could only issue such rudimentary and rigid commands. Instructing the puppet to attack autonomously was simply beyond his means. Thus, the sacred land had acquired a saint-level combatant that could only retaliate defensively. Lin Fan continually reassured himself that it was certainly better than having nothing at all. He pondered the potential efficiency of the puppet should he have the opportunity to enhance his cultivation in the future. If he were to claim the stored power of the 9th tier of the human realm, he wondered just how much control he could exert over the puppet. Perhaps it is best to reserve this for a moment of necessity, treating it as my own hidden card. Observing the holy ancestor seemingly engrossed in the study of the puppet, not a soul dared to utter a word, until Lin Fan took a couple of steps back, at which point the accolades erupted like a tidal wave. Congratulations to the holy ancestor for acquiring a sacred realm puppet. Congratulations to the holy ancestor for vanquishing 2 formidable factions. Our human race's renown shall undoubtedly ascend once more in the celestial domain. With hands on hips, Dispai laughed heartily. With the holy ancestor's prowess, even if the surviving leader of the demon clan from the sacred realm were to come knocking, they would surely meet their demise. No. If they truly arrived, you would not be pleased. Lin Fan couldn't help but retort. The mere notion of a leader of the demon clan of such caliber still existing was indeed alarming. Should such a formidable figure personally come to their doorstep, the current desolate sacred land would be utterly defenseless. After all, this so-called holy ancestor was merely a facade. Once again, you have salvaged humanity, holy ancestor. A sweet, youthful voice chimed from behind. Lin Fan turned to see a familiar little disciple, her hands offering a similar food box. Such an adorable little disciple truly is like a warm quilt to the ancient one. However, I am rather fatigued by the pastries. Might we have buns next time? Lin Fan had subtly expressed his fondness for tributes in the past, which led to an increasing abundance of offerings in recent times, alleviating his concerns over sustenance. Yet, the monotony of the offerings made him ponder whether the inhabitants of this sacred land harbored a particular affection for pastries. The food was certainly not inedible, but it was exceedingly dry. In any case, seeking water from those foolish elders will only result in them handing over that lethal spring water, which would obliterate any mortal upon consumption. It seems that surviving in the sacred land is no simple feat. The wind howled as a member of the dragon clan stood with arms crossed on the desolate highway, 2 carts of spirit herbs behind him. Damn it! Those human beings had promised to trade for the spirit herbs. Where are they? I have been waiting here for an entire day. Not even a ghostly shadow has appeared. Chapter 24. No need to pretend, Lord of all loss. Ultimately, this member of the Dragon Clan received the news of his leader's explosive demise. The Dragon Clan's standing in the demon realm would plummet with the loss of the sacred domain. It was indeed a time of mixed fortunes. The Demon Clan, having been frightened by Lin Fan's recent actions, had refrained from stepping out for quite some time, as if there was no war between humans and demons. Both sides briefly experienced a period of peace, until that notable figure arrived at the Demon Clan's front lines. At Demon Peak, the once arrogant elders of the Demon Clan lowered their heads in reverence, kneeling on the ground to welcome the arrival of that formidable presence. He was the most powerful force the Demon Clan openly possessed, their first leader, Cavero, a master of the 3rd level of the sacred domain. The Demon Clan had longed for his presence at the front lines, and now they felt that all human ancestors were insignificant in comparison. With their leader personally taking action, who could possibly stand in his way? Cavero entered the council chamber with an impassive expression, casually inquiring. In recent days, I have not paid much attention to the developments on the mainland. Could you provide a brief report on whether the human race has undertaken any significant actions lately? The elder's expression shifted slightly, revealing a hint of embarrassment as he spoke evasively. Well, there isn't really anything major. Please, recount a few important matters for me. In truth, there is nothing of great consequence. The human race has merely acquired an additional saint-level puppet, and their ancestral saint effortlessly eliminated 2 saint-level experts, using them as materials for the puppet's creation. Yes, another elder chimed in, stating that it merely involves 2 great powers being indirectly affected by the human race, leading to their decline, which indeed bears little significance for our demon clan. Cavero was tempted to deliver a resounding slap to the face of the individual before him. The human race has gained a saint-level combatant and annihilated 2 opposing saint-level forces. And this is not considered a major event? What, then, constitutes a significant occurrence? The human ancestral saint. It appears we have misjudged him. I had already made an effort to overestimate his capabilities, yet I find I have still underestimated him. Cavero sighed inwardly. His presence on the front lines was merely for show, for he remained gravely injured and dared not engage in battle. Upon reflection, it is evident that if the demon clan possessed a peak-level saint of the 3rd realm, they would have long since swept through their foes, rather than waiting until now. Currently, I can only muster the strength of a 2nd realm saint. If the human ancestral saint is indeed a 3rd realm expert, I must avoid direct confrontation with him at all costs. Let the troops advance towards the next city. I wish to observe the enemy's reaction before formulating further plans. The 3 cities previously abandoned by the demon clan have yet to be claimed by our human race, thus their forward march encounters virtually no resistance. Oh, sacred ancestor of humanity, what schemes are you devising now? As it turns out, Lin Fan is asleep. I recall a philosopher once posited, why not utilize the time spent in slumber to pursue endeavors more fulfilling? This notion deeply resonated with Lin Fan, leading him to the realization that his greatest desire is, indeed, to sleep. Amidst the hazy mist, Lin Fan suddenly awakens, acutely aware that he is ensnared in a dream. The occurrence of such a lucid dream is exceedingly rare. Typically, one remains in a state of confusion within the realm of dreams. The emergence of such clarity in this fantastical world is undoubtedly anomalous. Goodness, could it be that someone is intruding into my dreams to test me? Heavens, I cannot withstand such trials. The moment a dream turns into a deadly confrontation could prove most entertaining for the elders of the sect when they discover the ancestor has not risen by dawn. Who goes there? Lin Fan casts a wary glance into the surrounding mist. Yet, he soon realizes that vigilance may be of little consequence. For even if he were to discern the intruder, he would be powerless to confront them. Thus, he adopts a nonchalant demeanor, reclining with his legs crossed, awaiting the arrival of the dream intruder. What an amusing situation this is, Taoist Lord. The mist in the sky dissipated instantaneously, revealing a man adorned in a robe interwoven with shades of dark yellow. He kept his eyes firmly shut, yet each palm bore an eye that gazed intently at Lin Fan below. Despite the absence of any tangible pressure emanating from him, an overwhelming aura seemed to press down invisibly upon those present. This individual is formidable. Lin Fan could not help but contemplate, only to abruptly realize a startling truth. Every practitioner surpasses him in strength, and there is little cause for astonishment. Why does he refer to me as Daojun? The man in the dark yellow robe spoke leisurely once more. What is this? By the look on your face, you wish to feign ignorance of my identity? Yet, I am aware of many things about you, such as the true human ancestor has long since perished. Am I correct? Lin Fan felt a jolt of surprise within. This was his most profound secret, indeed, the greatest secret of all humanity. Should the man before him divulge this information to the demonic clan, it was easy to foresee that the vast sacred land would be reduced to ruins by dawn. The atmosphere grew heavy and tense, and in the next moment, the man in dark yellow chuckled heartily. Ha ha ha. Daojun of myriad loss. Do you truly believe I would fail to recognize you? Just as you descend to the lower realms, a mysterious ancestor of the sacred realm emerges among humanity, repeatedly thwarting the schemes of the demonic clan, while swiftly subduing two mighty sacred beings. Your disguise is quite clever. Yet might I suggest that your actions are a touch too ostentatious? Perhaps you ought to exercise a modicum of restraint. Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback by the revelation that the other party was aware of his greatest secret. However, as he listened further, a sense of unease began to creep in. Who exactly was the Tao monarch of all laws? And what was this lower realm that was being mentioned? No, I believe there has been a misunderstanding. Are you still attempting to conceal the truth from me? The man clad in black and yellow appeared visibly displeased, lamenting that despite his goodwill in coming down to warn Lin Fan, it had been in vain. Enough. My avatar cannot linger in the lower realm for too long. Allow me to offer you one last piece of advice. As a being of saint-level prowess, refrain from displaying your true capabilities in this realm, lest you attract the attention of those enforcers. Furthermore, the man tossed forth a hexagram token, the means of communication for the gathering he had previously mentioned. By infusing it with true energy, one could join the assembly, which convenes once a year. Do not forget to attend. With that, before Lin Fan could elaborate further, the figure in black and yellow gradually faded away, and the entire dreamscape became indistinct. Lin Fan's lips twitched. He had an inkling that a significant misunderstanding had occurred. The other party seemed to have mistaken him for a figure of great import from a higher realm based solely on his demeanor. This was not an intentional deception on my part. I attempted to clarify, yet my words fell on deaf ears. Indeed, people are often inclined to believe what they wish to believe. Lin Fan gazed at the hexagram token in his hand, lost in contemplation. Chapter 25. The hexagram gathering suddenly. Lin Fan awoke with a start from his dream, instinctively reaching out to his surroundings. As expected, he found the hexagram token, now seamlessly integrated into the tangible world, at his side. Indeed, it is true. Being overly ostentatious is undoubtedly not a virtue, as it has attracted an array of peculiar individuals. Yet, what does this have to do with him? It was never his intention to be flamboyant. Lin Fan expressed that he has endeavored to keep the situation from escalating. Yet who could have anticipated it would develop into such a mess? The upper realm. The Saint Sovereign level? From the enigmatic man's words, Lin Fan could discern a multitude of crucial information. Firstly, the combat prowess of this world is not as formidable as one might expect. Even those at the Saint level possess only a few thousand years of lifespan, which is clearly a far cry from the cultivators depicted in the novels of Lin Fan's previous life. Moreover, this realm embraces the concept of ascension. However, recorded literature shows that no one has succeeded in this endeavor. Thus, one can infer that the lower realm must correspond to the upper realm. Ascension is entirely feasible. Is the Saint Sovereign level merely the next tier beyond the Saint level? Lin Fan could not say for certain, being mistakenly identified as such a formidable being. He was uncertain whether this was a blessing or a curse. It felt rather inconsequential. After all, he possessed no cultivation. Regardless, being misidentified as a saint or a saint sovereign, what difference does it make? If exposed, the outcome would be the same. Nevertheless, what relevance does ascension hold for me? I am likely destined to remain in the lower realm for all my days. Moreover, that individual cautioned me against revealing my true strength in this realm. Should he truly unleash his genuine power, it would undoubtedly instill terror. In conclusion, from the words of that man, it can be inferred that the beings from the upper realm face significant restrictions in the lower realm. Lin Fan is not overly concerned about being targeted by those from the upper realm for the time being. His primary focus must remain on the demon clan. He weighed the Bagua mirror in his hand, which is currently the most powerful treasure at his disposal. He wondered if he could utilize it effectively given his present abilities. Without hesitation, Lin Fan employed the spirit calling technique to infuse a small amount of true qi into the mirror. Expecting failure, he was astonished to find that he successfully established a connection. Behold, this is indeed a remarkable treasure. A truly formidable artifact should be accessible to the masses. He could not help but exclaim, and then he felt his consciousness drawn into an immense space. At the center stood a round table adorned with a taiji pattern, surrounded by 8 chairs, each engraved with the corresponding trigrams. Beyond them lay a swirling mist of black and white. Lin Fan could only perceive the indistinct silhouettes of 7 other figures, their faces obscured and unrecognizable, all of whom directed their focus toward him. Now that everyone had gathered, the assembly was set to commence. Is it truly beginning? Lin Fan was still in the dark. Was this progression not a bit too swift? However, judging by the earlier demeanor of the Xian Wang man, it was likely that the Tao Lord of 10,000 Laws had already been informed about the gathering, as had the other members. Thus, the host felt no need to elaborate further. The only thing he knew was that the hexagram corresponding to his seat was Cohen. In this gathering where identities remained shrouded in mystery, the hexagram served as their code name. Uncertain of the code name of the enigmatic yellow-clad man, the images here are too indistinct for any discernment based solely on appearance. The first to speak was the man known as Qian. I require a Sacred King pill for a trade. I trust you will not accept monetary transactions. Sacred King pill? What is that? Lin Fan, lacking in cultivation knowledge, found himself utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the discourse among this group. It was evident that this was a rare item. After a prolonged silence lasting several seconds, it became apparent that the transaction had faltered. No one possessed such a thing, or if they did, they had no intention of parting with it. With one person initiating the conversation, the others began to express their own needs, simultaneously sharing snippets of esoteric knowledge. Lin Fan, unable to grasp a single word, remained an observer on the sidelines. What a predicament! The gathering felt excessively sophisticated, which did not bode well. The other 7 individuals, aside from Lin Fan, appeared to be of a higher realm. Alas, He had hoped to glean some crucial information, yet found himself in a state of utter incomprehension. This assembly seemed an exercise in futility. Just as Lin Fan sighed in frustration, he suddenly caught a fragment of conversation. "I know the odds are slim, but I must inquire. Is anyone among us from the lower realm?" Why pose such a question? The inquirer was a woman known as Sun, her gender only vaguely discernible, leaving Lin Fan uncertain if she truly was female. His immediate instinct was to remain silent, striving to avoid entanglement in troublesome matters. The caliber of this gathering was evidently beyond his reach. However, it dawned on him that the enigmatic man was aware of his presence in the mortal realm, and that this individual was also part of the gathering. If he were to refuse hastily, might it not arouse suspicion? After a brief contemplation, Lin Fan resolved to make his presence known and ascertain what assistance the other party sought. Should he find it unfeasible, he would simply decline. Previously, he had remained utterly silent during the discussions at the gathering, akin to a mere specter. Should he continue in this manner, it would surely raise eyebrows. Ms. Sun appeared visibly elated. "Taoist Kuan, I never imagined there would truly be someone in the mortal realm. This is splendid. I would like to request your assistance. The Sacred Sword's secret realm is about to open, and I require the Falling Sunset sword from within. To you, this may seem like a mere dilapidated sacred artifact, of little significance, but I have grander designs for it. I hope you can assist me in this matter." Her words were clearly intended to allay Lin Fan's potential aspirations for the coveted Falling Sunset sword, preemptively downplaying its value to him. Lin Fan nearly twitched at the corners of his mouth. A mere dilapidated sacred artifact? If that were the case, then the very heart of the Kangmang's sacred land's vault must be filled with such refuse. "I cannot make any promises," he replied, "but if the opportunity arises, I shall endeavor to assist you along the way." Such an opportunity will likely never present itself. That's sufficient. Miss Sun smiled with satisfaction. "If you manage to assist me, what kind of artifact would you desire in return?" Lin Fan deduced from the previous conversations that the gathering possessed a mechanism for item exchange. Thus he harbored no concerns regarding the completion of the transaction. However, it was evident that Lady Sun was a person of considerable status from the upper realm, and her cultivation was by no means insignificant. Even if they were to produce formidable magical artifacts, the strength of their holy land would render them incapable of utilizing them. Would merely requesting artifacts of the celestial or sacred realms instead arouse the suspicions of the gathering's members? Lin Fan pondered for a moment, and then felt a sense of relief. After all, he had no intention of fulfilling the other party's request, so he could simply state any artifact. "You may prepare a sacred monarch-level artifact," he declared, as it was the only level of cultivation from the upper realm he was aware of, perfectly suitable for casual mention. Yet, as soon as his words fell, an eerie silence enveloped the gathering, plunging it into a moment of profound stillness. Chapter 26. The Lord of Xian Wang observing the hushed atmosphere. Lin Fan felt a sudden jolt of anxiety. Could it be that the compensation he proposed was problematic? No, that couldn't be right. He had previously heard the Xianhuang man state that the level of the Lord of 10,000 Laws was equivalent to that of the Sacred Monarch. Since he was assuming this fellow's identity to attend the gathering, was there any issue in requesting a Sacred Monarch-level reward? Deal. Fellow Kuan, I await your good news. Lady Sun's voice resonated once more, albeit laced with a hint of gritted teeth. Lin Fan exhaled in relief. Did this not signify agreement? It indicated that the value was not vastly disparate, so why were the others so astonished? He truly could not comprehend. Could this be the shared nature of experts? "This gathering is hereby concluded. I look forward to our reunion in a year's time." The Xianyuan Daojun awakened his consciousness, grasping the Bagua talisman in his hand. Contemplating the previous scene, his brow furrowed deeply. Indeed, he was the one who had entrusted the Bagua talisman to Lin Fan in the dream. He was associated with the Qian code during the Bagua gathering. Kuan, that must be the Wanfa Daojun, whose silence aligns with his nature. Yet, why did Wanfa Daojun ultimately choose to reveal his presence in the lower realm? Did he not wish to conceal his affairs there? Initially, I believed I had discovered him, but it now appears he may have intentionally leaked information for my awareness. A mere secret realm in the lower world could attract the attention of two such individuals simultaneously. Wanfa's proposition of a reward in the form of a saint-level treasure was astonishing, yet Baiwa actually consented? Xianyuan Daojun suddenly realized a crucial fact. This seemingly insignificant secret realm must harbor a saint-level treasure. Moreover, it undoubtedly holds immense significance for both of them. Is this the true purpose of Wanfa's descent to the lower realm? But why would he choose to expose himself? No, I must comprehend the intricacies of this situation. I cannot allow it to spiral out of control. Xianyuan Daojun promptly raised his hand, summoning a devoted disciple. The newcomer, clad in simple robes and appearing to be around 20, immediately knelt in reverence. Master, you shall immediately employ secret techniques to descend to the lower realm. I will safeguard you. Your mission is to investigate the sacred sword's secret realm. If you encounter any anomalies, return and inform me of everything. Yes. Just as the disciple prepared to depart, Xinyuan Daojun called out to him once more. Beware, while you may disregard others, there is one individual of utmost importance to heed. And that is the ancestral saint of the human race. Remember, do not provoke this person under any circumstances. The disciple, displaying a look of confusion, inquired, why? A mere saint realm figure. I could eliminate him as effortlessly as crushing an ant. What is there to fear? You are not the only one capable of descending to the mortal realm. However, it exacts an exorbitant price. The lord of the Xianhuang cast a cold glance at him, stating, you need only understand that he is a senior you cannot provoke. Never, under any circumstances, should you incite his wrath. If necessary, you may even extend assistance to him as a gesture of goodwill. Understood. After absorbing his master's admonition, the disciple felt a twinge of trepidation and engraved the warning deeply in his mind before departing to prepare for his descent. In the vast sacred land, Lin Fan lamented, there is hardly any gain to be had here. Reflecting on the upcoming gathering scheduled for a year hence, he pondered whether he would even survive until then. He casually tossed the Bagua order beneath his bed, muttering, this wretched gathering serves no purpose. In the end, I must rely solely on myself. The most significant intelligence gleaned must be the news regarding the sacred sword's secret realm, wouldn't it? If preparations are made in advance, perhaps the human race could reap substantial benefits. But will the Saint Realm puppet be able to wield the power of a Saint Realm artifact? Why dwell on such matters? It's best to retrieve it first. With his hands clasped behind his back, Lin Fan stepped forth from his cave dwelling, embodying the demeanor of an elder, and soared towards the council hall. Upon entering, Lin Fan was met with the sight of over 70 elders gathered within. As he arrived, they respectfully bowed and reported the latest developments. Saint Ancestor, according to messages from our scouts at the front lines, the demon clan has advanced another city, demonstrating an intent to encroach further. Reliable sources indicate that the most formidable leader of the demon clan, Cavaller, who has attained the 3rd level of the sacred realm, has personally arrived to command the front lines. However, with you present, Saint Ancestor, we need not fear. What? The leader of the demon clan at the 3rd level of the sacred realm has come to the front lines? Lin Fan thought to himself, realizing that the very thing he dreaded was manifesting. While others felt secure with the Saint Ancestor's presence, it was he who felt the greatest trepidation. The demon clan's intentions for aggression were now clear. Saint Ancestor, I believe we should retaliate immediately to make them aware of our might, proposed one elder earnestly. Indeed, it would be best if the Saint Ancestor led the charge personally, so they understand who truly reigns over this land. Retaliate? Lead the charge. Lin Fan internally paid his respects to the ancestors of these 2 elders, contemplating the absurdity of asking him to lead a battle. He was acutely aware of his primary role at this moment, to instill fear in the enemy. A nuclear bomb holds the most power just before detonation, even if it is a dud. Patience. I have my plans, Lin Fan replied with a slight smile, though he himself was unsure how that smile had come about. For now, we shall hold our position and instruct the scouts closer to the front lines to continue their withdrawal. It is prudent to maintain a steady hand, for if the enemy comes knocking, we still have our sacred realm puppets to serve as combat power. Should we take the initiative to attack, we would lose that advantage. Why, Ancestor? Lin Fan replied with a mysterious smile, slowly uttering 4 words, Holy Sword Secret Realm. In truth, the Holy Sword Secret Realm had no connection to the demon tribe. It was merely a tactic to divert attention by uttering something ambiguous yet grandiloquent, in accordance with the rules of ostentation. After all, he was not lying. The Holy Sword's secret realm would eventually manifest. How one interprets those 4 words is a matter for the subordinates. If any misunderstanding arises, it is their misinterpretation, not an issue for me, the Ancestor. With that, Lin Fan took his seat in the main position, listening to further reports from the elders. He intended to seek out and disrupt any threads of the demon tribe's plans, thereby accumulating system rewards. The combat strength of the demon tribe was self-cultivated and insubstantial, whereas his own power was bestowed by the system, undeniably solid. Such a distinction foretold that, over time, victory would undoubtedly be theirs. Of course, whether he could endure until that time was uncertain. Lin Fan noticed that he had unconsciously crossed his legs, and recalled a subordinate who interpreted such gestures as hints. He discreetly lowered his legs. Wait, having crossed them for so long only to suddenly uncross might lead to a misunderstanding that it was a signal? Never mind. He decided to continue sitting cross-legged. Not far away, the eyes of Dispai began to shine brightly. Chapter 27. The Secret Realm Opens. It seemed that those young humans were indeed terrified. In a city recently seized by the demon tribe, a commander at the 9th level of the earthly realm laughed heartily as he ruthlessly mocked the opposing human faction before him, excluding the slaves and external members. The demonic clans in the celestial realm are predominantly of high-ranking or quasi-high-ranking status and do not directly assume the role of team leaders. The senior officers of the 9th level of the terrestrial realm command the intermediate officers of levels 7 to 5, who in turn oversee the junior officers newly entering the terrestrial realm. The subordinates of these junior officers comprise an indeterminate multitude of beings from the human realm, thus forming a rudimentary framework of the demonic military hierarchy, though the actual situation is undoubtedly more intricate. Previously, the human clan had refrained from dispatching personnel to reclaim the 3 cities. Although the high-ranking demons unanimously interpreted this as a declaration of war from the human clan, they were unable to articulate such sentiments to their subordinates. Instead, they propagated the notion that the human clan was in fear, aiming to ignite a sense of battle fervor among their ranks. This strategy proved remarkably effective. However, the recent grand maneuvers of the Holy Clan doused their enthusiasm with a significant chill. It was only after reclaiming a city that the demons hastily resumed their extensive boasting, leaving one to ponder whether their bravado stemmed from genuine confidence or merely an attempt to mask their internal trepidation. Nevertheless, with the leader present, what tempest could the human clan possibly conjure? The demon commander, Sean, chuckled softly and instinctively stepped forward, only to feel as though he had stepped onto something beneath him. With a puzzled glance downward, he was suddenly engulfed by a torrent of formidable sword energy that obliterated not only his form but also the silhouettes of all surrounding demons. Thus, the sacred sword's secret realm was unveiled. Sacred ancestor. Sacred ancestor. The vast holy land promptly convened an emergency meeting, while Lin Fan sat in the conference room, bewildered, listening to the chaotic reports from the elder subordinates. Just moments ago, the city newly occupied by the demon clan was engulfed in a radiant sword light. Along with numerous celestial experts, a substantial number of soldiers perished, leading to an incalculable loss. Such a terrifying assault can only be attributed to a power of at least the Holy Realm. And now, it is all too apparent who among the Holy Realm stands against the demon clan. At that moment, nearly everyone's gaze converged upon Lin Fan, who, in a state of exasperation, raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. I assure you, this time it was not my doing. Not only this time, but in the past as well, he had no part in such occurrences. Why is it that every time something goes awry with the demon clan, the blame is invariably placed upon him? This large-scale attack is no trifling matter. Thus, after Lin Fan's denial, the elders refrained from further speculation. If it was not the holy ancestor's hand at play, then whose could it be? Could it be that the Venerable One has summoned a super expert of unparalleled might to aid humanity? A realization struck. The secret realm. Disbay was the first to react, unable to conceal his overwhelming joy. Do you all recall the holy ancestor's last words? Previously, when they had inquired how to deal with the demon clan, they were met with the succinct response, Holy Sword's secret realm, reflecting on the holy ancestor's earlier refusal to reclaim the cities. The elders had thought him to be favoring caution. Little did they know this was not a mere strategy for stability, but rather a tremendous gift bestowed upon the demon clan. It is evident that had humanity seized those cities earlier, they would now be the ones suffering devastating losses. Once again, the holy ancestor has, in an unseen manner, salvaged humanity and delivered a significant setback to the demon clan. If this truly is a realm of secrets, then, given the circumstances surrounding its emergence, it is likely that the treasures contained within far surpass any that have manifested in the past 5 millennia. As Disbay pondered this conjecture, he couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. The appearance of such realms is utterly unpredictable. How could the revered ancestor have foreseen its imminent arrival? Reflecting on the ancestor's initial refusal to reclaim the city, one wonders if he had anticipated the emergence of this realm from the very first day of his awakening. Could it indeed be the fabled sacred sword realm? Lin Fan, having received news of this gathering long ago, did not exhibit much astonishment. He simply hadn't expected the realm to materialize directly at the city's location, coincidentally right under the feet of the demonic forces. Thank you, esteemed Mr. Cavero. If you were to conduct such operations more frequently, I believe the threat of the demon clan would no longer trouble us. As Disbay remarked, the sacred sword realm undoubtedly harbors remarkable treasures. After all, the Sword of Falling Sunset is a coveted artifact sought after by those from the upper realms. Disbay immediately suggested, Revered ancestor, we must urgently dispatch personnel to explore the realm and secure the majority of its treasures. A realm of this magnitude could not only significantly enhance the power of established forces, but might even give rise to a formidable new power. To leave such an opportunity unexplored would be an egregious waste. Lin Fan nodded. To refuse would appear rather odd, yet even in agreeing, he felt an unsettling apprehension within. The Sacred Realm puppet is confined to the vast sacred land, unable to venture forth for battle. This venerable ancestor of the Sacred Realm is but a hollow shell. Should a contest for the Secret Realm ensue, the human faction would possess no Sacred Realm combat power. In stark contrast, the demonic faction clearly boasts a triad of Sacred Realm might on the front lines. Moreover, the news of the emergence of the Secret Realm cannot be concealed and will inevitably attract other races, leading to an unknown multitude of Sacred Realm experts joining the fray. The mere thought of such chaotic scenes is enough to induce a headache. After careful contemplation, Lin Fan resolved to allow only those from the vast sacred land to explore the periphery, abstaining from the core contention. The adage less action, less error, no action, no mistake guided his decision. In due course, he could claim that he ventured into the core alone, merely seeking a place to rest, and awakened to report a failure in the contest. After all, the sacred ancestor is not omnipotent. He sensed that these individuals would naturally infer the scenario of him being besieged by several sacred realm forces, leaving him with ample justification. With this in mind, Lin Fan waved his hand. You are to immediately arrange personnel to organize the exploration of the secret realm's periphery. Be vigilant, should you encounter individuals from other races. Refrain from instigating conflict. As for the contest for the core treasures, I shall shoulder that responsibility alone. You need not concern yourselves with it. Prioritize your own safety above all else. I do not wish to see any of you fall. Do you understand? Yes. The elders voiced no objections. Previously, they might have found it peculiar for Lin Fan to monopolize the command of the entire core area, but now they harbored no doubts whatsoever. They even felt that the esteemed sacred ancestor was more than capable of managing the core region single-handedly. Now, you shall organize the exploration of the peripheral areas on your own. The struggle for the outer regions will not involve the sacred realm. It is a matter best left to the elders. Without hesitation, Lin Fan departed the conference room, making his way toward his cave dwelling. Observing this, Dispai promptly followed suit. Chapter 28. Who are you, not my buddy? Lin Fan intended to return to his cave to resume his leisurely existence, dedicating his time to studying the intelligence of the demon race and indulging in slumber whenever the mood struck him. Although this upcoming Sacred Sword secret realm appeared to be of significant importance, his approach was straightforward. Make an appearance at the beginning and another at the conclusion. And that would suffice. To expect him to engage in battle? Not a chance. At least for the time being. The demon race needed to recover from their recent losses while simultaneously keeping their gaze fixed on the secret realm, rendering a full-scale offensive unlikely. This was precisely the scenario Lin Fan wished to witness. As for Lady Sun's request during the gathering, he had no intention of offering assistance. It was an endeavor that was evidently tantamount to courting death. He didn't even wish to entertain the thought. Sacred ancestor, wait for me, Dispai immediately called out. As only the two of them remained amidst the swirling mists, the other elders having remained in the conference room. Is there something you require? May I request the use of the Crimson Flame puppet from the Sacred Master? The opening of the secret realm is fraught with peril, and for the safety of the disciples, I wish to ensure they receive effective protection during the initial stages. Such matters would typically be handled by experts from the heavenly realm. However, due to the unprecedented scale of the secret realm, Dispai was genuinely concerned and thus sought the aid of the sacred ancestors' puppets. If it were possible, I would have done so long ago. Lin Fan couldn't help but silently scoff to himself. If he could truly command the puppet entirely, he would directly manipulate it to enter and seize treasures, rendering even the disciples unnecessary. Alas, his connection to the puppet relied on the vast aura of humanity emanating from the sacred ground. Once he departed from this place, he would be unable to maintain even basic control, let alone issue complex commands. Ahem. He feigned a deep cough, asserting, I do not intend to employ the puppet. I have my own plans. As for what those plans entailed, he himself was uncertain, leaving it to Dispai to ponder in due time. No. He must remind this fellow to exercise caution, to avoid underestimating the situation and risking the lives of the disciples. The ancestor has other intentions. Dispai contemplated this statement carefully, falling into a deep reverie, yet he hesitated to inquire directly, fearing it would reveal his ignorance. Just then, he suddenly sensed a shift in the air, glancing up to see an unfamiliar silhouette materializing behind Lin Fan. This stranger's attire was markedly different from the usual celestial robes. It appeared somewhat simple, yet possessed a unique charm, adorned with hints of black and yellow. He bore a youthful visage, appearing to be in his 20s, standing effortlessly in midair, devoid of any discernible aura. much like an ordinary mortal. Despai's heart raced. The individual could fly, and his sudden appearance indicated he was certainly not an ordinary human. The depth of his power was inscrutable. He could either be a master of the concealed path at the 9th level of the celestial realm or a formidable expert of the sacred realm. A master of the sacred realm has infiltrated the vast sacred land, and astonishingly, not a single soul has detected his presence. What a terrifying notion. Just as panic surged within, Despai's thoughts shifted abruptly. He observed Lin Fan standing nonchalantly amidst the clouds and mist, seemingly unfazed. While I may not be able to perceive this individual, the ancestor surely can. His lack of defensive action indicates that he is one of our own. Seeing Despai's expression flicker between confusion and clarity, Lin Fan initially assumed this fellow had momentarily lost his wits. However, upon following his gaze, he was taken aback. When did another person appear behind me? I didn't feel a thing. Must they be so frightening? As Lin Fan turned, a hint of displeasure crossed his features, prompting the unfamiliar man to promptly bow in respect, exclaiming, "Greetings, senior." What nonsense is this about greeting a senior? Who are you? Lin Fan had been around long enough to recognize the higher-ups within the sect, and he was certain that the individual before him was not one of them. Despai's expression had only momentarily faltered before returning to normal. Thus, the conclusion became evident. There could only be one truth. This person was merely an ordinary disciple within the sect. As a common disciple, he left no impression on the higher-ups, which is why Despai initially mistook him for a stranger, leading to his emotional fluctuation. Upon realizing that the individual was simply a disciple, his demeanor returned to its original state. Moreover, the disciple's act of bowing in respect confirmed all assumptions. Indeed, he was merely an inconsequential little disciple. Lin Fan could not discern the level of his opponent's cultivation, yet he deemed it inconsequential, surmising it might merely be at the human or earth realm. "What brings you to me?" he inquired. The man immediately responded with respect. "Under the orders of my master, I have come to pay my respects to you, esteemed one." Lin Fan surmised that this individual's teacher was likely a steward of the earth realm within a sect, intending to send a disciple to forge connections with the ancestor and seek greater benefits. He scoffed at such behavior. If one wished to curry favor with the ancestor, they ought to do so personally rather than dispatching a disciple. "Very well, I understand. You may return now." Noticing Lin Fan's indifferent demeanor, the man was momentarily taken aback, only to feel a surge of pride within him. He Songli was a direct disciple of the Xinhuang Daojun, representing his master in this visit. He had already endeavored to adopt a humble posture. Why then did this esteemed elder seem to disregard him entirely? Just as he was about to express his indignation, he recalled his master's warning. This venerable figure was someone he must never provoke. Thus, he suppressed his anger and spoke with even greater humility. "Esteemed elder, is there anything I can assist you with?" The elder's attitude appeared to dismiss even his master, prompting Song Li to re-evaluate his estimation of this individual's strength. A saint level? No. Could it be a Saint King level? Regardless, such a being could easily crush him with a mere finger. It was no trivial matter for someone of that caliber to lower themselves. Lin Fan inwardly scoffed, wondering what assistance a lowly disciple could provide. Not causing chaos would be a feat in itself. He held no expectations of aid from him. All that was required was some effort during the exploration of the secret realm, and that would suffice. Song Li was utterly astonished. This esteemed elder had discerned his intention to explore the secret realm with a mere glance. However, the task entrusted to him by his master, the Xinhuang Daojun, had come with great sacrifice, sending him to the mortal realm. The elder's earlier remark about not expecting assistance from him was a blatant admonition. It was as if the elder was informing him that they were not on the same level, urging him to relinquish any inappropriate thoughts lest he jeopardize his own life. "Yes, esteemed elder." Song Li's tone grew increasingly respectful, as if he were merely a servant. The elder's will was now his own. Chapter 29. A storm approaches. Upon overhearing their conversation, Despaim remained silent on the surface, yet he inwardly speculated about their relationship. Concealing one's aura was no simple feat. There were two scenarios to consider, the first being the complete restraint of one's own true energy, wherein a saint-level expert could actively suppress their aura, rendering them undetectable to practitioners below the heavenly realm, unless they possessed special sensing artifacts. The second scenario involved the mobilization of true energy, wherein any combat would inevitably reveal one's true aura, and even basic applications of true energy, such as flight, would lead to some leakage of aura. In such circumstances, most practitioners would encounter difficulties in concealing their presence. Even a saint-level expert, despite actively suppressing their aura, could still be perceived by a heavenly realm practitioner during flight, revealing their true strength. Only their great saint ancestor, who had mastered the legendary art of concealing the heavens, could remain entirely undetected, even amidst battle. It is evident that individuals of such caliber are exceedingly rare. Disbay, though merely at the 7th tier of the heavenly realm, rather than the pinnacle of the 9th tier, possesses an extraordinary art of perception. The opponent stands suspended in the air, clearly channeling true energy, yet Disbay could not detect even the slightest fluctuation of this energy, indicating that the adversary is at least at the peak of the 1st stage of the Saint realm, likely surpassing the 2nd stage. When did our human race acquire a companion of such stature in the Saint realm? It is worth noting that experts of this caliber would have been considered ancestral figures among the 9 sacred lands of Ur. The opponent exudes no discernible aura, leaving Disbay unable to ascertain their race. However, a subtle sense of familiarity suggests that this individual is indeed of the human lineage. Upon reflection, the fact that this individual pays respects to the ancestors as a junior indicates they are one of us. Could it be that the Saint Ancestor has been secretly nurturing a direct disciple? Goodness gracious! The Saint Ancestor, in silence, has accomplished such a monumental feat? Surely. Other leaders of various factions are also clandestinely cultivating prodigies, yet few are likely to reach the heavenly realm, as this select group represents the future. However, the geniuses nurtured under their ancestors have directly attained the level of the Saint realm, and not merely the 1st stage. What an astonishing revelation! Were it not for his own eyes witnessing this phenomenon, Disbay would never have believed it possible. It is utterly terrifying. In that moment, Disbay found himself in awe, contemplating whether it was the prodigy's innate talent that was astounding or the prowess of the Saint Ancestor who nurtured him that was even more formidable. Presently, the human race boasts a puppet at the 1st stage of the Saint realm, a prodigy at the 2nd stage, and an ancestor at the 3rd stage. Although such an arrangement pales in comparison to the peak of human capability, it still possesses considerable strength amidst the current great powers, sufficient to instill fear in the demon race and deter them from launching an assault. Capturing 8 sacred sites consecutively represents both a remarkable achievement and an immense loss for the demon race. The adversary's situation is far from as optimistic as one might envision. Realizing his thoughts had wandered, Disbay promptly refocused his attention. The elder had mentioned possessing his own plans, which likely referred to this formidable sage-level expert. Indeed, what could instill greater confidence than the personal escort of a sage-level master? No wonder the holy ancestor was reluctant to deploy the sage puppets. It appears there was a far superior candidate, rendering those 1st-level sage trifles beneath contempt. In his disdain for the sage puppets, Disbay seemed to overlook one crucial detail. His own cultivation was merely at the 7th level of the heavenly realm. At that moment, Lin Fan found himself momentarily speechless by the other's words. The notion of your will is my will felt excessively sentimental, leaving one to wonder if the individual before him considered himself a trusted confidant. Enough of this. Proceed with your duties and contribute to the team as best you can. Contribute to the team? Now it was Song Li's turn to be perplexed. Having descended alone into the lower realm, where was this so-called team? Yet, after a brief moment of hesitation, he quickly grasped the elder's intent. The elder wished for him to oversee their sacred sites reconnaissance team, which made sense, as the elder's profound strength could easily attract unwarranted attention if he acted rashly. In comparison, although my strength does not reach the level of the sacred realm, it pales in insignificance when juxtaposed with that of my predecessors. Perhaps, in his eyes, I am no different from a mere insect in the sacred realm. Song Li respectfully bowed, and then his figure vanished into the mist. You two, prepare yourselves. Remember, exercise utmost caution. Never be careless. Lin Fan reiterated to Disbay, not merely for the sake of appearances, for he truly did not wish to see his disciples perish during the exploration, even if he was unfamiliar with most of them. Understood. Disbay nodded in agreement, yet his heart brimmed with confidence, knowing that a master from the sacred realm was providing clandestine assistance, dispelling any lingering doubts he had harbored. The magnificent sword light surged for a full 3 days before it gradually subsided, vanishing into the ether. While the news of the sacred sword secret realm may not have spread directly throughout the entire continent, it was undoubtedly known far and wide in the surrounding regions. Leaving the Grand Elder and the sacred realm puppet to guard the vast sacred land, Lin Fan, the ostentatious figurehead of the sacred land, led Disbay and the exploration team directly to the entrance of the sacred sword secret realm. Just show your face and then return to rest. As long as other factions are aware that the human race's sacred ancestor is involved in this endeavor, it matters little whether he intervenes. It would be of no consequence. After all, at this moment, it was the height of noon, when the sun blazed most fiercely. This time was advantageous for most of the human race's martial arts, while conversely, it was the most detested period for the demon race. Indeed, it should be so. However, at this moment, it is undeniably midday. Yet the sky is shrouded in darkness, with neither the moonlight nor the starlight able to pierce through the heavy clouds above. An inky gloom envelopes the entire land. Many of the demonic clan's techniques thrive in darkness, yet are not confined to the night. This implies that as long as they can create an extensive area of obscurity, they're unbound by the constraints of time. This pervasive darkness emanates from the foremost expert of the demonic clan, the third-tier leader of the sacred realm, Cavalro. His domain of utter darkness is sufficient to transform the surrounding area into a battleground favorable for the demons. This serves both as an encouragement and a deterrent. Numerous missized factions lacking a sacred realm overseer, upon witnessing this vast expanse of darkness, have opted to withdraw their sects, fearing to engage further in the competition. Among them, a small faction has chosen to join forces with the demonic clan, hoping to gain some advantage. Of course, a larger number have taken flight towards the direction of the human race. The recent prominence of the human ancestors has been overwhelming. Even though the current situation still favors the demonic clan, many are inclined to place their hopes on the human faction. The struggle between these two great powers will never merely be a contest between the two. Chapter 30. A tense standoff. Lin Fan felt no apprehension regarding the dangers of this journey. It is quite common for leaders intent on vying for a treasure in a secret realm to exchange fierce words at this stage. And it is rare for them to engage in outright conflict at this point, unless there is a significant disparity in strength, such as one party being at the third tier of the sacred realm while the other is at the first tier or lacks a sacred realm presence altogether. In that case, it would indeed be surprising if a confrontation did not occur. Lin Fan believed that with his current reputation, he could easily intimidate others during the initial stages. As for what would happen after that, he planned to remain indoors and avoid the fray altogether. Gazing at the completely darkening sky, Lin Fan marveled at the wonders of nature, only to notice several teams hastening toward their direction. We come to pay our respects. These were representatives from several humanoid races, emblematic of mid-tier factions, none of which possessed a saint-level powerhouse to anchor them. Clearly, in such fierce competition, they were inherently at a disadvantage and could only seek to attach themselves to more formidable forces. Lin Fan welcomed them without hesitation. After all, this was a standard procedure, and they undoubtedly required more manpower, well, more cannon fodder, to be precise. Accompanied by these new recruits, Lin Fan continued his march into the encroaching darkness. It struck him as odd that while the demon faction had already unleashed their domain, the human ancestor displayed no sign of response. The leader of the newly joined humanoid faction began to ponder this. Logically, shouldn't there be an immediate counter with a domain of their own? This was a matter of great significance for the morale of their entire race. They had not directly experienced the terror of the human ancestor, and their understanding of this formidable entity was largely based on hearsay. Thus, the scene before them incited doubt. Perhaps the ancestor was not as fearsome as the legend suggested. Otherwise, why would he remain silent in the face of the demon as provocation? As they scrutinized the surrounding humans, they were astonished to see that the gazes directed toward their ancestor were imbued with reverence and trust. The faith of these individuals remained unshaken, even amidst the overwhelming darkness. What a terrifying sense of cohesion! The human race, even in its decline, remains a creature that, though dying, does not perish completely. The leader of the humanoids, shedding his doubts, redirected his gaze ahead. There, he beheld a ray of dawn, a beam of light that continually expanded, breaking through the darkness. In an instant, the pervasive gloom was dispelled. Sunlight cascaded upon each individual, akin to a divine miracle. At this moment, words escaped the lips of all present. The eyes of the disciples of humanity remained unchanged, as if this was entirely ordinary. As it ought to be. This bizarre weather is truly perplexing. Lin Fan murmured in confusion, quickly dismissing the matter, as it bore no relevance to him. Emerging from the shadows, Songli stepped forth, a faint smile gracing his visage. I detest the darkness, and I abhor the demon race. I hope my senior can forgive my impetuosity. Like a divine miracle. In the demon camp, Cavalro murmured to himself. He had contemplated the possibility of being forcibly dispelled by the ancestral powers of humanity after unleashing his domain, for his current strength was not yet complete. However, in his imaginings, there should have been an exchange of courtesies before he slowly succumbed, primarily to gauge the true strength of his adversary. Yet, he never anticipated that his domain would be instantly obliterated, completely eradicated. Is this truly something achievable by a being of the third realm of sanctity? Cavalro found himself increasingly bewildered. He intended to test the strength, yet now that he had genuinely done so, he felt discontent. No. He must refrain from making hasty judgments. Perhaps the opposing side has deployed formidable sacred artifacts or employed certain secret techniques. In any case, further observation is warranted. One can ascertain that the strength of the human ancestor is indeed, as the rumors suggest, truly deserving of the reputation as the man capable of effortlessly ensnaring my demonic forces. Koalo snorted and returned to his ranks, refraining from attempting to wield the power of his domain again. Moments later, Lin Fan traversed 2 desolate cities and officially arrived at the location of the Sacred Sword Secret Realm. Above the Secret Realm, sword lights flickered, the entrance firmly sealed, emanating an unimaginable peril and radiating a terrifying aura. Of course, these were merely Lin Fan's conjectures, as he could perceive nothing. The first trial has begun. Lin Fan took a deep breath and proactively ascended into the sky to confront the demonic leader, Koalo. Dispay did not dare to follow, fearing that the sudden eruption of a battle at the 3rd level of the Sacred Realm would obliterate him into dust. In the stillness of the air, the aura of the Sacred Realm pulsated around Koalo, while Lin Fan emitted not even a trace of energy, appearing as an authentic mortal. Oh no! He indeed was a genuine mortal. Lin Fan continually marveled at the exceptional quality of his attire, which even withstood the pressure of the Sacred Realm. Ahem. It seems the weather is quite pleasant today. Lin Fan remained acutely aware that the being before him was a master of the Sacred Realm. Thus, he considered that bold words were merely a formality. Otherwise, should he truly provoke the opponent, he would be left oblivious to the manner of his demise. Koalo's face suddenly twitched. Such delightful weather indeed. Is this not a mockery of his domain being instantaneously shattered? Such subtle derision possesses a potency far exceeding that of overt insults. Cavero, restrain yourself. Opposite stands a formidable figure of the 3rd realm of the sacred domain. He endeavored to calm his tumultuous emotions, repeatedly reminding himself of his own limitations confined to the 2nd realm of the sacred domain. Should a confrontation ensue, he could scarcely fathom the manner of his demise. Thus, the utterance of harsh words is merely a formality. It is evident that Cavero harbors no desire for a sudden demise. He managed to force a smile more grotesque than tears. Indeed, the weather is quite pleasant today. The final words escaped his lips through gritted teeth. Lin Fan was taken aback by the surprising courtesy exhibited by this demon lord. A stark contrast to the typical barbarism associated with his kin. Naturally, for the sake of humanity's future, he silently wished for this creature's immediate demise. So, shall we commence? Ahem, shall we begin the contest for the secret realm? Shall we begin? The two engaged in a strained conversation, the atmosphere growing palpably still. Neither dared to utter threats, fearful that a single blow from the other could spell their end. The ancestor of humanity. We shall show no mercy. With this seemingly innocuous declaration, Cavero retreated to the demon encampment as if fleeing. Lin Fan exhaled, realizing that the most daunting hurdle had been surmounted. Now, he could merely await the outcome in relative comfort. As he descended slowly, he raised his gaze once more to behold a multitude of dark figures approaching. Those were other formidable factions unaligned with either humanity or demons. Chapter 31. The Sacred Crane. Lin Fan, as the venerable ancestor of the sacred land, took advantage of his private moments to diligently acquire essential knowledge about the continent. At the very least, he became acquainted with the formidable powers that resided in the vicinity. The entire continent, or rather the entirety of the lower realm, sprawled across an expanse so vast that no soul could fully traverse it, seemingly devoid of boundaries. Consequently, the major forces regarded the extensive uninhabited territories as demarcations of specific regions, which were collectively referred to as the celestial domains. Due to the extensive uninhabited areas that separated the celestial domains, the inhabitants were merely aware of each other's existence, seldom sending envoys for interaction. Lin Fan had meticulously compared maps and deduced that the celestial domain in which they resided was approximately twice the land area of his previous world, Blue Star. From the perspective of cultivators, this was not an excessively expansive territory. Naturally, the war between humans and demons was confined within this celestial domain, sparing the external powers of other domains. The records in many ancient texts scarcely mentioned events from outside realms. Lin Fan had not entertained thoughts concerning other celestial domains, for resolving the predicaments within his current domain was already a source of considerable distress. Excluding the now-defunct Jiaolong clan and the Tianji sect, there were a total of 32 forces in the entire celestial domain that boasted the presence of a sacred realm. This was the threshold for being considered a significant power. Among these 32 formidable factions, nearly half were anchored by only a solitary sacred realm practitioner. Those possessing multiple sacred realm guardians or those with practitioners of the 2nd level or higher were regarded as possessing commendable strength among the major forces. Certainly, the aforementioned strengths are merely superficial. Every formidable force harbors hidden trump cards, signifying a relationship of power dynamics between strength and weakness. Aside from the conflict between the human and demon factions, four other significant powers have arrived at the scene to contend for the secret realm. Each a formidable adversary not to be underestimated. Suspended in midair is a middle-aged man clad in a pristine white robe, wielding a feather fan. His attire is immaculate, as if it possesses an inherent force that repels all dust. Every member of his faction is similarly garbed in white robes. Yet their presence lacks the commanding dignity of their leader, appearing to don their uniforms merely for the sake of uniformity. He is the Crane Sage from the Crane Feather sect, a practitioner of the second level of the sacred realm. It is rumored that his father belongs to the innate spirit race while his mother is of human descent, classifying him as a hybrid. However, he has never proclaimed his human lineage nor established any alliances with the human race. Upon his arrival, Disparage scoffed disdainfully. He resembles a human, yet behaves otherwise. Is it a source of shame for him to possess human blood while collaborating covertly with the demon race? The Crane Sage cast a derisive glance over the group of humans, only to abruptly pause when his gaze fell upon Lin Fan, quickly averting his eyes, pretending he had seen nothing. Aside from him, 3 other experts of the sacred realm present include the Lionheart King of the Beast race, the Ghost King of the Spectre race, and the Celestial Rune Sage from the Rune sect. The former 2 are merely at the first level of the sacred realm, while the Celestial Rune Sage, though at the second level, bears no relation to the rank of Sage. In theory, amidst the contest involving the 3 tiers of the sacred realm, those at the first and second tiers hold little qualification to partake in the spoils. However, given the current standoff between the human and demon factions, the inevitable competition among these 2 formidable forces has afforded them numerous opportunities and instilled a sense of confidence to engage. Lin Fan, disinterested in the musings of these individuals, nonchalantly stifled a yawn, yearning only to conclude this grand opening ceremony swiftly so he could return to slumber. Despay's eyelids flickered, reflecting on the fact that the sacred ancestor was indeed unfazed, while others remained anxiously fixated on the secret realm. He appeared as if on the verge of sleep, seemingly indifferent to the mystique of the hidden domain. Upon further reflection, it was evident that the sacred ancestor had likely detected the secret realm's presence long before and possessed comprehensive knowledge of the intelligence therein, especially with a second-tier sacred realm adept covertly shadowing him, ensuring no complications would arise. The entrance to the secret realm remained tightly sealed, as if patiently awaiting someone to unlock it. At this juncture, it became necessary for the most capable individual to shatter the impasse, leading all eyes to converge silently upon Lin Fan and Cavalro. Ahem. Lin Fan cleared his throat, contemplating the futility of the situation. With his limited ability to harness the spirit energy through his summoning technique, the door to the secret realm would remain impervious for the next 8 centuries. Ahem. Cavalro followed suit, acutely aware that their knowledge regarding the secret realm was virtually non-existent. With the sacred ancestor of the human race unmoved, he dared not take action. Should he inadvertently expose his current capabilities, limited to the second tier of the sacred realm, he would undoubtedly be obliterated by the opposing human sacred ancestor without hesitation. The 2 exchanged a knowing glance in the air, only to awkwardly turn away in unison. I believe it is best to grant opportunities to the younger generation. The heroes share a common perspective, which resonates with my own sentiments. Observing that the 2 prominent figures on the field remained inactive, the remaining individuals hesitated to take action. This impasse was untenable. Thus, Cavalro discreetly signaled to His Holiness Crane. Understanding the cue, His Holiness promptly turned to the elder beside him and conveyed a similar signal. The elder, in turn, gestured to his senior disciple, who then forcefully kicked a junior disciple aside. This seems rather inappropriate, does it not? The junior disciple, trembling with trepidation, nonetheless dared not defy the command and slowly made his way towards the entrance of the secret realm. For several moments, nothing transpired. But as he truly approached the gateway, a tremendous beam of sword light erupted instantaneously, obliterating him into a mist of blood. How tragic. Lin Fan silently lamented, realizing that refraining from advancing was indeed the prudent choice. Had he ventured forth, he would likely have met an even swifter demise. After acquiring detailed intelligence about the Crane Feather sect, he felt no sympathy for its members. Their demise bore no relevance to the human race. His Holiness Crane appeared somewhat displeased, not due to the loss of a disciple, but rather because of a slight to his dignity. He vigorously waved his feathered fan, summoning a tempest that dispersed the overwhelming sword aura. Are you all so easily intimidated by a mere entrance to a secret realm? His Holiness Crane scoffed derisively, as if he had regained some semblance of pride, though in truth, no one regarded him with any seriousness. He then swiftly manifested before the entrance of the secret realm. So, you were able to handle this with such ease, were you? Why, then, must disciples be sent forth to meet their demise? It seems that this fellow's subordinates have indeed suffered an eternity of ill fortune. The revered Crane Sage placed his hand upon the portal to the secret realm, gently channeling his vital energy within, while simultaneously maintaining a vigilant guard against any imminent danger. The initial foray into the secret realm is fraught with peril. Yet it also harbors the potential for unforeseen gains, lacking the formidable strength of the human and demon races. He is compelled to pursue such a treacherous path in hopes of reaping greater rewards. Chapter 32. I possess your audacity. Awkwardly. Despite the crane sage's utmost effort to channel his vital energy, the portal showed no signs of yielding. 1 minute, 2 minutes. The crane sage, with a sheepish expression, withdrew his hand. What a farce. A master of the second tier of the Saint realm, and he cannot even open a door? This secret realm is indeed remarkably sinister. Who among you will dare to try? He promptly stepped back, offering the opportunity to others. After all, if the door remains stubbornly shut, none may hope to explore it. Since he could not succeed, it was only fitting to allow others a chance. I shall try. Me as well. Observing that the crane sage had not been assaulted, the Lionheart King and the Ghost King approached in succession, yet regardless of their efforts. They could not budge the door in the slightest. In that moment, a wave of astonishment washed over everyone. The secret realm appears utterly impenetrable? What then? Is the purpose of exploration? Shall we all return to our respective domains? The celestial symbol Saint Lord stepped forward to make a tentative attempt, only to shake his head in resignation. Cavero, arms crossed, harbored no inclination to even try. Even the esteemed Crane Saint and the heavenly Rune Saint cannot achieve what he currently cannot with his second-level Saint realm strength. He is unlikely to surpass them. Opening the door in the presence of the ancestral beings of humanity could easily reveal his true capabilities, leading to catastrophic consequences. He would rather forego the secret realm than expose his actual strength. Observing the collective gaze of the crowd upon him, Lin Fan pondered. The current situation is indeed quite unexpected. However, it is preferable this way. Lin Fan's desire is to maintain the status quo. Ideally, no one should enter the secret realm. After all, if no one can open it, it is quite reasonable that he cannot either. That fellow Cavero has already given up. As long as he attempts to access it and demonstrates his inability, no one will dare to try again, thus bringing this expedition to a perfect conclusion without any injuries. Ah, what a splendid plan. It even spares him the trouble of wrapping things up. To maintain an air of sophistication, Lin Fan chose to remain silent and gracefully approached the entrance of the secret realm. Truth be told, he still had yet to master teleportation. He was grateful to the Crane Saint for dispelling the sword energy. Otherwise, he would have stood even farther back than Cavero, under the watchful eyes of everyone. Lin Fan extended his hand towards the grand door of the secret realm. To prevent any unforeseen incidents, he refrained from employing any spirit-invoking techniques, merely gesturing lightly. As for the others who may not perceive the fluctuation of true energy and suspect that he had not infused any, what a jest! Does his sky-covering divine art merely serve as decoration? The warmth of his palm met the chill of the stone door, and in an instant, Lin Fan felt as though struck by lightning. The Crane Saint stood at the forefront of the group, and a curious elder beside him inquired, Master, is there any danger with that door? No danger at all. The sacred Crane Master scoffed disdainfully, muttering incomprehensible whispers, yet the Earth realm level could actively resist, rendering it insignificant. Surely, no one could be so inept as to be ensnared by such trivial tricks. At that moment, Lin Fan felt an overwhelming urge to curse. Why had those foolish individuals not warned that encountering the gate would pose a problem? Would it have been too much to mention? Clearly, the powerful beings of the sacred realm did not believe that others were incapable of addressing this issue, nor did they feel any obligation to share information with anyone else. Countless ethereal murmurs flooded Lin Fan's mind, nearly obliterating his thoughts, leaving him in a stupor, motionless for an extended period. This profound psychological onslaught left him utterly defenseless. Observing the human race's sacred ancestor place his hand upon the stone gate, remaining inactive for over 10 minutes. Others were momentarily perplexed. What was happening? If it were unfeasible, could he not simply concede? The sacred Crane Master snorted derisively. Is it embarrassment that keeps you from leaving? He harbored no fondness for the human race. Cavero quietly turned away, feigning ignorance of this individual. Should the human race's sacred ancestor decide to reprimand him, he vowed not to intervene, as he had no desire to be caught in the crossfire. Shallow, Dispay retorted with disdain, asserting that the sacred ancestor had undoubtedly discovered the method to unravel the mystery and was now endeavoring to lift the seal of the secret realm. Did you think everyone was like you, lingering at the entrance without moving, ultimately unable to open it? You, the sacred Crane Master's face flushed crimson, filled with a desire to swiftly eliminate Dispay with a single strike. Upon observing Lin Fan in the sacred realm of the Triad, he ultimately resolved to proceed with a modicum of sincerity. Merely feigning agreement would suffice, for he wished to extend his existence for several millennia. It was evident that the majority placed their trust in the assertions of Dispay, believing that this formidable and enigmatic pinnacle of humanity must have discerned some profound issue. Even Cavola refrained from interrupting, and no one dared to stir. Thus, a contest for the secret realm devolved into Lin Fan's solitary exhibition. It was not until a full 30 minutes had elapsed that Lin Fan finally emerged from the tumult of nonsensical murmurs, faintly discerning a semblance of clarity amidst the chaos. Ahem. That was an exceedingly ancient voice, reminiscent of a corpse recently risen from its tomb. To his astonishment, someone dared to extend their consciousness to heed his message. "Young man, you possess remarkable courage," it chuckled. Lin Fan's lips twitched slightly. Was this truly his choice? There was no alternative. Simultaneously, he began to comprehend that those with sufficient strength would instinctively sever their connection to the ramblings, thereby rendering communication with this voice impossible. Thus, even the weak possess their own advantages. He silently affirmed within his heart. "Who are you? Who am I?" The ancient voice paused momentarily before responding. "I cannot recall. I have forgotten everything, including my name and identity. Young man, may I request that you—" "I decline." Lin Fan would wager that this was undoubtedly a significant dilemma. The best way to avoid trouble was to refrain from listening altogether. This individual is clearly the master of the secret realm, or at the very least, a remnant of will. Is it truly the fate of a mere mortal to undertake such a perilous task? Lin Fan was acutely aware of his own limitations. All he desired was to return to his slumber. The aged voice was suddenly stifled, seemingly taken aback by the resolute rejection before him. "I can offer you." "I refuse." Lin Fan retorted with disdain. "I am but a feeble being. Please, let me go back. With so many saints around, wouldn't it be more advantageous to seize one of them as labor rather than me? What a character, so unique yet humble. I have decided to grant you a surprise. I possess the personality of your cow." Is this old man incapable of comprehending human speech? Suddenly, an overwhelming urge to strike surged within him. The sensation of being completely frozen vanished in an instant. As the scene before Lin Fan flickered, he found himself surrounded by a dense jungle. This is the core of the secret realm? What kind of jest is this? In a place where heavenly beings abound and earthly ones are as common as dirt, what business does a mere mortal have here? Chapter 33. The terrifying sword chi of the Guardian. With a deafening roar, the gates of the secret realm swung wide open. The heavy sound, accompanied by a surge of sword chi, obliterated several nearby disciples into mere dust. It has opened. Truly opened. Master, he gazed in disbelief, while Dispai and the members of the human race felt it was only as it should be. If the great ancestral saint could not open it, that would indeed be a problem. But wait. The Lionheart king of the Beast clan immediately pointed towards the entrance and bellowed, "Where is the human ancestral saint? Why can we not see him? He has vanished." The celestial sovereign furrowed his brow, and even I could barely discern. It seemed that at the very moment the stone door opened, his figure vanished, and I was utterly unable to detect his presence. "Curse be it!" The crane saint immediately exclaimed in anger. "A treacherous scoundrel. He must have known how to unlock the entrance to the secret realm the moment he encountered the stone door, yet feigned ignorance to buy time. This would allow him to extend his consciousness throughout the entire secret realm, seizing its information in advance, and then directly teleporting to the area abundant with treasures. Just imagine. They stood there like fools, watching the performance for over half an hour without taking action, handing over the initiative to him. The crane saint was filled with murderous intent. His audacity to strike first was driven by the desire to snatch the advantage, yet now he had gained nothing and had become the subject of ridicule. To directly probe into the secret realm with one's consciousness? Truly commendable is the ancestor of humanity, who dares to undertake such reckless actions in the face of a secret realm of this caliber. The lion-hearted king openly expressed his admiration, and a thought arose within him. One must never become an enemy of humanity, at least not before the demise of this great being. Among the crowd, the one with the clearest perspective was none other than Song Li, concealed within the shadows. The task bestowed upon him by his master was to explore this secret realm and observe any anomalies within. His role was to infiltrate covertly. He could not actively seek to open the door to the secret realm. Thankfully, a senior took action. Otherwise, the others would likely never have the chance to unlock the door in their lifetimes. Song Li felt a tinge of embarrassment. As he could not discern how the elder had unlocked the entrance to the secret realm, there was not even a trace of vital energy fluctuations. The only certainty he had was that the elder had utilized some arcane method to swiftly enter after the gate had been opened. As for the specific location, he remained oblivious. He dared not recklessly scan the entire secret realm with his divine sense. Although he possessed the capability to do so with ease given his current level of strength, two concerns held him back. Firstly, this secret realm was one of significant importance to both his master and the elder, potentially harboring hidden dangers. Even if it appeared to be at the saintly level, he was reluctant to explore it carelessly. Secondly, He feared offending the elder, since the gate had already been opened. He resolved to cast aside his reservations and proceed directly within. Not only did Song Li harbor this thought, upon witnessing the human race's saint ancestor enter, others from various factions were equally compelled to act, anxious not to miss out on any treasures. The first to dispatch subordinates was Saint Crane, who immediately assembled a small team led by a third-tier Earth Realm cultivator, accompanied by 7 ninth-tier human realm members, to soar into the secret realm. Just as the previously tumultuous sword energy had settled, it surged once more, obliterating all who dared to enter into mere dust. Saint Crane's expression darkened considerably. He promptly sent in a puppet of the first-tier celestial realm, hoping to bypass the sword energy at the threshold through teleportation, yet the outcome remained a dismal failure. As the puppet was annihilated in an instant, any attempt to cross the threshold would result in an onslaught by the sword energy. Even employing teleportation methods to enter the secret realm would not evade detection. The fate of the celestial realm puppet, vanquished beneath the sword energy, revealed that the intensity of the sword energy had seemingly escalated compared to before, indicating that those of greater cultivation faced even more formidable power. The esteemed Crane Sage hesitated to take any reckless risks, for he would not jest with his own life. There was no need to be directly slain. Even a grievous injury inflicted by the sword's aura would suffice for the other sacred beings present to seize a significant opportunity. If even the act of teleportation would be detected, how then did the human ancestor manage to enter? Could it be that he simply bore it? No. That individual possesses the celestial concealment technique, rendering him undetectable. Cursed be this predicament. The entrance to the secret realm stood open in silence, yet none dared to venture within. Alas, if we continue to linger, the treasures within shall be plundered entirely by the human ancestor, leaving us with naught but the dregs. Such formidable sword energy. Dispay pondered, stroking his non-existent beard, recalling the words of the ancestor from before. The ancestor had stated that we were to oversee the outer regions while he alone would manage the core area. Is this not precisely the current situation? The ancestor must have directly teleported to the core region, as per the initial plan. However, how shall they navigate through the sword energy at the entrance? It is no wonder the ancestor refrained from deploying sacred puppets for our protection, for this secret realm likely unleashes varying intensities of sword energy based on one's cultivation level. The first level of the sacred realm is indeed the most precarious, as having attained this status means enduring the most potent sword energy assault. Yet, possessing the weakest strength among the sacred beings could potentially lead to severe injury. Truly, the ancestor is remarkable. He has undoubtedly mastered the intricate details of the secret realm, which is why he arranged for a formidable expert of the second level of the sacred realm to covertly safeguard us. Though the sword energy at the sacred realm level is the same, the disparity in strength between the first and second layers of the sacred realm is indeed vast. Only those capable of withstanding such formidable sword energy can also protect others, albeit with great difficulty. Realizing this, Dispai immediately gestured for everyone to set forth without delay. Elder D, are we truly embarking on this journey immediately? The other elders cast puzzled glances, as the leader of the human faction was the sect's second elder, a master of the ninth heaven. Logically, it should not be Dispai's place to lead the expedition. However, considering Dispai's close ties to the sacred ancestor, no one dared to disregard his counsel. Dispai flashed a charming smile, declaring, "Everything is orchestrated by the sacred ancestor." With that, all dissent faded, and they marched towards the entrance of the secret realm in a grand procession, while the other factions merely observed with indifference, none daring to intervene. The enigmatic human sacred ancestor might have left behind some hidden measures. Attempting to ambush the human faction appeared deceptively simple, but could harbor immense peril. So much so that even Cavaro refrained from acting. Seeing this group entering the secret realm with scant preparation left Song Li momentarily dumbfounded. Are these people truly Na'vi? He pondered, as they entered simultaneously. The sword energy would erupt from the individual with the highest cultivation, which meant that everyone would have to endure the onslaught of sword energy at the heaven level. In his estimation, once the human faction stepped inside, those below the second layer of the heaven realm would likely not survive. Sighing, he reflected that although there are distinctions between realms, as fellow humans, he could not bear to witness his brethren face total annihilation. The elder must have sensed this and deliberately left him behind, likely with this very intention in mind. Chapter 34. Such magnanimity, truly admirable. Naturally, Song Li was more apprehensive about the possibility of that esteemed elder witnessing the demise of all his subordinates, which would inevitably lead to his own fate being sealed. The mere thought sent a shiver down his spine. He could not intervene directly, for doing so would unleash a torrent of sword energy that, given his cultivation level, would spell doom for everyone but himself. Yet, this challenge did not deter him. He promptly retrieved a strand of silk thread from his storage ring and cast it towards the direction of the human elders and their disciples. The thread expanded in the air, becoming increasingly prominent, yet no one present, aside from Songli, was aware of its existence. This was a heavenly-grade artifact, the sacrificial silk. Songli possessed an abundance of sacred-grade artifacts and those of higher tiers. But he feared that utilizing such powerful items might provoke the secret realm into elevating the sword energy's intensity. Thus, he resorted to the heavenly-grade artifact as a precautionary measure. The sole purpose of this artifact was to compel the user to absorb the damage intended for all individuals connected to the other end of the silk thread. However, it could only be employed once. Due to its significant limitations, it was tantamount to a self-sacrifice in certain instances, which is why it was only classified as a heavenly-grade item. He had only this one on hand. Yet it was more than sufficient to ensure the safety of his fellow humans as they navigated the perilous sword energy at the threshold. Of course, he bore no inclination to protect the accompanying humanoid races. The second elder was the first to step through the grand entrance, feeling an overwhelming wave of sacred sword energy bearing down upon him from above. His expression shifted dramatically as he attempted to muster all his cultivation to withstand it. However, in the next moment, when the sword energy descended upon him, it felt as gentle as a bath, causing him no harm whatsoever. This is nothing short of a miracle. The second elder was previously perplexed about the manner in which the holy ancestor would assist them in overcoming this crisis. They anticipated a formidable ability to mitigate the sword energy, yet they were astonished to discover that they were granted complete immunity to harm. This is the sword energy of the holy realm, not mere bathwater. Remarkably, not even the slightest residual force managed to escape. Truly, the holy ancestor is deserving of his title. With his prowess, even a casual display of power is capable of withstanding such a formidable assault. At this moment, Song Li's face twitched in disbelief. He had anticipated merely enduring the sword energy of the celestial realm, yet he found himself subjected to the onslaught of the holy realm. Alas, he had been careless. It is evident that these elders possess artifacts of the holy realm, making such an occurrence hardly surprising. All the sword energy that should have been borne by the human elders and disciples was now redirected entirely onto Song Li, leading to a qualitative shift from the sheer quantity, momentarily leaving him in astonishment. However, that was the extent of it. Phew, fortunately, I have attained the cultivation level of the holy sect. Even 100-fold of such attacks would not be able to harm me, just as the human beings, filled with awe for the greatness of the holy ancestor, formally stepped into the secret realm. A heart-wrenching scream echoed from behind. The humanoid races that followed were utterly obliterated in the sword energy, with nearly all those leading the charge meeting a grim fate, causing those yet to enter the secret realm to retreat immediately, cold sweat beading on their foreheads. Dispai turned back, clearly taken aback by the unfolding situation. Could it be that the holy ancestor could only protect his own disciples, lacking the strength to safeguard these others? Humans, how ruthless you are. A humanoid disciple gazed ahead, overwhelmed by sorrow. If you do not wish to protect us, then say it plainly. Why remain silent while countless members of our kin perish? Witnessing the mass demise of their kind, the Lionheart King and the Ghost King also felt that the human race had acted rather ungraciously. They had clearly offered to serve as subordinates. Why deceive their own allies? At that moment, Dispai found himself perplexed by the intentions of the holy ancestor. Just as he was about to apologize, he noticed the expression of the Crane Saint, contorted in what appeared to be uncontainable fury. What could provoke such a reaction? Shouldn't the current events be favorable for them? As their kin fell in droves, the one surviving humanoid leader stood in bewilderment, engulfed in profound anguish. To everyone's astonishment, he did not confront the humans. Instead, he knelt in the air, repeatedly striking his own face. Oh, great holy ancestor, I know you are watching. I have been foolishly misguided. I should not have heeded the Crane Saint's words, feigning submission with the intent to betray. You, in your vast mercy, spare the remaining members of my kin. Realization dawned upon the others present. These humanoid races were, in fact, undercovers procured at great expense by the Crane Saint. They appeared to pledge loyalty while secretly preparing to betray and seize treasures. Unfortunately, this minor scheme had already been discerned by the holy ancestor of the humans, leading to the demise of most of their combat strength. The Crane Saint's expression twisted further. He had invested a significant portion of his fortune for this expedition into the secret realm. Due to insufficient preparation time, he had to bribe these factions at inflated costs, seeking to obtain the greatest opportunities within the secret realm at multiples of what others would pay. Promote him to the third level of the holy realm, allowing him to become a true top-tier power with genuine authority. He is acutely aware that a frontal confrontation cannot surpass the human race, which is why he resorts to subtle schemes. Yet, his meticulously crafted plan was discerned before it even commenced. Despair let out a cold snort, filled with trepidation. For among these humanoid races, several possessed the prowess of ninth-level experts in the heavenly realm. In the absence of the holy ancestor, should these individuals seize the opportunity to betray, it could result in catastrophic casualties. Even the second-level expert covertly safeguarding them might be unable to react in time. The leader of that race knelt for an extended period, and upon realizing no one would strike him down, hastily surrendered all his possessions to the human race. Before fleeing with the remaining members in disarray, the Lionheart King and the Ghost King nodded in agreement. The restraint exhibited by the human race's holy ancestor is commendable, a testament to true mastery and magnanimity. The Crane Sage was nearly compelled to take action. Yet, you lot, having chosen not to cooperate, ought to return the funds previously given. What nonsense is it to offer resources to the human race? Ultimately, the bribes he distributed merely ended up in the hands of the humans again. Were they bribes or aid to the enemy? The Lionheart King and the Ghost King both clasped their hands. Esteemed elders, please convey my regards to your holy ancestor. I hope to share a drink together one day. Both were merely at the first level of the holy realm, and the cost of entry was too steep, thus they resolved to withdraw from this contest. It was evident that the strength demonstrated by the human race's holy clan had instilled admiration in both, and their goodwill undoubtedly signified that the organizations they represented would align with the human side in the future. Surely, the holy ancestor would not decline such an overture. Upon receiving a favorable response from the human race, the two masters of the sacred realms swiftly retreated with their respective forces. The Crane Saint, his fists clenched tightly, exuded an aura of resentment and turmoil. Cursed humans, should I ever transcend to the third level of the sacred realm, I shall be the first to eradicate your inferior bloodline. Chapter 35, Terrifying. Despair paid no heed to the still looming Crane Saint outside, promptly entering the secret realm alongside the second elder and the gathered humans. The sacred ancestor had decreed that he would oversee the core area, while the rest of them were to explore only the peripheral regions, ensuring they did not intrude upon his venerable presence. Understood, Elder Dis. Quickly, inhabitants of the vast sacred land, come and extract me from this wretched place. It is frigid and unwelcoming. Lin Fan sat upon a stone in the core area, rubbing his hands together. According to his scant knowledge, this stone seemed to be a natural mystic jade, capable of accelerating a practitioner's cultivation speed. A rare treasure indeed. Alas, he possessed not even the most rudimentary cultivation technique, rendering his sitting upon this stone merely a way to keep warm. Have you made up your mind, young man? Should you assist me in recalling my past memories, I might elevate your cultivation tenfold. Tenfold, you say? What of 100-fold? But alas, 0 multiplied by any number remains 0. Old man, vacate my mind at once. And before that, do hasten to extricate me from this secret realm. No, remaining here will inevitably lead to my demise from hunger. Although there are wild grasses by the roadside to stave off hunger, the spiritual essence within is overwhelmingly potent. Consuming even a single stalk might lead to one's untimely demise. If Lin Fan were currently at the first level of the celestial realm, devouring all the spiritual herbs here could potentially elevate him to the 4th level in an instant. Unfortunately, even if he were to claim all the cultivation stored in the system, he would still not reach the 1st level of the earth realm. He certainly does not wish to perish from gluttony. However, for Despair and his companions, these herbs remain invaluable, thus he decides to gather a few. While speaking, Lin Fan retrieves a sickle from his spatial ring. It is not a high-grade artifact, merely an ordinary sickle. While placing items into the spatial ring is effortless. Retrieving them consumes varying amounts of true energy depending on the item. Given the limited true energy he can currently control using his spirit-gathering technique, he cannot extract any artifacts. After obtaining the sickle, he immediately begins to harvest the surrounding spiritual herbs with fervor. Soon, he clears a substantial area and tosses the gathered herbs into the spatial ring. What is this? Before him lies a massive stone, adorned with buttons that gleam with a metallic luster, the purpose of which remains a mystery. To his surprise, nestled among the spiritual herbs were unexpected finds. Lin Fan promptly approaches and strikes one of the buttons with his sickle, and to his astonishment, it depresses. He scrutinizes his surroundings, but after several moments, it appears that nothing has changed. Has this contraption malfunctioned? What the hell? Entering the mysterious realm, one initially encounters a mountainous region where Despair and his companions are preparing for their preliminary exploration. Suddenly, they behold a colossal boulder tumbling down the mountainside, towering like a building. Alarmed, they realize that flying is strictly prohibited within the confines of this realm. Swiftly, they take evasive action. Fortunately, Their quick responses ensure that no one is harmed as the massive stone continues to roll forward at an alarming speed, heading towards the entrance. Indeed, this mysterious realm proves to be perilous. Everyone must remain vigilant and avoid straying too far apart. At the entrance of the realm, they observe that the human faction has fully entered, and the demon clan, along with the crane feather sect and the symbol sect, cannot contain their eagerness any longer. Each of the three major factions possesses at least one expert at the second level of the sacred realm, sufficiently capable of overcoming the initial challenges. Thus they naturally harbor no fear of the mysterious domain and are determined to seize this splendid opportunity. Songli does not linger. He cloaks himself in a veil of invisibility, rendering him undetectable, and leisurely approaches the entrance of the mysterious realm. Let us proceed. The Crane Saint promptly organizes the strategy, instructing the participants at the first level of each major realm return home, as they lack the qualifications to enter. Each major realm is then designated as a separate squad, entering in a staggered manner to minimize the impact of the sword chi. Of course, prior to this, all artifacts exceeding their own realm must be entrusted to the Crane Saint for safekeeping. As the sole sacred realm expert of the Crane Feather sect, the Crane Saint naturally takes the lead, being the first to step into the mysterious realm. Songli watches the Crane Saint follow closely behind him as he enters the grand gate, momentarily bewildered. Not to be rude, but I've seen many rush to offer their riches. It's rare to encounter one who hastens towards their demise. I certainly did not intend to deceive you. It was your choice to follow. Clearly, the revered He Shengzuan remains utterly oblivious to the presence of Songli before him. He is convinced that with his cultivation at the second level of the sacred realm, coupled with an arsenal of sacred realm artifacts, he can easily manage a mere gatekeeper-esque sword aura. In that fleeting moment, a terrifying sword aura erupted. The onlookers were met with a blinding flash of white light, as though the very heavens and earth had succumbed to silence. Cavero involuntarily trembled. This is absolutely not sword aura of the sacred realm. Could it be that He Shengzuan is a concealed master capable of invoking such a formidable sword aura? As this thought crossed his mind, he quickly dismissed it as absurd. If He Shengzuan were truly a hidden expert, he would have already annihilated everyone present without needing to conceal himself. Wait a moment before this individual entered. It seemed that the human faction had ventured in first. Could it be that the legacy left behind by the human ancestors was not to shield their kin from the sword aura, but rather to absorb and store this very aura, only to unleash it in that instant? Cavero could only comprehend that the sword aura from earlier was immensely terrifying, far beyond his capacity to withstand. Yet, he could not precisely gauge its level of horror. If it were merely the accumulation of several hundred sword auras from the sacred realm, it would indeed account for such an effect, rendering everything reasonable. Phew, how fortunate I am to have remained composed. Otherwise, I would surely have been the one to fall victim to that sword aura. Generally speaking, upon entry, the human race transforms into the demonic race. Thus Cavero has ample reason to believe that this is a grand surprise meticulously prepared for him by the ancestral saint of humanity. In the face of such a shrewd adversary, it is indeed prudent to remain composed. With a sputter, the Crane Saint Master expelled a mouthful of fresh blood, struggling to rise from the ground in a disheveled and unsteady manner. What an unfathomable force it was, a power capable of tearing him apart in an instant. Had it not been for the limited resurrection opportunities granted by his cultivation method, the feathered ascension technique, he would undoubtedly have been utterly annihilated by that sword energy. Not only that, but upon his revival, after the sword energy had completely dissipated, the lingering aura on the battlefield once again inflicted severe injuries upon him. It was terrifying. Utterly terrifying. The Crane Saint Master, filled with trepidation yet also a flicker of fortunate survival, hastily patted his chest and lifted his head. To his dismay, he saw a massive boulder rolling directly toward his face. Chapter 36, Second Elder. Have I truly become incapable of comprehending the language of humanity? Boom. With a thunderous crash, the Crane Saint Master had no time to channel his true energy for defense before being crushed into a pulp. Who has schemed against me? Dreaming of soaring to greatness through this secret realm, the Crane Saint Master found himself dead twice before he could even take a step inside. He triggered the passive resurrection effect of his technique once more. Daring not even to glance back, he dashed deeper into the secret realm. As for the other members of the Crane Feather sect who had fallen behind him, well, they could only wish for their own fortune. The Feathered Ascension technique provides each practitioner with 3 resurrection opportunities at every major stage of their cultivation. The previous resurrection attempts have been entirely exhausted by the Crane Sage, leaving him with merely 3 resurrection opportunities granted by the Sacred Realm. He had initially thought that upon attaining the status of a Sacred Realm Master, he would no longer find himself in situations requiring resurrection. It seems he was indeed overly optimistic. With only 1 resurrection opportunity remaining, he must exercise utmost caution in its use. Yet, it appears that this is not merely a matter of conservation. The crane sage cannot help but feel a pang of trepidation, even though he had not prepared for defense. The physical prowess of the sacred realm should not be underestimated. Yet he was still unable to withstand the colossal boulder. It seems that evasion is the only viable option, as direct confrontation is out of the question. This secret realm is far more perilous than he had anticipated. At this moment, Songli, too, is cautious. The overwhelming surge of sacred sect-level sword energy he encountered previously has made it abundantly clear that this secret realm is anything but ordinary. As a practitioner of sacred sect-level cultivation, encountering sacred sect-level sword energy seems logical. However, if the secret realm is indeed limited to the sacred level, it would be inconceivable for it to unleash attacks of sacred sect caliber. The mere presence of such formidable sword energy speaks volumes. If a sacred general-level expert were to enter, would they also be subjected to attacks of sacred general level? Songli dares not contemplate further. Nor does he risk expanding his consciousness to explore. He can only proceed with utmost caution through the secret realm. Master. Outside. The disciples of the Crane Feather sect are left in a state of bewilderment. Has their master truly vanished? Fortunately, several core elders, who practice the same teachings as the Crane Sage, are aware that their esteemed leader still possesses resurrection opportunities. However, the decision regarding whether or not to enter remains a matter of uncertainty for all. You may proceed first. The one issuing commands is Cavero. The members of the Crane Feather sect dare not voice their anger, fully aware that they are being used as cannon fodder, yet lacking the strength to resist. They can only march forward in sorrow. Fortunately, this time the sword energy has returned to normal, allowing the majority to successfully enter. Which brings a sigh of relief from Cavero. Thus, the competition for the secret realm officially commences. Ah, indeed, labor is a source of joy. Lin Fan has nearly stripped the surrounding spiritual herbs bare, leaving a stark landscape, with only a peculiar control console standing out conspicuously. With these spiritual herbs, several elders of the heavenly realm can advance their cultivation further. Of course, this is contingent upon his survival in bringing these items out. Sitting upon a stone, Lin Fan hesitates to explore further, for it is common knowledge that the secret realm is teeming with spirit beasts and magical creatures, any one of which could easily slay him countless times. So, young man, have you considered how to assist me in recovering my memories? I shall reward you with what you desire. Heh, do you possess a treasure that allows mere mortals to vanquish experts of the sacred realm? How could such a thing possibly exist? After all, it is a treasure, and you are too lazy to even activate it. The aged voice seemed to ponder for a few moments before responding slowly. There exists, however, a passive defensive talisman. As long as you are attacked, it will not only protect you but also retaliate against your assailant. Since it is triggered passively, there is no need for the user to activate it or infuse it with true energy. Oh, Lin Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement. If I could obtain a defensive talisman of the sacred realm, wouldn't that enable me to turn the tables on a master of the sacred realm? Old man, where might such an item be found? If you can offer this as a reward, I might be inclined to assist you in recovering your memories. I seem to have forgotten everything, including my own existence. Why do you speak of trivialities that lead to nothing but disappointment? Lin Fan felt a twinge of melancholy, yet the elderly voice bore a hint of amusement. If you help me recall my memories, would I not then be able to aid you in locating such an object? It sounds rather like a scheme to deceive with empty promises. This old man clearly harbors ulterior motives, and Lin Fan couldn't shake the feeling that aiding him in regaining his memories was not a wise endeavor. However, when it came to cunning schemes, he was quite the expert. Ahem, old fellow, I can indeed assist you in recovering your memories. But you must first provide me with a map of the secret realm to facilitate my efforts. With a map in hand, I could deftly avoid all perilous locations. Whether we seek a treasure trove or a swift escape, it would surely be preferable to lingering here until demise. As for helping this fellow regain his memories, my abilities are insufficient, and I am powerless to assist. Given my own amnesia, do you truly believe I possess such knowledge? Then what use are you? Old coot. Hey, must you change your tone so abruptly? Whatever happened to your reverence for the elderly and care for the young? Lin Fan reached out and inadvertently struck the control panel beside him, seemingly pressing several buttons in succession, though it mattered little as there was no observable change. Search more thoroughly. Despite commanded his disciples to harvest the spiritual herbs within the secret realm. However, since they were still in the peripheral area, the quality of the herbs was generally low. The second elder approached, inquiring, has the ancestor mentioned any other plans? If not, we shall focus solely on exploring the outskirts. Despite pondered for a moment, and suddenly, a spark of insight illuminated his mind. I recall, during the previous meeting, the ancestor crossed his legs, which must have been a subtle hint for us. Moreover, this time, The posture was quite extraordinary compared to the last. Dispai remembered how the ancestor had kept his leg crossed for an extended duration before casting a glance at him and then uncrossing it, only to cross it again shortly thereafter. What could this signify? Just as his thoughts began to drift, a thunderous roar erupted from the ground, and a colossal chasm split open within the mountain, its depth unfathomable to the naked eye. The second elder promptly gestured for all elders and disciples to retreat immediately, urging them to keep a safe distance from the perilous abyss. Yet, Despai's body trembled suddenly, and he interjected, "I understand the ancestor's intention. Quickly, second elder, lead the disciples to leap into the chasm. This is the fortuitous encounter arranged for us by the ancestor." What? The second elder felt somewhat bewildered, struggling to comprehend how Dispai could interpret the act of crossing his legs as a signal to leap into the abyss. Was there a fundamental disparity in their understanding of human language? Chapter 37, The Art of Divination. Dispai, evidently unwilling to squander time, directly interjected, "Do you recall the last time the holy ancestor used his crossed legs to convey a message to us?" "Indeed," the second elder replied. "That gesture was rather inelegant for him. However, I was perhaps the only one capable of deciphering it as a hint immediately." He nodded as he reminisced. He recalled that the holy ancestor had once pointed one foot at Dispai and the other at the spy's location, which had prompted them to act and unmask the traitor. Of course, this was all information he had gathered later from Dispai, as they had been oblivious to the significance at the time. Dispai narrowed his eyes. This time, the holy ancestor's other foot points toward the great elder. The second elder was instantly taken aback, his mind racing with possibilities, only to dismiss them as implausible. If the great elder were indeed a spy sent by the demonic clan, their sacred land would have already fallen, unable to endure until the holy ancestor's revival. Such a notion was utterly impossible. As expected, Dispai waved his hand dismissively. "Of course, it cannot be as you imagine. When I first saw it, I was equally astonished. Upon reflection, the holy ancestor must have been using the great elder as a symbol for something else. I had numerous hypotheses, yet none were conclusive, which is why I refrained from mentioning this matter in your presence. Until now, I have finally comprehended the intentions of the holy ancestor." Dispai and the second elder cast their gazes simultaneously towards the abyss below. They both vividly recalled that the cultivation method of the grand elder was not the ancestral technique of the vast sacred land. Rather, it was an exceedingly extreme approach, one that posed greater challenges and risks yet afforded superior combat prowess among peers. It is said that long ago, the Grand Elder possessed the ability to vanquish foes of higher ranks, and not merely by a single tier. However, such feats are no longer feasible, as ascending any further would lead to the saintly realm. Should he succeed in surpassing that threshold, it would surely terrify anyone. The name of this cultivation method is known as the Abyss. The second elder suddenly grasped the meaning. "Are you suggesting that the holy ancestor is using this method to alert us to the abyss? And by subsequently lowering his legs, he signifies that we may descend into the abyss when we encounter it?" Dispai nodded, clearly affirming this interpretation. Yet, I remained somewhat perplexed. The second elder revealed a hint of confusion. Since the holy ancestor had already made this discovery, why did he not directly inform us? Was this roundabout communication truly necessary? If he wished for Dispai to be aware, why not choose a secure location to convey this information without the risk of eavesdropping? This line of thought led the second elder to realize that their ancestor often spoke in a rather cryptic manner, choosing to convey many matters indirectly rather than presenting them straightforwardly. Had it not been for Dispai's ability to decipher the coded messages, their journey would likely not have proceeded so smoothly. Dispai displayed a profound lack of contemplation, casually waving his hand as if dismissing the matter. "Have you not noticed a particular issue?" he inquired. "The holy ancestor has only just revived and has not yet established any channels. How then does he possess knowledge of future events? Indeed, everyone assumes it is only natural for the esteemed holy ancestor to have such intelligence at his disposal. Yet, the leader of the demon clan is also at the third level of the sacred realm. Why is he unaware of it? By what means does our holy ancestor acquire this information? Since ancient times, the practice of cultivation has emphasized the balance of yin and yang energies. Where there is yin, there must also be yang." Dispai's tone was resolute. The primary secret technique of the holy ancestor is the celestial veil, which symbolizes concealment and the masking of heavenly secrets. Therefore, for the holy ancestor to ascend to a higher realm, it is imperative that the yin and yang energies within him attain equilibrium, necessitating the cultivation of a supplementary technique that can unveil heavenly mysteries. For instance, most demon clan practitioners focus on techniques with immense destructive power. Upon truly entering the celestial realm, they must then cultivate a defensive technique to harmonize the yin and yang energies within themselves. This is precisely why demons above the celestial realm are particularly formidable. They possess not only tremendous destructive capability, but also formidable defensive strength. Consequently, the Holy Ancestor wields the formidable ability to both conceal and seek out heavenly secrets. If the method of seeking heavenly secrets is equal in power to the celestial veil, then foreseeing the future becomes less astonishing. Such divinatory abilities allow the diviner to easily receive insights, which pertains to the foreknowledge of heavenly secrets. However, if one wishes to convey detailed information to others, it constitutes a breach of heavenly secrets. The repercussions of interference can be mild or severe. Thus, when the two individuals grasped this connection, the enigmatic hints from the sacred ancestor finally found a flawless explanation. All of this is but the cost of divination. Indeed, glimpsing the secrets of the heavens is not an endeavor devoid of challenges. Yet, I remain uncertain. The second elder evidently harbors some hesitation. It is not a lack of faith in the esteemed sacred ancestor, but rather a concern that Dispai may have misinterpreted the signs. After all, this abyss does not appear to be a benign place, and a misjudgment could spell disaster for them all. Dispai, with an air of nonchalance, remarked that the abyss before them was clearly not a natural occurrence, but rather the result of someone activating a mechanism that has now revealed itself. None among us has triggered any mechanisms, so second elder, who do you suppose initiated this mechanism? Surely, they already possessed the answer in their hearts. The second elder promptly summoned several disciples to form an exploratory team, instructing them to descend into the abyss for preliminary investigation. Due to the uncertainty of the situation, he refrained from sending everyone in together or dispatching the experts from the celestial realm. This was not an indication of mistrust in Dispai's insights, but rather a necessary caution befitting his position as an elder. Were it not for the prudence displayed by each elder, the sacred land would not have endured to this day. Dispai could not help but lament. One can only wonder how much the sacred ancestor has done for us in secret. I truly hope that one day we can genuinely share in his burdens. Damn it, there is nothing I can do. Lin Fan lay languidly upon the spirit stone, slightly bored. After finishing the harvest of the surrounding spiritual herbs, Lin Fan found that the console remained unresponsive, regardless of how he pressed the buttons. He suddenly felt a sense of idleness. Without a map, he dared not venture forth recklessly, fearing an unexpected encounter with a lurking rat that could swiftly eliminate him. Old man, have you recalled anything? Perhaps the location of the treasure vault? He continued to probe, hoping to extract some wisdom from the depths of the old man's memory. The aged voice replied slowly, I am aware of a place of great significance. In my memories, it holds immense importance. However, I cannot recall the specifics of its significance or what lies within. So, young man, do you harbor any desire to explore? Chapter 38, The Abyssal Sword Pavilion. Hey, what sort of dubious statement is this? To know of a place of great importance yet not remember its details implies the nature of its dangers is unknown. Does it not? Oh, wait. The level of danger is of no consequence to Lin Fan, for as long as there is peril, he is likely to be swiftly eliminated. The old man's initiative in mentioning this matter instilled in Lin Fan a sense of conspiracy, as if the old fellow was deliberately luring him into that place for some ulterior motive. Yet on the other hand, if that were truly the case, Lin Fan would likely encounter little danger, at least in the initial stages. For if he were to perish swiftly, he could not assist the old man in achieving his desired goals. Thus, from this perspective, it indeed seemed worth embarking on such an adventure. The consciousness of the old man materialized directly within Lin Fan's mind. Even if he had initially been unaware, he would undoubtedly realize now that he was merely a mortal. You must ensure that I do not perish along the way. Rest assured, came the ancient voice in response, seemingly acquiescing to certain truths. Meanwhile, the crane sage, having regained his focus, began to discern the discrepancies in the situation. The previous burst of sword light had been so terrifying that it momentarily incapacitated his ability to think. Upon reflection, it was utterly unscientific. Coughing lightly, he mused, by all previous deductions, I should only be subjected to the sword energy of the Holy Realm. Yet the overwhelming might he had encountered could only be believed to belong to a genius of the first level of the Holy Realm. The crane sage gradually contemplated this revelation, his eyes suddenly gleaming with insight. Could it be that this was a sword formation designed to eliminate prodigies? The strength of the sword energy does not correlate with current power, but rather with innate talent? If that is the case, it elucidates everything. The reason that previous figure of the heavenly realm could only withstand attacks from the heavenly realm is that his talent only permitted him to reach that level. Thus I, the crane sage, am destined to evolve into a figure surpassing the holy realm. It is only natural that I would face a backlash from my own talent. Haha. Possessing excessive talent is not necessarily a blessing, indeed. With his hands on his hips, the crane sage felt an inexplicable joy. brimming with confidence as if he could already envision a future where he struck down the ancestors of humanity and kicked down Cavalro. Amidst his elation, however, he could not escape the harsh reality. He had completely lost contact with the other members of the Crane Feather sect, and he dared not recklessly extend his consciousness in this enigmatic realm of uncertain levels to seek them out. Forget it. If my subordinates perish, so be it. Should I encounter fortuitous circumstances and transcend to the third level of the sacred realm, I could easily amass as many subordinates as I desire. It is evident that he regards the lives of his followers with utter disregard, pursuing the core area with single-minded determination. Meanwhile, Cavalro has also led the members of the demon clan into the secret realm. However, he refrains from recklessly advancing to the core area. Instead, he chooses to explore the periphery with the esteemed elders and disciples of his clan. The rationale behind his cautious approach to the core area is straightforward. To put it kindly, it is a matter of prudence. To be blunt, it is a sign of timidity. Such a secret realm, especially in its innermost depths, is undoubtedly fraught with peril. For those beneath the sacred realm, self-preservation becomes a challenge, rendering any effective numerical superiority unattainable. In this precarious situation, should he encounter the sacred ancestor of the opposing faction, Cavalro harbors no illusions about being swiftly subdued. Indeed, leading the demon clan is no trivial endeavor. Nonetheless, the human sacred ancestor will undoubtedly focus all attention on the core area, thus neglecting the periphery. With Cavalro, a master of the sacred realm, concentrating his efforts on the outer regions, the possibilities are boundless. He could easily secure all the high-level magical treasures in the vicinity for the demon clan. There even lies the potential to inflict severe damage upon the human race. A complete annihilation is not beyond the realm of possibility. Cavalro's hesitation to confront Lin Fan directly does not imply that he would refrain from targeting other humans in Lin Fan's absence. On the contrary, he has long yearned for such an opportunity. The holy ancestor of the human race, previously employing insidious tactics to annihilate a portion of my demon army. I shall now eradicate a segment of your living forces, compelling you to return in tears. Cavalro firmly believes that once he achieves a temporary victory, he can swiftly return to the demon stronghold, where dozens of experts in the celestial realm will provide cover. Coupled with the apparent power of threefold sanctity, the opposition will undoubtedly hesitate to confront them directly. Similarly, this is the reason the demon race refrains from launching a direct assault on the human race. Both sides consist of one expert in threefold sanctity and a multitude of celestial realm masters, making a head-on clash fraught with uncertainty. The home ground provides a distinct advantage to its inhabitants. One of the demons respectfully inquires, "Leader, shall we proceed at once to ambush the human race?" "Not so fast," Cavalro replies. "The holy ancestor of the human race will surely take longer to explore the core region than we will. It is they who should be anxious. Once the humans have gathered their treasures, we shall reap the rewards collectively and make them toil for us." A wicked yet cunning smile graces Cavalro's lips. "Before that, I must first acquire the strongest artifact in the entire outer region." He opens his palm to reveal a palm-sized dark magic mirror. The surrounding elders instantly recognize this artifact. It is the essence of a former leader of the demon race, who had attained threefold sanctity before his demise. The leader's cultivation method was specifically focused on treasure exploration. This magic mirror can autonomously seek out the most powerful artifacts within a certain range and reveal corresponding information, making it a rare and exquisite treasure-hunting artifact of the highest sanctity. As all gathered closer, the mirror suddenly rippled, revealing a dimly lit chamber surrounded by an eerie, swirling glow. For blood-red characters materialized, Abyss Sword Pavilion. The very name exudes an aura of power. Within its confines lies at least one sword of the sacred realm level, likely the most formidable artifact in the surrounding area. Hearing the elder's astonishment, Cavalro nodded in satisfaction, his face adorned with a confident smile. Even a formidable force like the demon clan would possess only a limited stock of sacred realm artifacts, perhaps numbering no more than a couple of dozen. Thus, acquiring one more such treasure truly enhances their security. The feeble human race is presumably still scouring the ground for treasures, with their ancestors venturing into the core area, leaving them to fumble about for mere inferior products. Unlike our illustrious leader, who has long prepared the necessary artifacts, ready to gather all the precious items upon entering the secret realm, Cavalro welcomed the flattery of his subordinates, believing that bolstering morale in such circumstances was indispensable. However, their expressions soon froze in shock, for they beheld within that shadowy image several insufferable human disciples slowly stepping into the powerful and mysterious Abyss Sword Pavilion. Chapter 39. Enter. The Abyss Sword Pavilion? The name sounds remarkably impressive. Indeed, this is a place of fortuitous encounters personally selected by our ancestor. How could it possibly be ordinary? Under the command of the second elder, several disciples who stepped into the abyss initially resigned themselves to their fate of certain death. However, after enduring several minutes of enveloping darkness without sustaining any harm, their doubts began to dissipate, especially given the prior indication that this was the arrangement of the holy ancestor. They began to explore the area, a rather reckless decision. Could the place chosen personally by the holy ancestor truly bring us harm? Soon, as they ventured along the abyss's depths, they beheld a grand plaque inscribed with the words Sword Pavilion of the Abyss. Do not stand there foolishly. Quickly utilize the methods we prepared beforehand to contact the second elder. We must hasten to retrieve everything here. Yet, how did the esteemed holy ancestor discover the existence of this sword pavilion? It seemed that the secret realm had never been opened before. The same figures and identical words were reflected in the magical mirror held by Cavero, rendering the surrounding demon spectators uncomfortably silent. Cavero had been eager to inquire why the human race was present in this place. He had painstakingly prepared to seize a lucrative opportunity, only to find that others had beaten him to it. However, upon hearing the disciples' conversations, that familiar name resurfaced in the minds of all the demons. Like an inescapable shadow, the holy ancestor of the human race. How much had he anticipated? Not only had he focused his attention on the core areas, but did he also intend to overlook the valuable treasures in the peripheral regions? The demon beside him spoke with slight trepidation. Leader, shall we continue to the sword pavilion of the abyss? This question may appear rather foolish, as their leader is present. How could they possibly fear an ordinary human squad? Yet, they have become somewhat neurotic, suspecting that this might be a trap laid by the human ancestor specifically to ensnare their leader. This conjecture holds considerable merit. If the adversaries have utilized divination to ascertain the location of the abyssal sword pavilion, why could they not further predict that the demon race would attempt to seize it? Due to such apprehensions, the entire demon faction hesitates to advance directly, awaiting their leader's command. Let us proceed. Cavalro's gaze suddenly hardened. Perhaps the human ancestor indeed has set a trap for us. But the target is not I, it is you. Indeed, this is merely an outer region, one of lesser significance. Even if the human ancestor has devised a trap, it would hardly extend to the sacred realm level. After all, in their eyes, Cavalro, as the leader of the demon race, is undoubtedly meant to engage in the core struggle, and the corresponding arrangements would be within the central area, not the periphery. The demons realized with clarity. Thus, if the leader were to take action personally, he could unravel their adversaries' schemes and perhaps even annihilate the ambushing forces entirely. With this thought, excitement spread among the demons. They finally possessed the capacity to turn the tide. In the outer region, at the abyssal sword pavilion, after the exploration team ahead reported safe intelligence, the second elder and Dispai immediately led the remaining human members into the abyss. Arriving successively at the entrance of the abyssal sword pavilion, Despair pondered thoughtfully, for the gestures of the holy ancestor, who had been reclining with one leg crossed over the other, conveyed three distinct signals. In the end, after lowering his leg, he raised it once more. The interpretation of this final signal may well hold the key to their strategy in conquering the abyssal sword pavilion. Perhaps further insights from the holy ancestor would illuminate their next course of action. The second elder retrieved a square spirit stone from his pocket. Comparable in size to an ordinary mobile phone, one side remarkably smooth, resembling a brilliant mirror. This was a celestial artifact, a communication stone. The inscriptions on one stone would simultaneously transmit to its counterpart, allowing for communication across great distances. The drawback, however, was the pronounced fluctuation of true energy during use, coupled with the complexity of its refinement and the expensive materials required, rendering them scarce. Due to the considerable noise generated when in operation, Despair had refrained from utilizing this device to contact the holy ancestor. In truly covert operations, ordinary letters devoid of any true energy might serve as the most effective means of communication, as their simplicity would evade scrutiny. Of course, within the confines of the secret realm, such concerns were rendered moot, as they were surrounded by allies, making open usage entirely permissible, given the size limitations. The second elder inscribed merely 4 characters onto the stone. We have arrived, indicating their presence in the abyssal sword pavilion. Yet, the true energy fluctuations of the spirit stone remained confined within itself, unable to transmit outward. Was this secret realm inhibiting communication? The second elder sighed, realizing that not only they, but even the members of the demon clan's Crane Feather sect, were unable to establish communication within the secret realm. Once separated, they were truly lost. As he pondered this, suddenly his vital energy surged, breaking through its constraints and transmitting towards its destined direction. Had the holy ancestor intervened? Truly remarkable. The holy ancestor managed to pierce through the barriers of the secret realm, To what extent did his understanding of this domain reach? A message arrived on my phone. Lin Fan, still accustomed to referring to the spirit stone in his hand as a phone, thought it odd that there should be any signal here. As he had previously attempted to establish contact multiple times, he chuckled, considering it a favor he was doing. A venerable voice echoed in his mind. I continuously control certain aspects of the secret realm, but not extensively. Every half hour, I can assist in receiving and transmitting a message, followed by a necessary half hour to restore my strength. If you can help me recover more memories, this frequency will surely increase. Lin Fan scoffed at this. The being could undoubtedly manage to transmit and receive more than once within half an hour. Such limitations were merely a lure to entice Lin Fan into aiding him in the search for memories, adhering to the notion that even a small gain is worthwhile. Lin Fan promptly examined the message transmitted by the spirit stone. We have arrived. Lin Fan's heart raced with excitement. Could it be that those from the Dispel faction had successfully reached the entrance to the core of the secret realm, preparing to rescue him? Cough. It couldn't be termed as a rescue. How could matters concerning the ancestor be labeled as such? It should rightly be referred to as a welcome. Indeed, it is a welcome. Thus, he immediately halted his steps, momentarily abandoning the thought of seeking that secret place, and promptly returned to his original position to await the arrival of Dispel and the others. To this end, Lin Fan decided to be forthright, avoiding any circumlocution. Elder, you mentioned that you could send a message in half an hour. With that, he inscribed a single character, enter, upon the spirit stone. Chapter 40, A Desperate Situation? Enter? Upon receiving a clear response, the second elder harbored no further doubts and immediately commanded the human clan to step into the abyssal sword pavilion. The holy ancestor had sent a definitive reply, confirming that their previous conjectures were indeed accurate. Truly, communication among the astute is remarkably effortless. A mere handful of words suffices to convey one's intent. Let us proceed. He was the first to enter the sword pavilion, but as he did so, his expression shifted dramatically. The aura surrounding him was profoundly sinister. It even incited a sense of resistance within his own cultivation. This sword pavilion appeared to be a treasure trove meticulously crafted for the demonic clan. Merely entering was enough to leave the human clan feeling utterly uncomfortable. Why would the holy ancestor assign us to such a place? The treasures here, even if acquired, would be utterly unusable by most. It could be said that those capable of wielding them would be even more suspect. Trusting in the holy ancestor, the second elder continued forward, frowning deeply, while Dispel, closely following behind, bore a similarly grim countenance, and the disciples trailing them were drenched in cold sweat. Cough, cough. Elder, I feel we are on the brink of collapse. No further words were necessary. Since the holy ancestor has permitted our entry, we must place our trust in him. Any doubt may potentially jeopardize our own interests. Indeed, the second elder firmly believed that the holy ancestor would not bring harm upon them, as such an action would be utterly illogical. Initially, his conviction was unwavering, yet as time passed, the less skilled disciples began to undergo alarming transformations. Some even rooted in place, their bodies partially consumed by malevolent energy. Elder, I feel so unwell. The disciples cried out in a chorus of lamentation. Every sword, every corner of this place was tainted by the ominous miasma. It was impossible to remain unscathed. The only distinction lay in the fact that those of higher cultivation were eroded at a slower pace, while those of lesser skill succumbed more swiftly. That was the sole difference. The second elder was utterly astonished. He had never anticipated such dire consequences. This revelation caused his heart to waver profoundly. If they continued to linger here, all would inevitably be gradually consumed. They would either perish or fall into the clutches of the demonic clan. Yet, to depart directly would contradict the holy ancestor's command. What if this disrupted some of his venerable plans? The second elder repeatedly attempted to contact the holy ancestor using spirit stones, but since that initial attempt, he could no longer convey any effective messages. Did the holy ancestor believe that a single word of guidance sufficed? But foolishly, I find myself utterly at a loss. On one side, there are the transformed disciples. On the other, the command of our ancestor. Just as the second elder's mind spiraled into chaos, a laugh suddenly erupted from behind him, sending chills down his spine. Ha! I never anticipated this would be a lair of demonic swords. That individual allowed you to enter ahead of time. I was under the impression that treasures beneficial to the human race were concealed within. The second elder's expression grew increasingly despondent, for the newcomer was none other than Cavalro, a formidable figure at the third level of the holy realm from the demon race. Cavalro, accompanied by a multitude of elders from the celestial realm and disciples of lesser cultivation, made a grand appearance in the abyssal sword pavilion. They had been besieged by demonic energy from the front and blocked by the demon clan from behind. Were it not for the messenger being an absolute authority of the human race, the second elder would have undoubtedly suspected betrayal. Holy ancestor, could this be within your foresight? The second elder could not help but let out a bitter laugh. He never imagined that the leader of the demon race would willingly forego the pursuit of core treasures to align himself with the outer exploration team. Not only had most of their group lost their combat prowess, but even if they hadn't, they would still be no match for the enemy. Cavalro regarded the second elder with a mocking gaze, lamenting, "What a pity. Your holy ancestor, though somewhat astute, is not omniscient. He possesses neither total knowledge nor boundless power. He may perceive the actions of my subordinates, but he cannot decipher mine." Though Cavalro was currently limited to the strength of the second level of the Holy Realm, his status in the realm of destiny remained that of the third level. This was particularly true in the domain of divination, the holy ancestor of the human race. In his attempts to divine matters corresponding to Cavalro, would inevitably glean only vague insights. After all, his main technique was still the celestial concealment art, rather than the art of divination. It was this very understanding that the opponent could not accurately gauge his movements, which provided Cavalro with his confidence. In this move, victory belongs to me. Cavalro was not unaware of the impending traps, yet in his perspective, unless the ancestral deity of the human race personally intervened, no array of celestial tricks could pose a genuine threat to him. Even in death, I will take a piece of you with me. The second elder gritted his teeth and immediately summoned his life-bound treasure, adopting a desperate stance, vowing to either perish alongside humanity or share in its demise. What a tedious ruse. Cavalro merely raised a hand, and, leveraging the vast disparity in their ranks, he effortlessly siphoned away all of the elder's treasures. The chasm between the sacred realm and the celestial realm is akin to an insurmountable gulf. The second elder's powers had waned due to the encroaching demonic energy, and thus, even with Cavalro only harnessing the strength of the second layer of the sacred realm, he could impose absolute dominance. In but a moment, several black swords appeared in Cavalro's grasp. Are these the swords you drew from the Abyssal Sword Pavilion? It is evident that they are, the second elder had, in his quest to comprehend the peculiarities of this place, casually drawn forth several seemingly unique swords for examination, hoping to unveil the reason the ancestral deity allowed them entry here. Unfortunately, due to the brevity of time and the insidious encroachment of demonic energy, he had yet to yield any results. Given the inherent repulsion between humanity and demonic energy, the second elder refrained from carrying such swords in excess, nor dared to stow them in his spatial ring, fearing the contamination of his treasures. Chief, the aura of these swords resonates so profoundly with us. This chilling demonic energy is lethal to humanity, yet for the demon race, it is a veritable haven of warmth. The high-ranking members of the demon clan behind Cavalro displayed expressions of rapture as they moved to either side, each drawing a sword of exquisite craftsmanship. These swords were at least of celestial quality, befitting their esteemed status. Furthermore, having been nurtured within the depths of demonic energy for an extended period, they were truly remarkable artifacts of compatibility. It was easy to envision that if any demon present were to wield such a blade, their prowess would experience a meteoric rise, securing an overwhelming advantage in the ongoing frontline battles. Cavalro, with a smile, raised his sword and was poised to deliver a fatal strike, intending to sever the head of the second elder before him. However, he suddenly hesitated. Wait. Could it be that their actions were unfolding a bit too smoothly? Had the human ancestors truly left no contingency to counter their assault? This unusual turn of events left Cavalro perplexed, casting doubt on the reality of the situation. Chapter 41, Abyss. Slaying demons. Cavalro did not equate might with intelligence. However, he recognized that one must possess a certain degree of wisdom to ascend to the realm of the saints. While it would not be surprising for either the human or demon factions to emerge victorious, what baffled Cavalro was the absence of any apparent contingency from the human ancestors. He had anticipated a considerable effort to navigate the traps left behind by his adversaries and to contend with their counterattacks before achieving victory, a process he presumed would be arduous. Yet their triumph seemed almost too effortless at this juncture. Could it truly be that the progenitor of humanity has devoted all his thoughts solely to the core region, showing no concern for those on the periphery? This is inconceivable, absolutely impossible. As Cavalro prepared to strike with his sword, his hand suddenly froze mid-air. His senses heightened as he scanned his surroundings, even momentarily dislodging the other magical artifacts he had seized from the second elder, wary that they might be traps. Yet, this was a futile gesture. Even if they were indeed trap artifacts, they would not detonate spontaneously without provocation. Cavalro's caution had veered into overzealousness. But as he found no irregularities, He resolved to eliminate the adversary before him first. Dark energy surged forth. The already ominous demonic sword became further tainted with a shade of purplish black, appearing exceedingly sinister. For characters extended from the hilt to the tip of the blade. One by one, Cavaro enunciated the inscription. Deep. Abyss. / demon? Wait. / what? Why would this clearly demonic sword bear such inscriptions? Is this not a reversal of heavenly principles? An ominous premonition gripped Cavaro, prompting him to channel a vast amount of dark energy to shield his form, while simultaneously exerting greater force to suppress the sword in his grasp. An aura of righteous energy erupted from the blade. In an instant, the oppressive dark energy that enveloped it was shattered, transforming the bearer, Cavaro. It seemed as though all the swords within the abyssal sword pavilion resonated, unleashing a similar essence. The swords in the hands of all the demonic entities instantly turned against their wielders. The second elder was utterly astonished by the scene before him. Yet his grave injuries left him unable to react further, forcing him to quietly and helplessly observe the unfolding drama. Indeed, a hidden strategy was at play. However, Cavaro felt no despair. Rather, he was filled with exhilaration. Everything unfolded just as he had anticipated. The ancestral figures of the human race were not fools, and they would not send their subordinates to certain death. Yet, they could never have guessed that a formidable expert of the third stage of the sacred realm would voluntarily engage in the outer explorations. Enough was enough. Cavaro resolved to counter this opposing force, forcibly wielding the reluctant sword in his hand to slay the second elder before him. With the strength he had left, it was sufficient. This act would signify that he could at least eliminate a high-ranking figure of the human race at the 9th stage of the heavenly realm. No matter how one looked at it, it was a tremendous gain. Should he still possess energy afterward, eradicating all the human heavenly realm experts present would pose no challenge. As for why he refrained from employing his own magical artifacts, the answer was simple. Cavaro feared that relinquishing control would lead to unpredictable changes in the sword he held, thus opting for a more cautious approach. Perish. With resolve, Cavaro unleashed the sword energy in his grasp, enveloped in a chilling demonic aura, sweeping towards the second elder. The clash rang out with a crisp and sharp sound, the momentum of his sword energy rivaling that of another wave emerging from the depths of the abyss. The confrontation of righteous and demonic energies triggered a violent explosion. The ancestral figure of the human race? Cavaro instinctively uttered this name, but immediately sensed something amiss. If it truly were the ancestral figure of the human race present, he should not be evenly matched. He ought to have been overpowered from the outset. In the next moment, he felt a swirling of light, and he was unexpectedly expelled from the sword pavilion. The surrounding demon clan met the same fate. Most of the demons were tainted by righteous energy and suffered backlash, leaving hardly anyone unscathed. Injuries and even fatalities were not uncommon. Damn it! Once again, he had been outmaneuvered. Cavaro struck the secret realm's wall heavily, creating a vast network of cracks. Inside the abyssal sword pavilion, the second elder finally managed to rise again. Gazing at the ethereal figure of the elder drifting before him, momentarily at a loss for words. Although none of them recognized the one who had come to their rescue. The connection to the holy ancestor allowing their entrance, followed by this critical salvation, swiftly clarified the situation for the second elder. No wonder the holy ancestor had not responded. There was simply no need. Who are you? I am the keeper of the sword in this place. The elder's spectral figure slowly articulated. It has been 38,000 years since I last beheld a living soul. What? 38,000 years. This figure undoubtedly left everyone present in a state of astonishment. No sect's historical records could span such a duration, rendering the history of 38,000 years ago an enigma to all. The keeper continued to explain. Here lie the remnants of the war between humans and demons, and every sword interred in this place has claimed the lives of at least 1,000 demons, resulting in a suffusion of demonic energy on their surfaces that cannot dissipate. Only then did the crowd begin to comprehend. No wonder all the swords here exuded a chilling aura of demonic energy. It was not that they had been forged by the demon clan, but rather that they had vanquished so many demons that the demonic energy could not be cleansed. Similarly, the words of the sword guardian revealed to all present some intelligence that had previously been entirely unknown. It turned out that 38,000 years ago, there had been an unprecedented war between humans and demons. Despite immediately seized upon the crux of the matter, guardian of the sword. Our disciples have all been tainted by this demonic aura. Is there any way to save them? The sword guardian nodded. Allow them to each select a sword to forge into a new personal magical artifact, using the contained righteous energy to cleanse the demonic influence. Healing is merely a matter of time. The other elders and disciples rejoiced, for this meant not only could they be saved, but they would also acquire a powerful personal magical artifact. This represented a significant enhancement for the strength of the entire human race. Moreover, the swords that had slain over 1,000 demons held profound symbolic significance for the humans at this moment. I am delighted to see that there are still members of our race who can step foot in this place, the sword guardian continued in a seemingly tranquil tone. Therefore, I have driven away the demons from here. However, with the remnants of my current strength, I am insufficient to eradicate them entirely. I am somewhat surprised. How did you discover this place? What compelled you to venture here? Despite chuckled shyly, our courage stems from the wisdom of our revered ancestor. Chapter 42. Awaiting your return. Your ancestor? Upon hearing the sword guardian's probing response, Dispai immediately straightened his posture. Indeed, it was our revered ancestor who opened the abyss and allowed us entry. The expression of the sword guardian suddenly took on an unusual aspect. What rank is your holy ancestor? The third level of the sacred realm. Although the venerable holy ancestor has never acknowledged his cultivation as being at the third level of the sacred realm, Dispai firmly believed that it could not be any lower than that. The third level of the sacred realm? The sword guardian's expression grew even more peculiar, and he resolutely shook his head, declaring, that is impossible, even if one is proficient in divination or possesses corresponding sacred artifacts. One can at most perceive only the superficial manifestations here. This implies that your holy ancestor could perceive nothing more than the ominous presence of demonic energy. How could he possibly allow you to venture into this place upon witnessing such a sight? This realm, suffused with demonic energy, is the most perilous for the human race. It is to be avoided at all costs. How could he command you to enter willingly? This indeed presented a conundrum. Yet, as Dispai recalled the message from the holy ancestor, the unwavering insistence on proceeding clearly indicated that he had foreseen this very scenario. The holy ancestor had anticipated the intricacies involved. He had foreseen the righteous aura concealed beneath the demonic energy and the presence of the sword guardian, who would offer assistance to the human race. Were it not for this insight, given his profound care for his kin, he would never have permitted them to take such risks. Eliminating all impossibilities, the remaining conclusions, no matter how absurd, must be the truth. Dispai exclaimed in astonishment. Could it be that we have consistently misjudged the strength of our holy ancestor? Upon reflection, the conclusion of the third level of the sacred realm was merely a product of our imagination. Perhaps this formidable being has long since transcended that greatest threshold. Is it true that he has reached the fourth realm of the sacred domain? Undoubtedly, this marks a pivotal transformation. It appears you are not entirely acquainted with your leader, nor are you fully informed about the cultivation system. What is the current state of humanity? The sword keeper pondered thoughtfully before speaking. To be precise, the concept of a fourth realm within the sacred domain is somewhat misleading. For the chasm between the fourth and third realms is far greater than the divide between the sacred and celestial realms. Moreover, the disparities between the subsequent realms of the sacred domain will only widen further. Thus, beginning with the fourth realm, each realm represents a new level of existence, each of which is subdivided into 9 tiers. The fourth realm of the sacred domain is known as the saintly disciple realm. Even in our era, such masters were exceedingly rare, almost the pinnacle of strength beneath ascension. The fifth realm is referred to as the saintly sect realm, also known as the ascension realm. Those who attain this level possess the eligibility to communicate with the higher realms and open the gates of ascension. The sixth realm, known as the saintly general realm, is less understood, as we only know its name. Yet one can imagine that such a realm would be renowned even in the higher realms. The listeners were momentarily taken aback, for matters of the higher realms felt distant to them, and records of ascenders had ceased long ago. If I understand you correctly, our revered ancestor is likely a powerful figure of the saintly disciple level. In the current realm, this existence is nearly invincible. There exists a saintly disciple among the human race. Do not underestimate even a mere cavalro. Even if the remaining leaders of the demon clan joined forces, they would be swiftly vanquished. Dispai began to reflect on past events. Firstly, the saint ancestor possesses the uncanny ability to foresee future occurrences without any intelligence. Furthermore, he effortlessly dismantled Cavalro's domain. If they were both at the third tier of the sacred realm, such ease would be inconceivable. How could he have overlooked this fact at that moment? Moreover, when everyone else was at a loss, it was the saint ancestor who opened the gate to the secret realm. Within the core area, even Cavalro dared not venture, resembling a stray dog, merely lingering in the periphery. All these scenes converged, solidifying Dispai's conviction that the esteemed saint ancestor is undoubtedly a being of saintly caliber. Yet, if he is so powerful, why not directly obliterate the demon clan instead of resorting to these petty schemes? Despy was puzzled and resolved to inquire about this matter the next time he encountered the Saint Ancestor. If the opportunity arose, he would strike back. The Sword Guardian displayed a hint of relief. It was unexpected that in this era, there still exist individuals of saintly prowess among humanity. Alas, this level remains far from ascension. Enough of that. Let us address the matter at hand. The Sword Guardian's expression suddenly turned grave, capturing the attention of everyone present, all of whom listened intently. Within the Abyssal Sword Pavilion lies our most formidable artifact, a weapon we refer to as the Sword of Salvation. It is said that when humanity stands on the brink of extinction, a chosen one shall draw forth the Sword of Salvation, guiding humanity once more towards glory. Regrettably, since the moment we unearthed this sword, no one has been able to draw it forth. Our illustrious leaders throughout the ages have made countless attempts. Even those who once ascended have endeavored, yet to no avail. Clearly, the humanity of 38,000 years ago did not rely on this Sword of Salvation to overcome their gravest crisis. Otherwise, such a truth would not be buried here. Please contact your revered ancestor. I believe only he possesses the rightful merit to wield this sword. It is difficult to envision a more suitable candidate, and even if hope seems distant, we must at least make an attempt. Despate nodded, yet his thoughts wandered beyond the Sword of Salvation as he pondered the hints left by the ancestor. Achoo! Lin Fan sneezed, wondering if someone was speaking ill of him, only to realize it was likely the eerie atmosphere of the core of this secret realm. He felt deceived, his fragile spirit profoundly wounded. Those individuals had assured him of their arrival, yet upon returning to the entrance of the core, he found naught but emptiness. Had they not arrived? Were they not there to greet him? Where are they? Where are they? The pain was unbearable. Lin Fan felt a sense of betrayal, helplessly tracing circles upon the ground when suddenly, a spark of insight illuminated his mind. Could it be that the core of this secret realm is sealed by some force? Perhaps a certain confinement, or an obstruction akin to the great gates of the realm. It is precisely because the power of this blockade is so formidable that the elders of the Dispel faction, including DC Pi, are momentarily unable to penetrate the core area to rescue him. Rather, to welcome him. Let us wait for half an hour and observe what intelligence they will transmit next. Lin Fan was indifferent to the prospect of waiting a little longer. Before long, a brief message arrived via the Spirit Stone. Everything is as you anticipated. Await your return. Chapter 43. The Lucky Amulet. What on earth? What does everything is as he anticipated mean? Lin Fan gazed at this perplexing reply, feeling utterly bewildered. As I anticipated. What exactly had I foreseen? The only scenario Lin Fan could fathom was the blockade of the secret realm, thus indicating that what this group intended to convey was that, just as the Holy Ancestor had predicted, they were obstructed from entering by the secret realm's barrier. In this light, the latter part of the message became clear. Await your return. The implication was that they were utterly incapable of entering, and it was best for him to step out himself while they waited outside. What a predicament. If I could emerge on my own, would I even require your assistance? Congratulations, host, on completing yet another phase of the mission, thwarting the demon clan's treasure-seeking expedition, compelling them to abandon the Abyssal Sword Pavilion plan entirely. Clearly, after being expelled from the Abyssal Sword Pavilion, Cavalro and his companions had made a series of attempts to gain entry, but to no avail, ultimately conceding defeat. After all, it was inconceivable for the entire demon clan to hang their hopes on a solitary endeavor, having not heard that unfamiliar voice from the system for quite a while. Lin Fan found himself momentarily taken aback. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the system had already issued a reward. Congratulations, host. You have received a reward, Lucky Talisman. Lucky Talisman. Infuse it with vital energy to activate, granting you a half-hour of serendipity during which you will experience extraordinary fortune. However, once the duration expires, you will encounter a subsequent half-hour of misfortune. Rest assured, the extent of your previous luck will be matched by your ensuing misfortune. You cannot actively discard the Lucky Talisman. The Lucky Talisman. This time, the reward was not the cultivation he had amassed, but rather an item. Fortunately, it could be activated merely by infusing it with vital energy, without any stipulation regarding one's cultivation level. The prospect of acquiring a lucky effect should be a conceptual ability, possessing the terrifying potential to turn the tide. Yet, Lin Fan felt somewhat awkward. The talisman could only provide a stroke of luck, without any enhancement to combat power. The enemies he faced now, any one of them was likely to be at the saint level or higher. Can a mere attribute of luck truly bridge the chasm between mortals and saints? Moreover, the subsequent half-hour of misfortune loomed ominously after its use. Wait a moment. Lin Fan couldn't help but chuckle. He didn't truly believe he would survive long enough to experience the negative effects of the talisman, as he would likely be dispatched by a single strike from his opponent. Oh well, it seemed best to stow it away for now, surely. There would come a day when it would prove useful. Lin Fan tucked the talisman away and turned his thoughts to another matter. What precisely were the criteria for the system's reward distribution? Why had he not received any rewards for vanquishing the demon horde when the secret realm emerged? The secret realm is a creation of nature, and the advance of the demonic army was merely a test, leading them to unwittingly trigger a trap. Consequently, Lin Fan's strategy of holding back did not yield sufficient inducement for the system to recognize his involvement, resulting in the absence of any rewards. Thus, it can be inferred that in order to receive rewards from the system, Lin Fan must undertake some actions himself, accumulating enough merit to warrant such recognition. Wait a moment. Could it be that I inadvertently thwarted the demonic faction's treasure-seizing scheme? At the very least, my commands played a crucial role in this outcome. The more Lin Fan contemplated, the more bewildered he became. Since entering the secret realm, he had not even glimpsed a shadow of the demonic forces. The sole command he had issued was for Disbay and others to assemble at the core of the secret realm to await his arrival. He dared to speculate that perhaps the others had unintentionally disrupted the demonic plans while en route to the realm, and since he had commanded entry into the core, he had serendipitously secured the rewards. Indeed, Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. He was not particularly concerned with the process, as long as the outcome was favorable. It was more than satisfactory. Now, setting aside matters concerning the demonic forces, his immediate priority was to find a way to escape this wretched place. He certainly did not wish to meet an untimely demise in the heart of the secret realm. He promptly utilized spirit stones to send a message, clearly stating his inability to leave the core and urging the others to contemplate a means of entry. After all, they were senior members of the sacred domain, not a collection of mindless fools. Such problem-solving should be left to them. Lin Fan was acutely aware that his cultivation knowledge paled in comparison to that of certain disciples at higher realms. Therefore, the intricate issue of how to unlock the sealed secret realm was best left for the second elder of the ninth heaven to ponder. For now, he would await the arrival of his capable subordinates to extract him from the core. The holy ancestor had replied. The second elder, having finally established contact with the holy ancestor, was filled with immense excitement and promptly lowered his gaze towards the spirit stone. I am unable to leave at this moment. You must find a way to delve deeper. Unable to leave? Disbay approached, nodding in understanding. The holy ancestor is preoccupied with matters concerning the core and cannot be disturbed. This is our predicament. Merely exploring the periphery should not necessitate his involvement. Following the holy ancestor's guidance, they were to independently explore the depths of the abyss sword pavilion and seek out other treasures. They must not disturb the core until the holy ancestor emerged. Understood. The guardian of the sword thought the holy ancestor was excessively arrogant, dismissing even the sword of salvation. Nevertheless, he merely huffed and led the human contingent toward the deepest part of the pavilion. Lin Fan sat upon the spirit stone, awaiting rescue. A warm welcome while humming a tune to pass the time. A gentle breeze brushed past, prompting him to turn slightly, whereupon he beheld a figure half-kneeling beside him, respectfully cupping his hands. Greetings, senior. The newcomer was none other than Song Li, who had preliminarily completed the inspection of the outer regions and found no noteworthy anomalies. Thus, he naturally set out to explore the core area. However, considering the presence of that formidable senior in the vicinity, he resolutely chose to report in advance, lest the senior's displeasure be aroused. So it is you. Lin Fan recognized the figure before him. Was it not that familiar, weak little disciple from before? But why was he alone? Is it just you? Song Li was momentarily taken aback by this inquiry. What did it mean, just him? Had he not always been alone? Well, yes. Although he did not comprehend the senior's intentions, Song Li nodded in affirmation, indeed confirming his solitary status. Lin Fan could only bury his face in his hands, lamenting the entrance of the weakest among them. Did Disbay and the others only manage to send this fellow in? Or was it precisely because he was the weakest that he was allowed entry? Unwilling to give up, Lin Fan promptly inquired, "Do you know how to leave the core?" Song Li was once again taken aback, increasingly perplexed by the senior's words. How to leave the core? How else could one leave but to walk out? Chapter 44. Truly a senior, terrifyingly astute. Song Li felt his understanding of this senior's mindset dwindling. Were all strong individuals eccentric? However, just as he was about to rise, a sudden change swept over his expression as if a thought had struck him. Could it be that the senior was hinting at something? He immediately quickened his pace, hastening to the edge of the secret realm's core. There, he indeed found himself confronted by a stone wall, with a tangle of spiritual herbs sprouting from the crevices. When I entered here previously, there was clearly no wall. Song Li furrowed his brow, his right fist clenched tightly. He unleashed a powerful strike. Yet the full force of his attack was absorbed by the stone wall as if it were mere water flowing into the ocean. How could this be possible? He was a fifth-tier disciple of the sacred sect. A similar assault, had it landed at the heart of the vast sacred land, would have been sufficient to annihilate the entire domain. From the status of a saint, every major realm is subdivided into 9 tiers, with the 9th tier being the lowest and the 1st tier the highest. As a direct disciple of the Xinhuang Daojun, Song Li naturally possessed the capability to contend against opponents of higher ranks, to fully absorb his formidable strike. The defensive strength of this wall must be at least at the 2nd tier of the sacred sect. No, perhaps this isn't even a secret realm of the sacred sect at all, given that the esteemed Xinhuang Daojun, a figure of saint-level prowess, had deemed it worthy of sending his direct disciple for exploration. The level of this secret realm could not possibly be low. He recalled the words of his predecessor. Do you know how to exit? Indeed. He had rushed in without any knowledge of how to leave, a stark reminder from his predecessor of his recklessness. Turning back, Song Li noticed Lin Fan's expression of disappointment, prompting a wave of shame to wash over him as he bowed his head. Lamenting the disgrace he brought upon the Xinhuang sect, how woefully inadequate he felt, utterly pitiful. Lin Fan had anticipated this individual's weakness, but he never imagined it would be to such an extent, unable to even shatter a stone. What kind of disciple was this? He was merely a half-hearted charlatan who had yet to fully step into the realm of cultivation. In the realm of mortals, one might easily find martial arts masters far superior to this individual. The only commendable trait exhibited is his commendable defensive capability, at the very least. He does not howl in pain when struck by stones. Lin Fan has entirely relinquished any expectations of this person before him. It appears that the individuals from the Despair faction are truly unable to enter at this moment, and he must devise a means to escape on his own. Contemplating the loss of his once proud advantage and strength, Song Li cannot help but feel a pang of anxiety for his safety. Who would have thought that he would encounter a life-and-death crisis in the lower realms? What a predicament indeed. Senior, do you know how to leave this place? Is such a question even necessary? Does he know anything? If he did, he would have left long ago, rather than remain here. It seems the person before him possesses neither strength nor intellect. Song Li suddenly realized. Indeed, why should he even inquire? The elder must certainly know the way out. However, the truth is, he currently has no need to leave. Senior, may I accompany you in your endeavors? Initially, Song Li intended to explore the core region after reporting his findings, but the bizarre occurrences at the periphery of the core region rendered him hesitant to act recklessly. Ultimately, he resolved to heed the voice of his heart. It is far more reassuring to journey alongside a formidable elder. After all, his mission in the lower realms is merely to investigate any anomalies present, not to plunder artifacts, which aligns with the elder's objectives. Is he seeking to cling to a powerful ally? That makes sense, especially considering the individual before him is the current leader of the human race, the esteemed great ancestor. Alas, Lin Fan is barely able to ensure his own safety. Should danger arise, he would lack the strength to rescue this fellow. Feel free to follow if you wish. After all, I cannot drive you away. Thank you, Senior. Song Li exclaimed with delight, then continued. Shall we commence our exploration of the core area now? Explore the core area? Lin Fan nearly delivered a slap in response. As a mere novice cultivator, you are contemplating such a perilous venture? Are you seeking to court death? Indeed, this epitomized the folly of the inexperienced, who, despite their lack of skill, often indulged in reckless pursuits. Yet, the words of this individual sparked a glimmer of inspiration within him. If no method to exit the core area could be found, perhaps delving deeper might unveil certain mechanisms? With the enigmatic old man residing in his mind, it seemed unlikely they would meet their end so easily. Such an outcome would not align with his interests. Thus, they possessed a modicum of safety, allowing them to attempt exploration of the core area. Should they encounter any peril, they could always retreat. Just stay close to me and do not wander off, Lin Fan advised, nodding. He then cautioned the individual before him. The dangers within are beyond what a cultivator of your caliber can handle. Although this person appeared somewhat foolish and lacked charm, he was still a member of the human race, and thus, worthy of saving. Lin Fan was determined to rescue as many of his kin as possible, never willing to abandon them outright. However, should the individual choose to act recklessly, Lin Fan would certainly be the first to flee. The dangers of this secret realm clearly exceeded even the level of the holy sect. Song Li solemnly nodded and moved a little closer. Lin Fan then clasped his hands behind his back and slowly walked deeper into the mysterious realm, heading towards the place the old man had previously mentioned. As they passed by the somewhat dilapidated control console, Song Li couldn't help but take a glance, instantly sensing the spiritual energy emanating from it, enveloping the entire secret domain. Could this be the control console connecting to the mechanisms of the outer regions of the secret realm? This implies that the elder had been stationed here, manipulating the dynamics of the outer area all along. No wonder the individuals from other factions appeared so disheveled, frequently ensnared by various traps. Indeed, the elder had been orchestrating everything from the shadows. Song Li surmised that this was the elder's benevolence. Beneath the mechanisms, those individuals still had a chance of survival. Had the elder chosen to intervene personally, they would likely have been reduced to mere ashes. The fact that I managed to reach the core without encountering any traps had initially led me to believe it was due to my own abilities. Now, reflecting upon it, perhaps it was the elder who had been silently aiding me. I wonder how my master came to know such a formidable elder. I sense that the power of the person before me may even surpass that of my master by a few degrees. Under Lin Fan's guidance, the two continued towards the more central region. Moments later, a disheveled figure stumbled across the boundary of the core area, awkwardly making its way to the spot where the two had been. This bloodied individual was none other than the revered Crane Saint, having encountered countless traps along the way. Even a being of the Saint realm had sustained considerable injuries. Due to the frequency of his misfortunes, he began to suspect that he had been tainted by something malevolent, as if he were under some form of curse. Chapter 45, The Arrogant Genius. At last, he had arrived at the core area. He Chung, the esteemed Crane Saint, could not help but exhale a sigh of relief. The reason he was willing to take such significant risks was precisely to acquire even more powerful treasures during his exploration of the secret realm. The Crane Feather sect had only recently risen to prominence, and its accumulation of resources was far inferior to that of the established powers. Even if he could not break through to the third level of the sacred realm this time, bringing back a few sacred-level artifacts would undoubtedly strengthen the sect's capabilities. Just wait, ancestor of the human race. At this moment, Lin Fan was walking alongside Song Li on their way to the mysterious location. As he had previously surmised, they encountered no dangers along the way. The old man's information had proven correct, at least for now. Song Li, merely following beside him, could clearly sense that Lin Fan was purposefully advancing towards a specific direction rather than aimlessly exploring. The elder had indeed foreseen something in advance. Gradually, artifacts began to appear scattered along the sides of the path, and Song Li narrowed his eyes, clearly recognizing these treasures. The heaven-slaying pot, the thunderbolt staff, and the cloud-devouring scroll. These were all artifacts of at least sacred sect level. It did not surprise Song Li that, in this outer region of the secret realm, sacred-level artifacts were strewn about. It was only natural that the core area would contain treasures of even higher caliber, such as those belonging to sacred disciples and sacred sects. As a fifth-grade sage of the holy sect, Song Li felt a twinge of desire upon seeing these magical artifacts. However, due to his affiliation with the Xianhuang sect, he merely entertained the thought without any intention of picking them up. Since his senior did not act, he dared not take the initiative. Senior, do you not want these items? Naturally, Song Li did not believe that Lin Fan required such trivial possessions. Nevertheless, being artifacts of the holy sect, they held value whether sold for currency or gifted to disciples. Lin Fan merely cast a fleeting glance at the items, his expression tinged with pity as he regarded Song Li. A broken jar, a rotten branch, and a piece of tattered paper adorned with nonsensical scribbles. I am not a collector of refuse. It was evident that Song Li, a mere novice cultivator, lacked the discernment to appreciate the quality of objects, desiring everything he laid eyes upon. Well, if you wish to take them, you may do so. Song Li was momentarily taken aback, realizing that his senior regarded these scraps with disdain. Since they would ultimately be given to disciples anyway, why not directly pass them on to this junior? Yes, senior. He initially intended to wave his hand to collect the items, but considering his senior's presence, he chose to approach and gather them one by one into his spatial ring. How amusing. He truly is collecting trash. Lin Fan couldn't help but step back a few paces, pondering whether the lower-tier disciples of the vast Holy Land were perhaps too impoverished, unable to afford even basic magical artifacts, thus resorting to scavenging to make ends meet. Perhaps upon his return, he should consider establishing some regulations to subsidize the disciples. The plight of the lower-tier cultivators was indeed a harsh reality. Lin Fan felt that he could not adopt such a distant and aloof demeanor. Therefore, he stepped forward and patted Song Li on the shoulder, saying, "You have done well." Having to rely on such a rudimentary artifact, Song Li was momentarily taken aback. As a disciple of the sacred sect, what issue could there be with utilizing an artifact of the same rank? In the future, I shall procure something even more formidable for you, he exclaimed, suddenly filled with excitement. Did the senior intend to bestow upon him a more powerful artifact? Perhaps one of the sacred general or sacred commander grade? Could it be of the sacred monarch grade? Lin Fan sighed, once again lamenting the hardships faced by lower-tier disciples. The mere prospect of gifting him a slightly superior artifact of the human realm could elate him to such an extent. Just as Song Li reveled in his joy, a wave of melancholy washed over him. Artifacts of excessively high rank held little utility for him. He could not harness their true power, rendering them a waste of resources. He sheepishly scratched his head and said, "I apologize, Senior, but even if you were to grant me an artifact of this rank, I would not be able to fully utilize it. I am indeed too weak." "Ah, so you are aware of your own frailty," Lin Fan mused. At least this fellow possessed some self-awareness. He was not beyond redemption. Yet, to be unable to activate even the most basic of human realm artifacts, what a lowly state that revealed. It was comparable to his own spirit-guiding technique. Lin Fan pondered whether this young man should even pursue the path of cultivation. Perhaps he would fare better tending to the land at home. Soon after, Lin Fan found himself enveloped in a sense of sorrow. Was he not in a similar predicament? As a mere mortal, not even qualifying as a part of the human realm, he struggled amid a relentless tide of cultivators, unable to extricate himself. In that moment, he felt a sense of camaraderie with the seemingly feeble individual before him, prompting him to gently pat the other's shoulder with earnest sincerity. "We are the same kind." Song Li nodded in acknowledgement. They were both visitors from the upper realm, burdened with a unique mission. This was likely the reason the elder had shown him such care. "Do not lose heart. With diligent practice, you will inevitably master it." Lin Fan offered these words of encouragement, believing that as long as one followed the prescribed path of cultivation, the initial stages of the human realm were not insurmountably difficult. As long as you comprehend the foundational techniques, with a few decades of dedicated training, even a pig could ascend to the third level of the human realm. It is certainly better than remaining an ordinary mortal. Yet, Song Li felt an inner conflict. As a fifth-tier disciple of the sacred sect, it was already a struggle for him to wield artifacts of the Saint General level, let alone those of an even higher tier. No. Perhaps the elder was attempting to awaken me. If I do not endeavor to master superior artifacts, continually pushing the boundaries of my capabilities, I shall remain an ordinary cultivator throughout my life, unworthy of the title of a direct disciple of my master. He recalled the elder's inexplicably disappointed expression, echoed by the relentless reminders of his own weakness. At the Xianwang sect, he had been nurtured as a genius, advancing towards loftier realms amidst a chorus of admiration. Thus, upon his initial descent into the lower realm, he had carried an air of arrogance, seemingly dismissive of all around him. Among his peers, he was regarded as a prodigy, a source of pride. Yet in the eyes of the elder, he was but a weakling, an inadequate creation. At this juncture, I have yet to reach a level where pride is warranted. Perhaps this is the true purpose behind my master's sending me to the lower realm. Perhaps this was the true purpose behind the master's intention for him to seek out this elder. In an instant, a transformation within his state of mind allowed Song Li to perceive many things with newfound clarity, even causing a subtle shift in the energy coursing through his body. The next moment, he exhaled deeply, achieving a breakthrough, the fourth rank of the sacred sect. Truly remarkable. This elder could elevate me a level with just a few words, something even my master could not accomplish. Has he already discerned the essence of my arrogance after such a brief acquaintance? Song Li immediately clasped his hands in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, esteemed elder. If there is anything I can assist with, please do not hesitate to command me. Is it merely a matter of bestowing an artifact of personal significance? Why the grand display? This young lad truly has not encountered anything of value before." Lin Fan felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. It is but a trivial matter, hardly worth mentioning. Chapter 46. Do not approach. As for enlisting the assistance of this individual before him, a mere smile sufficed. What could a half-baked cultivator possibly contribute? Not impeding progress would be fortunate enough. Yes, esteemed elder. Song Li's initial joy swiftly faded. Transitioning from the fifth rank to the fourth rank of the sacred sect brought no fundamental change to the forthcoming exploration of the secret realm, nor did it yield any discernible difference. He remained too weak. Such meager strength could hardly catch the elder's eye. Before long, the two arrived at a grand entrance imbued with an eerie aura, while Lin Fan deliberately overlooked the scattered opportunities along the way. Truth be told, he did not consider those dilapidated items worthy of the term opportunity. Throughout the journey, Song Li was continually astonished. He had not anticipated that the very depths of this secret realm were buried with so many treasures. The subsequent discoveries were by no means inferior to the initial three. Upon encountering the senior, he had taken nothing and regarded him with a gaze imbued with pity, which left Song Li feeling somewhat embarrassed to take anything himself. Nevertheless, his hands remained quite honest. As for simply stuffing his pockets with refuse, yet, the spatial ring he possessed could indeed accommodate a great deal. Could it be that he had invested his entire fortune in acquiring that ring? Lin Fan internally ridiculed, casting a glance at Song Li laced with a hint of skepticism. Since both of them had made a beeline for their destination, it did not take long to arrive. During this time, Lin Fan had once again inquired about the status of Disbai and the others through the spirit stones. How is your progress? We are still in the process of attempting. Observing that this group would likely not enter the core of the secret realm anytime soon, Lin Fan decided to stop waiting for them. Go ahead, young man. There are opportunities within that you cannot even begin to fathom, opportunities that could catapult you to greatness. The aged voice resonated once more in his mind, laden with temptation. Great opportunities? What a farce. Lin Fan was acutely aware of the old man's cunning nature. There might very well be something within that the old man truly desired, not merely the retrieval of lost memories. Before entering, he cautioned Song Li. Do not touch anything that you ought not to. It is beyond your grasp. If all else fails, you may wait here. Is it truly that perilous? Song Li inquired, nodding as the eerie aura emanating from the entrance sent shivers down his spine. It was hard to fathom what lay within. Their gazes shifted, quickly drawn to the bookshelf at the entrance. Lin Fan picked up the only yellowed ancient tome atop the stack, upon which were inscribed the 4 striking characters, Art of Star Shifting. Astonishing. It appeared remarkably impressive. After traversing the secret realm for so long, filled with nothing but debris, he finally laid eyes upon a true treasure. He hastily flipped open the front page of the book, where several prominent words caught his attention. To practice this skill, one must first undergo castration. Lin Fan's lips twitched in disbelief as he continued to peruse the text. Those who have undergone castration, if they have not reached the sacred realm, may not cultivate this method. Those in the sacred realm may disregard the first cautionary note. What then is the significance of castration? With a dismissive gesture, Lin Fan tossed the prank-like book aside, deeming it a sheer waste of his expression. After all, even if it were truly possible to practice, one must attain the sacred realm first. If he could genuinely reach the sacred realm, would he still require this worthless thing? Observing Lin Fan casually discard the book as if it were refuse, Song Li paid little mind and followed him into this enigmatic domain. Upon entering the grand hall, Lin Fan's initial impression was, it was exceedingly desolate. A glance around revealed nothing of substance. Surely there must be something valuable here? Advance, young one. The aged voice carried a hint of urgency. As Lin Fan moved forward, he curiously surveyed his surroundings, yet discovered naught. Just as Song Li intended to follow suit and had taken but a single step, an overwhelming weight suddenly bore down upon him. The immense pressure descended upon him in an instant, nearly crushing his form. Ugh! He stifled a groan, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Even in retreat, he could not escape this oppressive force, ultimately forcing him to kneel, struggling to remain upright. What is wrong with you? Upon witnessing the frail disciple behind him suddenly spit blood, Lin Fan stepped forward with concern, questioning how the individual could be bleeding while simply walking. There was an oppressive force. Song Li managed to utter a few words with great difficulty. This pressure felt hauntingly familiar, reminiscent of a testing ground within his own sect. He recalled that in that particular arena, all entrants would be subjected to a pressure equivalent to double their cultivation level, designed to temper both will and physique. The higher one's cultivation, the more arduous the experience became. He knew of several esteemed figures at the Saint General and Saint Commander level who could scarcely endure a day within that domain. Yet, the pressure here was quintuple his own level. If his elder brother at the Saint Commander level were to come here, he would likely not last even a minute. Pressure? Lin Fan glanced down at his attire, relieved to discover a treasure that could withstand such oppressive force. No wonder he felt nothing at all. As for the individual before him, the fact that he was still alive indicated that the pressure was not exceedingly formidable, likely akin to that of the first or second stage of human realm. You remain here for now. I shall see if I can assist you with this predicament. Lin Fan resolved, hastening deeper into the hall to search for mechanisms. Running. Under a pressure 5 times his own, he could still manage to run. Song Li was utterly bewildered. He understood that his senior's cultivation was formidable, yet under such circumstances, shouldn't a higher cultivation lead to more dire conditions? Was his senior truly withstanding quintuple the pressure of his own level? No, it was inconceivable for anyone to endure such an absurdity. Song Li felt as though his worldview had been profoundly shaken. Could it be that this was not merely his own 5-fold pressure, but rather the 5-fold pressure of the Holy Sect's 4th rank? No, if I cannot find the mechanism, it could lead to loss of life. Observing Song Li, who appeared on the verge of collapse, Lin Fan was reluctant to let this fellow perish so easily. After all, he was a disciple of the human race. Should I lend him my clothes? No, that won't do. I am but a mortal if I were to give him my clothes. The pressure of the human realm would be enough to claim my life. As Lin Fan pondered, Song Li gritted his teeth, yet his vision grew increasingly blurred. It seems there is no other choice. Lin Fan loosened his belt, deciding that they would have to squeeze together and share the effects of the magical artifact, prioritizing survival before anything else. As Lin Fan approached, Song Li was startled. In this situation, if they were to come into contact, they would share the pressure. The two would nearly evenly distribute the total pressure. If Song Li's conjecture was correct, Lin Fan's approach would mean he would have to bear the fivefold pressure of a holy monarch. No, Senior, I am not ready for this. Don't be shy. Let us squeeze together. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't bother coming over. Chapter 47. I am no longer the person I once was. Senior, please don't come closer. If we make contact, we will share the pressure. Song Li nearly lost his composure, momentarily forgetting that such a formidable figure as his senior could possibly lack even this basic knowledge, almost exclaiming, "What? Share the pressure?" Lin Fan felt no concern. The pressure was merely that of the first or second level of the human realm, easily mitigated by a single artifact. Sharing was of little consequence. Enough with the idle chatter. I shall shield you from the pressure. What? The senior vowed to assist? Song Li could not suppress his excitement, marveling at the senior's kindness. Who was willing to bear the burden of fivefold pressure while aiding him? Phew, it seemed survival was within reach. But why was the senior removing his garments? Could he possess peculiar inclinations? Song Li found himself pondering a philosophical dilemma, which held greater significance, life or dignity. Just as their proximity was imminent, the door was suddenly flung open with a resounding crash, drawing both their gazes in unison. Aha, my journey has not been in vain. I have finally discovered such a treasure. The voice of the crane sage echoed from the entrance, leaving both men feeling perplexed. What was he doing here? Clearly, upon reaching the core area, the crane sage had not floundered aimlessly but had instead followed the traces left behind, keeping pace with their exploration. Rather than recklessly triggering more formidable traps, he preferred the path already trodden by others. Yet, as Song Li had thoroughly scavenged the artifacts along the way, the crane sage found himself empty-handed and could only press onward. Humanity's ancestral sage. Wait, what are you two up to? Before the esteemed crane saint stood two imposing men, seemingly poised to disrobe, one of whom was crouching down. He felt an urge to apologize for the interruption, but then recalled his true purpose of seizing treasure. A hearty laugh erupted from him. How fortuitous. He had not anticipated that these so-called early explorers were none other than the ancestral saints of the human race. This deduction, in many respects, was easily reached, yet the crane saint was reluctant to accept it. Upon the arrival of the crane saint, Lin Fan's heart raced uncontrollably. What a predicament. His own saintly realm was but a facade, while the one before him was undeniably genuine. Should a confrontation ensue, he would undoubtedly be obliterated in an instant. Beside him stood only a half-hearted, ineffectual ally, incapable even of rising to his feet. Meanwhile, Song Li merely scoffed, dismissing the mere second-tier saint before him, whom he ordinarily would not even spare a glance. Even in this dire situation, with a flick of his strength, he could easily annihilate his opponent. Yet, he refrained from acting, for the elder's presence rendered such a move disrespectful. Furthermore, as a being from the upper realms, striking down prominent figures from the lower realms could easily attract the attention of the enforcement squad, leading to dire consequences. In this regard, there existed an unspoken understanding between the powerful factions and the enforcement teams. Minor provocations would often go unnoticed, but actual acts of violence would not escape the watchful gaze of the enforcers. Song Li pondered that this might be the very reason the elder had opted to toy with these individuals using mechanisms rather than resorting to outright violence. Certainly, had he inquired even slightly about the illustrious deeds of the human ancestor beforehand, he would likely not entertain such thoughts. Lin Fan silently prayed, hoping that his reputation would deter the individual before him. He had no desire for a confrontation. Song Li scoffed, upon encountering my esteemed predecessor. Why do you not kneel and pay your respects? As a dignified fifth rank of the holy sect, one must show utmost reverence to a predecessor. You, a mere second tier of the sacred realm, dare to display such arrogance? Do you not fear being swiftly dispatched? Lin Fan was taken aback, thinking to himself, "Oh dear ancestor, please do not provoke him. This crane sage appears to lack intelligence. A mere nudge may indeed incite him to act." The crane sage's expression darkened considerably at the mockery from a disciple who could barely stand. Yet, he suddenly recalled the immense opportunity that had recently come his way, which instilled him with confidence. Just moments ago, upon arriving at the entrance, his eyes were immediately drawn to the tome of the star-shifting technique. However, instead of perusing from the first page, he hastily flipped to the section detailing the technique's description. It possessed the extraordinary ability to reverse attacks, redirecting the enemy's strikes back upon themselves. Such a skill was nothing short of miraculous. The application range was capped at one major realm, which meant that within the confines of the sacred realm, mastering this technique would render him nearly invincible. The crane sage let out 3 maniacal laughs, opened the first page, and prepared to formally cultivate this fearsome secret art. However, A frown crossed his brow as he read, "To practice this technique, one must first castrate oneself." He grimaced momentarily, but then steeled his resolve. "Such trifling impediments shall not hinder my pursuit of enlightenment." After decisively severing that entity, in order to prevent the regenerative properties of the sacred realm's flesh from hindering his cultivation, the revered crane sage established an extraordinary prohibition in that location to thwart any regrowth. Subsequently, he turned to the second page. The gaze of the crane sage became fixed. Who on earth is the author of this tome? With tears unshed, he could only transmute his sorrow and indignation into the impetus for his cultivation. Fortunately, the stellar migration technique was merely a divine art rather than a method of cultivation. With the experience of the sacred realm, a single reading was sufficient to grasp its fundamentals. As the ancestral sage of humanity, armed with this trump card, even if one were of the sacred realm's third tier, they would not stand a chance against me. Contemplating his invincibility within the sacred realm, the crane sage could not help but envision a splendid scene of sweeping through humanity, trampling the demon race, and becoming the sovereign of the celestial domain. From this day forth, there would be but one dominant force in the celestial realm, and that would be our crane feather sect. He stepped forward, officially entering the grand hall. In an instant, a terrifying pressure descended. It was the quintuple weight of the sacred realm's second tier. The crane sage stifled a groan, feeling the weight upon his shoulders and the weakening of his legs, barely managing to remain standing. Even advancing a step proved immensely challenging. Cough. Is this the pressure of the ancestral sage of humanity? Truly worthy of the sacred realm's third tier. Hey, is this fellow really contemplating taking action? Lin Fan cleared his throat, feigning an air of profundity as he spoke. "I do not wish to take your life. Retreat swiftly, for you are not my match." Indeed, the elder did not intend to escalate the situation. Song Li likewise nodded discreetly, abandoning the thought of aiding the elder in dealing with this disrespectful individual, opting instead to quietly observe, resolutely refraining from intervening. How arrogant, the ancestral sage of humanity. The crane sage, burdened by immense pressure, let out a furious roar, lamenting that he was no longer the same as before. "Even you are no match for me now." With veins bulging, he grasped the feather fan tightly and unleashed a tempest compressed to its utmost limit. This represented a full-force strike from the second realm of the sacred domain. Despite enduring the oppressive weight, he still possessed the might of the second realm. The inferior bloodline of humanity should not exist in this world. In my childhood, it was this contemptible lineage that brought me discrimination. The crane sage's eyes burned with a fierce, unfounded hatred, all directed at you, at my inept mother. Had she belonged to the innate spirit race, how could I have faced the near fate of abandonment? How could I have lived in humiliation, almost as a half-slave? The innate spirit race inherently looked down upon humans and despised those with human blood, even if half of their lineage derived from them. The adversities faced by the crane sage planted within his young heart the seeds of hatred towards humanity. This animosity was not solely directed at his mother, but rather towards the entire human race. Even now, as a revered being of the sacred domain, he could not forget those arduous years. He believed that the tragedies he endured were solely due to the human bloodline. Chapter 48. Indeed, you are not of the sacred realm. Lin Fan remained utterly still. He could not discern the movements of his opponent. From the moment the crane sage struck to the instant the tempest shattered him into fragments. It was merely a fleeting moment for Lin Fan. He had no time to react, let alone think. In the eyes of the crane saint and Song Li, as the technique was continuously slowed down and analyzed, Lin Fan appeared remarkably calm, his expression betraying not the slightest change. He stood there, not employing any defensive maneuvers, as if the onslaught of attacks was utterly trivial to him. Song Li was not the least surprised. After all, his senior was a master of the saint's sovereign level. Even standing still, his physical form would be more than sufficient to withstand this assault. However, for the crane saint, the situation was far more complex. The notion that one could withstand my attacks solely with their physical body was preposterous. The initial stages of the saint realm had not yet reached a stage of qualitative transformation, and the disparities between them were not insurmountable. A group of second-stage saint realm experts, if united in purpose, could indeed inflict grave injury or even slay a third-stage saint. The third stage does not possess absolute dominion. It is a crucial factor in maintaining the balance of power among the current great factions. Thus, should the human race's ancestor exert full defensive measures to withstand the crane saint's attack, he would find no cause for astonishment. Yet, to be entirely unguarded, how could one possibly endure the assault of a second-stage saint? Even if one were to avoid grievous injury, the consequences would surely be dire. Could this individual truly be so arrogant? No. A leader of such a distinguished lineage could not afford such hubris. or else the human race would have perished countless times over. The Crane Saint instinctively dismissed this possibility. Thus, there must be absolute confidence on the part of the human race's ancestor. What method could circumvent the need for defense against his assault? Wait. The Crane Saint suddenly recalled an important detail. The stellar relocation technique was openly displayed for all to see, accessible for anyone to learn. As it is not merely a technique, but a divine art, it does not conflict with the internal methods and occupies neither the primary nor secondary positions of the heart. No one would ever resent the abundance of divine arts they possess. Moreover, such formidable skills would undoubtedly have been mastered by the venerable ancestor of the human race before me. Is he attempting to redirect my assault at the critical moment? Turning it upon myself? To let his own attack obliterate him? Such a response is profoundly insulting. Truly, the ancestor of the human race harbors a dark heart. Haha. Yet I too command the same divine art. Let him pay the price for his arrogance. In the fleeting instant before the tempest would strike, the Crane Saint Master swiftly employed the stellar shift technique to reverse the direction of the attack. Boom. Lin Fan, still in a daze, was taken aback as a violent whirlwind erupted around the Crane Saint Master, leaving this formidable second-tier expert utterly bewildered. What is this fellow doing? Is he really throwing bombs at himself over a disagreement? He found it perplexing but soon regained his senses, promptly activating his luck talisman, though its efficacy was uncertain. Other means of self-preservation seemed even less promising. It was better than nothing. A dead horse is better than a live one in this case. Cough, cough. The Crane Saint Master spat out a mouthful of blood, cursing, "You schemed against me." Huh, are you referring to me? Lin Fan replied, exasperated. When did I ever scheme against you? You need to watch your words. This fellow must be looking for a pretext, without a doubt. Song Li observed in awe. Having wished to witness the combat style of this elder, eager to see just how terrifying his prowess truly was. He could barely discern how his opponent had launched the attack, yet the power of the Crane Saint could not be effortlessly diverted. Not only was he unable to perceive the movements, but he also failed to sense any fluctuations of true energy. Indeed, he was confronting a formidable being of the Saint Lord level. The same trick could only deceive him once. Gritting his teeth, the Crane Saint prepared to charge forward, yet he seemed to forget that under the influence of overwhelming pressure, his already injured body staggered and collapsed to the ground. In his moment of distraction, he rolled twice on the ground before suddenly feeling his right hand brush against something. Indeed, he had encountered Song Li. In an instant, the terrifying quintuple pressure of the fourth rank of the sacred sect descended upon him, even with the two of them sharing the burden. The Crane Saint was instantly crushed into a mist of blood, meeting a tragic end. Seizing the opportunity presented by the diminished pressure, Song Li swiftly regained his mobility. Stepping out of the hall, and at last, the dreadful weight upon him dissipated. Finally, it was resolved. Lin Fan stood in stunned silence, bewildered by how the Crane Saint had so abruptly perished. Song Li was indeed capable of movement. So why had he not exited sooner, waiting until now? Who could elucidate this for him? What was the nature of that terrifying power? The figure of the Crane Saint reappeared, but his injuries had healed completely. A testament to the resurrection effect bestowed by his unique mental discipline. By this point, all opportunities for revival had been exhausted, should he fall again. It would be true demise. He stood there, his legs trembling not from the pressure, but from the encroaching dread that surged within him, igniting an overwhelming urge to flee. Was that terrifying power just now truly the essence of the human race's sacred ancestor? It was an unimaginable force, capable of annihilating any adversary in an instant. Throughout his long years, Lin Fan had sparred with masters of the third realm of the sacred domain, yet the potency he just witnessed was beyond compare. As he furrowed his brow, observing the Crane's sacred venerable emerge unscathed once more, the truth began to dawn upon him. Indeed, that so-called self-detonation was merely a manifestation of some divine technique, serving the purpose of swiftly mending one's injuries. Consequently, the proximity of Song Li allowed him to benefit from this restorative effect, granting him the opportunity to escape the hall. Thus, this individual's earlier near-fatal explosion followed by an immediate recovery was nothing short of a provocative display, intended to intimidate foes. The implication was clear: you cannot harm me. Is this the true essence of the sacred domain? Truly, it is as fearsome as it seems. The Crane's sacred venerable trembled as he raised his right hand. Human race's sacred ancestor. You are not even at the third realm of the sacred domain. You have deceived us all. Indeed, Lin Fan sighed, realizing that such a superficial disguise could never fool a genuine master of the sacred domain. A mere hint of probing would reveal his true capabilities. Given this, there was no longer any need for concealment. You are correct. I am indeed not of the sacred domain. You admit it. The tone of the crane's sacred venerable grew increasingly frantic. You deceiver, a fraud who has tricked everyone. I cannot believe I was so gullible. The holy ancestor of the human race proclaimed that he is not of the holy realm, rather than merely not being of the third level of the holy realm. The hidden secrets within this statement are enough to send shivers down one's spine. In chapter 49, the cunning and calculating crane Saint Venerable lacks profound understanding of the higher realms of cultivation, having only faintly heard certain rumors. It seems that the vast realm of the holy realm is not merely divided into 9 levels. It could potentially consist of 4, 5, or even 6 levels. In any case, surpassing this tier leads one to the next grand realm. The holy ancestor of the human race's assertion that he is not of the holy realm, rather than not being of the third level of the holy realm, indicates that he has transcended the tier of the holy realm and ascended to a higher echelon. No wonder. The crane Saint Venerable previously believed that the backlash from his own attacks was a result of being outsmarted by his opponent. However, it turns out that this was far from the truth. The stellar movement technique can only be effective against individuals within the same grand realm, meaning that once the holy master of the human race redirected his assault, the stellar movement technique was entirely futile. From beginning to end, he resembled a mere jester, with his fate tightly grasped by the opponent. Lin Fan sighed inwardly. Now that the secret has been unveiled, his fate seems inevitable, rendering any struggle pointless. He decided to close his eyes and await death. However, he did not anticipate an attack. The psychological defenses of the crane Saint Venerable finally crumbled. His proud stellar movement technique proved useless, leaving him with no reason to fight. We have all been deceived by the holy ancestor of the human race. He is not of the holy realm at all. In a flash, he vanished without a trace, fearing that he might be too slow and leave not even a remnant behind. Simultaneously, he fled while shouting, completely devoid of the demeanor befitting a master of the holy realm. Wait, he ran away? Lin Fan found himself bewildered by the adversary's maneuvers. Shouldn't he have simply struck decisively to eliminate him and seize the treasures of the core land? Was it possible that the lucky talisman had activated? Yet, no amount of fortune could possibly allow a formidable Saint Realm expert to escape so effortlessly. Lin Fan momentarily fell into contemplation, then clapped his hands, finally uncovering the truth. Truly, the esteemed Crane Saint is a cunning strategist among the Saint Realm elite. If he were to kill me, he would provoke a counterattack from the remaining forces of humanity, resulting in a devastating blow to his sect. After all, a withered camel is larger than a horse. His astute decision was to spread the falsehood that I am not of the Saint Realm. Thus, the demon clan would be inclined to eliminate me, diverting the source of their animosity away from themselves. Indeed, these ancient beings who have lived for millennia are all crafty old foxes, capable of devising such exquisite schemes. Alas, if the secret is to be revealed, so be it. It was only a matter of time, and I knew it could not remain hidden. Lin Fan came to a realization, understanding that every additional moment of life was a moment gained. Moreover, there might still be an opportunity for a reversal. He vividly recalled the ancient voice within his mind mentioning the Saint Realm counterattack talisman, a formidable artifact capable of turning the tables on a Saint Realm expert. If he could locate it within the secret realm, perhaps he might yet achieve victory. Lin Fan cast a gaze, imbued with complexity, upon Songli. You must have heard what he just said, correct? The esteemed elder is, in truth, merely an impostor. This disciple surely will no longer follow him. Songli was taken aback. Then, with utmost respect, clasped his hands together and said, I shall keep this confidential for my senior. Lin Fan nodded with a sense of relief. Indeed, true affection reveals itself in times of adversity. The individual before him not only chose to remain by his side, but also expressed a willingness to safeguard his secret. One must admit, although he may lack strength, he is undeniably a good person. Rest assured, while I may not be a figure of great renown, utilizing the resources at my disposal to elevate you by a significant realm upon our return is certainly within reach. Such loyal confidants deserve to be nurtured with care. Lin Fan resolved that if they were to survive this ordeal, he would ensure that this fellow ascended to the earthly realm with the aid of medicinal elixirs, becoming his personal secretary. Given the resources he could command, such an endeavor would be remarkably effortless. What? Songli was still marveling at Lin Fan's humility, astonished that he would claim not to be a person of great stature when he heard the latter's subsequent statement, to elevate himself by a significant realm? Goodness, he was already at the 4th rank of the sacred sect. Should he attain a higher realm, it would mean reaching the sacred general level. At his current stage, the assistance provided by elixirs and rare treasures is minimal, at best only expediting his training speed. How could he possibly leap to a higher realm in one fell swoop? Such a feat would be beyond even his master, Xian Huang Daojun. After all, He has only just reached the tender age of 2,000 years. Originally, it was anticipated that it would take at least another millennium to transcend to the rank of Saint General. Yet, if such a breakthrough were to occur now, goodness, a Saint General barely over 2,000 years old would be a rarity throughout the entire Huangxian sect. Even his master had not achieved such a feat in the past, had they? Song Li expressed his gratitude to the senior. Yet he cautioned that this matter should not be forced. Esteemed senior, please consider this carefully. There is no need to invest excessively for the sake of an outsider like myself. After all, he was a member of the Huangxian sect. Regardless of the identity of the esteemed senior before him, it was clear that they did not belong to their sect. And he truly could not bear such a generous offering. Was he concerned that excessive financial support might jeopardize the foundation of their sect? Lin Fan could not help but chuckle softly at this notion. This is hardly a troublesome matter. And as for the term outsider, simply because you are not my direct disciple. Do you consider yourself an outsider? We are all individuals from the vast sacred land, and by extension, you are indeed my disciple. What is wrong with looking out for one's own? At that moment, Song Li felt a warmth in his eyes. Just look at this esteemed senior, such grand vision. Was he trying to convey that, despite differing sects, we are all part of the human race? As members of the same lineage, how could anyone be deemed an outsider? Reflecting on the myriad human sects in the upper realms that engage in covert and overt rivalries, and then observing this esteemed senior, the disparity in mindset was truly profound. Indeed, esteemed senior, I am currently unable to withstand the pressure within the hall, so I shall remain outside. The exploration ahead shall be entrusted solely to you. This was indeed an unavoidable circumstance, and Lin Fan could only nod in resignation, allowing him to guard the entrance. Please watch the door for me and do your utmost to prevent any dangerous individuals from entering. Of course, if genuine peril arises, you may flee, Lin Fan mused. He considered that if true danger did materialize, this fellow would likely be incapable of stopping it anyway, so he chose not to take the warning too seriously. By the way, you should refrain from practicing that manual outside. Your level has not yet ascended to that standard. After all, it pertains to the divine powers of the sacred realm. A half-baked practitioner should best avoid it, lest they find themselves in a predicament they cannot escape from, leading to a complete mental breakdown. With that, Lin Fan turned and slowly made his way towards the innermost part of the hall, hoping that the remaining time of his lucky talisman would grant him the protection necessary to fulfill his ultimate goal. Song Li respectfully closed the door and stood guard outside, his gaze inadvertently drawn to the manual of stellar movement. Chapter 50, Collaboration. The elder mentioned that this manual was beyond my current level of cultivation. It must be at least a sacred general level divine art. How astonishing that it was carelessly discarded here. The elder only advised against practicing it. Not that I couldn't look at it. I am indeed curious about what this thing entails. The stellar movement. Upon reading the description that one must undergo self-castration to practice this art, Song Li felt a shiver run down his spine. With the elder's warning in mind, he was resolute in his decision not to pursue this art. Yet, the more he read, the more peculiar his expression became. Something was amiss. As long as one reached the sacred realm, this consequence could be avoided, and the effects of this divine art were simply extraordinary. Why then could it not be practiced? Previously, Song Li believed that the level of divine powers was akin to that of a Saint General, rendering him incapable of mastering it. However, it has now become evident that this cultivation tier is merely that of the Saint Realm. No, something seems amiss with this divine power. How could a mere Saint Realm divine technique possess such astonishing effects? Its ability to reverse all attacks surpasses even some of the most exceptional divine techniques of the Xianhuang sect. As for the limitation of not being able to transcend major realms in its application, could other divine techniques truly provide one with a means to engage adversaries across realms? What a farce. Song Li surmised that this restriction was not only modest, but somewhat trivial. This implies that a 9th grade Saint Lord, upon mastering this technique, could potentially turn the tides against a 1st grade Saint Lord. The disparity in strength and status between the two is immense, under normal circumstances. The outcome of a confrontation would be unalterable. When things deviate from the norm, there must be something amiss. Song Li promptly began to delve into the specific methods of activating the divine power, only to discover that several techniques for channeling qi seemed to defy common sense. Should one truly pursue this method, it could very well yield certain adverse effects that are not even mentioned in any texts. Is this the reason for the elder's warning? Yet, with my limited knowledge, I cannot fathom what these negative repercussions might be. As Song Li pondered intently, a sudden spark of inspiration struck him. He sensed a disturbance in the air as a man clad in a yellow Taoist robe approached. From the symbol sect, the heavenly symbol Saint Lord, a practitioner of the 2nd layer of the Saint Realm. Song Li merely cast a cursory glance at him before dismissing the individual entirely. Such a lowly figure was hardly worthy of his attention. He believed that what his senior urged him to be wary of must lie deep within the secret realm, concealed dangers rather than these feeble holy lands. The heavenly talisman sovereign felt a surge of displeasure as his gaze swept over the young man before him, only to discover that the latter's cultivation was merely at the first level of the earth realm. Clearly, Song Li did not wish to attract undue attention. Thus he refrained from fully concealing his cultivation, presenting himself as an ordinary individual. It was common knowledge that ordinary people could not venture into such places. Maintaining one's cultivation at the level of an ordinary person was, in fact, a form of ostentation. Only a senior with unwavering confidence would dare to do so. Song Li chose the first level of the earth realm, a rank neither high nor low, representing the middle tier of a sect. In such a classified secret realm, he belonged to the least conspicuous group. Did your elder not teach you the fundamental importance of politeness towards others? In prestigious factions, unless confronting rival forces, disciples are expected to pay their respects to holy realm masters from other sections. The Talisman sect is neither an ally nor an enemy of humanity. Yet a holy realm master like the heavenly talisman sovereign found himself so brazenly disregarded by a mere junior disciple of the human race. How could he possibly refrain from feeling incensed? However, as a master, he could not simply resort to violence against a junior disciple. He merely wished to utter a few words to compel the other to lower his head in deference. Politeness, it seems, must be measured by one's standing. Song Li smiled lightly. Isn't that so? To hell with it. As a direct disciple of the illustrious Xianhuang Daojun, a fourth-tier master of the holy sect, bowing to a feeble holy realm practitioner? Such news would undoubtedly become a source of amusement for his fellow disciples for millennia. Is this how the ancestors of humanity educate their followers? The celestial sovereign let out a cold snort, feeling that the recent brilliance of the human race's saint ancestor had become rather ostentatious, rendering the entire human populace somewhat disoriented, exuding an air of haughty arrogance. Very well. I shall not stoop to engage with someone of your insignificant stature. Pray, what tome do you possess? Allow me a glimpse. And what if I refuse? Song Li was acutely aware that the manual in his possession harbored certain issues. Should he rashly share it for cultivation, it could potentially incite unnecessary anomalies. He had no desire to provoke any significant disturbances in the lower realms, drawing the attention of the enforcement squad. Then I shall impart to you the essence of humanity. The celestial sovereign abruptly extended his right palm. A sudden force of attraction surged forth as he intended to directly seize the book from the disciple before him. However, that force vanished as if it had sunk into the ocean. The disciple appeared to be shielded by some arcane power, remaining steadfast and unaffected. I am here under the venerable elder's command, tasked with ensuring that no one disturbs his endeavors. Under the venerable elder's command, the human race's saint ancestor is indeed present here. No wonder I am at a loss against you. Humph. Does every disciple of the human race wield such a facade of authority? Song Li shrugged, disinclined to argue. He sensed that the individual before him bore no significant malice, merely exhibiting a common flaw found among those in positions of power. If the celestial sovereign truly harbored ill intentions, he would have long since struck down a disciple of the earthly realm, rather than resorting to thievery. I have come to discuss a collaboration with your saint ancestor. The celestial sovereign cleared his throat, asserting, you must be aware that the Crane Feather sect has clandestine ties with the demon race. Thus, in the interest of balance, we must forge an alliance with the human race. Merely a jester, incapable of stirring significant turmoil. Song Li could not help but scoff, pondering the alliance of a third-tier demon and a second-tier hybrid. What could they possibly achieve? Could they stand against a senior of the Saint Sovereign level? Noticing Song Li's demeanor, Saint Sovereign Tian Fu faintly discerned the hidden strength of the human race, realizing they possessed the capability to handle the alliance of two formidable factions. Truly, the once most powerful race had a formidable foundation. Initially, Song Li had not regarded the individual before him with much seriousness. However, upon reflection, he realized that the elder had long assumed the guise of a human ancestral figure precisely to avoid revealing his true identity. If he were to continually obstruct this individual, would it not jeopardize the facade and expose the elder's identity, attracting the attention of the enforcement squad? Indeed, while operating in the lower realms, discretion is paramount. The elder had yet to resort to violence. Thus, it was imperative he did not disrupt the elder's plans. Coughing lightly, Song Li stepped aside, gesturing for entry. The elder merely instructed him to guard the door and prevent any dangerous individuals from entering. This individual, a mere saint, hardly posed a threat, being an inconsequential character. After all, should he attempt any malfeasance, the elder could effortlessly resolve it with a mere wave of his hand, rendering it a trivial matter. Saint Sovereign Tian Fu nodded in agreement and proceeded past Song Li, advancing directly into the inner sanctum. To his astonishment, he had been unable to sway that disciple even slightly. Chapter 51. The outcome is clear. Upon entering the hall, Saint Sovereign Tianfu was immediately struck by a tremendous oppressive force. It was the quintuple pressure of a second-tier saint. Though he was unprepared mentally, his body had instinctively entered a state of vigilance due to his awareness of the surroundings, and for a moment, he was not directly overwhelmed. If he were to suddenly bear such an immense pressure, the consequences would be unimaginable. He trudged forward, step by arduous step, until he finally beheld a figure clad in that distinctive robe, exuding a signature aura. The individual ahead possessed no cultivation. In such a perilous place, lacking any cultivation had become a hallmark of certain individuals, representing an entirely different kind of ostentation. The ancestor of humanity. In his eyes, that figure strolled through the hall with such nonchalance, as if the surrounding pressure was non-existent. He could not discern even a hint of resistance from the other. Upon hearing a sound, Lin Fan turned in astonishment to see a familiar face, one he knew all too well. It belonged to the second-level master of the sacred realm, the leader of the symbol sect, the heavenly symbol sovereign. Goodness, are sacred realm masters sprouting like cabbages these days, one after another? First, it was the crane sovereign, then the heavenly symbol sovereign, and now they have all sought him out. Could it be that the lucky talisman truly brings such fortune? However, upon reflection, this was the core of the secret realm, and even the likes of Dispai and other masters of the heavenly realm could not enter, which meant that only those of the sacred realm could appear here. Oh, except for the unexpected weakling who was sent in. Ahem, he was referring to Song Li. What brings you here? Have you encountered the crane sovereign before? Lin Fan quickly posed two questions, eager to seize the initiative, for it was the only aspect in which he could maintain control. The heavenly talisman sovereign, under considerable pressure, spoke with some difficulty. My purpose in coming here is, of course, to acquire a magical artifact. However, there is also an aspect of my visit that pertains to seeking you out. Seeking him out. Lin Fan instinctively grew wary. What does he want? To kill and seize treasures? My vigilance seems futile. This is not an adversary that can be dealt with merely through caution. As for the crane sage, I have never encountered him. He may be in the company of Cavero, but I cannot say for certain. The heavenly talisman sovereign slightly shook his head, his teeth clenched, evidently struggling under the pressure. Even the simplest act of speaking causing him evident discomfort. Never encountered the crane sage? Lin Fan felt a slight sense of relief. If this individual before him had not met the crane sage, he likely remained unaware of his secrets, still treating him as a formidable opponent of the third tier of the saint realm. Thus, as long as he did not take the initiative to attack, there should be minimal danger for the time being. I hope to establish a temporary alliance with your human race, the heavenly talisman sovereign stated, clearly not wishing to engage in excessive conversation, so he got straight to the point. This would be advantageous for both of us. Cavero and the crane sage will undoubtedly not relinquish their pursuit of the magical artifacts in the core region. You and Cavero are adversaries of equal standing. I can assure you that while you distract Cavero, you will not suffer a surprise attack from the crane sage. The intent of the heavenly talisman sovereign was clear. The current situation was evident, with each side possessing one expert of the third tier of the saint realm and one of the second tier, a delicate balance. Lin Fan twitched the corner of his mouth. Who would distract Cavero? Him? In truth, it is entirely unnecessary. The crane sage has already discerned his greatest secret. Should this be revealed, Cavalier could strike at any moment, leaving him utterly defenseless. On this basis, the addition of the celestial rune saint would not alter the course of the battle, for he is merely at the second tier of the sacred realm, lacking the decisive power to shift the tide. Let it be. There is no need for collaboration, as I do not require your strength. I shall not contend with you for treasures, for I have far more pressing matters to attend to. Yet, if you insist on accompanying me, I cannot simply dismiss you. The more pressing matter is to locate the sacred realm counterattack talisman mentioned by the old man. That is his sole hope for a turnaround. No need. The celestial rune saint appeared somewhat astonished, only to realize that this attitude felt remarkably familiar. No wonder the disciple guarding the entrance bore such arrogance. It seems a legacy of pride flows between master and apprentice. Furthermore, he perceived a distinct disappointment and a hint of disdain on the other's face. Does he deem him too feeble? I appreciate your kindness, but it is unnecessary. Lin Fan, feeling somewhat helpless, raised his hands in resignation. In truth, regardless of which side one chooses to assist, the outcome of the battle remains unchanged. Does he truly believe that regardless of his choice, the battle's conclusion will not be affected? Such audacity from the human ancestor. Does he dare to confront a master of the third tier of the sacred realm and two others of the second tier all on his own? No. Perhaps it is indeed possible. The celestial rune saint recalled the formidable power he encountered while testing the disciple earlier, an unshakable force. Undoubtedly, that power belongs to the venerable ancestor of the human race before him. Otherwise, how could a mere disciple withstand his onslaught? The celestial symbol Holy Monarch swallowed hard, observing that Lin Fan displayed no desire for further discourse, instead choosing to proceed on his own path, navigating the oppressive aura with the ease of a stroll, utterly unaffected. Conversely, each step he took seemed to elicit the faintest sound from his bones, his movements slow as if he were an aged elder. Even the manipulation of his true energy exhibiting certain complications. A stark contrast emerged, rendering their respective strengths unmistakably clear. In such an environment, even if he unleashed his full potential, it would likely amount to only about 60% of his original power, potentially leaving behind some form of aftereffect. The proud celestial symbol Holy Monarch bowed his head, silently trailing behind Lin Fan, eager to discern what this exceedingly confident ancestor of the human race sought in the heart of this domain. Upon reaching the far end of the hall, Lin Fan felt a flicker of confusion. Had the old man been leading him to a dead end all along? His fingers grazed the wall, stirring forth a few shimmering motes of light, as if he had inadvertently triggered some hidden mechanism. At that moment, Lin Fan could truly sense the fortuitous energy enveloping him. Otherwise, he might have thought that his luck charm had yet to activate. The celestial symbol Holy Monarch lifted his gaze, witnessing the wall before him thunderously parting to the sides, revealing a chasm steeped in profound darkness, emanating a subtle yet uncanny force that gradually unfurled outward. In an instant, he beheld countless terrifying sword energies surging forth from the crevice, emerging from all directions, sealing off every possible retreat for Lin Fan. How would he respond to such a dreadful assault? Indeed, cut off all escape routes for Lin Fan. Yet, he had no intention of retreating. Lin Fan stood somewhat bewildered, feeling the sword energy that seemed capable of annihilating everything spreading around him. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the onslaught of sword energy ceased. Chapter 52. The Sword of Falling Clouds. Is this what they mean by the idea that as long as I do not evade, your predictions are rendered futile? The heavenly talisman saint slowly approached, propping himself up. It appears to be a kind of passive defensive measure, albeit a one-time use. You had no intention of defending? How did you foresee the trajectory of the sword energy? No, I truly had no idea. You are too modest, indeed. You could not possibly reveal such a trump card to me. The heavenly talisman saint shook his head, a bitter smile forming on his lips. The opponent possesses the divine shield technique, perhaps having secretly employed some defense, but he could not discern any fluctuations in their vital energy, leading him to mistakenly believe that no measures had been taken. Truly an inscrutable individual. Lin Fan did not dwell on such thoughts, assuming it was merely the effect of a lucky talisman. The time during which the talisman remained active was steadily diminishing. He needed to hasten towards his objective. Before officially entering, he took out a spirit stone and solemnly cautioned the human race. Be wary of the Crane Saint. The Crane Saint was now fully aware of his secret, that he was not of the sacred realm. Thus, there was no longer any apprehension towards the human race. This implied that, in his quest for treasure, he might very well turn against the human expedition team. This was a genuine master of the sacred realm, and moreover, a second-level sacred realm expert. He was certainly not an adversary that could be subdued merely by the numbers of the heavenly realm. With a deep breath, Lin Fan entered the innermost chamber of the grand hall, clinging to the last shred of hope. Before him lay a room shrouded in dust, confined yet expansive. At the center, a pile of rubble stood, upon which rested an ancient and exquisitely crafted short sword. The blade was adorned in hues of azure and pink, seemingly enveloped in mist, while the hilt bore the striking inscription Falling Sunset. This was the renowned Falling Sunset sword, explicitly requested by Lady Sun during the Bagua gathering. At long last, news had arrived from the Holy Ancestor. Elder 2, filled with excitement, recalled the team's ongoing exploration of the Abyss Sword Pavilion. Each member had diligently experimented with their swords in search of their destined magical treasures, resulting in a remarkable enhancement of their collective strength. Several individuals, having found a harmonious bond with their fated artifacts, experienced a direct elevation in their cultivation levels. Naturally, many attempted to draw forth the sword of salvation. Yet none succeeded. This was hardly surprising, nor was it a cause for despair. After all, the greatest among the human race had yet to make an attempt. It seemed as though this sword was tailor-made for him, impervious to the touch of others. What news had the Holy Ancestor conveyed? Despate exhaled a breath of stale air. A broken long sword floating before him, faintly resonating with the sound of dragon roars, exuding a formidable righteous aura. This was indeed a sacred artifact. He had ascended to the 8th level of the celestial realm. After being stuck at the 7th level for over a century, Stalemate had finally taken a step forward, empowered by his newfound magical treasure. The replacement of one's fated treasure is no trivial matter. In the short term, Stalemate would be unable to fully harness the power of the new artifact, which, in theory, should result in a slight decline in strength. However, with the elevation of his rank and the fact that this is a formidable artifact of the Holy Realm, his prowess not only remains intact, but actually intensifies. There exists even greater potential for enhancement. In light of this, the second elder could only gaze with envy, having already attained the 9th level of the celestial realm. Advancing further would prove exceedingly arduous. The holy ancestor cautioned, to be wary of the crane sage. This news cast a shadow of gravity over all who heard it. The very fact that the holy ancestor issued such a warning indicates that the crane sage is undoubtedly a perilous figure capable of threatening them. Why did the holy ancestor emphasize caution regarding the crane sage? A disciple of the human realm scratched his head in confusion. The crane sage is already a being of the holy realm, an entity we ought to be wary of, so why the need for such emphasis? Indeed, if emphasis were warranted, why not on the celestial rune sage, who is also at the 2nd level of the holy realm? Shouldn't the true threat be the demon clan leader, Cavaro, who stands at the 3rd level of the holy realm? Stalemate furrowed his brow. Regardless, since the holy ancestor has underscored this point, we cannot afford to take it lightly. We must prioritize the crane sage as a primary figure of caution. Yet, despite this assertion, it seems we lack the strength to contend against him. Enough of these thoughts, let us continue onward. The second elder approached the deepest part of the abyssal sword pavilion and cast his gaze upward. There, he beheld a long sword. The nature of which was beyond even the second elder's discernment. He could only vaguely sense that it appeared to transcend the confines of the holy realm. The guardian of the sword drifted closer, exclaiming, "This is the sword wielded by our leader during the great battle against the demons. It is the only high-grade spiritual sword that remained unbroken in that fierce conflict. At that time, our leader had already attained the saint realm. And this sword's rank is even a tier higher." A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd as they realized that this could very well be a treasure of the holy sect level, a relic entirely beyond their grasp. Stalemate stepped forward, feeling an inexplicable allure emanating from the sword, as if it beckoned him to draw it forth. Could he truly be the protagonist of some grand tale? Capable of wielding a treasure of the holy sect with his current cultivation in the heavenly realm? His gaze was utterly captivated by the sword before him, rendering him unable to look away. He took slow, deliberate steps forward, his right hand inching closer until he ultimately grasped the entire hilt. The second elder wished to interject a warning, but the guardian of the sword halted him, saying, "It is unlikely he will succeed anyway. Let him come to understand the disparity between realms." The sword, belonging to the leader, was not something that just anyone could draw. Stalemate was oblivious to any words spoken around him, as if his spirit and soul were drawn inexorably toward the sword, compelling him to steadily raise his right hand and unsheath the weapon. Simultaneously, Lin Fan's right hand also grasped the hilt of the falling sunset sword. The heavenly rune Saint Monarch's gaze sharpened, and he exclaimed in shock, "This is not a treasure of the saint realm at all. No wonder. This is the true aim of the holy ancestor of the human race. Perhaps only treasures of such caliber would warrant the schemes of someone like him. Not of the saint realm?" Lin Fan sensed something amiss. According to Ms. Sun, this sword should merely be an ordinary artifact of the sacred realm. Wait. Why did I say ordinary? It's all that high-end gathering's fault, leading his thoughts astray. The vague sense of unease prevented Lin Fan from immediately drawing the falling sunset sword. Instead, he appeared to be loosening his grip. An aged voice then echoed, "Draw it forth, young man. Is this not the very purpose that guided you to bring me here? You have not truly lost the majority of your memories, as you claim." Chapter 53. No. A playful smile graced Lin Fan's lips, although devoid of cultivation. He was not lacking in wits. The intent conveyed by that ancient voice was exceedingly clear. Anyone could surmise it. "If I draw this sword, you shall gain some form of benefit?" Simultaneously, Lin Fan could not help but recall another matter. This falling sunset sword was a task specifically requested by Ms. Sun, who was even willing to offer a sacred monarch-level treasure as a reward. Lin Fan was uncertain as to the exact heights of the sacred monarch level. Yet he was assured that it surpassed that of the sacred realm without a doubt. It belonged to a cultivation system of the upper realms, far beyond the reach of the lower realms. Thus, was her aim to acquire the sword itself, or merely to have someone draw it? A glimmer of insight illuminated Lin Fan's mind. Perhaps he could leverage this situation as a means of escape. After all, his predicament was exceedingly perilous at present. The revered crane sage might unveil all his secrets at any moment, turning everyone, including the celestial ruler behind him, into his adversaries. A being who wields the highest resources of the human race, yet possesses no cultivation, is an irresistible target for anyone seeking to hunt him down. As long as one is willing to endure the retribution of humanity, anyone may strike him down. However, the current human race lacks the strength to retaliate against such individuals. If you wish for me to draw this sword, you must first hand over the countermeasure talisman against the Holy Realm. Lin Fan engaged in a gradual exchange with the voice in his mind. If I cannot obtain it, then this matter is off the table. There is no such object here. The aged voice chuckled, yet promised, if you draw this sword, I shall grant you protection, bestowing upon you the true power to confront the Holy Realm. Is this not what you desire most? Lin Fan exhaled deeply, seemingly devoid of options. The crane sage had already torn away his disguise, and the demon race could launch an extermination campaign against humanity at any time. The crane sage harbors absolute malice towards humankind and will undoubtedly seek its destruction. Meanwhile, the intentions of this unknown entity remain ambiguous. The choice seems rather clear. If both options are perilous, one must certainly evade the more dangerous path. For one on the brink of drowning, every straw is worth clutching. He tightened his grip on the hilt of the sword, and at that very moment, Dispai, situated within the sword pavilion, seemed to be pulled by some invisible force, simultaneously mimicking the motion of drawing his sword. The heavenly rune sacred sovereign was initially engulfed in confusion, which soon transformed into an overwhelming terror, his outstretched fingers trembling incessantly. What do you intend to do? He sensed a tide of unfathomable and malevolent power emanating from the ever-drawing blade. The sheer magnitude of this ominous force left him momentarily devoid of any will to resist. Although he could not discern the source of this power, one truth resonated within him. The human race's sacred ancestor was unleashing an incomprehensibly terrifying entity. An entity that most likely harbored ill intentions towards all other forms of life in the world. Is this the true purpose of your arrival? The gaze of the heavenly rune's sacred sovereign grew resolute as he scrutinized the individual before him with hostility. It all made sense now. Every thread of thought coalescing in his mind, connecting all the seemingly irrational elements. The ninth sacred ancestor of the human race had not previously been renowned as a top-tier master, possessing merely the first realm of the sacred stage, insufficient to be considered the pinnacle of the human race's combat prowess. Thus, during the previous fierce confrontations with the demon race, he had never truly stepped onto the battlefield of life and death, instead opting to conserve his strength while secretly seeking a breakthrough. Yet, following this recent breaking of barriers, he had ascended to become a top-tier master of the third realm of the sacred stage, leading the human race in a triumphant counteroffensive against the demon race, achieving an unprecedented record of victories. Indeed, this individual had succumbed to corruption. He had embraced the power of malevolence, transforming into a tainted and wicked being in exchange for formidable strength. Despair etched upon his face. The heavenly rune's sacred sovereign realized he was utterly powerless to prevent this calamity. From the slowly drawn blade, a shadow began to coalesce, taking shape with a sinister countenance, clearly imbued with an unmistakable air of mockery. Sealed here for over 100 millennia. Little did I expect that the demon of the abyss would one day see the light of day again. Ha ha ha. 100,000 years ago, the realms were not yet divided, and beings of divine rank, from holy generals to holy commanders, roamed freely across this land. The demon of the abyss was a formidable existence of the 8th tier among holy commanders, yet was ultimately vanquished by an even mightier foe, whose hand sealed his residual soul within this place. As the ages passed, the lower realms were severed, and the ranks of the powerful dwindled to near extinction. He subtly emanated his power to influence reality, enticing others to rescue him. However, this scheme was thwarted by that accursed leader of the human race, who used his life-bound artifact, the Sword of Falling Twilight, to further entrap him here, extinguishing any hope of escape. Subsequently, the last leader of the ancient human race extracted half of his remaining soul, imprisoning it within a new sword and casting it into the abyssal sword pavilion. The reinforced seal requires both swords to be drawn simultaneously to truly liberate his spirit. Over the ages, he has gradually tainted the abyssal sword pavilion, allowing the demonic energy to remain preserved on the blade's surface for such an extended period. By manipulating this tainted force, he seeks to entice Dispai into drawing the corresponding sword. The most arduous step towards liberation lies in this Sword of Falling Twilight. This blade possesses a flicker of sentience. As it resists unsealing, the greater the strength of the individual attempting to draw it, the more intense the resistance becomes. Conversely, those of lesser power do not trigger such a defensive reaction. Yet, the remnants of the previous battle's energy scatter outside, rendering the weaker individuals unworthy to enter this place. Encountering even the slightest mechanism along the way could lead to instant demise. Fortunately, ample time had afforded him the opportunity to infiltrate the secret realm, allowing him to exert some influence. However, what truly astonished him was the audacity of ordinary individuals daring to explore such a domain, which presented him with an unexpected opportunity, even in the realm of mortals. The possibility of failure loomed large. Should one side falter, while the other draws forth the sword, all my efforts could be in vain. Yet, it seems Providence smiles upon me. I find myself in dire need of a mundane being, and lo and behold, one has been delivered unto me. Lin Fan raised his arm and fully withdrew the sword of the setting sun. Yet, the expression of the demon of the abyss froze upon his face, for he did not sense the other sword being drawn. Despy relinquished his grip on the hilt, refraining from attempting to extract the sword, as he recalled the final hint from the holy ancestor. The holy ancestor had crossed and uncrossed his legs, a gesture I had struggled to comprehend. Upon reflection, perhaps the crossing of legs was not the true indication. After the legs were crossed again, there had been a subtle movement of the toes. That was a reminder to refrain. Chapter 54. The chasm between us is vast. Indeed, this conjecture may seem somewhat nebulous. Even he himself could not be certain. Yet, in matters of suspicion, the mere act of doubting is often sufficient to warrant withdrawal. Despy suddenly regained clarity, meticulously contemplating the peculiar behavior he had just exhibited, and increasingly perceived a problem with the sword before him. Regardless of the truth, until the holy ancestor's return, no one should dare approach this sword again. In the depths of the secret chamber, the demon of the abyss had manifested only a fragment of its soul, leaving it in a state of profound emptiness and anguish, unable to sense the existence of its other half. The tenuous connection that remained was now irrevocably severed, and its soul was utterly fragmented. It could no longer reclaim its full power, condemned to wander in this diminished form. Hearing the heart-wrenching cries, the celestial sovereign reopened his eyes, witnessing a scene that would be etched in his memory for eternity. The ancestor of humanity stood solemnly, sword in hand, as if having just delivered a fatal strike. Before him lay the malevolent entity, now deprived of half its soul, its residual power continuing to wail, articulating endless torment. In that moment, the celestial sovereign felt a surge of hope, immediately overturning his previous conjectures. He realized that the release of this malevolence was not intended to unleash chaos upon the world, but rather to eradicate it entirely. Indeed, this was the only plausible explanation. If these two beings were of the same allegiance, the ancestor of humanity would have no reason to strike at him. To sever half a soul in such a manner was an injury that could never be mended in a lifetime. It was too genuine to be mere theatrics. I shall assist you, declared the celestial sovereign, invoking his most potent divine abilities. He formed an ethereal lightning talisman, casting it forth with fervor, unleashing a bolt of thunder upon the demon of the abyss. With a resounding crash, the thunder echoed, yet the demon sustained no harm. Instead, the celestial sovereign found himself grievously injured, collapsing to the ground, struggling to rise. The adversary made no counterattack, nor did it even attempt to defend itself. Merely the act of striking had nearly brought him to the brink of death. The heavenly talisman Saint Lord was increasingly gripped by terror, unable to fathom the true rank of the malevolent entity before him. What a formidable force this being must be, if it could sever half of his soul with a mere stroke. He had long been aware of the disparity between himself and his adversary, yet he never anticipated the gulf would be so vast, so immense that hope for any semblance of closeness was utterly extinguished. This cannot be. I cannot exist in this state in the external world. I must find a host, at the very least one of the holy realm. The heaven demon whispered in agony, his gaze swiftly locking onto the heavenly talisman Saint Lord. He then glanced at the falling sunset sword, deciding it prudent to keep a safe distance when seeking a host, lest unforeseen complications arise. In an instant, his figure vanished, transformed into a stream of black light rushing outward. He sought a holy realm expert nearby, one who would maintain a safe distance from the falling sunset sword, to serve as his vessel for parasitism. He fled indeed. Lin Fan finally exhaled in relief. At least he was still alive, indicating that matters had not yet reached the direst of extremes. The heavenly talisman Saint Lord spat out a mouthful of blood, his complexion pallid to the point of frailty. He bore no surprise at the heaven demon's retreat. After all, there was still a terrifying presence capable of cleaving half of one's soul with a single strike. It was entirely rational for one to flee in fear. He offered a bitter smile. You truly are not of the holy realm. You have concealed yourself so deeply. Lin Fan, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback, then returned the bitter smile. Is it not evident that you are indeed a master of the Holy Realm? Your powers of observation are remarkably keen. Indeed, I am not of the Holy Realm. The celestial emperor of the heavenly talismans appeared to have an epiphany and, with a hint of reluctance, inquired once more. You are not the original ninth sage of the human race. From whence do you hail? Having his secrets unraveled one after another, Lin Fan was no longer taken aback. After all, the situation had seemingly deteriorated to an extreme, leaving no necessity for concealment. You might find it hard to believe, but I do not originate from this world. How can that be doubted? That is precisely the truth most worthy of belief. At last, the celestial emperor grasped the entirety of the truth. The individual before him was a formidable entity from the upper realm, masquerading as the sage ancestor of humanity to serve as a facade. The true intent of this being was likely to address the malevolent force that clearly did not belong to the lower realm, thereby restoring some semblance of balance and preventing the inexplicable annihilation of the lower realm. I can scarcely believe the magnitude of our disparity. Indeed, the chasm between us is vast. They both sighed in unison. The celestial emperor coughed heavily twice and declared, he has escaped. You must swiftly attend to this matter. Otherwise, even a mere remnant of his soul will be beyond the reach of others. What? Who is to handle this situation? Lin Fan comprehended the celestial emperor's words quite well. In the latter's eyes, this predicament was of Lin Fan's making, thus it was only fitting that he rectify it himself. He did not shy away from responsibility. I shall endeavor to mobilize all the power at my disposal to resolve this issue. Yet, even the celestial emperor, who was at the second layer of the sacred realm, had sustained grievous injuries from a single blow. What efficacy could his own mobilized strength possess? At the very least, let this matter be publicized, granting more individuals the opportunity to escape. The celestial sovereign nodded, convinced that the other party must be resorting to certain means brought down from the upper realms. This implies that the malevolent entity will soon be dealt with, rendering it insignificant. He observed Lin Fan standing still, seemingly lost in contemplation. Indeed, it is wise to deliberate thoroughly before taking action. He is undoubtedly a cautious individual. While he professes to disseminate this information, the dilemma remains. How can I extricate myself from the core area? He is utterly trapped here. His sole ally is gravely injured, offering no hope at all. Without that old man to establish contact, Lin Fan's communication with the outside world has been entirely severed. It appears he has no chance for even a semblance of struggle. One can only hope that a sliver of fortune will come into play. Lin Fan reached into his pocket, only to be taken aback, for he did not sense the presence of the lucky talisman. It seemed he had misplaced it. But that cannot be right. According to the talisman's properties, he should not have been able to discard such an item voluntarily. Moreover, the time of fortune is drawing to a close, after which misfortune will inevitably follow. In a darkened corner, the crane sage's bones creaked, exuding an aura of sinister malevolence. Fortuitously, there is a fool wandering within the core of the secret realm, perfectly suited to serve as my vessel for parasitism. The demon of the abyss laughed heartily, then opened his palm to reveal a talisman quietly resting within. It seems that even mortals possess some valuable items, for this remarkable artifact of regulation is indeed a rarity. Although I cannot perceive its specific effects, I can sense that this contraption can bestow upon me an abundance of fortune. Chapter 55. Beware of the crane sage. Essential luck can provide a safeguard for my endeavors. The infernal celestial demon does not regard these individuals as a significant threat. Rather, he is wary of whether there are other hidden contingencies within the secret realm specifically devised against him. It is imperative to absorb some nutrients and temporarily regain a modicum of strength. Clearly, to qualify as his sustenance, one must at least possess the cultivation level of the saint realm. Those of lesser cultivation lack the qualification to be devoured, rendering them mere impurities. The rules of the cultivation world are indeed harsh. Without sufficient prowess, one is not even worthy of becoming food. Nonetheless, this need not be viewed solely as a misfortune. First, let us capture that trifling ant of the saint realm as an appetizer. Once I have amassed enough power, I shall utilize this place as a covert stronghold, gradually infiltrating the outside world. The infernal celestial demon evidently has not lost his sanity. Should he create sufficient commotion in the lower realms, it is certain that someone will come to reckon with him. Meanwhile, Despy, who has not truly received a response from the saint ancestor, slightly disheartened, sets down the spirit stone and addresses the crowd. It seems the saint ancestor will not be arriving anytime soon. We cannot remain here indefinitely. Most have acquired new innate treasures, while others are reluctant to replace their existing treasures with a high degree of compatibility, hence they have chosen not to refine them. Certainly, one may only possess a singular fated artifact, yet this does not imply that only one artifact can exist. Appropriately acquiring a sword during one's departure is indeed a significant gain. At most, it simply lacks the finesse and potency of one's fated artifact. Yet it still constitutes an enhancement in combat prowess. The second elder nodded. The abyssal sword pavilion had nearly reached the pinnacle of enhancement for them, with little value in remaining further. If the esteemed patriarch wished to unsheath the sword of salvation, they could always return. Let us depart from this place and continue to explore the surrounding areas, seeking further discoveries. Under the guidance of the second elder, the group exited the abyss. Filled with joy and anticipation, each one returning to the outside world in succession. Just as the last disciple exited the abyss, the ground suddenly illuminated with dark purple runes. Boundless demonic energy surged from the periphery towards the center. It was indeed a capturing array of the demon race. Those rascals had not yet departed. The second elder had anticipated such a scenario, yet all of this aura had been obscured by the power of the Holy Realm, indicating that Cavalro had not left. He remained here. No one could fathom that this threefold Holy Realm expert of the demon race had forsaken the contest for the core area, even relinquishing claims over other peripheral regions, choosing instead to guard this very spot. Cavalro had discerned the essence of the swords within the abyssal sword pavilion. These artifacts were entirely unsuitable for the demon race to wield, rendering their conquest unnecessary. Thus, it became evident that the fundamental objective of their current endeavor was not the acquisition of useful artifacts, but rather an act of retribution against them. The elders and disciples of the Symbol Gate and Crane Feather Gate were also engaged in the exploration of the peripheral areas, where the demon clan guarded, effectively relinquishing a plethora of magical treasures. This was a self-destructive endeavor. The second elder could hardly fathom that the illustrious Cavalro, known for his sagacity, would make such a decision. This is not your character, Cavalro. How audacious, to dare utter the leader's name so freely. Before Cavalro could respond, a demon of the heavenly realm stepped forward, suggesting they should contemplate the wood for their coffins instead. Cavalro gazed silently ahead. Indeed, his current choice did not align with the interests of the demon clan. It seemed as though he acted solely out of spite towards the human race, unwittingly benefiting others. Ultimately, their fate could very well be one of failing to seize the treasures of the core area while losing a significant portion of resources from the periphery. Yet, Cavalro had to proceed with this course of action. Time and again, they had been vanquished by the humans, outmaneuvered. Recently, without the direct intervention of the human ancestors, they had even been outwitted. Over time, the demons would develop the notion that the human ancestors were invincible and their schemes unfathomable. If that were truly the case, the demon clan would be doomed. Presently, the blows suffered by the demon clan were not sufficient to incapacitate them. In fact, their overall strength still surpassed that of the humans. Cavalro's concern lay in their waning courage to confront the human race. Thus, he must now convey to his subordinates that they too could retaliate against the humans, that they too could annihilate the ranks of humanity. Cavalro gazed silently at the second elder. In the recent confrontation at the abyssal sword pavilion, his injuries had worsened, while his opponent's strength had notably increased. This indicated that he could no longer easily seize all of their treasures. However, this was of little consequence. The disparity between the sacred realm and the heavenly realm was still profoundly vast. The mere possession of sacred realm artifacts by his adversary would not turn the tide. For Cavalro had an abundance of similar treasures at his disposal. Surely, your sacred ancestor remains ensnared in the struggle for the core area and is currently unable to extricate himself. Thus, you may await his return to collect your remains. A surge of demonic energy radiated from Cavalro as the second elder and Dispai stood together, preparing to form a battle formation alongside other formidable heavenly realm experts to resist him. At that moment, another figure abruptly entered the fray. It was the blood-stained Crane Saint, whose eyes now bore a stark contrast to their former selves, seemingly exuding an aura of malevolence. The Crane Saint? Cavalro felt a surge of confidence. For the Crane Saint's animosity towards humanity rendered him a potential ally of the demon race. Both parties had long established an unspoken understanding regarding such matters. Cavalro had even regarded the Crane Saint as his subordinate, a sentiment that had not been opposed due to certain circumstances related to their factions and resources. Assist me. Boom. Just as Cavalro was about to enlist the Crane Saint's aid to mitigate his own losses against humanity, he was taken aback as a sphere of black light rapidly expanded. The Crane Saint, without uttering a word, launched an attack directly against him. The sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. Dispai almost entertained the notion that the Crane Sage had been seduced by the ancestor to join forces against the demon clan. Yet, he quickly recalled the ancestor's solemn warning. Beware of the Crane Sage. Beware of the Crane Sage. Beware of the crane sage. This is dire. The crane sage is likely tainted by some dark force, resulting in a disturbing transformation. In any case, he is certainly not our ally. The further we distance ourselves from him, the better. With his thoughts rapidly shifting, Dispai seized the moment while Cavaro and the demons were momentarily stunned, forcefully leading his disciples to breach the unmaintained formation and return to the abyss. Even if the ancestor could not arrive in time, at least there remained a sword guardian who harbored goodwill towards humanity, which was the best refuge he could conceive. Chapter 56, A Glimmer of Hope. The instant the crane sage made his move, Cavaro sensed something was amiss. One's appearance can be deceiving, and even one's demeanor can be feigned. However, the essence of one's primordial power is exceedingly difficult to counterfeit. Even if two individuals cultivate the exact same techniques, the manifestation of their powers may not be identical. Cavaro was intimately familiar with the crane sage's methods and his style of attack. This was certainly not the manifestation of countless strange powers. Who on earth are you? Fortunately, he had remained vigilant, and even though the visitor was the crane sage, perhaps it was because he had never truly placed his trust in him. Cavaro instinctively defended himself. Yet he was still violently propelled backward, tumbling awkwardly on the ground, barely managing to preserve his life. Consequently, a portion of the demons behind him was crushed to death. The remaining individuals appeared dazed, their expressions gradually shifting to one of sheer terror. What had they witnessed? Their formidable leader had been subdued in a single blow. Even in a severely injured state, Cavaro was undeniably a master of the sacred realm. He was not some insignificant street-level warrior. He represented the pinnacle of his faction's combat prowess. The crane saint, licking his lips, remarked, "Had this body not been so inept, you would have perished just now." This vessel of the crane saint could not withstand the force of a saintly level. Should it erupt, it would collapse entirely. The demon of the abyss did not wish for this temporary form to be destroyed, thus he could only restrain his power, unleashing no more than the peak strength of the third tier of the sacred realm, which was nevertheless sufficient to shatter Cavaro. He had anticipated a struggle, yet was astonished to find that the demon leader, although superficially at the third tier of the sacred realm, could barely muster the combat capability of the initial stage of the second tier, and may even have been on the decline. This revelation rendered their battle remarkably simple. Congratulations, host, for completing the task, releasing the ancient entity and severely injuring the demon leader. You have received a reward, a one-time teleportation scroll. Please continue your efforts to further injure the demon clan and acquire additional rewards. Lin Fan stood in stunned silence, uncertain of his next course of action, when suddenly, a system notification resonated within his mind. Cavaro had been gravely wounded, and the fact that he had received a reward indicated that this event had been instigated by him. Was it the malevolent spirit he had unleashed? Had that entity truly dealt such a blow to Cavaro? Lin Fan did not feel particularly elated. Instead, a sense of urgency surged within him. That entity was evidently no benevolent force, and its intentions toward Cavaro were far from altruistic. Once it had annihilated the demon race, it might very well turn its wrath upon humanity. Indeed, Lin Fan harbored a desire to eradicate the demon race, for they were the archenemy of humankind. Throughout millennia, countless lives had been lost due to this enmity, and the animosity between the two factions had reached an irreconcilable depth. However, if the emergence of a certain entity were to precipitate the annihilation of both humans and demons, such an outcome was decidedly not what he envisioned. Initially, Lin Fan contemplated fleeing, casting aside this burden of responsibility. But now he could no longer turn a blind eye to the suffering and demise of others in the face of calamity. Rather than embracing mutual destruction, he preferred to maintain a tenuous stalemate. In his eyes, the survival of humanity took precedence. The extermination of the demon race could wait. The appearance of the malevolent spirit had indeed alleviated Lin Fan's previous plight, aligning with his earlier thoughts, yet it had also ushered in a new dilemma. At the very least, he needed to grant them time to evacuate. Lin Fan's gaze grew resolute. He possessed neither profound cultivation nor formidable artifacts at his disposal, and his sole talisman of fortune had been lost. Nevertheless, he retained an advantage unknown to all others, the ability to establish contact with the upper realms. First, he would convey this message to Dispai and his companions, then arrange for humanity's withdrawal, seeking refuge for a year. He would subsequently utilize the Bagua gathering to relay this information to others, urging the upper realms to send aid in dealing with the malevolent spirit. Lin Fan hoisted the fallen heavenly rune Saint Lord beside him and adeptly activated the teleportation scroll bestowed by the system, locking the destination next to Dispai. In the blink of an eye, their forms vanished, reappearing within the abyssal sword pavilion. It seems I have overlooked something important. However, I shall first address the most pressing matters and ponder the rest later. Meanwhile, outside the grand hall, Songli sat by the door, idly toying with a spiritual herb. Feeling a touch of boredom, the elder had instructed him to guard this place, ensuring that no perilous entities could enter. Yet, just moments ago, he sensed a peculiar force emanating. Since the elder did not intervene, it must be part of his scheme, and thus not something I need to concern myself with. As the two figures materialized, the surrounding human populace erupted in gasps of astonishment, then respectfully bowed with expressions of delight. Lin Fan cast aside the severely wounded heavenly rune Saint Lord and promptly inquired about the current condition of the second elder. Despi's gaze shifted slightly as he noticed the fallen heavenly rune Saint Lord, his lips twitching in disbelief. Who could have reduced this formidable expert of the second realm of the saint level to such a state? The heavenly rune Saint Lord seemed to sense his scrutiny and let out a wry smile, candidly admitting, I have provoked an existence I ought not to have trifled with. And this is the result. How foolish. Why would you dare to provoke the saint ancestor? Despi's mind raced with thoughts, having no doubt regarding the saint ancestor's ability to effortlessly eliminate the heavenly rune Saint Lord. After all, they had deduced that the saint ancestor was a master of the saintly realm. Do not underestimate even a mere heavenly sovereign. Even when combined with Cavalro, they pose no significant threat. Lin Fan was diligently sifting through the myriad pieces of information provided by the second elder, disregarding any claims of invincibility associated with the holy ancestor. Are you implying that there exists a sword of salvation here? He seemed to grasp a glimmer of hope for a turnaround in fate. The sword guardian nodded. It is said that at the end of all hope, a chosen one will draw forth this sword of salvation to rescue this land. Lin Fan immediately pressed on. What if? What if someone of low cultivation were to draw this sword? Would they be incapable of wielding it? The sword guardian instinctively wished to retort, pondering how one unworthy of sufficient cultivation could ever bear the mantle of savior. Yet, he was reminded of the identity of the individual before him, the current leader of humanity, a being of at least the holy disciple realm, who could not discern the enigmatic nature of his cultivation. Could a person of low cultivation truly draw the sword of salvation? Perhaps the whims of fate are indeed wondrously peculiar? After some contemplation, he responded with a hint of uncertainty. I cannot say for certain, but since it is the Savior who draws forth the sword, they must surely gain the power of salvation. Perhaps the one who draws this sword will directly acquire corresponding strength. At the very least, a portion of that power would suffice to resolve the current predicament. Chapter 57. The glory of man is bestowed by man. What? Drawing forth this sword grants one immediate access to corresponding strength? Not all, but at least enough to surmount the present crisis? This is nothing short of impeccable after-sales service. The perfection of the moment prompted Lin Fan to feel a hint of sarcasm. Undeterred, he promptly followed the guidance of the sword guardian, approaching the fabled sword of salvation. This sword did not impose any prerequisites. Anyone could attempt to draw it, entirely reliant on fate rather than skill. Lin Fan found himself lost in contemplation. Upon arriving in this realm, he first awakened a system, was inexplicably revered as an ancestor by the human race, and through a series of fortuitous misadventures, thwarted the schemes of the demon clan time and again. All these occurrences led him to ponder. Could he truly be the chosen one? After all, merely traversing worlds is no ordinary feat. According to the unwritten rule that traversers are invariably protagonists, it would indeed be quite reasonable for the protagonist to draw the sword of salvation. Without his lucky talisman, Lin Fan felt a twinge of uncertainty. Nevertheless, considering its current phase of misfortune, perhaps it was for the best that it was not with him. He exhaled deeply, then grasped the hilt of the sword of salvation firmly, pulling upward with all his might. He pulled. Yet, despite exerting every ounce of strength, he could not budge the sword even an inch. It remained steadfastly embedded in its sheath, just as it had for all who had come before him. The sword guardian shook his head in resignation. This signifies your failure, though it is quite normal. Even among the many heroes of our time, none succeeded in drawing it. He did not appear particularly disheartened. Having witnessed countless failures, the act of drawing the sword had become an almost impossible task for the sword guardian. It was merely one more failed attempt added to the list. Lin Fan bitterly lowered his hands, shaking his head in resignation. His dreams had ultimately been shattered, perhaps forcing him to confront the harshness of reality. He was neither a savior nor a chosen one, nor the destined beacon of hope for humanity. He was merely a tragic traveler, inexplicably transported to this world, devoid of a functional system, with rewards that paled in comparison to the dire predicaments faced by humankind. He was simply an ordinary yet unfortunate individual. Is this a deception? Murmured one disciple, astonished that the saint ancestor had not drawn the sword. In the eyes of the disciples, the saint ancestor epitomized omnipotence. He could effortlessly accomplish what others could not. Therefore, if humanity were to have a savior, it could only be him. Yet, the Sword of Salvation did not acknowledge his status as the savior. Is this a charade? Indeed, was he merely an impostor? The echoes of doubt reverberated in Lin Fan's ears. He was nothing but a counterfeit powerhouse, a false saint ancestor, a mere ordinary weakling stripped of humanity. The revered crane saint had unearthed his secret. The celestial rune saint had uncovered the truth, and soon, everyone would come to know his secret. The dream of the strong was bound to shatter. It was time for Lin Fan to confront the cold and brutal reality. He abruptly turned around, only to meet the unwavering gazes of the disciples. Indeed, he was a counterfeit. This sword was undoubtedly a fake. Dispai led the charge, donning a disdainful expression, declaring that if even the saint ancestor had refrained from drawing it, then what worth could the so-called Sword of Salvation possibly hold? Indeed, another elder from the heavenly realm retorted to the guardian of the sword, questioning how it was said that only the Savior could draw the Sword of Salvation. Now that the Savior has arrived and the sword remains unyielding, it can only imply that the sword itself is flawed. Both Lin Fan and the guardian of the sword were left utterly bewildered by this assertion. Wait. Traditionally, it is the Sword of Salvation that chooses its savior. Your reasoning is utterly misguided. His frustration was palpable, his anger evident as he seemed to feel the sanctity of his 38,000. Your vigil had been desecrated. Sensing the awkwardness of the situation, Lin Fan hurriedly attempted to mediate. Look, this sword has never been drawn by anyone, correct? What he intended to convey was that since no one had ever succeeded in drawing it, his inability to do so was entirely reasonable, and there was no need for contention over the matter. However, before he could articulate the remainder of his thoughts, Dispay's eyes sparkled with fervor as he interjected. The words of the holy ancestor ring true. This sword has never been drawn by any individual, which signifies that its blade has not been tainted by even a single drop of demonic blood. It has not taken the life of any demon. This sword has rendered no service to the human race, yet it remains here, basking in the offerings of humanity, regarded as a supreme treasure. Does it truly deserve such reverence? The remaining disciples and elders rallied behind Dispay, their voices rising in fervor. Every sword present here bears greater nobility than this one. They have fought alongside our human ancestors, achieving remarkable feats. Thus, it is not that this sword has failed to recognize our holy ancestor, but rather that our holy ancestor has not acknowledged it. With a solemn tone, Dispay gazed ahead, declaring, if this sword refuses to reveal itself, then let it remain in eternal silence. The glory of humanity does not rely on a blade for its affirmation. The sword guardian, momentarily at a loss for words, stood in stunned silence for nearly half a minute before responding. This is the Sword of Salvation. It continues to await the true Savior. Dispay stepped forward, accompanied by all his disciples and elders, asserting, I am aware that the holy ancestor rescued the dying human race and preserved the last sanctuary. He is our Savior. I recognize that throughout the annals of history, whether known or unknown to us, generations of our ancestors sacrificed their lives for our kin. Each of these individuals is a savior. Extending his right hand, he pointed directly at the Sword of Salvation, questioning, should their efforts be dismissed merely because this sword cannot be drawn? The significance of the sword is bestowed by humanity, not the other way around. The sword guardian furrowed his brow, stating, even if your words hold truth, I have sensed an exceedingly sinister force outside. How do you intend to address it? Lin Fan felt a surge of spirit. They were finally discussing the matter at hand. Each person present possessed greater experience and deeper understanding of cultivation than he did, and he yearned to hear the opinions of these professionals. With so many minds converging, surely they could devise a suitable plan. Even if the situation worsens, it may still enhance the chances of escape. A smile crept across Dispay's lips. After all, it is merely a tainted crane sage. We have our own methods to resolve this. What? He possesses a solution? Lin Fan was taken aback, unaware of when Dispay had become so formidable. Chapter 58. He is undoubtedly cursed. Wait. An unsettling premonition washed over Lin Fan. He seemed to discern the source of Dispay's confidence. Dispay turned with a smile, directing his gaze towards him. Old ancestor, you are not truly at the sage realm, are you? Ah, what is the matter? Having been unmasked too many times, Lin Fan instinctively refrained from denying it, only to realize in that instant that this was before the assembled disciples. Alas, a straightforward admission might extinguish the disciples' fighting spirit, wouldn't it? Indeed, although there had been prior speculation, hearing the acknowledgement from the sage ancestor himself ignited a surge of exhilaration within Dispay. The sage ancestor is indeed a master of the sage realm. Then it becomes simple. As long as he intervenes, any malevolent entity shall surely perish. Dispay waved his hand dismissively, as if this were merely a trivial matter for the venerable sage ancestor. The warning regarding the crane sage's issues originated from the sage ancestor. Thus, he must have a well-developed strategy in place, alleviating the need for others to worry. Huh? What is this sage realm? For a moment, Lin Fan's mind struggled to comprehend. Just a moment ago, he believed Disbay had uncovered the true secret of his cultivation. And now he was confronted with an entirely unfamiliar realm of practice. Do these individuals regard him as a being that transcends the sacred realm? No, this cannot continue. If this group persists, they might thrust him into a duel with that malevolent spirit. Lin Fan's greatest concern was that the likes of Disbay and others possessed an inexplicable confidence, leading them to confront the malevolent entity directly, which could result in a total annihilation. Rather than rushing headlong into certain death, it would be wiser to uncover his secrets and make a collective escape. No, I believe you have misunderstood something. Lin Fan endeavored to salvage his image. There is no need for concealment. The celestial rune Saint Monarch coughed twice, asserting, I am aware of your ancestor's true cultivation level. I can vouch for him. In an instant, Lin Fan regained his composure. Indeed, the celestial rune Saint Monarch recognized him as merely a mortal. His true identity had been seen through previously. Thus, if the celestial rune Saint Monarch were to step forward and testify that he is not a master who has transcended the sacred realm, the others would abandon any unwarranted confidence and hasten their escape. Yes, the celestial rune can attest to this. Indeed, your ancestor is, without a doubt, a master who has transcended the sacred realm. The celestial rune Saint Monarch reluctantly stroked his beard, adding, I understand your desire to conceal your cultivation for certain purposes. However, given the current perilous situation, it is prudent for everyone to be aware of this. At worst, you can later employ some divine means to erase our memories. What kind of divine means are you even speaking of? Is this your way of providing testimony? With even the celestial rune Saint Monarch, a master of the sacred realm, speaking up, the gaze of the human disciples became even more filled with admiration, causing Lin Fan to awkwardly turn away. It seems the title of master cannot be shaken off. But wait, this is certainly not a favorable situation. Lin Fan pondered for several days about why the celestial symbol sage would act in such a manner. The other party should have recognized his earlier predicament. Indeed, revealing my true capabilities could facilitate everyone's running, yet it would also incite panic and despair, which is detrimental to the team's survival. The celestial symbol sage, a master of the sacred realm, truly possesses profound insight. He even knows how to wield his feigned strength to instill calm among all. Lin Fan resolved, today, come what may, he must exert every effort to break free from the secret realm and escape alive. At worst, he could hide for a year after fleeing. Unless the beings from the upper realm are utterly inept, the challenges below will eventually be surmountable. There is no need for him to overly fret. Henceforth, everyone shall heed my commands. Aside from the sword guardians who intend to remain steadfast here, all others, including the celestial symbol sage, displayed expressions of compliance. Lin Fan cast a discreet glance at the celestial symbol sage. This fellow truly excels at pretense. It would be a shame not to pursue a career in acting. First, we shall depart from this place. Then with all our strength, we shall flee the secret realm. Is that understood? Do you mean to say that this level of battle is beyond our capacity, and that we should leave to avoid hindering your esteemed self? Consider it thus. Lin Fan was too weary to elaborate. Although flight is prohibited within the secret realm, the upper and lower regions of the abyss remain unaffected. Otherwise, they would be unable to return to the surface. As the group returned to the surface, they were immediately taken aback by the devastation before them. A multitude of demonic corpses lay scattered across the ground, rendering the sight of any living demon nearly impossible, while their leader, Cavalro, had long since vanished from sight. Although the celestial demon held little regard for devouring cultivators below the sacred realm, this did not imply he would refrain from ruthlessly slaying this swarm of insignificant beings. The crane saint, with a distorted visage, knelt half-crouched on the ground, seemingly driven to madness, as his hands incessantly clawed at his hair, as if he sought to peel his scalp away. He was plagued by the sensation that he had fallen victim to some malevolent curse. His fortunes had inexplicably soured beyond recognition. To contend with an injured being of the sacred realm, it was utterly inexcusable that he allowed his opponent to escape using a series of avatar substitutions. This blunder stemmed from the critical moment when the celestial demon had ostensibly seized complete control over the crane saint's body, only for the latter's consciousness to inexplicably revive within his mind, resulting in a duality of souls and a fracturing of identity. The celestial demon attempted to annihilate the crane saint's soul directly. However, due to the latter's fragmented spiritual essence, he could not entirely occupy a single vessel. After extinguishing half of the soul, he was compelled to halt his endeavors. Consequently, he found himself entwined in a composite spiritual entity, half celestial demon and half crane saint. Both personalities vied for dominion over the body, rendering his movements exceedingly arduous. Given his strength, the likelihood of such an occurrence should have been less than 1%. Even with the fortuitous protection of a talisman, he found himself ensnared in this misfortune, an undeniable stroke of bad luck. It was undoubtedly the remnants of some accursed legacy left upon me by those wretched humans of yore. With great difficulty, the celestial demon lifted his head. He was in dire need of devouring a cultivator of at least the sacred realm to replenish his energy, yet Cavalro had fled. In the next moment, his eyes gleamed with fervor as he beheld another frail sanctum, the heavenly rune holy monarch. To him, this was akin to a delectable feast presented on a silver platter. This encounter would significantly restore his inherent strength, perhaps even grant him the opportunity to utterly subjugate the soul of the Crane Holy Sovereign. During a brief respite, the heavenly rune holy monarch had managed to regain a modicum of mobility, yet upon sighting that malevolent spirit, his countenance paled instantly. He could only pray that the ancestral guardians of humanity possessed the absolute power to vanquish this abomination. Lin Fan, acutely aware of his own limitations, promptly issued the most urgent directive to everyone upon returning to the ground. Run. Chapter 59. Is this even possible? Run. But where to? The demonic tempter smirked wickedly, extending his hand to forcibly draw the heavenly rune holy monarch closer. However, in that very instant, his right leg stumbled forward, unexpectedly tripping over a stone on the ground. What sorcery is this? He was utterly bewildered. Even if he could not summon the peak prowess of a holy commander, being tripped by a mere stone was utterly absurd. It defied logic for a spirit of such caliber to be hindered by a stone. Cough, cough. It was not merely mystical either. The heavenly rune holy monarch immediately bellowed, "Do not forsake the opportunity our ancestral guardians have bestowed upon us. Swiftly withdraw from the battlefield." Clearly, such conceptual maneuvers could only be executed by a singular individual present. With newfound resolve, the crowd hastened toward the exit, their doubts dispelled. Previously, they had refrained from teleporting within the secret realm, fearing encounters with insurmountable peril, as none could ascertain whether their destination would be safe or harbor unknown dangers. However, if the destination lies beyond the sacred realm, then naturally there would be no such concerns, allowing for a seamless transportation. In an instant, everyone was teleported away, leaving Lin Fan, the sole individual incapable of teleportation, bewildered and frozen in place. Even the severely injured celestial sovereign, who was unable to teleport, was whisked away by Dispy. "Hey, someone take me with you," he shouted, feeling utterly forsaken by the group. The demon was momentarily stunned, failing to intervene, and when he regained his composure, only one person remained before him. Indeed, possessing only half a soul makes one susceptible to curses. Uncertain of the curse's origin, he noted that its effects manifested only after he had usurped the Crane Saint. Thus, he began to inspect his magical artifacts, discarding nearly all of them. He retained just one, his lucky amulet. Fortunately, he possessed an artifact capable of enhancing luck, which might counterbalance his misfortune. Otherwise, if the curse were to fully manifest, who knows what calamity might befall him. The demon silently rejoiced, praising his astute decision to seize the lucky amulet. Lin Fan swallowed hard. So now he must confront this malevolent spirit that transcends the sacred realm? What a predicament! At this moment, at the exit of the sacred realm, the second elder promptly accounted for all the human disciples. Upon confirming that there were no casualties, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Phew. The holy ancestor did not emerge after all. He ultimately chose to face the formidable enemy alone. The celestial sovereign nodded in agreement. This is the true demeanor of a powerful being, one who does not abuse their strength but instead actively protects the weak. In battles of such magnitude, we find ourselves powerless to intervene, and can only pray that your holy ancestor will resolve the matter. Dispay offered a faint smile. Rest assured, the prowess of the holy ancestor is truly beyond your imagination. At the core of the secret realm, Songli detected an unusual and eerie scent, prompting him to rise immediately, intending to report to his senior and seek counsel on the next course of action. Fearing the oppressive aura, he refrained from entering the hall directly, instead casting his gaze about from the entrance. Yet he found no trace of any individual. He could not even sense the presence of a single living being. While it was plausible that his senior's concealment could elude him, there was still an inexperienced Holy Realm practitioner who had entered. Surely, one must encounter the living or at least the deceased. Thus, the conclusion became evident. His senior had long since departed. Perhaps it was the emergence of that peculiar aura that had drawn the senior away. Songli recalled the task assigned by his master to investigate the anomalies of this secret realm. Was this not the most extraordinary circumstance? Considering that his senior had previously mentioned providing him with a more powerful artifact to aid in breaking through to the next level. Song Li naturally assumed that the senior had not forsaken him, but rather was pressed for time due to the urgency of the situation. Such an esteemed being would never utter falsehoods. After all, if they had wished to do so, they could have easily refrained from making a promise. Since a commitment had been made, it would undoubtedly be fulfilled. Song Li could not afford to miss the most critical events and promptly prepared to teleport to the strange location at the periphery of the secret realm. Yet, for safety's sake, he deliberately shifted a distance away first. This effectively allows him to approach the source of the enigma without encountering the most perilous entities. To be candid, had it not been for the senior's timely departure, he might have already reached that location. Given his cautious nature, it is likely he would have refrained from employing teleportation. The scene before him flickered, and in the next instant, he found himself within the depths of the Abyss Sword Pavilion. Before him stood the Sword of Salvation, firmly planted in its place. As Song Li gazed at the seemingly ordinary sword, he momentarily lost his composure, for even from the perspective of one from the upper realm, he could not discern the sword's true rank. This is the Sword of Salvation. The guardian of the sword, noticing yet another visitor, casually remarked that the previous ancestor of the human race had attempted to draw it forth, but had unfortunately failed, thus leaving it to await the next fated individual. The ancestor of the human race. Is that not the identity the senior assumed in this realm? Even the senior could not extract this sword? Awaiting the next fated individual, Song Li murmured to himself, it is impossible that the senior could not succeed. He deliberately left this sword here. But for whom is it intended? Recalling the senior's prior words, the answer became abundantly clear. Is this what the senior specifically reserved for me? Is this the better weapon he mentioned he would procure for me? He then contemplated another matter. The core of the secret realm had previously been sealed by some force, rendering escape impossible. Now that he had managed to teleport out, it signified that this restriction had been lifted by some power. Who else but the senior could accomplish such a feat? Song Li, filled with exhilaration, promptly grasped the hilt of the sword and forcefully pulled it upward. As a result, the sword remained utterly unmoved, showing no signs of yielding to his force. In the next moment, Song Li unleashed the full extent of his cultivation at the 4th rank of the sacred sect, leaving the sword guardian astounded, prompting him to hastily step aside. Yet, despite the overwhelming pressure of such formidable power, the sword remained firmly in place. The treasured artifact bestowed upon me by my predecessor, and I find myself incapable of even drawing it. A wave of despondency washed over Song Li. Would he think me utterly inept for failing to complete such a fundamental trial? The sword guardian longed to declare that failing to extract the sword was, in fact, the norm, but the oppressive aura silenced him, compelling him to keep his thoughts to himself. As a disciple of my master, I cannot allow my predecessor to underestimate me. It would be a disgrace to our entire Xinhuang sect. Song Li resolved that today, no matter the cost, he would confront this sword head-on. The principal distinction between humans and animals lies in the former's capacity for reasoned thought. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. He shaped his right hand into a blade-like form and, channeling the full force of his 4th rank cultivation, shattered the rocks encasing the Sword of Salvation into smithereens. Thus, although he still could not draw the blade, the entire sword, along with its sheath, fell into his grasp. The sword guardian's face twitched in disbelief. He had never anticipated such an approach. Perhaps they had all misinterpreted a crucial aspect. Extracting the sword and taking it away were seemingly not the same endeavor. Chapter 60. You should not have come. Sensing the power coursing through his hands, Song Li closed his eyes. The aura of the Sword of Salvation, once dispersed among the surrounding stones, now flowed into his very being. Sacred sect, 3rd rank, 2nd rank, 1st rank. Song Li opened his eyes once more, golden light swirling within his pupils. At this moment, he had ascended to the esteemed realm of a 9th rank Saint General. Had he truly accomplished it? The promise made by his senior, to bestow upon him a superior artifact and elevate him to a higher echelon, had seemingly been fulfilled with such ease. As he regained his focus and gazed at the sword in his hand, his expression shifted from delight to a tinge of trepidation. The mere aura emanating from it had propelled him into an entirely new realm. What, then, was the actual status of this artifact? Such a treasure. Even seasoned saint monarchs would surely covet it. Why, then, had it been entrusted to him? Song Li resolved that this matter must be clarified, otherwise, he would find no peace through the night. With this thought, he attempted to channel the artifact, only to discover he was utterly unable to wield it. It appeared that, until drawn, it was no different from an elongated brick. Yet, even an indestructible brick must possess some utility, wouldn't it? Song Li soared into the air, departing the abyssal sword pavilion. The celestial demon reacted, turning to Lin Fan, as if sensing something amiss. How did you emerge from within? The demon recalled that Lin Fan should still be within the core of the secret realm. How could he have suddenly appeared here? Without waiting for Lin Fan's reply, the demon gestured with his fingers, effortlessly divining the situation. For one of his caliber, such a feat was as simple as breathing. Even without corresponding divine abilities or mental techniques, insights could still be gleaned from his rank. You were transported out? The demon, momentarily stunned, found itself rooted in place. How could a mere mortal possess the ability to teleport? When the demon had surreptitiously taken the lucky talisman, it had meticulously examined Lin Fan, confirming that he bore no useful items, not even within his ring. The Saint of Celestial Talismans was gravely injured and equally incapable of employing teleportation. Something was amiss, something exceedingly troubling. Its pupils dilated in realization as a multitude of details surged back into memory. Why would a being of mortal stature exhibit such confidence in approaching the gate of the secret realm? How could a mortal effortlessly gain access to the core chamber, despite being oblivious to the mechanisms within? Why, at the critical juncture, did the opposing party's despair suddenly forsake drawing their sword, rendering its soul incapable of cohesion? Why would a mere mortal dare to command others to depart, remaining behind to stand guard alone? That sudden awakening of his was akin to a recollection of certain admonitions. But who had imparted such wisdom? The demon squinted, scrutinizing Lin Fan once more. The figure before him, still devoid of any discernible cultivation, inexplicably bore an unusual aura. Is it you? Who exactly are you? That question, you are not entitled to know. A voice echoed from the abyss, and soon after, a figure emerged, landing precisely beside Lin Fan. Song Li clasped his hands and bowed respectfully. Senior, I have arrived. Lin Fan gazed at him, momentarily bewildered. What was this fellow doing here? With such a feeble demeanor, was he seeking his own demise? You shouldn't have come. Should he not have come? Song Li was taken aback, glancing back at the malevolent spirit, locking eyes with that gaze imbued with an eerie power. A celestial demon? How could such a race exist in the lower realm? As someone from the upper realm, Song Li was acutely aware of the terror that celestial demons could invoke. Yet, shouldn't the celestial demons of the lower realm have been eradicated long ago? Was this the hidden secret of the predecessors? The celestial demon scrutinized Song Li. This fellow, his aura is amiss. No, I had previously detected his anomalous behavior within the secret realm. Yet I paid it no heed. Why did I disregard it? Was my judgment influenced by some external force? The more the celestial demon pondered, the more dread enveloped him. Basic surveillance evasion merely concealed one's cultivation level, failing to obscure behavior. It was evident that a being of earthly realm cultivation was flitting about the secret realm, and this would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Advanced surveillance evasion, however, could subtly affect the psyche of the observer, implanting a potent psychological suggestion that rendered everything seemingly reasonable, causing the observer to instinctively overlook all irregularities. Such a sophisticated manipulation was solely aimed at those who pried. It did not possess strong concealing capabilities in normal interactions, and could even be said to lack them altogether. This level of psychological suggestion could only be left by a being of at least saintly lord caliber. Moreover, even within forces of saintly lord rank, only direct disciples could be afforded such treatment. In the grand powers of the upper realm, saintly lord experts typically employed this method to prevent their direct disciples from being targeted while traveling. In high-level conflicts, many formidable beings refrain from manifesting their true forms directly. Instead, they often resort to utilizing their spiritual consciousness for observation. The mere appearance of one's true self signifies a readiness to engage in combat. Thus, upon encountering Song Li, the heavenly demon immediately discerned an anomaly in the latter's cultivation fluctuations. He was undeniably not at the earthly realm. He realized that this mortal was an accomplice. The mortal had deliberately feigned being lured by him, intentionally unsealing part of his restrictions to entice him into revealing himself, aiming to annihilate him completely. In truth, these two individuals were disciples of a significant figure from the upper realm. They bore sacred marks that concealed their presence, preventing him from detecting any irregularities, thereby leading him into their trap. The heavenly demon was instantly enraged. He relinquished the body of the crane saint and transformed into a remnant soul, channeling all his strength towards Song Li. No longer bound by the limitations of the saint realm due to the loss of the crane saint's form, he found himself in a state that, though unbearable, presented his final opportunity. Realizing that Lin Fan's mortal guise was merely a facade, he steeled himself for a desperate struggle. For while he could directly perceive the fluctuations in Song Li's cultivation as problematic, he found himself unable to detect any issues with Lin Fan's. This indicated that the seemingly mortal individual would undoubtedly prove to be far more challenging. No, he must not succumb to fear. If the opponent truly possessed a cultivation level vastly superior to his own, there would be no need for such petty tricks. He could simply obliterate him. Hence, his actual cultivation could not be significantly higher than his own at present. Perhaps it was primarily focused on stealth techniques. He still had a chance. Nevertheless, he was but a remnant soul, sealed away for so long. Even the prowess of a peak Saint commander was beyond his reach, let alone that of a Saint general. Confronted by two individuals of unknown depth, he instinctively chose the seemingly more manageable Song Li, forsaking the senior, Lin Fan, who evidently possessed superior cultivation. Chapter 61. Are you about to ascend? The celestial demon clan, if they have not yet perished. Then allow me to escort you on your journey. Song Li brandished the sword of salvation before him as a shield, subsequently drawing forth his innate magical treasure from the void, and with great determination, he swung it forward. At that moment, a myriad of sword lights engulfed everything ahead. Such was the terrifying might of a ninth-tier Saint General. Even one who had just broken through and had yet to stabilize their breath remained a formidable presence at the Saint General level. In that instant, all those outside the secret realm lifted their gazes. Cavero, who had been fleeing in a state of disarray yet had not truly departed, raised his head. They witnessed a surge of sword light piercing through the barrier above the secret realm, and the overwhelming aura compelled them to kneel, their hearts devoid of any thought of resistance. Is this the true power of the human race's Saint Ancestor? Cavero's complexion turned ashen, and in that moment, he finally comprehended the chasm between himself and his opponent. Yet, almost immediately, a cold smile crept upon his lips. As the leader of the demon clan, he was not an ignorant fool. On the contrary, he possessed a certain understanding of the upper realms. He quickly connected various dots. No wonder the previously inconspicuous ninth Saint Ancestor of the human race had suddenly transformed into a master beyond reach for anyone. It all made sense. This was a facade crafted by one from the upper realms. This was a manifestation of power from above, which they could naturally not withstand. However, this could be easily resolved. Should the lower realm officially erupt with an aura surpassing the saint level, it would likely attract the attention of the upper realm's enforcement team. By that time, Cavero merely needed to await the punishment of the human race's Saint Ancestor. Their demonic clan would then reap the rewards of victory. Song Li exhaled deeply, and upon probing once more, he found that the aura of the celestial demon had vanished. To ensure a successful kill, he concentrated all his power into a singular point, thus sparing the surrounding area from harm, leaving even the crane saint still alive. Lin Fan was utterly bewildered. This individual had previously been a mere novice in cultivation, yet suddenly transformed into such an impressive figure. As his gaze shifted, he beheld the sword of salvation in Song Li's hand, and in an instant, the entire truth dawned upon him. The mere act of drawing this sword granted one commensurate power. It seemed this fellow had stumbled upon extraordinary fortune. Simply by unsheathing the sword, he could elevate himself from a novice cultivator to an incomprehensible level of strength. It was indeed absurd. The chosen ones were undeniably blessed with advantageous circumstances. Yet, on another note, Lin Fan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it was Song Li who drew the sword, and he arrived just in time. Otherwise, Lin Fan suspected he would have fallen victim to the wrath of that malevolent spirit, leaving no chance for survival. With the human race now possessing a true master, might he not be able to retire in glory and enjoy the fruits of his labor, allowing this individual to safeguard the human race? A promising life beckoned him. After all, with the savior having emerged, it was only fitting for the protagonist to take center stage. Song Li, filled with countless questions, immediately turned to Lin Fan and said, "Senior, I have a question to ask you. Behold, 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 this is the true model of the human race." Lin Fan was nearly moved by the individual before him. Having ascended to the status of a savior, he still humbly addressed him as senior. Such a disciple is a rarity, one that could be sought for 8 lifetimes, truly deserving of being his most loyal confidant. Perhaps it is precisely due to such character that this individual was chosen by the sword of salvation to become the savior. Feel free to ask, but I cannot guarantee an answer. After all, he was utterly bewildered, possessing no knowledge to share. If the inquiry pertained to cultivation, it would be more prudent to consult an ordinary person than to approach him. Cannot guarantee an answer? Song Li felt a pang of bitterness. Indeed, the senior harbored secrets that he could not divulge, and his own understanding was still too rudimentary. What had transpired earlier? Lin Fan had no intention of concealing the truth. I unleashed this malevolent spirit, and as you can see, had it not been for your intervention, everything might have unfolded differently. If Song Li had not acted to vanquish the evil spirit, he likely would not witness the dawn of the next day. This malevolent spirit was intentionally released by the senior? Song Li was taken aback. connecting the dots with the subsequent remark about how everything might have been altered had he not intervened. Could it be that he inadvertently disrupted the senior's plans? After all, the senior had deliberately released the malevolent spirit and had been entangled with it until now, clearly not intending to annihilate it outright. Otherwise, he would have acted from the very beginning. Moreover, reflecting on the senior's earlier comment, "You should not have come," and considering that he had not been informed to follow, it implied that his involvement in this matter was entirely unnecessary. His rash intervention might have jeopardized significant affairs. As he spoke, cold sweat trickled down Song Li's forehead. "Senior, what secrets does this malevolent spirit entail? The remnants of the heavenly demon clan still exist in the lower realms. This is far from a trivial matter." Lin Fan shook his head, indicating his own ignorance. With a sigh, Song Li realized that this was indeed a secret beyond his comprehension. "Senior, this sword." He extended the sword of salvation in his hand. The artifact's rank was far too elevated, one that he could neither bear nor dare to wield. When an individual grasps an artifact that is incongruent with their own standing, it offers no assistance but instead invites endless calamity. Observing Song Li proffer the sword of salvation, Lin Fan was nearly moved to tears. Here was a true virtuous person, contemplating the return of an artifact to the human race. Truly a model disciple and a paragon for humanity. However, apart from the one who drew it, no one could harness its power. Possessing it would be of no use. Akin to wielding a mere firewood stick. "Ahem, what you draw forth belongs to you. There is no need to present it to me." Song Li was momentarily struck with terror. Indeed, this artifact was intentionally left for him by the senior. Yet, since the senior insisted he take it, he could only comply. Perhaps the senior intended for him to pass the sword to his master. He would have to return and seek his elder's counsel, as he dared not brandish such an item carelessly in public. A shiver coursed through him as he clasped his hands in farewell. "Senior, I apologize, but I must immediately ascend to the upper realms." He needed to inform his master of all the anomalies in the secret realm. After all, that was his mission in the lower realms. Moreover, the arcane technique they employed this time cannot sustain his prolonged presence in the lower realm. The remaining time is scant, and it would be prudent to return directly to avoid further complications. Lin Fan was taken aback. "Are you departing for the upper realm?" Upon reflection, it indeed seemed so. Attaining a certain level of cultivation allows one to ascend to the upper realm, a well-known fact, yet it had not been accomplished in millennia. However, he still relied on the disciple before him to protect humanity. How could he suddenly ascend? What would become of his role as a detached overseer? Such a being, possessing both character and strength, was the ideal candidate for the savior of humankind. After much difficulty in finding such an individual, he was now poised to ascend. Chapter 62. The silent conclusion. Song Li nodded. "My time is running short." He was more concerned that lingering here might disrupt the elder's other plans, especially since he carried a treasure of indeterminate rank. Returning home as soon as possible was preferable. Lin Fan could only sigh. It appeared that those who met the requisite level of cultivation were directly summoned to the upper realm, compelled to ascend after a brief sojourn. It seemed that for the foreseeable future, this individual would be unable to offer assistance in the lower realm. He would have to rely on his own strength. "Very well. I can only hope you fulfill your due responsibility for humanity." Implicit in this was the hope that he would swiftly develop in the upper realm. At that point, perhaps he could send down a few subordinates to eliminate the demon race, ensuring everything would be well. Indeed, Song Li nodded emphatically, appreciating the elder's vision, who spoke incessantly of humanity. He was on an entirely different level compared to those hypocrites who incessantly boasted of their own sects. Subsequently, he bid farewell, his figure vanishing in an instant. "Wait, he leaving just like that? Have you forgotten something important?" Lin Fan stared blankly at the spot where Song Li had departed, then turned to glance at the barely alive crane sage beside him, his confusion deepening. "No. Before you leave, you should have dealt with this fellow. What on earth is it to leave a boss behind?" The crane sage, after being forcefully occupied and then forcibly expelled from his body, was gravely injured, his soul gradually dissipating, clearly on the brink of death. Yet, regardless of how close he was to death, as long as he could still move a finger, annihilating Lin Fan would be but a mere breath away. Cough, cough. The crane sage, his aura fading, crouched on the ground, seemingly unable to rise. As he drowsily opened his eyes and recognized the person before him, disappointment ultimately washed over him, and he let his hand fall. The ancestors of mankind, masters who transcended the sacred realm, fighting desperately bore no fruit. It would only render him unable to die with dignity, and this individual bore a grudge against him, making any hope for rescue utterly impossible. Humanity, cough, truly seems to be inborn adversaries with me. The crane sage awkwardly shifted his position, lamenting that this despicable lineage was a stain he could never cleanse in his lifetime. Despicable lineage. Lin Fan furrowed his brow. Does the term despicable lineage evoke a significant shadow from the human race for you? Since he could not prevail, he decided to abandon all pretense, feeling no need for reservations. Perhaps engaging this individual in conversation would delay his natural demise, or better yet, provoke him into an early death. It is precisely because I possess a trace of human lineage that my innate talents initially pale in comparison to those of my kin. The revered crane saint gritted his teeth in frustration. They all label me a mongrel, even as I ascend step by step, vanquishing one genius after another. Even now that I have reached the holy realm, I remain unable to cleanse myself of this ignoble bloodline. Had I been a true member of the celestial spirit race, rather than a hybrid, my achievements would undoubtedly have surpassed my current standing. The celestial spirits enjoy unparalleled advantages in cultivation compared to humans, as nearly all of them are born as practitioners, while the proportion of ordinary humans is a staggering 99. Consequently, each celestial spirit harbors a sense of superiority, leading to fragmentation into dozens, even hundreds of races, making it exceedingly difficult to unite as a cohesive force. However, Lin Fan could not help but think that this individual before him might be slightly unhinged. Emerging from humble beginnings, tirelessly striving upwards, ultimately trampling all others beneath his feet to become the leader of a formidable power, a true master of the holy realm. Is this not the quintessential narrative of a triumphant protagonist? What shame is there in that? Were it Lin Fan, he would revel in recounting his past achievements, showcasing his remarkable ability to rise above adversity. Thus, he pondered whether the crane saint's thought process diverged from that of an ordinary individual. He directed a gaze filled with disbelief towards the crane saint, who instantly felt a wave of disdain wash over him. The figure in white remained silent, simply standing there. In that moment, the crane saint seemed to grasp the unspoken words of his counterpart. You deem the lineage of humankind inferior. Yet I am of the human race and possess greater strength than you. The unyielding nature of reality often speaks far louder than mere words. To the astonishment of the esteemed crane saint, he found himself at a loss for rebuttal. In that moment, it seemed as though something he had steadfastly believed for so long shattered within his heart. It is not bloodlines that are despicable, nor is it bloodlines that confine a person's potential. At that moment, the crane saint recalled many memories, including the torment he and his mother endured within their clan during their early days. He had attributed all misfortune to her, blaming the human bloodline she had bestowed upon him. Yet, when he ultimately achieved greatness, his mother had long since turned to dust. The crane saint reflected on the moment he truly transcended the saint realm. His first thought was how wonderful it would be to let his mother know, to show her that even though she had imparted upon him the so-called inferior bloodline, he had nonetheless reached such heights. To demonstrate that even amidst the misfortunes she had brought, he had managed to struggle free from the torrents of despair. He had dedicated his life to shedding the innate sense of inferiority imposed by half of his human heritage, only to realize now that he had seemingly become a figure of great stature in the world. It appeared that he was no longer inferior. As the crane saint collapsed to the ground, his breath faded completely. This master of the second level of the saint realm, leader of the crane feather sect, had reached the end of his life. Finally, he was dead. Lin Fan exhaled in relief, only to discover that his back was drenched in cold sweat. Life truly is arduous. He took a few steps forward and discovered that the lucky charm still hung from the body of the crane sage. Considering that the effects of misfortune had likely not yet expired, it was unwise to reclaim it immediately. Thus, he dragged the corpse of the crane sage step by step towards the exit of the secret realm. Congratulations to the host for completing the task, eliminating the demonic faction's covert ally, the crane sage, thus eradicating a significant threat. Congratulations to the host for completing the task, withstanding the demonic faction's ambush on the sacred land. Both tasks accumulated into his cultivation, bringing Lin Fan's stored cultivation within the system space to the 5th level of the Earth realm. This meant that, should he desire, he could instantly ascend to the status of an Earth realm master. However, the Earth realm alone was insufficient to safeguard the entire sacred land. Claiming it now would be tantamount to courting death. Lin Fan resolved to accumulate his cultivation until he reached the sacred realm before claiming it all at once. Yet, when did I ever withstand the demonic faction's ambush on the sacred land? I have not left the secret realm at all. Beneath the midday sun, Dispai eagerly awaited, finally catching sight of a figure emerging from the exit of the secret realm. Under the gaze of all, Lin Fan strolled out leisurely, dragging the corpse of the crane sage, as if silently proclaiming the final outcome. Chapter 63. Something is amiss. At that moment, everyone swallowed hard, including the previously vanquished celestial mechanism and the dragon emperor. This marked the third Sacred Realm Master personally slain by the human race's ancestral guardian. That is indeed the Sacred Realm, not mere cabbages by the roadside. Each Sacred Realm Master represents a significant power. They wield considerable influence wherever they go. Such individuals do not fall easily. It could take centuries to witness the demise of even one. In a remarkably short span of time, 3 individuals had already perished, all at the hands of a single assailant. The Heavenly Rune Saint Lord privately lamented that his benevolent disposition towards the human race, opting for a cooperative approach, had spared further casualties in the secret realm. He turned to the surviving disciples of the Rune sect, admonishing them, "Remember, do not provoke the humans. Yet, do not align yourself with them either." Had the human saint ancestor been a pinnacle expert at the 3rd level of the sacred realm, or a local master who had genuinely transcended to the sainthood, the Heavenly Rune Saint Lord would have undoubtedly rallied the entire Rune sect to the human cause. However, he had come to learn that the human saint ancestor was a visitor from the upper realm, a fact that rendered the situation quite delicate. The ultimate fate of the human saint ancestor could only lead to 2 outcomes, either fulfilling a genuine purpose and returning to the upper realm, or remaining in the lower realm indefinitely, ultimately discovered by the upper realm and facing execution. The existence of a connection between the 2 realms, coupled with the absence of numerous upper realm experts in the lower realm, spoke volumes. The Heavenly Rune Saint Lord could easily deduce certain implications. Thus, in anticipation of the inevitable loss of protection for the humans, he was reluctant to immediately side with them, for aside from the human saint ancestor, there were no truly formidable figures among them. Not long after, news spread throughout the entire immortal domain that the human saint ancestor, possessing prowess beyond the sacred realm, had effortlessly seized the secret realm and slain the crane saint venerable, instilling terror in all. Surprisingly, the one who disseminated this information and fervently promoted it was none other than the demon leader, Cavalro. His intentions appeared to be quite apparent. The demon clan has completely retreated, showing no intention of advancing further. This is not only a strategic avoidance of confrontation, but also a consequence of their previous significant losses. Lin Fan remains unaware of this situation and promptly leads the elders and disciples back to the vast sacred land, bringing along the falling sunset sword. Although he cannot yet wield it, perhaps at the gathering in a year, he might exchange it with Lady Sun for truly valuable treasures, while also uncovering her reasons for insisting on drawing this sword. The wisdom of the holy ancestor is evident. Shortly after their departure, the demon clan, in alliance with the Crane Feather sect, launched a surprise attack on our vast sacred land. Fortunately, the holy ancestor had preemptively left the sacred realm puppets within the sanctuary, allowing us to inflict severe damage upon the attackers and drive them away. Consequently, we have seized several heavenly artifacts. Here is the detailed list for the holy ancestor's perusal. Upon returning to the vast sacred land, Lin Fan found himself inundated with unresolved matters. He realized that leading a powerful faction is no simple task, even for a cultivator, as one cannot escape this relentless cycle. Indeed, in many fantastical novels of his past life, the venerable ancestors would seclude themselves in their cultivation chambers, leaving a less formidable sect master to handle affairs, essentially functioning as an unfeeling administrative machine. Thankfully, it seems that the demon clan will not stir chaos in the near future, granting him a respite. After delegating most of the less significant tasks to his subordinates, Lin Fan officially embarked on the most crucial endeavor, sleep. If he cannot utilize his subordinates to alleviate the burdens, their existence becomes utterly meaningless. In the upper realm, at the Xuanzhuang sect, the Xuanzhuang Taoist opened his eyes, sensing the familiar aura returning. His prized disciple, Song Li, Master. Song Li respectfully performed a bow. Compared to his departure, there was a diminishment of pride in his eyes, replaced instead by a newfound composure and steadiness. Xian Huang Dao Jun instinctively responded, but suddenly sensed something amiss with the aura of his disciple before him, exclaiming in astonishment, "Have you attained the Saint General level?" For the Xian Huang sect, one of the foremost powers of the human race, the presence of a Saint General was hardly a cause for alarm. A mere stroll through the core area of the sect would reveal many such figures. However, Xian Huang Dao Jun was acutely aware of his disciple's age and cultivation level prior to his departure. Such a rapid advancement in strength could only be attributed to either an extraordinary fortuitous encounter or an unsettling case of possession. In an instant, the terrifying pressure of a Saint Lord enveloped the entire room. The more Xian Huang Dao Jun scrutinized, the deeper his confusion grew, for he could detect no unusual signs emanating from his disciple, save for the somewhat mysterious sword at his side. Relate to me your recent experiences without omitting a single detail. Understood. Song Li had intended to seek his master's counsel and thus spared no detail. recounting everything he had encountered along with his own conjectures. The 10,000 Laws Dao Jun seeks the remnants of the celestial demons in the lower realm. Upon hearing the conclusion, Xian Huang Dao Jun sprang to his feet, for the term celestial demon was one that resonated deeply with all. He took hold of the sword of salvation from Song Li's grasp, attempting to draw it forth with his right hand, but it would not budge an inch, prompting him to return it. I too am unable to unsheath it. This artifact must either be bound by an exceptionally severe seal, or its rank has far surpassed that of a Saint Lord. In either case, it should not be present in the lower realm. Song Li was utterly astonished as he retrieved his sword. If even his master could not handle this blade, why would the elder bestow it upon him? Xian Huang Daojun paced back and forth, his frown deepening with each step. How could such a treasure be concealed in the lower realms? And with remnants of the celestial demons still in existence? How could one Fa possibly be aware of these revelations? Clearly, the reasons he previously relayed to me regarding the lower realms were nothing but deceit. A multitude of speculations stirred within him, igniting a sense of urgency. Xian Huang Daojun was a pinnacle expert among the Saint Monarchs, an almost invincible entity among equals. Thus, during his friendship with Wan Fa Daojun, who was also a Saint Monarch, he had always presumed himself superior. Yet now, Wan Fa possessed knowledge that eluded him entirely. He was even compelled to relay it through his own disciple. No, Wan Fa was certainly not an adversary. He intended to inform me of this matter in such a manner. The emergence of the celestial demon remnants could potentially spell disaster for all humanity. Although a tinge of jealousy flickered within Xian Huang Daojun, as a top-tier powerhouse of the human race, he maintained his composure and recognized what truly mattered. Something was amiss. Profoundly amiss. According to your account, the remaining strength of that celestial demon was of a caliber that you could easily vanquish. Moreover, the outer secret realm was strewn with numerous treasures from the upper realms, which defied logic. Why would the final resting place of the ancient human race's burial sword be chosen within a secret realm? That too seemed illogical. Upon careful analysis, Xian Huang Daojun gradually discerned that the celestial demon appeared somewhat out of place within the entire secret realm. His pupils dilated in an instant. Chapter 64. The Impromptu Meeting. He immediately conceived a possibility. That celestial demon is merely a ruse, a bait cast aside. Thus, it was easily vanquished by you. Its purpose being to obscure deeper secrets. If it were merely a temporary team dispatched from the upper realm to execute a mission in the lower realm, they would likely believe that eliminating this overt celestial demon had eradicated all potential threats. Xian Huang Daojun furrowed his brows. Oh, you, still unable to maintain your composure. You have truly jeopardized a significant matter. Wan Fa Daojun deliberately spared the celestial demon, undoubtedly intending to unearth more clues and reveal the secrets hidden deep within the secret realm. Now, with this lead severed, delving deeper will prove exceedingly challenging. Song Li, filled with shame, lowered his head. My impetuosity is to blame. However, now that we have detected the presence of celestial demons within the secret realm, why not directly notify the enforcement team, allowing true elite forces to descend into the lower realm and eliminate the threat entirely? This action can be colloquially referred to as raising the alarm. After all, even the demon race, which is in stark opposition to the human race, views celestial demons as mortal enemies. Celestial demons harbor an equal disdain for all other races, and vice versa. Hence, the enforcement teams, present in various races, would serve as the most effective allies in eradicating celestial demons. Why then must we operate in secrecy, avoiding their involvement? Xian Huang Daojun's expression grew complex. If it were truly that simple, you, esteemed Wan Fa, would not have personally descended to the lower realm to address it. The enforcement team has, over time, succumbed to decay, transforming into an organization unworthy of trust. Remember, we must never allow the enforcement team to uncover any evidence against us. Such evidence is a dagger that will inevitably pierce your heart from behind. He firmly believes that the Tao monarch of all laws has already discerned this truth, which is why he prefers to act independently rather than involve any official forces. My initial decision to befriend him was not solely due to his formidable prowess. It was also because of his far-sighted vision. Song Li nodded in agreement, acknowledging the foresight of his senior with a profound sense of appreciation. The Xian Huang Dao monarch gently tapped the boy's head, playfully chastising him. You seem to have forgotten your master in your admiration for your senior. Now, go and solidify your position at the Saint General level. Yes. After Song Li departed, the Xian Huang Dao monarch let out a long sigh and retrieved a Bagua token from his pocket. Indeed, the next Bagua gathering was not expected to occur for quite some time, as the perception of time among cultivators differs greatly from that of mortals. A yearly assembly is considered quite frequent. However, The recent disturbances in the lower realms compelled the Xian Huang Dao monarch to take action. In addition to mobilizing the forces of the Xian Huang sect, he must also rely on the other 7 unparalleled masters scattered across various locations. Thus, under the urgent summons of the Xian Huang Dao monarch, codenamed Qian, the second Bagua gathering commenced. Who am I? Where am I? Lin Fan, who had been lost in a blissful dream, suddenly awakened to find himself seated at the familiar Bagua round table, precisely representing the Kuan hexagram. Is this a gossip gathering? Wasn't it agreed to be held once a year? Moreover, I have tossed that token beneath my bed. How could they forcibly pull me in? He suddenly felt a twinge of unease, fearing that the organizer might have discovered his fraudulent identity and intended to expose him publicly. Since everyone was forcibly drawn into the meeting this time, the other 6 individuals also harbored some discontent, prompting the celestial sovereign to immediately begin his explanation. I do not wish to trouble you all, but the situation is urgent. Listen to me, and you will understand. Lin Fan shrugged. After all, whatever the urgency was, it likely pertained to matters of the upper realm, of no consequence to him. He resolved to adopt the passive role, casually reclining in his seat like before, legs crossed. Observing his relaxed demeanor, the celestial sovereign subconsciously exhaled, believing that the situation in the lower realm had not deteriorated as previously feared. At least this individual appeared entirely unperturbed. I have collaborated with my friend Kuan. Huh? Kuan? Wait a moment. Lin Fan, who had just been aloof and detached, suddenly realized that Kuan was indeed his own alias. When had he partnered with this person? Suddenly, it dawned on him that he had assumed the identity of the 10,000 Laws sovereign for this gathering. And it was evident that the other party knew the 10,000 Laws sovereign in reality. Oh, yes, indeed. Perhaps I should make a hasty retreat. He felt an instinctive urge to leave, believing that remaining in the gathering could expose his identity and prove perilous. Lady Sun also turned her gaze towards him, inquiring, Kuan, have you obtained the falling sunset sword that I require? Lin Fan exhaled in relief, having successfully steered the conversation in a different direction. He nodded affirmatively, stating, it is currently in my possession. The other 6 individuals, momentarily taken aback, exchanged glances. It had only been a short while since their last gathering. Yet the task had been accomplished with such remarkable swiftness. Although Lady Sun had mentioned that the sword was merely an ordinary sacred realm artifact, the fact that someone was willing to exchange a sacred monarch-level treasure for it indicated that it was far from ordinary. If such an item were truly so easily obtained, one could simply employ the secret arts to send their own juniors to retrieve it, rather than expending a sacred monarch-level treasure to hire others. Consequently, an identical thought crossed the minds of nearly all present. Kuan is a person of exceptional initiative and capability. Should the need arise in the future, he could prove to be an excellent candidate for commissions. However, Lin Fan, seizing the moment, voiced his lingering doubts. But this sword is not the sacred realm artifact you claim it to be. It is, a seal. A seal? Every brow furrowed in unison, including that of Lady Sun. The Xian Huang Daoist was equally astonished. Song Li had not witnessed Lin Fan draw the falling sunset sword firsthand, and thus was unaware of how the latter had unraveled the heavenly demon seal, and naturally had not conveyed the pertinent information to his master. The falling sunset sword served as the sealing artifact for the heavenly demon, yet astonishingly, it was the 100 Flowers fairy who had commissioned another to extract this very sword. 100 Flowers, the code name of the gathering member known as Sun. The Xian Huang Daojun was acutely aware that his counterpart was a formidable sage-level expert. Although not the leader of their faction, he was nonetheless among the elite, wielding considerable influence within the cultivation community. Immediately, he cleared his throat twice to capture everyone's attention. In our collaboration with Daoist Kuan, we undertook an exploration of the sacred sword's secret realm in the lower realm. During our investigation, we discovered traces of the celestial demon. Lin Fan was taken aback. Did this imply that the true Wanfa Daojun had indeed inspected the sacred sword's secret realm? It was no wonder he was regarded as one of the foremost experts from the upper realm. His presence had gone completely unnoticed, as though he had never set foot there at all. Chapter 65. Your Affairs. My assurance upon hearing the Xianhuang Daojuan's succinct account. All eyes turned towards Lady Sun. Known as the 100 Flowers Fairy, someone had audaciously proposed to break the seal of a celestial demon. This was far from a trivial matter. Among the 8 individuals present, not all might be of the human race, yet it was abundantly clear that none among them could possibly be celestial demons. The Xianhuang Daojun was not foolish enough to entertain such a notion. If 100 Flowers intended to lift the seal to eliminate the imprisoned celestial demon, she could have easily disclosed this intention beforehand, allowing everyone to prepare adequately. Furthermore, to possess knowledge of the celestial demon's whereabouts without revealing it was tantamount to aiding the adversary in concealing their presence. Should this be discovered, it would undoubtedly be deemed a grave offense, regardless of the race involved. The reason they did not immediately confront Hundred Flowers was simple. It was exceedingly illogical. If she truly wished to serve the celestial demon, how could she so naively propose a commission at a gathering? To attain the esteemed rank of a saint monarch, one must be a figure who has lived for tens of thousands of years. Although their minds may often lie dormant, this does not imply they are devoid of intellect. Baiwa evidently sensed the intentions of the crowd and promptly interjected. To be candid, the earlier assertion was indeed a fabrication of mine. The reason I seek this sword is rather straightforward. Another individual approached me, offering a Saint King pill as recompense, requesting my assistance in procuring this sword from the lower realms through my connections. This individual has also contacted numerous others. A brief inquiry will reveal that I speak the truth. Baiwa harbored no fears regarding the exposure of her real-world identity, for, as she stated, the number of individuals accepting this commission was far too great, with most merely opting to remain inactive in the public eye. Xianhuang Daojuan's eyelids twitched. Saint King pill? Above the Saint Monarch lies the Saint King. In the hierarchy of cultivation within the upper realms, the Saint Disciple corresponds to the 4th level of the Saint Realm, the Saint Sect to the 5th, the Saint General to the 6th, the Saint Commander to the 7th, the Saint Venerable to the 8th, and the Saint Monarch to the 9th. Thus, the transition from Saint General to Saint Commander represents a significant watershed moment, essentially marking the leap from mid-tier to high-tier power. This classification reveals that the realm of the Saint King, strictly speaking, no longer belongs within the confines of the 9th level of the Saint Realm. It constitutes an entirely new echelon, a qualitative transformation. For a peak first-tier Saint Monarch aspiring to breach the threshold of a Saint King, one must not only meet the requisite cultivation standards and withstand terrifying heavenly tribulations, but also possess certain aids, with the most effective auxiliary material being the Saint King pill. Consuming the Sacred King pill significantly enhances the success rate of advancement by approximately 5. While this may seem a negligible difference, a minor deviation can lead to monumental consequences. Such a precious elixir has even stirred a flicker of greed within the esteemed Xianhuang Daojun himself. Thus, it is no wonder that so many have taken on this commission, for the rewards are truly bounteous. The expressions of those present turned peculiar. Previously, when Baiwa was willing to exchange a sacred monarch-grade artifact for Lin Fan's services, many had deemed her foolishly extravagant. In hindsight, trading a sacred monarch-grade artifact for a Sacred King pill appears to be an extraordinary bargain, akin to acquiring immense wealth without effort. While the others remained entranced in astonishment, Lin Fan exhibited an air of indifference, for he was entirely unaware of the true nature of the Sacred King pill. He directly inquired, "Who precisely is the individual behind this commission?" Upon hearing this, the others gradually regained their composure, their curiosity piqued by Lin Fan's apparent nonchalance towards the Sacred King pill. Baiwa, recognizing the matter's gravity, stated, "I do not know his identity. His aura is exceptionally well concealed, and I am unable to discern his race. The only certainty is that his cultivation is undoubtedly not inferior to mine, and he is not one of the sacred monarch-level experts I am familiar with. The emergence of an inexplicable sacred monarch-level figure from the unknown is undeniably a significant concern in the upper realms." Xianhuang Daojun exhaled deeply, continued to pursue the known leads. "It is imperative that we identify this individual, for he poses a considerable threat. However, do not notify the enforcement team, nor let this news spread, lest we alarm the snake by stirring the grass. Let it remain known only to us. This time, we owe much to our friend Kuan for his support in the lower realm. Otherwise, we might have narrowly averted a disaster." "Ha ha." Lin Fan chuckled awkwardly, thinking to himself, "Am I truly to be credited for this? Perhaps, maybe." He pondered the current situation within the secret realm. Although he was unaware of what the true master of 10,000 laws had discovered, he was, after all, a participant and could not remain entirely silent. He recalled that the malevolent spirits inside seemed to have been completely dealt with, or perhaps they had been utterly vanquished right before his eyes. Thus, he nodded nonchalantly, stating, "There are no significant issues. It has been largely resolved." The Lord of Xianhuang had braced himself for bad news, yet Lin Fan's response profoundly surprised him. "It has largely been resolved?" Lin Fan reflected once more on the obliterated remnants of the malevolent spirits and nodded decisively. "Yes, although there were some minor setbacks along the way. That menace was ultimately eradicated." At this, the Lord of Xianhuang was genuinely astonished. He understood that the demon thrust into the limelight was merely a decoy. With the true peril lurking deeper, and the master of 10,000 laws opposite him surely could not have been oblivious to this. Were the minor setbacks referring to Song Li's interference with his plans? Even so, he managed to resolve it? How little time has passed since then? The other party had remarkably resolved the most profound hidden dangers based on mere clues, leaving him utterly astounded by such decisiveness. Even if he were to intervene personally, he could scarcely hope to eliminate an unknown adversary with such alacrity. All he could manage was a strained smile, as expected of you. With this, the situation seemed to have become considerably more manageable. The most critical threat had been addressed by the Lord of 10,000 Laws. They merely needed to follow the clues from the upper realm to apprehend those who had issued the commissions and uncover the truth of the matter. The Lord of Xianhuang could not help but relax his vigilance regarding this affair, inwardly acknowledging that having a competent ally indeed alleviated many burdens. Very well, my friend Kuan. Let us collaboratively pursue the clues from the upper realm, while you shall take full responsibility for matters in the lower realm. Should any additional revelations arise, please be sure to inform us. All responsibility entrusted to him? Are you certain? Lin Fan found little confidence in this. Nevertheless, considering that the most perilous malevolent spirits had already been dealt with, it seemed that the secret realm itself posed no grave threat. A few disciples to guard the entrance would suffice. They need not venture inside. I shall dispatch individuals to keep watch. The Lord of Xianhuang displayed a genuine smile. I trust you to handle this. Chapter 66. The Abyss of Emptiness. The Lord of 10,000 Laws mentioned sending someone to keep watch. Those he would dispatch would undoubtedly be at least a sacred sovereign, if not a sacred commander. It appeared that he had additional assistants in the lower realm, relieving them of any concerns. Lin Fan recalled the falling sunset sword still in his possession. He had little use for it, and trading it for some spirit stones would be preferable to allowing it to gather dust in storage. After all, following the ascension of his steadfast confidant, there is not a soul within the vast expanse of the sacred land capable of wielding this sword, no matter how exquisite a treasure may be, without a wielder. It is akin to a mere firewood stick. Ahem, Miss Sun, do you still desire this sword? Bai Hua spoke. Since I have made a promise, and you have fulfilled your commission, I cannot go back on my word. However, this sword may involve other potential hazards and cannot be directly taken to the upper realm. It shall remain with you for the time being. I will still compensate you with a sacred monarch-level artifact. Furthermore, as a form of recompense for the risks you undertake, I can also offer you a second artifact. Do you have any particular preferences? If the sword is entrusted to him, it would essentially mean acquiring 2 artifacts for free. What a generous benefactor. Lin Fan instinctively overlooked the sacred monarch-level artifact, as it was rendered useless without a suitable wielder. Yet, he would not refuse it, for one never knows when it might come in handy. He might not use it himself, but he certainly could not forego it. Next came the choice for the second artifact. What should he request? Considering the current true combat capability of the sacred land, he ought to seek an artifact of initial sacred realm level, suitable for the Grand Elder's use. Yet, as this thought emerged, Lin Fan instinctively dismissed it. Firstly, he himself could not wield it. Secondly, the sacred land was not particularly lacking in sacred realm level artifacts. At the very least, it was feasible to equip each qualified individual with one. After all, individuals at the peak of the 9th heaven are not as common as cabbages, easily gathered in abundance. They represent the pinnacle of strength just below the esteemed ancestors of a major power. Thirdly, is it somewhat pretentious to request a sacred artifact at such a gathering? Might it not expose one's true identity in an instant? Lin Fan meticulously considered his current circumstances and needs before cautiously inquiring. Are there any artifacts that can be activated with minimal vital energy? Bai Hua nodded, stating, I happen to possess several. These were crafted by the artisans of the instrument sect using unique methods, requiring only the vital energy of a sacred commander to unleash effects equivalent to those of a sacred monarch, making them particularly suitable for covert operations. Naturally, to genuinely achieve the effects of a sacred monarch, the user must possess the requisite cultivation level. Otherwise, the efficacy will be diminished according to the disparity in cultivation. Lin Fan's lips twitched slightly. Just requiring the energy of a sacred commander, he was utterly unaware of the specific implications of this level. Clearing his throat, Lin Fan resolved to elaborate further, asking if there were any items suitable for, perhaps, half-trained cultivators who had not fully entered the realm of humanity, or even mere mortals. Ideally, he hoped the resultant power could, reach the level of the sacred realm. As he spoke, Lin Fan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. How awkward. It suddenly dawned on him that requesting such an artifact was akin to directly asking for a sacred item, thereby exposing his true nature. What great master would find it necessary to collect artifacts only usable by mortals? He glanced nervously at Lady Sun, and beneath her indistinct visage, he sensed a subtle shift in her expression. Oh no, had he truly revealed his secrets? In the next moment, he heard Ms. Sun speak with an apparent urgency. Have you found the Abyss of Nihility? The Abyss of Nihility? What on earth is that? Lin Fan stood frozen in place, but to her, his silence was an implicit affirmation. The abyss of nihility had long been the subject of rumors, with countless individuals in pursuit, yet after tens of thousands of years, no one had ever uncovered its whereabouts. Perhaps everyone had overlooked one crucial detail: the abyss of nihility might not even exist in the upper realm. After all, when the legends of this place first circulated, the realms had not yet been fully divided. Haha, is that so? He was utterly oblivious to the true nature of the abyss of nihility and had little desire to learn more. However, according to her, venturing to this place seemed to require the collection of artifacts that even mortals could wield, which piqued his interest. Before he could dwell further on this thought, Ms. Sun immediately shook her head, saying, "Regardless of whether you have genuinely discovered the abyss of nihility, I would advise against directly entering to explore. After all, in this day and age, all rumors are difficult to discern as true or false. Whether or not anyone has ever ventured into the abyss of nihility, I have yet to hear of anyone who has emerged alive from it." Lin Fan waved his hand dismissively, saying, "All right, I understand." In any case, he had no intention of going. Let things unfold as they may. Oh, but wait, is this even a matter of going or not? It is a matter of being utterly unable to find it. These individuals certainly overestimated him. Thank you for your kindness. But I still seek powerful artifacts that mere mortals can activate. Regardless of the abyss of nihility, my priority is to acquire those artifacts first. If Lin Fan could truly acquire a sacred artifact that mere mortals could wield, it would elevate the combat prowess of humanity to an entirely new echelon. It appears you possess your own confidence, so I shall refrain from further persuasion. Bai Hua displayed a semblance of regret, yet inwardly, she felt a chill. She could not believe that the other party was unaware of the terrors of the void abyss. The mere insistence on exploration could only signify an unwavering self-assurance in one's own strength. At present, I do not possess such an item, but I shall endeavor to procure one for you. However, it will inevitably require some time. Very well. Lin Fan was uncertain whether to feel elated or disheartened. The good news was that there was finally a lead on such an artifact, providing at least a glimmer of hope. The bad news was the uncertainty of how long it would take to obtain it. The conversation between the Xian Huang Dao Jun and the others concluded, and he spoke again. "Kuan, my friend, the commotion you stirred in the lower realm has been rather substantial. I suggest you assume a different identity and bide your time. Be cautious of the enforcement squad." The other six contemplated in silence. It seemed that Kuan had indeed caused quite a stir in the lower realm, and perhaps through inquiries, they could uncover the true identity behind his alias. Lin Fan waved his hand dismissively. "Let them come. If they can uncover anything, I shall concede defeat. What does their pursuit of one Fa Dao Jun have to do with me, Lin Fan? After all, he is but a mortal. A dead pig fears not the boiling water. Can the enforcement squad truly glean anything from him?" Xian Huang Dao Jun nodded. "It appears your preparations are indeed thorough. I shall refrain from concerning myself further. Considering the possibility that the celestial demon may still possess additional strength, it is imperative that we remain vigilant, as this concerns the interest of each and every one of us. Henceforth, our gatherings will transition from an annual occurrence to a monthly assembly, facilitating a more robust exchange of intelligence. Should any urgent matters arise, I shall convene an emergency meeting as I have done today." Chapter 67. Com sees while this is the proposed approach, it is evident that the assembly does not hold this matter in high regard. Firstly, the incident occurred in the lower realm, and Lin Fan, codenamed Kuan, has made it clear that he has largely addressed the situation, rendering it of little consequence to them. And thus, enthusiasm wanes. Secondly, this is merely the second gathering. Aside from the convener, Xian Huang Dao Jun, the attendees remain largely unfamiliar with one another's identities. And trust is yet to be established, precluding any genuine collaboration. Even if they were to undertake action against the remnants of the celestial demon, their focus would inevitably shift to their own factions rather than this informal assembly. Consequently, the meeting swiftly approached its conclusion. Although participants appeared to engage in extensive discussions, the actual exchange of ideas remained limited. Xian Huang Dao Jun sensed this disconnect, yet could only sigh in resignation. After all, the assembly he orchestrated is fundamentally a transactional platform rather than an organized collective, and thus, the members are devoid of any sense of belonging. This situation can only be reconciled through the passage of time. In his perspective, at least a millennium is required to foster such connections. Once the threat posed by the celestial demon is adequately addressed, the gatherings will revert to an annual cadence. For them, an annual frequency is already considered quite frequent. Lin Fan awoke from his slumber, his expression one of bewilderment. Reflecting upon the events that had transpired, he could not help but feel a twinge of apprehension. What should he do? The frequency of gatherings had escalated, and his actions within these assemblies were becoming increasingly disconnected from the reality of the omnipotent Tao monarch. It was only a matter of time before discrepancies were discerned. How could he address this dilemma? Should he simply reveal the truth to them? Yet, he currently had no inkling of the true whereabouts of the omnipotent Tao monarch and was unable to convey the circumstances to this individual. Moreover, apart from the gossip-laden gatherings, he possessed no alternative means to contact the primordial Tao monarch. This implied that if he wished to disclose this predicament, it would have to be done in person at next month's assembly. Lin Fan deemed this to be a rather unwise course of action, as he might very well incur wrath on the spot. However, as he pondered this, a sense of justified resolve began to swell within him. After all, it was not he who had initiated the deception, it was that individual who had drawn him into the gathering. And he had never explicitly admitted to being the omnipotent Tao monarch in their presence. The blunder had originated with him, so why should Lin Fan feel perplexed? Clearly, this situation was not his fault. Well then, if trouble were to come knocking, he could simply clarify matters then. It was evidently the other party's issue, and he ought not to bear the blame. With this realization, Lin Fan felt a surge of confidence and promptly resumed his slumber. That infernal dream gathering had interrupted his peaceful dreams. Recently, tranquility had prevailed, undoubtedly due to Lin Fan's formidable presence within the Sacred Sword's secret realm, which had rendered various factions, especially the demonic clan, hesitant to take further action. They seemed to have completely retreated into their shells like turtles, adopting a purely defensive stance, forsaking any attempts at offense, and even refraining from stepping beyond their established territory. This instilled a renewed sense of confidence among the disciples of the human race, prompting them to fervently petition for Lin Fan to lead the human army in a counteroffensive against the demonic forces, aiming to reclaim the 8 sanctified sites that had been invaded. If feasible, they aspired to advance all the way to the stronghold of the demon race and obliterate them entirely. At this moment, the faction advocating for war within the sanctified sites soared in morale, yet they were perplexed by the fact that no matter how fervently they implored, the holy ancestor displayed no inclination towards launching a counterattack. At most, he symbolically dispatched a few small teams for minor retaliatory actions, incessantly reminding his disciples to prioritize their own safety, advising them to forego action rather than risk their lives. As for himself, he resolutely refrained from intervening. The holy ancestor, a transcendent master surpassing the holy realm, was unparalleled across the entire celestial domain. The annihilation of the demonic race was but a mere gesture away. Yet why did he persist in remaining inactive, refusing to take action? Such bewilderment circulated not only within the human race, but also reached the ears of several nearby, formidable factions observing the situation. By now, no one dared to question the prowess of the human race's holy ancestor, yet this peculiar master, with his seemingly illogical conduct, raised eyebrows. Only the celestial symbol Holy Sovereign discerned the truth, whispering that the holy ancestor of the human race was indeed a visitor from a higher realm. Engaging in skirmishes within the confines of a secret domain might be permissible, but to confront the demon race at their doorstep would undoubtedly invite retribution from the higher realms. The current actions of the holy ancestor aligned with their understanding. Why bother to engage at all? Lin Fan gazed at the incessant stream of battle requests presented before him, inwardly cursing his subordinates for their audacity. He casually picked up one document, which boldly proclaimed a desire to behead Cavalro and present his trophy before the holy ancestor. One might assume it was penned by a formidable expert. However, upon examining the signature, he found it belonged to a mere steward at the 3rd level of the Earth realm, hardly someone who could be anything but cannon fodder on the battlefield. Goodness! If a confrontation were to ensue, each of them would undoubtedly be eager for me to confront Cavalro on their behalf. Did they think I was oblivious to their ulterior motives? Indeed, after Lin Fan entrusted the spatial ring to Dispay, he extracted a substantial quantity of spiritual herbs, which had enabled several individuals to elevate their cultivation levels significantly. Even Yun Yin, the alchemist who had been stagnating at the 3rd level of the celestial realm, successfully broke through to the 4th level during this opportunity. The transition from the 3rd to the 4th level represents a pivotal transformation, particularly for an alchemist, and this was a remarkable achievement. Dispay had already identified the key to breaking through to the 9th level of the celestial realm, with only the final hurdle remaining. Moreover, numerous celestial experts had ascended 1 or 2 levels. Consequently, the overall strength of the human race had experienced a notable enhancement, which might explain their buoyancy. Yet, in comparison to the demon race, it still appeared insufficient. While the quality of celestial experts seems to have caught up, Lin Fan felt compelled to assess the true pinnacle of combat power within the human ranks, beyond mere appearances. What pinnacle power could they boast? When all was said and done, there was only a single puppet at the first level of the sacred realm. If Lin Fan were to fully harness his cultivation at the 5th level of the earth realm, he could potentially control such a being. But what good would that be? Before the formidable cavalro of the sacred realm, it is but a trivial matter that could be resolved with a mere slap. Thus, should we engage in an all-out war against the demon clan, we may initially gain a semblance of advantage. However, once the forces of the sacred realm join the fray, their true forms shall be revealed in an instant. TSK, perhaps it is better to refrain from such endeavors. Lin Fan sighed, pushing aside the stack of documents requesting battle, feeling somewhat dejected as he rested his head on the table. It has been over a month since the conclusion of the Sacred Sword Secret Realm, during which the Bagua Conference was convened once more. The good news is that he was not exposed as an imposter on the spot. The bad news is that Lady Soon has yet to locate the artifact he seeks, necessitating further patience. The demon clan has remained silent for a month. Could they be plotting something significant? Chapter 68, The Arrival of the Law Enforcement Team. After enduring a month of silence, Cavalro finally awaited the arrival of the one he had been anticipating. A shroud of dark, demonic energy descended upon the demon clan's secret chamber, causing the elders of the celestial realm to tremble in fear, scarcely daring to meet the gaze of that formidable presence. Cavalro, too, was drenched in cold sweat. Yet, in a bid to uphold the dignity of his position, he steadfastly held his ground, refusing to bow. Though his body quaked, his heart swelled with uncontainable joy. If the human race exists beyond the lower realms, then surely the demon clan, being numerous as well, shall not fare poorly in the upper realms. You may address me as the lord of the demon sect. The demonic aura gradually coalesced into a humanoid form, a young man clad in a black robe adorned with purple patterns, an unusual sight for one of such youthful appearance. He bore a short axe upon his back, an incongruous accessory to his overall demeanor. Indeed, the lord of the demon sect. Cavalro could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Now, their demonic clan had a formidable expert descended from the higher realms, allowing them to stand tall against the human race instead of perpetually adopting a turtle's retreat. This demonic figure was of the sacred sect caliber, earning the title of Lord of the Demon Sect among his peers. However, within his own faction, he was merely an ordinary disciple, unremarkable in every sense. The reason for his descent to the lower realm was solely because others were reluctant to undertake such a journey. Yet, this did not preclude him from exercising authority within the demonic ranks down below. In truth, that was the paramount objective of his expedition. Addressing the predicaments faced by the demon clan was merely a supplementary task. His true intentions lay in showcasing his prowess and indulging in the pleasures of life. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to himself for making the journey to the lower realm. Are you certain that individual is truly an expert surpassing the sacred realm? He sought confirmation from Cavalro once again, who nodded with unwavering certainty. I witnessed the immense surge of true energy firsthand. Could it possibly be false? If you venture to that secret domain now, you will observe the terrifying traces of battle left behind. Reflecting on it now, Cavalro felt a twinge of fear. Grateful for his timely escape. Otherwise, he might have found himself buried beneath some grave. The Lord of the Demon Sect nodded slightly. If what you say is true, then you may now sit here awaiting news of that individual's demise. The act of higher realm beings sneaking into the lower realm is strictly forbidden by law. Yet if one conducts themselves with sufficient stealth, the enforcement team typically does not probe too deeply. Those individuals are unlikely to burden themselves with unnecessary tasks. So as long as they do not overstep their bounds, it is often a matter of turning a blind eye. Naturally, the consequences of descending to the mortal realm are not to be taken lightly. It is far from a mere stroll in one's own garden, where one can come and go at will. However, as you mentioned, those who brazenly reveal their existence will undoubtedly face immediate execution if apprehended by the enforcement squad. Really? The elders of the demon race are elated. If the human sanctified lineage were to perish at this moment, it would be nothing short of splendid news for them. Indeed, the demon sect proudly asserts, I shall speak candidly. Upon receiving your earlier intelligence, I promptly reported that individual to the enforcement squad. Now, it is highly likely that the enforcement squad is already at his doorstep. Cavalro finally exhaled a long sigh of relief. And upon meeting the avaricious gaze of the demon sect leader, he instantly grasped the unspoken implications. Esteemed leader of the demon sect. We have long prepared fine wines, exquisite delicacies, and enchanting beauties awaiting your esteemed presence. While these three indulgences are not necessities for cultivators, there are moments when even these formidable practitioners must concede that mortals possess a greater understanding of enjoyment. The demon sect leader revealed a knowing smile, graciously accepting Cavalro's goodwill. Yet, once this individual departed with the other elders from the chamber, Cavalro's smile faded from his visage. A man devoid of ambition. merely existing to consume and await death. Even such a worthless being can attain such a rank in the upper realm. Indeed, the upper realm is a wondrous place. If only I could. Cavaros sighed deeply, feeling a profound sense of disparity as even the most insignificant individuals from the upper realm could flaunt their authority before him, the most formidable leader of the demon clan. Are the denizens of the lower realm truly born to be inferior? Simultaneously, within the vast and sacred land, two entities cloaked in azure robes hovered in the void, concealing their presence. Despite their position above, not a single disciple below could perceive their existence. It is more accurate to refer to them as entities rather than mere individuals, for their appearances were indeed peculiar. The figure on the left resembled a grotesque octopus, with countless slippery tentacles emerging from his sleeves instead of arms, and the face hidden beneath his wide-brimmed hat was a featureless abyss, devoid of any discernible features. The figure on the right was entirely covered in fur, possessing 6 arms and 4 legs, with pure white wings sprouting from his back, bearing a visage more akin to a ferocious beast than a human. The members of the enforcement team consisted of nearly all races, excluding the celestial demons, forming the most powerful and versatile force in the upper realm, proclaiming absolute neutrality. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for both parties, in light of the demon clan's report against the human race, to dispatch 2 members of the enforcement team who were neither human nor demon to investigate. Is this indeed the hiding place of the one who slipped down to the lower realm? Humph. To choose the leader of a clan as a disguise and act so ostentatiously, do they truly believe we are oblivious to their machinations? The individual on the left, a member of the Tentacle Squad, seemed to have hastily condemned Lin Fan, having determined, without even initiating an investigation, that he was a trespasser from the lower realm. His words dripped with disdain, stemming from the fact that both he and his companion had attained the esteemed rank of Saint Commander, even in the upper realm. Such a status is far from ordinary. Here, with but a single breath, they could effortlessly obliterate a formidable faction. Thus, their arrogance was almost unrestrained. Choosing such a conspicuous identity as a disguise indicated a profound lack of experience on the part of their adversary, whose cultivation level was likely not particularly impressive. Let us confront him directly, suggested the half-orc on the right, nodding in agreement. The sooner we resolve this matter, the sooner I can acquire that coveted artifact. Neither wished to linger, and soon they teleported to the entrance of Lin Fan's cave dwelling. Their gazes pierced inward, eager to unveil the true extent of the man's cultivation. A clumsy impostor, let us tear through the facade. Their eyes widened in unison, slowly turning to exchange a glance. As if they both perceived the myriad of question marks hovering above each other's heads, there sat Lin Fan, quietly pretending to peruse documents, while in truth, he was merely propping up his face, nearly succumbing to slumber. There is not a hint of energy. This cultivation is utterly that of a mere mortal. Chapter 69. Reporting false alarms? How could this possibly resemble a master descending from the upper realm? He is nothing more than an utterly ordinary individual. 2 members of the enforcement team were so fearful that even their breaths could inadvertently lead to the other's demise. How could they possibly perceive any semblance of mastery in each other? Consequently, a shared thought emerged within their minds, the audacity of the demonic clan to report a false alarm. The enforcement team has always placed great importance on maintaining order between the realms, thus any report would inevitably prompt an investigation. At least, this is how it appears on the surface. However, the time of each enforcement officer is limited. They are not solely focused on the lower realms. They also bear the responsibility of addressing various disputes in the upper realms. Who has the leisure to be bogged down by such delays when they themselves must engage in cultivation? Therefore, when a report is found to be false, the enforcement officers will retaliate against the informant. The underlying reason, of course, is to extract some benefits from these individuals as a token of compensation for their efforts. Let us seek out that individual and demand an explanation. In an instant, the figures of the 2 enforcement officers vanished, and Lin Fan, unable to endure any longer, collapsed onto the table. Under the morning sunlight, one is indeed prone to drowsiness. Mere moments later, the 2 figures reappeared at the front lines of the demonic clan. For those of the Saint General level, the constraints of the lower realms are trivial compared to those of the upper realms, allowing for teleportation distances that are at least 100 or even 1,000 times greater. Now this is true indulgence. The leader of the demonic sect reclined comfortably in a rocking chair, sipping on spirit wine collected by Cavalro, as if it were mere water. With an array of rare delicacies laid out to his right, and in his embrace, a stunning demoness. Nearly 90% of cultivators regard the pursuit of greater power as their primary objective. However, the demon race, being an intelligent species, inevitably gives rise to some unconventional individuals when their numbers swell. When one discovers their own lack of talent and hopelessness in advancing, they often shift their focus to the pleasures of life. After all, once one reaches the saint level, it becomes exceedingly difficult to perish due to the limitations of lifespan. Thus, seizing this protracted duration to indulge in enjoyment becomes the paramount path. In truth, the lifespan of a saint-level cultivator already exceeds 10,000 years, while that of a saint sect cultivator is measured in tens of thousands. Upon reaching the higher echelons, such as the saint general level, it becomes virtually impossible to die from the natural end of life. However, beginning at the saint sect level, cultivators must confront a calamity of fate at regular intervals. The intensity of this calamity is not determined by the cultivator's current level of cultivation, but rather by the frequency of its occurrence. This means that the power of the calamity escalates with each triggering event. Surviving one calamity signifies that the next will be significantly more formidable. This is precisely why the upper realm does not witness a scenario where saint sect cultivators are as common as dogs and saint generals abound. Even amidst a seemingly endless stretch of time, anyone, even a dog, can unleash extraordinary potential. The sole method of counteracting this predicament is through the continuous enhancement of one's cultivation and fortifying oneself against the calamities of fate. If one's current level of cultivation cannot withstand the impending calamity, then one must strive to elevate their capabilities. Should such an endeavor fail, the consequence is death by heavenly retribution, with no one to blame. The calamity arises from within the heart and cannot be evaded through any external means. This explains the abundance of saints in the upper realm, contrasted by the sharp decline in the number of those at the saint sect tier. Many individuals are reluctant to confront their fateful tribulations, thereby spending their entire lives without aspiring to transcend the realm of the saint. Yet, the status of a saint in the upper realm is, in truth, quite insignificant, often relegated to the rank of lowly disciples within the various sections. After all, descending further leads one to the realm of ordinary saints. In the upper realm, due to its unique Taoist environment, the existence of the three realms, heaven, earth, and humanity, can only be embodied by children. Any adult must commence their journey from the saint realm, lest they be deemed a failure. Consequently, nearly all ascendants experience a remarkable surge in their cultivation shortly after arriving in the upper realm. This is a natural outcome, stemming from their innate talents receiving ample true chi nourishment. The demon sect is well aware of this phenomenon. There once was a demon ascendant who, upon arriving in the upper realm, was merely at the 9th rank of the saint sect. Yet, within just 1 year, he ascended to the 3rd rank of the saint general. This record dates back 2 millennia, and one can only wonder what heights that prominent figure has since attained. Such thoughts are too daunting to contemplate. His decision to strive for advancement beyond the saint sect, rather than remaining a mere saint for eternity, is driven by the desire to gain the privileges associated with higher cultivation, thus enabling a more fulfilling existence. Life as a saint is not as idyllic as many might imagine. They dwell at the lower echelons of their sects, frequently dispatched on perilous missions, resulting in a grim survival rate. In summary, this visit to the lower realm must be savored to the fullest. Upon returning to the sect, obtaining such privileges with his status will be significantly more challenging. After all, in the upper realm, there exist no mortal nations, only a multitude of towering sections. Just as he was about to indulge in a succulent fruit, he suddenly sensed 2 ominous presences approaching, causing him to cough and open his eyes in alarm. The 2 members of the enforcement team glared at him with indignation, their fury palpable, though they possessed no facial hair to blow. This fellow had made a false report, dragging them down to do menial tasks, while he lay there enjoying himself with apparent glee. Is there something wrong? The sorcerer appeared bewildered. As the one who had made the report and descended to the mortal realm, he felt a flimsy justification for his presence, especially since he had done nothing wrong. The opposing party had no reason to target him, did they? Could it be that they had executed that human on the spot and had come to inform him? Wait, this news hardly seemed necessary to relay to him. Are you absolutely certain the information you provided is accurate? One of the tentacled enforcers stepped forward, his expression distinctly displeased, though he had no face to speak of. Why, yes, is there a problem? The sorcerer stammered, his tone wavering, for he had never verified the truth of the matter. All he had was hearsay from Cavero, and confronted with the question now, he truly dared not confirm anything. Hearing his uncertain tone only fueled the ire of the 2 enforcers further. We require you to accompany us. We have substantial reason to suspect that you have deceived the enforcement team due to personal grievances with the human race. If you cannot provide sufficient evidence, you shall face the consequences. The sorcerer was taken aback, his legs trembling under the immense pressure of the 2 saint-level enforcers. Yet he still had no clarity regarding the situation at hand. May I inquire about a particular matter? What exactly have you discovered? One of the half-orc enforcers stepped forward, stating, We have conducted a thorough investigation regarding the target you reported. Indeed, it was exceedingly meticulous, considering we merely cast a glance from afar. However, we have ascertained that his cultivation is merely that of a mortal. He is not even a practitioner. How could he possibly be a fugitive from the higher realms? Chapter 70. Clarification. A mortal? The corners of the demon sect leader's mouth twitched in confusion at the words of the two before him. He had assumed they would assert that the human ancestor was a powerful individual cultivated in the lower realms, not a criminal fleeing from the higher realms. To his astonishment, he received a straightforward answer indicating his status as a mere mortal. Are you suggesting that a mortal commands a group of feeble beings to subdue the demon race, even causing our leader, who has attained the third level of the saint realm, to flee in terror? What a farcical notion. Not even a novel would dare to depict such absurdity. My esteemed sirs, are you certain there has been no misunderstanding? The two enforcers raised their eyebrows. A somewhat abstract concept even for them. Are you implying that we are deceiving you? Certainly not. However, this is simply. As the demon sect leader struggled to formulate a response, Cavaller finally sensed the immense energy fluctuations from this confrontation and hurried over, fearing that the individual from the higher realms might cause trouble. Who are these two? They are esteemed members of the enforcer team. The demon sect seems to have found a scapegoat, immediately illuminating their eyes with excitement, declaring that our intelligence originates from this individual. Let him clarify the situation for you. He is the principal party involved. He exudes an air of blame directed solely at this person, leaving Cavero utterly bewildered, forcing him to turn vacantly towards the two law enforcement officers, who appear to possess considerable prowess. May I inquire into the nature of this predicament? The individual you have reported possesses merely mortal capabilities. We have not detected any signs of cultivation or the unique aura of the higher realms emanating from him. It appears that the two officers, having grown somewhat impatient after multiple explanations, incited a cold sweat to cascade down Cavero's spine. Just a mere mortal? The ancestor of the human race is simply a mortal? This is inconceivable, absolutely impossible. Cavero vividly recalls how effortlessly the other party dismantled his domain, as well as the explosive surge of true energy that followed. All of this was witnessed by his own eyes, leaving no room for doubt. Thus, he outright dismisses the notion that the ancestor of the human race is truly just a mere mortal. The only conclusion left is that the individual has concealed their aura, evading detection by the two officers. To my knowledge, the cultivation technique practiced by the ancestor of the human race is known as the celestial concealment technique. Once mastered, this technique allows one to completely mask their presence, rendering them imperceptible to others. Cavero promptly articulated this widely recognized piece of knowledge. However, upon finishing his statement, he found himself momentarily stunned. The name of the celestial concealment technique was deliberately disseminated by the ninth ancestor of the human race before his seclusion. At that time, Cavero had not believed in the existence of such a technique, dismissing it as a mere smokescreen conjured by the opposing party. Little did one expect that the adversary had indeed mastered it. However, upon closer examination, the preceding inferences appear to be contradictory. If the current ancestral figure of the human race is indeed a visitor from the upper realm, it implies that the original ninth ancestral figure of the human race may have perished, or at the very least, been confined. Consequently, this individual could hardly possess any so-called celestial concealment techniques. His ability to mask his aura stems solely from the suppression of his cultivation level. Continuing to extrapolate from this hypothesis, it becomes evident that the two enforcers from the upper realm fail to detect the aura of the other. The more Cavaro pondered, the chill creeping down his spine intensified, compelling him to swallow hard. As anticipated, he soon heard the two individuals chuckle derisively. Have you lost your mind, concocting a flimsy excuse to deceive us? We are no strangers to the upper realm, having encountered a plethora of mainstream and even some obscure cultivation techniques. Yet, we have never heard of a technique called celestial concealment, let alone one capable of completely masking one's aura. How could that possibly be? It is essential to understand that cultivation techniques form the very foundation for practitioners. The extent of power one can wield ultimately hinges on the practitioner's own level of cultivation. For instance, while certain techniques may be described as possessing devastating combat power, in reality, such power is merely effective against those of lesser cultivation. Translated, it signifies a slight edge in combat capabilities within the same realm. Therefore, the notion of a technique that can entirely shroud one's aura is utterly implausible. At most, it merely prevents individuals of the same realm or those of a slightly higher caliber from detecting one's aura. However, as one ascends further, the suppression of cultivation cannot be compensated for by any singular technique. Thus, the two law enforcement officers, well versed in the fundamental rules of cultivation, naturally dismissed Cavalier's fanciful claims. Harboring no belief in the existence of any miraculous technique that could defy the heavens, Cavalier was drenched in cold sweat, acutely aware that if he failed to elucidate this matter today, it was likely that starting tomorrow, the demon clan would be seeking a new leader. This esteemed lord of the demon sect, descended from the upper realms, might never return to his former domain. You two may accompany me into the sacred sword's secret realm. Inside, there are remnants of battle left by the human ancestor, and I am certain that with your discerning eyes, you will be able to ascertain the true cultivation level of that individual. The two enforcers exchanged glances and nodded. One of them grasped Cavalier's shoulder, teleporting him instantaneously to hover above the sacred sword's secret realm. Fortunately for Cavalier, these two enforcers were not entirely malevolent. They exhibited a commendable sense of duty. Otherwise, had they chosen to act treacherously, they would have concluded their task without further inquiry. Gentlemen, Cavalier explained from his experience. Entering the secret realm will subject us to sword energy attacks. The higher your cultivation, the stronger the sword energy. One of them, growing impatient, waved his hand dismissively. Enough. Do you think we cannot withstand mere sword energy from this lower realm? No, I merely intended to suggest that you should not accompany me. Of course, Cavalier refrained from voicing this thought, instead silently stepping back to invite them to proceed ahead. The two enforcers, brimming with confidence, strode through the grand entrance of the secret realm. Boom. The terrifying sword aura of the saint level erupted instantaneously, engulfing the figures of the two individuals. Cavalier could even faintly hear muffled groans. Could it be that these two were not merely incapacitated? Would the crime of murdering the messenger from the upper realm be attributed to him, Cavalier? He felt a sense of foreboding as his eyelids twitched, sensing that something unfortunate was about to transpire. Yet shortly after, a feeble voice pierced the air. Cough, cough. Those from the lower realm, come in. He exhaled deeply. It appeared that the cultivation levels of these two were not the lowest in their respective realms, thus not likely to be slain by the sword aura. However, he was soon struck by a pang of anxiety, for in his current injured state, forcefully breaching the sword formation seemed destined for a grim conclusion. Damn it! For the future of the demon race, I shall risk it all. A scream echoed at the entrance of the secret realm. Chapter 71. A little bug has slipped in. Congratulations to the host for completing the task, inflicting injury upon the demon race leader, Cavalier, with sword aura. Please continue your efforts to deliver an even heavier blow to the demon race. Accumulate more rewards. What is this? Awakening from his slumber, Lin Fan was utterly bewildered by the system notification. The timing was as perplexing as the rewards themselves. Injured by sword aura? When did that fellow sustain such an injury? Since he had received a system reward, it indicated that the actions of his adversary were indeed connected to him. Could it be that this fellow has returned to the secret realm out of spite against me? What a profound grudge and resentment must he harbor. However, I must admit, this turn of events is indeed fortuitous for Lin Fan, as his accumulated cultivation has reached the 6th level of the earthly realm. This does not imply that the rewards for his efforts have diminished. Rather, as one ascends through the ranks, the requisite cultivation becomes increasingly substantial, leading to a more gradual progression. After all, the transition from the 6th to the 7th level is considered a minor threshold, not easily surpassed. Meanwhile, Cavalier, clutching his grievously injured body, trembles as he follows the two members of the enforcement team, noticing that their expressions are hardly any better. Had he been in his prime, possessing the 3rd level of the sacred realm, he would have effortlessly withstood the sacred sword energy. Yet, in his currently weakened state, he nearly succumbed to the onslaught. The grim countenance of the enforcement officers suggests that their own cultivation is not particularly high, likely only at the 2nd level of the corresponding realm. Cavalier, unaware of how the upper realms classify their levels, instinctively attempts to gauge their strength by this rudimentary measure. Please follow me. The traces of battle lie just ahead. The reason behind the enforcement team's dismal expressions is not solely due to their personal injuries. In their minds, the lower realm is a savage territory, where the ordinary individuals of the sacred realm, so commonplace in the upper realm, are regarded as formidable figures here, hardly worthy of mention. Yet now, they have encountered sword energy in the lower realm capable of inflicting harm upon them. They are not fools, and thus they comprehend that the secret realm before them is anything but simple. How astonishing it is that such a wondrous place exists in the lower realms, a fact of which I had never previously heard. My colleagues who descended to carry out tasks also seemed to have never mentioned it. Was it a deliberate concealment? Or had they too never encountered this locale, with such doubts lingering in their minds? The two followed Cavalier's footsteps until they arrived at the very spot where the revered crane sage had met his demise. The traces here bore no signs of concealment. A vast rift gaped above, and even now, faint remnants of dissipated true energy lingered, as if narrating the might of the destroyer. The tentacled enforcer squinted its non-existent eyes. This aura seems to belong to a Saint General of the 9th rank, slightly weaker than the two of us. Yet in this savage domain of the lower realms, it is sufficient to wield power and influence. Cavalro mused inwardly, realizing that the term slightly weaker implied that he regarded the other as at least of the same grand tier, with merely differing specifics. The human race's ancestral sage was indeed such a formidable figure, making their defeat by the demon clan hardly surprising. In fact, for Cavalro to retain even a fragment of his life, it would require an extraordinary mercy from his opponent. Nevertheless, the unfolding events provided him with ample reason to breathe a sigh of relief. At last, he had discovered evidence of the human ancestral sage's prowess, surely. The two enforcers could no longer attribute blame to their demon clan. This could only indicate that a Saint General level expert had traversed the lower realms. Yet, the half-orc member spoke again, dousing Cavalro with cold water, asserting that this did not prove that the Saint General in question was indeed the individual you reported. If the ancestor of the human race were indeed a master of the Saint General level, it would be inconceivable that they would uncover no clues during their investigation. As members of the enforcement team tasked with such probing missions, they would naturally possess investigative artifacts of a caliber surpassing their own ranks. Even if their opponent were a Saint Commander, it would be impossible to completely conceal their aura under such magical instruments, let alone someone as ordinary as a 9th-tier Saint General. Surely, there cannot exist any absurd techniques that sound like mere fabrications. Let us conduct one final investigation, this time activating the artifact to its maximum capacity. If we yield no results, we shall report truthfully and conclude this mission. The two team members each grasped one of Cavalro's shoulders and instantaneously transported to the hall where Lin Fan resided, simultaneously cloaking Cavalro's presence. Sandwiched between two formidable experts, Cavalro inexplicably felt an absence of confidence. The three of them fixed their gaze upon Lin Fan, as if attempting to peer into his very essence. Yet no matter how intently they stared, they failed to discern any fluctuations in his cultivation. Perhaps we should test him? Nonsense. What if he truly is a mere mortal? This individual is currently the leader of the human race in the lower realm. To rashly strike down such a figure would result in our execution upon returning to the enforcement team. As the leader of the demon race in the lower realm, why do you not test him yourself? Cavalro awkwardly stepped back a pace, knowing full well it was out of fear of being slain on the spot. Although the ancestral figure of humanity had been thoroughly exposed following his counterattack, it was evident that Cavalro was unwilling to sacrifice his own life for the annihilation of his adversary. Just as his two companions were on the verge of concluding the task and departing, Lin Fan suddenly lifted his gaze, fixating intently on the column behind the trio. A black spider was scuttling up and down the post, weaving a web in the crevices to establish its abode, prompting a slight frown from Lin Fan. How did such a pest infiltrate here? Had his overly lenient demeanor caused the servants responsible for maintaining the hall to lose their sense of duty? After all, since he ascended to the position of leader, he had seldom imposed severe punishments on the servants of the celestial sect. Perhaps it was due to his own mortal origins that he hesitated to make things difficult for these menial workers. However, this could not serve as an excuse for their negligence. The presence of a pest was alarming. The three who were preparing to leave were instantly taken aback. Cavalro instinctively raised his gaze to meet Lin Fan's, only to quickly lower his head in submission. Despite being in a concealed state, he felt as if he were exposed, standing naked in someone else's abode, devoid of any sense of secrecy. Sigh, perhaps a measure of punishment is warranted? Lin Fan pondered that it was essential to re-establish his authority as an elder. As the supreme leader, this was indeed necessary. Cavalro broke into a cold sweat, instinctively turning to seek assistance, only to find that the expressions of the two law enforcement members were not much better. In their eyes, Lin Fan remained devoid of any discernible fluctuation of energy. Chapter 72. The terrifying ancestral figure of humanity, impeccably cautious. The hearts of the two law enforcement officers grew heavy with dread, regretting their decision to heed the foolish words of that imbecilic demon. Had they not returned for a mere glance, they might have remained ignorant of the unfolding situation. Supposing that the unfathomable technique known as the Heavenly Shield did not exist, coupled with their possession of high-tier investigative artifacts, if the individual before them, Lin Fan, was indeed descended from the upper realm and could conceal his aura in their presence, it could only signify one thing: his cultivation level far surpassed their own. Was he a holy sovereign? Or perhaps a holy monarch? Undoubtedly. Either classification was beyond the capability of the two to contend with. The adversary could effortlessly annihilate them with a mere wave of his hand, leaving no trace behind. The presence of a holy general's aura within the secret realm raises the possibility that its owner may not solely possess the rank of a holy general, but rather that such power is merely requisite to confront the formidable foe. Thus, when they heard the mention of punishment from their opponent, their hearts tightened. The only source of security they felt stemmed from their identities as law enforcement officers. While two holy generals could be eradicated with a flick of a wrist, they represented the authority of the law, and none dared to directly provoke its majesty. At that moment, Lin Fan shifted his posture, appearing increasingly nonchalant. Oh, it was merely a trifling error. There was no need for excessively stern punishment. After all, it was just a matter of failing to eliminate a single insect. A minor deduction from their wages would suffice as a warning, but it should not be too severe, for even the servants had to make a living. Lin Fan pondered how to maintain the dignity of his esteemed ancestor while ensuring that the punishment was not overly harsh, thereby sinking into deep contemplation. The two law enforcement officers finally breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, they were merely carrying out their duties and had no intention of inciting the other party's ire. It hardly constituted a grave error. Nevertheless, it was imperative that they face some form of reprimand. The officers' hearts sank once more. Yet they could not dare to reveal their presence to inquire directly, leaving them in a state of acute anxiety. It appeared that this senior figure expected them to make a modest gesture. The first officer, quick to respond, unfastened the jade pendant from his waist and gently placed it in the corner of the hall. The half-orc officer soon followed suit, plucking a feather from his own plumage, infusing it with his vital energy, and placing it beside the jade pendant. Lin Fan's mind sparked with inspiration, and he clenched his fist, a faint smile gracing his lips. This would suffice. The two officers, feeling a weight lift from their shoulders, bowed respectfully before departing, swiftly seizing Cavero and vanishing from sight. Lin Fan surged forward, his gaze inadvertently flickering toward the corner, where he spotted the jade pendant and feather left behind. It was evident that these attendants were becoming increasingly negligent. I could overlook the presence of a few small insects, but how could they fail to notice such a conspicuous pile of debris? A mere stone and a single feather, this blatant refuse left in the corner signified that a thorough reformation of practices was indeed imperative. It was only upon reappearing at the demon camp that Cavero seemed to awaken from his reverie. He realized now that he had been mistaken all along. The ancestral figures of humankind were not merely beings who transcended the sacred realm with ease. Their cultivation had reached an unfathomable level. He did not maintain his disguise as one might have imagined. He even dared to reveal his identity directly before them. He showed no fear of the so-called enforcement team. At this moment, the two enforcement officers were drenched in cold sweat, instinctively wiping the beads of perspiration from their foreheads. In my estimation, this senior is at least of the Saint Sovereign level, and he may very well be of the Saint Monarch level. How could such a figure possibly appear here? What could his purpose be? Does it pertain to some significant matter that influences both realms? As they deliberated, Cavero could no longer contain himself and interjected, "Gentlemen, does the enforcement team truly intend to ignore this matter? Since you have already confirmed this individual's strength, why not report it to higher authorities? Surely, there are influential figures capable of resolving this issue." Upon hearing Cavero's words, the two fell into a contemplative silence. After a long pause, one of them finally spoke. "Indeed, he has not concealed the matter at hand. He has openly intimidated us. Yet, throughout, he has only wielded his intimidation in words, revealing no aura nor exerting any pressure upon us. In other words, we possess no evidence to substantiate his possession of upper realm power. All our conclusions are mere conjectures." This was the source of their greatest frustration. As the enforcement team, the most powerful neutral organization in the upper realm, it undoubtedly housed formidable figures of the Saint Monarch and even Saint King levels. Such powerful beings would have no trouble dealing with this hidden ancestor of the human race lurking in the lower realm. The dilemma lies in how to summon individuals of such caliber to take action. In the course of normal task reporting, without concrete evidence, one cannot expect even the most formidable of experts, let alone those of the Saint Monarch level, to take action. No individual in a position of power would squander their time over potentially erroneous intelligence. If Lin Fan were indeed a concealed powerhouse, the lack of substantial proof would render any offensive against him futile. Acting on one's own accord would merely serve to deliver him into safety. Conversely, if Lin Fan is not a hidden force, there would be even less justification for any aggressive maneuver. Therefore, in any scenario, the most prudent choice would be to immediately terminate this mission. Although the two law enforcement officers demonstrated a commendable sense of duty, they were unwilling to embroil themselves in unnecessary peril. One of the half-orc enforcers spoke up, suggesting it is not entirely without recourse. "You have witnessed that esteemed predecessor in action, have you not? Let us extract your memories to create a visual record, which would serve as compelling evidence. However, This process would inevitably inflict some damage upon your soul, though not fatal. The decision rests in your hands. How could Cavalro possibly refuse? The prospect of exchanging a wound to his soul for the demise of the strongest among humanity was undeniably a lucrative transaction. Yet, he soon found himself frozen in thought. Upon reflection, he realized that when the human ancestral figure had eradicated the malevolent spirits, he had merely stood outside the secret realm, without the privilege of first-hand observation. Furthermore, during the prior incident when the human ancestor had shattered his domain, he had not even glimpsed the shadow of the opponent. Connecting this to the current situation, where the human ancestor had evidently exerted pressure yet displayed no vulnerabilities whatsoever, Cavalro came to a lamentable realization. The human ancestor, while appearing ostentatious and unreserved, was, in truth, meticulously cautious, leaving no tangible evidence behind. In this moment, Cavalro deeply comprehended the wisdom, strategies, and methods of his counterpart, truly grasping the impeccable demeanor of this terrifying entity. I have not actually witnessed him wielding powers that do not belong to the Holy Realm. Thus, there is no recourse. The enforcement team can no longer offer you protection, and the mission shall conclude here, as we will report the truth. Chapter 73. The helpless Cavalro gritted his teeth, with such a formidable expert appearing in the lower realms. Could it be that there truly exists no means to confront him? The only one who has witnessed the actions of the human ancestor is the Crane Saint. Yet he too has met his demise, leaving no evidence behind. Wait, a chill ran down Cavalro's spine. He seemed to grasp the true cause of the Crane Saint's death. One of the team members shrugged. We have consistently conducted observations of the lower realms, albeit not in great detail. Therefore, if you can compel the other party to reveal their formidable combat abilities in broad daylight, we would still be able to convict him. The two other team members shared a sense of helplessness. Generally, few are inclined to venture into the lower realms. Resources are scarce there, cultivation is arduous, and the level of magical artifacts appears little more than useless debris to them. Thus, anyone with aspirations would refrain from descending to such a barren land. Only those unable to thrive in the upper realms, seeking to exert their influence in lower planes, might consider such a descent. However, such individuals often lack substantial strength and occupy positions that are not particularly elevated. They struggle to grasp the secret arts of the lower realms and find it challenging to take even the first step. Those who possess both motivation and mastery of these secret arts are, in fact, exceedingly rare. Furthermore, with the myriad celestial domains in the lower realms, it is improbable for those who have slipped away to congregate within a single domain. Additionally, those who descend typically refrain from drawing attention to themselves, which explains the apparent scarcity of individuals who have stealthily descended. Any occasional discoveries are swiftly dealt with by the enforcement teams. Thus, the presence of a formidable figure of at least the saint level in such a location genuinely astonished the two enforcement officers. At that moment, they were at a loss regarding how to proceed. They could only choose to conclude their mission, bid farewell to Cavalro, and promptly return to the upper realms. Think of the silver lining. At least it was confirmed that their opponent was a master from the upper realm, which meant he would not launch a large-scale offensive against our demon clan. Another individual approached from behind, gently patting Cavalro on the shoulder, offering solace to the somewhat dazed figure. This was another surviving leader of the demon clan, named Drelson, who had only recently rushed to the front lines. This peculiar naming convention seems to be a tradition passed down within the demon clan, due to their lack of emphasis on familial lineage and blood ties. The concept of surnames does not exist in their culture. His cultivation level pales in comparison to Cavalro, being merely at the first level of the saint realm. Nevertheless, even at this level, he remains a force to be reckoned with, far beyond the reach of those of the celestial realm. Despite the apparent fervor of the human race in seeking battle, their strength is derived from that formidable saint ancestor. Should this saint ancestor refrain from intervening, Cavalro can effortlessly dispatch the other minions. It is thus foreseeable that the stalemate between humans and demons will persist for a considerable time, with neither side daring to initiate a large-scale offensive. Sighing, Cavalro turned to Drayson, suggesting, what if you provoke them? If the human saint ancestor intervenes and brings about your demise, we would have grounds to request the upper realms to punish them. After all, if a celestial expert were to provoke the humans, they could likewise respond with their own celestial expert. Only a provocation by a saint-level being would hold any significance. Drayson's lips twitched in response, perhaps not. I have an elderly mother of 80 and a 12-year-old daughter. You are over 3,000 years old. Where does this 80-year-old mother come from? Cavalro retorted. Isn't your wife long deceased, over 2,000 years ago? And where, pray tell, did this 12-year-old girl come from? Cavalro was merely jesting. He had no intention of sending his brother to his demise. However, Drayson's response felt rather dismissive, provoking a desire to slap him. All right, let us observe the situation. If they achieve their goals in the lower realm and return to the upper realm without further interference, that would be the most favorable outcome. Given the formidable strategies exhibited by the holy ancestor of the human race, it is virtually impossible to expect him to inadvertently reveal his flaws. The following day, Lin Fan once again found himself within the council chamber of the sect, yet this time the number of elders attending the meeting appeared significantly diminished. This was not due to a lack of obedience to Lin Fan's commands. Rather, it was because they had all retreated into seclusion. In the preceding period, the existential threat posed by the demonic clan had kept everyone on high alert, leaving no room for seclusion. They were eager to remain vigilant around the clock. Moreover, a series of unfolding events had compelled the leaders of the vast sacred land to convene meetings almost daily, further depriving them of any opportunity for retreat. It seemed that all had forgotten that it is quite customary for cultivators to seclude themselves for decades or even centuries at a time. In this tense moment, they had been unceremoniously thrust into the rhythm of mortals. Now, with the illustrious holy ancestor presiding, the threat from the demonic clan had finally abated, and the holy ancestor showed no immediate intent to counterattack, leaving a multitude of elders with a rare abundance of free time. Thus, these idled individuals have finally returned to their foundational pursuits as cultivators, each retreating back to their own chambers for seclusion. They greeted the ancestors with a semblance of seriousness, proclaiming that they would meet again in several centuries. Lin Fan could only chuckle to himself, tempted to bid them a permanent farewell, pondering that by the time they emerged after hundreds of years, they might only encounter his ashes. Of course, this was merely jest, should Lin Fan's lifespan reach its limit. He could readily reclaim the cultivation stored within the system to extend his life, ensuring he would not simply perish after a few decades. In summary, the vast sacred land had finally emerged from its state of wartime vigilance, returning to the rhythm of life befitting a proper sect of cultivators. In this context, it was improbable that meetings would occur as frequently as before. Having one such gathering in a year would now be considered ordinary. Presently, as they convened in the meeting room, it was evident that urgent matters had summoned them. Seated in the principal position, Lin Fan silently reflected upon his meeting principles. 1. One must refrain from crossing one's legs during meetings, lest one inadvertently issue some absurd command without realizing it. 2. Avoid casting wandering glances, otherwise certain individuals may misconstrue your gaze as a signal, leading to the issuance of ridiculous directives unbeknownst to you. 3. Strive to minimize verbal contributions, if speech is necessary. Express thoughts in a cryptic manner. After all, the adage speak less, err less, remain silent, do no harm is indeed imbued with ancient wisdom. 4. While adhering to these 3 points, one must exercise particular caution regarding this fellow, Dispay. Saint Ancestor. Dispay stood up. We have received joint intelligence from multiple races. Chapter 74. The realm of mortals. It is uncertain when it began, but Dispay's status within the sect has risen dramatically, even being appointed as the spokesperson for the ancestor. Despite the ancestor's lack of acknowledgement of this role, his power now approaches the 9th level of the celestial realm. Yet he remains outside the top 10 within the vast expanse of the sacred land. Nevertheless, his current standing commands a certain respect, even from the Grand Elder, which is why he has been designated as the primary reader during meetings. In truth, the elders who have emerged from peril do not engage in excessive scheming, at least in Lin Fan's eyes. While a few of the elders may indeed possess peculiar temperaments, they ultimately harbor genuine intentions for the human race. Over the span of millennia, as humanity has steadily retreated, numerous mortal kingdoms have aligned themselves with the demon race, severing ties with many factions that were once our allies. However, in recent days, we have received several cordial letters from prominent figures expressing a desire to re-establish alliances with humanity, including, but not limited to, the Ghost Clan and the Beast Tribe. Additionally, several mortal kingdoms still under the dominion of the demon race, yet in close proximity to us, have discreetly sent messages seeking our support to overthrow the demon rule. As Dispay continuously relays this intelligence, genuine smiles emerge on the faces of the elders. Under the guidance of the sacred ancestor, is it possible that all that was once lost is finally within our grasp? They do not harbor resentment towards these races or nations, for such an attitude is a rational choice. They are acutely aware of a fundamental truth. In this world, only power commands respect. Without power, there are no allies, no vassals. Yet, with power, allies and vassals will eagerly embrace you. This is a stark, albeit realistic, circumstance. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Fan decided to inform the major powers that had shown us goodwill that we could temporarily establish a superficial cooperative and allied relationship. However, it is prudent to refrain from deep collaboration for the time being, as we cannot yet fully trust them. Ahem, there is no need to communicate that last sentiment. After all, the leaders of these formidable factions and ancient races have lived for millennia. Lin Fan would not be so presumptuous as to believe his cunning could easily outmaneuver them. One never knows when one might fall victim to treachery. Vigilance is paramount. The elders, however, felt that the holy ancestor was being overly cautious. Given his immense strength, could he not easily dispatch a minor Saint Realm adversary with a mere flick of his hand? Indeed, as for the other nations, it would suffice to respond perfunctorily for now. I do not presently wish to assist them in seizing power. Lin Fan reflected on the state of the mortal realms within this world, realizing he had not previously paid much attention to such matters. The term mortals refers to all humanoid species devoid of cultivation, not solely humanity. After all, while humans comprise the most populous intelligent race, other intelligent races, such as the demon race, are also quite numerous. The demon race is indeed a colossal one, with countless mortals lacking any cultivation. In the worldview of these mortals, there exists no profound hatred akin to that between humans and demons, as their lifespans are far too brief. It is quite common for a nation to be a melting pot of various intelligent races, whether led by humans, demons, or other species. The cultivation sects exert control over the mortal realms, providing protection while also receiving offerings from the mortals. Furthermore, with cultivators backing them, the mortal nations are exceedingly difficult to overthrow through rebellion. Thus, it is entirely normal for a dynasty to endure for thousands of years, even in light of the fleeting lives of mortals. Grassroots uprisings without the support of cultivators, regardless of whether they muster an army of tens of thousands, would be swiftly crushed by the cultivators, never gaining any substantial momentum. Therefore, a change in dynasty inevitably signifies a problem with the cultivators supporting it. Mere mortals, no matter how they stir, cannot create significant waves. Ahem, it might be somewhat awkward for Lin Fan to voice this sentiment. In any case, he currently does not wish to engage in direct conflict with the demon race. The present standoff is quite satisfactory. After all, he possesses a system that allows for gradual development. Although his system is notoriously stingy and cannot be compared to those extraordinary ones, it is still more reliable than spending thousands of years in arduous cultivation. Lin Fan longs to spread his arms and exclaim that their sect is flourishing. Well then, although the elders remained perplexed as to why Lin Fan consistently refrained from taking action, even against the realm of mortals, they chose to comply with his commands. Soon, it would be time to conduct talent assessments among the mortals within the several realms under their control. Selecting individuals with cultivation potential from the mortal realm to join the sect is a common practice among all factions, serving to infuse fresh blood into the organization. While it may be challenging to find such individuals even in a single city, a broader search across multiple nations each year yields a considerable number. These individuals will enter the sect, and whether they become mere servant disciples or future luminaries depends entirely on their own fortunes. Lin Fan's eyes gleamed with excitement as he involuntarily cleared his throat. Ahem, I shall personally attend this talent selection. He had grown rather bored during his time at the sect. Having aimlessly wandered through its halls, he had familiarized himself with most areas. He dared not frequent the alchemy chamber, fearing that Yun Yin would once again drag him into a demonstration of alchemical processes. Administrative matters had largely been delegated to his subordinates, as they were more experienced in handling trivial tasks, while critical issues would be directly reported to him by Dispai and others, ensuring no errors occurred. Consequently, an air of ennui pervaded the sect. At times, Lin Fan would find himself at a loss for activities to engage in, as this era lacked both mobile phones and computers. It would be rather absurd for him to join a group of children in chasing birds. Furthermore, the food available here is truly unpalatable. Lin Fan could assure that should he dare to take even a single bite of those delectable spirit fruits or celestial delicacies, he would undoubtedly perish instantly. Now that there is an opportunity to venture into the realm of mortals, he would certainly not let it slip away. He yearns to witness the myriad of novelties and culinary delights that the people of this era have to offer. As for concerns regarding safety, he need not worry at all. Merely bringing along a few disciples of the human realm as guards would suffice to carve a path straight to the royal palace. What? The ancestor intends to go in person? Dispai felt a sudden jolt, sensing an inexplicable aura of secrecy. Chapter 75. The Xian Yu Dao Jun. The selection of talents in the realm of mortals had not been considered particularly significant for a considerable period. The core sanctuaries primarily nurtured their successors through their direct disciples, casting a wide net in the mortal world merely to avoid overlooking any potential prodigies. However, due to the relentless pressure from the demon race, the human race could scarcely afford to bide their time waiting for future talents to mature. A seed of sanctity, at certain junctures, is of little use without a tangible earthly expert to guide it. for a person to ascend to the realm of sanctity. Even the most gifted must endure the trials of time, and humanity likely does not possess such luxury to allow them to grow. Those seeds of sanctity that have not yet developed are merely somewhat gifted weaklings. The holy ancestor actually intends to be present in person? This is quite extraordinary. The occasion necessitating his personal presence prompts me to ponder. Even during the prior incident involving the theft of the crimson flame paper man, the great ancestor remained in the shadows, never truly revealing himself. Therefore, the reason compelling the ancestor to appear in person must extend beyond merely selecting exceptional mortals. Surely, he harbors ulterior motives. Could it be that within the realm of mortals lies an astonishing secret treasure that demands the ancestor's direct involvement? Disbay instinctively cast his gaze downward, noticing that Lin Fan had not crossed his legs, which left him somewhat disheartened. The recent directives from the great ancestor have become increasingly ambiguous. While the other elders were somewhat taken aback, they did not dwell on it, for the human race has firmly regained its footing. And there is no need to fret over the younger generation's lack of time to grow. It is essential to seize the opportunity to nurture the new generation. Oh, great ancestor. The Grand Elder interjected suddenly, you currently possess no direct disciples. As the head of our sect, it is imperative that you contemplate this matter seriously. Lin Fan felt a twinge of embarrassment. Given his current capabilities, teaching disciples would be more likely to mislead them rather than guide them. Those individuals would likely learn more on their own than they would under his tutelage. Ahem, there is no need to rush this matter. I shall consider it. Sigh. The Grand Elder exhaled deeply. I understand that your standards are exceptionally high, great ancestor, and that you disdain ordinary talent. Yet we are in need of a role model. How about you find someone to serve as a placeholder for the time being? What do you mean? A direct disciple can merely be a placeholder? Is such a thing even feasible? The concerns of the Grand Elder are not without merit. When a clan leader lacks direct disciples, it inevitably evokes a sense of emptiness and suggests a lack of successors. As the revered ancestor of the human race and the guiding beacon for the entire clan, Lin Fan's direct disciples serve not only as exemplary figures, but also as a potent source of encouragement. If his disciples can glean even the slightest insight from him, it would be a significant achievement. However, it is rather disheartening that they have yet to grasp even the most superficial understanding. Lin Fan temporarily set aside this topic and began to organize the journey to the mortal realm, which was slated to commence in half a month's time. Adhering to traditional schedules, during this period, another gossip gathering was convened. Clearly, due to the excessive frequency of these meetings, the participants appeared disinterested, with even the member codename Can opting to abstain, declaring a personal retreat for the next 500 years. For practitioners, 500 years is a mere blink, especially for those at the Saint Monarch level, whose calamities arrive once every several thousand years. A 500-year seclusion feels as fleeting as the snap of a finger. Ms. Sun continues her pursuit of information regarding the task assigner, yet her efforts have yielded naught, as the individual remains exceedingly cautious. As per tradition, the Taoist Lord of the Mystical Yellow frequently raises the demand for Saint King pills, but, as is customary, none engage in trade with him, making this a predictable routine at the gatherings. It seems that the Demon Lord is unlikely to make an appearance in the near future. A man codenamed Lee slowly spoke. The monthly gatherings are excessively frequent. In our attempts to exchange information, we are unable to engage in even short-term seclusions, which is fundamentally counterproductive. The sovereign of the Xianhuang nodded and remarked, if we fail to uncover any information regarding the celestial demon within 3 months, let us adjust our gathering to once a year. Lin Fan felt elated by this, yet a tinge of bewilderment washed over him. Despite having attended so many gatherings, his true identity had yet to be unveiled. Could it be that the esteemed Taoist of 10,000 laws had already discerned his secret, but chose not to reveal it? Li suddenly turned his gaze towards Lin Fan. Friend Kuan, to my knowledge, the enforcement team has dispatched 2 intermediate members to the lower realm to investigate matters concerning the Sacred Sword's secret realm and its formidable beings. All eyes converged upon him. Already aware of the considerable stir Kuan had caused in the lower realm, yet oblivious to the specific celestial domain in which he operated. However, it was common knowledge that the task assigned by Lady Sin had precisely pointed to the Sacred Sword's secret realm. This undeniably pertained to Lin Fan. Simultaneously, they were taken aback by Li's identity. Acquiring information about the internal affairs of the enforcement team was no simple feat. Are members of the enforcement team truly descending? Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback, only to dismiss it with a wave of his hand. Let them investigate. What do I have to fear as someone with no cultivation? If they uncover anything, it would indeed be peculiar. The conversation then shifted to discussions of exchanges involving magical artifacts and elixirs. even delving into the intricacies of vital energy circulation within the Dantian. Lin Fan found himself utterly lost, unable to comprehend a single word. He felt a surge of confidence, believing that, given the current timeline, those two individuals should have returned by now. Within a grand palace, a man clad in a cerulean and white robe, with a dark jade sword hanging from his waist, placed the divination talisman aside and strode purposefully towards the exit. In the celestial realm, at the enforcement division of Xianling Mountain, two figures appeared at the mountain gate. After undergoing identity verification, they simultaneously soared into the sanctum. Finally, they were free from the chaos they had left behind. These two individuals were the tentacled creature and the half-orc who had descended to the lower realm. It was only upon returning to their own doorstep that they felt a complete sense of relief, fearful that the enigmatic master might pursue them at any moment. Their plan was to enter seclusion for the next 300 years. As they returned to the hall, preparing to report on their duties, they noticed a figure in a green robe swiftly approaching them. Upon recognizing the individual, they hurriedly bowed in respect. "We pay our respects to Lord Xuanyu." A hint of trepidation enveloped them, for Lord Xuanyu was the supreme authority of the entire Xianling Mountain Division, a true master of the saint level. Once practitioners reach the saint venerable tier, they typically acquire a title of their own, such as a particular Taoist or saint venerable. Addressing someone of this rank by their given name is considered exceedingly disrespectful. The two could not fathom why such an esteemed figure would seek them out. Lord Xuanyu offered a faint smile. "I have heard that you recently descended to the lower realm and handled a case pertaining to the Sacred Sword's secret realm. I wish to delve into the particulars." Chapter 76, The End of the World? The two were somewhat perplexed. While it was customary to report on regular tasks, such inquiries from such a high-ranking individual were utterly unprecedented, due to the identity of the other party and the fact that it was not an unfavorable matter. They truthfully recounted the situation. The Celestial Master Xianyu nodded. "Do not assign this task. Let it remain in an active state. But you two need not be involved any longer. I shall take over this mission." "What?" The two were utterly astonished. Was a high-ranking figure truly planning to descend to the lower realm to confront that enigmatic expert? It seemed implausible. Everyone in the enforcement team was well aware that Xianyu belonged to the human race. Even if that mysterious expert in the lower realm were genuine, he would likely feign ignorance, right? Such tacit understanding was common knowledge. Who would send their own to confront their own? The two dared not inquire further nor voice their objections, waiting until Xianyu departed to exhale a sigh of relief. The thoughts of these prominent figures were indeed difficult to decipher. Perhaps he merely sought an excuse to venture into the lower realm. But that was of no concern to us. The half-orc revealed a sly smile, then reached behind him to retrieve a tome. Upon entering the Sacred Sword's secret realm, he had scanned the entire domain with his spiritual sense and truly discovered something remarkable, which he then seized from the void. The art of stellar manipulation. Although it appeared to have negative effects, it could indeed be entirely avoided. To reverse an opponent's attack trajectory directly within the same realm. What an astonishing ability. Although the two were merely at the 8th rank of Saint General, mastering this technique would grant them the power to contend even against a first-rank Saint General. It seems that we, as brothers, are destined to soar to great heights. Two individuals silently operated their mystical powers, yet in a realm beyond their perception. A wisp of dark energy stealthily began to emerge. Within the Sacred Sword's secret realm, an ancient voice let out an unnoticed chuckle. No one was aware that merely 3 days remained before the journey to the mortal realm. Lin Fan had already prepared his spatial ring, resolute in his intention to thoroughly indulge in the culinary delights of the mortal world. The spatial ring, a curious artifact, allowed one to retrieve items based on their status. But it was evident that mortal food bore no such stature, thus it could be taken freely. For Lin Fan, the spatial ring was akin to a Pro-Max refrigerator, an expansive storage facility that preserved the freshness of his provisions, a truly delightful prospect. He eagerly perused various intelligence reports regarding the Demon Clan while anticipating his upcoming venture to the mortal realm. However, unbeknownst to him, seated opposite his table was a man clad in a blue robe, equally intrigued by his presence. This was the revered ancestor of the human race, presumably Taoist Kun. The Xianyu Taoist offered a faint smile. Though he had not lifted his concealment, he believed that the other's prowess would enable him to discern his arrival. Indeed, no trace of cultivation could be perceived. To intrusively probe into the other's strength would be impolite. Thus, Xianyu Taoist refrained from such actions. Yet, the absence of any aura in the other's demeanor clearly indicated his formidable capabilities. He harbored no thoughts of revealing his identity. From the moment he decided to make this visit, he had resolved to maintain his discretion. He approached not as the head of the Xinqing Mountain Law Enforcement Division, but rather in the guise of a gossip gatherer at a social gathering deliberately concealing his true identity. Such an impromptu visit could be deemed impolite. I am Li. And in a sense, we are acquaintances of a different kind. Have there been any recent developments concerning those celestial demons? Lin Fan mused over the documents in his hands, noting that these demonic entities had recently taken on the demeanor of turtles retreating into their shells, unwilling to venture forth. He found this quite agreeable, hoping to avoid any significant confrontations. Patience is indeed a virtue. It remains to see who can endure the longest. As anticipated, there was still no word from the celestial demons. They continued their cautious silence. The esteemed Xian Yu Dao Jun fell into contemplation, pondering whether Kuan seemed rather pleased with this state of affairs. What exactly was he preparing? What strategies did he possess to contend with the celestial demons? Xian Yu Dao Jun resolved to inquire further. Dear Taoist Kuan, I am curious about your intentions for remaining in the lower realms. Lin Fan set aside the documents, revealing a smile that hinted at deeper meanings. He then retrieved a tribute offered by a disciple, deeming it suitable for his lunch that day. He had previously suggested they prepare something novel, hoping not to be disappointed this time. The offerings from these disciples had become rather repetitive, consisting solely of flaky pastries. Lin Fan was on the verge of feeling queasy from the monotony, so he subtly hinted to the little ones to prepare something different. He hoped these youths, already several decades old, would grasp his meaning. Novelty. The Taoist Lord Xian Yu fell into contemplation, pondering whether our previous methods of combating the celestial demons had become too cliché, to the extent that even he felt a sense of disappointment. Indeed, we have persistently targeted the celestial demons, yet if our efforts had truly borne fruit, we would not still be unable to eradicate their remnants completely. Lin Fan took a bite of the freshly served delicacy, only to have his expression abruptly shift. What is this? Why is it so spicy? It's mustard, damn it. He glanced into the dish and discovered that some nefarious individual had squeezed an enormous dollop of mustard into it. Is this what they call novelty? Woe betide whoever he catches doing this. What? The apocalypse? The Taoist Lord Xian Yu was taken aback. He indeed intended to inquire about intelligence regarding the celestial demons, but he never anticipated receiving such astonishing news. Although the celestial demons still had remnants that had not been eradicated, and they had indeed inflicted near catastrophic damage upon other races in the past, that was a tale from many years ago. Presently, the celestial demons are barely surviving under the onslaught of various races. How could they possibly pose a threat to them? How could the apocalypse truly occur? The Taoist Lord Xian Yu instinctively disbelieved this intelligence. Friend Kuan, are you certain? This is no jest. Yet, he observed that Lin Fan did not respond. But the gravity etched upon his face, even tinged with a hint of redness, indicated the seriousness of the situation. These rascals are far too careless. After Lin Fan uttered these words, he hastily soared out of the cave, seeking water that would not lead to his demise. The clear spring at the back mountain was an excellent choice. Xian Yu Dao Jun remained rooted in place, unable to regain his composure for quite some time. Chapter 77. The Savior is Born. Was he too careless? It was only when he finally came to his senses that he realized Lin Fan's figure had already vanished. With his prowess, he could have easily scanned the entire sect with his divine sense to locate him, but such an action would be utterly impolite and likely provoke disdain. What did he mean by the apocalypse and our lack of attentiveness? He suddenly recognized that even upon hearing the term apocalypse from his own ears, regardless of the weight of the individual who uttered it, he remained skeptical. This implied that even if the news were disseminated, the majority would likely dismiss it as a mere jest, ignoring it entirely, and questioning the sanity of the messenger. If this revelation were indeed a joke, that would be one thing. However, if it were true, it signified that even if people were forewarned, they would not prepare in advance, helplessly witnessing the end engulf everything. Xian Yu Dao Jun felt a chill of dread and simultaneously discerned another astounding fact. Just now, did Taoist Kuan fly past me? Even while employing true qi for flight, he had managed to conceal all traces of his presence. This was far beyond the realm of mere parity and strength. The Lord of Xian Yu was engulfed by a flicker of trepidation. Even while wielding his true energy, he could not discern the opponent's cultivation level. The individual before him was either a master of the Saint King rank or had mastered an exceptionally profound art of concealment. Even if it were the latter, it likely indicated that the opponent's cultivation was superior to his own. It is worth noting that the Lord of Xian Yu was already a third-tier Saint Monarch, with only a handful of beings surpassing him in strength. If it were the former, it was truly unfathomable to consider the implications of a Saint King personally descending to the lower realms. Could it truly signify the end of the world? A shiver ran down his spine. It had been millennia since he had felt such a sensation. What began as a mere intention to pay a visit to a fellow practitioner had now revealed a stark and harrowing reality. No, One must err on the side of caution regarding such matters. It is imperative to investigate even the faintest traces. Without hesitation, he teleported to the periphery of the sacred sword's secret realm. Drawing upon his formidable cultivation, he acted swiftly and breached the entrance. Boom! The formidable sword energy of the Saint Monarch grade surged forth, causing the Lord of Xianyu to change countenance in an instant. With his third-tier Saint Monarch prowess, he could easily fend off such an attack with a mere wave of his hand. Yet this incident confirmed a crucial point. This secret realm possessed the caliber of a Saint Monarch. A secret realm of such magnitude existed in the lower realms. Why had no intelligence regarding it ever circulated within the enforcement squad? No, it should not merely be classified as a Saint Monarch grade secret realm. It ought to be described as at least of that caliber. A secret realm of this level, even in the upper realms, is a rarity that occurs once in several millennia, a coveted treasure that attracts the attention of powerful figures. Its appearance in the lower realms utterly shattered the Lord of Xianyu's current worldview. Suddenly, he was struck by a question. Why had those two individuals failed to explicitly mention the matter of this secret realm during their report? Even if they were unable to discern that it was at least a sacred sovereign-level domain, their prowess should have allowed them to recognize it as a sacred general-level realm. Such a phenomenon would have been sufficiently suspicious in the lower realms, warranting a report to higher authorities. The expression on Lord Xianyu's face darkened. There were only two possible explanations. Either the two had chosen to conceal the truth for some reason, or their perceptions and memories had been erased. Regardless of the scenario, it was evidently dire. He did not proceed directly to the core area, as he resolved to adopt a contrarian approach to conventional thinking. Everyone knew that the most crucial elements of a secret realm were hidden within the core area, leading to a neglect of the peripheral zones. This could potentially be exploited by the realm's designer to conceal truly significant treasures. Lord Xianyu swiftly located the abyssal sword pavilion. Although its exterior did not exude any malevolent aura, he immediately perceived its true essence, recognizing that the blades were infused with an abundance of righteous energy, pure and untainted. Regrettably, the quality of these swords was rather low. Otherwise, he could have brought them back to enhance his sword array. With a twinge of regret, he continued onward and soon encountered the sword guardian. This ancient spirit, albeit somewhat weary, stood by a pile of rubble in a daze. Sensing the arrival of another presence, the sword guardian turned slightly. In his perception, the individual before him bore no trace of cultivation, appearing as an ordinary mortal. Indeed, it is inconceivable for mere mortals to have reached this point. The sword keeper immediately recognized that the individual before him was likely an immensely powerful cultivator, one whose true abilities he could not discern. It seemed that a sword had once resided here. The celestial jade Taoist, with just a fleeting glance at the shattered stones, arrived at such a conclusion. He was a genuine sword cultivator, his primary method of cultivation being the path of the sword god. And his innate weapon was a sacred sword of the sovereign class. At the sovereign level, his comprehension of the sword path could undoubtedly be deemed masterful, making it exceedingly rare to find anyone more adept than he. This is the sword of salvation, the sword keeper elucidated. It can only be drawn when the world faces a true cataclysm. Moreover, the one who wields it shall be the savior of the world. The celestial jade Taoist quietly attuned himself to the residual power lingering on the stones, faintly sensing the terrifying stature of the sword that once occupied this place. He began to believe, if only slightly, in the words of the sword keeper. The sword could only be drawn before the world's annihilation, serving as a weapon for salvation. The absence of the sword signified that it had already been taken away. Could it be that the apocalypse, as mentioned by Taoist Kuan, was truly imminent? A sudden wave of urgency surged from the depths of his heart, causing him to feel a pang of anxiety. Yet, as if struck by a realization, he managed to ease his tension a fraction. The removal of the sword of salvation not only hinted at the impending doom, but also indicated the emergence of a savior destined to rescue the world. And it seemed there was no need for extensive speculation regarding who among the lower realms possessed the qualification to wield this sword. Xianyu Daojun inquired with a tone that mingled uncertainty and conviction. Kuan, has the ancestral saint of the human race visited this place? The sword guardian offered no elaboration, merely nodding in affirmation. Indeed, at this moment, Xianyu Daojun found himself at a loss for words. Uncertain whether to rejoice or lament, he could only press on with another question. Did he say anything? Their words are quite peculiar. The sword guardian finally could not restrain his critique. They speak of nothing but absurdities. They claim that the glory of the sword is conferred by humanity, that the sword itself holds no intrinsic significance. Tell me, is this not a most heretical theory? Chapter 78. The way of the sword. The glory of the sword is conferred by humanity. Xianyu Daojun murmured to himself. Were such words uttered by an ordinary disciple, he would dismiss them with a mere smile. Yet, these words were spoken by a savior of unfathomable cultivation, compelling him to ponder deeply. He was not a product of the law enforcement team's training. Rather, he had joined the team only after attaining the rank of a saint sovereign, utilizing the resources within the team. He had devoted 10 millennia to finally transcend to the rank of saint monarch. Thus, long before he became the head of the law enforcement division, he had already made a name for himself, previously belonging to the Sword Spirit sect. Xianyu Daojun still vividly recalls how the Sword Spirit sect would place one exquisite spiritual sword after another into the scabbard, allowing one prodigy after another to draw the sword. The spiritual sword would acknowledge those of higher talent, recognizing those with whom it resonated more profoundly. Such individuals would become the focal points of the sect's cultivation efforts. Xianyu Daojun was indeed the most gifted among his cohort, having gained the recognition of the mightiest spiritual sword. With each breakthrough, the most formidable spirit sword corresponding to his level would become his new treasure. Behold, that is the genius recognized by the spirit sword. Look, that is the one chosen by the sword. Amidst such accolades, he ascended step by step, until his cultivation surpassed that of the sect leader, the venerable elders, and even the entirety of the sword spirit sect, before departing in search of a higher realm. I am the genius chosen by the sword. It has bestowed upon me glory. Until now, this has been his unwavering belief. Yet, just moments ago, he encountered a starkly contrasting perspective. The sword itself holds no glory. The glory belongs to its wielder, crafted by human hands and utilized by them. It is merely one of the many tools, utterly ordinary. The Lord of Xianyu vividly recalled how former disciples were deemed worthless for their inability to unsheath the spirit sword, oblivious to whether it was man who commanded the sword or the sword that commanded man. He clasped his head, instinctively resisting this theory. For every sword cultivator, the sword is paramount. How could it be merely an ordinary tool? Yet it is I whom my adversaries fear, not my sword. There exist individuals more formidable than I, who do not wield swords as their weapons. Ultimately, what is supreme, the sword or the self? The Lord of Xianyu exhaled deeply, feeling his heart and mind cleared, as if the barriers obstructing his vision had crumbled, revealing a new path of swordsmanship, one that diverged from the conventional. He was astonished by how profoundly Taoist Kuan had comprehended the way of the sword. His mastery in the way of the sword likely surpasses my own by a considerable margin. Perhaps it is no longer appropriate to refer to him as a fellow practitioner. I should rather address him as a senior. Haha, having listened to his swordsmanship, I now realize how ludicrous my previous convictions were. The Xianyu Daojun has started to sense a loosening of the constraints that bind him in his sword techniques, yet he remains unable to take that crucial step. Since a predecessor with such profound expertise in swordplay stands before him, why not seek his guidance? In the realm of cultivation, it has always been the case that the accomplished serve as mentors, an immutable truth throughout the ages. Truly, one worthy of the recognition of the sword of salvation. Oh wait, it is not that he has gained the sword of salvation's acknowledgement. Rather, he has chosen the sword of salvation. The hope for salvation lies not in the sword itself, but in the Savior, a realization that Xianyu Daojun has only now come to fully grasp. As he watches the figure before him fade away, the guardian of the sword twitches his lips. Are all these individuals becoming increasingly eccentric as their cultivation deepens? Report to the holy ancestor. There has been no movement from the demon clan. It is confirmed that this journey is safe, and we may now proceed. Lin Fan, on this mission, not only ventures forth personally, but also brings along Dispai and an elder of the 9th tier of heaven, accompanied by 5 ordinary practitioners of heaven, as well as an unspecified number of those from the earth and human realms. Leaving the Saint Realm puppet to guard should pose no significant issues, as that entity represents the true might of the vast Holy Land. At long last, we can venture out. I hope this time no unforeseen complications arise. As Dispai gazed at Lin Fan, whose 10 fingers were adorned with an array of spatial rings, he could not help but feel a surge of anxiety. He pondered what grand endeavor the holy ancestor was preparing for. Lin Fan initially believed that his grand entourage would take several days to reach their destination. But to his astonishment, a few teleportation arrays later, they encountered only a brief delay before arriving on the very same day. Indeed, practitioners of the way of cultivation are often unreasonable. The first mortal realm they arrived at was ruled by an emperor of the human race. Yet he possessed no cultivation whatsoever, existing entirely as a mere mortal. This arrangement adhered to the unspoken rule between cultivators and the royal family. An emperor must never be a practitioner. While the emperor served as the ostensible ruler of the nation, the true authority always resided with the cultivators lurking in the shadows. The nation's military was scant, for the armies composed of mortals proved of little utility. The emperor merely needed to harbor a few powerful practitioners within the palace, their worth surpassing that of thousands of soldiers. These practitioners were often sent by sects as watchers, simultaneously acting as guardians of order. Lin Fan was assigned to the most opulent palace, yet he did not encounter the emperor of this realm. For these mortal monarchs were deemed unworthy of an audience with the venerable ancestors of the Holy Land. They were even unqualified to stand before any celestial realm expert. Any overseer of the earthly realm would be addressed as a mortal lord in their presence. As Lin Fan discreetly transferred most of the exquisite dishes sent to him into his spatial rings, he reclined upon the grand bed in the palace, inwardly reflecting that this was far more comfortable than that dilapidated cave dwelling, were it not for a multitude of trivial matters. He would have preferred to conceal his identity and lead a leisurely life as a prince among mortals, savoring the joys of existence. Saint Ancestor, may I enter? Upon hearing Despai's voice, Lin Fan promptly ceased his activity of stowing items into the spatial ring. After a brief tidying up, he gestured for the guest to enter. Despai surveyed the barren table and remarked, "These mortals are utterly lacking in decorum. Although we disdain their earthly fare, the absence of any preparations is simply unacceptable. Is it not time to replace this emperor?" However, he secretly thought that the food from the mortal realm was rather enjoyable. Lin Fan offered an awkward smile. "I believe that is unnecessary. If that emperor were to discover he was ousted for such trivial reasons, he might very well meet a tragic end. This palace, devoid of any spiritual energy, was merely a place to make do." Despai took a seat across from him. "I humbly ask the ancestor to endure this harsh environment. We shall return immediately upon completing our business. In truth, I could linger a while longer, truly. Ahem, I am rather indifferent to this so-called harsh environment. If possible, I would even consider transporting the bed here back to my own abode." Chapter 79. There is a genius among them. Despai could only lament how the esteemed ancestor remained excessively benevolent toward these mortals, yet refrained from elaborating further. The interests of great figures are their own concern. However, excessive chatter would certainly become a burden. I hope that among these mortals, there exists a sufficiently brilliant genius who may become your direct disciple. Haha. One can only hope. Learning cultivation from him would be akin to learning to play football from Hawking. And Lin Fan thought it best not to lead astray the young minds. What if, when his disciples came seeking guidance, he had to respond with, "Are you familiar with the system?" That contraption is far more effective than any mental technique. Clearing his throat, he swiftly diverted the conversation. "What are the others doing now?" The elders above the terrestrial realm were resting in their chambers, while the managers and disciples below that realm were attending the emperor's banquet in the palace. What is this? They are all indulging in fine delicacies at a banquet? Lin Fan felt a surge of indignation at this group of rascals for engaging in such merriment without inviting their esteemed ancestor. Moreover, the emperor displayed a complete lack of discernment, extending invitations only to lowly managers and disciples, neglecting to summon a figure of his stature. However, he soon grasped the underlying reason. Sending a few from the terrestrial realm was already a significant concession. It was not that the emperor had no desire to invite him, but rather that he lacked the courage and the right to do so. What audacity would it be for a mere mortal emperor to invite a revered ancestor from a sacred lineage? Such an act would only lead one to question the emperor's sanity, possibly resulting in his downfall and being branded as arrogant and ignorant. Ahem, take me to the banquet. Lin Fan resolved that now that he had finally ventured into the mortal realm, he must witness firsthand the extravagant lifestyle of these feudal nobles, for in his past life, he could only glean insights from history textbooks, never having the opportunity to behold it with his own eyes. Despair momentarily paused, pondering the presence of the Saint Ancestor at a mere mortal's banquet. "What could possibly pique your interest, my lord? If you desire company, I could summon a few elders to share a drink with you." "Bah, drink that kind of spiritual liquor you prepared? Are you attempting to explode my very being?" "Worry not, I have my own intentions." Through prolonged interactions with these individuals, Lin Fan had firmly established one undeniable truth. His formidable persona had become deeply entrenched in their minds. Initially, he harbored concerns that any irrational actions might raise suspicions and unveil his true identity. However, such apprehensions were now rendered moot. When he first arrived, doubts were reasonable, but should they still linger now, it would imply that his tenure as an ancestor had been utterly futile. "Very well, I shall accompany you." Despair had always suspected that the Saint Ancestor's purpose for descending to the mortal realm transcended mere talent selection. Thus, any eccentric behavior from the latter would seem entirely justifiable in his eyes. What could the Saint Ancestor be contemplating? Surely, the imperial banquet would feature enchanting dancers? Each pondering their thoughts, they departed the chamber, albeit too late to witness the festivities, which were nearing their conclusion. Lin Fan let out a faint sigh. sending the emperor into a frenzied state of terror, nearly prompting him to kneel in abject supplication. Immortal, I beg your forgiveness, I beg your forgiveness. Although he was unaware of Lin Fan's precise identity, it was evident that he surpassed all who had previously appeared, a mortal incurring the ire of a cultivator. Even if that mortal were an emperor, could swiftly lead to dire consequences. Observing the old fellow, whose face was awash with tears and snot, nearly begging for sympathy, Lin Fan swiftly withdrew his leg. All right, I never intended to hold you accountable. Why the agitation? The emperor promptly rose, seeking to accommodate the two with a private room, replete with the most opulent delicacies. Although termed a private chamber, it was astonishingly spacious, resembling a secluded courtyard. The noise was quite overwhelming. Dispay could not help but shake his head. Indeed, he found it difficult to acclimate to the excessive enthusiasm of mortals. A tranquil atmosphere, akin to that of the sect, would be far more agreeable. Master, there is truly no need for you to partake of the offerings here, for you owe no courtesy to anyone present. Just as Lin Fan stuffed a piece of unfamiliar meat into his mouth, he nearly choked, managing only an awkward smile in response. Haha, since it has been served, it would be a shame to waste it. To be candid, the banquet in the palace did not surpass his expectations in terms of flavor. The seasonings of this era were evidently less sophisticated than those of his previous life. Nonetheless, it was undoubtedly a vast improvement over the tributes delivered by the disciples of the sect. He resolved to bring back a substantial amount of food, ensuring that he would not have to contemplate sustenance for several months. Esteemed immortals, the emperor entered with a sycophantic grin. I am aware that our humble fare may not suit your refined palates. Hence I have arranged for some entertainment. Bring those beasts forth, swiftly, one by one. Shackled and still in their tender youth, the children were dragged forth. The emperor commanded his subordinates to unshackle them, then distributed weapons, ordering them to engage in a deadly struggle. Today, only one of you shall survive. Whoever pleases the immortal shall dine well tonight. So hurry and take action. Both Lin Fan and Dispai furrowed their brows simultaneously, evidently taken aback by the emperor's banquet, which they had anticipated to be a mere feast, only to be confronted with such brutality. Dispai interjected, Are you truly intending to let them fight to the death here? Indeed, the emperor hurriedly replied, as if it were akin to a cricket fight, where no one could predict the victor. Isn't it rather entertaining? I do not wish to witness bloodshed whilst partaking in my meal. Lin Fan waved his hand. Leave these few individuals with me. You may take your leave. The emperor nodded vigorously, aware that certain immortals possessed peculiar tastes, and dared not inquire further, hastily exiting the scene. These mortals truly live in comfort. Dispai could not help but remark, such matters could not have been recently devised. It suggests that even at the brink of human life and death, these beings are still preoccupied with devising ways to torment their kin. What else can they do? Serve as cannon fodder on the battlefield? Lin Fan fell into a brief contemplation. Indeed, he could easily rescue these unfortunate souls before him, a mere trifling act for him. Yet, he could not save every wretched being in this world, and thus could only sigh. He had long transcended the naive fervor of blindly playing the hero. Just as he contemplated assigning these individuals to menial tasks in the vast sacred land, an epiphany struck him. Wait a moment. An unparalleled ancestor discovering a downtrodden youth. This is undoubtedly the perfect opening for a captivating narrative. According to the conventions of such tales, there must certainly be a protagonist and a genius among them. Chapter 80. A distorted civilization. I shall escort these individuals back to my quarters for further examination. You may return for now, Lin Fan instructed, allowing Dispai to depart first. With a face full of skepticism, Dispai approached the doorway and gestured toward the shadows, prompting the immediate appearance of a subordinate from the lower realms, who bowed respectfully. Elder D, how may I assist you? Investigate the backgrounds of these newly acquired servants and ensure that every detail is meticulously uncovered. Leave no stone unturned. Understood. Could those who attracted the attention of the sacred ancestor be mere ordinary individuals? Dispai even speculated that the venerable ancestor's visit this evening was solely to seek out these particular individuals. They were well aware of the great ancestor's extraordinary foresight, making it entirely reasonable for him to possess such prescience. The decision not to disclose these matters was merely a standard protocol, yet it did not preclude him from conducting his own inquiries. Meanwhile, Lin Fan discreetly stored all the food within his spatial ring, casually acquiring several bottles of fine wine. The unfortunate little ones, oblivious to the intricacies at play, could only marvel at the miraculous powers of the immortal, which allowed so many items to vanish into thin air. Follow me, he beckoned. Lin Fan yearned to emulate those esteemed predecessors, to seize the shoulders of these little ones and initiate a collective instantaneous teleportation. Alas, he found himself to be but a novice among novices, and such grandiose aspirations remained mere fantasies. The pitiable little creatures trembled in apprehension, trailing behind him with anxious expressions, neither daring to flee nor to ingratiate themselves. The wrath of an immortal could befall the commoners without justification, and sometimes, merely uttering a sound could provoke their ire. They were acutely aware of this harsh reality. Sensing the oppressive atmosphere, Lin Fan glanced around, noticing the absence of others, and feigned indifference as he inquired, "How did you all come to be here?" Understanding the background of a protagonist is of utmost importance. Drawing from Lin Fan's experiences in his previous life filled with exhilarating tales, he believed that a person's talent inversely correlated with the number of their living relatives. Those who had lost their parents, or perhaps whose entire clan had been annihilated, were particularly favored in the realm of cultivation. The little followers trailing behind him were evidently taken aback by his unexpected query. Shouldn't immortals be aloof and indifferent? Why would they concern themselves with the lives of commoners? Yet, out of fear of the immortal, they dared not remain silent. Eventually, the boldest among them spoke up, his voice quivering so violently that his words came out in fragmented bursts, tinged with a soft, childlike timbre. Though it was unclear whether it was fear or malnutrition that muddled his articulation, we are all captured prisoners of war." Prisoners of war? Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback, causing his footsteps to slow, which alarmed those behind him, fearing they might be executed on the spot by the immortal. However, Lin Fan was lost in contemplation. The neighboring nations surrounding this country were all under the dominion of the human race, thus internal strife was unlikely. Where could these captives have been procured? Moreover, among these children, the eldest appeared to be no more than 13 or 14 years old, and the younger ones had yet to reach school age. He found it exceedingly difficult to associate these individuals with the term prisoners of war. To clarify, he coughed lightly, assuring them, "Do not be afraid. I will not suddenly sever your heads." One of the children elaborated, "It is because His Majesty wishes to expand his harem. He seeks those who are, well." The child seemed unable to articulate the latter part of the sentence. And another took over, "His Majesty desires to find young ladies who are already married." What a shocking revelation. This emperor certainly bore resemblance to a tyrant of old. Through Lin Fan's relentless inquiries, the children, each contributing their part, finally managed to elucidate the tangled narrative. It was evident that this emperor was far from a wise ruler. On the contrary, he was utterly debauched and tyrannical. The abduction of common women was merely one of the more ordinary episodes in his outrageous exploits. This emperor had nearly plunged the entire nation into chaos based on his whims. A vast number of people were brutally slaughtered for various reasons, and many had even become mere playthings for the amusement of the royal family and nobility. Such actions evidently provoked resistance across various regions. Soon, insurrections erupted, with even underage children thrust into the battlefield, all yearning to overthrow the emperor's reign. Alas, the cultivator's sword energy shattered the rebels' dreams. Although this emperor possessed no governance skills, he excelled in one particular endeavor, assiduously ingratiating himself with the cultivators behind him. Much like his previous ease in gathering a group of slaves to stage performances among the nobility, his adeptness suggested that this was not his first experience. What led him to conclude that immortals enjoyed such displays? The answer to this question appears rather straightforward. In this moment, Lin Fan truly comprehended the underlying rules of this world. The emperor need not be a skilled ruler nor command a formidable army. As long as he could win the favor of the immortal sects behind him, no matter how much he ravaged the nation or governed with folly and tyranny, he could ensure the dynasty's continuation for generations to come. The cultivators wielded immense magical power, capable of soaring through the skies, transmitting messages over vast distances, obliterating cities with a mere gesture, and scanning large areas with their divine perception. Meanwhile, many impoverished commoners could scarcely afford the most rudimentary oil lamps, and a single unconscious action could lead to them having their legs broken, left to starve in some dark corner. The juxtaposition of advancement and regression wove a grotesque civilization. The stark contrast between the upper and lower echelons formed this distorted world, where the cultivator's power was overwhelmingly strong, rendering mortals utterly powerless to resist, thus preventing the emergence of a new order. "You few shall remain by my side as attendants from now on." Lin Fan merely sighed, pondering whether it was easy to save a few individuals casually, yet could he rescue an entire nation? Could he save all the inhabitants of the celestial realm? What of the denizens of the lower realms? Furthermore, could he alter the fate of the upper realm? Tragedy is an everlasting presence, however. There is no need to lament over its indelible existence, nor to overlook the beauty that lies beyond these tragedies. Every fragment of goodness is worthy of being diligently crafted by our own hands. Is that truly the case? The children appeared somewhat timid, for in their eyes, being a servant to an immortal was far from a blessing. To be perpetually by an immortal's side implied the constant risk of inciting their wrath. and the immortals had no need for justification when it came to dealing with the common folk. Yet, they dared not voice their fears and could only silently follow behind. Not everyone's destiny rests within their own grasp. At the dark end of the corridor, the enigmatic Xian Yu Daojun leaned against the wall, his gaze coolly fixed upon the direction Lin Fan had departed. He exuded an aura of utter stillness, as if he had melded into the profound darkness itself. He remained silent for an extended period, not uttering a word. It seemed he lightly stirred the sword in his hand. Yet at the moment it was about to be drawn, he restrained it once more. This night, like many others, unfolded with no incident. Chapter 81. To avoid detection. I became the leader. Dispai furrowed his brow as he examined the report in his hands. These individuals were war captives abducted by the emperor, seemingly all from the same locale. A multitude of insurgents had been incited, only to be buried by the practitioners backing the emperor. The emperor dispatched troops to clear the bodies, yet no one knew how they were to be disposed of. Surprisingly, the high-ranking officials of the insurgents were nearly exterminated. Yet the original instigator remains elusive, their whereabouts still unknown. According to later accounts, the emperor captured a multitude of mortal women to fill his harem. But after indulging in the company of only a few, he ceased to pay them any further attention, eventually neglecting to provide sustenance, allowing them to perish in the cold palace. It is not shocking that a tyrannical and inept emperor would commit such absurdities. However, the persistent investigations by Dispai increasingly pointed towards this emperor, plunging him into deep contemplation. What, indeed, is the holy ancestor contemplating? For the time being, he has no intention of taking action against this emperor, even actively attending banquets, indicating that the moment for confrontation is not yet ripe. After instructing his subordinates to continue their thorough investigations, Dispai promptly tapped his forehead, redirecting his focus to another matter, the imminent genius selection. This event could potentially yield the holy ancestor's direct disciple, a prospect of utmost importance. The holy ancestor must be deeply concerned about securing his own disciple. At this moment, Lin Fan was masquerading as a commoner while attending the market in the capital, having long forgotten matters concerning direct disciples. Ahem. It seems he is not merely pretending to be a commoner. He has won at heart to avoid any unnecessary complications. He disguised himself as the son of an ordinary wealthy family in the capital, accompanied by two rather unremarkable guards. Indeed, both of these guards possess formidable strength at the earthly realm, perhaps even older than the history of this nation itself. The holy ancestor is truly remarkable for personally venturing out to gather intelligence. He is undoubtedly the most affable among the leaders of all the great powers. The two guards reflected on this as they closely followed Lin Fan, who felt entirely at ease with such formidable protectors capable of annihilating this country. The entertainment industry in this era is hardly developed. Right. For these lower-class citizens, merely surviving is a feat, let alone having spare funds for entertainment. As Lin Fan strolled through the marketplace, he noticed a man clad in a purple-patterned black robe seated in a small pavilion by a pond, delicately sipping tea before casting his gaze in Lin Fan's direction. What sort of display is this? It's as if he has "I am the villain" inscribed upon his face. Lin Fan couldn't help but scoff, yet curiosity piqued within him. With two formidable masters at his back, he approached without trepidation. "It appears you were waiting for me. Do we know each other?" Without hesitation, Lin Fan took a seat opposite the man, while his two guards stood vigilantly behind him, regarding the man with a mixture of caution and disdain. "We certainly know each other, or perhaps not entirely," the man in the black robe replied slowly. "I am one of the leaders of the demon clan, Drelson. I believe the holy ancestor has heard my name." Fortunately, Drelson did not serve Lin Fan a cup of tea beforehand. Otherwise, Lin Fan would have undoubtedly sprayed the beverage upon hearing that name. What on earth is happening? Who can enlighten him on the situation? Why has he encountered the leader of the demon clan so casually in the mortal realm? What could possibly be amiss here? Surely, one cannot be this unfortunate. The expressions of the two guardians changed dramatically. They were about to draw their treasures to confront the threat when they realized they were utterly immobilized. This was the insurmountable chasm created by a vast disparity in realms. Yet, they did not succumb to panic, for both remembered the identity of the person seated before them. That was the ancestor of humanity, a master who transcended the sacred realm. Observing the ancestor sitting there with an air of indifference, seemingly dismissing the demon clan leader entirely, was a sight of such ease and tranquility that it instantly reassured the two guardians. Lin Fan stood there, completely bewildered. Hey. If I encounter the demon clan leader, how should I retaliate? I'm waiting online, urgently." The atmosphere on the scene seemed to freeze for a second or two, and then Dresson's face suddenly fell. "Ancestor, do you not remember me? Before your slumber, you assigned me to infiltrate the demon clan as an undercover agent. But later I lost contact with you and had no other contacts to relay information. To prevent my identity from being exposed, I could only cultivate in silence. And who would have thought I would inadvertently break through to the sacred realm and become the leader? But that is of little importance now. Upon hearing of your awakening, I have long sought an opportunity to visit you and finally found a suitable excuse to come to the front lines, where I learned of your whereabouts. Lin Fan couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Hey, is his whereabouts something one can casually inquire about? The promotional efforts of these individuals are indeed quite ostentatious. Yet, the crux of the matter lies elsewhere. In essence, that esteemed figure, the ninth holy ancestor of the human race, had arranged for spies to infiltrate the demon clan before his slumber, and now one has astonishingly ascended to the position of leader? What an absurd turn of events. Is it truly necessary for one to masquerade as the chief to conceal their identity? However, upon further reflection, it appears rather plausible. There are indeed numerous high-ranking officials among the human race who are spies for the demon clan. Some have even been inadvertently exposed by him in the past. It stands to reason that the upper echelons of the demon clan also harbor human spies. Throughout the protracted 8,000-year war between humans and demons, if the human race lacked such a level of infiltration, they would have long been eradicated and unable to endure to the present day. Thus, while the number of spies within the demon clan may be fewer than those on the opposite side, it is inconceivable that there would be none, especially not a single high-ranking official. Considering this, it seems almost comprehensible that one such high-ranking individual, through a series of fortuitous events, could break through to the holy realm. Though still astonishing, is not entirely beyond reason. The gazes of the two guardians were filled with reverence. It turns out that the holy ancestor had orchestrated such a strategy long before entering seclusion. Truly, he is deserving of his title. Meanwhile, these foolish demons remain intent on cultivating human elders as spies, unaware that their own leader has become one. Behold, this illustrates the disparity in ranks. Ha. Lin Fan revealed a hint of an awkward smile. It was evident that this individual before him was originally sent by the holy ancestor himself. Yet this impostor bore no related memories whatsoever. He was unaware of the specific handover signals and had no knowledge of the tasks assigned to the other party. Even his mannerisms were riddled with flaws. This was evidently not good news. Chapter 82. The 25th Agent in Action, a clandestine agent of the Saint Realm level. As per all existing records, is indeed a rarity. At this moment, Lin Fan felt a profound admiration for that now-deceased ninth saint ancestor of humanity. That individual was truly remarkable. Such an undercover agent is undoubtedly beneficial for the human race. Yet for Lin Fan, it might not be the case. If his identity were to be exposed, the delicate balance currently in place could shatter in an instant. Ahem. You are not the genuine ninth saint ancestor who assigned me this task, are you? Perhaps we should engage in a more candid conversation. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan felt a cold sweat break out on his forehead. Had this fool directly unveiled his identity? No, the two guards behind him seemed completely oblivious, indicating that this individual was using mental sound transmission, and the situation had not yet deteriorated to the worst possible outcome. Considering that the two formidable guardians appeared to serve little purpose before such an adept, he decided to dismiss them for the sake of confidentiality. Naturally, they did not perceive any impropriety in this action, as the saint ancestor was present who could possibly pose a threat to him. Once only the two remained. Lin Fan slowly spoke. It seems you possess quite a keen insight. He was no fool. Based on the honorifics used by the other party and their consistently displayed demeanor, he appeared to have grasped a particular truth. Discovering that he is not the original holy ancestor and realizing that he is merely a mortal devoid of any cultivation are two entirely different matters. The revelation of one does not necessarily imply the simultaneous exposure of the other. It is quite evident that this foolish individual before me has indulged in some unnecessary associations. And surprisingly, the outcome appears to be somewhat favorable. Dreesen nodded in agreement, stating that by observing the details, one could easily arrive at this conclusion. Easily, indeed. He was able to reach this conclusion solely because he had heard it from Cavero. It seems you are faring quite well. Lin Fan assumed a relaxed demeanor. Yet I am curious, as a member of the demon race, how was the previous individual able to win you over? Perhaps you are mistaken. Dreesen's tone wavered slightly, but he ultimately continued, stating that thousands of years ago, he was not part of the demon race. Not part of the demon race. Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback. If Dreesen were not a demon, it would not be too outrageous for him to have cultivated to the holy realm. But how could one who is not of the demon race possibly be allowed to become one of its leaders? Initially, to infiltrate the demon race, I practiced their secret techniques and disguised myself with demonic energy, which could certainly deceive those of lesser cultivation, a common tactic employed by spies. However, as I lost contact with that individual, and without further concealed resources, I was compelled to fully embrace demonic cultivation, enhancing my own abilities to appear more authentic. Thus, evading detection, Dreesen shrugged, his expression seemingly one of resignation. Subsequently, as you can see, I have now transformed into a true demon, and I even exhibit a strong aversion to righteousness. Lin Fan was left speechless. Within the brevity of this conversation, he seemed to grasp an utterly absurd realization. In the collective understanding of all, humans and demons are two races that, despite their similar appearances, are fundamentally distinct. Yet, why is it that humans, upon cultivating demonic arts, can completely metamorphose into demons? If demons were to dare practice human techniques, could they not, over the span of several millennia, genuinely evolve into humans? The secrets between these two races appear to be astonishingly profound, leaving Lin Fan momentarily astounded. However, he was also acutely aware of another unsettling truth. Over the course of tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of years, had no one ever uncovered this fact? Yet, it is certain that no one has ever disclosed such a revelation. I understand now. Dreesen did not elaborate further. Merely cradling his chin with his hands, I have another question. After joining the demon faction, I perused numerous documents, yet I remain baffled by a fundamental issue. Why have humans and demons become mortal enemies? What prompted our conflict? In the annals of recorded history, I found no mention of this. The war between humans and demons that erupted 8,000 years ago ignited the flames of animosity between the two races. Yet, to this day, it seems no one knows the true cause of this enmity. It is undeniable that the lifespan of an ordinary saint does not exceed 8,000 years. Hence, the current leaders of both races, including Cavalro, are not among the original combatants. The 10 leaders of the demon clan and the 9 grand ancestors of the human race, for a considerable duration, had some members existing merely in the form of spirit tablets, awaiting successors from future generations. I shall endeavor to uncover the truth, declared Dreesen, adding that should any significant discoveries arise along the way, he would relay the intelligence to me. This includes all the crucial information I have amassed over these several millennia. Although some of it may be outdated, I will ensure it is delivered to you in due course. Lin Fan nodded, not rejecting the most formidable undercover agent in history. He discerned the other's subtle intentions. Had Dreesen genuinely wished to defect, he would have returned to the human side with intelligence at the onset of his appearance. However, it was only after the human race had gained the upper hand that this potent undercover agent presented himself before Lin Fan. Both parties were astute, and many matters need not be elaborated upon. Dreesen could serve as a human informant or remain a leader of the demon clan. Millennia are sufficient to transform a person, including their loyalties. Only interests remain eternal. For instance, recently, numerous demons have covertly communicated with humans, seeking to defect to their side. Lin Fan had even received several pieces of intelligence from various undercover agents, currently verifying their authenticity. I look forward to our next meeting. With that, Dreesen's figure vanished as he teleported away. Shortly thereafter, Dreesen strolled through the temporary encampment of the demon clan, observing the bustling activity around him, and exhaled deeply. In these times, being an undercover agent is no easy task. One of the demons fixed his gaze upon Dreesen's retreating form, then sidestepped into a room, promptly shutting the door behind him. This demon first surveyed his surroundings before producing paper and pen. Your exalted ancestor, today I observed the demon leader, Dreesen, behaving rather furtively. It is uncertain what his intentions might be. You must exercise caution and take preventive measures. Upon completing the letter, he swiftly tucked it away and left the room with an air of secrecy, only to collide headlong with another individual, failing to notice the path ahead. To his astonishment, both men tumbled to the ground. Alarmed at the prospect of his identity being revealed, he hastily cast his gaze downward, eager to retrieve the 2 letters. Wait, why are there 2 letters? Their eyes met, and an awkward silence enveloped the air. Indeed, being an undercover agent in these times is a challenging endeavor. Chapter 83. It is decided, you shall be the chosen disciple. Today marks a significant occasion. It is the day when the vast and magnificent sacred land finally selects its prodigies for the first time. This event holds a meaning distinct from all previous ones. In the past, the sacred land struggled for survival, and those who entered were often doomed to become mere cannon fodder, with a bleak future ahead. However, the situation has changed. Under the leadership of the sagacious and formidable ancestor, the sacred land is flourishing. If one does not seize this opportunity now, when will they? Observing the emperor directing his subordinates in a flurry to prepare the venue, Lin Fan shot him a disdainful glance. Though he may not wield the power to effect monumental changes in this world, replacing an emperor is quite effortless. Yet, there is no rush. It is prudent to extract the last vestiges of value from this man. Dispai leapt into the palace, casting a similar glance at the emperor, who appeared servile. Before bowing respectfully to Lin Fan to report, "Ancestor, all preliminary preparations have been completed. You may make your appearance now." As he leaned in closer, he whispered softly, "I hope there is a direct disciple worthy of your approval." Lin Fan's expression darkened. Why was he unable to get past the hurdle of finding a direct disciple? Perhaps he could simply select someone at random to satisfy the requirements, as they were merely there to enhance his facade. Indeed, this saintly ancestor was merely a figurehead, and his disciples were also there for show. It truly resembled a master-disciple relationship. Upon pushing open the grand hall's door, he beheld a formation of nearly 1,000 individuals outside, those who had passed the preliminary screenings, each possessing at least a hint of potential for greatness. Although Lin Fan once believed that as long as one could comprehend the fundamental principles of cultivation, even a pig could attain the third realm of human cultivation, reality proved far less optimistic. Firstly, the content inscribed within the foundational principles was not composed of simple, easily grasped characters. It was not something that could be understood through mere visual perception. To truly grasp this knowledge required profound insight. Thus, those standing before the grand hall must meet two essential criteria. Firstly, they must be able to comprehend the basic principles of cultivation, not necessarily to operate them successfully within their bodies, but at the very least to understand the essence of what was inscribed. Secondly, they must possess a certain social standing. Otherwise, they would lack the qualifications to enter the palace, to participate in the assessment, and might not even be able to read the most basic characters. Indeed, although this was a broad talent selection process, the harsh truth remained. True geniuses might have already perished in some forgotten alleyway, never having had the opportunity to present themselves before the eyes of the cultivators. Dispai leaned in once more, inquiring, "Saint Ancestor, do you discern any individuals among them with particularly high talent?" Lin Fan scanned the crowd and found himself utterly bewildered. He could discern nothing of significance. To him, were they not all merely human? What truly differentiates one individual from another? By what means could one possibly discern the true extent of a person's innate talent? Ah, wait. That fellow over there, summon him forth. Lin Fan's gaze swiftly traversed the crowd below, suddenly alighting upon a particularly striking figure. This individual donned a long robe of azure and white, a long sword hanging at his waist, adorned with intricate engravings that Lin Fan could not comprehend, yet evidently possessed an air of magnificence. Moreover, this person was not lacking in appearance. Perhaps he was merely half a point inferior to Lin Fan himself. Such an aura rendered him exceptionally conspicuous amidst the throng, an anomaly that would be difficult to overlook. Indeed, Lin Fan abruptly came to a realization. Since I require someone to make an impression, why set the bar so high? Seeking an individual of remarkable talent might only delay their progress. Thus, it would be wiser to find someone who could dazzle, someone who could impress. Observe this fellow. Clad as if he were a celestial being, clearly adept at the art of pretense. Just look at that bearing. Had Lin Fan not learned from Dispai that this individual possessed no cultivation whatsoever, he might have mistaken him for an extraordinary figure. Yes, the holy ancestor. Dispai regarded the figure in the azure robe, and truthfully, he felt no trace of talent emanating from him. However, since the holy ancestor had spoken, all would surely unfold without issue. In an instant, he materialized beside the individual, a faint smile gracing his lips. "The holy ancestor wishes to meet you. Whether you seize this opportunity rests solely upon your own abilities." The surrounding crowd stirred with a mixture of envious and jealous glances. Yet the figure in the azure robe merely nodded with an air of composure, displaying not a hint of fluster. Lin Fan could not help but secretly commend him. This individual truly possessed the art of pretense. Indeed, the vast and desolate sacred land desperately required such a skilled performer. The venerable Xianyu Daojun, after witnessing the other's unique comprehension of the sword path, hastened to follow his trail, once more encountering the profound compassion that radiated from him. He had come to a profound realization that the other's cultivation and mental state far surpassed his own, rendering the address of senior wholly appropriate. Thus, he resolved to abandon any pretense of concealment, foregoing any impolite behaviors, and chose to approach in his true form to seek counsel on matters of the sword. However, inexplicably, he found himself ushered into the ranks of the crowd, leading him to this very place. The sensation of mingling with these mortals was deeply unsettling, almost sacrilegious to Xianyu Daojun. Yet, he recalled Lin Fan's actions that fateful night. Those children, evidently more sullied, had not been cast aside. Perhaps it was merely the body that bore filth, while the spirit remained eternally pure. Might the arrangement of his prolonged association with these mundane beings be the profound intention of that venerable figure? An inkling stirred within Xianyu Daojun. The shackles that had bound him for years seemed to show signs of loosening. He needed but a catalyst, a pivotal opportunity for breakthrough. Senior. The two individuals locked eyes, and he merely inclined his hands in a slight salute. In his view, such a gesture posed no issue, after all. He was a formidable master of the Saint's sovereign level. Even when meeting a predecessor, there was no need to overly diminish his stature. However, the nearby practitioners deemed this young man excessively arrogant. A mere mortal, paying respects to the Saint ancestor, could not even perform a proper kneeling bow. No matter. Lin Fan gazed contentedly at the individual before him. This was indeed a professional capable of enduring the trials of grand occasions, truly deserving of his expertise. He had seamlessly immersed himself in the role. Would you be willing to become my direct disciple? At that moment, everyone was astounded, including Lord Xinyu himself. He had merely sought guidance on matters concerning the sword path. Becoming a disciple was one thing, but a direct disciple. It was unheard of for a master of the Saint's sovereign level to take someone under their wing as a direct disciple. After all, they were already at the level of establishing their own sects. Dispai murmured in disbelief. Such an impudent lad, devoid of manners, has actually caught the Saint ancestor's eye. Designated as a direct disciple. This is, cough, cough. One must not question the Saint ancestor's decision. One must not question the Saint ancestor's decision. A question mark gradually appeared on Lord Xianyu's forehead. What does this mean? Chapter 84, Exceeding Talent. Should I become the predecessor's direct disciple? Wait, perhaps I am overthinking this matter. Lord Xianyu contemplated. The current predecessor, acting in the capacity of the human race's Saint ancestor, was inherently a facade. Thus, the disciples gathered under false identities are, of course, mere illusions themselves. These identities merely facilitate their interactions and activities. It is indeed thoughtful of the elder to have prepared a persona for my endeavors in the mortal realm in advance. The Xianyu Daoju nodded in acknowledgement, performing a gesture of respect befitting a junior. Disciple pays homage to the master. To be candid, this display of reverence appeared exceedingly disrespectful to the onlookers. After all, as a direct disciple, one would expect to address the revered ancestor as master or venerable teacher, rather than simply teacher. The weight of these titles is profoundly different. Yet, Lin Fan himself uttered no objections. And the surrounding spectators refrained from voicing their thoughts, albeit their impression of this newly appointed direct disciple was less than favorable. Lin Fan nodded and casually inquired, "What is your name?" Name? This question momentarily stumped the Xianyu Daojun. Since ascending to the status of saint, he had only employed his Dao title in interactions, having long forsaken the use of his personal name. It had been tens of thousands of years since he last recalled his own name, and nearly all those who once knew it had faded into the annals of history, leaving behind only a scant few, all of whom were prominent figures in their own right. "I am called Qi Ling," the Xianyu Daojun declared, leaving uncertain whether this was indeed his true name or a whimsical fabrication. In any case, he was Qi Ling now. Kirin? This lad certainly possesses a flair for the dramatic, bestowing upon himself such an imposing moniker. Quite impressive indeed. So swiftly has he embraced his role. He shall prove to be of great utility. From this moment forth, you shall be my direct disciple. Yes. Qi Ling maintained a subtle bow, embodying an attitude that was neither overly familiar nor entirely distant. Lin Fan had no objections, yet beside him, Despai's lips twitched slightly. The sacred and solemn act of the holy ancestor selecting a personal disciple seemed to have an oddly discordant atmosphere. The throng of over 1,000 individuals did not display reverence. Instead, they stirred restlessly, their words laced with confusion and envy. Despai instantly grasped the underlying reason. The lad named Qilin had failed to exhibit sufficiently convincing prowess or remarkable talent. Perhaps the holy ancestor possessed an eye capable of discerning genius amidst the crowd, yet the common folk could not fathom this. They merely believed that they too could achieve such a feat. Despai resolved to salvage the sanctity of this solemn ceremony and conceived a brilliant idea. If the young man had been chosen due to his concealed talent, revealing this gift would surely silence the doubters. Cough, cough. Everyone, please quiet down. Despai exclaimed with a beaming smile, then reached into the air as if grasping at nothing, instantly producing a somewhat rounded spirit stone. Next, we shall employ the most impartial method to assess everyone's talents. Our young friend Qilin will be the first to step forward for the examination. What is this? Testing talent? Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback, perplexed that he had not been informed of such a procedure beforehand. What trickery was Despai concocting? This was certainly not following the expected protocol. What sort of talent could this fellow possibly possess? He was merely a random selection. After all, whether this fellow possessed any talent was inconsequential. The key was to convince others of his giftedness. He had meticulously devised an elaborate process to showcase the prowess of his cherished disciple, yet it remained unexecuted. Was he truly to announce the demise of his grand plan? Cough, cough. Lin Fan frantically gestured to Dispay, urging him not to undermine his efforts. This was not the manner in which one stirs trouble. Dispay accurately received the directive from the holy ancestor. Excellent. I shall employ the most resplendent and precise spirit stone to assess the talent of your first disciple, allowing all to witness your discerning eye. Oh no, this was disastrous. His illustrious reputation was about to be tarnished by this individual. At Dispay's prompting, Qi Ling stepped forward, his gaze casually sweeping over the testing spirit stone. It could only be said that it was indeed a product of the lower realm, too poorly crafted. The so-called talent assessment was merely a rudimentary process, incapable of revealing any hidden gifts. Unbeknownst to him, this was already the finest testing spirit stone in Dispay's possession. It was a challenge to find one of a higher caliber throughout the entire lower realm. He needed to avoid drawing too much attention and should temper his approach. Qi Ling placed his hand upon the spirit stone. Under the scrutiny of all present, the stone emitted not a glimmer of light, signifying an utter lack of talent. In the past, such a level of aptitude would not even qualify one to serve as a mere disciple. Lin Fan immediately resolved to withhold 50 years' worth of Dispay's wages upon returning. Then, with a sudden crack, a fissure began to extend downward from the top of the spirit stone. Before the gaze of all present, this supreme artifact shattered into fragments. Lin Fan was utterly bewildered. Could it be that this individual's talent had diminished to the point where even the spirit stone could not endure it? Dispay took a step back, utterly unprepared for such an outcome. The testing of the spirit stone was quite straightforward, featuring a spectrum of colors ranging from low to high: white, green, blue, purple, black, gold, and red. White signified the lowest talent, barely qualifying one to embark on the path of cultivation, though their ultimate prowess would likely remain limited. Red, conversely, represented the pinnacle of talent, often referred to as a seed of the sacred realm, destined to become a direct disciple of the leaders of various factions, groomed to become the next generation of leaders. Of course, talent assessments are not absolute. There have been instances of individuals with white talent transcending into realms beyond. It is also quite common for those with red talent to perish before maturing into formidable beings. Ultimately, an individual's talent merely indicates a more favorable starting line. Whether they can reach the finish line remains fraught with uncertainties along the way. Such occurrences are entirely within the realm of normalcy. Having lived for so long, Dispay had encountered multiple individuals with red talent. Yet, this was the first time he had witnessed someone who could obliterate a spirit stone. This signified that the tested individual's talent had surpassed the limits of what the spirit stone could withstand, rendering it incapable of displaying the corresponding color, leading to its inevitable self-destruction. If red symbolizes the seeds of the sacred realm, then surely a higher level. Dispay became acutely aware of a terrifying truth. This junior before him, should he not meet an untimely demise, could very well evolve into a figure surpassing the sacred realm. Truly worthy of the sacred ancestor, perhaps only such a gifted disciple could merit the esteemed position of his direct successor. Chapter 85, Finding You the Best Teacher. In that moment, silence enveloped the audience. They finally comprehended a profound realization. To question the decision of such a monumental being was indeed folly. It became evident that the perspectives of individuals vary greatly. Was this entity truly so fragile? Qi Ling's lips twitched slightly. He had exerted considerable effort to maintain his composure. Yet, thankfully, the situation remained under control, and the outcome seemed relatively favorable. Subsequently, under the guidance of a steward from the Earth realm, the remaining individuals gradually began to assess their innate talents. Here, all mundane authority held no sway. Ability alone defined one's worth. Whether one was the son of a noble or an emperor, everything was dictated by the brilliance of one's innate gifts. Those who discovered their white talents fell into deep contemplation, grappling with a dilemma. Was it preferable to be esteemed in the secular world, or to be lowly within the celestial gates? Conversely, those with green talents and above unhesitatingly entered the celestial sect. Each genius possessing a black talent or higher would be meticulously recorded, and these lists would be submitted to the hands of the elders of the sacred land. Lin Fan did not forget the few small attendants he had previously gathered. After all, according to his conjecture, there must be a protagonist among them. However, he did not publicly showcase the talents of these individuals. Instead, he discreetly retained a testing spirit stone. After all, the art of ostentation requires skill. A proficient show-off would never display their prowess without proper preparation. Clearly, the trope of casually discovering a peerless genius did not materialize, and Lin Fan once again felt that he was not a child of destiny. Among the 7 children saved, a staggering 5 possessed no aptitude for cultivation whatsoever. Absent any elixirs or herbs to enhance their potential, it would be quite challenging for them to step into the realm of cultivators. The two who did possess cultivation talent were hardly exceptional. They could scarcely be deemed as even moderately gifted, as they bore only the most commonplace white talent. Well then, since I have promised to make you my attendants, I shall certainly not go back on my word. The sacred land is vast and prosperous. Having a few more individuals to share a meal with is of little consequence. Lin Fan gazed at the now-cleaned children and finally discerned a semblance of humanity in them. To his surprise, he had initially assumed there were 7 boys, yet among them was a girl, the very one who had previously answered a question. Nevertheless, this mattered not. Lin Fan redirected his focus to the most significant individual, his newly recruited direct disciple. Although he did not comprehend why a mere chance encounter could yield a super genius, he resolutely accepted this reality. After witnessing the absurdity of such occurrences, he had become somewhat desensitized to the extraordinary. All right, a super genius has emerged. Now, how should I instruct them? Despair believed that such transcendent talents should be guided by an equally transcendent force. It is evident that in the vast and desolate sacred land, apart from the esteemed holy ancestor, no one else possesses the merit to instruct this prodigy. Lin Fan understood that inquiring of this individual would yield no fruitful answers. If Qi Ling were merely an arrogant pretender, he would not mind participating in the charade. But the reality is that this person is indeed an unparalleled genius. Would mingling with him lead to his own obscurity? The two exchanged awkward glances, neither having devised a suitable opening line, until Qi Ling could no longer restrain himself and stepped forward to offer a respectful salute. Master, this marks our first formal encounter. Such a statement seemed utterly superfluous to Lin Fan, who nearly faltered in his thoughts. He suddenly pondered whether this brilliant disciple had suffered an unfortunate mishap in his youth, resulting in his disjointed speech. I have come to seek your guidance in furthering my understanding of the sword path. As Qi Ling spoke, he removed the sword from his waist, though he refrained from drawing it. To be candid, I have been ensnared by a certain obstacle for quite some time. Lin Fan contemplated the situation, realizing that this individual must have previously been a swordsman. However, he himself was utterly ignorant of swordsmanship. How was he to impart any knowledge? Wait a moment. Lin Fan recognized that he had fallen into a cognitive trap. Why must he be the one to teach? As the venerable ancestor of the sacred land, he could effortlessly summon numerous individuals who would otherwise be unattainable. Thus, if this young man yearned to learn the sword, he could simply summon the mightiest swordsmanship masters from the mortal realm. This was merely a matter of uttering a few words. First, he could lay the groundwork for this young swordsman's journey, then provide him with several advanced techniques for independent study. After all, he was a genius, and should possess ample self-learning capabilities, right? Ahem. Lin Fan smiled faintly and remarked, in that case, I shall find you the finest swordsmanship teacher. Qi Ling could not help but exhibit a hint of delight to be regarded by this esteemed elder as the best swordsmanship teacher. The individual must surely be a pinnacle saint monarch, or perhaps even a saint king. A pinnacle saint monarch specializing in the sword indeed possesses the qualifications to guide him. And if it were a saint king, it goes without saying. However, he could not help but feel a twinge of confusion. When did the lower realms become populated with so many extraordinary experts? Is the atmosphere not a bit amiss? Adhering to his teacher's command, yet uncertain of which eminent figure it might be, Lin Fan smiled enigmatically, then waved to summon a small attendant behind him. Send someone to notify the emperor, instructing him to summon the finest swordsmanship master in the realm. There must be no delay. The sooner, the better. Yes, my lord. A soft, delicate voice responded from behind, as the boldest young girl among them dashed out without hesitation. Despite her lack of any cultivation, her frail physique, and the fact that she had recently been an ordinary commoner, as long as she represented Lin Fan, even the emperor of this nation would have to bow his head in deference and respectfully accept the command. The nation's most formidable swordsmanship master? Qi Ling stood in utter bewilderment, softly repeating Lin Fan's words, seemingly unable to fathom the situation. How could the strongest swordsmanship master in the realm be an ordinary person? Why would the esteemed elder choose a mere mortal to instruct him? This is nothing short of a blatant insult. It is indeed a ludicrous spectacle for a mere mortal to instruct a transcendent sword master in the art of swordsmanship. Such an event is not only implausible, but, until now, has been utterly unheard of. Observing the ever-shifting expressions on his disciple's face, Lin Fan could not help but lift his chin with a sense of confidence. Behold, he had effortlessly summoned the nation's finest swordsmanship master to serve as a mentor. One could only revel in the fortune of having such an esteemed instructor. Yet, might this individual be overreacting? Is it truly necessary to be so agitated? Could it be that the illustrious reputation of the nation as supreme sword master has instilled a sense of inferiority in this mortal disciple? Indeed, this fellow is merely an extraordinary talent, yet at present, he possesses no cultivation and remains but a mortal, which naturally invites some feelings of inadequacy. As Lin Fan contemplated this, he offered a comforting remark. The disparity in status and strength is of little consequence. Upon hearing the elder's words, Qi Ling finally managed to temporarily quell his turbulent emotions, though he still harbored doubts about the ability of a mortal to impart any wisdom. He leaned toward the notion that this was merely a test orchestrated by the elder, the specifics of which remained inscrutable. For now, he resolved to observe the unfolding events with patience. By the command of the holy ancestor, this news swiftly reached not only the emperor, but also the overseers of the earthly realm. The emperor immediately sought out the location of the swordsmanship master, and through the teleportation array, a bewildered master was promptly brought forth by the gathered cultivators. Lin Fan initially anticipated a wait of several days, yet to his surprise, he encountered the renowned sword master that very day. Indeed, he is renowned in the mortal realm. This is a middle-aged man, over 50, who might be considered elderly in the eyes of common folk. It is evident that, due to his status as a master swordsman, he lives quite respectably, certainly not among the impoverished. Dressed in lightweight attire, with a conical hat slung over his back and a long sword hanging at his waist, he embodies the very image of a martial arts expert as perceived by Lin Fan. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit, esteemed immortal? The master swordsman adopts a notably humble demeanor, fully aware of the staggering disparity in their societal standings. He understands that the individual before him is likely the highest-ranking person he will ever encounter in his lifetime. I require your guidance in swordsmanship, and rest assured, I shall compensate you generously. Lin Fan does not indulge in pleasantries, opting instead for a direct approach. As I possess no cultivation, please be gentle in your instruction. Very well, both Qi Ling and the master swordsman responded almost in unison, though the former's tone was filled with confusion while the latter's was decidedly calm. The master swordsman loosened the bindings of his sword and drew forth the blade, crafted from ordinary steel. Young man, draw your sword. The essence of instruction lies within the clash of blades, beyond the realm of mere words. Qi Ling's expression turned peculiar. Was he truly expected to engage? What could the elder possibly mean by summoning a mere mortal to serve as a sparring partner, and even advising him to take care not to inflict harm? Yet, as a formidable being of the saint's sovereign level, even with his power restrained, a single strike could surely leave nothing but remnants of his opponent. What purpose could such a practice serve? Observing his somewhat foolish disciple seemingly frozen in place, Lin Fan couldn't help but sigh, realizing that the lad was indeed not particularly astute. Hence, he offered a gentle reminder, do not stand there foolishly, engage him with your swordsmanship. It will be beneficial for you. Swordsmanship. Qi Ling suddenly snapped back to reality as it dawned upon him that from the very beginning, his senior had been referring to swordsmanship, not the path of the sword. Lacking cultivation, devoid of divine abilities, and even abandoning the most fundamental application of true energy. Instead, he was to engage using the most primitive, basic, and unadulterated swordsmanship. Was this truly the intention of his senior? With a slow and deliberate motion, Qi Ling unsheathed the sword at his waist. Even now, he could not shake off the peculiar sensation. This was his first time drawing a sword against a mortal. The moment the blade was drawn, Lin Fan was taken aback, for the sword's blade was not forged from steel, but rather meticulously carved from jade. It bore no edge whatsoever, the tip remarkably smooth, almost as if it were a plaything rather than a weapon. Is this truly acceptable? Absolutely. Although Qi Ling was uncertain of the implications behind his senior's inquiry, he responded without hesitation, lifting the jade sword high. True to his senior's guidance, he did not channel a single ounce of true energy, nor did he intend to employ any sword-related divine abilities, consciously regulating his speed to that of an ordinary mortal. He aimed to gauge the caliber of that mortal master using nothing but the purest form of swordsmanship. As the blade sliced through the air, Qi Ling's hand moved with precision, the green jade blade flickering in midair as he executed several swift strikes. This was the prowess of a cultivator of the sword path. Yet he had not struck true? Indeed. What left Qi Ling utterly astonished was that his confidently delivered sword strike failed to connect with the corporeal form of his opponent, who evaded his slash with a near-spectral grace. In an instant, the swordsmanship master unleashed a series of thrusts from his blade at various exquisite angles. Qi Ling, with his remarkable perceptual acuity, absorbed the entire spectacle and responded accordingly. What kind of technique is this? Why have I never encountered it before? Gradually, Qi Ling realized that this battle was not as overwhelmingly in his favor as he had initially anticipated. He could indeed afford to unleash a fraction more of his power. which would allow him to vanquish his adversary instantaneously. However, defeating a mere mortal did not evoke pride within him, and he held such an act in contempt. He was simply taken aback, for even without relying on his cultivation, he was among the pinnacle of sword practitioners in the world. How could he possibly struggle against a mere mortal? Qi Ling sought to turn the tide, only to confront a lamentable truth. Thus far, his ability to precisely counter each of his opponent's attacks stemmed solely from his extraordinary perception and reaction time, which enabled him to manage the onslaught despite maintaining a speed akin to that of an ordinary person. This ability was inherent to the practitioner's physique and bore no relation to swordsmanship. In other words, if the contest were purely one of sword skills, a distinguished master at the saint level might indeed be outmatched by a mere mortal. A heaviness settled in Qi Ling's heart. He could scarcely fathom that his swordsmanship had regressed to such a state. Yet, he soon realized that he seemingly had not regressed at all. For within the span of these myriad years, it appeared he had never truly engaged with authentic swordsmanship. His swordsmanship, which he has always taken pride in, derives its true destructive power from his formidable cultivation, the boundless might of his sword techniques, and the sword energy capable of cleaving mountains as if they were mere clay. A true master of the sword can level an entire city with a single strike, leaving enemies as naught but scattered bones. Given such a foundation, who would still concern themselves with the fanciful sword maneuvers? The strength of those formidable sword cultivators lies in their ability to condense their terrifying cultivation into their sword energy, unleashing even more fearsome techniques, with sword energy sweeping across 30,000 miles, littering the landscape with the remains of foes. At their core, they merely lift their swords and make a single motion. Beyond that, there are no further actions. The way of the sword embodies the overwhelming romance of the cultivator. Swordsmanship is the ultimate art of the ordinary person. Qi Ling observed the elder before him, who had surpassed 50 years of age, as he raised his sword and moved in harmony with it, concealing lethal intent within the illusory gaps. This was the culmination of decades of experience and refinement. In that moment, sword and man seemed almost indistinguishable. This was a glimpse Qi Ling had never witnessed in any other sword cultivator. Then, with a subtle shift of his blade, he effortlessly deflected the elder's attack, so easily it felt almost instinctual. Physically, the elder could never hope to surpass him. Yet, in the realm of swordsmanship, he was utterly defeated. Chapter 87. Mastery and Specialization Clang. A crisp metallic sound resonated, and Qi Ling instinctively glanced forward, only to find the elder's expression filled with astonishment, for the sword in his hand had shattered. At this moment, Qi Ling suddenly recalled that the jade sword in his hand was crafted from the ethereal jade of the upper realm, even without the infusion of true energy. Its inherent hardness was undeniable. As for the absence of a blade's edge on this sword, did it truly matter when it came to combat? Thus, it was perhaps more accurate to describe it as an indestructible club rather than a sword. The elder had previously displayed remarkable speed, yet his excessive force had led to the shattering of his own weapon. However, this did not signify Qi Ling's victory, for even at this juncture, he had not bested the mortal before him with his swordsmanship. In that instant, he comprehended why his predecessor had harbored doubts regarding his use of this sword. Had he unwittingly relied on external forces? It was truly astonishing. The elder finally spoke, acknowledging, "Your reflexes surpass nearly everyone I have known. Had you undergone formal swordsmanship training, I would have undoubtedly been defeated long ago." Qi Ling's lips twitched at the remark. As a distinguished sword cultivator, to be deemed untrained in the art of the sword was a perplexing notion. Had his thousands of years in the sword spirit sect been mere play? Yet, he also recognized that his previous understanding of swordsmanship was fundamentally different from what the elder was articulating. "Your swordplay is indeed exquisite," Qi Ling sincerely remarked. "To be honest, this is something I had never anticipated. However, your sword has been shattered. Let us conclude today's training." "No, we shall continue." The elder raised the broken sword in his hand. A true master, even wielding a shattered blade, can deliver a lethal strike. Qi Ling exhaled deeply and resolved to close off most of his senses, deliberately limiting his reflexes, suppressing these nearly supernatural attributes to the level of an ordinary mortal. He wished to ascertain how long he could endure in the presence of the elder under such circumstances. The rush of the sword's wind was almost instantaneous. Before Qi Ling could fully react, the elder's broken sword was already poised at his neck. What a thrilling spectacle! Qi Ling stood momentarily dumbfounded. With the battle concluded, the swordsmanship master took his leave, intending to settle in the royal palace, as he would commence imparting swordsmanship knowledge to Qi Ling the following day. This encounter was merely to establish his credentials as a teacher. After all, had he lost, there would have been no reason for him to remain. Truly remarkable. To think that a genius could contend for so long against the nation's mightiest swordsman. Lin Fan silently marveled inwardly, and soon Qi Ling approached with a complex expression. Former teacher, I still find myself puzzled. You, the strongest swordsman here, why seek to instruct a mere mortal like myself? Qi Ling acknowledged that the elder's mastery of swordsmanship was indeed exquisite, yet the essence of a swordsman ultimately lies in possessing superior sword techniques. Is there truly a necessity for the swordplay studied by mortals in the battles of cultivators? Upon hearing his query, Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback. This child must have become foolish from his sword training. When did he become the strongest swordsman here? He has never even wielded a sword, for heaven's sake. Is it a common misconception that all practitioners wield swords? Lin Fan longed to express that he had no knowledge of swordsmanship. But he was quite well versed in the art of deception, however, that would tarnish his profound image. Thus, he resorted to weaving grandiloquent theories. At times, the words spoken need not possess genuine logic. They simply must resonate as plausible to the listener. This was one of the insights he had gleaned during this period. Now, two individuals stand before you. One is a practitioner, the other a scholar. Whom would you choose as a companion? Without hesitation, Qi Ling responded, the practitioner. For in essence, mortals and practitioners are fundamentally different. It matters not if the other is a scholar, a general, or even an emperor. Upon encountering a practitioner, they must bow and pay their respects, perhaps even kneeling in deference. But what if I were to request your companion to teach? Qi Ling momentarily faltered, seemingly perplexed by the elder's intention. Thus, Lin Fan approached him and gently patted his shoulder, remarking that practitioners are not omnipotent. They are not all-knowing and all-capable, possessing their own strengths and weaknesses. Although he himself was rather inept at nearly everything, one cannot expect to learn every desired skill from me. After all, his talents were quite limited. Specialization is key. Every discipline has its own expertise, and even cultivators possess areas in which they are not particularly adept. According to this philosophy, there exists no hierarchy between cultivators and ordinary individuals. They merely excel in different domains. If such sentiments were expressed by an ordinary person, Qi Ling would have instantly struck him down with a sword, for it would be a sacrilege against the path of cultivation. However, these words were uttered by a cultivator of profound and inscrutable mastery, compelling him to ponder deeply. Over the course of millennia, Qi Ling had traversed the realm of the weak on numerous occasions, even extending a helping hand to them. He was not a cultivator entirely isolated from the world. In his eyes, these weaker beings were pitiable and deserving of aid, yet they were not to be revered or emulated, nor was there any necessity for dialogue with them. It is only mortals who glean knowledge from cultivators, embarking upon the extraordinary path. There exists no rationale for cultivators to derive wisdom from mortals. Learn from that esteemed master, and you shall reap tremendous benefits, he mused. After all, in the realm of mortals, one could hardly find anyone stronger. Lin Fan planned to return to his sect and seek out a sword cultivator of heavenly rank to thoroughly instruct his cherished disciple. What a privilege it would be to receive guidance from such a formidable master. Would that not be enough to leave him utterly enraptured? Alas, I am truly a diligent and devoted mentor. With that thought, Qi Ling gently grasped his jade sword and made his way back to the abode prepared for him in the sacred land, his mind continually reflecting on the battle that had transpired. After all, that individual was merely a mortal. No matter how flamboyant his sword techniques, they were utterly ineffectual. His pace gradually quickened, yet after merely a few steps, he abruptly halted. Indeed, no matter how intricate a mortal's swordplay may be, it bears no efficacy. However, had he been confronted by an adversary of equal prowess wielding a similar strike, what would the outcome have been? Chapter 88. I am the rule the following day. The elder arrived as promised, brandishing a new sword, while Qi Ling likewise relinquished his personal jade blade in favor of an ordinary iron sword. He came to a profound realization. He had consistently partitioned the swordsmanship of mortals from the sword techniques of cultivators. Yet, in truth, these two realms appeared to be in harmony. He seemed to have unearthed a distinctive path that could elevate his capabilities. Young man, what do you perceive the sword to be? The sword is my path, my conviction. No, the sword is merely a tool. The elder slowly drew his sword. The most significant distinction between humans and animals is our ability to wield tools. What you must do is master this tool. This is the first lesson I impart to you. Days passed, and Qi Ling genuinely embraced the role of a swordsmanship apprentice. He appeared to forget his own cultivation level and identity, immersing himself wholeheartedly in the practice. Moreover, thanks to the lengthy lifespan of cultivators, it was quite ordinary for a practitioner of his caliber to retreat for decades or even centuries. Thus, even if he were to be absent from the enforcement team for an extended period, others would readily attend to his affairs. Due to his formidable cultivation, He could remain in the lower realm for an extended period, unburdened by the temporal constraints that plagued Song Li. Undoubtedly, Qi Ling's talent in the path of the sword was extraordinary. Within less than a week, the master swordsman had little left to teach him. Truly, he was a person chosen by the immortal. I have encountered numerous prodigies, but only now do I believe I have witnessed a true genius. No, it is I who ought to admire you. Sitting beside the elder, Qi Ling expressed his sincere astonishment, struggling to fathom how one could refine their swordsmanship to such heights over several decades. The elder seemed to reminisce, touched by the memories. I began practicing swordplay at 6, was hailed as a master by 16, and at 20, I vanquished all challengers across the nation, earning the title of the strongest swordsman of my generation. Qi Ling's interest was piqued. It appeared that this elder was indeed extraordinary. And then, the elder let out an unusual, rueful laugh. Then, I encountered a first-level cultivator. Qi Ling fell silent. I have little left to teach you, the elder murmured as he slowly rose and walked towards the door, the setting sun casting a long shadow behind him. Those noble immortals surely do not regard individuals like us with any significance. You should not have come to learn swordsmanship from me. It is utterly futile. You ought to study the methods of cultivation from those immortals, for that is the true essence of this world. Qi Ling remained speechless once more. The selection of prodigies in the vast sacred land has finally reached its conclusion. Regrettably, no individual with a red talent has emerged from the entire kingdom this time. However, the elders remain exhilarated, for they have discovered a genius far more formidable than any red talent. This revelation casts a shadow over all others. As the moment of departure draws near, Lin Fan once again summons Disbay. The young girl behind him promptly serves tea, yet Disbay shows no inclination to partake. Saint Ancestor, what are your commands? Disbay's heart races, aware that the Saint Ancestor's presence in the mortal realm signifies a momentous undertaking. Remarkably, even as they prepare to leave, the Saint Ancestor has yet to take action. His summoning at this juncture must pertain to this significant matter. Lin Fan glances at the young girl beside him and smiles with a hint of mischief. It appears this nation is in dire need of a new emperor. Disbay's expression reflects the realization. Indeed, the Saint Ancestor intends to intervene with the current emperor, which does not surprise him in the least. He has long since dispatched individuals to investigate this tyrant and uncovered various discrepancies. The intelligence gathered thus far reveals that this emperor seems to be amassing a considerable number of corpses. Yet, further details remain elusive. The very fact that there are aspects yet to be uncovered is itself a glaring anomaly. Disbay, a peak expert at the 8th level of the heavenly realm, finds it astonishing that there are still undisclosed transgressions committed by this mere mortal emperor. What force is aiding this emperor in concealing the truth? And the very act of concealment raises numerous troubling questions. In other words, the other party would rather let us sense that something is amiss than directly reveal that secret before us. Disbay immediately clasped his hands. Yes. Holy Ancestor, do you wish to take action personally, or shall I enlist the aid of several other elders? Lin Fan appeared utterly bewildered. What warranted his personal involvement? And why mobilize all the elders? Surely, changing a mortal emperor for a cultivation sect could be accomplished with but a word. What was the need for such a grand display? Could it be that their control over this nation was rather tenuous, necessitating the entire family to be involved to subdue the opponent? You may handle it as you see fit. Did this imply he could employ all known resources at his disposal? Disbay instantly grew serious, acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Yet, since it was the Holy Ancestor's command, he would undoubtedly execute it without hesitation. Understood. No, judging by your expression, you have not comprehended at all. Lin Fan's face darkened. But then he reasoned that it was merely a matter of dealing with a mortal emperor. Such a straightforward task could hardly be botched by Disbay. Thus he felt somewhat reassured. The little girl behind him listened in astonishment to their conversation and soon realized what they were discussing, prompting her to nervously tug at Lin Fan's sleeve. The adults need not go to such extremes. It seems somewhat against propriety. After all, this emperor has attended to this group of celestial beings quite well from beginning to end. If Lin Fan, the esteemed elder, had any reason to wish for the demise of his counterpart, it would only be for the sake of these insignificant individuals. Against propriety? Lin Fan crossed his legs and smiled slightly, declaring, I am the very embodiment of propriety. Yet, despite this assertion, I have adhered to the rules of the game. If the emperor can whimsically execute a commoner, then it is only natural for this celestial elder to whimsically execute an emperor, is it not? Is this not precisely what he has done before? Lin Fan indeed cannot save everyone in this world, but since he has witnessed it, he can only offer his apologies. Finally, he seemed to realize something. He glanced at his crossed legs and then at the eager-eyed despy. First, the newly appointed emperor may lack capability, but at the very least, he must remain compliant. In this era, an emperor who does not create turmoil surpasses over 90% of his peers. Secondly, this time, my crossed legs carry no hidden implications, nor will they in the future. Remember this. Chapter 89. Taking risks. The abyss of nihility. Recently, Dressen has been somewhat unsettled, gazing out the window towards the distant mortal town, feeling an ominous sense that something significant is about to unfold. Having once been human, his chosen path differs from many of his demonic kin. His method leans more towards functionality, endowed with oppression ability. In the past, whenever he experienced such ominous premonitions, they invariably culminated in significant events, often of an unfavorable nature for him. Could it be that the actions of the contact from the ancestral lineage of the human race were too reckless, thereby exposing certain issues? Dressen suddenly felt a chilling aura behind him. Turning around, he was met with the familiar presence of dark energy and the seemingly innocuous smile of Cavaro. A jolt of alarm coursed through him, yet he managed to maintain his composure. "Are you pondering something that could startle you so?" Cavaro remarked with a nonchalant grin. As he dragged a chair from the side and seated himself, Dressen exhaled in relief, interpreting this gesture as a sign that his undercover identity had not been discovered. "Has your power been restored?" he inquired. "Merely a temporary resurgence to the second tier of the sacred realm through certain means, but it bears little significant difference," Cavaro replied, gradually retracting his smile. "I sought you out to discuss a matter. I have gleaned some information from the mouth of that demonic sect." "What information?" Dressen's brow furrowed, a sense of foreboding rising within him, as he instinctively felt that this revelation would not bode well. "A place known as the Void Abyss," Cavaro elucidated. "Based on his descriptions, I realized that a location I had previously uncovered oddly aligns with these accounts. At that time, I was not yet in the sacred realm, engaged in a mission to infiltrate the human race, and that site was merely a desolate wasteland. Subsequently, mortals established a kingdom upon it." A simple reminder made Dressen acutely aware of the intention behind the Other's arrival. That realm, established upon the abyss of nothingness, now lay tantalizingly close. Dressen furrowed his brow, as Cavaro's words brimmed with illogicalities, sounding particularly peculiar. "Are you planning to venture inside? Yet, this secret realm, renowned in the upper realms for its peril, would surely spell our demise, would it not?" "No," Cavaro shook his head. "For within the abyss of nothingness resides a unique power capable of erasing the cultivation of all who enter. This implies that we would be rendered mere mortals. Given the near impossibility of locating artifacts that can be wielded by mortals, even the slightest hint of danger within would likely overwhelm us. Therein lies the true peril of the abyss. The threat does not stem from the magnitude of danger present, but rather from the drastic diminishment of our strength to a near insignificance." Suddenly, a smile graced Cavaro's lips. "Yet such a peril is not insurmountable. This treacherous secret realm may harbor elements that could grant me access to the level required for ascension." Dressen finally grasped the motivation behind Cavaro's reckless ambition. Gradually encountering the powers of those from the upper realms, he observed individuals of lesser talent than himself wielding astonishing levels of cultivation. This reality threatened to shatter Cavaro's self-confidence. Throughout the millennia, this leader of the demon clan had never yearned for ascension as profoundly as he did now. The fate of the demon clan now rested solely upon the whims of the human race's ancestral saints, and I refused to place my destiny in the hands of others. The strength to combat those from the upper realms can only be acquired from the upper realms themselves. I have never doubted my innate talent. I merely lack an opportunity, the chance to ascend." In Cavaro's eyes, Dressen perceived a fervent flame. "The sacred realm or the celestial realm are the most suitable candidates for undertaking this mission, for higher cultivation does not hold much significance. In contrast to those of lesser cultivation, we possess a wealth of experience and insight, enabling us to navigate the majority of crises." Dressen was inclined to decline this mission, yet he understood that Cavaro's resolve was unshakable. At that moment, another member of the demon race entered, the high-ranking official of the 9th layer of the celestial realm. This individual was Cavaro's trusted confidant. Not only was he the most promising genius to break through to the sacred realm in recent years, but he was also the most loyal member of the Elder Council. "Apart from the three of us, I shall summon 10 additional celestial realm demons to partake in this mission, though I shall withhold this information from them until the formal execution of the task. It appears that there are quite a few infiltrators within the demon ranks." Dressen struggled to maintain his composure. This is bad. Logically, as a competent insider, such a significant operation should have been reported to the human race's sacred ancestor. Yet, only 3 individuals were present, Their leader Cavalro could not be the insider, nor could his confidant. If the information were to leak, it would be all too easy to deduce the culprit. We shall depart in 1 week. With that proclamation, Cavalro's figure vanished in an instant, leaving no trace of his destination. The celestial demon merely inclined his head in a gesture towards Dreesen, who could perceive the scrutinizing gaze directed at him. Had he already become a subject of suspicion? In a state of apprehension, Dreesen concluded the silent exchange of glances, offering a slight nod in acknowledgement before departing the chamber. He even forgot that this was his own quarters, a place he should least have vacated. This was troublesome. How would the news be disseminated now? The celestial demon's eyes followed Dreesen's retreating form until it vanished entirely, at which point he shut the door and produced a sheet of parchment. Esteemed Holy Ancestor, a confidential missive was delivered into Lin Fan's hands, marked as urgent. It appeared that the sender had employed some means to expedite the delivery of this letter. The informant from the demon faction seemed to be the strongest among those who had pledged allegiance, if one were to exclude Dreesen. The void abyss. A realm capable of erasing the powers of all who enter? No wonder they associated the artifacts meant for mortals with the void abyss when I mentioned them. Had the demon clan located the whereabouts of the void abyss? It made sense. The beings from the upper realm had searched for so long without success. Thus it was only logical that the void abyss resided within the lower realm. When Lin Fan read the first half of the letter, he did not pay much heed to the matter, as he was not inclined to interfere with the actions of the demon clan at that moment. In fact, he might even wish for Cavalro's entire team to perish within the void abyss. Indeed, the likelihood of such an outcome was not insignificant. Allow me to see. The precise coordinates possessed by the demon clan are. Upon reaching this point, Lin Fan was utterly bewildered. The coordinates indicated the location of the Imperial Palace, the residence of the Emperor. Chapter 90. Why does this human Emperor's banner still emit dark energy? The Emperor's abode is precisely situated above the abyss of nullity. Lin Fan recalled that after Dispai had completed all preliminary preparations, he had just set off to address the matter of replacing the Emperor, and it was likely that he had already arrived at the Emperor's location. This nation had thrived here for thousands of years without incident. It was improbable that chaos would arise the moment we arrived. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to alert Dispai. Lin Fan swiftly retrieved the communication crystal he referred to as a phone, intending to inform Dispai of the circumstances surrounding the abyss of nullity. Regardless of whether trouble would ensue, it was prudent to issue a warning. Why is he unable to receive a signal? Is it due to the proximity to the abyss of nullity causing disruptions in communication, or is some other force obstructing the transmission? Lin Fan immediately rose and hastened towards Dispai's direction. Although this fellow sometimes undermined him, Lin Fan could not bear to see him in peril. Wait for me, my lord. The young attendant girl was somewhat perplexed by Lin Fan's sudden departure. However, attendants were not permitted to leave their masters without permission, so she exerted every effort to follow him. Yet, how could she possibly keep pace with Lin Fan's speed? In mere seconds, she was left far behind, anxiously staring into the distance. What is it, little girl? Qi Ling unexpectedly approached the anxious little girl who had just arrived from another direction, inquiring about her distress. The adults hurriedly ran in that direction. It seems something of great importance has occurred, but I cannot keep up with them. What could be so crucial? Qi Ling instinctively furrowed his brow. Could it be related to the celestial demons, given the gravity of the situation that even formidable seniors deemed significant? He quickly decided to have the little girl wait here while he went to offer assistance. However, he realized that if celestial demons were indeed causing chaos, it would be exceedingly dangerous for a mere mortal like her to remain anywhere else. Being close to them would be comparatively safer. If the situation were not as dire, then having the girl by his side would naturally ensure her utmost safety. His saint-level cultivation was no jest, while he could disregard the safety of other mortals. This little girl was, after all, a companion of his mentor and thus counted as a kindred spirit whom he could not neglect. With my strength, I should be able to protect her. Perhaps even he himself was unaware that his perspectives had undergone a subtle transformation over the past few days. Without hesitation, Qi Ling scooped up the little girl, shedding his mortal disguise, and dashed after the direction in which Lin Fan had departed. The mere act of replacing an emperor was typically a simple matter for a sect of cultivators, yet the disciples were treating it as a grave threat. Summoning 5 elders of the celestial realm and personally confronting the emperor with all 6 of them. Halt! Before the emperor's chamber, Dispai halted. The air thick with the pungent scent of blood and the staleness of death, almost unabashed in its intensity, revealing that the adversary had long been aware of their approach. It seems you have already sensed it. Why bother? A somewhat hoarse voice emanated from within the chamber. We could have coexisted peacefully. I merely eliminate a few mortals. It does not infringe upon your sect's interests. After all, These mortals are akin to wheat. Once harvested, new ones will sprout. What is the issue? It is quite remarkable that cultivators, who have never cared for mortal lives, would trouble us over such trivial matters. Have you all cultivated your minds into folly? Spare us your words. Dispai drew forth his life-bound artifact, the sacred broken sword, acquired from the abyssal sword pavilion. Harnessing a significant amount of death energy to cultivate a certain nefarious technique, you have, in accordance with the tacit rules, already breached the taboo against the mortal royal family engaging in cultivation. It is our righteous duty to eradicate you. Indeed, it is an undeniable truth that the emperor has delved into dark arts, and the identity of the emperor forbids any involvement in such practices. Coupled with the heinous crime of slaughtering innocents, this is sufficient grounds for a death sentence. If you were to depart now, we might treat this incident as if it had never occurred and continue our previous relations. That is impossible. With a swift motion, Dispai unleashed a formidable wave of sword energy, instantly overturning the entire chamber. Then, they witnessed a scene that would remain etched in their memories for a lifetime. A massive, grotesque mass of flesh lay sprawled upon the ground, resembling a miniature hill, an amalgamation of the crushed skin and bones of the deceased. I have humbled myself sufficiently before you, exerting every effort to cater to your demands, yet you still seek to confront me. Truly, you are a covetous lot. From the bone-ridden muck, a shadow emerged, cloaked in darkness, the features obscured by a viscous black substance, rendering his visage unrecognizable. Yet all knew, he was none other than the once resplendent emperor. Why resort to such depths? Dispai questioned, voicing the confusion that gnawed at his heart. After our departure, you remain the emperor above all. What compels you to reduce yourself to this ghastly form? The emperor above all? Ha! You are but servants whom I can summon and dismiss at will. The emperor replied with a snarl. I am the emperor. I ought to be the sovereign of this land. I am meant to be the highest in rank, deserving of universal submission. But why then are there those who can overshadow me? Why are there those who can command me? I refuse to accept this. When imperial authority loses its sanctity, chaos shall inevitably ensue. With a sweeping gesture, he produced a black flag, the sludge upon his face writhing into a sinister smile. Fortunately, I possess my people. My subjects shall contribute their own strength, merging into my imperial banner, and the true emperor shall soon be born. I shall become the rightful ruler of this land. As he gazed upon the imposing figure of the emperor's banner, shrouded in dark mist, Dispai was acutely aware of the overwhelming malevolence it emanated, causing even this pinnacle of the celestial realm to feel a twinge of trepidation. Were it not for the holy ancestor's decree to eliminate this foe, one could only ponder what monstrous entity might emerge given a few more years. Resolute in his decision, Dispai raised his broken sword high. Who imparted these sinister arts to you? Was it the demon race? The emperor remained silent, and Dispai, losing his final vestige of patience, unleashed a fierce arc of sword energy. Azure Dragon Slash. This was a formidable sword technique, emblematic of the apex of the celestial realm. Countless demons had perished under its might during the great war between humans and demons. In the distance, a figure drew near. Dispai. Beware the abyss of void. Chapter 91, A Deadly Peril. The Holy Ancestor? Upon seeing Lin Fan approach, Dispai initially felt a sense of relief, only to be met with confusion. What was the abyss of void? Almost immediately, another streak of light followed, revealing Qi Ling cradling a young girl, his expression one of astonishment, evidently having overheard Lin Fan's words. The abyss of void. It struck him then, during a previous gathering. A mentor referred to by the codename Cohen had once expressed the need for a relic that could be wielded even by mortals or those of minimal cultivation. At that time, speculation abounded that he intended to venture into the abyss of void, and the mentor had not objected. Yet, Qi Ling had not anticipated that this day would arrive so swiftly. Indeed, individuals of such stature as the mentor would only personally intervene for matters of great significance. Much like the previous Sacred Sword's secret realm, this time he descended to the mortal realm, and it was undoubtedly not merely to gather prodigies. After Lin Fan spoke, he took a moment to observe his surroundings, only to be utterly bewildered. Who could enlighten him about the grotesque entity before him? And what of that ominous figure exuding black mist? Upon hearing the phrase void abyss, the emperor's expression shifted to one of heightened terror. His face contorted into a horrifying mask of dread. In the next instant, an overwhelming force of suction surged from the air. As though some ancient seal had received a signal to activate, countless cold and malevolent energies poured forth, while everything else was violently drawn inward. In almost an instant, before anyone could react, a profound sense of spatial disorientation engulfed them, and they were forcibly dragged into that consuming pull. Cough, cough. What on earth is this? Lin Fan coughed a couple of times, and upon reopening his eyes, the scene had transformed dramatically. No longer did he behold the ruins of the palace. Before them lay a secret realm, revealing a deep underground passage, with some unknown algae-like flora clinging to the walls, emitting a faint, ethereal glow. Is this truly the void abyss? Qi Ling set the young girl down on the ground. Then, in a state of confusion, examined his own hands. Yet no matter how he squeezed, he could no longer sense even a trace of true energy. Within the void abyss, no matter how formidable one's cultivation, it would be instantaneously erased. Here, all were mere mortals. It was utterly abrupt. The teacher provided us no time for preparation. Could it be that he too was caught off guard? No, that is inconceivable. As Qi Ling reflected, he discerned that it was Lin Fan uttering the words void abyss that triggered the restrictions of this place. Thus, the other party must possess complete confidence to have chosen to enter here. However, Sun Dao had not discovered any artifacts that mere mortals could activate. Could it be that the teacher procured such items himself? What is happening? Our cultivation has vanished entirely. Even Qi Ling, a seasoned individual well acquainted with the intricacies of this realm, managed to maintain his composure. Yet the several elders who had been drawn into this predicament were beginning to unravel. As masters of the heavenly realm, their cultivation was their greatest reliance. Now that this reliance was stripped away, it was only natural for anyone to be thrown into disarray. Dispai experienced a fleeting moment of panic, but he quickly regained his composure upon observing Lin Fan, who stood steadfast like a mountain. This steadiness anchored Dispai's own emotions. Witnessing the elder's calm demeanor, it was evident that he had his own schemes. Perhaps this venture into the secret realm was our fortuitous opportunity. To be candid, Lin Fan felt no sensation of his cultivation's disappearance, for he had never possessed any cultivation to lose. Observing the reactions of others, an unsettling premonition washed over him. Goodness, does this mean they are devoid of any cultivators? Who will ensure everyone's safety? No, remain steady. Lin Fan promptly spoke. Do not panic. This is a normal occurrence. Once we exit this place, our cultivation will be restored. Can anyone find any weapons on your persons? Even in the absence of cultivation, one would assume that wielding a few weapons would at least provide a semblance of self-defense. However, Lin Fan was taken aback as he observed Dispai brandishing his broken sword, while Qi Ling unsheathed a jade sword, and the young girl retrieved a scratching tool. What on earth is this? Is there not a single proper weapon among them? The other elders could only shake their heads in bitter resignation, although they possessed an array of magical artifacts. Their current loss of cultivation rendered them incapable of retrieving any of these items from their spatial rings. Lin Fan felt a profound sense of foreboding regarding the prospects of this team. Dispai immediately turned to check, only to confirm that there was indeed no path of escape. Whether seeking opportunities within or attempting to find a way out, it appeared they could only forge ahead. The Emperor was not with them. Yet it was implausible that he had not been drawn into this place, so caution was imperative. Lin Fan could only sigh, pondering the absurdity of the situation he found himself in. Was he destined to purchase a few lottery tickets? Fortunately, he was not entirely defenseless. He still bore the falling sunset sword at his waist, aware that placing it in the spatial ring would render it inaccessible. He had chosen to keep it on his person. Though he could not wield it, at least it served as a symbol of prestige. In the current predicament, the sword's value was evident. It was at least a proper weapon, far sharper and more resilient than an ordinary iron sword. Indeed, among them, there were still a few exceptional weapons, providing them with a fighting chance should they encounter adversaries. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from ahead, startling Lin Fan. Hey, he was merely contemplating, but he certainly did not want any enemies to arise. Qi Ling grasped the jade sword of woofing tightly, his gaze alertly fixed on the path ahead, while Lin Fan harbored grave doubts about the sword's potential lethality. A low, rumbling growl echoed from the distance, and moments later, a deformed and diminutive creature emerged. Its structure was humanoid, yet its appearance was grotesquely menacing. This creature, having appeared here, would likely be subject to the same rules. Devoid of any cultivation, at most, it was akin to a beast of the mortal realm. Dispai rapidly assessed the situation. Beasts of the mortal realm? Lin Fan could only curse under his breath. Even a beast of that caliber was beyond their capacity to handle. Did they truly believe everyone possessed the prowess of Wusong? With their current group of the aged, the ailing, and the weak, even a mere tiger or lion could easily dispatch them. The deformed creature opened its blood-red eyes, and an ominous weight settled in the hearts of the onlookers. Their worst fears had materialized. This creature did not merely wander aimlessly, it possessed a fierce aggression. In the outside world, it would be a trivial adversary, but here, it posed a grave danger. Chapter 92. Have you ever heard of a strike descending from the heavens? As the creature charged towards them, the elders furrowed their brows, shielding Lin Fan with their bodies. Saint Ancestor, it is up to you. Lin Fan nearly turned back to deliver a blow to each of these fellows with his sword. However, these individuals are utterly devoid of weapons and have lost their cultivation, rendering them mere mortals without any means of defense. Even a moderately robust blacksmith could easily overpower them. Thus, relying on these fellows to come to the rescue is utterly futile. Lin Fan unsheathed the falling sunset sword, and a chilling aura emanated from him, as if boundless sword intent were about to surge forth to obliterate the adversaries before him. Yet, all of this existed solely in his imagination. What a joke! There is no way such a ridiculous plot, where one miraculously gains overwhelming power in the face of danger, could occur. Lin Fan's lips twitched incessantly as he beheld the monstrous creature charging towards him at breakneck speed. The narrow passages on either side left him with no room to escape, and the group of elders behind him blocked any retreat. Was he truly expected to engage in a life-and-death struggle with this abomination? What a farce! He would surely be obliterated, wouldn't he? A terrifying roar echoed around him, jolting Lin Fan into instinctively leaping upwards, and then he found himself suspended in midair. Indeed, he possessed a magical artifact that required only a minimal amount of true energy to activate. It suddenly dawned on him that his ability to fly was entirely unrelated to his cultivation level. It relied solely on the spirit-drawing method to channel the true energy from within his robe, which was then directed to the leaf of wind control. This entire process bore no connection to his cultivation, and the true energy wouldn't even pass through his dantian, although everyone's cultivation was suppressed to the level of mortals. This did not seem to affect the true energy inherent within the artifact, nor did it impede the functioning of the leaf of wind control as a tool. Thus, Lin Fan soared into the sky, captivating the attention of all those present. The creature appeared momentarily bewildered, seemingly pondering the abrupt disappearance of its prey. However, with its underdeveloped brain and utterly immature cerebellum, it was evidently incapable of grasping the sequence of events, and promptly shifted its gaze to another target. At that instant, not only the creature but the onlookers were equally astonished. While they recognized the formidable prowess of the saint ancestor, they were utterly baffled as to how he could ascend without any cultivation. This defied the laws of nature. It also disregarded metaphysical principles. Truly, the saint ancestor was incredibly impressive. They had believed that the saint ancestor's might was confined within the parameters of cultivation. Now it seemed he had transcended those very rules. Qi Ling, equally astounded, could distinctly perceive that his own cultivation had been entirely obliterated, leaving not a trace behind. In such stark contrast, he became acutely aware of the sheer terror of his opponent. As a Saint Monarch-level powerhouse, he found himself utterly incapable of channeling even a modicum of true energy in this realm. Not only was flight impossible, but even the most fundamental applications were beyond his reach. Yet, his adversary was able to soar. How astonishing! It was no wonder that his mentor dared to venture into the void abyss. Perhaps my previous estimation was not merely an overestimation, but rather an underestimation of his capabilities? Qi Ling contemplated a possibility, a potential means to surmount the constraints. The void abyss is known to nullify the cultivation of those who enter. This is common knowledge. Yet every secret realm possesses its own limits of power. The formation of secret realms is not without trace, nor do they simply materialize out of thin air. The power of a Saint King creates a Saint King secret realm, while the might of a Saint Lord gives rise to a Saint Lord secret realm. Each secret realm possesses a distinct level of strength. Is it possible that the Abyss of Void is, in fact, a Saint King secret realm? The reason why everyone previously claimed that entering here would lead to a loss of cultivation is that no Saint King expert has ever set foot in this place. Due to the absence of such formidable figures, all who ventured within have lost their abilities, thus giving rise to this rumor. As for my teacher, being a Saint King expert, although not entirely immune to the suppression of the secret realm of the same rank, is still able to retain a portion of his strength, preventing him from being reduced to that of a mere mortal. Indeed, unbeknownst to him, Qi Ling has completely regarded Lin Fan as a master of Saint King caliber. For Qi Ling, as a Saint Lord, there exists no qualification for resistance here, a fact that cannot be disputed, indicating that Lin Fan and he are undeniably of different tiers. It is no wonder that my teacher's earlier request at the gathering was for artifacts that can be activated by mortals or those with extremely low cultivation, rather than directly asking for artifacts that can be wielded by mere mortals. Truly, he possesses the confidence to retain a portion of his abilities in such a secret realm. While flying may be a fundamental application of true energy for cultivators, it is not devoid of prerequisites. Those in the first 3 levels of the human realm lack the ability to fly, while those at the 4th level may begin to fly with the aid of external objects, such as a flying sword. Only upon reaching the 7th level of the human realm Having thoroughly transcended the second threshold, does a cultivator attain genuine flying capabilities. Thus, the teacher's cultivation level is at least the 7th stage of human realm. Such prowess would likely enable him to sweep across the entire void abyss. With this thought, Lin finally set his mind at ease. No wonder he dared to brazenly enter the void abyss. He possesses the confidence to do so. He then bellowed, "Everyone, step back. Allow the teacher to handle this monster alone. You are not yet qualified to intervene in the battle." What is this? After merely a few days of initiation, he has already begun to flaunt his master? Lin Fan felt that the moral compass of the current direct disciples needed significant improvement. What nonsense is this? Yet, one could not deny that Ling's commanding shout jolted the bewildered elders back to reality, prompting them to swiftly evade the monster's assaults to avoid being struck down in one fell swoop. Their eyes turned toward Lin Fan, wearing pitiful expressions, as if pleading for the ancestral sage to descend and rescue them. Rescue them? What a joke. The good news is he can fly. The bad news is that is all he can do. At present, Lin Fan possessed no special abilities apart from floating in the air. Thus, he could at most ensure his own survival. As for the others, well, that was merely laughable. It is not feasible if he wished to partake in the battle. He would have to wield a sword and strike. However, getting too close posed the risk of being countered. After all, while this creature may not fly, it certainly can jump. If he carelessly descended, he could very well meet his end in an instant. Is there any means that guarantees personal safety while allowing for ranged attacks? Wait, it appears there is indeed such a method. A mischievous grin spread across Lin Fan's face, and in the next moment, a colossal soup basin appeared in his hands. His spatial ring, adorned on each of his 10 fingers, was brimming with delicacies collected from the royal palace, along with an assortment of peculiar items. Have you ever heard of a divine mushroom soup descending from the heavens? In chapter 93, "One is sufficient for me." The other elders were unable to retrieve the treasures from their spatial rings, not due to a blockade, but because the artifacts themselves possessed a high rank. Without the infusion of true energy, they could not be extracted. Thus, it was not the spatial rings that were sealed, but rather the loss of cultivation that rendered them incapable of retrieving the treasures within. However, Lin Fan's spatial ring contained hardly any true artifacts. It was filled with mundane items, which could easily be extracted without any cultivation at all. He could not help but express gratitude towards the opulent palace, where even an ordinary soup basin was encrusted with an abundance of gemstones, its weight a testament to the unknown materials from which it was crafted. Consequently, he found himself unable to hold it for long, and so he swiftly hurled it downwards. Bang! The massive soup basin crashed onto the creature's head, spilling mushroom soup everywhere, leaving the beast momentarily dazed, unable to rise immediately. Indeed, these creatures lacked cultivation, possessing at most the combat prowess of a fierce beast. Their heads were not made of iron, and such a forceful blow would leave anyone reeling. Witnessing the creature's brief loss of combat capability, Disbay promptly reacted, drawing forth his broken sword to sever the monster's neck. Even without the infusion of energy, the sword remained a sacred artifact, signifying its formidable hardness and sharpness. Moreover, there exists a fundamental distinction between those of the lower realm and those of the higher realm. They are not born cultivators, nor do they inherently possess extraordinary powers. Prior to their ascension as practitioners, they too were mere mortals, and many during this phase could achieve a degree of martial prowess. Indeed, Disbay is a prodigy of the sword, possessing a unique sword theory that has garnered the recognition of a sacred sword, a testament to his innate talent. Even before he became a practitioner, he was already a swordsman. This ensures that, even if he were to lose all his cultivation, he would still possess the combat prowess of a martial arts master. After vanquishing the creature, he glanced at the scattered mushroom soup on the ground, uncertain of what expression to wear at that moment. I previously pondered why the Grand Ancestor sought to collect so many items of mortal caliber. It appears he was well prepared. Yet, is it not rather peculiar? Even wielding a brick to strike would be far superior to flinging a basin of soup at someone. Ling's lips twitched as well. He had anticipated that his master would effortlessly dispatch the creature with a mere sword so why resort to tossing a bowl of mushroom soup? This was not the image of a formidable warrior he had envisioned. Perhaps the master wished to conceal his true strength in the presence of these weaker beings. Or perhaps he intended to temper them. In any case, I find it utterly perplexing to fathom the thoughts of the mighty. Undoubtedly, more monsters lie ahead. Yet the group remains filled with confidence, for as long as the great Grand Ancestor is present, all shall be well. After all, their esteemed Grand Ancestor can effortlessly transform into a relentless mushroom soup bombardier. Wait, did something peculiar flicker through their minds? The events occurring in the palace did not stir any significant ripples. Before taking action, Disbay had forewarned others that they would undertake a perilous mission. instructing them to maintain a safe distance for the time being. However, the duration that the practitioners perceived as a short time was rather ambiguous. The disappearance of the emperor also failed to capture anyone's attention, for in the eyes of a tyrant and a fool, any action taken is not surprising. The notion of his vanishing, or even dying, would elicit no astonishment. Indeed, one might argue that death would be a more favorable outcome. Yet, the palace remained tumultuous today. Cavalro stood atop the roof, gazing toward the place where the others had vanished. Dressed not in his striking purple-embroidered black robe, but merely in inconspicuous gray attire. He was nonetheless overshadowed by an even more flamboyant figure beside him. This individual, adorned in opulent garments and sporting a disdainful expression, seemed to have "I am remarkable" written across his face. Indeed, this was the esteemed master of the demon sect, still lingering in the lower realm. Logically, the duration of his secretive technique should have expired, yet he remained inexplicably present. It appeared that your so-called covert operation had already reached the ears of the adversary. The demon sect observed Cavalro with a hint of mockery. Your supposedly loyal subordinate seems to lack such fidelity. If you truly intend to delay your exploration for another week, I fear there will be naught but ashes left for you. Cavalro stood with his arms crossed, his expression inscrutable. My most loyal subordinate would never betray me. Yet, he has betrayed me, has he not? How else do you suppose the ancestral saint of the human race acquired the precise coordinates of the void abyss? Master of the demon sect, perhaps you have misunderstood a matter. Cavalro suddenly turned his head, revealing a faint smile. Is there any inherent connection between his informing the ancestral saint of the human race about the coordinates of the void abyss and betraying me? The smile vanished from the demon sect leader's face, and it seemed that, at that moment, he began to scrutinize the demon leader before him. The very being he had previously looked down upon. Was that letter you compelled him to write? Cavalro did not respond directly but instead remarked, You have also stated that the void abyss is fraught with peril and its opportunities remain uncertain. Even if I were to attain the greatest opportunity therein, with my current cultivation, it might be utterly futile. Thus, Cavalro's true plan was never to ascend by leveraging the opportunities of the void abyss. To vanquish the human race, one must first defeat the ancestral saint. Clearly, given the immense disparity in their cultivation levels, a direct confrontation would be akin to striking a stone with an egg, resulting in immediate annihilation. However, what if this considerable gap in cultivation could be bridged? What if they could be placed on the same plane of existence? Cavalro clenched his fists. I have never been defeated by an opponent of equal standings. Not in the past, nor will I in the future. The demon sect leader swallowed hard. You are truly a madman. Have you ever contemplated that the execution of such a plan, even if it ultimately grants you the opportunity to slay the progenitor of humanity, carries with it a substantial probability of your own demise in the abyss of nothingness? He cannot fathom, cannot comprehend how one would willingly sacrifice their own life to confront an adversary. For a cultivator, is self-preservation not of paramount importance? Cavalro smiled gently. The leader of the demon clan fears not death. We only dread death devoid of meaning. The plan has been advanced, hastening to the present moment, requiring no notification to anyone else. For those who dare to venture, one is sufficient. Chapter 94. Humanity shall endure now. Let us not squander time. If we delay any further, we shall truly be unable to catch up. Cavalro lightly patted the shoulder of the demon sect beside him. Let us proceed. Wait us. The demon sect appeared bewildered. Indeed. Cavalro nodded. We shall enter together. The demon sect immediately took a step back. Are you jesting? Just moments ago, you claimed that one daring individual suffices, yet now you wish to involve me. Do you not find yourself amusing? I shan't go, no matter what you say. But rest assured, I shall relay your death notice back to the demon clan. I will burn paper offerings for you every Qingming festival henceforth. Cavalro's expression darkened. He is yet to meet his end. Accompany me on this journey. It shall prove advantageous for you, for risk invariably accompanies opportunity. It has become evident that although the demon sect possesses superior cultivation compared to Cavalro, their intellect is not as formidable as one might presume. In Cavalro's persuasive discourse, this individual transitioned from fear to skepticism, and unexpectedly, through an inexplicable surge of confidence, acquiesced to his propositions. Cavalro harbored no doubt that, given a few more hours of persuasion, he might successfully manipulate this individual into submission, even enlisting him to assist in counting the spoils. Engaging this demon sect member was a strategy Cavalro had long devised. Firstly, this individual would inevitably return to the upper realm and would refrain from acting in the lower realm, rendering his presence here a mere drain on resources, devoid of any value. Even in death, he would not be mourned, as he did not contribute to the combat strength of their lower realm demon clan. Secondly, despite his apparent inadequacies, having entered the abyss of nullity and lost his sole advantage. His origins from the upper realm would undoubtedly endow him with superior knowledge of the abyss compared to Cavalro. Thirdly, should circumstances escalate to a perilous extent, Cavalro would prefer to have a scapegoat by his side. Thus, let us venture forth. Clang. The blade sliced through the air, and yet another monster's head soared skyward, bloodied and lifeless. Despise's broken sword was now drenched in crimson, while a smile graced his countenance. Clearly, another beast had succumbed to their might. Lin Fan had finally perfected his inaugural self-created divine technique, the Great Stun Spell. This formidable spell possesses the power to forcibly induce a brief state of dizziness in its victims. Those lacking resilience may even find themselves rendered unconscious. The method is quite straightforward. From a lofty vantage point, one must exert considerable effort to hurl objects, no lighter than a brick, downward. It requires not an ounce of genuine energy, rendering it an indispensable skill for both home and travel. It is hard to fathom that this is indeed the legendary Void Abyss. Qiling even entertained the notion that they were on an excursion, with Lin Fan tasked with the act of smashing and Dispai responsible for the harvest, while the others merely applauded, unaware of how far they had ventured. Yet, the path ahead continued to extend infinitely, with no visible end in sight, nor any means of escape. If they could not find a way out, even if the monsters within posed no threat to them, they would be doomed to remain trapped here for eternity. What difference would that make to death? As they pressed on, an elder suddenly leaned against the wall, appearing feeble, clutching his abdomen. I gradually felt my energy waning, my body growing increasingly frail. Could it be that this accursed place is saturated with some form of toxin? Upon hearing his words, the other elders were immediately struck with fear, for they too experienced the same debilitating sensation. They were becoming weaker. Qiling had not noticed this previously, but promptly checked his own condition and indeed found himself lacking in stamina, far worse than when he first entered this place. How infuriating! Must we truly perish here? One elder sank to the ground, and then a rumble emanated from his stomach. Lin Fan, with a look of exasperation, remarked, "Of course. After walking for so long without a pause, your energy would naturally deplete. It has been quite a while since any of you have eaten, hasn't it? It seems as though a millennium has passed without sustenance." Lin Fan covered his face, realizing that these individuals, once exalted cultivators, had long adopted fasting, no longer requiring food to sustain their bodily functions. Thus, the very notion of eating had eluded them. Yet now, stripped of their cultivation, their physiques had reverted to that of mere mortals, and if they continued to abstain from nourishment, they would indeed face starvation. The elders exchanged bewildered glances, so they were not afflicted by some dreadful toxin, but were simply famished? However, as cultivators, they naturally would not carry any provisions within their rings. Not even a morsel of dry rations. They were beginning to feel parched, and if sustenance and hydration were not procured within a few days, they would become yet another lifeless form within this secret realm. All right, I truly have no means to deal with you. Lin Fan nonchalantly summoned a grand table from his ring, and in an instant, a lavish feast materialized before them, brimming with opulence that starkly contrasted the surroundings of the secret realm. In that moment, they finally comprehended why Lin Fan had amassed such an abundance of food as weapons. Initially, they believed these items could only be used to strike others, but now it was evident that they could indeed be consumed. Truly the sage ancestor, remarkably sagacious. Qiling also felt a twinge of shame. He had only considered the peril following the obliteration of their cultivation, neglecting the crucial matter of food supply. How many formidable cultivators venturing into the Void Abyss had ultimately succumbed to starvation within its depths? Indeed, there remains much for me to learn, considering the physical exertion involved. The group decided to rest in place, while Qiling began to explore his surroundings, pondering numerous unsettling aspects. We are certainly not the first to venture into the Void Abyss. Where, then, are the remains of previous explorers? Even if their bodies were consumed by monsters, some traces should surely remain. Space rings or other artifacts would not simply vanish, would they? This phenomenon unsettled him, for the various scenarios that sprang to mind were far from reassuring. Either the expanse of the Void Abyss is so vast that scattered bodies may not be encountered, indicating a more arduous search for an exit, or they have yet to enter truly perilous territory, with prior explorers having navigated the initial monster zone only to perish in subsequent, more treacherous areas. The Void Abyss, capable of devouring countless formidable cultivators, is certainly not as tranquil as it appears. Qiling brushed aside the vegetation on the wall, initially engaged in a mindless search. Yet he inadvertently discovered some unusual markings on the surface. This drew the attention of everyone, who turned to him with keen interest. There, Etched in a crooked line upon the wall were words that exuded the essence of time and history. No one knew how many millennia ago they were inscribed. Humanity shall endure eternally. Chapter 95. Divided paths. Humanity shall endure eternally. This proclamation, though quite stirring, evokes a sense of bewilderment in this context. Teacher, what are your thoughts? Qi Ling immediately turned to inquire about Lin Fan's opinion. How did he perceive it? By observing with his eyes, of course. Lin Fan cleared his throat softly. It appears this must be left by those who came before us. Was that a statement of the obvious? He suddenly felt that there was little necessity in uttering such words. Dispai stepped forward, gently caressing the engraved text. The holy ancestor speaks true. The individual who inscribed this must belong to the human race. But why would they choose to write such a phrase? If it were the final words of an explorer venturing into the void abyss, there would be no reason to implicate all of humanity. The inscription seems entirely out of context. No, Qi Ling narrowed his eyes. The predecessors referred to by the teacher cannot merely be superficial former explorers. They must be of a much older lineage. The group exchanged glances, pondering the implications. Could it be that the one who left this inscription was, in fact, the architect of the secret realm? After all, not all secret realms are formed by natural forces. In fact, the vast majority were once crafted by human hands, only to fall into desolation over time. If their conjecture held any truth, the secrets concealed within this void abyss would be unimaginably vast. This entire abyss was established by humanity. Yet why does it bear the inscription proclaiming that humanity shall endure eternally? Could this have been a bastion for human defense? What threats did the ancients face that compelled them to create such a refuge? In contrast to the wild speculations of Dispai and the others, Qi Ling possessed a wealth of knowledge, prompting him to delve deeper into contemplation. In a sanctified realm of royal caliber, should it be a construct of human origin, the identity of its architect would be truly formidable. How could a being of such exalted strength deign to establish a secret domain in such a desolate locale? After all, not everyone possesses the stature of a mentor. Ahem, I mean no disrespect. Silently justifying within, Qi Ling continued to ponder. The appearance of a royal-level powerhouse in the mortal realm, when considered alongside the annals of ancient history, suggests that when this secret domain was erected, the realms may not have yet been divided. What was humanity's greatest adversary before the realms were partitioned? Qi Ling's heart skipped a beat. The celestial demons. Indeed, was it not the pursuit of the celestial demons that drew the mentor to the lower realm? Much like the previous expedition to the sacred sword's secret domain. Thus, the essence of this journey into the void abyss is, in truth, the eradication of the remnants of the celestial demons. This has been the mentor's enduring objective. After a period of recuperation, the group resumed their journey, with the elders' emotions running deep and complex. Soon, they came across the first corpse discovered after entering the secret domain. With vigilance, Dispai approached to inspect. The body had decayed beyond recognition, disintegrating into dust at the slightest touch, leaving only a few scattered artifacts behind. This unfortunate soul must have perished several centuries or even millennia ago, and the artifacts left behind were of modest caliber, indicating that they likely stumbled into the royal chamber, inadvertently dragged into the void abyss. Yet, all of this remains conjecture, for whether this place was once a royal chamber centuries ago is still uncertain, and they hold no interest in delving into the history of mortals prematurely. Lin Fan floated forward, where he encountered a colossal door, now overrun with vines, appearing rather dilapidated. Drawing forth the sword of the falling sunset, he severed the encroaching foliage, revealing an inscription upon the door. Halt, O intruder. The letters, tinged with a dark crimson hue even in their current state, emanated an aura that intertwined both majesty and malevolence, sending shivers down one's spine. Halt. It was impossible for the intruder to cease. Behind him lay no means of escape. If he wished to depart this place, he had no choice but to advance. Lin Fan slightly descended, leaping boldly through the threshold, closely followed by the youngest girl. However, the others heard Lin Fan's admonition to halt and instinctively paused, perplexed. Just then, a beam of light surged from the doorway. An unexpected turn of events. Qi Ling instinctively activated an imaginary protective energy, only to realize upon regaining focus that the door had completely sealed shut, barring any further entry. The Saint Ancestor remained within, having lost their greatest anchor. The elders, who were but eternally youthful in spirit despite their millennia, struggled to contain their agitation. What was happening? Despair flickered briefly in Despair's heart, yet he quickly composed himself. With the Saint Ancestor gone, he stood as the highest authority among them. Such a figure could not afford to panic. The Saint Ancestor's directive to halt implied he wished for them to refrain from following. Was it possible that the dangers within were so profound that he preferred to confront them alone? No. This expedition into the secret realm was evidently orchestrated by him long ago. If we were to be of no use, there would have been no necessity for him to involve us at all. The more Disbay analyzed the situation, the more his eyes sparkled with understanding. It seemed he had grasped the true intentions of the ancestor. When the ancestor had nonchalantly crossed his legs earlier, he claimed there were no hints to be found. A statement I had not pondered deeply at the time. Yet, reflecting upon it now, it strikes me as peculiar. If there were no hints, then why did he cross his legs? Such a profound and inscrutable figure as him surely could not possess the bad habit of crossing his legs. This is not merely a hint, it is an overt indication. The act of crossing legs signifies a division of forces. The ancestor is indeed playing a grand game. Disbay promptly voiced his thoughts, aiming to bolster morale. Our next course of action is to fulfill our own mission. Another elder inquired with uncertainty, but what precisely does the ancestor want us to do? Even if he cannot divulge celestial secrets, there should at least be some indication, right? What could their task possibly entail? Indeed, hadn't the ancestor already instructed us on what to do? Disbay suddenly smacked his thigh in realization. Even before entering this place, hadn't we already been assigned a mission? That mission was to eliminate the Emperor, with the Emperor wielding the Imperial banner. No. The banner of 10,000 souls, he undoubtedly represents a highly unstable factor, capable of causing significant turmoil at a critical moment. The Emperor remains unvanquished, and thus our mission remains unfulfilled. Disbay gently patted the elder's shoulder, urging him not to lose his composure. At all times, we must remain as calm and collected as the holy ancestor. Lin Fan, however, found his mental state unraveling. Chapter 96. Hey, is someone cheating? Can anyone explain why such a massive door would vanish into thin air? Indeed, from the perspective of Disbay and the others, it appeared that the colossal gate had closed. Yet, when Lin Fan turned to look, he beheld a completely different scene. It was a portal to another realm, and he had been transported to a certain location within the secret domain. If it weren't for the little girl trailing behind him, Lin Fan, in an effort to uphold the dignity of the ancestor, would have already erupted in furious expletives directed at this confounded mechanism. With the absence of the martial arts experts from their group, only the little girl remained by his side. Lin Fan would have preferred her not to have followed him, as it would allow him to focus solely on his own actions without the distraction of safeguarding another. Why did you follow me? The little girl was taken aback. I am your attendant. Is it not my duty to accompany you? Clearly, in the girl's eyes, she had severely misjudged the level of danger within the secret realm, as well as Lin Fan's capabilities. Lacking any substantial knowledge of cultivation, she could not comprehend the perilous situation that arose from the loss of one's powers. Instead, she could only conclude from their journey that the holy ancestor must possess a means to navigate the dangers ahead, and being with him would ensure her safety. If one were to ascertain who harbors the least confidence in Lin Fan within the entire team, it would likely be himself. The situation is exceedingly dire. The group has been forcibly divided into two factions. Lin Fan's side lacks sufficient combat power, while the opposing team, including Disbay and others, is deprived of adequate food supplies. This indicates that if they cannot swiftly vacate this location, the possibility of total annihilation looms large. Lin Fan has contemplated alternative methods to bolster his combat prowess, such as directly acquiring the latent Earth realm cultivation stored within the system. However, that would render him a conventional cultivator, subject to the same limitations as an ordinary mortal, thus resulting in no significant difference from his current state. Alternatively, there exists the lucky talisman. Yet, this item is undeniably a double-edged sword. It is certain to be utilized, but the timing of its application will significantly test the psychological fortitude of the user. Given the current predicament, one would hope that circumstances could hardly worsen. As Lin Fan surveyed his surroundings, he discerned that he was ensconced within a chamber of modest dimensions, approximately the size of an ordinary classroom, with the sole distinction being that each of the four walls bore a door. Cautiously, he approached and opened one of the doors, only to find another identical room, featuring the same four doors. This is a labyrinth. Then I shall claim this for myself. On the other side of the void abyss, the demonic sect, accompanying Cavalier, gazed with great satisfaction at the object in their possession, a compass. They had successfully located a corpse within the secret realm, which could more accurately be described as a pile of ash. The demon sect was astonished to discover that the corpse bore a treasure of the holy sect level. Such a treasure was beyond Cavalro's reach, thus it rightfully belonged to him. This revelation prompted the demon sect to nod in agreement, silently acknowledging that this journey had indeed been worthwhile. Just this single artifact was worth a staggering 90% of his wealth. However, the vastness of this secret realm posed a challenge. Where could one find the target that needed to be eliminated? The demon sect regarded Cavalro with a hint of mockery, secretly wishing that they would never encounter a human ancestral being. Although failing to fulfill Cavalro's objective would be unfortunate, at least it would ensure their safety. Fate will bring us together, Cavalro uttered, a phrase laden with an air of mysticism, before pausing before an enormous door. He turned to inquire of the demon sect. You must have some knowledge of this place. Is there anything peculiar about this door? With a resigned gesture, the demon sect replied, Please. This is my first visit as well. Do not expect me to possess any useful information. However, he continued, from my analysis, there should be more than one such door within this realm, though they may lead to the same destination. Cavalro scrutinized him with a discerning gaze. Analysis, you say? It seems you are not as uninformed about this place as you claimed. I find myself curious about your source of information. Perhaps it is best that you remain uncurious. It would be of no benefit to you, the demon sect retorted with a scoff. Then, seemingly unperturbed by any impending danger, he boldly stepped through the door, with Cavalro promptly following suit, ensuring he did not lag behind. They too entered the labyrinthine chamber, where Cavalro retrieved his provisions and took a bite. It appears we may have to linger here for quite some time. Anticipating a journey to the abyss of nullity, Cavalro had prudently filled his spatial ring with sustenance and water fit for ordinary folk. As the leader of the demon clan, he would never commit such an elementary blunder. The mage sect surveyed the terrain with a hint of frustration. Devoid of the aid of divine insight, we could wander this place for 8 centuries without discovering an exit. Cavalro shrugged nonchalantly. You need not worry about us being trapped here for 800 years, as my rations are insufficient to sustain us for that duration. Hey, shouldn't that be a cause for celebration? At least it seems devoid of those bothersome creatures outside. Cavalro stepped forward to push open a door, only to be met with utter bewilderment. Opposite him stood Lin Fan, equally perplexed. In this shared moment of confusion, the leaders of the human and demon clans encountered one another in the secret realm, marking a historic meeting. Both parties greeted the situation with fervor. Lin Fan, elated, unsheathed his sword and charged forward with a swing. Clang. Cavalro swiftly drew his own blade to parry, while Lin Fan retreated just as quickly. Who could explain why Cavalro was here? Wasn't he this realm supposed to be under the dominion of humanity? Encountering the demon clan's leader here was undoubtedly a dire turn of events. Yet the sole consolation was that his opponent lacked cultivation, sparing him the fear of immediate annihilation. At last, I have found you, ancestor of the human clan. Lin Fan did not revel in his joy for long, as Cavalro swiftly retrieved a repeating crossbow from his spatial ring and unhesitatingly pulled the trigger, having been forewarned that none among them possessed any cultivation. Cavalro naturally refrained from preparing any magical artifacts, as they would serve no purpose. No artifact could rival the simplicity and efficacy of mundane weaponry. The fruits of human ingenuity were sufficient to transform into a meat grinder in the throes of earthly conflict, and here it would equally apply. Cavalro possessed ample confidence. Should a close-quarters battle ensue, his swordsmanship was on par with anyone else. Conversely, if a distance were established, his crossbow would become a lethal instrument. I wonder where you shall hide. Soon enough, Cavalro observed Lin Fan's response. He intended to take to the skies. As Lin Fan's form swiftly ascended into the heavens, several large question marks materialized above Cavalro's head. Was it not agreed that none possessed any cultivation? How could there be one who could fly? By the heavens! Is this cheat so blatant? In Chapter 97, The Unparalleled Battle, Cavalro found himself for the first time filled with a desire to curse. What nonsense is this void abyss? What absurdity is this cultivation nullification? It seems only they were rendered powerless, while the elder from the opposing side still soared freely above. Thus, he quickly furrowed his brow, stepping back several paces, and summoned the protective barrier of the demon sect before him. What is this? Why are you pushing me? Both individuals found themselves momentarily disoriented. Yet merely seconds later, Cavalro sensed something amiss. If the opponent indeed retained any remnants of cultivation, why did they not simply eliminate the two of them? They were within the confines of the secret realm. Slaying them would not attract the attention of the higher realms. Why has the enemy not seized such an opportunity to eliminate their adversary effortlessly? Perhaps they have employed some unique technique to elevate themselves, thus not genuinely retaining a portion of their cultivation. Contemplating this, Cavalro was determined not to miss this chance. It might be the sole moment when their levels of cultivation were nearly equivalent. Once lost, there would be no second opportunity. With a swift motion, several crossbow bolts were launched towards Lin Fan. He exclaimed in shock and immediately summoned a large round table from his spatial ring to shield himself, serving as a robust barrier. A table? Cavalro was momentarily taken aback. He could hardly fathom that his opponent would produce such an item. who would keep a table in their spatial ring. However, it soon became evident that a table was relatively mundane compared to what followed. Lin Fan stowed the table away with one hand while raising a large basin of braised lion's head with the other, hurling it directly at Cavalro's head. Here, as a gesture of friendly exchange, allow me to treat you to a meal. Amidst the clatter of pots and pans, a monumental confrontation between the leaders of the human and demon factions commenced. A little girl, hiding nearby and observing the spectacle, murmured to herself, "Is this the battle between top-tier immortals? Truly magnificent." As a witness to this grand conflict, she felt compelled to document the events in detail. Indeed, when the leaders of the two clans met, the adversary chose to draw weapons, while our side opted to present a table and food. This clearly illustrates the differing attitudes of both parties. The human race is genuinely striving for peace with great effort. Yet, it seems that the other side does not appreciate the gesture. Without a doubt, the atmosphere of the battle shifted inexplicably the moment Lin Fan produced the braised lion's head and began to strike. While Cavalro's swordsmanship was undoubtedly exquisite, the issue lay in the utter lack of opportunity to demonstrate it. No matter how vigorously he wielded his blade, he posed no threat to Lin Fan, who hovered effortlessly above. The hand crossbow, with its limited destructive capacity and the cumbersome task of reloading arrows, proved ineffective. Meanwhile, Lin Fan relentlessly bombarded Cavalro with an assortment of items from his possession. Within less than half a minute, Cavalro found himself in a pitiful state. It was fortunate for him that he was nimble, for a single blow to the head could have spelled his complete demise. The demon sect understood that such a situation could not be allowed to persist. Seizing the moment when their opponent's attention was diverted, they stealthily circled around and fixated their gaze upon the young girl. "Humph, how foolish to bring a burden to such a perilous place. I shall ensure you reap the consequences." He deftly unsheathed his side sword, even without infusing it with true energy. This artifact forged in the upper realm could slice through iron like mud, capable of severing any armor from the lower realms. To those above, cease your throwing. Weapons. Well, if such things could be deemed weapons. In any case, halt your actions immediately, or I shall take her life. The demon sect member glided before the young girl, intent on pressing his sword against her throat. However, he was utterly unprepared for the next moment when the girl deftly sidestepped his grasp and, to his astonishment, produced a scratching tool. Do I truly allow a mere mortal to evade me? The demon sect master was momentarily taken aback, only to be consumed by a sudden fury, seizing his sword and flailing it wildly. Indeed, there was no semblance of swordsmanship, it was sheer chaos. This individual was a native of the upper realm, having been a cultivator since birth, never having traversed the mortal phase. Thus, his understanding was fundamentally different from that of others. From the moment he could recall, his sole focus had been on the pursuit of cultivation, mastering the flow of true energy, and wielding divine abilities. To him, magical artifacts were merely tools for channeling this energy. When one possesses the capability to cleave mountains and part seas, does it truly matter whether one wields a sword, a staff, or even a mere brick? Stripped of his cultivation and bereft of true energy, his most potent instrument, the demon sect master was, in essence, utterly inept with a sword, lacking even the most rudimentary combat skills of mortals. In contrast, the young girl, though slight of build and tender in years, was a genuine veteran of the battlefield, one who had witnessed the horrors of bloodshed. Under the emperor's coercion, she had been forced to slay others, equally unfortunate, to ensure her own survival. Such performances had not been isolated events. The various underhanded tactics she employed, while perhaps appearing crude to cultivators, were invaluable tools for a frail mortal's self-defense. Indeed, tools. The most significant distinction between humans and animals lies in the ability to utilize tools, and those who master these instruments can extend their existence a little longer in a ruthless world. The girl deftly maneuvered to evade the demon sect master's sword strikes with an uncanny grace, regardless of the sword's strength. If it failed to strike true, it was all in vain. Then, she suddenly swung the scratching tool in her hand, striking the man's most vulnerable spot. A piercing scream erupted from the demon sect, echoing with heart-wrenching agony. Those accustomed to protective true energy could scarcely comprehend the combat techniques of evasion and defense employed by mere mortals. When faced with an attack, his instinct was not to dodge or block with his weapon, but rather to unconsciously summon that protective energy, even though it was non-existent. The little girl clearly would not squander the opportunity presented by his momentary daze. She leaped into action, delivering a blow to his head that sent him fleeing in panic. Indeed, a mortal girl pursuing a formidable demon from the upper realm, such a surreal scene unfolded in the depths of the void abyss. The demon appeared utterly bewildered, his illusion of invincibility shattered, reminiscent of the days when he toiled as a mere servant in the sect of the upper realm. He realized he ought not to be a man of confidence, for he was hardly a true warrior. In the grand scheme of the upper realm, he amounted to nothing. So utterly mediocre. What had fostered his delusion of invincibility? Was it the vast disparity in cultivation levels compared to the lower realm's inhabitants? Or the flattery from his fellow demons? Indeed, his sole advantage over these lower realm beings was his cultivation. Yet, that advantage had vanished the moment he entered this realm. At this very moment, he wished to cry out, "Oh, do not strike my face." Chapter 98. The Past Revisited. A useless being, more adept at causing trouble than achieving success. Cavero also took note of the unfolding situation and couldn't help but curse under his breath. In the realm of the void, what is erased is not merely one's cultivation, but also the essence of one's physical prowess. When everyone possesses the ability to harness vital energy, defense can be achieved simply by activating protective chi, and defense can be executed through formidable divine abilities. Thus, few regard the cultivation of the body with any seriousness. Nevertheless, it is undeniable that nearly everyone engages in some form of physical training, for no one would squander the opportunity for self-improvement, albeit with less emphasis on physical cultivation compared to the refinement of chi. However, herein lies the conundrum. The understanding of training by practitioners diverges significantly from that of ordinary mortals. Practitioners refine their bodies through the infusion of chi, employing various spiritual herbs to enhance their physical constitution, or utilizing an array of divine techniques and mental disciplines to elevate their corporeal form. Indeed, what could be accomplished in mere days by soaking in spiritual herbs seems hardly worth decades of arduous training. From the perspective of the upper realms, the physical conditioning methods of the mundane world appear utterly futile. Yet now, all forms of physical constitution honed through the infusion of chi, and those cultivated by spiritual herbs, have vanished alongside the practitioner's cultivation. In contrast, the training methods of the ordinary realm, untouched by any supernatural forces and solely focused on the refinement of the physical body, remain entirely unscathed. This explains why Cavero, with his exceptional swordsmanship, is able to deftly evade various incoming assaults, while the demonic sect finds itself overwhelmed. Fleeing in disarray from a mere young girl, Cavero, in a state of disbelief, had never anticipated that despite sharing the same level of cultivation, he would be so thoroughly bested. This was a stark deviation from his initial expectations. Most strikingly, he had never considered that his opponent could fly. The sword wielded by the holy ancestor of the human race must certainly possess a higher rank than my own. However, thus far, he has only resorted to remote suppression, showing no intention of engaging me in close combat. This is the quintessential behavior of the upper realm dwellers. These individuals may possess formidable cultivation, yet they are nearly inept in physical confrontations. Their mastery of true energy is exquisite, but once that energy is depleted, their combat prowess diminishes drastically. I cannot allow myself to be suppressed any longer. Defeat is inevitable if this continues. Cavero, in a somewhat disheveled state, executed a roll and immediately pushed open the nearest door, clearly intending to withdraw from the fight. He is indeed unafraid of death, yet he sees no reason to engage in a battle that is certain to end in failure. Rather than engage in a seemingly heroic yet ultimately futile struggle, it is wiser to conserve his strength in preparation for future encounters. Attempting to flee, Lin Fan instinctively considered pursuing through the door, but then recalled the possibility of Cavero lying in ambush behind it. At his current distance, he could not evade the opponent's sword strike. After all, the door is firmly anchored to the ground, and no matter how adept Lin Fan may be at flying, passing through the door would inevitably place him at a perilous height. Most cultivators meet their demise through recklessness. Moreover, he is not even a cultivator. It is wiser to remain cautious and heed the will of his heart. Thus, he promptly turned to capture that demon sect member. Unfortunately, the young girl was not a trained warrior. Although she could not match him in strength, she managed to escape. Cavero and the demon sect member dashed off in opposite directions, and within this labyrinthine array of rooms, should those two genuinely wish to flee, capturing them would prove exceedingly difficult. Though it is somewhat regrettable, upon contemplation, this is indeed the norm. After all, Cavero is the leader of the demon clan, and he appears to have made ample preparations. Lin Fan has always adhered to the principle of never underestimating one's adversary. As the leader of the demon clan, Cavero cannot be easily dispatched in a mere encounter. Who knows what hidden cards he possesses? Congratulations, host, for successfully repelling the demon clan leader Cavero and the reinforcements from the upper realm. What? Reinforcements from the upper realm? Lin Fan recalled the demon sect that had been relentlessly pursuing him. Is this the best the upper realm can muster, sending such a lackluster figure to fill the ranks? Considering this, one might feel a twinge of pity for Cavero. Congratulations, host, for receiving a special divine ability reward, reappearance of the past. Oh, this time, it is actually a divine ability. Lin Fan felt a surge of curiosity. Since this is a reward issued by the system, the requirements for cultivation should be quite low, at least sufficient to be activated by the spirit induction method. Otherwise, the reward would be utterly meaningless. The rewards granted by the system are designed for him to master directly, rather than being presented as a manual that others could learn from. How remarkable! The divine ability reappearance of the past allows one to reclaim an item once possessed, and indeed, it requires a minimal amount of true energy to activate. Such a powerful effect with such a modest cost. Surely, no divine ability in the world could be so flawless, hence it must be fraught with limitations. Regardless of the user's cultivation level, this ability can only be activated once within a single day, and the item retrieved will not exist permanently, vanishing an hour after its acquisition. The revival of the past only allows the user to retrieve inanimate objects, proving ineffective for living beings. Moreover, since this extraordinary ability directly influences the flow of time, it does not alter the current timeline of corresponding items. For instance, Lin Fan can summon the past falling sunset sword, resulting in him possessing 2 such swords. However, it is evident that this is merely the most rudimentary application of the power. Like many other supernatural abilities, it suffers from a common drawback. Its effectiveness is contingent upon the user's cultivation level. Given Lin Fan's current prowess, the items he summons are likely to be significantly diminished in efficacy, certainly inferior to their original forms. Nonetheless, this marks Lin Fan's inaugural supernatural ability. Although he is yet to attain substantial cultivation, he has nonetheless taken a step forward in his journey as a practitioner. But what should he retrieve? After contemplation, Lin Fan dismissed the notion of acquiring sect treasures, as they would serve little purpose, akin to a mere brick. He now seeks artifacts that can be activated even by mortals or those of minimal cultivation. Anything beyond that would be of no use. Just because he is not currently in peril does not imply that danger will not arise in the future. The void abyss they are exploring is merely the tip of the iceberg. No one can ascertain the dangers lurking in its core. After pondering against the wall for several moments, Lin Fan finally opened his right hand and smiled. The revival of the past. A diminutive Bagua talisman appeared in his palm. Although the Bagua talisman serves solely as the key to his gathering, its exceptionally high grade prevents him from extracting it from his spatial ring, since it cannot be stored within the spatial ring. In order to prevent the loss of this significant item, Lin Fan generally refrains from carrying it with him. He only retrieves it at the designated time when gatherings commence. Chapter 99. If only I possess such cultivation. In truth, he felt that the presence or absence of this object made little difference. After all, with the initial connection intact, Xianhuang Daojun could forcibly draw him into the gathering. However, Lin Fan's current task was not to passively await Xianhuang Daojun's summons. He sensed a considerable weakening. The replicated divine abilities were ultimately not the genuine article. Yet fortunately, the communication function remained intact. Lin Fan promptly activated the Bagua Ling. I request immediate communication with Lady Sun. Please assist in conveying this message. After a full 5 minutes, a response finally emerged from the Bagua Ling, a low voice briefly uttering a single word, good. Xianhuang Daojun clearly did not anticipate Lin Fan's request for assistance in relaying a message at this moment, yet fortunately, everyone had been somewhat unsettled by the recent events concerning the celestial demon, preventing him from entering a state of seclusion. Had that been the case, this call would have lost its signal. Another half-hour elapsed before Lady Sun consented to the communication request. It seemed that each individual had their own matters to attend to, which was entirely normal. Lin Fan's consciousness plunged into the virtual realm, where he found himself amidst the familiar Bagua, albeit devoid of most familiar figures, leaving only himself and Sun, also known as the Flower Fairy. At this moment, Bagua evidently did not anticipate Lin Fan's reason for seeking her out, and thus took the initiative to inquire, Taoist Koan, what brings you here? If the other party has discovered traces of the celestial demon, it would necessitate an immediate and urgent convening of the 8-member council, rather than merely contacting her alone. I had previously requested that you seek out artifacts usable by mortals. Have you made any progress in that regard? Bagua appeared somewhat embarrassed, apologizing. I understand that my delay has been rather prolonged, but such items are exceedingly difficult to locate. As she spoke, she cast a peculiar glance at Lin Fan, contemplating whether to request a private audience to settle her debts. She felt quite helpless. Nevertheless, the promise made must ultimately be fulfilled. Koan, you are aware that we are born cultivators, and the Holy Realm is merely a foundational level. Artifacts capable of unleashing the power of the Holy Realm in the hands of mortals. Frankly speaking, such items lack a substantial audience. After all, for those from the upper realms, the Holy Realm is already regarded as a mortal level tier. Thus, these artifacts are primarily useful only to those who have completely lost their cultivation. The so-called usefulness merely allows them to exhibit combat capabilities at a mortal level, rendering such artifacts both challenging to produce and largely unnecessary, hence their rarity. To be honest, if it weren't for the knowledge that my esteemed friend Kuin intends to venture into the void abyss and persistently seek such items, I would doubt whether he is merely a mortal masquerading as a formidable figure. Haha, that is, of course, utterly implausible. Lin Fan felt a twinge of disappointment. Is there truly not a single piece of information? Baiwa spread her hands, acknowledging her failure to locate a mortal-level artifact capable of unleashing the might of a saintly realm, and she surmised that such a discovery would remain elusive for the foreseeable future. Nevertheless, she vowed to repay this debt within 50 years. 50 years. Lin Fan's lips twitched at the thought. By then, he might very well be reduced to ashes. Such matters cannot be forced, as the best he could procure at present was merely a subpar artifact. With a hint of regret, Baiwa continued. This artifact can at most unleash power equivalent to the celestial realm, and it is only usable once. Furthermore, it requires at least a modicum of true energy to activate, which makes it utterly worthless for those stripped of their cultivation. This artifact, in her eyes, was the epitome of mediocrity under normal circumstances. She wouldn't even spare it a glance. Although celestial-level power would suffice to dominate in the void abyss, the single-use nature of the artifact posed a significant limitation. Yet it was not entirely unacceptable. The crux of the problem lay in its requirement for true energy to function. For one whose cultivation had been obliterated, such a feat was utterly unattainable, rendering the artifact devoid of any practical value. Baiwa felt a sense of shame for her inability to find a suitable artifact. But across from her, Lin Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement. In contrast to the nebulous prospect of waiting 50 years, he urgently needed an artifact he could utilize immediately. Sun Daoist friend, no need to continue your search. I shall take the artifact you mentioned earlier. Hand it over, and we shall consider our debt settled. Huh? Baiwa stood momentarily stunned, unsure of how to respond to the fervent individual before her. Is it truly the case that someone desires such wretched goods? Wait a moment. Have you already descended into the abyss of emptiness, hence this urgent need for such items? Lin Fan managed a wry smile and nodded. This does not constitute fortunate news. Yet there is no necessity for concealment. Goodness. At this moment, Baiwa was so astonished that she could hardly close her mouth. The other party was indeed serious, taking action without jest. Furthermore, initiating a private exchange requires the activation of the Gossamer Order, which surely necessitates a modicum of true energy. Does it not? Reflecting on the other party's unhesitating acceptance of the artifacts that require true energy to activate, Baihua's astonishment deepened profoundly. Could it be that you maintain a semblance of cultivation even within the abyss of emptiness? Unbeknownst to her, she had already begun to use honorifics. Retaining a portion of one's cultivation in the abyss of emptiness is certainly not an accomplishment attainable by even those of the Saint Monarch level. At this moment, the gaze Baihua cast upon Lin Fan was tinged with a hint of trepidation. Who could elucidate to her the true nature of the formidable individual seated across from her? Such a figure, personally venturing into a particular secret realm, could not possibly be doing so merely for the sake of treasure. There may well be far greater secrets at play. May I be so bold as to inquire what you have discovered in the abyss of emptiness? A phrase left by predecessors echoes. Humanity shall endure eternally. And then, silence ensued. The remainder pertains to genuine secrets, and I cannot divulge any further. Baihua, slightly taken aback, nodded slowly, while Lin Fan instinctively urged, I cannot engage in prolonged discourse here, as it would jeopardize my physical form and reality. Please expedite the delivery of that artifact to me. The sooner, the better. It should be a trivial task to utilize the power of the gathering. After uttering these words, Lin Fan swiftly exited the gathering space, wishing to avoid any ambush from Cavalro. In this enigmatic realm, only Baihua remained, sitting in a daze, seemingly still recovering from the moment. It appears that significant turmoil is brewing in the lower realms. With that thought, she chuckled self-deprecatingly. I once believed that my saintly level cultivation made me a considerable figure. Yet it seems I lack even the qualification to hear coarse secrets. Those are truly the great figures. How enviable. If only I could attain such cultivation. Chapter 100. Unimaginable perils. By the way, why did you choose a broken sword as your weapon? In the outer reaches of the void abyss, Dispy was leading the group in search of the Emperor's whereabouts when Qi Ling, intrigued by the sword in his hand, inquired. Isn't it obvious? This sword has been broken from the very beginning, Dispy replied, somewhat exasperated. He had no choice in the matter when he drew this blade. Ahem. However, in order to maintain an air of expertise, he certainly could not express it that way. Disbay pondered slightly, realizing that the mortal disciple before him might not grasp any profound theories. A truly unparalleled master, even wielding a broken sword, could be devastatingly lethal in his hands. Perhaps the familiarity of this statement caused Qi Ling to pause momentarily, followed by a wry smile and a shake of his head. Your swordsmanship theory is indeed quite novel, and I have learned much from it. For thousands of years, Qi Ling had been practicing swordsmanship. Yet he focused on using the sword as a vessel for his true energy and as a conduit for his mystical powers, neglecting the essence of the sword itself. Upon reflection, according to their method of sword practice, it seemed that whether one held a sword or a stick, there was little distinction. Ha! Disbay could not help but laugh heartily. Young man, there is still much for you to learn. When you reach my level, you will understand. Qi Ling's expression darkened slightly. Reaching your level? That seems rather challenging. Disbay promptly patted his shoulder. Do not be disheartened, young man. As long as you are willing to strive, there is certainly an opportunity for you to attain my level. No, I believe that is quite unnecessary. After all, he currently had no intention of descending to a lower realm. Roar. At the corner of the path, a hideous monster charged forth once more. Disbay and Qi Ling simultaneously raised their swords to confront it, while the other elders did not hesitate to draw wooden staffs in response. Ahem. Let us disregard the details of these sticks resembling table legs. The group, employing a strategy of overwhelming force, has managed to confront the monster with a sense of relief, albeit temporary. Joy eludes them. With the loss of the saint ancestor, they have also forfeited their sources of sustenance and water. Amidst the relentless battles and arduous journeys, their strength will inevitably wane, leading to their utter demise. The saint ancestor has his own duties, and we, too, have our own to fulfill. Disbay immediately raised his sword, urging his companions not to lose heart. We were transported here alongside that emperor. Although the reason for our separation remains a mystery, the distance surely cannot be great. Qi Ling, the calmest among them, took a step forward, suddenly sensing a chill that captured his attention. Caution, there is something unusual ahead. He raised his jade sword, while it may lack sharpness. It serves adequately as a bludgeon, and a strike from it would be far from pleasant. Disbay nodded, promptly becoming alert. He signaled for the elders behind them to hold their position and stealthily approached Qi Ling's side, the two of them gradually advancing together. Before them loomed a swirling mass of dark vapor, the manifestation of uncontrolled spirits. It is the tyrant. They had found him. Disbay lunged forward, delivering a slash into the air, only to recall that he had lost his powers. He cursed those dark wisps that nearly made him forget this crucial fact. Meanwhile, Qi Ling surged ahead, closing the distance to the emperor. The emperor still bore a ghastly visage, yet his condition was exceedingly peculiar. He could no longer suppress the restless spirits and was instead suffering from their backlash. It was evident that he had previously harnessed dark sorcery to elevate himself as a practitioner, likely at a modest level, merely at the realm of humanity. However, this served as the foundation for his control over the soul banner. Once he descended into the abyss of nothingness, he lost this foundation and, consequently, his dominion over the soul banner, leading to a dire predicament. This, however, was not favorable news for anyone. The uncontrolled spirits would not distinguish between friend and foe, devouring all in their vicinity. These mortal spirits were indeed feeble, yet lamentably, others shared the same frailty. A sufficient quantity signifies a transformation from quantity to quality. The emperor's duty was to safeguard his subjects, not to massacre them to fulfill his own selfish desires. Qi Ling stepped forward, brandishing his sword in a decisive strike. The emperor had no time to evade, receiving a blunt blow directly to his head. Yet, encumbered by the spirits that clung to him, he was akin to donning a lightweight armor. Although momentarily dazed by the impact, it scarcely inflicted any real harm. Do you not find it amusing to utter such words? The emperor scoffed. What grand philosophies you espouse, hypocritical practitioner. You practitioners profess to protect the mortals, yet do not presume that I am oblivious to your clandestine dealings. In any case, these mortals shall, in a few decades, turn to mere bones. To you, that span of time is but the blink of an eye. Do you genuinely care for their lives? Your envy merely stems from my burgeoning strength. I did not take their lives. I merely expedited their demise. After all, existence in this world is fraught with suffering. Why not transform it into my strength? Life may be unsatisfactory. Fear not. Come. Be my brethren beneath the banner of the emperor. The emperor's expression twisted further, yet the souls surrounding him gravitated closer. He was paying a steep price for the power of dark sorcery. But why? How could he, devoid of any cultivation, wield such malevolence? My teacher can soar here due to his status as a saint king. It is evident that this emperor cannot possibly be of that caliber. Otherwise, he would have no need to feign his intentions. A sense of foreboding settled within Qi Ling as an ominous premonition began to surface. Although he had lost his perceptive abilities and divine consciousness, the power of this dark sorcery still evoked a sense of familiarity. No, he indeed lacked any cultivation. The invocation of this sorcery was reliant upon a certain force within this secret realm. There exists an entity within this realm aiding the emperor. The events that had transpired coalesced into a coherent narrative in Qi Ling's mind. A celestial demon. There exists a living celestial demon within this secret realm. Moreover, this celestial demon possesses considerable power, indicating that it is at least a formidable entity above the Saint King level. This is dire news, exceedingly grave news. Qi Ling finally recognized several illogical circumstances. Thus far, no one has definitively entered the abyss of nihility and emerged alive. How then has the legend surrounding this place persisted? Who has disseminated this information? If that emperor truly possessed such profound capabilities, why then has no one in the outside world discerned his existence? It is no wonder that he requires his mentor to personally intervene. The peril here may have surpassed my imagination. Chapter 101. The depths of the labyrinth. The rampaging specters coalesced into an armor upon the emperor, and though Qi Ling's sword was undeniably resilient, it regrettably lacked any infusion of true energy, rendering its destructive potential woefully inadequate. It seems that this entity has transcended our capacity to confront it. Even though Qi Ling and Dispai may be regarded as martial arts masters, facing an overwhelming multitude of specters, even 10 of them would be insufficient to remedy this predicament. It is foreseeable that if this emperor persists in his relentless pursuit, the inevitable outcome will be the downfall of Dispai and his companions. Should you wish to unveil the truth of this place, then do summon the courage to pursue me. Initially, Dispai had prepared to withdraw at a certain cost. Yet to their astonishment, after merely repelling them, the emperor hastily retreated in the opposite direction. This unexpected turn of events left them somewhat bewildered. Had the emperor fled from the onset, they would have harbored no suspicions, but why would he choose to escape when he was entirely in a position of advantage? Could it be that the toll of wielding dark sorcery is far greater than we anticipate, making it unsustainable for prolonged periods? No, one cannot hastily draw conclusions. An elder hesitantly spoke up. Shall we continue the pursuit? Although the pursuit of the emperor was a command issued by the holy ancestor, it was evident that the peril posed by this individual had exceeded expectations. A reckless chase could indeed lead to unnecessary demise. Dispai's eyes flickered with thought before he clapped his hands. Of course we must pursue. The holy ancestor would not assign us a task destined for failure. While this emperor currently presents a significant threat, has he not fled in disarray? Although the reasons for the emperor's flight remained unclear, one thing was certain: he must be wary of something. The holy ancestor surely believes in our capacity to accomplish this mission, hence the directive for our action. Thus, there is no need for hesitation. We must pursue. However, Dispai narrowed his eyes and declared, "You shall remain here while I take on the pursuit alone." Elder Dispai, that is unacceptable. Upon hearing this, the remaining elders shook their heads in disapproval, yet Dispai's resolve was unwavering. You possess neither weapons nor combat skills. Your presence would be of little consequence. My solitary action allows for greater agility in retreat. Therefore, accompanying me would merely burden me. Do you understand? I have no desire to carry additional weights should I need to flee. Dispai's words were harsh, causing several elders to change their expressions. Finally, they fell silent, refraining from further dissent. Dispai sighed inwardly, holding back a truth he chose not to voice. If it truly is a trap, at the very least, it would only claim his life. Such is the cost of recklessness, a risk that must be borne. With that thought, he cast aside his hesitation and immediately pursued the direction of the emperor. However, after only a few strides, he heard the sound of footsteps behind him again. Turning back, he saw that Qi Ling had managed to keep pace with him. "You foolish boy, you possess no cultivation. Why are you following me?" he exclaimed, as if he himself had any prowess. Qi Ling chuckled, partly in jest. "At least for now, our strengths are comparable. An extra pair of hands provides additional assurance." The two fell silent, chasing after one another for several hundred meters, until they finally beheld a grand door at the end of their path. It bore a striking resemblance to the door the holy ancestor had entered earlier. Could it lead to the same place? After the holy ancestor had passed through, the door had closed automatically. Why, then, had it not sealed after the emperor's entrance? The more they observed, the more it resembled a trap. Exchanging resolute glances, they ultimately stepped inside with unwavering determination. As for Cavalro, he disregarded the murmurs echoing in his mind and wandered aimlessly through the labyrinth without a clear objective. After parting ways with the holy ancestor of the human race, he experienced a fleeting moment of relief. only for the incessant voice within his head to return, not only irksome, but seemingly possessing a disorienting effect on his psyche. Coughing, he realized he was utterly lost. The direction of the demon sect did not align with his escape route, and they had made no prior arrangements for such a scenario. Now, in the maze, reuniting proved to be exceedingly challenging. Fortunately, that individual was merely a waste of space. Cavero harbored no feelings for him. It is not to say they were separated, as even the thought of the other's demise would not evoke sorrow within him. Indeed, the holy ancestor of the human race did not pursue them. How astute and calculating! Just as Lin Fan had previously surmised, Cavero had indeed prepared a contingency. He had concealed within his spatial ring a set of mundane heavy armor. In a situation where everyone lacks cultivation, this would provide nearly overwhelming defense. After all, while the robes of cultivators could be considered as magical artifacts, their fabric is soft and lacks a sturdy nature, often leading to the embarrassing scenario where clothing remains intact while the wearer perishes. With this suit of armor readily available for donning, Cavero was confident of achieving a decisive victory in close combat. Even if the adversary continued to employ bombardment tactics, he would at least be able to retreat safely. Upon arriving at this place, the murmurs within his mind persisted incessantly, prompting Cavero to even knock on his own head. Yet this condition remained unrelieved. "Come here, my child, and I shall bestow upon you supreme treasures." The whispers in his mind seemed to guide Cavero towards a certain direction, one that appeared to be the heart of the labyrinth, seemingly the very site where true opportunities lay buried. However, the experience of being a leader cautioned him that such guiding murmurs typically emanated from some horrific existence, and that such entities harbored ill intentions 99% of the time. Should he follow the guidance of the voice, being deceived would be the mildest outcome. It was far more likely that he would meet his demise here, or even face the terrifying prospect of being possessed. Cavero paused, leaning against the wall in a struggle against the overwhelming mental pollution. He sought a moment to catch his breath, yet unbeknownst to him, his feet had already begun to move. Half an hour later, he finally opened his eyes, gasping for air. As he lifted his gaze, he realized he had unconsciously wandered to an unknown location, pushing open a door. This unexpected turn of events startled him, prompting him to retreat several steps. He dared not glimpse what lay beyond the door, instinctively turning to flee. "My child, having arrived, why do you wish to depart?" A frail voice resonated from within the room, halting Cavero in his tracks. He sensed a familiar aura, the scent of demonic energy. As the leader of the demon clan, he could never forget that essence. In a place where no one possessed cultivation, how could there be any trace of demonic energy? Chapter 102. A competent scammer. The aura belonging to his kin seemed to quell Cavero's fear in that moment, coaxing him to slowly turn around. The grand room, resplendent yet suffused with a chilling demonic energy, revealed an elderly man, his white hair stark against the shadows, bound by chains at the room's center. His body appeared withered, as though all life had been siphoned from him. Dozens of swords were embedded within him, each blade inscribed with radiant seals, making it nearly incomprehensible that this old man still drew breath after so many years. "Who are you?" he asked. "It brings me joy to see a descendant of my clan after these countless millennia." The elderly man slowly raised his head, revealing a visage etched with countless wrinkles. Yet a benevolent smile graced his features as he looked at Cavero. "I am Hischer, the supreme leader of the demon clan. Over 100,000 years ago, those despicable humans conspired against me. Though they lacked the power to extinguish my life, they could only seal me here, forcing me to remain in darkness for tens of thousands of years." Cavero could not help but display a hint of astonishment. If the elder's words were true, he was indeed an ancestral figure of the entire demon clan. To have survived for over 100 millennia, his prowess must be unfathomably terrifying. "Child, what has become of the demon clan in the outside world? Have we vanquished the humans and ascended as the sovereigns of the celestial realm?" A bittersweet smile crept across Cavero's face. "Had I encountered you a year ago, I would have reported my victories to you with great pride. However, the reality now is that humans have brought upon us pressures capable of our annihilation. Yet, do not despair. This is merely the state of war in our domain." Cavero spoke the truth. Even if the human ancestors were to completely obliterate this branch of the demon clan and other celestial realms, the demon clan remained a formidable race, and this would not change in the slightest. Ultimately, localized skirmishes matter little to those of true significance, which explains why the upper echelons have not discreetly sent reinforcements over the millennia, with countless celestial realms in need of assistance. A victory in one domain would yield no substantial benefit to the higher realms. It is far better to adhere to the established protocols, allowing communication between the realms to normalize. "You have led me here. Do you seek my assistance?" Indeed. Hisk smiled faintly. Child, throughout these countless millennia of confinement, I have never relinquished my hope of escape. Now, I stand at the brink of freedom, and with your aid, I shall break free from my prison and return to the world. Assisting you will then be but a trifling matter. His words nearly sent Cavero into a fervor of joy, which was swiftly tempered by a calm rationality. In this unfamiliar place, with an unknown individual claiming to be an ancient being, it would be sheer folly for Cavero to accept such assertions without skepticism. What must I do to assist you in your liberation? Quite simple. Approach me, and I shall touch your soul. Hisk maintained his smile. This is a necessary step. My child, I would never harm a descendant of my kin. Cavero furrowed his brow at the mention of the soul. Allowing another to touch his essence posed a grave risk. Should this elder harbor even the slightest ill intent, Cavero could easily succumb to death or become a mere thrall. Perhaps we could engage in a candid discussion, devoid of pretense. Cavero narrowed his eyes, contemplating that if it meant saving the demon race, he might be willing to offer his soul. Yet, given the terrifying nature of the seal, he doubted that sacrificing the soul of a saintly being would suffice to break it. He was acutely aware of his own significance. The elder before me spoke of a time sealed away for over 100,000 years, a period when the realms had yet to be divided, and numerous powerful beings roamed this vast land. The sacred realm was hardly significant then. Thus, how could the seals from such an era possibly be breached by the mere soul of a sacred realm occupant? Logically, this notion is utterly contradictory. Cavero did not mind sacrificing himself for the victory of the demon race. Yet if it merely meant offering his soul to become a trivial morsel for the creature before him, he would rather abstain. Hister chuckled softly. Clever child. You are quite cautious, but I assure you, I am not deceiving you. With some effort, he shifted his form, the chains adorning him rattling ominously. And as he opened his right hand, an array of golden souls surged forth, suspended in the air. Cavalro's mouth gradually fell agape, unable to close for an extended period. Before him materialized 99 golden souls, all wearing smiles that appeared somewhat vacant and rigid. The weakest among these souls possessed a strength equivalent to the sacred realm. As for the higher-tier souls, Cavero found himself incapable of discerning their former levels of cultivation. Throughout these countless years, I have been eroding this prison, diminishing its binding power to near freezing. Simultaneously, I have gathered 99 souls to aid me in breaking free from this confinement. Only one step remains. Do you understand now, child? Hisk smiled faintly, asserting that it was not merely your soul that could liberate me from my confines, but rather that I had already accomplished all other tasks. With only the final soul remaining, Cavero stepped back cautiously, desiring the truth. What will happen if I offer my soul to you? You shall forfeit your corporeal form, while your soul shall eternally reside within me. You may perceive this as a different form of death, or alternatively, as a distinct realm of immortality. His smile seemed to brim with temptation, yet regardless, it should be worth it for you. I shall lead the demon race to annihilate humanity. I shall guide the demons towards resurgence. You ought to understand that my notion of resurgence is not confined to the trivial prosperity of your current domain. Cavero fell silent, contemplating the exchange of a modest life in the holy realm for the return of a formidable ancestor to the mortal realm. It appeared to be a transaction devoid of risk. Gradually, a smile crept upon his face. Forgive my refusal, yet I must commend you. You are indeed a skilled deceiver. However, I too am a capable leader. The other party sought a soul, yet did not resort to forceful acquisition. Instead, he employed gentle persuasion, indicating that the soul he desired must be voluntarily offered. Yet, amidst the souls floating above, not only were there figures of the demon race, but also those of humanity, the beast race, the spirit race, and a myriad of other factions. The demon race may indeed possess individuals willing to sacrifice themselves for their kin. Yet what compels members of other races to willingly surrender their souls in aid of an ancestral demon? In Chapter 103, titled Mutual Destruction, Cavero initially anticipated that upon unveiling his adversary's deception, Hister would erupt in fury, hurling insults and perhaps even descending into hysteria. To his surprise, however, Hister remained unervingly composed. An unspoken, awkward tension enveloped the two, and after a prolonged silence of half a minute, during which the atmosphere grew increasingly grave, Hister finally spoke. So what? The question hung in the air, prompting a furrow in Cavero's brow. It became evident that Hister could fabricate distinct auras based on the identity of the visitor: ordinary true energy, righteous spirit, demonic energy, and even elusive spiritual essence. Such a feat seemed nearly impossible, for cultivators are not blind. If they were to examine closely, they would undoubtedly uncover the truth. Indeed, Cultivators are not blind, yet in the void abyss, they have become so. Cavero had long discerned from the subtle clues surrounding him that this secret realm was constructed by humans. If the being before him was not of the demon race, what entity could possibly war in confinement for over 100,000 years? Within the fragmented historical scrolls, amidst the scattered, almost legendary accounts, Cavero finally recalled the name of a race, celestial demons. Although he had never visited the upper realms, as the most formidable leader of the demon clan, he had countless opportunities to engage with core secrets. Throughout his millennia-long inquiry into past histories, he had not emerged empty-handed, particularly within the sacred sword secret realm. The Crane Saint, once possessed by a terrifying entity, had directly confronted Cavero. This encounter subsequently drove Cavero into a frenzied quest for documentation regarding it. His tone was laden with hostility. "You are a celestial demon? That is a terrifying race. So fearsome that over 100,000 years ago, humanity, the demon clan, and other races had to unite to contend against them." Hisk laughed disdainfully. "Even if I were to deny it now, you would not believe me, would you? Since you already harbor the answer within, why bother voicing it?" Suddenly, the muscles on his body swelled, and the wrinkles on his face rapidly faded. In merely a few seconds, he transformed from a gaunt elder into a robust, middle-aged man. The chains clanked and subsequently shattered completely. With an expression of indifference, Hisk drew forth all the swords embedded in his body, discarding the very items that had once sealed him onto the ground. Everything had been a guise. Those heavy seals were mere illusions. The individual before him was entirely capable of free movement. In that moment, Cavero nearly forgot to breathe. Yet the calmness befitting a demon clan leader swiftly reclaimed his mind, prompting him to instinctively retreat while reassessing the being before him. He could not have completely broken free from the seals. Otherwise, there would be no need for him to engage in this charade of play-acting with me. Previously, he had deceived me under the guise of an ancestor of the demon clan, feigning weakness to lower my guard. Now, however, I can no longer afford to be complacent, having already unveiled his true identity as a celestial demon. Thus, he adopts this brazen demeanor, intending to frighten me into submission to achieve his aims. Cavero slowly approached the door, while Hisk groaned, twisting his neck. Suddenly, his right hand reached down, and a sword lying on the ground appeared in his grasp in an instant. A flash of crimson light sliced through the air, and before Cavero could react, one of his arms was severed and sent soaring, blood splattering across the floor. Ah, this fellow can actually wield sword energy. This demonstrates that he retains a fragment of his power even in such an environment. Such an advantage is nearly overwhelming. Do not even think about fleeing. You have trespassed into my domain, and I will not allow you to depart so easily. The smile on Hisk's face remained undiminished. Do not be anxious. Young scion of the demon clan, our transaction can still proceed. I require the fusion of your soul, not its consumption or annihilation. Your essence shall reside within me for eternity, and perhaps I shall even create a body specifically for you after this. He vividly painted a picture of the future. Upon my departure from this place, my first act will be to exact vengeance upon those who once imprisoned me. I shall obliterate all humans in this vicinity. Though this may not concern you, is this not precisely what you desire? Do you not see how our objectives align? Then why not assist me? Come, my child. Hisk opened his arms. You assist me in liberation, and I shall aid you in the annihilation of humanity. It is only fair, is it not? Cavero fell into a silence, seemingly wavering, struggling, and contemplating. Ultimately, this culminated in a long sigh and a faint smile. You will not solely obliterate humanity, you will also extinguish the demon race. Indeed, the celestial demons are the common adversaries of all other races. A formidable race does not become the universal enemy. Rather, they are more likely to ascend as the rulers of the world. Only those who are both powerful and possess the intent to annihilate all else compel every race to unite in opposition. Celestial demons are born for destruction. They will not only eradicate humanity, but will also obliterate their own kin, as well as any foreign entities they encounter. They will turn all fertile lands into barren wastelands. Thus, they are termed celestial demons. They are not a typical intelligent race, but rather a calamity upon this world. Even the most astute celestial demon does not aspire to civilization. Their sole desire is annihilation. All soft-spoken words are mere lures. Should you take the bait, what awaits you is utter destruction. Yes, I shall destroy humanity and the demon race alike. What of it? Hisk's expression was one of a smile that was neither sincere nor insincere. Do you not harbor a deep-seated grudge against humanity? Is your race not retreating steadily? He continued, regardless, even if I do not intervene, humanity will inevitably bring ruin to your kind. So rather than being obliterated by them, why not drag them down with you? Moreover, you would achieve eternal existence within me, bearing witness to the annihilation of humanity. Witnessing one adversary after another fall by my hand. Is this not a source of delight? At worst, I could shield your gaze during the slaughter of the demon race. His guard chuckled, and Cavero joined in his mirth. Yet, your emotions towards sentient beings remain confined to mere imitation. You are fundamentally incapable of comprehending genuine emotion, are you not? You analyze our feelings and craft replicas, wielding them as weapons against us. But in truth, apart from your innate desire for destruction and self-preservation, you possess no surplus of emotion. Hisgard's smile faded. Your imagination is commendable, yet it is merely a tedious conjecture. Cavero's smile too gradually vanished. To perish together? To shield my gaze? His expression grew resolute as one hand slowly moved towards the hilt of his sword. Though the demon race may not thrive because of me, it certainly shall not perish by my hand. Chapter 104. We shall endure forever. So, you intend to reject my proposal? Hisgard swayed his sword. This serves you no benefit and even casts you in a foolish light. You must understand that given our current disparity in strength, should you prove useless to me, your fate is singular. That is to meet your demise. To break the seal here, a voluntary sacrifice of a soul is imperative. Coercion yields no fruit. Thus, when Cavero confirmed he would not willingly sacrifice his soul, his value became utterly extinguished. A person devoid of utility is certainly unwelcome to Hisk. Do you believe your sacrifice holds significance? Alas, it is of no consequence. You are not the sole individual to have ventured here. Should I eliminate you, I could simply beckon the others to come forth, and it would make no difference. As long as one soul is willing to offer itself, I shall regain my brilliance. His countenance was rife with derision. Even if none from this batch are inclined to self-sacrifice, there will be subsequent groups, and those to come after them. I have awaited for over 100,000 years and am indifferent to waiting another few dozen or 100 years. Cavero's expression darkened as he comprehended a harrowing truth. With the passage of time, this demon's corrosive influence on the seal would only intensify, and the power he could unleash would grow exponentially. One day, perhaps in a matter of days, years, or even decades, there will inevitably be an unsuspecting soul willing to relinquish their essence. And then, the demon shall emerge. Regardless of how tumultuous the demon's rampage may become, or whether he is vanquished by the celestial beings, the surrounding celestial realms would be irrevocably devastated, leaving his kin devoid of any vitality. Do you not yet realize? My return is merely a matter of time. It has become an inevitability. Therefore, you might as well sacrifice yourself to me. At least it would preserve your consciousness, a far more favorable outcome than total annihilation, leaving no possibility for rebirth. Cavero remained silent, yet his right hand finally rested upon the hilt of his sword. His gaze, laced with a hint of amusement, fell upon his adversary. Do you still wish to resist? Such futile struggles are trivial. Even with my currently limited abilities, I far surpass your mortal form 100-fold. 1,000-fold. Cavero responded through action. He swiftly drew his sword, pivoted, and with a single stroke, cleaved open the closed door, dashing forth into the unknown. Even the most grotesque and diminutive of insects will fight for survival when faced with death. To await a slow demise? Absolutely not. How dreadfully tiresome. Hiss did not move a single step. He merely waved his blade with an air of indifference, executing no superfluous motions, only a gentle sweep of his arm. A scarlet blade of energy surged forth, and in that fleeting moment, Cavero summoned his armor from the spatial ring. Being a mortal artifact, it required no cultivation to wield. However, precisely because it was a mortal object, it was cleaved in twain almost instantaneously. Pain radiated through Cavero's back, yet he dared not pause, nor could he afford to. It would be far too regrettable to simply extinguish such a small and wretched insect. Defiance against the formidable demon must incur a price. Thus, you shall linger in endless agony and torment until your inevitable demise, repenting for your grievous choices. Cavero spat forth a mouthful of blood, acutely aware of his life ebbing away at an alarming rate. This injury, given his current level of cultivation, was nearly irreparable. Death was merely a matter of time. Yet, he could not resign himself to simply await his fate. At the very least, before truly crossing the threshold of death, there was one final endeavor he must undertake. He must kill, he must take a life. For the future of the demon race, he must eliminate that individual. Within the abyss of nothingness, the cultivation of all others will be erased. This serves as both a disadvantage and an advantage for Cavero. It enables him, originally only at the third level of the sacred realm, to have the opportunity to slay one of superior cultivation. He must kill that person, for the sake of the demon race's future. At this moment, this singular thought occupies his mind. It is because of me that he has entered this place. Thus, I shall bring his life to an end. History advances step by step, moving out of the room as if on a leisurely stroll, devoid of any intention to pursue. Yet, despite the increasing distance between them, he meticulously follows the very footsteps Cavalro has taken, without a trace of deviation in his path. Uncertain of the whereabouts of his target, Cavalro flails about like a headless fly, frantically opening one door after another in a frantic search. Find that person, and then eliminate him. This is the only course of action available to him, the sole opportunity to save the demon race. As yet another door swings open, Cavalro's gaze locks with Lin Fan's. The leaders of both the demon and human factions finally meet once more. Lin Fan immediately takes flight, his senses heightened, watching Cavalro with caution, poised to summon a plethora of explosive ordnance from his spatial ring. However, to his astonishment, Cavalro merely casts a fleeting glance in his direction before swiftly closing the door and dashing off in another direction. What on earth is this fellow up to? Cavalro's bizarre actions left Lin Fan momentarily stunned. Out of caution, he refrained from pursuing him immediately. Nevertheless, the disheveled appearance of Cavalro left a profound impression on him. This once mighty leader of the demon clan had lost an arm. His movements were peculiar, as if he had sustained grave injuries. This realization struck Lin Fan like a bolt of lightning. Within the depths of this void abyss lurked even more terrifying foes. What a damn turn of events. The person he needed to find, the one he must eliminate. Cavalro, nearly dragging his broken body, pushed open yet another door. And the gaze of the demon sect immediately turned towards him, their figures momentarily frozen. Phew, it's good you're not dead. Just as he stepped forward to welcome this returning demon leader from the lower realms, Cavalro plunged his sword into his chest. The thoughts of the demon sect came to an abrupt halt as blood poured from his lips, leaving him in a state of bewilderment and disbelief. Why? You would certainly agree to meet him, and thus I cannot allow you to see him. Although their time together had been brief, Cavalro understood the true nature of the demon sect leader before him. Faced with annihilation or the preservation of his soul within another's body, he would undoubtedly choose the latter. In other words, should the demon sect leader encounter the celestial demon, he would inevitably become its sustenance. In that case, this realm would be doomed. The demons residing in this place would meet the same fate. When the celestial demon unveiled the souls, Cavalro discerned that those souls were at least of the saint realm, indicating that this was the minimum cultivation requirement to become a sacrificial offering. Among the formidable individuals who had entered the abyss of nothingness, there were only 3 who surpassed the saint realm: Cavalro himself, the ancestor of the human race, and the demon sect. Only these 3 were deemed targets by the celestial demon. Cavalro speculated that the celestial demon chose him as the target due to his relatively lower cultivation among the trio, perhaps perceiving that a lesser power would be easier to manipulate. However, this did not imply that the other 2 would be exempt. They merely stood as alternatives. Should Cavalro lose his value, the celestial demon would swiftly turn its attention to the others. It was evident without contemplation who among the 3 would most readily align with the celestial demon, and who would be the simplest to deal with. Cavalro resolved to eliminate the demon sect with his remaining strength, ensuring that this individual would not be offered as a sacrifice to the celestial demon. As for the ancestor of the human race at this moment, he could only place his trust in that entity to prevent him from entirely breaking free from his constraints. The only recourse was to beseech his demise, for it was he who had brought him into this predicament, and thus he bore the responsibility. Damn it, the demon sect whimpered with his final strength, questioning why he would be killed if the intent was to prevent the other from escaping. It seemed the demon sect still harbored hopes of resistance, but given that his combat prowess was already inferior to Cavalro's and he was now ambushed, he had no chance of turning the tide. Cough, cough. Cavalro spat out a mouthful of blood, his vision gradually blurring until the demon sect exhibited no further signs of life. Only then did he finally relinquish the sword in his grasp, collapsing to the side. Was this the end? Having lived for over a millennium and witnessed the splendid beauty of the mortal realm, his existence had not been in vain. Yet, it was a pity that he likely would not have a next life. If possible, he yearned to ascend to the higher realms, to behold the true paradise of cultivators and to strive for greater heights. Footsteps echoed in the distance, followed by a brief sound of a door opening. Hisk stepped before Cavalro, casting a disdainful glance at the corpse of the demon sect. I thought you had greater ambitions, he scoffed, but you merely dispatched an insignificant insect. With a mocking expression, Hisk continued, in truth, your efforts were futile. Can you guess why I did not intervene to prevent your actions? Because a tainted soul is unworthy of becoming a sacrifice. A tainted soul? Cavalro was taken aback, and then the myriad of previous irrational signs finally coalesced in his mind. This demon sect had never ventured into the abyss of nihility. How could it possess such detailed information? It was evident that while Cavalro had merely articulated some inconsistencies regarding the entrance, the other party had instantly recognized it as the abyss of nihility and offered him warnings. Was it possible that this individual was privy to far too much information? There was something inherently amiss with this demon sect. However, Cavero could ascertain that the demon sect itself was utterly unaware of its own corruption. It had not gained a clear understanding of its role as an accomplice to the celestial demons. When this fellow descended from the upper realm, he appeared to be entirely unscathed. So what exactly went awry? Wait, to ascertain the transgressions of the ancestor of the human race. It seems he stealthily ventured into the sacred sword's secret realm. What he discovered within remains a mystery to all. Unbeknownst to him, the demon sect has been implanted with memories that do not belong to him, and in his perception, this poses no issue whatsoever. Thus, Cavero, who has inadvertently acquired intelligence regarding the void abyss, is bound to enter this place and subsequently become sustenance for the celestial demon, aiding in its escape from confinement. Hisker smiled faintly. To be frank, this unfortunate soul, tainted as he is not my doing. It is likely the work of one of my brethren. Though that is of little consequence now, the contaminated individuals will instinctively gravitate towards the abyss, unaware of their own inclinations. This indeed serves to assist me in a minor way. However, even without it, I remain unperturbed. Cavero chuckled self-deprecatingly, yet he did not believe he had achieved nothing. By eliminating one who is tainted, he has at least severed a potential threat. Otherwise, should this fool continue to roam free, he would likely lead others to this place. It seems you cannot endure much longer. The smile on Hisker's face deepened. This is your final opportunity to attain eternal life within my being. Otherwise, you shall perish beneath my sword's aura with no chance of reincarnation. Cavero merely gazed at him. In my life, then? How dreadfully mundane. Hisk raised his right hand. Do you believe yourself to be noble and righteous? In truth, you are utterly powerless. No one will ever know what you have done. To others, you are merely a fool who recklessly ventured into the forbidden realm and lost your life. No one will sing your praises, and your tale shall not be immortalized. Cavero struggled to shift his position, then revealed a serene smile. It matters not. I did not choose to become a leader for the sake of acclaim. As for those stories that endure through time, let the ink be reserved for those more deserving of remembrance. A failure like me is hardly worthy of being chronicled. Alas, you shall never witness the day I break free from this seal. Hisk sneered, then turned his back on the frail Cavero, departing with a dismissive air. I shall also miss the brilliance of your expression, such a pity indeed. Since you are so eager to meet your end, I shall grant your wish. No need to thank me. This is the fitting fate for a fool. Hisk left, yet this did not signify Cavero's salvation. His injuries had penetrated deep into his very marrow, leaving him incapable of even sitting up. Coughing, he once brimmed with ambition, nearly leading the demon race to obliterate humanity. He had even been on the verge of becoming the sovereign of the entire celestial realm. Yet it remained but a near miss. He was fortunate, for heaven bestowed upon him remarkable talents. Yet he was simultaneously unfortunate, for he was not born in the upper realm, the true place where such gifts could truly shine. The realm of saints, attainable even by ordinary disciples, was a pursuit that Cavero dedicated his entire life to, yet he ultimately fell short. As for my kin, let it be, it matters not. After all, in the face of such a formidable ancestor of the human race, the presence or absence of an additional third stage saint among the demon clan is utterly inconsequential. Cavero's mission reaches its conclusion here, yet the demon clan shall not perish. As he stated, the leaders of the demon clan harbor no fear of death, nor does the clan fear the demise of its leaders. In the final moments of his life, he contemplated his greatest adversary, that formidable foe who had seemingly emerged from nowhere, the ancestor of the human race. A master of the upper realm had suddenly appeared in the lower realm, leaving Cavero in a state of bewilderment. However, reflecting upon that powerful heavenly demon now seems to elucidate everything. It is no wonder he did not annihilate my kin, for his mission in the lower realm was never about confronting our demon clan. At present, within the entire sacred sword secret realm, the only one worthy of becoming a sacrificial offering to the heavenly demon is the ancestor of the human race. The ancestor must survive to escape. He must convey the message of the heavenly demon. Otherwise, this heavenly demon will inevitably break free from its seal. He must be further sealed or directly eradicated. All other efforts are merely a means of prolonging the inevitable. Ancestor of the human race, I once fervently wished for your sudden demise, and I still hope for your swift departure from this world. Yet at the very least, you cannot perish here. On this endless journey, some will inevitably withdraw along the way, but those who remain must continue to forge ahead. As Cavero's consciousness gradually blurred and his thoughts began to stagnate, a finger, seemingly driven by instinct, etched a crooked line of blood onto the ground. We shall endure eternally. Chapter 105. Is my acting truly subpar? Lin Fan realized the urgency of the situation. Cavero had sustained such grievous injuries. What manner of creature was pursuing him? Judging by the adversary's evasive maneuvers against his aerial bombardment, their skill was undoubtedly among the elite in the martial arts world. It was improbable that a mere mortal could pose a threat. Regardless, what did it matter? He had his means. A smile gradually appeared on his face as he retrieved a small bamboo piece from his pocket. This was the special artifact bestowed upon him by Lady Sun. Lin Fan dared not directly place it within his spatial ring, for it would be irretrievable. Thus, despite its inherent dangers, it was imperative to keep it close at hand. With a slight infusion of true energy, it could unleash an attack equivalent to that of a first-tier celestial realm practitioner, albeit it was a one-time use, necessitating careful conservation. Of course, Lin Fan did not forget the paramount task at hand, finding an escape route. This cursed place was not one he had willingly entered. It was best to exit as soon as possible. Urgent notice. Cavero, the leader of the demonic realm, has perished. The preceding mission remains in effect, with an additional task updated. Please endeavor to thwart the plans of the celestial demons, inflicting severe damage upon their ranks. This system shall allocate more substantial rewards. For a moment, Lin Fan stood frozen in place. Where the hell had it gone? Defiant Qi Ling pursued the Emperor's trail into the labyrinth, confronted by a myriad of intricate chambers. Their senses had been utterly shrouded, leaving them in a state of bewilderment. The Emperor, upon sighting them, had fled, undoubtedly scheming something nefarious that must be intercepted swiftly. However, a pressing question loomed. Where could they possibly locate him? It was evident that the Emperor had no intention of facing them directly. In such a convoluted maze, if one truly wished to evade capture, it would prove exceedingly difficult, unless fortune smiled upon them with a fortuitous encounter. That door appeared to be a conduit for spatial transportation. After a moment of contemplation, Qi Ling recalled that their teacher had traversed a similar portal. Perhaps they existed within the same realm. Thus, they decided to press onward. Whether to find the Emperor or their teacher would be equally fortuitous. Despite nodded in agreement, and the two advanced cautiously, swords drawn. After navigating through several chambers, they heard the sound of footsteps approaching from afar. Who could it be? Before them stood neither the Emperor nor Lin Fan, but a completely unfamiliar middle-aged man. This man emanated an extraordinarily potent aura of righteousness. Any observer would immediately recognize him as a paragon of virtue, a beacon of hope for humanity's future. Although he had lost his sensory perception, the warmth of his presence still allowed them to discern the essence of righteousness. Not every gifted individual in the righteous path could cultivate such an aura, but those who possessed it were undoubtedly upright and aligned with the path of virtue. Who on earth is this individual? I am entirely unacquainted with him. Despite the unfamiliarity, the two exchanged respectful gestures, acknowledging each other's presence with a bow. I am Dispai, an elder of the vast sacred land. I am Qi Ling, the holy ancestor of the vast sacred land. Qi Ling merely divulged his title and position in the upper realm out of habit, only to realize and promptly correct himself. He intended to introduce himself as a direct disciple of the holy ancestor of the vast sacred land, which was his ostensible identity. However, he was abruptly interrupted mid-sentence. So, you are indeed the holy ancestor of this generation from the vast sacred land. What an honor. Hisk immediately stepped forward to shake hands warmly, leaving Qi Ling somewhat bewildered. No, perhaps you have misunderstood. I am not the true holy ancestor. I merely... As Qi Ling attempted to clarify, he was once again cut off. Hisk donned a knowing expression. I see. Wait, are you truly certain you comprehend? Qi Ling's face was filled with confusion. Hisk, however, held unwavering confidence in his judgment, as the truth was blatantly evident. In his perception, this young man before him was the most formidable soul in the entire void abyss. Second only to himself. A preliminary assessment suggested that his cultivation level was at least that of a holy monarch. Thus, it was clear that he could not be the genuine holy ancestor. His true identity was likely that of a celestial envoy sent from the higher realms. How audacious to brazenly assume the identity of the leader of the lower realms' human race. The profound implications of this are indeed thought-provoking. Dispai found himself in a rather absurd situation, as his own sacred ancestor's direct disciple was mistakenly taken for the venerable elder himself. What a bizarre turn of events. Just as he contemplated explaining the true identity of Qi Ling, Hisk appeared to speak once more. By lineage, you should address me as ancestor, he proclaimed. During the cataclysmic war between humans and demons millennia ago, I was ambushed by those demon wretches and subsequently sealed here. Although the seal has begun to weaken over time, I remain unable to truly escape. The astonishing revelation left Dispai momentarily speechless, causing him to forget entirely about clarifying Qi Ling's identity. Hisk smiled warmly. In this current generation, I require your assistance. Your strength is sufficient to liberate me. Together, we shall sweep through and vanquish the demon race, not only those of this celestial realm, but also those of realms beyond." As he spoke, Hisk extended a finger, gesturing towards the ceiling, and Qi Ling understood the implication, a desire to ascend to the higher realms. A human ancestor suppressed here for millennia? Qi Ling furrowed his brow. If Hisk's claims were true, he must have existed far longer than Qi Ling himself. The probability of such a formidable being emerging from the lower realm is exceedingly low. If one truly appeared, they would most certainly be a defector from the higher realms. Yet, as the head of the law enforcement division, why had Qi Ling never heard of such a figure? Could it be from an era when the realms were not yet fully segregated? Wait a moment. At that time, how could the human race and the demon race possibly engage in a fierce battle? They faced an even more terrifying adversary. Moreover, this secret realm was constructed by the humans. Who would believe that the humans built a secret realm to imprison their own ancestors for the demons? A disquieting thought suddenly surged within Qi Ling's mind. The individual before him was highly likely to be a formidable being from ancient times. His righteous aura was but an imitation, a facade. He was lying. In an instant, Qi Ling brandished his jade sword and struck fiercely towards the stranger's head, evidently treating the weapon as a steel rod. "You are the celestial demon." Qi Ling almost roared each word, unleashing the maximum force he could muster at that moment. His teacher had entered the void abyss to pursue the celestial demon. And indeed, a celestial demon had appeared here. His teacher was not one to act without preparation. Yet, it was not his teacher who first confronted this celestial demon, but rather they themselves. Whether this was good news or bad news, Qi Ling could not discern. Clang. How tedious. Is my acting truly so poor? Hisk grasped the jade sword with one hand. Chapter 106. Even if it were a broken sword. Qi Ling's sudden assault indeed caught Disbai off guard, but after a moment's hesitation, he chose to trust his companion rather than the stranger before him. Thus, nearly at the same instant that Qi Ling's sword was seized by the opponent, Disbai thrust his own sword forward, executing an almost flawless combination attack. If their adversary were merely an ordinary individual, survival under such a coordinated assault would have been utterly impossible. It is indeed regrettable that Hisk wielded his sword with such swiftness, causing Disbai to feel a sudden lightness in his grip. His sword had been severed. Staring blankly at the hilt that remained, Disbai found himself momentarily dazed. Perhaps it was an exaggeration to still refer to this piece as a sword. Yet how absurd. Although this broken blade was indeed shattered, it was undeniably a sacred artifact of the highest order. How could such a formidable relic be so effortlessly cleaved? This not only indicated that the opponent's artifact was of a superior caliber, but it also implied that the might behind that strike greatly surpassed his own, an accomplishment unattainable by an ordinary individual. After all, a sword of sacred rank, even with its defensive capabilities diminished in the absence of true energy, possesses a material quality that cannot be easily breached. It is not simply a matter of wielding a harder blade to sever it. In an instant, Disbai comprehended the dire nature of his predicament. If his opponent were merely a mortal, the two martial experts could easily subdue him, but if that were not the case, it was time to retreat. Can we not engage in a calm discussion? Hisk's maneuver had forced Qi Ling back, and while he could have easily eliminated his foe in that moment, it was evident that such an action would contradict his true intentions. Until there was no hope left for Qi Ling, he was reluctant to take a life. Although Disbai had lost his weapon, he clearly had no intention of abandoning his offensive stance. Even unarmed, he refused to withdraw. Hisk let out a cold laugh. "Your sword is already shattered. Do you wish to court death by charging at me?" Disbai retorted with a dismissive snort. "You may have severed my weapon, but you have not shattered my spirit. My sword resides eternally within me." He gestured towards his heart with his thumb, asserting, "Even if your words echo those of protagonists from ancient tomes, you shall not suddenly acquire strength." With a nonchalant gesture, Hisk summoned a sphere of energy and unleashed it upon Disbai, the immense disparity in their powers causing the latter to nearly lose consciousness within moments. Rather than delivering a fatal blow, Hisk seemed intent on persuading him further. "Human ancestor, with your sagacity, you must realize you stand no chance against me here. Why resist? Let us engage in conversation. Even if you disregard your own life, should you not consider the fate of your companion?" "I have no desire to parley with the demon of heaven," Qi Ling declared resolutely, raising his jade sword once more. "Cease your petty tricks. Now that I am aware of your true identity, I shall not be deceived. The upper realms hold an abundance of information regarding the demons of heaven, in stark contrast to the scarcity of knowledge in the lower realms. As the head of the law enforcement division, Qi Ling possessed extensive access to records, and his considerable age afforded him expertise on the subject of the demons of heaven. These demons are known to mimic the emotions of other intelligent races, crafting enticing traps. Yet, they rarely honor the promises they make. Even the occasional fulfillment serves only to inflict greater devastation upon the world. Thus, when dealing with the demons of the heavens, one must resolutely refuse any of their demands, even at the cost of one's life. In such dire circumstances, the welfare of the community must take precedence above all else. The sacrifice of an individual is of little consequence. This principle is one of the lessons learned by humanity in their struggle against the celestial demons. You appear to be a swordsman. Hisker similarly brandishes his sword. Then let us communicate through our blades. As a true swordsman, let us engage in a wager. Should my sword triumph over yours, you shall become my offering. Conversely, I shall reveal the means for you to depart from this place, and vow to spare you. I refuse your wager, for the celestial demons are unworthy of trust. However, I accept your challenge, for it is a matter of a swordsman's honor. Qi Ling traced a green arc with his sword in the air, his body moving with an uncanny grace, a reflection of his mentor, his swordsmanship instructor, in harmony with his ghostly footwork. Qi Ling's blade lunged forth in a manner both bizarre and unpredictable, altering its trajectory mid-flight, rendering his true intent inscrutable. Oh, this generation of celestial cultivators has taken to honing the swordsmanship of mortals, which surprises me. I had thought that the previous fellow's skills were merely a testament to his origins in the lower realms. Hisker murmured, his hands moving with remarkable swiftness. Regardless of how peculiar Qi Ling's attacks may be or how exquisite his swordplay, he countered with overwhelming speed. Once, my swordsmanship reigned supreme, unmatched by any in the kingdom. Then, I encountered a practitioner of profound cultivation. The words of the swordsmanship master echoed once more in Qi Ling's mind. Perhaps it was only at this moment that he truly comprehended the other's helplessness. Qi Ling finally grasped the emotions that the swordsmanship master must have felt when facing him. No matter how hard one strives, even when employing exquisite techniques, one would inevitably be crushed by sheer power and speed. Look at your sword, you third-rate swordsman. Hisk's voice jolted him back to reality. Is this the shieling jade of the upper realm? Indeed, it is an exceptional material that can harness true energy to the fullest, resulting in a significant enhancement of strength, and it serves as the prime material for crafting numerous top-tier artifacts. Yet, you dare to forge it into a blade. A sword devoid of edge and point? Hisk suddenly burst into laughter. Do you know how you appear in my eyes? To me, you are merely a mage wielding a sword, not a swordsman. Do you foolishly believe that you can harm me with that toy-like object in your hand? With a resounding clang, Hisk forcefully struck his sword against the opponent's jade blade, causing a delicate crack to appear on the sword's surface. Shilling jade, a material highly sensitive to true energy, yet without the infusion of such energy, it is not as formidable as most presume. Perhaps there are indeed no weapons in the lower realm capable of severing this sword, but that does not apply here, not to me. The scarlet sword energy erupted instantaneously, sending Qi Ling hurtling through the air, crashing heavily to the ground, where he coughed up a mouthful of blood. That incredibly hard jade sword had, astonishingly, shattered. Qi Ling gradually rose to his feet, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Hizisk sneered coldly. Do you intend to confront me with that broken sword in your hand? Such a futile struggle. Suddenly, Qi Ling seemed to recall something, and a smile emerged on his face. Hizisk was utterly baffled by the emotional shift of the human before him. It was entirely unlike anything he had previously analyzed. In such circumstances, how could anyone still find the capacity to smile? Qi Ling lifted the sword once more, raising the broken blade. A true master, even with a shattered sword, could wield it with lethal precision. Chapter 107, The Pinnacle of Mastery. Huh? Hizisk was momentarily taken aback, before bursting into uproarious laughter. Aha! A master of unparalleled skill? You? Undoubtedly. There was no realm in this world where one could simply roar and become stronger, as in the tales of fervent protagonists. No matter how resolute Qi Ling's beliefs were, they could not alter the fact that he possessed only the strength of a mortal. Thus, Hizisk felt no fear of an unexpected surge of power leading to a counterattack, for such occurrences were non-existent. Why don't you summon an unparalleled master for me? Come on. Find one. Before Hizisk could finish his sentence, a loud clang echoed as the side door was pushed open, and both their gazes instinctively turned towards that direction. Lin Fan cast his eyes into the new room, momentarily stunned, then filled with joy. Qi Ling and Dispai are both here. They are undoubtedly the most formidable fighters in their mortal forms. Encountering them equates to a guarantee of safety. However, he soon realized that Dispai had already collapsed on the ground, and Qi Ling was evidently gravely injured. Even his jade sword had shattered. Alas, he had long suspected that this sword resembled a toy, and indeed, it proved to be utterly fragile, breaking so swiftly. Next time, he should refrain from bringing such playthings to the battlefield. Lin Fan offered a reminder, positioning himself in front of Qi Ling. Though he was unaware of the identity of the stranger before him, anyone with a semblance of intelligence could discern that this individual was an adversary. The one capable of simultaneously vanquishing both Dispai and Qi Ling must possess martial prowess of a grandmaster caliber. Lin Fan silently equated the strength of the figure before him, Hischt, to that of the previous swordsmanship master. Well, it should be that the swordsmanship master is indeed stronger, for he is a true master. Contemplating his ability to fly, the myriad of items yet to be unleashed from his spatial ring, and a definitive trump card for his survival, Lin Fan felt a surge of confidence. Toys, you say? Upon hearing his teacher refer to his jade sword as a toy, Qi Ling could only manage a wry smile, realizing that what he took pride in was insignificant in the eyes of true powerhouses. Nevertheless, it was a relief that his teacher had arrived. Divine allies always appear at critical moments. Qi Ling finally exhaled, quietly stepping back to stand beside the little girl. Recognizing that the impending battlefield was beyond his capacity to engage, yet he could not entirely set his mind at ease. Previously, he had surmised that Lin Fan possessed the combat prowess of a Saint King, and the formidable demon before him was evidently capable of wielding a portion of his strength here as well, at the very least, also a Saint King. The encounter between two Saint Kings was indeed fortunate to occur in the void abyss. Had it taken place in the outside world, it would likely have resulted in a vast expanse of desolation. Hischt gazed at the man before him with a hint of bewilderment. Mere mortal? Indeed, a complete and utter mortal. Not only did he possess the surface cultivation of a mortal, but even the strength of his soul was that of a mortal. This indicated that the opponent had never undergone any form of cultivation. However, the confident expression on Lin Fan's face, coupled with the relaxed demeanor of Qi Ling beside him, left Hischt feeling uncertain. Could it be a ruse? Just as he was preparing to test the waters, Lin Fan suddenly soared into the air, startling him. What the devil? This fellow can fly. Impossible. He exuded no aura of cultivation whatsoever. How could he ascend? Could it be that this mortal has employed some sort of flying artifact? No, that cannot be right. He is but a mortal, lacking true energy. How could he manipulate an artifact to fly? A flurry of questions swirled in Hischter's mind, yet Lin Fan clearly had no intention of allowing him the luxury of contemplation. He reached into his spatial ring and began rummaging through its contents. Never mind, it was merely discarded items. Whatever he found would suffice. This time, the contents of the spatial ring were not the previously scavenged food, but rather an assortment of peculiar items purchased at the market, along with certain treasures presented by emperors. Golden rays of light streaked through the air, causing Hischt to instinctively retreat. He witnessed a colossal object crash to the ground with a resounding clang, producing a crisp chime. It was, astonishingly, a golden bell. What could this possibly signify? Hischt felt a wave of bewilderment wash over him before the realization struck. The opponent was presenting him with a bell, a harbinger of death. Such audacity, such arrogance. Yet, an icy chill gripped Hischt's heart. The ability to fly indicated that his adversary possessed formidable cultivation. Moreover, he could not discern the depth of their prowess. This strongly implied that his current cultivation was inferior, and significantly so. Hischt found himself suppressed within the abyss of void, his seals not fully lifted. Thus he endured a dual layer of cultivation suppression, not only from the abyss itself, but also from the seals imposed upon him. This compounded weakening reduced his potential output to barely that of a 6th-tier human realm. The opponent's ability to soar suggested a minimum of 7th-tier human realm cultivation. Yet, given his inability to penetrate the facade of their power, it was conceivable that the adversary's true strength could even reach the earth realm. In other words, their genuine cultivation could be at least that of a 5th-tier Saint King. Damn it, if only I possessed the strength of my prime. I could easily dispatch several 5th-tier Saint Kings. But all he could do was indulge in such thoughts internally, for it had been over 100,000 years since he had basked in his former glory. Observing the visibly darkening expression of his foe, Lin Fan too became aware of a revelation. The opponent seemed indeed unable to contend with him. Qi Ling's face lit up with delight. Master, it appears that today, the celestial demon cannot escape. What is this? A celestial demon? Lin Fan was taken aback by his disciple's words, momentarily forgetting to ponder why a mere mortal would possess knowledge of such a being. How unfortunate his luck must be to encounter a celestial demon merely while taking a stroll. Yet, he soon recalled the recently updated mission from the system, which now included not only the demonic race but also celestial demons within its scope of targets. Fortunately, none among them had any cultivation. The celestial demon would undoubtedly perish at his hands. Very well. Let this esteemed self bring an end to this celestial demon. Having secured an invulnerable position, Lin Fan, brimming with confidence, soared above his gar, preparing to summon a massive stone from his spatial ring. This stone was originally intended for inscription, and although Lin Fan lacked the strength to lift it, once summoned, it would surely descend with great force. His gar was on high alert, fully aware that the opponent was about to unleash a lethal move, likely a devastating strike of Earth-grade caliber. Even in death, I shall die with dignity. A celestial demon shall not be insulted. In the face of this overwhelming crisis, his gar summoned all his strength, crimson energy waves coalescing into a tangible form upon his blade. A terrifying pressure emanating instantly, he resolved to confront the ultimate attack of this unparalleled master with the utmost vigor. Today, an additional chapter, Chapter 108, The 10 Pillars of the Celestial Demon. The celestial demon fights to the death, refusing to retreat. A celestial demon shall not be humiliated. All the preceding words are but empty talk. The race of the celestial demons is inherently flawed in emotional understanding. They struggle to comprehend the sense of honor that other intelligent races possess, and thus lack the inclination for unwavering combat. The foremost priority for all celestial demons is to enhance their own strength and ensure their survival, driven by self-interest. Following this instinct comes a tendency towards destruction. Moreover, the celestial demons do not harbor any racial consciousness. It is simply that there are too many other entities to annihilate. And thus they do not contemplate the extermination of their kin. As fellow beings relentlessly hunted by the world, celestial demons often leave behind certain contingencies in various locations. These measures may not necessarily aid themselves, but they could potentially assist other celestial demons. The reason why history ultimately proclaimed notions of fighting to the death and the inviolability of the celestial demons is purely inspired by the human world. In certain fervent tales, two individuals, despite being sworn enemies, may perceive one another as a true man due to a single act of valor from one, thereby securing their survival. In critical moments, displaying a sense of honor or expressing remorse akin to a wayward son returning home becomes a habitual maneuver for the celestial demons. History surmised that if the opponent were indeed a formidable entity, victory would be an unattainable dream, and escape would be impossible, thus necessitating a different approach. Meanwhile, Lin Fan, soaring through the skies, gazed at the crimson aura enveloping History, momentarily bewildered. What is this? Does this individual possess artifacts usable by mortals? It is also possible that he retains a portion of his cultivation. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Fan infused the bamboo slip in his hand with vital energy, triggering an instantaneous explosion. In scenarios where a stark disparity in strength exists, the treasures of the weaker party may be forcibly seized by the stronger. Thus, Lin Fan dared not waver and activated the bamboo slip forthwith. After all, this object could be considered a treasure, and should it fall into the hands of the opponent, his prospects would be dire. Currently, Lin Fan possessed only 2 treasures endowed with the attribute of theft prevention. One was the garment left behind by the unfortunate predecessor, the holy ancestor, and the other was the leaf of wind granted by the system. Even the lucky amulet, a gift from the system, lacked the attribute of theft prevention. However, if one found themselves in a state of luck, the likelihood of the opponent's theft failing was significantly heightened. The notion of a substantial gap in cultivation does not adhere to a fixed standard. It varies at each stage. At the human realm level, due to the novice status of practitioners, even a disparity of several realms does not translate to a vast difference. One wishing to seize the treasure of a practitioner at the first level of the human realm must themselves be at the 9th level. This phenomenon becomes increasingly pronounced at higher tiers. For instance, a practitioner at the 2nd level of the holy realm can seize treasures from those at the 9th level of the celestial realm. Upon reaching the saint level, even a mere single realm difference may enable forcible theft. However, upon ascending to the upper realms, the suppression of heavenly and earthly rules becomes more stringent, amplifying the requisite disparity in cultivation for successful theft. Thus, at the saint sect level, where practitioners predominantly reside in the upper realms, the ease of theft diminishes, necessitating at least a significant leap across realms to achieve success. However, Lin Fan remained oblivious to the extent of the celestial demon's retained prowess. Thus, he refrained from taking unnecessary risks. After all, it was preferable to employ a cannon to swat a mosquito rather than to remain defenseless. Coupled with the prior news of Cavalro's demise, the possibility that the celestial demon before him might possess formidable abilities compelled Lin Fan to muster all his strength for the impending confrontation. Boom! The oppressive might of the celestial realm radiated outward as a torrent of sword light descended from above. In midair, bamboo leaves fluttered. Along with the sanguine aura and the corporeal form of History, which were mercilessly ground into dust, dissipating upon the ground. The celestial realm? Qi Ling felt the terrifying presence, and even his body began to tremble uncontrollably. He had previously surmised that his master's current cultivation was at the 7th level of the human realm, slightly overestimating, believing that his venerable teacher might still retain the prowess of the earth realm. Yet, he could hardly fathom that his master currently possessed the cultivation of the celestial realm. If he could maintain such celestial prowess here, how formidable must his master's strength be in the outside world? Could it be the 4th tier of the Holy King? It might even be higher. The Holy King realm, strictly speaking, transcends the 9 levels of the Holy Realm, representing a significant domain within a grand hierarchy. Thus, within the Holy King level, the disparity between each tier surpasses that of the previous Grand Realm. A Holy King of the 8th tier can effortlessly vanquish a Holy King of the 9th tier in an overwhelmingly decisive manner. At the Holy King level, unless one is a truly exceptional genius wielding a peerless treasure, the notion of engaging in battles across tiers is virtually non-existent. In the realm of the Holy Kings, each elevation in rank signifies a cataclysmic shift in status. The 4th rank of the Holy King. Qi Ling had never encountered such a figure in his several millennia of existence. Even after ascending to the position of the head of the enforcement division, his immediate superior was merely a 7th rank Holy King, a personage far beyond his reach. Master, congratulations on successfully vanquishing this celestial demon. Qi Ling casually altered his form of address, initially intending to learn swordsmanship from this esteemed figure. However, it appeared that their relationship could blossom further. Vanquishing, you say? Lin Fan slightly furrowed his brow as the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, on successfully thwarting the stage escape plan of one of the 10 pillars of the celestial demon, Hisch. Current cumulative cultivation reward, 8th level of the earth realm. Wait. The system's announcement did not indicate the destruction of the celestial demon, but rather the disruption of its stage escape plan. The reward given was merely a trivial amount of cultivation, suggesting that the foe was still alive, and his efforts were insufficiently thorough. But what, pray tell, are the 10 pillars of the celestial demon? 10 pillars. Qi Ling nodded in agreement, for in the eyes of his master, that celestial demon was akin to a mere swine, insignificant and easily dispatched. Master, since the celestial demon is dead and your task is complete, may we depart from this place? No. Lin Fan did not dwell on the peculiarities of Qi Ling's words regarding tasks. The celestial demon was still not vanquished. The most sorrowful thing in this world is not the absence of extraordinary abilities, but rather the disheartening reality of possessing them yet still being unable to triumph over one's adversaries. Lin Fan felt an overwhelming urge to weep, teetering on the brink of despair, as he pondered why that formidable demon still persisted in its existence. Is it truly so absurd? Qi Ling was momentarily stunned, only to be struck by a chilling realization. The teacher, possessing at least the cultivation of a 4th-rank Saint King, could not shake off the suppression of power within this secret realm and could only unleash the strength of the heavenly realm. This indicated that the architect of this secret realm must possess a power level of at least 2nd-rank Saint King or higher. Thus, a question arose. If the creator of this secret realm boasts such formidable strength, why does he not simply eradicate the demon instead of going through the elaborate process of sealing it away? Chapter 109. What ancient monster has emerged from the shadows? Could it be that the reason for not eliminating it is not due to a lack of desire, but rather an inability to do so? Logically, even if that demon possesses the strength of a 1st-rank Saint King, it would be entirely feasible to seal it and then summon a cadre of 1st-rank Saint Kings to collectively vanquish it. Cough, cough. While 1st-rank Saint Kings are undoubtedly significant figures, it stands to reason that they would be eager to take action to eliminate a demon of comparable rank. Therefore, the strategy that anyone could envision remains unrealized, not due to the lack of intellect among these prominent figures, but rather because such an approach proves ineffective. Qi Ling exclaimed, "The monarch remains unvanquished. This represents the pinnacle of the cultivation world, transcending life and death. Above the Saint Kings lies the Saint Emperor. The Saint Emperor is not classified into ranks. It constitutes both a grand and minor realm, and is, at present, the highest realm known to Qi Ling in the upper world. The Holy Emperor transcends life and death, rendering them impervious to any true form of demise. Whenever they are slain, they swiftly coalesce anew within the realms of existence, achieving resurrection in a remarkably brief span of time. Thus, those who attain the realm of the Holy Emperor can only be sealed away. Consequently, a saying circulates in the upper realms: a distinguished Holy Emperor typically exists in a state of being sealed. None have truly perished, however. The majority are confined for various reasons in specific locations, while those actively engaging in the world are undeniably formidable figures. In the former glory of the human and demon clans, each boasted two holy emperors, collectively known as the Four Sovereigns. The founders of the Law Enforcement Brigade were also of the Holy Emperor rank, a vital factor enabling their authoritative function. After all, who would heed a voice lacking strength? Yet, within the demon lineage, there existed a staggering 10 holy emperors, a number fivefold that of the humans. These 10 formidable beings were referred to as the 10 pillars of the celestial demon, having once unleashed cataclysmic devastation upon the world. It was only through the unified efforts of all races, save for the celestial demons, that these 10 were ultimately sealed one by one. The entire void abyss is not merely a secret realm housing treasures, it is a prison, specifically constructed to confine those of the Holy Emperor caliber. Therefore, the purpose of my Master's journey here is not to vanquish this celestial demon, but rather to reinforce the seals in this location. Yet, if the intention is to strengthen the seal, why act to eliminate the adversary directly? Is this not superfluous? Alas, my master must possess his own rationale for such actions. Bound by the constraints of the secret realm, that celestial demon, no matter how many times it resurrects, shall undoubtedly remain confined within its depths. Thus, there is no cause for concern regarding its potential to escape its seal. This is the most fundamental mechanism by which the secret realm restricts the demon. Otherwise, it could simply resort to self-destruction to break free, rendering the entire situation futile. Master, what shall our next course of action be? Lin Fan, at a loss for words. Thought, if you inquire of me, whom should I turn to for answers? Indeed, it would be prudent to hasten our search for an exit and flee. With no options left, what further engagements are there? You bear the burden of the disparity and follow me. Ahem, damn it. Histor awoke in a dimly lit chamber, his countenance exceedingly grim. He was undoubtedly filled with rage. Is this the appropriate moment for such fury? Surely, humanity would be enraged at this juncture, but he could not comprehend it. Although the Holy Emperor remains unvanquished, capable of infinite resurrection, this does not imply he is devoid of losses. For instance, during this latest revival, he has directly forfeited 3 of the 99 souls he had previously amassed, and reclaiming these souls would likely consume hundreds, if not thousands, of years. In this realm, masters of the sacred domain are not as plentiful as cabbages. And even if the adversary were to intrude, they may not willingly offer themselves as sacrifices. Collecting those 99 souls took him over 100,000 years. Moreover, during the initial 3 days post-resurrection, he would be in a weakened state, compounded by the further suppression of his powers within the secret realm. Histor's current capabilities are significantly diminished. Oh, my lord, what has befallen you? The emperor knelt reverently beside a multitude of gathered souls. With an icy demeanor, His turned and commanded, "Relay to me all that you know regarding the holy ancestor of humanity." Indeed, came the response. The information I have gleaned reveals that the cultivation technique of the human holy clan is known as the heaven-covering divine art, which can conceal all of one's aura. Heaven-covering divine art, capable of masking all essence? Hisk was taken aback. How could this technique rival even the sinister powers of their demonic kind? Is it truly existent? He had never heard of such a technique, a power of which I am unaware, yet it eludes my comprehension. How is it that I never encountered this entity during the cataclysmic battles of over 100,000 years ago? What ancient being has crawled forth from some hidden abyss? A sense of peril washed over Hisk. Should the adversary succeed in slaying him a few more times, causing his soul to suffer further loss, it would inadvertently reinforce the seal. Cursed fate. He had no desire to endure the torment of collecting the 99 souls all over again. With his celestial realm prowess, it was inconceivable for him to triumph over this foe. If the adversary were to linger in this labyrinth for decades, or even centuries, they would inevitably find and eliminate him time and again. Clenching his fists, Hisk declared, "It is time to activate the contingency plan." The emperor, perplexed, inquired, "My lord, what is this contingency plan?" "It is an emergency protocol left by this secret realm, capable of temporarily reducing the cultivation levels of all present to that of mere mortals within a day. This is a true reset, free from the influences of one's own cultivation. This plan relies on a core of a Saint Emperor-level treasure, originally intended for my defense. However, I lack the qualification to activate it." Hisk stared at the emperor beside him and said, "But you can. You are of the human race." The emperor, feeling a twinge of unease, retorted, "But I have cultivated the divine arts you bestowed upon me. Won't they be detected by certain surveillance mechanisms?" "There is no cause for concern," Hisk replied, shaking his head. "During the great battle, many practiced the celestial demon's divine skills to counter us. According to one of them, this strategy is referred to as using the enemy's strengths against them. As long as you have not been completely transformed into a celestial demon, the detection mechanisms will not be triggered. Moreover, those ancient beings ensured that anyone could activate this plan in times of emergency, so no identity restrictions were imposed. The Emperor nodded in understanding, exclaiming, "Your wisdom is unparalleled." Hisk stood with his hands clasped behind his back, urging him, "Then go forth and deliver a tremendous surprise to that ancient Saint King who has crawled out from who knows where." The Emperor accepted the command and proceeded towards the activation point of the emergency plan. Yet, a cold smile gradually crept across his lips. Chapter 110. How can you still fly? Lin Fan was now in a state of panic. The strategy of employing flight combined with heavy bombardment could handle typical mortal-level adversaries. However, it was utterly ineffective against practitioners. If that celestial demon were to reappear, even if its cultivation were impaired, as long as it possessed any level of power, be it merely the first or second layer of human realm, it would be far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person to contend with. He had to concede that in perilous moments, one's mind often races with remarkable speed. At the very least, he currently had two paths to survival. The first was, of course, to locate the exit of this accursed place and flee without delay. The second option involved prolonging his stay until the cooldown period of his past abilities concluded. Lin Fan certainly did not wish to re-establish contact with Lady Sun. Rather, he aimed to reclaim a disposable magical artifact that he had previously lost through the use of this ability. Even if the artifact had already been expended, its prior existence meant that it could not be deemed entirely lost, though its effectiveness would be significantly diminished due to Lin Fan's relatively low cultivation level. Possessing even the strength of a mid-stage personal realm cultivator would still afford him a fighting chance, preventing utter despair. Sighing, he resolved to take things one step at a time. He glanced at the severed jade sword of Qi Ling and shook his head slightly, then shifted his focus to the falling sunset, sword in his hand. Lin Fan realized that his combat style seemed wholly incompatible with this sword. It would be more prudent to entrust it to someone who could wield its potential effectively. Cast aside your toy. Here, take the sword. Thank you, master. Qi Ling accepted the falling sunset sword. While its grade was not particularly high, merely at the Saint Commander level, especially when compared to the Saint's sovereign grade jade sword, it was apparent to him that the more resilient and sharper falling sunset sword was far more suitable for the void abyss. Meanwhile, Dispai gradually regained consciousness. Upon learning that the revered ancestor had swiftly eliminated that detestable foe, he could not help but exclaim his satisfaction. At the same time, a profound astonishment regarding the unfathomable strength of the holy ancestor enveloped them. It seemed that my previous estimation of the holy ancestor had still been somewhat understated. To the little girl, everything appeared entirely reasonable. She was oblivious to the existence of the celestial demons and lacked knowledge of the specific levels of cultivation. She only comprehended one truth. The great Lord Holy Ancestor ought to be invincible. As the four prepared to delve deeper into the labyrinth in an attempt to locate an exit, the lights within the maze suddenly began to flicker, followed by a piercing alarm. It seemed to be a message long sealed within a spirit stone, now finally revealing itself. Warning! Warning! Codename, Abyss of Nullity. Prison cage number 07 of the Celestial Demons has entered a state of maximum alert. All units below the level of Holy Emperor will have their cultivation forcibly erased. Please act swiftly to eliminate the threat. What is this? Lin Fan was momentarily bewildered. He didn't even know what level the Holy Emperor represented. Although Dispai was equally in the dark, he could at least discern one thing. It seemed that the Holy Ancestor had previously been able to retain a portion of his cultivation, but now, with the activation of this supreme level of alert, everything would be obliterated. The group instantly became tense, and Lin Fan felt the same anxiety, only to suddenly realize that there was hardly any need for concern. It appeared that none of them possessed any cultivation to begin with. Would the activation of this highest state of alert have any impact on them whatsoever? Qi Ling immediately donned a vigilant expression and inquired of Lin Fan, Master. It seems the situation is dire. The adversary still has a backup plan. Lin Fan slightly twitched his lips, saying, No, I believe this issue is not significant. Qi Ling silently admired him, thinking, as expected of the master, maintaining composure in such circumstances. It seems he is already well prepared. It appeared as though everyone had lost their cultivation, yet this was not necessarily detrimental to them. With 4 individuals present and only one celestial demon, all of whom were at the level of mere mortals, could they not simply overwhelm him in a collective assault? However, Qi Ling's thoughts soon dissipated. As the surrounding air gradually grew colder, an ominous chill seemingly advancing towards them, the door was violently shattered, and countless spirits surged forth, causing the faces of the group to change dramatically. Were these the souls gathered by that emperor? Indeed, the void abyss could erase one's cultivation, but it did not necessarily obliterate certain unique life forms. For instance, within the myriad races of the world, there existed the spectral clan. It was implausible that they would simply vanish upon entering the void abyss. Thus, these spirits had not been eradicated. They had been tainted by some malevolent force, transforming into a semi-corporeal state. These frenzied beings evidently regarded the group as their targets. This was the work of that emperor. It seemed these ghostly entities no longer distinguished between friend and foe, only knowing to attack wildly. Now, with the celestial demon stripped of its power and the emperor devoid of the support of his dark arts, he could no longer control these spirits. Yet he could engage in alternative actions prior to this, such as liberating all the undead, allowing them to converge upon a position in close proximity to several individuals, and then activating the emergency protocol. In doing so, the crowd would inevitably become the primary targets of the spectral onslaught. The spy's gaze was filled with regret. Damn it. It is we who have failed to fulfill the ancestor's mission. No wonder the ancestor insisted from the outset that we must eliminate this emperor in advance. It seems he had anticipated that this fellow would unleash the undead to wreak havoc. Regrettably, although he discerned the true task from the ancestor's clear indications, he was unable to accomplish it, allowing the emperor to remain unscathed until now, thus creating a flaw in the ancestor's plan. It is my incompetence. Yet, expressing such sentiments now holds no value. The spy clenched his fists, intending to use his own body to block these apparitions, allowing the ancestor to achieve the true objective. Ancestor, you must flee. I shall confront these fiends. No. While your words are fervent, with such a frail physique, what can you possibly withstand? Enough with the chatter. Lin Fan simultaneously lifted the two individuals. The young girl quickly grasped the situation and clung to his leg, and soon, the four of them soared into the air. Damn. These individuals are incredibly heavy. At this moment, the two being lifted were utterly bewildered. Wait, wasn't it stated that everyone's cultivation had been reset? Then why can the ancestor still fly? This defies all logic. It lacks any semblance of metaphysics. The secret realm prison, used to suppress the 10 pillars of heavenly demons, must surely have been constructed by a powerhouse of the emperor level. The activation of such a level of emergency protocol renders even a Saint King level powerhouse incapable of escape. Thus, amidst the bewilderment of exchanging blank stares, Lin Fan silently trudged onward, navigating the labyrinthine expanse with 3 companions in tow. Chapter 111. A weighty responsibility. Flying at great heights does not guarantee absolute safety. For as one traverses through gate after gate, one is invariably compelled to descend. Moreover, bearing 3 individuals further complicates matters, inevitably leading to encounters with the undead. The semi-ethereal specters leap with a height that far surpasses that of mere mortals. Fortunately, these apparitions are not entirely incorporeal. Otherwise, they would possess the capability of true flight. The silver lining is that the offensive prowess of these undead is rather feeble, even considerably weaker than that of an average adult. However, the downside lies in their resilience. Their semi-ethereal forms render them remarkably tenacious. Continuing to bombard them from the skies or employing heavy objects to strike down may not yield the desired effectiveness. The accumulation of various disadvantages leaves Lin Fan feeling quite distressed, a sentiment that Qi Ling soon perceives as well. Something is amiss. Master does not seem to retain at least the strength of a 7th-tier human realm. Otherwise, he could effortlessly eradicate these specters. The souls transformed into malevolent spirits have lost the consciousness they possessed in life, and eliminating them directly would serve as a means of liberation. Therefore, if Lin Fan were capable of taking action, there would be no justification for inaction. Qi Ling recalls that during the previous gathering, Lin Fan had persistently sought to acquire artifacts usable by mortals, indicating that he must have attempted to collect such items. Thus, the reason why he is still able to fly at his advanced age may not stem from his own cultivation, but rather from a certain magical artifact that grants him the ability to soar. However, Qi Ling is more inclined towards another hypothesis, that his master has been dispatched by the upper realm to reinforce the seal, and thus possesses ample intelligence and corresponding precautionary measures. As an insider, it is conceivable that he might harness a fraction of such powers in this urgent scenario, perhaps utilizing loopholes in certain rules to achieve flight. Regardless, Lin Fan presently lacks the capacity to annihilate the multitude of wandering souls, a fact apparent to any discerning observer. After all, no matter how much preparation is undertaken, the hypothetical adversary is solely the heavenly demon. Even the prominent figures from the upper realm could never anticipate the sudden emergence of an emperor as an unforeseen variable. Qi Ling realizes they are contemplating the true vulnerabilities. Those genuinely influential individuals seldom pay heed to the common folk. In their eyes, mortals, and even low-level cultivators are unworthy of being considered as potential variables, and thus they are naturally overlooked. This is quite ordinary. Even in the mortal realm, when two great empires are poised for a clash with millions of troops, would they concern themselves with whether the ants along the roadside might pose a threat? Imagine the scenario where an imperial marshal, pointing at a military deployment map, declares that there is an anthill along their route, and to avert any unforeseen complications, they must first eradicate it. Such a scene is truly splendid, is it not? The chasm between a saint emperor and a mortal is far greater than that which separates a mortal from an ant. As the number of wandering souls continues to swell, they are increasingly obstructing their path to escape, and Lin Fan's heart sinks with foreboding if this situation persists. The outlook is indeed grim. Alas, it is not an easy task to play the role of a counterfeit saint ancestor. When faced with genuinely formidable challenges, Lin Fan realizes that what he truly lacks is not strength, but rather experience, the kind of profound wisdom that only those who have lived for over 1,000 years possess. This revelation leaves him momentarily at a loss for the most effective solution. It seems that the only course of action is to buy time, awaiting the conclusion of the cooldown period for his past abilities, so that he may utilize his treasured artifacts once more. Master, you should leave first. Even if we cannot reinforce the seal at this moment, we must at least disseminate the news of its loosening. This is the current thought of Qi Ling. Confronted with a pillar-level demon and an immortal saint emperor, sacrificing a saint monarch might be perceived as a negligible loss by those truly significant figures. He immediately leaps from the sky, unsheathing the falling sunset sword, and begins to hunt down the approaching souls with a sweeping strike. Are you attempting to steal the limelight all by yourself? Disbai follows closely, resolute in his determination. Killing one is not a loss, but killing two is a gain. However, what neither of them anticipated was that the souls they attacked merely retaliated passively, with their true focus still fixated on Lin Fan. The Emperor had left behind a sinister magical suggestion on these souls, although he can no longer manipulate them due to the severance of his dark magical connection. The implanted suggestion remains intact. Perhaps these suggestions will weaken over time, but for now, it is evident that the soul's target will remain firmly locked onto Lin Fan. He quickly becomes aware of this reality and recognizes that Qi Ling and Disbai are not in danger. Rather, they are quite safe. Upon shedding the weight of two formidable burdens, Lin Fan swiftly began his escape, pursued relentlessly by the restless spirits behind him. This cannot continue, he thought. Resolutely reaching into his pocket to retrieve the lucky amulet, activating it without hesitation. With a promise of half an hour of fortuitousness, he hoped it would aid him. The spirits collided with one another, impeding the others and momentarily slowing their pursuit, allowing Lin Fan to wander aimlessly through the labyrinth. He did not need to seek an exit. Fortune would guide him. Within a mere minute, a portal leading to the outside world materialized before him. The powerful effects of the lucky amulet had manifested. In a stroke of serendipity, he had found the exit in just 1 minute. Lin Fan smacked his forehead, lamenting that he should have utilized it sooner. He raced toward the luminous portal but did not rush through. Instead, he cautiously extended his hand to test it. He needed to ascertain whether this truly was the exit. Should it prove to be so, he would return to rescue Qi Ling and the others. He could not abandon them in such a perilous place. As for the elders remaining outside, their situation was not yet dire. There would be ample opportunity to extricate them later. However, as Lin Fan's hand made contact with the portal, he was unexpectedly repelled. The surface of the portal rippled, yet it remained impenetrable. Stunned, Lin Fan's thoughts quickly shifted as he recalled the small girl clinging to his leg. The direction indicated by fortune was undoubtedly correct, affirming that this was indeed one of the exits. Yet, this luck appeared to be personal, meaning the lucky amulet guaranteed Lin Fan's safety alone. Is it possible that this door permits only one to pass? The little girl, overhearing the murmurs of the ancestral figure, immediately spoke up. Please, sir, you should go first. Your survival is of utmost importance. You are the ancestor of humanity. As long as you endure, hope shall not be extinguished. Indeed, he is the ancestor of humanity, and thus, the question of who should exit required no further contemplation. Without hesitation, Lin Fan lifted his leg, embraced the little girl, and hurled her towards the luminous gate. Your task is to summon reinforcements. The sooner, the better. With a look of astonishment, the little girl was engulfed by the radiant portal, while Lin Fan turned back to confront the legion of departed souls on the ground. In that moment, the ancestor of humanity stood aloft, gazing down upon the spectral army as one might observe a colony of ants. Of course, this is merely a narrative of later accounts. Lin Fan exhaled softly. Despite feeling fatigued, he understood that he must remain. If he were to depart, the aimless army of souls would undoubtedly rend the little girl to shreds before turning their wrath upon Qi Ling and Disbai. However, if he stayed, he could draw the ire of all the specters, ensuring the safety of Disbai and Qi Ling. Moreover, The message had already been relayed, and reinforcements would arrive swiftly. This was the optimal course of action. It was also due to his status as the ancestor of humanity. This title signified not merely an identity, but a profound responsibility. Chapter 112. Granting you rest, the little girl sat on the ground, momentarily bewildered, struggling to comprehend the reality of what had transpired. Even after having truly escaped the abyss of nothingness, the luminous portal of the Unicom's secret realm has been sealed, and this temporary exit is unlikely to regain its passage capability in the near future. Nevertheless, Lin Fan did not resign himself to despair. He intended to utilize the effects of fortune to discover alternative exits. If he could locate one that accommodates multiple individuals simultaneously, he would return to bring Qi Ling and Dispai along. However, these matters were unrelated to the little girl, who, after a brief moment of bewilderment, instantly recalled her mission. Your task is to summon reinforcements, and the sooner, the better. My task is to summon reinforcements. My task is to summon reinforcements. She promptly headed towards the direction where the celestial beings resided, though other thoughts inevitably surged within her mind. It turned out that even formidable cultivators like the Holy Ancestor occasionally required assistance. Assistance from mortals, no less. It dawned on her that cultivators are not omnipotent. She remembered her parents deeming her useless, her uncles and aunts belittling her, her comrades dismissing her, and the Emperor regarding her as inconsequential. It seemed she had never garnered anyone's esteem and had perpetually been unable to aid others. Yet, the Holy Ancestor needed her assistance, which must mean she held some value in his eyes. If such a significant figure as the Holy Ancestor acknowledged her usefulness, then perhaps she truly was of worth. She dashed into the chambers of the realm's overseers, grateful that her previous association with the Holy Ancestor had allowed her a measure of recognition among the cultivators of the sacred land. The Holy Ancestor is in peril and requires your support. With that, she reached into her pocket and produced a jade pendant, a token that Lin Fan had slipped to her when he cast her away, intended to lend credibility to her words among these cultivators. What? One of the local overseers exclaimed in alarm, seemingly realizing that the elders were also absent. Good heavens, even the Saint Ancestor and the elders are in peril. Can we truly be of any assistance? A little girl slammed her palm on the table and explained based on her recollections that Secret Realm has stripped everyone of their cultivation. Thus, your levels of cultivation are of no consequence. The number of people is what truly matters. Upon hearing this, the cultivators felt a slight sense of relief. The fact that the Saint Ancestor was still able to send out a message indicated that the situation had not yet deteriorated beyond control. Reflecting on the various deeds of the Saint Ancestor only reinforced their belief that everything was under his command, and that they merely needed to follow orders. Excellent. The most powerful among them immediately shouted, producing his treasured artifact to gather all the cultivators. We shall head to the secret realm at once to support the Saint Ancestor. Dozens of cultivators quickly assembled, and following the little girl's guidance, they hastened to the once grand palace now reduced to ruins, ready to enter. They ought to be grateful for the mechanisms of the void abyss. Although exiting was exceedingly difficult, entering posed no restrictions. Wait. The girl recalled the countless souls that awaited them and looked at the group before her, suddenly feeling that they were rather unreliable. Although they were all formidable cultivators now, upon entry, they would revert to mere mortals. At that point, they might not even measure up to ordinary soldiers in combat. Could they truly contend with so many souls? Wait, soldiers? An epiphany struck the little girl as she clapped her hands. Yes. Simply sending you all in is insufficient. Summon the army. If that is the battlefield of mortals, then let us wield the strength of mortals to annihilate them. In the depths of the void, after wandering for another 10 minutes, Lin Fan once again discovered a luminous portal that offered an exit. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed towards the direction where Qi Ling and the others were located, spending precious time to bring them back, only to attempt to leave once more, yet alas, they could not escape, as he was alone. He could not ascertain whether the portal permitted multiple travelers, but this was of little consequence. Lin Fan promptly sent Dispai through the portal. Each exit could accommodate only one individual at a time, thus he would send them through one by one. With a few more attempts, they would eventually all depart successfully. Unfortunately, due to the previous back-and-forth time consumption, the duration of the lucky talisman had expired. This signified that for the next half hour, Lin Fan would be unable to locate an exit by any means, and there was a real possibility that he could perish within. This was indeed an ominous revelation. He refrained from further attempts at relocation. In such dire circumstances, a descent could be fatal. To his astonishment, the semi-ethereal specters began to cooperate, stacking themselves to form a human ladder. In this extreme adversity, these otherwise mindless entities had devised a method to confront the airborne foe. This could not continue. His demise was certain. Nevertheless, he would grasp at straws. At this moment, Lin Fan recalled an incident from his past, wherein he had attempted to employ the spirit guiding technique on a pill furnace, inadvertently summoning true flames and causing an explosion. This indirectly suggests that if the essence within an entity becomes excessively mingled with another, it can indeed be summoned together. That, Qilin, bring forth a wandering soul for me. The master has commanded it. He truly possesses the means to handle these spectral beings. Qilin immediately pierced one of the wandering souls with the sword of falling sunset, then tossed the gravely injured spirit upwards, where Lin Fan effortlessly caught it. The method of spirit summoning. The wandering soul bore no cultivation, and in theory, it should not possess any true energy. Yet, these souls have been transformed into malevolent spirits by dark sorcery. There must be a trace of true energy involved. Just as the residual true energy on a magical artifact is not erased, but merely rendered dormant when the cultivators lose their prowess and cannot activate these artifacts any longer. It is precisely because the transformation of the wandering souls invariably relies on the presence of true energy, however sinister and faint, that some remnants will ultimately remain. Even if it is merely a minuscule trace, almost imperceptible, it is still there. As Lin Fan slowly raised his right hand, the body of the wandering soul gradually became more transparent and ethereal, the malevolent force detaching, and it was slowly becoming pure. Qilin gazed in awe at this scene. His master actually possessed a method to purify the tainted. In the external world, this may not be remarkable. But to achieve all of this without any cultivation requires an astonishingly immense power. No wonder the master chose to send that little girl and Elder D away in advance. Such a secret technique should indeed remain unknown to the mortals below. Yet I remain here. Qilin's gaze was undeniably filled with fervor, signifying that in the eyes of the master, I am a figure worthy of trust and deserving of access to such profound secrets. Lin Fan endeavored to fully elicit that sinister power, yet lamentably discovered that under the influence of misfortune, he was unable to accomplish this feat. The tainted soul exhibited a fleeting moment of clarity, if only for an instant. At least in that moment, he was a normal spirit. Lin Fan, with a hint of resignation, tilted his head and smiled. Do me a favor, my friend. Relieve me of this talisman. In return, I shall grant you eternal rest. Chapter 113. The die is cast. One thing must be unequivocally acknowledged. While the abilities conferred by the talisman of fortune are largely conceptual, they are not absolute. The blessing of luck does not guarantee success in every endeavor, just as the curse of misfortune does not ensure failure in all pursuits. It merely amplifies the corresponding probabilities. Previously, within the sacred sword's secret realm, that malevolent spirit had once seized Lin Fan's talisman, indicating that the scheme was indeed feasible while the talisman was still effective. Lin Fan could not willingly discard the talisman of fortune, yet fortunately, it was not inextricably bound to him and could be taken by others. Of course, a mere mortal soul would be incapable of such theft, but it could resort to physical means to seize the talisman, such as directly reaching out to grasp it. The soul did not respond verbally, but its actions spoke volumes as it extended its hand and firmly grasped the talisman of fortune. In the brief span of mere moments, he once again succumbed to darkness, losing clarity, and with it, the talisman in his grasp plummeted toward the ground. Now, it was the turn of these restless souls to face their misfortune. All that was left for us was to await here. Lin Fan revealed a faint smile. Reinforcements would arrive shortly. Reinforcements? Qilin could not help but let his thoughts wander. What manner of reinforcements did his master speak of? Surely, those deemed reinforcements by him must be formidable figures. Could it be yet another master of the Saint King level? However, given the urgency of the current contingency plan in the secret realm, a Saint King entering this place would scarcely differ from an ordinary mortal, would it? As he pondered silently, a commotion and the sound of footsteps echoed from the surrounding chambers. Suddenly, the door was flung open, and a sea of dark figures surged in. These individuals possessed no discernible aura. Most were clad in rudimentary light armor, wielding iron blades or spears, with only the leader adorned in complete armor. What on earth are these beings? The leading general glanced up at Lin Fan, who hovered in the air, and immediately bowed his head in fear. Immortal, I am the general of the Empire's Western Expedition, commanding a contingent of 1,000 at your service. This is the vanguard we hastily assembled, with additional forces reinforcing us as we speak. Given the pressing circumstances, the number of troops that could be swiftly mobilized was evidently limited. Yet the young girl had emphasized the need to address the immediate crisis, thus ensuring that a batch of personnel would be sent in first, while subsequent forces would gradually follow. The troops led by the Western Expedition General were the first to enter the abyss of nothingness. It was merely due to the intricate structure of the secret realm that he was unable to swiftly penetrate the core area to provide reinforcements. Initially, they were utterly at a loss, wandering aimlessly within the confines of the secret realm. However, For reasons unknown, fortune smiled upon them at a certain moment, as they serendipitously discovered several doors leading to the central zone, enabling them to usher their troops in batches. Presently, the contingent he commanded had amassed over 200 individuals, with a portion still endeavoring to locate doors to access the core area, while the others who had already entered sought to regroup with their comrades. The 200 warriors immediately engaged in combat with the phantoms. However, the number of soldiers was evidently inferior to that of the spirits. Yet, the phantoms were captivated by Lin Fan and refrained from attacking the soldiers, inadvertently allowing them to carry out a one-sided massacre with ease. The hints left by the Emperor in his final moments had indeed proven to be a tremendous boon for them. Meanwhile, the remaining soldiers continued their exploration of the labyrinth. Upon discovering a significant force, they would promptly converge, their collective strength only destined to grow. Lin Fan called down, "Victory shall inevitably be ours. Everyone, prioritize your safety. These beings are capable of retaliatory responses, so do not let your guard down." His words momentarily stunned the mortal soldiers below. Could it be that this exalted immortal genuinely cared for the lives of mortals? This ancestor appeared to be different from the other immortals they had encountered, as he had chosen to lead a mortal army. Ling stood in astonishment, gazing at the scene before him. He had anticipated that the so-called reinforcements would be a highly skilled elder, yet the resolution was astonishingly straightforward and crude. The celestial demon sought to overwhelm them with the sheer number of souls at its disposal, and thus they would counter by leveraging their own numerical advantage. Everything lay within the master's command. Such an uncomplicated strategy, how had it eluded me before? The answer is apparent. The haughty cultivators seldom deign to regard mortals. Yet excessive pride often blinds one to numerous opportunities. Most perilously, the arrogant are frequently oblivious to their own arrogance. Lin Fan, too, had not envisioned that the young girl would summon an entire army, for he had merely instructed her to fetch reinforcements without specifying the nature of those reinforcements. However, the challenge of how to disperse such a multitude loomed large. This urgent contingency plan undoubtedly bore a temporal limitation. Once that time elapsed, the celestial demon would regain its cultivation. Even if the adversary's cultivation was not formidable, and their forces were sufficiently numerous to achieve victory, it would inevitably come at a grievous cost. Lin Fan harbored no desire for these mortals to perish in droves for his sake, so he must act before it was too late. With the celestial demon currently stripped of its powers and an army at his disposal, this was the perfect moment to counterattack. If he could strike the enemy multiple times, rendering them utterly weak, perhaps he could create a window for their escape. Once they had truly departed from this place and ensured their safety, he would employ the Bagua talisman to contact the higher realms. At which point the affairs here would no longer concern Lin Fan. He nodded slightly and immediately turned to Ling. "I will take a group of people this way, and you will lead another group that way. Let us swiftly uncover the celestial demon." Ling revealed a serious expression. Was the final step finally upon them? The disadvantages brought by the souls had been eradicated, and it was time to reinforce the seals here. This was the command of the master, and he requested that some of you accompany me. Ling did not question the significance of splitting their forces to him. It merely seemed a tactic to divert his attention. The master was about to perform the final sealing, which was the utmost priority and should remain confidential. Ultimately, Ling was not an insider in this operation, merely a participant who had joined midway. Thus, according to protocol, the final sealing process could not be revealed to him. Everything had been predetermined. Even a celestial demon of the Saint Emperor level would inevitably succumb to the master's prowess. All that remained for him was to patiently await the tidings of victory from the sidelines. In the dark corners of the labyrinth, Hisk sat quietly. Having completely lost his cultivation and consequently his ability to control the secret realm, in a sense, he had become both deaf and blind. Chapter 114. What a grand scheme. It seems that things are amiss. Hisk had an ominous premonition, stemming from his instincts. He grasped a sword and stepped forth cautiously. Fortunately, I have more than one contingency plan. It appears that the time has come to employ some other resources. He navigated through the maze, arriving at a concealed chamber. Yet as he entered, he furrowed his brow in apprehension. The table lay barren, an empty expanse where items once resided. Who has taken my magic orb? This incident must have transpired after he activated the emergency protocol, for he would not have remained unaware otherwise. But who could it be? That individual from the upper realm should be preoccupied with dealing with the restless souls, and they surely lack intelligence concerning the magic orb. The number of those with both time and information appears exceedingly limited. Hister's countenance darkened. Indeed, the emotions of the celestial demons possess an inherent flaw. Yet this does not imply they are merely soulless automatons. When betrayed, they too experience emotional shifts, albeit these changes manifest not as anger, but rather as an enigmatic sensation beyond human comprehension. That emperor. Never mind. Mortals are inherently untrustworthy, and a mere mortal cannot orchestrate significant upheaval. First, I shall locate that individual and then pronounce a sentence of death upon him. Just as Histor prepared to advance, a clamor erupted from a nearby chamber. Qi Ling burst through the door, and their gazes met in the air, both parties clearly taken aback. Celestial demon? You are another inhabitant of the upper realm? A plethora of thoughts flashed through Qi Ling's mind at that moment, yet his actions were resolute. He swiftly drew his sword and struck. Clang! The clash of blades resonated with a sharp metallic ring. The sword in Histor's grasp was one of the weapons that had once sealed him, undoubtedly surpassing the Sword of Dusk in both resilience and sharpness. Yet neither of the two possessed the requisite strength to wield this evidently divine weapon effectively. Thus, attempting to sever the opponent's sword solely through the weapon's inherent hardness proved exceedingly challenging for the current Histor. Kill! The soldiers behind Qi Ling surged forward, encircling the demon at the center. However, the overwhelming aura of death emanating from Histor momentarily stilled their hands. Even in their current state of mere mortals, the demon before them was undeniably terrifying. Perhaps a tactic of swarming could ultimately vanquish him, but the first few soldiers to charge would undoubtedly meet their demise. The sovereign shall not perish. Qi Ling understood that while he could command his soldiers to advance and besiege the demon, it would merely result in the creature's death once more, leaving the current situation unchanged. He instructed his men to refrain from rash actions while pondering Lin Fan's command. Why would my master direct me to proceed in this manner? Initially, I presumed he merely wished to divert me, yet here I encounter the demon. Could this be a manifestation of some deeper significance? Had he anticipated the demon's emergence in this direction all along? How could he have foreseen this without any cultivation? Was it perhaps a consequence of some internal personnel's bug-level authority? Qi Ling was engulfed in confusion, while on the other side, Histor found himself even more bewildered. Why were soldiers present here? Although the number of soldiers was scant, it was evident that a considerable force lurked beyond. He was utterly convinced that before activating the highest emergency protocol, not a single soldier had existed within the secret realm. How could so many soldiers have infiltrated the realm in such a brief span of time? Something is amiss, profoundly amiss, quite severely amiss. Could it be that they hastily dispatched reinforcements? Just as this thought flickered in his mind, he immediately dismissed it. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Although there are multiple exits here, they undergo irregular changes after certain intervals. Over the course of hundreds of thousands of years, Hisk has imbued the changes with his own power. Thus, even if the very individuals who initially sealed him were to return, it would be inconceivable for them to locate an exit in such a short span of time. Rather than searching, it is more about sheer luck. For finding the exit relies solely on fortune, devoid of any discernible pattern. Fine. Even if this group happened to strike it lucky and managed to send someone out, gathering an army would surely take time, wouldn't it? All right. Even if these cultivators possess immense prestige among mortals, and the army dares not defy the commands of the immortals, leading to a hurried assembly and the initial dispatch of a group into the realm. After all, those cultivators on the outside can wield their powers, facilitating the transportation of a portion of the army, expediting their arrival at the entrance of the secret realm. However, upon entering the secret realm, all cultivators will lose their powers. The army that arrives through the external entrance merely reaches the periphery of the secret realm. To venture deeper, one must first locate the doors leading inward, and it is evident that such doors can accommodate only a limited number of individuals at a time. Therefore, it is nearly an impossible task to temporarily transport so many troops into the interior. It is entirely normal to be unable to find the doors leading inward and to remain stuck on the periphery for days and nights on end. It cannot be mere coincidence that these armies fortuitously stumble upon the entrance, can it? Thus, there exists but one truth. Hiskog narrowed his eyes. That detestable being from the upper realm has meticulously orchestrated everything. He had already foreseen that I would activate the emergency protocol in a moment of desperation. Hence, that individual had long since commanded the troops to remain on standby outside and employed some arcane method to enable their swift ingress. This clandestine technique might have been in preparation for months, even years. The objective was to reseal him. What a grand scheme indeed. Setting aside other conspiracy theories, Hiskog refocused his attention on the immediate situation. He ran his tongue along the blade of his sword. To the swordsman over there, let us engage in a fair duel. What a tedious ruse. You wish to challenge me to a duel between men, hoping I would spare you? Qi Ling scoffed. You would do well to reconsider such trivial tactics. Nonetheless, you are correct. I cannot allow you to swagger about here unimpeded. Qi Ling raised his sword, the falling sun set. Once more, declaring, I shall take you to my master, where you will await his judgment. With a resounding clash, the blade surged forward, and Hiskog, equally resolute, brandished his sword in response. The two premier masters engaged in a contest of pure mortal swordsmanship. Amidst the shimmering blades, the surrounding soldiers appeared frozen in place, uncertain whether to intervene. You claim I am a sword-wielding mage? Perhaps so, but that was merely a vestige of my former self. In truth, I owe you a debt of gratitude. I seem to have discovered the true essence of the sword. Hisk wielded his sword to fend off Qiling's relentless attacks, a task far more arduous than he had imagined. Moreover, his opponent's strikes seemed to grow increasingly formidable with each passing moment. Chapter 115. Everything is under control. The demonic ones are indeed a cunning race. Qiling launched another strike. How much of what you said earlier was aimed at influencing my resolve and subtly undermining my combat prowess? After all, I cannot bring myself to believe that you would offer such guidance out of genuine goodwill. Clang. A bead of sweat trickled down Hisk's forehead as he witnessed Qiling execute a thrust with an almost grotesque twist, leaving a crimson mark upon his visage. In our previous encounter, you easily triumphed over me. However, my swordsmanship has not been bested by you. Your victory relied upon your cultivation and sword aura. Thus attempting to shatter my confidence in this manner is utterly futile. It is a terrifying prospect for a swordsman to lose faith in his own blade. Hisk understood this, and so did Qiling. Clang. The sword of falling twilight seemed to bear minute, imperceptible chips from the continuous clashes, yet Hisk found it increasingly challenging to withstand Qiling's onslaught, the disparity in strength becoming ever more apparent. This compelled him to furrow his brow. From whom did you learn your swordsmanship? It is unfathomable that while others delve into divine techniques, someone would choose to master the purest form of swordplay. You may be disappointed. This is not the cataclysmic power of great figures, but merely the stubbornness of an ordinary man at his last stand. Hisk could not comprehend the words of his opponent. He felt as though the other was nothing like any superior being he had ever known. Although there had been no distinction between the realms in the era he once thrived, over the course of the past 100,000 years, countless others had entered the secret domain, and Hisk was not lacking in knowledge. Indeed, it was a remarkable skill. Such swordsmanship might seem of little use in an era rife with chaotic powers, as Hisk aptly stated. Contemporary swordsmen were akin to mages wielding blades. Yet every art possesses its own brilliance. Those pursuits that individuals dedicate their lives to are perhaps not without merit. It is merely that the corresponding points of luminosity have yet to be discovered, but they shall undoubtedly shine one day. Qiling stood here, wielding the sword of mortals. His mindset had finally transcended that layer of shackles. However, within the depths of the void, the transformations in cultivation and supernatural abilities remained momentarily concealed. He cast aside all distractions, focusing entirely on this single strike. Could the sword of a weaker being instill tremors even in one as formidable as you? In the fleeting moments of defense, the blade pierced Hisk's chest. The sound of steel piercing flesh echoed, yet Hisk offered a faint smile at the last moment. He willingly relinquished his resistance and presented his heart. It would not be difficult for the other to slay him. Whether in a one-on-one confrontation or amidst a throng of soldiers, he had no chance of survival. Thus, he chose to embrace his own demise. After all, as long as the sovereign endures, opportunities shall abound. It is far preferable to be captured alive by the adversary than to succumb to an unexpected demise. Unforeseen developments invariably usher in unpredictable variables. After all, he has been waiting for countless eons. What is a few more millennia in the grand scheme of eternity? Ordinary weapons lack the potency required to seal a celestial demon. Only a specially crafted artifact can serve this purpose. The swords previously embedded in Hisk's form had long since succumbed to the corrosive might of royal power over the span of those countless years, rendering them ineffective. Thus, in order to effectuate the sealing, a different artifact must be procured. Hisk closed his eyes, bracing himself to quietly embrace death, only to be revived in some shadowy corner, with the loss of merely a few souls at most. Yet, in the next moment, the anticipated sensation of death did not arrive. Instead, a distorted force began to siphon away his remaining strength. No. He abruptly opened his eyes, witnessing the radiant glow emanating from the sword of falling sunset, embedded in his chest. Indeed, this sword was brought forth by Lin Fan from the sacred sword's secret realm, where its original purpose was to seal another celestial demon. No. You scoundrels, you had meticulously orchestrated this all along. Qiling felt the duality of cold and warmth coursing through his grasp, a fusion of righteousness and malevolence. Everything was interconnected. Why had his master entrusted him with the falling sunset sword? Why had his master directed him toward this path? It became evident that everything had been predetermined. His master intended for him to seal this entity with his own hands. Yet, why did his master not intervene directly? A flicker of doubt crossed Qi Ling's mind. However, given the dire circumstances, he had no choice but to temporarily suppress those thoughts and focus intently on confronting the celestial demon before him. The sword of falling sunset had pierced Hisk's heart, striking directly at the core of his celestial demonic essence, an essence of sovereign caliber. Qi Ling's grip on the sword trembled slightly, yet he summoned every ounce of strength to thrust the blade forward. This was the most arduous step. For merely wielding a sealing artifact does not guarantee the successful execution of a seal, even if the opponent presently lacks cultivation. One cannot presume to complete such a task with ease. Hisk gritted his teeth, veins bulging, as the core of his essence emanated a faint yet ferocious power, causing the blade to hum ominously. Suddenly, with a crack, the blade of the sword of falling sunset shattered. After all, it was merely a sealing artifact of sovereign rank. How could it possibly seal a sovereign-level being? If Hisk were not in such a state of extreme weakness, if he were not still bound by the seal. The moment this sword made contact with the core, it would have disintegrated into fragments. It seems your reliance is insufficiently potent. No, this is of no consequence. Qi Ling pushed the broken blade forward once more. It is I who shall seal you, not this sword. The severed piece is merely a tool. Hisk's visage contorted as the blade continued to advance, and to his astonishment, his core began to tremble. A true master of unparalleled skill. Qi Ling's skin tore, blood seeping outward. Even a broken sword. Blood trickled from the corners of his mouth, and the blade in his hand revealed even more fractures. Yet it remained sufficiently lethal. Let us slay together. A soldier, unknown to all, was the first to strike the call, prompting a surge of warriors who simultaneously thrust their weapons into Hiskith's body. A tiresome charade. How could the meager strength of mortals possibly? Hiskith's voice gradually faded, his expression growing rigid. He beheld a golden luminescence centered around the sword of falling sunset, as strands of light emerged from the weapons of those mortals, intertwining with the battered blade. He finally comprehended why his adversaries summoned their army. It was not to vanquish his legion of souls, but rather, to forge a bond that entwined his seal with the fate of the entire realm. Everything was within their grasp. Chapter 117. We shall endure. It turns out you were colluding all along. How laughable. I believed I had corrupted an informant among you, only to discover this was, in fact, a spy you had placed by my side. The fate of a nation cannot simply be summoned by dispatching a few soldiers. It necessitates the presence of a bearer of national fortune, namely, the emperor. Yet the earthly emperor's prohibition against becoming a cultivator has rendered them entirely incapable of wielding the nation's fortune, for to mortals, such fortune is but a nebulous concept. A cold wind swept through the dimly lit corridors of the palace, where the emperor, now clad in plain attire, stood with his hands clasped behind his back. It was evident that he had departed from the abyss of nihility through one of the exits. The performance was nearing its conclusion. The space around him shimmered, and another figure materialized at his side. This individual wore a wide-brimmed hat and was donned in the garb of a wandering hero. Yet the exposed skin was swathed in bandages, suggesting that he had endured some form of injury. Should a familiar face have been present, they would surely recognize him. It was the Inked Hero, once affiliated with the Heavenly Mechanism sect, a master of the seventh heaven. However, the aura now emanating from him was not that of the seventh heaven. It was neither the most common form of true energy nor the unique spiritual essence of the innate spirit race. He turned to the emperor and remarked, "Your betrayal is indeed decisive. It appears you have reaped substantial rewards." The emperor snorted coldly and produced a dark, pulsating magic orb from behind him. "I have not betrayed him, for from the very beginning, I never intended to align myself with him. It is more accurate to say that I have utilized him with great resolve. After all, serving as a dog under the human race and then allying with the celestial demons, aren't they merely two sides of the same coin? What difference does it make?" He shook his head, adding, "However, this endeavor did not proceed as smoothly as I had anticipated. The human ancestral saint had noticed me long ago, yet he chose not to deal with me directly. I have long suspected that he has seen through my secrets." The Inked Hero's body seemed to tremble slightly. Indeed, he is a terrifying individual. According to the confidential information received, the true identity of this individual is likely the recently vanished master of the upper realm, Wanfa Daojun. However, this speculation seems to have been dismissed. A being of the saint's sovereign level appears insufficient to warrant the actions of the ancestor of the human race. In the end, he summoned my soldiers, a clear indication of intent. The emperor, though startled, felt a sense of relief. Sparing my life evidently meant I could be of service to him. He instructed his disciples to take the sealing artifact along with a contingent of soldiers to subdue the celestial demon, clearly indicating that the artifact alone could not achieve the sealing. The necessity of bringing a portion of soldiers raises intriguing questions. The emperor let out a bitter smile. His act of releasing me was undoubtedly a means of collecting interest. By utilizing the soldiers as a conduit, all the national fortune I had previously amassed would be transferred to aid in the sealing. This was the interest. The comfortingly patted his shoulder. At least you have successfully extricated yourself from this vortex. Such powerful beings, having forged a pact with you, will no longer pursue your life. In the tumult of the secular world, it is crucial to recognize the shifting tides. The emperor turned his focus to the dark orb in his hand and crushed it. An ominous black aura instantly coursed through his meridians, nearly transforming his very essence. From this moment forth, the reign of the Emperor of Dechu concludes. He donned a black and white mask. Thus, the Xiantian evil emperor was born. Beside him, the enigmatic swordsman inquired with a hint of bemusement. Does this mask truly conceal your identity? It appears devoid of any genuine energy fluctuations. No, came the reply, it merely enhances my allure. Two unusual waves of energy flickered deep within the imperial palace, yet remained undetected by all. The malevolent emperor gazed into the distance, towards the bustling marketplace of the capital. Sacrifice is indispensable for the grand cause. Oh, the pitiful mortals, at least their sacrifices bear significance. The swordsman shrugged. Since when did you start caring about the sentiments of mere mortals? These mortals are akin to the wheat harvested in autumn. Each year, a new batch emerges, and wheat, after all, is destined to be reaped. All of this is for the greater purpose. At the heart of the abyss of void, with the infusion of the nation's fortune, Hisk had utterly lost the opportunity to struggle. This was a seal unlike any other, fundamentally distinct from those before it. The seal of the entire secret realm was inextricably linked to the fortunes of this nation. The flourishing empire would continually mend the corroded parts, making it exceedingly difficult for him to exert his power as he once did. Under such a seal, he could no longer gather souls for his escape, nor was there a need to do so. As long as the nation's fortunes thrived, he would find no chance of liberation. Conversely, should the fortunes wane, he could effortlessly break free without assistance. This was an exceedingly unstable seal. Hence, despite many possessing the capability to enact it, almost no one would dare to employ it. Utilizing the ancient method, he could have been sealed away for over 100,000 years before any issues arose. However, with the binding of such a national fate, can this seal endure for over a millennium? After all, the realm of mortals is the most susceptible to decay. A cold smile appeared on Histrel's lips as his body gradually turned to stone, resembling a statue frozen in place, ensnared by golden chains. One of the 10 pillars of the celestial demon, a pinnacle of saintly power, has at last been sealed once more today. Shieling almost collapsed, the falling sunset sword in his hand shattering into countless fragments. Yet, the sword was no longer necessary to maintain the seal. Collecting national fate is no simple endeavor. How long has the master been preparing for this? Though this sealing appeared perilous, it encountered no true crisis along the way. Each link in the chain was interdependent, all meticulously controlled. Such calculations are indeed terrifying. Perhaps even this celestial demon could not have anticipated being sealed in this manner. However, the sealing of national fate. Such a seal is ultimately too unstable. Chilling could not fathom why the master chose this method for sealing, but there must be a reason behind it. Mortals are not as fragile as they seem. They possess boundless strength, distinct from the might of cultivation. O celestial demons, no matter how much chaos you create, we shall prevail. Destruction shall not come. In the end, Chilling took a sword from a nearby soldier and inscribed a line upon the head of the stone statue. Humanity shall endure forever. However, just as he was about to turn away, he felt that his previous statement was somewhat inappropriate, for the celestial demons were a common enemy to all races. Thus, he turned back and amended the first 2 words with the blade of his sword. We shall endure forever. Chapter 118. Invincible Divine Art. The seal has been reconstituted. The highest emergency protocol has been cancelled, and a temporary passage has been opened. Esteemed sealer, may your journey be safe. A chilling prompt echoed throughout the entire secret realm, and Lin Fan, after a moment of astonishment, heard the system's notification. Congratulations, host, on completing the task, successfully sealing one of the 10 pillars of the celestial demon, Hisk. When did I seal him? Lin Fan was utterly bewildered. Had he truly sealed the opponent? How could he be unaware of such an occurrence? Was it possible that the fellow had sealed himself, and the reward was credited to him? The celestial demons were indeed an enigmatic and incomprehensible race. Such thoughts flickered for only an instant before Lin Fan's attention was captivated by the reward. Reward distribution in progress. Current accumulated cultivation. First layer of the celestial realm. He felt a surge of excitement. His accumulated cultivation had finally breached the celestial realm. This signified that upon receiving the cultivation, he would be regarded as a formidable expert among practitioners. as this level of power was equivalent to that of a revered elder in the sacred grounds. In a sense, as long as he did not encounter opponents of equal caliber, he could traverse the lower realms with confidence. However, such cultivation evidently does not befit the identity of the progenitor of the human race. Thus, Lin Fan refrained from hastily claiming it, allowing it to remain within the system as a contingency plan for urgent situations. Surely, sealing such a formidable boss would not yield merely this modest amount of cultivation, right? Indeed, as he had anticipated, the accumulation of cultivation at the first level of the heavenly realm was merely a preliminary reward, with something far grander awaiting him. Rewards are being distributed. Invincible divine skill. Invincible divine skill. Mastering this technique to perfection renders one invincible across the globe. Goodness, has the system finally bestowed something of value? Reflecting upon the experiences of other transmigrators, who receive unparalleled divine abilities and the blood of Pangu with ease. While some awaken systems that make them invincible, he couldn't help but wonder why his own system had been so meager until now. At last, something worthwhile has arrived. Could Lin Fan be embarking on the path to invincibility? Moreover, what was offered this time was a genuine tome of secret knowledge. Even if Lin Fan could not master it himself, he could certainly entrust it to others for their training. What a splendid opportunity. Thus, he immediately produced this book of invincibility and turned to the first page. Preface. I am the unconquerable emperor, having endured 63,000 battles in my lifetime, all in pursuit of a singular defeat. Each of these duels fulfilled my aspiration. Wait a moment, this self-introduction seems somewhat off. I have scoured the world for the ultimate method of invincibility and have finally uncovered the true essence of being invincible. True invincibility is not merely the result of overpowering others. As long as there exists no adversary in the world, am I not, therefore, invincible? Lin Fan's thoughts came to a brief halt as he suddenly found the words of this unparalleled emperor to possess a certain wisdom. Yet he questioned how it bore any relevance to the cultivation of divine powers. With lingering confusion, he continued to peruse the text. It stated that upon mastering this technique, the practitioner would instantaneously perish. As long as I die swiftly enough, my enemy shall never catch up to me with a mere closing of my eyes. I would find myself invincible in this world. How absurd. This worthless trinket is merely a waste of my time. It dawned on Lin Fan that he had been deceived by this foolish system. What kind of ludicrous invincibility technique is this? He would rather use it to fuel a fire, for even that would tarnish the purity of the hearth. Were it not for the presence of other soldiers nearby, he would have thrown this wretched item to the ground and stomped on it with fervor, adding a few choice words of disdain for good measure. This contraption was irksome to behold, prompting Lin Fan to rip the preface from the book, crumple it into a ball, and cast it aside, choosing to ignore it entirely. He then casually stowed the remaining volume into his pocket. On a brighter note, this celestial demon had finally been resealed, sparing him the trouble of seeking an exit. The passage was now open, allowing all to depart within a limited time frame. The soldiers who surged in from the periphery had also brought along several elders who had been waiting outside. To be frank, Lin Fan had nearly forgotten these individuals. He first dispatched a soldier to announce that no further entries were necessary, then instructed the general of the Western expedition to organize the troops and await the return of Qi Ling, before beckoning everyone to exit the secret realm together. Qi Ling's mind was a whirlpool of questions, such as why his master, in the act of sealing the celestial demon, did not employ a more advanced sealing artifact. To seal a demonic entity of the Saint Emperor level, one would reasonably expect to acquire a sealing artifact of commensurate rank, perhaps at least a Saint King grade. Yet, astonishingly, they accomplished this daunting task with merely a Saint Commander level sealing tool, which seems rather haphazard and dismissive. Moreover, employing the highly unstable national fortune sealing method to confine an undying Saint Emperor level powerhouse appears fundamentally illogical. Hisk, possessing an infinite lifespan, alongside the transcendence over life and death inherent to Saint Emperors, faces no threat from calamities of mortality. He could simply await the demise of the mortal realm and subsequently break free from the seal at his leisure. The time required for this process might even be significantly shorter than that needed to recover lost souls. Qi Ling gathered his thoughts and finally posed the question, Master, who has tasked you with sealing this demonic entity? Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback, pondering whether the legends of the demonic entity had pervaded the mortal realm to the extent that even an ordinary disciple was aware of them. It seemed only he, a mere interloper from another world, was devoid of such knowledge. Although Qi Ling's robes were not ostentatious, their quality was evident, complemented by a virtually toy-like jade sword, which must have been quite costly to forge. Lin Fan had previously surmised that this individual was likely a scion of a wealthy family in the mortal world. with a substantial familial influence, making it plausible for him to be privy to certain secrets among practitioners. As for who commissioned him to seal this demonic entity, no, it was clear he had not sealed this entity at all. The true circumstances of its confinement remained a mystery. Moreover, he is the holy ancestor of the human race, currently the paramount leader of humanity. How could there possibly be anyone above him issuing commands? Lin Fan pondered whether his young disciple had indulged too much in certain folk tales, perpetually believing that a concealed, formidable being lurked within the sect, orchestrating events from the shadows. Ultimately, it is merely the age of youthful folly. How delightful it is to be young. He cleared his throat, not intending to fabricate a grandiose rationale for himself, for sometimes a careless lie necessitates a multitude of subsequent deceptions to amend. No one summoned me to seal this celestial demon. In truth, it was merely an accident. Yet, one might surmise that even if I spoke of it, no one would believe me at this moment. Qi Ling was taken aback. No one had called for the master to seal this celestial demon? This implied that the act of sealing the demon was not commanded by any exalted figure of the Saint Emperor rank, but rather a decision made by the master himself. Chapter 119. The grievances between humans and demons. A sudden chill enveloped Qi Ling's heart. Until now, he had always presumed that the master was dispatched from above to reinforce the seal, hence he had given it little thought. Everything seemed reasonable. Yet, the master had refuted this notion. Now, everything appeared exceedingly irregular. A secret realm of Saint Emperor caliber, sealing a pillar-level celestial demon. It was a domain constructed by humanity. Thus the architect must undoubtedly be one of the two emperors of humanity. Such eminent figures would certainly not overlook the fact that a celestial demon lay sealed within. And being of the same Saint Emperor rank, they would undoubtedly anticipate that the demon might attempt to breach its confinement amidst the relentless erosion. Thus, the proper course of action would be to periodically assign individuals to reinforce the seal. Should any anomalies arise, they must report immediately. As soon as any attempt by the celestial demon to escape is detected, formidable experts should be dispatched to suppress it. The time required for a celestial demon to fully break free is undoubtedly considerable. Therefore, it suffices for the higher authorities to routinely send personnel to conduct inspections, shattering the demon's delusions time and again, thereby ensuring its permanent confinement. Yet, this seemingly obvious strategy has not been implemented. Astonishingly, such a crucial secret realm prison is left entirely unattended, relying solely on its own mechanisms. The celestial demon was on the brink of completely breaking the seal and returning to the mortal realm, yet the sealers from the upper realm received no warnings. And the two emperors were entirely unaware of this situation. This is utterly abnormal. Even if the celestial demon possessed the extraordinary ability to conceal all information within the secret realm, after such a passage of over 100,000 years, surely someone should have been dispatched for an inspection? Is it truly so difficult to send a holy king every 10,000 years? For them, it should be a mere trivial task. Those who should have been aware of this matter showed no response whatsoever. A terrifying suspicion arose in Qi Ling's mind, but he immediately shook his head, dismissing it from his thoughts. In the absence of thorough investigation, excessive suspicion would only lead to chaos. From the sacred sword's secret realm to the abyss of nihility, it turns out there were never any commands given. The master has been forging ahead alone, battling the celestial demons by himself. Such greatness speaks for itself. Moreover, if the master does not possess internal authority, then his various powers. Lin Fan was unaware that a myriad of thoughts had suddenly flashed through the mind of his somewhat opportunistic disciple. He had successfully extricated himself from the abyss. The soldiers discovered the bodies of Cavero and the demon sect in the core area, yet the whereabouts of the emperor remained elusive. However, with the most perilous figures already vanquished, no one paid further attention to the emperor's fate. Officially the emperor, in reality, he was merely a representative of the Cultivation sect. His absence was inconsequential, as a replacement could easily be found. Saint Ancestor, your might is indeed unparalleled. With the demise of the demon leader Cavero, they are even less likely to stir up any turmoil. An elder promptly stepped forward to report, while another elder chuckled heartily. Indeed, even if that fellow were still alive, he could hardly provoke any disturbances. Yet, his death is indeed well-deserved. He had previously slain many of our human kin. At this moment, perishing at the hands of the Saint Ancestor serves as fitting retribution. Lin Fan yearned to interject that it was not his doing at all, but even if he did, it was likely that this group would merely interpret it as the Saint Ancestor's humility. A manager from the Earth realm suggested, "Shall we not publicly desecrate this fellow's corpse to vent our resentment?" Lin Fan glanced at Cavero's lifeless body, feeling an inexplicable flutter in his heart, a sensation he could not articulate. Ultimately, he sighed. Well, He is dead. Let us simply bury him. Regarding the matter of venting frustrations through the desecration of corpses, the demon bystander seems rather suitable. After all, with his disheveled appearance, no one would recognize his identity. Let him be dragged out for a few lashes and subsequently incinerated. How you choose to publicize this is entirely up to you. After 8 millennia of war between humans and demons, the reservoir of resentment towards the demon race is overflowing. Countless brothers and sisters have perished at their hands. Lin Fan harbors little goodwill towards these invaders. For the current human race, the celestial demons are foes. And so too are the demons. The demon race instigated the conflict and committed heinous acts upon human lands. And these transgressions will not be absolved with the demise of Cavalier. The primary reason for Lin Fan's animosity is his insufficient understanding of the celestial demons and their myriad characteristics. Qi Ling observed the scene without uttering much. Shortly after the calamity of the celestial demons abated, the rift between humans and demons became increasingly irreparable, leading to an outright opposition between the two races. Such occurrences are not confined to a singular celestial domain in the lower realms. They are prevalent throughout the entire upper realm. The 4 sovereigns of the human-demon conflict, who once could have been considered comrades during the war against the celestial demons, suddenly turned into bitter enemies, leading their respective factions to regard one another as mortal foes. Qi Ling, being of the human race himself and having formerly belonged to the Sword Spirit sect, a sect of humans, had participated in numerous battles against the demons in the capacity of a human. Thus, he naturally harbors no fondness for the demon race. However, after joining the law enforcement team, he was compelled to enforce the law impartially, at least on the surface. However, according to the experiences conveyed within the enforcement team, if the chief authority of a region is of the human race, it is inevitable that the demonic entities in that area will face suppression and vice versa. He did not ponder this further, but quietly followed behind Lin Fan, observing as the corpse of Cavaro was interred on the spot, while the remains of the demon sect were dragged away. It seemed that the corpse still harbored some malevolent energy, a clear indication of corruption by the celestial demons. Indeed, it should be incinerated rather than merely buried in the earth. Lin Fan clasped his hands behind his back and remarked with a hint of nostalgia. 8,000 years of the war between humans and demons, truly, this is not an easy matter to resolve. Qi Ling listened in silence, but suddenly felt a jolt of awareness. Wait, could this be a subtle reminder from his master regarding the war between humans and demons? Fragments of memories surged within his mind, recalling bits of information he had encountered after joining the enforcement team, granting him access to a plethora of historical records, including those of the corresponding regions below. The lower realm of Xianling Mountain encompasses 10 celestial domains, and the domain they currently inhabit is merely one among them. As Qi Ling reminisced about the intelligence he had once perused, he muttered to himself. The 2 factions of humans and demons within these 10 celestial domains are currently at war. However, this conflict was not incited by the upper realms, but rather initiated by the inhabitants of the lower realms themselves, with no discrepancies in the intelligence reports. Strangely, there has been no communication between these 10 celestial domains before or after the outbreak of hostilities, meaning they remain oblivious to the fact that their neighboring domains are embroiled in battle. In the realm of 10 celestial domains, the factions instigating the war comprise both the demonic race and humanity. However, a most peculiar aspect is that, apart from the humans currently led by my master, the remaining 9 celestial domains are predominantly under the sway of the demonic race, with one domain having witnessed the annihilation of its human populace. Qi Ling has long held a conviction: an abundance of coincidences ceases to be mere coincidence. Perhaps it is time for him to delve into the secrets behind these occurrences. Chapter 120. The Mortal Sword Domain. The truth of the war between humans and demons may not be as straightforward as we presume. Lin Fan approached the little girl and gently patted her head. You did remarkably well this time. Is there any reward you desire? The girl shook her head, not out of feigned modesty, but genuinely uncertain of what to ask for. Being a companion to the holy ancestor, free from the worries of hunger or cold, and untouched by the burdens of battle, constituted a perfect existence for her. Very well, from this day forth, you shall no longer be my attendant. Lin Fan smiled slightly, yet the girl immediately became flustered. Before she could respond, Lin Fan continued, would you like to become my disciple? The surrounding elders were taken aback, fully aware that this little girl was merely a mortal whom the holy ancestor had saved on a whim. Her talents were woefully inadequate, making her unworthy of the title of disciple. It was unthinkable for her to be considered even a regular disciple, let alone an esteemed direct disciple. Such a decision would blatantly contravene the sect's established norms. Certainly, Lin Fan embodies the essence of discipline. At this juncture, no one dares to question the choice of the holy ancestor. Regardless of their inner doubts, they can only muster applause outwardly. Thus, Qi Ling inexplicably gained a younger sister disciple, which Lin Fan found rather agreeable, as he had no intention of teaching her. The talent of a disciple seemed inconsequential. Oh, right, he had yet to inquire about her name. The little girl hesitated for a moment, as if it had been an eternity since anyone had asked her. Xiaomeng, I have no surname. Then you shall take my surname, Lin Xiaomeng. As soon as Lin Fan uttered this, a sudden realization struck him. How absurd. He had completely forgotten that he was merely an impostor. He had no inkling of the original ninth holy ancestor's name. Would the elders nearby descend into deep contemplation, pondering why the holy ancestor would choose to alter his surname? Yet, the elder assembly exhibited no reaction, which relieved Lin Fan, while simultaneously stirring his curiosity. Could it be that the unfortunate predecessor also bore the surname Lin? This seemed plausible, as the Lin surname is quite common. Encountering others of the same name is entirely normal, albeit a curious coincidence. It is also possible that these elders were entirely unaware of the original holy ancestor's true name. Regardless, he decided not to dwell on such matters. Lin Fan merely regarded today's events as a gentle reminder that he must not repeat such trivial mistakes in the future. Bring forth the lower-tier cultivators who previously interacted with this kingdom. The emperor's amusement at the expense of human lives is undoubtedly the emperor's fault. However, the cultivators did not only fail to put a stop to this, but they also seemed rather willing to accept it. Perhaps due to Lin Fan's inherent humanity, he often found himself unconsciously contemplating issues from the perspective of an ordinary person, which naturally left him with little fondness for such cultivators. During the previous conflict between humans and demons, the matters they had to consider may have been so grand that they neglected the management of the lower ranks. Disperse issued a command. I will handle these matters. The holy ancestor need not worry. Those who have committed offenses will receive their just punishment. And we will replace the cultivators in contact with the empire. Lin Fan mused for a moment before responding. There is no need to search for an emperor. Let us dispatch our cultivators to directly bring the entire empire under our control. We do not require an emperor to govern indirectly. His reasoning was straightforward. If an emperor could cause turmoil once, who could say that a minister would not do so next time? Their control over ordinary people was far too weak, and the strength of these mortals was evidently not as feeble as they had imagined. Lin Fan was quite eager to transplant the order of modern society into these dynasties. Yet this was a world of cultivators, and rigidly enforcing such a system would surely lead to failure. Not every situation could be replicated. Nevertheless, it was imperative to strengthen the oversight of these mortal empires. At the very least, the individuals sent would be appointed by him and could be directly monitored. Qi Ling was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped his master's intentions. The mortal dynasty is indeed prone to decay, as wise emperors are perpetually constrained by the dual limitations of the upper echelons of cultivators and their own lifespans, rendering these empires mere puppets in the hands of the practitioners. Therefore, it would be more prudent to integrate the empire directly under the dominion of the cultivators, transforming it into an extension of the sect, thereby merging the fate of the sect with that of the nation to suppress the seal of the celestial demons. What a brilliant strategy! It seems that affairs here have reached a temporary conclusion. Perhaps Qi Ling should truly return to take a look and solidify the gains from this endeavor. He respectfully bid farewell, saying, Master, I believe I must return to take a look. Lin Fan glanced sideways and nodded. After all, this individual was about to become his direct disciple, and it was indeed appropriate for him to return home and bid farewell to his mortal life. Very well, return swiftly. Qi Ling nodded earnestly. The master's request for his prompt return indicated that there were more significant tasks awaiting his assistance. The myriad uncertainties revealed during the war between humans and demons, coupled with the recent unusual activity of the celestial demons, instilled a sense of urgency in this saint who had enjoyed tranquility for thousands of years. Yes, master. I will certainly return as soon as possible. The maintenance of the secret technique was voluntarily lifted by him, and after taking his leave and distancing himself from the group, Qi Ling soon returned to the upper realm through a certain connection. At present, he held the title of head of the law enforcement team at the Xianling Mountain branch, known as the Xianyu Dao Jun. The shackles that had troubled him for so long were finally shattered, and Xianyu Dao Jun's cultivation officially ascended to the second rank of saint. A journey to the lower realms had elevated him from a third-rank expert to a second rank, yet this was not his greatest achievement. The profound insights gained from the art of swordsmanship have led Qi Ling to discover two unique techniques of his own invention. Generally, practitioners below the saint's sovereign level can only cultivate techniques created by others, and it is only upon reaching this exalted rank that individuals begin to develop their own unique abilities. This explains why, starting from the Saint Sovereign level, individuals are often bestowed with titles, as reaching this stage signifies true mastery. For cultivators at this level or beyond, the potency of their self-created techniques directly influences their combat prowess. Those with formidable self-created techniques can challenge opponents of higher ranks, whereas the opposite scenario inevitably leads to their own defeat. The first self-created technique unveiled by the Lord of Xianyu is known as the Mortal Sword Domain. This is a domain-level technique that allows him to forcibly draw individuals of comparable strength into his realm. Within this domain, opponents are compelled to relinquish all their cultivation, engaging in battle solely through the martial arts of mortals. At his current level, he can reliably ensnare those at the first rank of Saint Monarch into his domain. As for practitioners on the verge of becoming a Saint King, it would be exceedingly challenging, with a high likelihood of failure. For those of lower ranks, invoking the domain would be entirely unnecessary. Regarding the second technique, it resembles more of a passive effect than a conventional technique. When Qi Ling wields a broken weapon, he can unleash a significantly greater force. Remarkably, this enhancement does not require the activation of vital energy. It is already ingrained within him. The synergy of these two new techniques may very well enable him to confront opponents of the first rank of Saint Monarch, proving to be a formidable challenge. Subsequently, the Lord of Xianyu returned to his secluded chamber to stabilize his newly attained level of cultivation. In the realm of the upper boundary, the Xianhuang Lord has been consumed with concern over the continued silence from the heavenly demon. Recently, he has received no further intelligence, leaving him in a state of uncertainty as to whether to feel joy or despair, prompting a long sigh. As the time for the next Bagua gathering approaches, he retrieves the Bagua token, preparing to summon the others shortly. Should this meeting yield no truly useful information once more, it would be prudent to revert the frequency from once a month back to once a year, which would be beneficial for all involved. Lost in thought, he is suddenly interrupted by the distant shouts of a servant drawing nearer. Master, a confidential letter for you. Oh, a letter for me? Who sent it? The Xianhuang Lord inquires, a hint of confusion in his tone. Accepting what is termed a letter from the servant, he discovers it is not a letter at all, but rather a box devoid of any identifying marks. However, the alluring fragrance emanating from within, along with the potent energy seeping outward, momentarily leaves him speechless. After a prolonged pause, disbelief washes over him as he opens the box. Inside lies a sacred king pill, the very treasure he has sought for so long. Who could have sent him such a precious gift? Was there a signature from the sender? Whose esteemed generosity is this? Did the sender propose a transaction? This barrage of questions momentarily stumps the servant, who can only stammer out a name. The sender of this confidential letter appears to be the king of all laws. The Xianhuang Lord murmurs to himself, the king of all laws? He has indeed taken that fateful step. The much-anticipated gossip gathering commenced as scheduled. Yet one individual, known by the codename Can, remained in seclusion. The other 7 participants, however, made their appearances in a remarkably orderly fashion. As the gathering began, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Baiwa cast a glance at Xianhuang Daojun, seemingly inquiring whether he would forego the customary Saint King pill this time, as he often did, which had nearly become a ritualistic prelude to their meetings. Xianhuang Daojun cleared his throat twice and then turned to Lin Fan, expressing, regardless of the circumstances, I must extend my gratitude for your Saint King pill. I am unaware of your needs. Is there anything you desire? Seated nearby, Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback, pondering if he was indeed the subject of this statement. Gratitude for the Saint King pill? Where would he procure such a thing? After a brief pause, realization dawned upon him. Xianhuang Daojun was likely addressing the genuine Wanfedaijin. Had the true Wanfedaijin bestowed a Saint King pill upon this individual in reality? Astonishing. Their camaraderie had evidently reached such depths, yet this fellow remained unaware of his counterfeit identity. Even Lin Fan, though not particularly astute, grasped that Wanfedaijin was likely privy to the underlying truth, yet for reasons unknown, he had chosen not to unveil this facade. Whether this situation was advantageous or disadvantageous for Lin Fan remained uncertain, but he possessed a clear understanding of his own worth. Ahem, I currently have no particular needs, and there is no necessity for you to offer me any form of recompense. The other attendees, increasingly perplexed by the exchange, began to surmise that these two had clandestinely engaged in a transaction of Saint King pill caliber, seemingly a one-sided gift. The man known as Ko Jin fell into deep contemplation. How wealthy must Taoist Kuan be to casually present something as precious as the Holy King pill? Could I possibly request one from him as well? Such an item, even if exchanged, would surely yield an astonishing treasure. As for giving it away freely, even the wealthy would hesitate to engage in such extravagance. Only Taoist Xianyu remained unfazed, for after all, his master was a formidable cultivator of at least the 4th rank of the Holy King, making the provision of a Holy King pill exceedingly effortless. Taoist Xian Huang let out a soft sigh. I am not fond of being indebted to others. How about this? I shall endeavor to seek out items of equivalent value and then convey them to you through this means. Wait, Lin Fan suddenly sensed a discrepancy. If the other party were to transfer the items through this channel, they would indeed end up in his possession. What if he were to abscond with these treasures? Would the true Lord of 10,000 Laws not come knocking and end his life? Lin Fan resolved to heed his instincts. No need for that. Please deliver it to me in the real world instead. By establishing contact in reality, this individual should be able to ensure the items reach the true Lord of 10,000 Laws. From that point onward, it would no longer be Lin Fan's concern. Taoist Xian Huang appeared somewhat puzzled, but eventually nodded in agreement, conceding to the request. Very well, we shall proceed as you have suggested. By the way, has there been any recent news concerning the celestial demons? Lin Fan was on the verge of sharing pertinent information with this group from the upper realm, believing it far safer to entrust this troublesome matter to them rather than handle it himself. I have indeed uncovered a clue regarding the celestial demons. In light of the previous instance concerning the sacred sword's secret realm, no one dared to underestimate the revelations divulged by Lin Fan, prompting them to turn their attention towards him. Oh, have you uncovered any traces? Just a minor piece of intel. I have discovered a secret realm that houses a celestial demon, which has since been resealed within. What he spoke was indeed a significant truth. He had located the secret realm, and the celestial demon had been sealed away. As for the method of sealing, he himself was oblivious. A celestial demon has been sealed? Wait, why is it sealed? Since you found this celestial demon, why not eliminate it directly? May I inquire why you did not simply eradicate it? Well, obviously because it cannot be done. Lin Fan nearly spat his drink in the face of the individual, deeming such inquiries rather gauche. Observing that this enigmatic Taoist did not provide a direct answer, he pivoted the conversation with another question. Which celestial demon is it? Do you know its name? What is its cultivation level? Lin Fan pondered for a moment. That fellow's cultivation level seemed rather unimpressive, unable even to fly, and certainly not reaching the 7th tier of the human realm. However, considering the inherent suppression of the secret realm, he could not ascertain the true extent of the demon's power. Nevertheless, being confined to the lower realm, it could not be exceedingly formidable. Thus, he shrugged his shoulders nonchalantly, conveying indifference. No need to concern oneself, it is merely a minor character. He then recalled the system's designation for that celestial demon and recited it verbatim. Celestial Demon 10 Pillar, Hisk. A profound silence enveloped the arena. Chapter 122, The Dangerous Sands. The 10 Pillars of the Demon were a name that sounded formidable. Yet Lin Fan was not easily swayed by such superficialities. It seemed that Despire and Yun Yan had concocted an invincible duo, a phenomenon not uncommon where individuals band together to create grandiose nicknames. Instances of this in various sects abound, such as the 4 Swordsmen in White or the 5 Mad Blades. While they may sound impressive, upon closer inspection, they often lack even a single celestial being among their ranks. Lin Fan thus came to a poignant realization. The more grandiose the name, the more likely it is to be devoid of substance. This aligns with the adage that one often compensates for their deficiencies. The others present appeared bewildered, including Lord Xianyu. How could the terms small fry and 10 pillars of the demon possibly be interconnected? Lord Xinhuang swallowed hard. For the cultivation world traditionally refrains from discussing qualifications. Power alone grants one a voice, and strength is the ultimate ticket of entry. Thus, regardless of whether this formidable king of all laws was brimming with confidence or veering into arrogance, it could not alter the undeniable truth. He had indeed resealed a saint-level demon. No matter how perplexing it might seem, this was the reality. Observing the silence from the others, Lin Fan sighed inwardly. It appeared that he was indeed a minor figure, unknown to those present, which explained their lack of response. In any case, the demon had been sealed, and for the time being, no danger loomed. Lord Xianhuang was the first to break the silence, inquiring, Wang, Kuan, apart from this demon, are there other dangers we should be aware of? He recalled that prior to this, the enigmatic king of all laws had ventured into the sacred sword's secret realm, ostensibly to confront the celestial demons, yet had only dealt with a superficial manifestation of a single demon, inadvertently leaving behind a more profound peril. Could it be that another celestial demon of the Saint Emperor caliber lurked there? The appearance of such formidable demons within the same celestial domain in the lower realms seemed implausible. Surely, the distinguished figures responsible for selecting the prison's location were not so foolish as to allow such an occurrence. The Lord of the Xianhuang recalled that Lin Fan had previously asserted that the threat had been neutralized. However, now that a Saint Emperor-level celestial demon was involved, he could not dismiss the issue lightly and thus inquired further. What other dangers exist? What other dangers could there possibly be? The celestial demons had been sealed. The demon clan effectively incapacitated. Their human leader was enjoying a tranquil existence. Where could danger possibly arise? Lin Fan pondered, and suddenly recalled that this group had mentioned the possibility of individuals from the upper realms descending to investigate him. Perhaps that was what they were alluding to. Yet, with no issues arising thus far, it was evident that those individuals had found nothing amiss regarding him. Indeed, there was nothing to uncover. In this matter, he had never felt any anxiety. Thus, it appeared that the law enforcement team from the upper realms had completed their investigation and surely returned home, rendering the notion of danger moot. With a serene smile, he extended a finger towards the heavens. The danger has already ascended. What does that mean? The danger has ascended? Everyone contemplated this statement. To be referred to as danger by such an inscrutable master was undoubtedly no ordinary threat. Xian Yu Daojuan's heart trembled as a sudden realization struck him. He recalled recent events involving his two subordinates who had descended to investigate, specifically targeting his rather dubious master. In pursuit of evidence, it was conceivable that these two individuals might venture into the sacred sword's secret realm, a place that was likely connected to a formidable celestial demon. Based on the intelligence they had thus far gathered, coupled with the fact that his master had personally intervened, this celestial demon, even if not at the level of a holy emperor, must surely be at least a holy king. The implications of such a powerful being wreaking havoc were simply unfathomable. Thus, he promptly inclined his hand in a gesture of gratitude towards Lin Fan, exclaiming, "Thank you for your alertness. Esteemed guests, I regret to inform you that I must temporarily excuse myself. There is an urgent matter demanding my immediate attention." Before anyone could fully comprehend the situation, Xian Yu Daojun severed the connection, leaving 6 individuals in a state of bewilderment, unable to grasp what had just transpired. Lin Fan's expression was peculiar. He mused whether this fellow's identity in the upper realm might indeed be that of a rogue, for he fled at the mere mention of the enforcement team. Was he hastily relocating his stronghold? Amidst the explosive influx of intelligence regarding the celestial demon, the others lost interest in exchanging artifacts, and the allure of additional information quickly faded. The gathering concluded swiftly. However, Xian Yu Daojun was oblivious to the subsequent developments. After terminating the connection to the gossip assembly, he immediately summoned his most trusted aide. What are the 2 individuals who previously undertook the Sacred Sword's secret realm mission currently engaged in? In response, my lord. Both are currently in seclusion within their chambers, having requested a short leave of 50 years. Is there an issue? Xian Yu Daojun furrowed his brows, recalling that these 2 individuals had not recently experienced any breakthroughs in their cultivation, nor exhibited any signs of striving for advancement. What could possibly necessitate their seclusion? Take me to them. I shall personally ascertain their condition. His aide was momentarily taken aback. Years of tacit understanding spanning millennia informed him that the purpose of this esteemed figure was far from merely inspecting his subordinates. It likely involved perilous undertakings. Such circumstances requiring the direct involvement of a saint-level master were indeed rare. My lord, is there anything else that needs to be prepared? Indeed. Assemble 3 experts of at least 5th rank saint level, along with 7 ordinary saint level masters, 20 Saint Zun, 100 Saint Commander level individuals proficient in array techniques, and finally, a 1,000-strong army of Saint General level. I need them mobilized promptly. Having witnessed Master S' formidable strategy of overwhelming numbers, Xian Yu Daojun's mindset underwent a subtle transformation. Indeed, as the chief officer of the law enforcement team at the Xianling Mountain branch, why should he engage in a one-on-one confrontation? Mobilizing talent was his forte. His aide gasped in astonishment. Good heavens, with such a configuration, are we preparing to launch a full-scale assault on a nearby sect? There are at least 30 experts of Saint Zun level and above, each possessing titles that could send tremors through the realm of cultivation with but a stamp of their foot. Might this be somewhat excessive? However, Xian Yu Daojun did not perceive it as excessive. Rather, he worried that this might be insufficient. There could be Saint King level or even Saint Emperor level fiends lurking in the external world, laying down traps that must not be underestimated. Most failures stem from a lack of caution on the part of those involved. If it were not for the timely reminder from my master, this ticking time bomb could explode at any moment in the future. Its potential devastation is beyond imagination for the time being. The gathering of personnel requires time for cultivators. A span of 10 days or half a month is but a fleeting moment. During this interval, Xian Yu Daojun must attend to other matters. Chapter 123. The abyss his figure weaved through the misty mountains before teleporting to a clandestine location. Here resided a master craftsman, a type of cultivator whose personal prowess was of little consequence. Their formidable ability to forge magical artifacts drew countless admirers. Xian Yu Dao Jun was aware that the craftsman he sought was the sole saint-level artisan within the entire Xianling Mountain. Even if their ranking were merely of the 9th tier, they deserved equal regard. The craftsman looked up. What an unexpected visitor. I did not anticipate your arrival at this juncture. Xian Yu Dao Jun got straight to the point, clearly reluctant to waste time. My weapon has broken, and I wish to have you forge a new one. What? Your weapon is broken? The craftsman exclaimed in astonishment. He had personally crafted that sword and was well aware of its formidable power. He also recognized the strength of Xian Yu Dao Jun. Could anyone within Xianling Mountain pose a threat to him? Xian Yu Dao Jun let out a wry smile. The explanation is rather complicated, suffice it to say. I require a new weapon. The craftsman nodded. Given your position, it is understandable to have certain secrets. I shall not pry further. Will you be using the Xiling Jade for the materials once more? The other party is a sword cultivator, so naturally, he would not inquire about the type of weapon to be forged, but rather focus on the materials. No, this time, I shall use Cold Mountain Dark Iron, smiled the Lord of Xianyu. The weaponsmith stroked his chin. The utilization rate of true energy with Cold Mountain Dark Iron is far inferior to that of Radiant Spirit Jade. This does not quite align with your style. Yet it is sufficiently sturdy, the Lord of Xianyu replied, hands clasped behind his back, uttering words that left the weaponsmith even more perplexed. And I want you to forge a broken sword. Why? The Lord of Xianyu offered no explanation, merely smiled in silence. Meanwhile, in the lower realms, at the front lines of the demon clan, in a dim and eerie chamber, Drelson sat at one side of a round table, facing a familiar demon, a confidant of Kavaro and one of the co-architects of their previous plans. This is our territory, isn't it? Why must we discuss matters in such a gloomy place? Does it lend an air of sophistication? The demon across from him disregarded this jesting remark, his lips moving slightly, as if in a sigh. Lord Kavaro's command plate has shattered. There has been no definitive news. Yet whispers from the human side suggest that their sacred ancestor has slain our leader. Any rumor pales in comparison to the effectiveness of a command plate. It is the most direct and least problematic method. Drelson was momentarily taken aback, for the agreed-upon time for Kavaro's actions had not yet arrived. He was torn over whether to report this, having remained inactive thus far. Why would Kavaro choose to act prematurely? And how did the other party come to know this secret? Is Kavaro dead? What a joke. Who leaked this information? It was I, responded the demon on the other side calmly. This is Lord Kavaro's command, he said. At least before despair sets in, we must take a gamble. Dresden slammed his hand on the table. I do not understand why he chose to act prematurely. However, if he has made this choice, he should have prepared a contingency plan. The demon on the other side sighed once more. Lord Dresden, you must understand that we are dealing with the abyss of nothingness. Although our opponent lacks cultivation, so does Lord Kavaro. Therefore, the outcome, regardless of who emerges victorious, is not unexpected. Yet, if Kavaro was already aware that his cultivation would be erased, why did he not prepare in advance? The demon from the realm of magic replied. Lord Kavaro had indeed made preparations beforehand. He equipped himself with a mundane crossbow and armor. Dresden appeared somewhat agitated. He could have crafted a suit of armor from the finest materials. While it may not be infused with magical energy, it would be sufficiently resilient. Attacks of mortal caliber would hardly leave a scratch. Thus, even if he cannot defeat the opponent, at the very least, he would not perish. This is far superior to any mortal armor, and he need not worry about donning it. He simply needs to wear it before entering the abyss of nothingness. Could it be that the esteemed demon leader Kavaro could not conceive of such a straightforward strategy? The expression of the demon across from him grew somewhat complex, in truth. Lord Kavaro initially intended just that, and had prepared at least 7 other contingency plans. However, all these proposals were dismissed by the esteemed Lord of the Demon sect from the upper realm. The Lord asserted that such blatant violations of the rules, once introduced, would be designated as adversaries by the forces of the secret realm's regulations. We remain utterly ignorant of the conditions within the void abyss and can only heed his counsel to avoid exacerbating the situation. Even if this noble from the upper realm harbors no genuine intention to assist us, there is at least no reason for him to wish us harm. Dresden felt an unsettling sense of unease, as though something was amiss, yet he found himself inexplicably agitated, unable to calm his mind to ponder the matter thoroughly. Suddenly, it struck him, was he not a spy sent from the human faction? With Cavaliers' demise, should he not be the one grieving? He heard the demon from across the way continue, Lord Dresden, you are now the sole remaining presence at the front lines of the sacred realm. Currently, Our demon clan has already lost the third level of the sacred realm, while Lord Anstel is only at the second level and must remain at headquarters. Unable to come forth, Dressen's lips twitched. He realized something significant. Given the current state of the demon clan, did it truly matter whether they had a third-level presence in the sacred realm? Thus, it is only you who can steer the situation. The demon's expression finally shifted to one of respect. Our front lines have been severely infiltrated by human spies, with Lord Cavalier no longer among us. It is time to root out these vermin. Lord Dressen, I hope you will lead this operation to unearth all the traitors hidden among us. Dressen let out a stiff laugh. Lead this endeavor, you say? This is utterly reasonable. The celestial demon. Upon returning to the vast sacred land, Disbay arrived at the library of the sacred land, and this incident has compelled him to truly regard the celestial demons, a race nearly forgotten by many. The knowledge possessed by the holy ancestor far surpasses that of us all. Perhaps I cannot attain his profound erudition, but at the very least, I do not wish to lag behind in such matters. He perused the ancient tomes that could only be preserved through special means, examining the ethereal accounts from a time long past that bordered on legend. The celestial demons, a race associated with the abyss. It is no wonder that the secret realm is named the Void Abyss, and the Sacred Sword's secret realm also harbors the Abyss Sword Pavilion. Wait, the Abyss? Disbay paused, suddenly recalling something. The Grand Elder of the vast sacred land, that formidable master at the 9th level of the celestial realm. The name of the core technique he practices seems to be Abyss. Chapter 124, I am Nors. They say I am a top-tier spy of the celestial demons. If it weren't for the burgeoning prosperity of the human race, I might have almost believed it. Ahem. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am the humble caretaker of the pet of the younger brother of the commander of the 7th Legion of the celestial demons. Yet, this does not hinder my aspirations to become a formidable powerhouse. I once participated in that dreadful war, bravely engaging in battle against other races, and it was not merely due to having fainted from the aftermath of a distant encounter, waking up nearly 10,000 years later. However, perhaps this is a blessing in disguise. At the very least, I have not met my demise or been sealed away. Yet, the plight of our 10 pillars appears rather grim, and I find myself compelled to hide and evade capture. I had been concealing myself in a shadowy corner of the upper realm, where, with my esteemed status as a saint, I could easily blend into the crowd without arousing suspicion. After all, having lived for over 100,000 years, my cultivation, despite once being merely a caretaker, has undoubtedly reached a commendable level. Our demon clan possesses an inherent advantage, a greater resilience against calamities of fate. For humans, even possessing the strength of a saint does not guarantee survival beyond a century, let alone 100,000 years. However, not long ago, I received a clandestine message. It originated from a revered pillar, our faith, the illustrious Lord Ballheart. Though he remains in a sealed state, he managed to convey a fragment of information through other means. It is said that even transmitting this intelligence consumed nearly 10,000 years of his time, and only recently has it begun to loosen the bonds of his seal. Fascinatingly, your body, having been excessively cleansed by righteous energy, has astonishingly lost the innate destructive tendencies characteristic of our kind. Moreover, aside from your core essence, everything else has been transformed into a human guise. It dawned on me that my presence within human society over these past 100,000 years was inherently abnormal. Though we demons have dispatched spies, all have ultimately failed. Despite our high intelligence, there exists an uncontrollable urge for destruction that inevitably reveals our true nature over time, without even the need for those humans to capture us themselves. However, I am acutely aware that such transformation lacks replicability, for no fool would willingly submit to the cleansing of righteous spirit. There exists a 99% likelihood that they would ultimately bring about their own demise. You must venture to the 49,537th fairy domain in the lower realm, as I have foreseen that significant events will unfold among the human race there, potentially to our detriment. You must devise a means to gain control over their populace. Should you fail to do so, eradicate them. Remember, exercise discretion and avoid drawing undue attention. Thus, with the grand command bestowed by the illustrious Lord Ballhat, I set forth to the designated fairy domain in the lower realm to execute this monumental plan. To obliterate a certain race within that domain, particularly the human race among the larger factions, would inevitably attract the scrutiny of the enforcement squad, leading to my downfall. Clearly, I have no intention of sacrificing my life to fulfill this task. To hell with such lofty commands. Yet, I discern that the plight of the human race is already dire, as 6 of the 9 sacred lands have been extinguished, and the 7th teeters on the brink of annihilation. Therefore, I need not exert myself unduly. I can merely find a place to sit quietly and watch the demise of the humans unfold. Nevertheless, for the sake of greater interests, I resolve to attempt to gain control over this human race. However, I do not intend to act hastily. Infiltration must be gradual, as my life is paramount. Thus, I shall become a prodigious genius among the human race. Given the capabilities of these denizens of the lower realm, they will be unable to discern my true identity. I need only to casually display my red-tier talent, and they shall eagerly bestow upon me their resources. Regrettably, having been cleansed by the righteous aura, I have lost the original corruptive abilities of the celestial demon. Otherwise, certain matters would have been considerably more effortless. Thus, I, in the guise of a prodigious genius, gradually unsealed my own powers while simultaneously weaving a few fateful encounters for myself. After millennia of diligent cultivation, I finally ascended to the 9th layer of the celestial realm. Although the purifying influence of the righteous aura lingered, my actions still carried a faintly sinister aura, compelling me to claim that my heart's method was derived from the abyss. To justify this peculiarity, after all, to remain in the mortal realm for such an extensive duration, I would inevitably have to pay a hefty price, thus making it impossible to completely conceal my presence. Of course, as long as I refrained from action, I remained a virtuous youth suffused with righteous spirit. During this period, the 7th sanctuary was annihilated, followed by the 8th, leaving only the 9th sanctuary, where I reside. The ancestral figure of our sanctuary had long since entered seclusion, striving to break through to the next realm to stave off the impending doom. Presently, I hold the position of the Grand Elder, effectively the foremost decision-maker. However, with only one sanctuary remaining, it is likely that this venerable ancestor may prematurely emerge, jeopardizing my meticulously laid plans. Therefore, to maintain dominion over the sanctuary, this individual must be eliminated. I stealthily infiltrated his secluded chamber and, utilizing the powers of the celestial demon, poisoned him. I crafted the scene to resemble a natural death, transferring the toxin onto his garments. Yet, due to the taint of the celestial demon's influence, this seemingly ordinary attire transformed into a treasure capable of withstanding oppressive forces and, inexplicably, acquired an attribute that protects against theft. However, such matters have become trivial. Perhaps I might still wear them later. For these cultivators, it is often the case that clothing is not refined into magical artifacts. Firstly, it is exceedingly difficult to find fabrics imbued with spirituality. Secondly, high-level practitioners can simply usurp the artifacts from their lower-tier counterparts, and no one wishes to be stripped bare in the midst of battle. Rather than converting garments into artifacts, it is far more prudent to carry several rings that offer protective effects, as they yield superior efficacy and convenience. Thus, in my recollection, the attire of these cultivators was primarily mundane, occasionally enhanced with self-repairing blessings or constructed through illusions, which often resulted in the bizarre spectacle of a lifeless body adorned in intact clothing. Occasionally, cultivators brimming with confidence may don artifact garments. Yet such attire rarely proves significantly advantageous due to material constraints. Ahem, in any case, this pressing concern has finally been alleviated. Once the others discover the demise of the holy ancestor, I shall seize the opportunity to break through to the sacred realm and assume command in this time of peril. To heighten the urgency of the situation, I have decided to make the human race suffer a bit more. Utilize these spirit stones to cultivate ornamental spirit pets. You few, venture into the designated secret realms I have outlined. What is this talk of certain death? The elderly must possess a modicum of courage. Furthermore, sell all these artifacts. What? You say we require combat power? Bah. Am I the Grand Elder, or are you the Grand Elder? My words carry profound significance. Simply follow my directives. Thus, this sacred land is destined to meet its demise prematurely, at which point I shall rightfully seize control over it. Even if the enforcers witness this unfold, they shall perceive no wrongdoing. Soon, I receive feedback. Elder, the ornamental spirit beasts we cultivated have undergone mutations, resulting in the birth of a celestial beast king. Elder, the secret realm you indicated has been developed into a clandestine spirit mine by the demonic clan. We launched a surprise attack, severely injuring the enemy and seizing the mine. Elder, after selling those magical artifacts, we acquired a substantial amount of spirit stones, coinciding with the symbol sect auctioning a sacred artifact. Our finances are ample, and we directly secured it. This venture has yielded tremendous profits. Truly, the Elder is remarkably wise. Chapter 125. Today has been utterly dreadful. Who can enlighten me on what has transpired? Shouldn't the human race be swiftly heading towards its downfall under my design? Never mind. I shan't ponder too much. At least I have garnered a significant amount of prestige, solidifying my position as Elder. Unless that damned saint ancestor suddenly revives and crawls out of the grave, no one can shake my status as the leader of the human race. This is infuriating. Ever since I was cleansed by the righteous aura, I have become inexplicably prone to agitation. This dreadful human emotion leaves me feeling as though I have consumed excrement. Damn it! Who can tell me what is happening? I personally ensured its demise with my own hands, the last time I checked. All that remained were a pile of bones. How can a heap of bones resurrect? What is this madness? Is this still the lower realm? I did not accompany this group in their welcome, thus I did not witness his emergence firsthand. Upon closer inspection, I immediately discerned something amiss. This individual possessed not an ounce of cultivation, and his appearance seemed rejuvenated. Could it be that this faction, upon realizing their revered ancestor had perished, hastily sought a mere mortal to masquerade in his stead, fearing they could not withstand the pressure from the demonic clan? Yet, the demons are not blind. How could they fail to recognize a powerless mortal? Wait a moment. It appears that the old man, before entering seclusion, disseminated news of his intention to cultivate a technique known as the heavenly concealment art. Once perfected, it would render him undetectable to all. Who would believe such nonsense? Does such a technique truly exist? After years of existence in the upper realm, I have never heard of such an extraordinary art. As a dignified saint-level demon, if I cannot perceive the cultivation of this mortal, the truth can only be one. He is indeed merely a mortal. I must devise a way to unveil this mortal's true identity, enabling my ascension without drawing suspicion. I cannot, however, appear to be the one exposing him. After all, as a high elder of the human race, it is unthinkable for me to engage in actions that would harm my kin, at least not overtly. Strangely, he began to tread towards the outer regions. Does he truly believe he can depart the sect in such a manner? In reality, his perceived outer gate is likely just a barrier within the inner sanctum. Alas, poor mortal, perhaps it is best for you to meet your demise. I lured a demonic spy of the 9th level of the heavenly realm and directed him to the mortal's inevitable path. Thus, the news of the ancestor's emergence shall dissipate without confrontation. What is this? The demon from the ninefold celestial realm has been slain in retaliation? How absurd. I nearly believed that mere mortal to be a master, only to later discover that it was purely a stroke of luck. Initially, he was caught off guard by a trap artifact, and then he ended his own life. How could the demon race possess such foolish beings? How did this individual even cultivate to the celestial realm? Upon examining the body, I found that he still bore a puppet ring. I infused it with righteous energy to activate it, intending to covertly refine this fellow into a puppet. Who knows? It may prove invaluable in the future. After all, my apparent strength is merely that of the celestial realm, and there are certain matters where my intervention is inconvenient. A puppet could serve as a substitute. Hawk tremble, mortals. I have myriad ways to eliminate you. Damn it, he has taken flight. That mortal is soaring into the air. Can someone please elucidate this bizarre turn of events? Has this world descended into such madness? Can mortals now fly at will? Moreover, that accursed individual appeared to possess no discernible cultivation while flying. Curse it. A dreadful premonition suddenly washes over me. I took the risk of exposure and discreetly inquired with certain acquaintances in the upper realm about any recent arrivals of saints or above. The response I received was startling. The Lord of 10,000 laws. Such a formidable being has secretly descended, and those privy to this information number no more than 10. Fortunately, the friend I have made is the most well-informed individual in the entire Xianling mountain region. His words are worthy of trust. At times, I cannot help but marvel at the undeniable advantages of human identity. Of course, it would be splendid if the cost of such intelligence were somewhat less burdensome. As long as I refrain from revealing my true nature before these individuals, who could discern the celestial righteousness that envelopes me? Who would suspect that I am, in fact, a demon of the heavens, a paragon of the righteous path? Yet, an irritating dilemma arises. Should that mortal truly be the sovereign of all laws? It would be entirely expected that I cannot perceive his cultivation. However, the likelihood of this is exceedingly slim. I have resolved to seek another opportunity to test him. I cannot hastily conclude that he is indeed the sovereign of all laws, as that would cause me to miss a significant chance. Yet, probing could lead to complications. After all, should I act impulsively and he turns out to be a formidable opponent, my fate would be sealed. Thus, I must await an opportune moment. Until then, I shall refrain from scanning him with my divine sense, as it may lead to undesirable outcomes. Soon, the opportunity presented itself. The leaders of the Dragon Clan and the Celestial Mechanism sect united to pressure the Holy Land, as the Holy Realm puppet was on the verge of completion. Clearly, they still required a vessel of the 9th Heavenly Realm. This was not a substantial issue, although the Holy Land has declined. Many of the ninth heavenly realm can still be procured. Exchanging a heavenly expert for a holy realm puppet, devoid of any emotional considerations, would still be a worthy trade. Thus, I resolutely stepped forward. If a sacrifice must be made, it can only be me. No one else shall do. Allowing them to proceed could very well lead to success in the creation. Therefore, I willingly accepted the baptism of the puppet. By allowing the spiritual flame to rage violently for a brief moment within acceptable limits, and showering the surroundings with a sprinkle of fiery rain, I could complete my probing. The strength of these fiery rains is not formidable, yet they are more than sufficient to annihilate a mere mortal. Should the opponent withstand the onslaught of the fiery rains, it would signify that he possesses considerable cultivation, and since I cannot discern his level, it must undoubtedly surpass mine. The subsequent course of action is quite straightforward. I shall seek an opportune moment to report him to the enforcement team. If, however, the adversary is consumed by the fiery rains, it would indicate that my fears were unfounded, allowing me to seamlessly and justifiably merge with the sacred realm puppet, thereby achieving an instantaneous breakthrough and ascending as the new leader of the human race. Yet, to my astonishment, my puppet has risen. During the crafting of the sacred realm puppet, it instinctively gravitates towards familiar auras. This includes the subsequent absorption of power. Yet, my puppet was forged from the essence of righteousness, the most orthodox aura of humanity. Curse it, I should never have created this puppet. I observed a nearby child turning with glee. Wonderful. It appears the holy ancestor was already prepared. Great elder, you need not make sacrifices. Huh, how foolish of me. Consumed by baseless anxieties, it turns out the holy ancestor had orchestrated everything. No wonder he kept us in the dark. He alone had meticulously planned the entire affair. What nonsense! Was this truly the scheme of that individual? This puppet was crafted by my own hands, my own. It bears no relation to him whatsoever. Today has indeed been utterly disastrous. Chapter 126. I shall surely safeguard my brethren. Ultimately, I have merely tested the waters in vain. No. Even if this fellow is indeed a peerless master, he ought to provide me with at least some definitive intelligence. This feeling of uncertainty is utterly unbearable. However, I remain undeterred, for opportunities will inevitably arise. I patiently bided my time, and indeed, new prospects soon materialized. That individual actually intends to venture into the sacred sword secret realm. As a formidable celestial demon, I am aware of certain matters within my kin. And this sacred sword secret realm is precisely the place of confinement for a certain celestial demon. Yet, I am oblivious to the specific identity and strength of the imprisoned demon. However, since it is sealed rather than annihilated, it stands to reason that the entity within must possess some power, does it not? Nonetheless, the sudden appearance of that human ancestor, who voluntarily proposed to enter the secret realm, is quite intriguing. Thus, I resolved that this time, I would not personally engage in perilous exploits. During a recent assembly, a fellow named Despire had been inexplicably fixated on me, prompting me to seize the opportunity to manipulate him. In a certain encounter, I implanted a subtle psychological suggestion within him, which is not a manifestation of celestial demon corruption, but rather a divine technique I acquired in my earlier years. To be candid, this endeavor carries a degree of risk, yet I trust that he does not observe me constantly. Otherwise, I would have been apprehended long ago, ahem. And it remains unconfirmed whether he is indeed a master. Subtly influencing the elder beside me is certainly preferable to confronting him directly. I have previously employed such suggestions, convincing these elders that my extraordinary encounters are entirely reasonable, and I am well acquainted with this approach. The abyss is synonymous with the celestial demons. Under my suggestion, the elder named Despire will willingly gravitate towards the abyss, and he shall conjure his own plausible rationale. Thus, I could employ the celestial demons within the secret realm to test this human battalion. The holy ancestor, leading the charge, could hardly remain idle. I merely need to await the outcome. They have successfully embarked on their journey. At long last, I find myself alone in the sacred land, and it seems I might be able to take some action. Indeed, that individual has ventured into the sacred sword's secret realm, all but confirming my suspicion that he is a formidable expert from the higher realms. Upon reflection, although I was the one who crafted the puppets, it was he who left behind the ring. The connections between us only heighten my unease. Therefore, I have ceased to entertain thoughts of controlling this human faction. It would be more prudent to obliterate it instead. While this may not maximize my interests, it would at least fulfill my mission. Thus, taking advantage of that individual's expedition to confront the celestial demons in the sacred sword secret realm, I clandestinely dispatched a covert message to the demon clan, insinuating that the sacred land is vulnerable. The demon clan placed their trust in me, for unbeknownst to them, my other identity was that of a spy for their kind. However, They remain oblivious to the fact that this spy is, in truth, the Grand Elder of the sacred land. Should I extend my assistance from the shadows, I could facilitate the complete annihilation of this sacred land. It is quite customary for a leader to be away while the homeland is subjected to an ambush, which would not raise suspicion among the law enforcement observers. Yet, who can enlighten me as to why this individual would leave the sacred realm puppet at home? Moreover, he has even programmed it with a self-defense protocol. After all, in a situation where one cannot openly exhibit their strength from the higher realms, possessing a sacred realm-level puppet in close proximity would significantly enhance one's agility in the lower realms. Yet, astonishingly, this individual chose to leave such a contraption behind. The puppet bore no further instructions. This served as a warning. That individual was acutely aware that an ambush was imminent. It sent a chill down my spine, compelling me to prioritize my own safety. I refrained from destroying the puppet, allowing that group of demons to be annihilated by it instead. To act while the adversary was aware of potential subterfuge could lead to unforeseen traps, plunging me into irretrievable peril. Yet, this seemed to be an extraordinarily successful bait and eliminate operation, did it not? It appeared I had unwittingly fulfilled the duties of the Grand Elder. Curse it. My identity as a spy among the demons has now become untenable. The losses they have incurred will surely undermine my credibility. However, I still possess 17 more such identities. Alas, I can only hope that the formidable heavenly demons within the Sacred Sword's secret realm can assist me in dealing with that upper realm expert. For such a victory might grant me the opportunity to seize control over humankind. Then they returned, unscathed. This almost confirmed a singular truth. The ancestor of humanity must undoubtedly be the Lord of all laws. Only such a powerhouse could so swiftly eliminate the heavenly demons within the Sacred Sword's secret realm. Surely, he has not uncovered my identity. To hell with this grand mission. I must make my escape post-haste. Immediately thereafter, I fervently volunteered for battle, yearning to engage the demons at the front lines. This would afford me the chance to confront their 9th-level heavenly expert, allowing me to feign death and slip away. What a splendid plan. After all, that individual would likely remain stationed at headquarters. I merely needed to perish at a safe distance. Yet, to my dismay, he remained utterly unmoved. The requests for battle from those below were tumultuous, yet he stood resolute, unyielding. My heavens, is it truly the stable? Calm, composed, and fearsome. Moreover, it seems they have most likely discerned my identity. The human race is perilous. I must hastily flee. Yet if I were to escape in a hasty and unadorned manner, would I not be captured immediately? Perhaps I ought to exercise more caution. Humph. Regardless of the reason that individual has chosen to leave me here, I shall demonstrate that this is the most foolish decision he has ever made. I intend to collaborate with my kin to dismantle the defenses of humanity. With my assistance, my brethren's endeavors shall undoubtedly flourish. Soon, that group, having barely settled, has resolved to select geniuses from the human empire, and it appears that the holy ancestor intends to take matters into his own hands this time. I can't shake the feeling that there is a conspiracy afoot. For within the Great Shu dynasty lies a secret buried deep within the demonic lineage. A secret even I am unaware of. Great Elder, with these nations simultaneously conducting a selection for geniuses, I can only attend one. Where do you believe I should go? Blast it, that individual dares to ask for my opinion directly? Yet I shall never betray my kin. However, upon reflection, it is possible he is attempting to extract information through reverse psychology. The less I wish for him to go somewhere, the more inclined he may be to venture there. As astute as I am, I see through his ploy. You may go to the Great Shu dynasty. A place I have mentioned will undoubtedly deter him. To have devised such a method to protect my kin's interests is nothing short of genius. Ha! My compatriots, Nors, shall undoubtedly aid you. I will spare no effort in safeguarding my brethren. Chapter 127. Mind your own business. Dispelling the documents in his hands, Despy shook his head. Although there were indeed some doubts regarding the Grand Elder's cultivation method, within the vast expanse of the world, there existed countless other methods, some of which were even more sinister than this one, even among the human race. To question the Grand Elder based solely on a piece of dubious, unverified documentation was utterly rash. After all, the Grand Elder was the one who, during the absence of the sacred ancestor, made countless wise decisions that aided us in overcoming dire challenges. The sacred land once again returned to a fleeting tranquility. Meanwhile, the upper realm was anything but serene. The Xianhuang Taoist had finally resolved to enter seclusion in pursuit of the sacred king. A millennium ago, he had already reached the pinnacle of the saint's sovereign realm. And now he had stepped into the threshold of the semi-sacred king level, with a considerable chance of breaking through. However, he had long struggled to obtain the sacred king pill, which had deterred him from taking that vital step. Now, having finally acquired this last piece of support, he was devoid of any further hesitation. The Xianhuang Taoist first informed the other 7 members of the Bagua gathering of this news, announcing the cancellation of the upcoming meeting. Naturally, he would not deactivate the Bagua token, this invaluable artifact. However, the time frame for upcoming in the eyes of cultivators was subject to interpretation. The transition from Saint Sovereign to Sacred King could occur in the blink of an eye, yet the preparatory work preceding the breakthrough and the post-breakthrough arrangements required considerable time. It could be 3 years or perhaps 5. Soon, the Xianhuang Taoist would ascend as the Xianhuang Tao King. If he remains confined within the meditation chamber for 5 years, it is likely that he may not emerge for several millennia, which signifies a dire outcome. However, for a well-prepared sage-level expert, the probability of perishing during the breakthrough process remains minimal. Even if the Xianhuang Daojun encounters difficulties in his advancement, it is more probable that only the duration will extend, or he may face a failed breakthrough, rather than facing death or annihilation. Although the regular gatherings have been suspended, the group can still activate the Bagua talismans for limited information transmission, akin to text messaging, and it operates autonomously, requiring no leadership. Before entering his secluded meditation, the Xianhuang Daojun summoned Songli. "Have you solidified your cultivation at the Saint General level? How could it be so swift, Master?" Songli replied, slightly at a loss for words. He had only recently ascended to the Saint General level, and solidifying his realm would take at least a decade or 2. Moreover, considering that his breakthrough was quite rapid, his foundation was not robust, necessitating even more time. "I am about to enter seclusion, and if fortune favors me, I may emerge in just over 3 years." The Xianhuang Daojun nodded. "I require your assistance with a matter." He then retrieved a small wooden box from his ring and handed it to Songli. "I need you to journey to the lower realm once more. The esteemed Elder 1FA gifted me a Saint King pill, and I ought to reciprocate with a gift of equal stature. Regrettably, due to numerous restrictions here, I am unable to deliver this gift personally, hence I must rely on you for this task." The Xianhuang Daojun was equally perplexed, questioning why the other party insisted on having him deliver the items in reality. Yet, given their insistence, it was evident there must be a rationale behind it. For those of their internal circle, the fact that the King of all laws was equivalent to the ancestor of humanity was no longer a secret, with identities clearly defined. There was no fear of misdelivery. Songli solemnly accepted the wooden box, assuring, "I will deliver the items. Master, you can rest assured." The Xianhuang Daojun abruptly tapped the fellow on the head, exclaiming, "You speak as if I am on the brink of death. You rascal. Very well, make haste. This time, I shall prepare a more advanced secret technique for you, allowing you to linger longer in the mortal realm." Indeed, the temporal limitations of secret techniques posed a challenge for the powerful from the upper realms when descending. Although there were alternative methods to remain in the lower realm for extended periods, the most common approach involved sealing a portion of one's cultivation and employing corresponding forbidden techniques. By doing so, those at the level of Sacred Sovereign or above could potentially remain in the lower realm for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. However, this method came with its own set of drawbacks. Firstly, the individual would inevitably find themselves in a state of uncontrollable aura, with a noticeable decline in strength. If such a state were maintained for thousands of years, it was quite possible that their power would genuinely diminish. Should they choose to unseal their cultivation midway, the resulting commotion would undoubtedly attract the attention of the enforcement squad. Thus, unless for particular special purposes, few would opt for such a course of action. As for the higher-grade secret technique the Xianhuang Daojun mentioned, combined with Song Lismir's sacred general-level power, it was likely that he could only remain in the lower realm for a few months at most. Indeed, I shall set forth at the earliest opportunity. Meanwhile, the esteemed Xianyu Daojun, having meticulously prepared, wielded his newly forged broken sword and, accompanied by a throng of followers, surged forth towards the 2 law enforcement officers who had succumbed to corruption. To his astonishment, yet in accordance with reason, those individuals surrendered almost instantaneously, offering no resistance whatsoever. Their expressions were marked by utter bewilderment at the moment of their capture. They were utterly convinced of their innocence. The true horror of the celestial demons lies in the fact that those tainted do not recognize their own corruption. Rather, they perceive themselves as possessing newfound knowledge, often forgetting the origins of such insights. Daojun, it has been ascertained that these 2 discovered a tome entitled The Art of Star Relocation during their previous descent to the lower realms. We dare not examine its contents, fearing contamination. Following their cultivation of this arcane technique, they began to enter seclusion. However, this was merely a facade. In secret, they were disseminating this knowledge to their close associates. Unbeknownst to them, they nearly transmitted the celestial demon-esque corruption to other law enforcement officers. A wave of trepidation washed over Xian Yu Daojun. Had it not been for his master's timely warning at the gathering, he might have discovered the peril too late. With a significant portion of the personnel at Xianling Mountain already tainted, imprison these two in the dungeons and monitor them closely. Investigate every individual they have encountered in recent days. We must leave no stone unturned in our quest to identify any potential victims of contamination. He commanded his subordinates to deal with the aftermath, yet returned to his cave dwelling with an air of deep concern. Clearly, capturing two contaminated individuals did little to lift his spirits. Upon his desk lay a letter. After returning to the upper realm, he had pinned a personal missive to the chief of the enforcement squad, a being of Saint Emperor caliber, reporting on the situation regarding the lower realm's demons. Lacking the stature of a Saint King himself, he, despite being a human expert, was not entitled to communicate directly with the Emperor of Humanity. However, as the chief representative of the Xianling Mountain branch, he held the privilege to correspond with the head of the enforcement squad. He had dispatched this letter with the utmost urgency, ensuring it would reach the Saint Emperor in the shortest possible time. Now, the letter upon his desk bore the response from the chief of the enforcement squad. Upon learning that a Saint Emperor-level demon had nearly breached its seal and threatened the world, the chief had left but 4 words for Xian Yu Daojun. You need not concern yourself. These 4 succinct words plunged Xian Yu Daojun into silence. He was at a loss as to how to process such a reply, unsure of the emotional stance he should adopt in light of it, or how to dissect the meaning behind these words. On the surface, their implication appeared straightforward. The esteemed chief of the enforcement squad acknowledged his report and assured that personnel would be dispatched to handle the matter, relieving him of any further responsibility. Yet, Xian Yu Daojun sensed a deeper, more nuanced significance in the message, as if those 4 words carried a subtle warning. It appears that the esteemed individual above does not wish for him to further involve himself in this matter. He exhaled deeply, seemingly coming to terms with many things. Why did the master fail to address the latent dangers within the sacred sword's secret realm? Why did the master not personally seal the celestial demon, but instead allow him to execute the final seal? Considering that the master undertook this series of actions without any directive from a Saint Emperor-level expert, it seems the master intentionally avoided these individuals. Was the master deliberately prompting me to complete the final sealing phase to gauge the attitudes of those true powerhouses above? Likewise, the master may not desire to fully disclose his own objectives. Now that the probing has concluded, the outcome is far from optimistic. As the chief officer of the enforcement division of Xianling Mountain, the Xian Yu Daoist is acutely aware of certain behaviors among his subordinates. However, not everyone practices the path of detachment. Cultivators possess emotions and desires, and each has their own interests to pursue. Thus, as long as their actions do not spiral out of control, he is apathetic to their affairs. The mid-tier may be corrupt, but the significant figures above maintain order, preventing any major upheaval. Yet, if even the Saint Emperor-level experts encounter issues, the consequences lurking behind such events are utterly chilling. The Xian Yu Daoist quickly shook his head, suppressing his irreverent thoughts. His suspicions were unfounded and must not waver his resolve. The inherent nature of celestial demons destined them to pose a threat to the world. No other race could possibly establish a symbiotic relationship with them. Thus, whether it be the commander of the law enforcement team, the 2 sovereigns of humanity, or even the 2 demon emperors of the demonic faction, there exists absolutely no rationale for them to assist the celestial demon. Hence, he is more inclined to interpret this as a profound contest among the significant figures, albeit the current circumstances appear quite grim. From my vantage point, the truths I can discern are ultimately rather superficial. The Taoist Lord Xian Yu rose. Qi Ling stood up. He would not relinquish his pursuit of truth so easily. The law enforcement team has trustworthy subordinates in charge. He merely needs to check in periodically. Next, he shall adhere to his master's previous instructions and return to the elder's side. In this manner, Songli and Qi Ling, unbeknownst to each other, prepared to descend to the lower realms for entirely different purposes, almost simultaneously. This era is destined to be one of tumult and bloodshed, yet brimming with opportunities. What? The Sect Alliance Conference? Lin Fan gazed at the document just submitted to him, then lifted his gaze to the second elder who delivered it. The elder nodded. Indeed. It is the Sect Alliance Conference that occurs once every millennium in our celestial domain. This time, the host is the Talisman Sect. The Sect Alliance Conference bears a resemblance to the Olympic Games Lin Fan experienced in his previous life, yet the specifics are entirely distinct. Over half of the righteous sects in the celestial domain will converge at this grand event every 1,000 years, showcasing their strengths and engaging in social interactions among cultivators. Of course, in Lin Fan's perspective, it amounts to each sect posturing and exhibiting their prowess. The so-called righteous sects here differ significantly from the conventional understanding of righteousness among humanity. Their scope is exceedingly broad, encompassing nearly all races engaged in legitimate cultivation. For instance, even the demon race falls within this range, with only those who practice bloody rituals or cruel, taboo methods of cultivation being excluded. These nefarious sects are typically the targets of joint extermination efforts by various sects, rendering their invitation impossible. Almost all righteous sects receive invitations, yet not every one of them chooses to attend. Certain factions have pressing matters to attend to. For example, the prolonged conflict between humans and demons over the past few millennia has left them with little time for such gatherings. Additionally, some factions inherently prefer to avoid such assemblies, like the reclusive hermit sects that have remained almost isolated from the world. Indeed, we have been unable to participate for several millennia. The second elder nodded. Although we remain in a state of war with the demon race, with the presence of the holy ancestor, they cannot possibly mount an offensive. Thus, while the human race appears to be in a state of conflict, we have, in reality, entered a phase of peace, providing us with the opportunity to shine at such a grand assembly and to rekindle unity among our people. Holy ancestor, I believe it is imperative for you to formally showcase your power at this gathering. It will significantly catalyze the development of the Holy Land in the time to come. After all, some individuals are inherently obstinate. Without a display of intimidation, they may remain oblivious to the situation. Lin Fan, somewhat awkwardly, waved his hand, suggesting that while participation is acceptable, showcasing power may be unnecessary. Very well, inform the symbol sect that we, the human race, accept this invitation. As the leader of the human race, he could hardly descend into the fray himself. Moreover, such grand events are invariably accompanied by a multitude of skilled protectors, ensuring that key individuals remain safe from harm. Given this sense of security, he certainly had no qualms about meandering about, especially since, in light of the current circumstances faced by the human race, declining this invitation would seem rather peculiar in the eyes of other races. However, the second elder hesitated before finally speaking up. Traditionally, the disciples of various sect leaders would engage in friendly sparring, yet, in their case, he felt somewhat embarrassed to articulate it. Their esteemed ancestor had only 2 disciples. One, Qi Ling, had yet to formally embark on his cultivation journey and seemed to have returned home, while the other had also not begun cultivating and lacked noteworthy talent. In this regard, it appeared they truly had no capable representatives. Do not concern yourself with it. What has to fear? These 2 have only just commenced their cultivation. They can easily use that as an excuse. Sensing that the ancestor was unconcerned, the second elder felt a wave of relief wash over him. Just as he was about to turn away, a young girl dashed in, her footsteps echoing with excitement. Master, senior brother has returned. Oh, that lad has returned so soon? Quite commendable, demonstrating a resolve to sever ties with the mundane. Chapter 129. Come, senior brother. Teach you some remarkable skills. Qi Ling's return did not seem to be wholly favorable news for Lin Fan. It appears that his master is finally poised to fulfill his conventional duties, which entail instructing these 2 disciples in the art of cultivation. However, what can he possibly teach? He is yet to embark on the path of cultivation himself. It is implausible for him to suggest to his disciples that they should awaken a system as well. This situation is undeniably frustrating, yet Lin Fan is not devoid of options. The notion of self-learning seems to be the hallmark of those legendary geniuses, who have attained their prowess through their own endeavors. Lin Fan harbors a fondness for such prodigies, as they afford him immense peace of mind as their master. Rather than misguiding them through his own erratic teaching, he finds it more prudent to allow these 2 individuals to explore the intricacies of cultivation on their own. After providing them with a rudimentary guide to energy induction, he can retreat to the comfort of his home for a restful slumber. After all, this practice is foolproof, with a reassuringly high safety margin. Is this truly the method by which cultivators learn? Lin Xiaoming tilted her head, gazing at Qi Ling with a look of perplexity, prompting the latter to clear his throat, as it seemed this young girl harbored some misconceptions about cultivators. Is it merely a single guide to energy induction? This represents only the most fundamental technique for a cultivator, barely scratching the surface of actual cultivation methods, serving solely to establish a solid foundation. A guide to energy induction is even circulated to a considerable extent in the mortal realm. If one were to practice solely this, they would only become a mediocre cultivator, incapable of reaching even the first stage of the human realm. To achieve the transformation from mortal to cultivator, mastering the induction of energy is merely the beginning. Selecting an appropriate technique and ensuring the smooth circulation of true energy within the body to open the meridians is of paramount importance. The selection of the initial cultivation method is of paramount importance. For those from the lower realms, their chosen method may accompany them throughout their entire mortal level until they reach the terrestrial realm, at which point it may undergo alterations. There are also some practitioners who, even upon attaining the saintly realm, choose not to change their initial method. This largely depends on whether the strength of the initial method can keep pace with the practitioner's burgeoning power. Conversely, for those from the upper realms who are born as cultivators, such concerns are significantly diminished, as they need not fret over this transformative phase. However, this does not imply that their choice of the first method can be made lightly. It is evident that their rather indifferent master left them with no cultivation methods whatsoever, not a single one. Qi Ling gazed at the volume titled Introduction to Qi Induction in his hands, lost in contemplation. He examined the book, reading it both forwards and backwards multiple times. Yet he could discern no hidden significance within its pages. Being at the Saint Monarch level, he naturally regarded such matters with indifference. For it was impossible to change one's method at this stage. It felt more like a procedural guise to conceal his identity. Yet, his junior sister was a genuine mortal. How could their master neglect to provide her with a cultivation method? Suddenly, a spark of insight ignited within him. Indeed, the absence of any cultivation methods was, in itself, a subtle hint. After all, although this young lady appeared to lack remarkable talent, the mere fact that she was accepted as a disciple by their master suggested that she possessed some unique qualities. The techniques of the lower realms were unworthy of the identity of a disciple of their master, who had always been meticulous in safeguarding his own identity during his sojourns in the lower realms. Thus, the implication becomes quite evident. Qi Ling smiled gently, then placed the Qi Induction entry book into Lin Xiaoming's left hand, while simultaneously retrieving another tome, shielded by vital energy, from his spatial ring and placing it into her right hand. The cover of this book boldly bore the title Xianling's Sword Heart. Indeed, this was the primary technique Qi Ling was currently cultivating, a top-tier method from the upper realm, originating from within the law enforcement team. This technique is primarily lethal, focusing on the mastery of vital energy and the application of sword formations, while also providing supportive stability for the mind. Qi Ling chose not to conceal his prowess excessively, as his junior sister was one of his own, and there was no need for subterfuge in the presence of kin. Lin Xiaoming, still an ordinary person on the brink of entering the cultivation world, need not concern herself with the balance of primary and auxiliary techniques. She could simply practice with a formidable one to her heart's content. She struggled a bit to peruse the text, and then blinked her eyes, filled with confusion, and said, "Senior brother, I don't understand." It appeared that, given her aptitude, comprehending the techniques of the upper realm was indeed overly challenging for her. She found them completely incomprehensible and thus unable to cultivate. After a moment of contemplation, Qi Ling decided to have her first establish a solid foundation for drawing energy into her body. The two then sat facing each other, palms aligned. Qi Ling gradually infused his vital energy into Lin Xiaoming's body, a process not intended to forcibly elevate her strength, as that would be perilous and could potentially lead to her demise. He simply utilized the true Qi, which shares the same origin as the heart method, to cleanse Lin Xiaoming's meridians. This not only facilitated her comprehension of the flow of true Qi, but also enhanced her meridian's adaptability to the same origin true Qi. The guidance from a saint-level master is a privilege that many talented individuals from the upper realms could scarcely imagine. The combination of top-tier heart methods with superior nurturing may perhaps lead to extraordinary outcomes. Qi Ling would typically refrain from investing time in those with mediocre aptitude, for even with such efforts, their future achievements would likely remain limited, as the enhancement acquired postnatal development is inherently constrained. However, if this individual happened to be his junior sister, he would undoubtedly exhibit greater patience and might even allocate additional resources for her benefit. The fact that the master has accepted you signifies that you possess significant potential for future endeavors. By assisting you now, in a certain sense, I am also aiding my future self. I hope you can grow swiftly and fulfill the responsibilities entrusted to you by our master, for the celestial demons are gradually awakening, and our time may be running short. Senior brother, what are you whispering about? Ahem, it's nothing. Just disregard what I said. Lin Xiaoming has finally transcended the limitations of the mortal realm, stepping into the realm of cultivators she once deemed unimaginable. She has reached the first level of the human realm. Clenching her soft little hands, she declared, "I will strive diligently. I will work hard to become a powerful cultivator like our master." Qi Ling also smiled. "Now that you have successfully embarked on the path of cultivation, once you stabilize your realm, I shall impart to you some valuable teachings." Lin Xiaoming blinked her large eyes. Her curiosity piqued as she inquired, "Senior brother, what wondrous thing is it?" "Naturally, it is a divine ability. The one I have personally created, Qi Ling replied with a smile, patting his chest as he slowly enunciated the words. This divine ability is named the sword domain of the mundane world. Lin Fan, evidently unaware of the immense cultivation required to create such a divine ability, and oblivious to the fact that such feats are impossible in the lower realms, simply nodded solemnly. Great. I shall practice diligently. Chapter 130. Visitors from distant lands. The current situation of the demon clan is far from optimistic. Following the death of Cavalro, only 3 individuals remain in the sacred realm of the demon clan, one of whom is a traitor. Dresden has become the highest commander on the front lines of the demon clan, yet this has not significantly improved the circumstances. Everything remains as it was. He pushed the door open to reveal a vast chamber, within which sat over 100 anxious and unsettled demons. Dresden cast a casual glance over these individuals, clearly identifying them as spies sent by humanity infiltrating the demon clan. Or perhaps they were merely opportunists who had hastily switched allegiances upon sensing danger. The extent of human infiltration within the demon clan has reached alarming proportions. Those he had captured in this chamber were no ordinary spies, but individuals of considerable status within the demon clan. More than 90 of these individuals had only allied with humanity after the situation turned dire. Indeed, as a force teeters on the brink of collapse, traitors invariably emerge in droves. Not everyone harbors unwavering loyalty to their kin. Cough. Drayson believed that he had never betrayed his kin, for he was originally one of humanity. There exists a fundamental distinction between him and these fickle individuals. He closed the door. The purpose of gathering you here today should be quite clear to you all. A demon from the lower realms spoke softly. I never expected your actions to be so swift, leaving us no time to prepare. Truly, you are one of the leaders of the demon clan, and your capabilities command my respect. Nonsense. He had directly requested the list from the human side. How could it not be swift? Just as Drayson was about to continue, one of the demons suddenly rose, passionately thumping his chest. My lord, this is merely a ruse. His expression was grave, as if he believed his own words. I have disguised myself as a spy to engage with the human race, thereby covertly gathering their intelligence, all while remaining loyal to the demon clan. I would never betray the demons, even at the cost of my life. Drayson, with a playful smirk, retorted, Oh, you truly would not betray the demon clan? Of course. My lord, I swear upon my life and my honor. Such empty words. If Drayson were to believe even a fraction of them, he would have wasted several millennia. He did not respond to this demon again, but shifted his gaze to the others behind him, leisurely stating, How many among you are still convinced you have not betrayed the demon clan? After a few seconds of silence, over a dozen others stood up in succession. Drayson smiled and nodded, then proclaimed, Humanity shall endure for eternity. The entire secret chamber was enveloped in a suffocating silence. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Dresden, codenamed Pangolin, the head of the Human Intelligence Department stationed within the demon clan. From this day forth, I shall be your leader. As for you all, I fully comprehend the noble qualities you possess in service to your kin, and thus I have decided to fulfill your desires. Wait. No, esteemed leader. No. Pangolin, there must be some misunderstanding. We were merely biding our time. Indeed, just biding our time. Who can elucidate the state of this world to them? Why on earth is their leader a spy for the enemy? An air of awkwardness gradually permeated the chamber. The opportunists were adept at navigating the winds of change. Yet regrettably, they could not always discern the correct direction. On this day, all the spies within the demon clan front lines were eradicated, and the sagacious leader Dresden replaced them with trustworthy allies, ensuring stability at the front. Due to the considerable distance, communication via spirit stones was impossible. Thus, Dresden took it upon himself to compose a letter to send back to the demon clan headquarters, deciding to spend a few years idling away, as there was little he could accomplish. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, a terrifying force suddenly surged from outside. Devoid of malice but imposing enough to instill a sense of dread. Was this demonic energy? And at least at the saint level. Moreover, it was even stronger than I. Dresden, taken aback, exited the room, only to find more members of the demon clan emerging from their quarters, their expressions mirroring his own astonishment as they gazed skyward. An endless aura of demonic energy permeated the skies, heralding the presence of a formidable battalion of approximately 100 members of the demon race. At the forefront stood a figure clad in a gray robe adorned with black patterns, bearing the visage of a middle-aged man, wielding a long spear of deep violet hue. However, what caught the eye most was the unmistakable aura of a second-tier saint realm emanating from him. This individual was a demon of the saint realm, a leader among their kind. Dresden, himself one of the demon leaders, was acutely aware of the remaining strength of their kind. Yet, the individual before him, though a fellow demon, felt utterly unfamiliar. He did not recognize him at all. It astounded him to witness how direly his compatriots were faring in this realm. The gray-robed demon promptly descended before Dressen, extending his right hand in a gesture of goodwill. Dressen, somewhat bewildered, shook hands with the stranger and then inquired about his identity. "Who are you?" "I am one of the 12 saints under the command of the illustrious Demon King. Fellow compatriot from another realm, you may call me Yogg." "The Demon King? The 12 saints?" Dressen was taken aback. As a leader of the demon race, how could he be unaware of the existence of such a powerful Demon King? Yet, the phrase compatriot from another realm subtly hinted at the truth. As expected, Yogg continued to elucidate. "For you, we hail from the outer celestial realm. We were not meant to intervene in the affairs of other celestial domains. But our Demon King is exceedingly magnificent. 3,000 years ago, our Demon King successfully ascended to the Saint Realm, leading us to sweep across the entire celestial domain, not only achieving a resounding victory in the war between humans and demons, but also becoming the sovereign of the entire celestial realm. In the stable circumstances of our celestial realm, His Majesty the Demon King has dispatched us to assist our brethren in the neighboring celestial domain, that is, you, in vanquishing the human populace here." He chuckled while patting Dressen's shoulder, saying, "We have gathered information along the way, and it seems that your situation is rather dire. However, fear not, for with our aid, the demon race will inevitably become the sovereigns of this celestial realm." Dressen's expression grew increasingly peculiar. "So, this fellow belongs to the demon race, which has been wildly expanding from the neighboring celestial domain. It appears they have already encroached upon this territory. The plight of the human race in the adjacent realm must be exceedingly grim, perhaps even facing annihilation. Wait, is there also a war between humans and demons occurring in the neighboring celestial domain? At least it had happened previously." Dressen seemed to grasp fragments of certain issues and immediately inquired, "I would like to know, when did the war between humans and demons commence in your realm?" Yuga, without much contemplation, replied directly, "It began approximately 9,000 years ago. Is there a problem with that?" Chapter 131. A more formidable foe approaches over 9,000 years ago. Dressen was acutely aware that in their own celestial realm, the war between humans and demons had erupted around 8,000 years ago. From the perspective of practitioners, a difference of roughly 1,000 years could be considered as having transpired in relatively close succession. In the ancient epochs of 8,000 to 9,000 years ago, the two celestial realms had no means of communication, yet they both erupted into the demon-human war, and the timing was remarkably close, prompting deep contemplation within Dressen. "What is the rationale behind your declaration of war? What drives you to battle?" Yogg, with a bemused expression, responded, to put it eloquently, "It is for the glory of our race. However, since we are among kin, I shall dispense with the formalities. To put it plainly, it is indeed for the plunder of resources. War, is there any other purpose? We are unwilling to share the resources within the same celestial realm with the human race. Hence we have waged war. The victor claims all. It is quite logical, is it not?" This reasoning was rather too candid, to the point where Dressen found it difficult to counter. "May I inquire about your current military configuration?" Upon hearing this question, Yogg immediately perked up, his eyes radiating a blend of reverence and pride as he declared, "In order to assist our brethren from afar, our esteemed Demon King has personally arrived. Half of the 4 great saints and 12 holy ones have deployed, and as for the lower-tier warriors, they are countless. Taking into account the saintly combat prowess of the Demon King himself, coupled with half of the upper echelon strength, this amounts to 1 mid to high-tier saint, 2 low-tier saints, 6 holy realms, and a host of miscellaneous troops. The sacred sect has already reached the ascendant realms. Thus the pinnacle of our lower realms' combat strength is indeed at the saintly level. However, not every celestial realm boasts a saintly powerhouse, as such a fortune requires a measure of serendipity. After the Demon King ascended to the saint level, he spent several millennia nurturing 4 subordinates of the same caliber, rendering his combat prowess nearly invincible across the surrounding celestial realms." Dressen wore an odd expression, momentarily at a loss for words. The saint realm, how formidable! Yet, what significance does it hold? That human ancestral figure descended from the upper world. A group incapable of even ascending would surely face annihilation, wouldn't they, my dear brother? Ahem. I believe you should exercise caution and refrain from such recklessness. The leader of the human faction possesses some degree of prowess. Not merely a modicum of prowess. Only a fool would charge headlong into danger. Nevertheless, Dressen had no intention of disclosing the true state of affairs to these individuals. He would not become so enveloped in the role of the demon lord that he forgot his own purpose. Caution. Huh. Yogg waved his hand dismissively. asserting that only the weak require caution. The strong merely need to clear away all obstacles with their might. Dressen actually found himself in agreement with this sentiment. However, the question of who truly constitutes the strong and who is merely an obstacle remains uncertain. In truth, the 5 saints and 2 saintly lords, apart from myself, have already begun to mobilize, resolved to eradicate the human presence here. With a confident smile, Yog proclaimed, "My compatriot, all you need do is await the tidings of our victory. Oh, by the way, I haven't yet had the opportunity to formally inquire about the cultivation level of the human leader here." Yog displayed little concern. From the snippets he had previously overheard, it seemed that the leader of the human race here was merely at the 3rd level of the sacred realm, which hardly warranted attention. Even if this individual were a concealed saint, he would possess no means to contend against the arrival of His Majesty the Demon King. Dressen smiled awkwardly, deciding it best not to respond to this inquiry, lest he inadvertently wound the other's pride. However, despite believing that these individuals posed no substantial threat to the human ancestor, his professional instincts compelled him to seize the opportunity to document the intelligence from this locale into a confidential missive. In the vast sacred land, Qi Ling routinely visited Lin Fan's residence to pay his respects to his master. At this moment, he manifested his cultivation at the 1st level of the human realm. After all, carrying the title of an unparalleled genius, it would be somewhat implausible to perpetually masquerade as an ordinary person. "Master, is there something amiss?" Upon entering Lin Fan's cave, he noticed his esteemed master with a furrowed brow, staring at the letters on the table, which instantly heightened his alertness. What could be so troubling that even a figure of his master's stature was distressed? Lin Fan gazed at the letter in his hand, inwardly cursing the situation. What on earth is this? After finally settling matters with the demon race of this celestial domain, now another faction from the neighboring realm has arrived? Is this what they call being invincible in the world, with foes descending from the heavens? Neighbors who have not communicated for tens of thousands of years suddenly march in with an army. What nonsense is this? The saintly realm, what is this realm? I have never heard of it before. However, Lin Fan could ascertain that it must undoubtedly be a level surpassing the sacred realm. What a farce this is. Simply resigning oneself to fate seems the only option. The adversaries are native masters of the lower realm, and even reporting to the enforcement team is beyond reach. Leaving Lin Fan momentarily inclined to curse. "Master, is something the matter?" Sighing, Lin Fan anticipates the arrival of an even more formidable foe. What? An even more powerful enemy? Qi Ling gasps in horror. Could this so-called stronger enemy surpass his gel, one of the 10 pillars of the celestial demons? A foe more potent than a sealed Saint Sovereign? Might it be a fully liberated Saint Sovereign? No. If a Saint Sovereign level celestial demon had truly broken free from its seal, it would undoubtedly cause a bloody uproar in some region. Such news would be impossible to miss. Thus, it is highly probable that the threat is a pillar-level celestial demon that has been unbound to a greater extent than his gel, one that is closer to reality. If this situation is mishandled, several lower realm immortal domains could face annihilation in the blink of an eye. Noticing Qi Ling's emotional turmoil, Lin Fan heaves another sigh. Observing his disciple who has just broken through to the 1st level of human, the gap in their cultivation is far too vast. Even looking up is unattainable. Indeed, the disparity in their cultivation is insurmountable. Qi Ling clenches his fists. Is there truly no way for even master to handle this? It cannot be said that there is absolutely no solution. Lin Fan believes it best not to let his disciple sink too deeply into despair. The situation is merely quite challenging. Perhaps they can only rely on the completion of a phase task to yield favorable rewards from the system. For confronting a master in the Saint Realm truly seems to be an improbable endeavor. However, it seems that there is not much of a difference. Regardless of whether it is the sacred realm or the saintly stage, Lin Fan is simply unable to prevail. Essentially speaking, this appears to be the case. Chapter 132. A task assigned to you. By the way, I have a task for you. Lin Fan casually extracted a document from his spatial ring. According to the regulations of the vast sacred land, disciples who are direct prot-gs of elders or higher must undertake a task upon entering the cultivation realm. After all, these individuals are the backbone of the future human race and should naturally showcase their leadership qualities among their peers. Of course, considering that even the most talented individuals entering the cultivation realm are only at the 1st level of the human realm. These tasks are merely symbolic and pose no significant challenge. Qi Ling was momentarily taken aback, then immediately adopted a serious demeanor. A task for me? Indeed. Lin Fan smiled slightly. You are well aware of your obligations. As a direct disciple of the ancestor, you ought to demonstrate exemplary performance in the sect's tasks. Qi Ling immediately stood tall, affirming that as a member of the human race, He indeed had a duty to assist his master in eradicating the forces of the celestial demons. Such a solemnly entrusted task from his master must undoubtedly conceal some astonishing secret. It could potentially influence the current situation. Qi Ling took the document, reading the task's contents with a profound sense of responsibility, only to find himself frozen in place. In a remote village on the border of the Great Wei dynasty in the vast Holy Land, a malevolent cultivator of the third tier of human realm was recently eradicated. However, subsequent investigations revealed that this nefarious being had kept a magical hound of the first tier of human realm, which is yet to be located. To prevent this creature from inflicting harm upon the surrounding populace, a group of practitioners has been dispatched to capture it. Should they encounter any threat, they are authorized to eliminate the beast on the spot. Is there a possibility of danger? Qi Ling pondered, his mind inundated with questions. Thus, the solemn task entrusted to him by his master was to capture a dog of the first tier? Lin Fan interjected, emphasizing the significant risks involved in this undertaking, yet he expressed confidence in Qi Ling's ability to succeed. After all, the esteemed disciple's cultivation level was on par with that of the dog, and in the absence of a solid foundation and mastery of divine abilities, a mere human might indeed find it challenging to contend with a creature of equal standing. Therefore, for one newly embarking on the path of cultivation, this mission was undeniably fraught with peril, significant danger. Indeed, Qi Ling fell into deep contemplation, suddenly realizing that the task was far more complex than it appeared at first glance. Surely, his master would not have penned a directive on paper instructing him to capture a celestial demon. Certain prophecies obtained through divination could not directly divulge heavenly secrets. Thus, this assignment was a veiled hint. Given that even his master acknowledged the potential hazards involved, it must truly pose a threat. Yes, Qi Ling solemnly accepted the task, drawing his sword and raising it high into the air. I shall not disappoint my master. Lin Fan gazed at the broken sword in his hand, rendered speechless. When will this fellow wield a more suitable weapon? I hope he completes the mission swiftly, for we must participate in the sect's joint conference afterward. Alas, and there are those even more perilous foes to contend with. It is truly a daunting task. Observing the worried expression of his master, Qi Ling could not help but feel a surge of determination. This time he must give it his all. Qi Ling accepted his mission and set forth, accompanied discreetly by an elder of the fourth tier of the celestial realm, for the protection of the sect's prodigy was of paramount importance. With a formidable guardian of such caliber, it was assured that this mission would proceed smoothly, devoid of any peril. In warfare, strategy reigns supreme. On a peak enveloped in mist, a man clad in a gray robe adorned with golden patterns sat at the center, flanked by another man in a gray robe marked with black designs. Surrounding them were hundreds of demon warriors, half kneeling on the ground, approximately one-third exuding the aura of the celestial realm, while the rest were uniformly experts of the earth realm. This was the elite vanguard of the foreign demon race. In the realm of truly top-tier combat, the numbers of earth realm cultivators hold little significance. Their presence may even hinder the mobility of the troops. The foremost demon was none other than Colnon, one of the four holy disciples under the dominion of the foreign demon king, who at that moment was beaming with delight as he expounded upon strategies. Standing beside him was naturally one of the 12 saints, a master of the third tier of the sacred realm. Were it not for Colnon's presence, this individual would undoubtedly assume command of the battalion. The formidable army of the Demon King has yet to truly arrive in this celestial realm. What has come is merely the vanguard. They have not launched an overt assault. For the combat capabilities of other races in this domain remain uncertain, necessitating reconnaissance. According to the intelligence we have gathered, aside from the current human saint ancestor, there are no other experts of higher than saint level among the human race, rendering their overall combat prowess lamentably weak. Fragmentary reports suggest that the human saint ancestor is likely a formidable expert at the third tier of the saint realm. However, upon my analysis, he is more probably an adept of the saintly disciple realm. The saintly disciple realm. This nearly signifies the apex of martial prowess in the lower realms. Yet, distinctions exist even among disciples. Kelnorn smiled subtly. This human saint ancestor has only recently exhibited extraordinary combat abilities. Prior to that, the entire human race had been consistently subdued by our brethren here. Thus, we have ample justification to ascertain that he has likely only just transcended to this realm. I am confident that I could subdue him single-handedly, without requiring the intervention of His Majesty the Demon King. The subordinates expressed their agreement in unison, while Kelnorn revealed a cunning glimmer in his eyes. However, I do not intend to confront him directly. As I have previously stated, warfare relies on strategy. Perhaps we can devise a means to seize upon certain weaknesses of his in advance. At that moment, a demon of the heavenly realm stood forth, according to reliable intelligence. The human saint ancestor has no relatives or companions, but recently, he has taken in an exceptionally talented disciple, undoubtedly a cherished possession. Indeed, Kelnong responded with a smile. First, let us devise a plan to capture this disciple of mine. With such a hostage in our possession, even if we cannot resort to threats, it will undoubtedly disrupt their mental state. In conflicts of our caliber, this alone is sufficient to ensure their defeat. Ha! Truly, your wisdom is unparalleled, my lord. This is indeed a brilliant strategy. Allow me to employ my divination techniques to ascertain the location of our adversary. They are unlikely to anticipate the presence of saintly-level divination power, and thus would never employ counter-divination of such magnitude against their own disciple. How could such a feeble human withstand the might of your greatness? The demon residing in the cave chuckled with unrestrained joy. The army of the demon king has arrived. Yet another celestial realm is poised to fall. Chapter 133. You disappoint me. Is someone attempting to divine my whereabouts? As Qi Ling walked along the path, a peculiar expression crossed his face. The ineptitude of their divination technique was so glaringly poor that he could easily pinpoint them. One must wonder how weak they truly are. However, one must ponder why anyone in the lower realm would direct their divination towards me. No one should be aware of his true identity down there. Reflecting on the sudden task bestowed upon him by his master, Qi Ling couldn't help but nod slightly. This situation reeks of intrigue. Could it be that my master deliberately wishes to use me to draw out the hidden puppet master? My mission this time is to capture a hound of the celestial demon. With a faint smile, Qi Ling withdrew the divination protection enveloping him. Given the disparity in combat prowess between himself and his adversary, had he not voluntarily relinquished his power, the opponent might have perished from the backlash. Divination is far from a harmless endeavor, especially when confronting the unknown. Let us see what kind of catch he can reel in this time. Eureka! Kelnon laughed heartily. That fellow actually ventured outside the sect. Judging by his location, he must be on a mission. Truly, fortune favors me. This allows for an effortless capture, as my divination techniques will not alarm anyone. Come, this marks our inaugural step towards victory. In the borderlands of the Great Wei dynasty, Qi Ling arrived through the portal, adhering to the standard protocols, temporarily seeking refuge in an inn. In truth, he could have arrived in a single teleportation, but to avoid drawing attention and to convincingly portray himself as a genuine senior disciple, he chose not to save that brief moment of time. A perilous mission indeed. Qi Ling constantly reminded himself of this phrase. Hence, even upon reaching the designated location, he refrained from activating a vast range of spiritual perception to investigate. As a cultivator, one must possess ample patience. The elder at the fourth level of the heavenly realm concealed himself in the shadows, observing quietly, reflecting that indeed, novice cultivators often lack experience. Do they not know how to initiate such tasks, merely sitting idly instead? After all, he is a direct disciple of the holy ancestor. Should he not extend a helping hand, perhaps to offer a reminder? Just as he was lost in thought, his expression suddenly shifted as an overwhelmingly powerful aura approached with alarming speed. Ha ha ha! How pitiful and feeble you are, sitting here in blissful ignorance, utterly unaware of the impending danger. Such ignorance might indeed be a form of fortune. A figure from the celestial realm of the demon clan materialized within the inn's room, its claw-like hand reaching out menacingly towards Qi Ling. This is bad. It's a member of the demon clan. Damn it. How did they discover our intelligence? They've even dispatched a formidable expert to assassinate our genius. The elder, not daring to hesitate, instantly materialized beside him. The audacity of sending a celestial realm demon to eliminate their terrestrial genius was indeed staggering. Yet, alas, that demon was merely at the third level of the celestial realm, while he himself was at the fourth. A surge of powerful energy erupted in the inn's room. The elder, leveraging his superior cultivation, managed to protect Qi Ling while Qi Ling stood silently, using his own true energy to shield his quarters. Clearly, he had no intention of obliterating the entire inn. It would be far too unfortunate for the innocent mortals within to perish due to such an affair. With a confident smile, the elder turned to Qi Ling and reassured him, there is no need for concern. The holy ancestor has long been prepared. What better preparation could there be than having a formidable master at the fourth level of the celestial realm personally safeguarding you? Any assassins from the demon clan will be repelled. The fourth level of the celestial realm was indeed a watershed moment. Unless a super genius wields an extraordinary artifact, it is virtually impossible for a third-level celestial to defeat a fourth-level adversary. This understanding is the source of the elder's confidence. Meanwhile, Qi Ling could not help but exhale in relief, realizing that his master had been prepared all along. Should he say as expected? With this assurance, he felt emboldened to take risks, knowing that his master would undoubtedly support him from the shadows. The assassin from the demon clan was evidently gravely injured under the intensity of a higher-level attack, spitting out blood before retreating repeatedly. This significantly bolstered the elder's confidence, prompting him to laugh heartily and point a finger at the opponent. Today, no matter who comes, you shall perish here. Then, with startling swiftness, several shadowy figures materialized within the room, each exuding an increasingly potent aura, causing the confined space to feel overwhelmingly cramped. These were the silhouettes of several celestial demons. At the forefront stood a man clad in a gray robe adorned with dark patterns, emanating a terrifying pressure indicative of saint-level power. I was merely boasting. I did not intend for you to actually summon reinforcements. The elder stood there, utterly bewildered. Who could elucidate the situation for him? The demon clan had dispatched a leader-level figure to eliminate the talents on their side. Was this not an excessive measure? Wait, I do not recognize this individual. All saint-level figures from the demon clan are, of course, documented within the human ranks, and those celestials with potential to ascend to saint level are meticulously recorded as well. As an elder of the human race, he should be familiar with every high-ranking demon. Yet, the visage of the man before him was strikingly unfamiliar. The saint of the demon clan merely cast a fleeting glance at him before shifting his focus to Qi Ling. Young friend, accompany us for a while. A surge of potent demonic energy struck the elder, sending him hurtling backward. Yet, upon regaining his senses, he discovered that what should have been a fatal blow had inflicted no harm upon him, as if an invisible force had enveloped him. The demon saint's thoughts momentarily froze. His right hand remained poised aloft, though his gaze had fixated upon the ceiling. Why was he staring at the ceiling? It dawned on him that his head had already found repose upon the floor, almost before they realized it. The heads of all present demons had soared high into the air, accompanied by a chilling flash of sword light that lingered in the atmosphere, undissipated. The demons stood frozen in place, oblivious to their own demise. Throughout the encounter, they had failed to detect the slightest fluctuation of true energy emanating from their adversary. Frankly, you have left me quite disappointed. In their desperation to break free from the seal, the celestial demons would resort to employing individuals like you as their pawns. I hope among you lies a formidable fish that can satisfy my expectations. Qi Ling wielded his broken sword, his gaze traversing vast distances, crossing inns and mountains. Honing in on the shadowy figure, the Saint Colnon felt a prickling sense of dread. This is bad. We have fallen into a trap. Chapter 134. Speak. Where is your main force? They had been ensnared, caught in the web laid by their opponent. Damn it. A being capable of annihilating my demon clan with a single strike must possess at least the cultivation of a saint. In that fleeting moment, Kuernong comprehended everything. Before him stood not merely a favored disciple, but the very embodiment of the human race's sacred ancestor. The adversary had employed a form of divination, more terrifying than his own, to foresee their arrival and had personally ambushed them. What prodigious power this was! Surely, only the Demon King could be deemed a worthy rival. With this thought, his expression hardened once more. Nevertheless, I am one of the 4 esteemed disciples of the Demon King, a formidable practitioner at the 8th tier of the saint level. My millennia of cultivation, even if insufficient to vanquish you, should allow me to retreat unscathed. He let out a cold snort, but fell silent thereafter. A chilling sword aura enveloped his surroundings, rendering him immobile, as if he were bound by an unseen force. His protective spiritual energy shattered like thin parchment. The sword aura, though not directly striking him, instilled within him an overwhelming dread. What is this? Even the Demon King has never wielded such terrifying might, has he? By the heavens, what manner of being have they ensnared? Is this truly a saint-level existence? Qi Ling swiftly appeared before this individual, refraining from delivering a fatal blow. 8th tier saint. How feeble. He is likely not of significant import, merely a frontline soldier. The very definition of cannon fodder. However, as a minion of the celestial demon, he might still possess valuable intelligence. With a swift motion, he struck Kuernong's face, leaving the latter momentarily dazed. Speak. Unwilling to divulge. I see. A stubborn one, indeed. Qi Ling swung a powerful slap, causing one side of his face to swell significantly. Speak. Will you talk? You haven't even asked. Kurlong replied, his expression filled with despair. Cough, cough. Still trying to be stubborn. Qi Ling swiftly delivered another heavy strike, showing no mercy to the minion of the celestial demon, before continuing his inquiry. Where's your main force? Their main force? As a formidable saintly warrior, leading a group of 3 from the sacred realm alongside numerous earth and sky realm fighters. They should be more than capable of sweeping through any sect within this celestial domain. Surely, this constituted a genuine main force. My lord, I am the main force. Kurlong stammered, trembling at the audacity of the claim. How dare you lie? You weakling, you dare to call yourself the main force? Another resounding slap left Kurlong utterly bewildered. With tears and snot streaming down his face, he pleaded, You must believe me. I truly am the main force, including myself. My lord the Demon King has dispatched 3 elite armies for reconnaissance. The other 2 armies are only slightly less equipped than mine. In this life and death moment, Kurlong suddenly realized that his loyalty to the great Demon King seemed rather tenuous. If their strengths were comparable, he might have fought fiercely to protect his honor. However, given the current circumstances, death seemed inevitable, and fighting back was uncertain. Slightly less equipped than yours. Qilin mused, incredulous. And you dare to call this a grand army? Do you harbor any misconceptions about the term army? I could easily summon a band of brigands from my hometown to annihilate you. What sort of place is your hometown, I wonder? Kelnorn was tempted to utter a curse from the demon realm. But then he heard Qilin let out a faint sigh. I never expected you to be such a man. Resolutely guarding your secrets, and even fabricating false intelligence to deceive me. I assure you, I am not deceiving you. Damn it. Very well. Since you refuse to betray your master even in death, I shall grant you a dignified demise. Wait, I don't particularly desire dignity. I've already told you that you wouldn't believe me anyway. What is it that you wish to hear from me? Kelnorn, in a state of despair, began to ramble. I've already informed you. Beneath the 3rd mountain over there, a formidable figure is orchestrating a plan to annihilate the world. Hidden within is a legion of tens of thousands of demon warriors, each one a master in their own right. They can even emit sword energy from their rears, carving the likeness of the ancestral figure of humanity onto tofu, and the statues turn out to be strawberry flavored. I was merely dispatched to seek a secret technique that would prevent them from injuring their own posteriors when unleashing their sword energy. So, is that sufficiently sensational? Regardless, you won't believe anything I say. If you're still interested, I can continue fabricating. After Kelnorn had vented his existential despair, he finally opened his eyes to find Qilin deep in thought, clearly having missed the last part of his speech. This fellow. Could it be that he actually believes me? Qilin furrowed his brow in astonishment. To emit sword energy from one's posterior without the aid of magical artifacts indicates that the mastery of the sword path has nearly reached the realm where one embodies the sword itself. Moreover, such terrifying sword energy can carve statues in tofu without damaging it. This level of control is truly astonishing. A person capable of these feats must possess cultivation that is undoubtedly no less than that of a saint sovereign. Furthermore, they must be a sword cultivator with profound expertise in the art of sword energy, and to think that there are tens of thousands of such sword cultivators. Tens of thousands of masters above the saint sovereign level lie buried in the lower realms, poised to unleash destruction upon the world at any moment. What a terrifying prospect. It stands to reason that only such a grave matter could warrant the attention of my master, prompting him to send me here to ascertain the situation. Yet, why must there be a statue of the ancestral saint of humanity carved? There might be some deeper significance to this, but it is not something Qilin should ponder at present. He immediately turned his gaze back to Kurlong. Is there any further intelligence available? How vexing. Now that I'm being serious, I find myself at a loss for words. Let me think about how to formulate this. Ahem, let me recall once more. His mind raced while his body attuned to the sword energy surrounding him. This sword energy indeed restricted his movements, but strictly speaking, it was merely a form of intimidation, without any intention of direct attack. This fellow's cultivation is certainly not that of a saint. He must be a formidable expert who has slipped down from the upper realms. This makes things much simpler. As a saint and a confidant of the demon lord, Kurlong was naturally privy to certain clandestine secrets of the upper realm. Whenever an individual in the lower realm exhibited powers that defied the natural order, the enforcers from the upper realm would intervene, capturing or eliminating these disruptors on the spot. With a proper utilization of the enforcers, I might just orchestrate a counterattack. Chapter 135. What the boss? The observation conducted by the enforcers of the lower realm is far from the simplistic notion held by most. The pinnacle of the lower realm is the saint level, and once one attains the status of a saint sovereign, ascension is possible. Those who reach such heights in the lower realm become sought-after individuals upon their ascension, with boundless prospects ahead. Thus, nearly no one opts to remain below. Yet, nearly does not encompass all, for even if a saint sovereign from the lower realm is reluctant to ascend, the upper realm will dispatch emissaries to extend a cordial invitation, ensuring that no saint sovereign level combatants appear openly in the lower realm. Many who possess only a fragment of the enforcer's secrets are easily misled into believing that their surveillance is overly simplistic, only activating in response to power surpassing the saint level. However, the reality is starkly different. There once was a rogue from the upper realm who, at great expense, sneaked into the lower realm, masquerading as a master of the saint level, with aspirations of becoming a local tyrant. This individual's true cultivation was at the saint sovereign level. Yet upon descending to the lower realm, he refrained from displaying even the saint-level prowess, only managing to unleash combat strength equivalent to the second tier of the saint level. Nevertheless, within a matter of days, he was captured and returned. The reasoning is quite straightforward. Each celestial domain is divided into distinct regions, with each region monitored by a member of the enforcer team. This team member is undoubtedly well-versed in the formidable figures within his designated area. Therefore, should an unfamiliar and enigmatic saintly realm expert suddenly emerge, he would be promptly identified as a suspect. The subsequent procedures are quite familiar. The team member descends to personally assess the individual's cultivation level, and upon discovery, an immediate arrest ensues. There is no escape for anyone. This explains why many upper realm experts, after stealthily descending, first seek a secluded place to hide, wary of drawing attention. Some even go so far as to disguise themselves as prodigies of certain clans, gradually unlocking their powers from the ground up. However, to remain in the lower realm for an extended period demands a tremendous sacrifice. Those capable of doing so often harbor ulterior motives and are unlikely to reveal themselves in haste. In truth, the number of upper realm experts who have slipped down is not insignificant. Yet, while some impulsive newcomers are apprehended shortly after their arrival, others remain hidden, choosing to lie low. Additionally, the lower realm is replete with celestial domains, and with such dispersion, it appears outwardly tranquil, devoid of any signs of upper realm experts. Kiranong must concede that this particular upper realm expert possesses considerable cunning. He has crafted a plausible identity for himself, the ancestor of humanity. This allows him to employ saintly realm-level powers in public without attracting undue attention. However, by directly assuming the role of a public figure, one inevitably becomes overly active in the public eye. A single misstep could lead to irreparable consequences. Just like the current situation, Kiranong smirked to himself. Their present location is far from a secret realm. To an observer from the upper realm, it is akin to being in plain sight. He is a master of the saintly realm. The opponent could easily subdue him, at the very least. Their cultivation level would undoubtedly be on par, or even superior to his own. Such prowess clearly surpassed what one would expect from a progenitor of the human race. Kelnorn need not rely on the enforcers from the upper realms to eliminate him. A mere visit from one individual would suffice for his natural rescue. Simultaneously, the adversary would inevitably expose their whereabouts, plunging themselves into an endless pursuit and rendering them powerless to address their affairs. In such a scenario, His Majesty the Demon King could seize the opportunity to lead his forces in obliterating the human race within this celestial domain. Ha ha ha. He is indeed a genius. Now, all that remains is to buy time. Allow me to regale you with tales of the demon's exquisite swordsmanship. Just as Kelnorn was speaking, a sudden wave of pressure descended upon him, causing his expression to brighten. Esteemed enforcer, this individual is undoubtedly a trespasser from the upper realms. Please, swiftly bring him to justice. At last, his weight had borne fruit. His cunning plan to stall had not been in vain. I see now. The enforcer of the saint level, with a calm gesture, perused the information he had received. The individual before him was the direct disciple of a progenitor from the lower realms, possessing a mere first-level cultivation. How absurd it is to think that one could so easily restrain a saint with such a trivial level of power. Has the cultivation of the lower realms truly degraded to this extent? Surrendering without resistance, the enforcer scrutinized Qi Ling's face, a slight frown forming upon his brow. It was only at this moment, face to face, that he had the opportunity to examine the other's features, yet the more he looked, the more familiar they seemed. Good heavens, boss. A sudden sense of absurdity surged within this team member, as if the police had unexpectedly apprehended the director. A shiver coursed through him, causing his voice to tremble. In such a place, surely no one would dare to masquerade as the chief of a law enforcement division, especially one of such esteemed rank as a saint. Qi Ling silently unfastened a token from his waist, shaking it gently in his hand. I am on a covert mission. You need not concern yourself with matters in this area. Remember, you have seen nothing, heard nothing, and nothing has transpired here. Yes, boss. The figure of the law enforcement officer vanished in an instant, his speed astonishing. Kuernong was left bewildered. The savior he had long awaited turned out to be a mere subordinate? No. Was it not amusing that a high-ranking officer from the law enforcement team had come down to impersonate a leader of the human race? Qi Ling displayed a benevolent smile, then cracked his knuckles, producing a series of sharp sounds. Come, let us continue our discussion regarding the Demon Legion. You must possess many secrets to divulge, do you not? You fool. There is no Demon Legion. How could anything possibly emit sword energy from its posterior? With the law enforcement team being his last glimmer of hope now extinguished, Kuernong's composure shattered entirely, and he began to curse vehemently. After all, even if he complied, they would not spare his life. It was highly likely they would extract every ounce of value from him before executing him. It was better to vent his frustrations before facing death. Truly, he was a man of grit. Qi Ling clapped his hands, recognizing that he had lost his leverage. Yet this man still sought to mislead him with his final breaths. Mislead you? Nonsense. You would sooner believe in a legion of demons capable of unleashing sword energy from their very posteriors than accept that I am the main force. I respect your loyalty, yet it is regrettably misplaced. The demons are hardly worthy of such devotion. Qi Ling extended his palm, and in an instant, an overwhelming force surged forth, swiftly extracting the soul of Colnon. As an enforcer, I ought not to resort to such brutal methods. But when it concerns a legion of demons capable of annihilating the world, I am left with no choice. He intended to forcibly delve into the depths of his mind, to extract the memories concealed within. Moments later, Colnon's memories had been fully assimilated by Qi Ling, revealing conspicuously no trace of the demons. Alas, Qi Ling sighed deeply. Indeed, the demons possess the ability to erase memories even in the face of death. Have I truly underestimated the game? Chapter 136. Not even capturing a single dog? He turned his gaze towards the mountains, and while he could not fully trust the notion of a demon legion capable of such absurd feats, the recollection of his first encounter with his master and the ominous words about the apocalypse weighed heavily on his mind. Tens of thousands of saint-level masters could spell disaster for the upper realm. Yet, it had not yet reached the point of world-ending calamity. Forget about the Saint Emperor. If only a contingent of Saint Kings were dispatched, even tens of thousands of saint-level beings could be brought to heal. However, Qi Ling contemplated matters of a more profound nature. If such a legion truly exists, then the one who created it poses the greatest threat. It is imperative to promptly report the situation here to our master. He does not intend to personally investigate. Encountering the demonic legion head-on would surely spell disaster for him. With his current strength at the second rank of the Holy Monarch, he could easily dispatch hundreds or even thousands of holy sovereigns in a battle of attrition. After all, a mere slap for each would suffice, merely requiring a few more swings. However, if these holy sovereigns were to unite in their assault, one must remember that there exists a phenomenon in the cultivation world known as the United Divine Technique, capable of transforming quantitative changes into qualitative ones. Should 1,000 holy sovereigns form a grand formation, even a first-rank holy monarch would find themselves obliterated. Regardless, as long as the intelligence from this place is accurately conveyed to our master, it matters not whether the demonic legion truly exists. Our master will have his own plans in place. He immediately turned to the bewildered elder. We must return. The elder clearly had yet to grasp the situation, pondering why the esteemed disciple of the holy ancestor had suddenly displayed such extraordinary prowess. What on earth is happening in this world? Qi Ling simply replied nonchalantly. This is all part of our master's plan. Oh, now I understand. The elder's face lit up with a knowing smile. As he finally comprehended the unfolding events, everything had been orchestrated by the holy ancestor. He foresaw the demonic clan's intention to send individuals to eliminate their prodigy. This intelligence may have stemmed from a spy within the demonic clan or perhaps from the master's prophetic abilities. In any case, there were certainly no shortages of avenues through which he could acquire such knowledge. Thus, he preemptively infused a portion of his power into his disciple, deliberately enticing the opponent into a trap, and at the crucial moment, unleashed a devastating force to annihilate the enemy. The elder stroked his gray and white beard. Are we returning already? It seems your task remains unfinished. After all, he recalled that this individual had come with the intention of capturing a first-level dog from the human realm. Now that the demon clan had been completely eradicated, it would be quite convenient to retrieve the dog. Task? Are you referring to the mission of investigating the celestial demons? Qi Ling furrowed his brow, given the current circumstances. The situation is unclear, and the risks involved are exceedingly high. I have decided to return to the sect to report to my master before determining our next course of action. What? Capturing a first-level dog from the human realm is deemed too perilous? The elder's lips twitched, pondering to himself whether this top disciple had indeed become so timid, unable to confront even a dog of the same realm. Clearly, The blessing from the ancestral sage had worn off, and he had reverted to his original strength. I could actually assist you. Qi Ling stole a glance at the elder's 4th-level celestial realm strength and sighed. No, it is far too dangerous. Let us return to the sect first. What? Has the esteemed elder, a 4th-level celestial being, become incapable of defeating even a dog in the eyes of his disciple? In a daze, the elder ultimately could not persuade Qi Ling, and the two returned to the sect together. Congratulations, host, on completing a phase of your mission by dispatching troops to eliminate one of the 3 armies of the otherworldly Demon King. Current cumulative cultivation, 2nd-level celestial realm. Lin Fan, who had been soundly asleep, sat up in confusion. When did I annihilate the Demon King's army? This world is indeed replete with phenomena that elude human comprehension. The following day, Qi Ling returned to the sect with the elder through the customary teleportation array, and immediately proceeded to seek an audience with Lin Fan. Master, I have uncovered significant intelligence in the border mountains. There may be a legion of demonic beings present. Each of these creatures possesses the ability to emit sword qi from their posteriors, capable of carving your likeness into tofu. I believe this warrants urgent attention, and we must dispatch personnel to ascertain the situation. Lin Fan stood in stunned silence, momentarily at a loss for words. Was his eldest disciple, overwhelmed by pressure, truly deluded? Wait, so this fellow merely made a circuit to the mission site and returned with such an absurd report, ultimately failing to complete the task? Therefore, you did not capture that dog after all. Qi Ling lowered his gaze in shame, admitting, indeed, I did not. The situation ahead remains unclear, so I decided it prudent to report back. Have I disappointed you, master? The group he encountered consisted of mere saint-level beings. Certainly unworthy of being labeled as the minions of a celestial demon, they were little more than insignificant creatures. The genuine task entrusted to him by his master remained unfulfilled. Lin Fan found himself enveloped in profound exasperation. To have fled without even engaging a mere 1st-level human dog. How could one sink to such depths of cowardice? Even if he returned, he ought to have concocted a more plausible excuse. What was this nonsense about a demonic legion capable of sculpting tofu with sword qi? And why must the likeness be his own? As his foremost disciple, how could one be so inept? Although a prodigy, he has only just embarked upon the path of cultivation. It seems rather excessive to thrust him into a confrontation with adversaries of equal standing. Enough of this matter. You need not concern yourself with it. Lin Fan spoke with a countenance replete with complexity, adding that he would assign other tasks in due course. A trifling task to pass the time would suffice. Lin Fan's most profound realization since ascending to the status of holy ancestor was that one must never harbor overly high expectations for one's subordinates. Indeed, it appears that the master has long possessed a solution for this situation. A mere legion of demons poses no genuine threat. Now, let us set aside the matter of tasks for the moment. The joint sect conference is imminent, and as my foremost disciple, you must make an appearance. This gathering is of great significance to us, so I implore you to take it to heart. The joint sect conference? Of great importance? Qi Ling pondered briefly. The master's assertion of its significance surely transcended that of mere local affairs, implying extensive ramifications. Thus, the upcoming conference, while ostensibly harmonious, may indeed harbor the potential for the presence of celestial demons? After all, the master had no obligation to accept this invitation and squander time. Yet he chose to do so, which speaks volumes. Qi Ling immediately straightened his posture. This time, I shall not disappoint my master. Enough of this. In this perilous realm, merely showing one's face is a feat in itself, yet you aspire for more? Chapter 137. Total annihilation of 3 roots. Communication with Lord Kurlorn has been severed. On the desolate road, a group of individuals clad in gray robes convenes to deliberate their strategies. They are the 2nd division of the demonic army dispatched by the Dark Lord, yet their leader is no longer a saint, but merely a 3rd-tier Saint Realm practitioner. The abrupt loss of contact with the Saint Realm powerhouse has cast a shadow of trepidation upon them. One of the demons, betraying a hint of fear, remarked, "This cursed place indeed harbors profound depths. The human race is far more formidable than it appears. Among them lies at least one Saint Realm expert, whom I suspect to be that human ancestor." The other demons nodded in agreement, and one further suggested, "It seems imperative that we investigate the situation more thoroughly before devising our next course of action. But why have we chosen to encamp in such a desolate wilderness? There isn't even a soul in sight to gather intelligence from." No sooner had he spoken than a young man emerged from the dark and eerie path. His visage was strikingly handsome, clad in simple garb adorned with hues of black and yellow, suggesting he was no mere mortal. Is it possible that a cultivator roams this forsaken place? Moreover, he appears to be of the human race. The leading saint immediately signaled his subordinates to approach and assess the situation. A demon of the earth realm swaggered forward, positioning himself defiantly before the young man. In this domain, the cultivation level of solitary practitioners is typically modest. Even an Earth Realm practitioner is considered a formidable expert, with a Saint Realm presence in their ranks. This demon felt emboldened to act with audacity. Upon careful observation, it became evident that the aura emanating from the other party was merely at the 9th level of the human realm. With this realization, he felt no further reservations. "Who are you?" asked Songli. The demon clan immediately turned to their sage and declared, "He claims to be a gift-bearer." Songli was left speechless, pondering how he had merely descended to the lower realms only to encounter a group of imbeciles. Yet, if he were to assert that he was indeed here to present gifts, it wouldn't be entirely untrue. He discerned that these individuals were all from the demon clan. But he had no intention of resorting to violence. He had come to the lower realms with a mission and did not wish to provoke the law enforcement team by slaughtering a group of demons. That would be a fruitless endeavor. The sage stepped forward. "Young man, you claim to be a gift-bearer. To whom do you intend to present these gifts?" Songli placed his hands on his hips, his tone tinged with impatience. "Why should it concern you to whom I offer gifts? Even if I were to present them to the human race's saint ancestor, that would be of no consequence to you, would it?" Gasped. "Gifts for the human race's saint ancestor." Upon hearing this name, the sage instinctively took a step back, but quickly regained his composure. The aura of Lord Kelnorn had vanished, likely due to an ambush by the human race's saint clan. This at least indicated that the human race's saint ancestor was not present here, but rather with Kelnorn. Given his strength, he could not hope to contend with a formidable opponent of the saintly realm, yet if he could intercept the offerings beforehand, it would certainly vex the opposition. Moreover, the items personally delivered to the human race's saint ancestor could hardly be of inferior quality. Perhaps they were celestial treasures that might grant him the opportunity to ascend to that realm as well. "Young man, hand over the items. You have been robbed." The sage laughed heartily, his aura radiating without reservation. Songli momentarily revealed a peculiar smile, extending a finger towards himself. "Are you saying you intend to rob me?" "Nonsense. Quickly hand over your belongings, and perhaps I might grant you a swift end. Otherwise, I shall cast you into my clan's 18-layer dungeon, where you shall endure torment until your demise." With a gentle cough, Songli then displayed a radiant smile. "I am aware of a hidden realm nearby, rich with treasures. Let us converse there." "Such a fortunate opportunity? Truly, you are a local, well-informed indeed. Lead the way promptly. If there are indeed valuable items, perhaps we might reward you with a tome of magical arts, allowing you to join our ranks. Congratulations, host, on completing a phased task, indirectly leading to the elimination of one of the Demon King's 3 armies. Current cultivation level, 3rd layer of Heavenly Realm." Lin Fan once again rose from the bed, a perplexed expression adorning his face as he scratched his head. "Has the system malfunctioned today? Damn it. The communication with the other 2 armies has been completely severed." The leader of the final army was both bewildered and filled with dread. "Our intelligence is flawed. The enemy may possess 2 experts at the saint level. Even in the worst-case scenario, we face 1 saint and 1 at the 3rd layer of the saint realm." The subordinates around him gasped in alarm. "What shall we do? This place is far too perilous. We must swiftly reunite with His Majesty the Demon King and conclude our mission." The leader of the saints gritted his teeth fiercely, declaring, "However, we must not allow that group of humans to feel too comfortable. Before we depart, we must instigate some destruction. Eliminate all the people in the surrounding area. Kill on sight. Leave not a single survivor. Then we shall retreat immediately." "Understood." The elite demonic forces surged forth from their stronghold. The human race does not consist solely of the vast sacred land. Numerous smaller sects, established by practitioners of the heavenly and earthly realms, also exist beneath this grand banner. These smaller sects are fundamentally affiliated with the once great 9 sacred lands and can be regarded as subordinate sects of the sacred lands, contributing to the human-demon conflict. Nearby, there lies one such minor sect. Its leader possesses merely the cultivation of the 9th level of the earthly realm, should they enter a sacred land. They wouldn't even qualify as an elder, easily obliterated with a mere gesture. The demons, consumed by wild laughter, gathered violet-black flames in their hands, when suddenly 2 figures passed by the entrance of this modest sect. One appeared as a chivalrous warrior, his exposed skin wrapped in bandages, enveloped by an aura tinged with a peculiar energy, reminiscent of a mutated primordial spirit clan. The other donned a simple cloth robe, a black and white mask concealing his face, with several flags hanging at his waist, exuding an even more sinister presence. These 2 individuals did not seem to belong to the human race. Would they make a move? "Of course," came the curt reply. "The order from our leader was to kill on sight, leave not a single living soul. If blame is to be placed, it rests solely on these 2 fools for passing by at this moment. Engage them." A raging demonic flame descended from the sky. The Xiantian evil emperor looked up and spoke with a hint of resignation. I find myself rather indifferent to the presence of a few more souls from the demon race within the emperor's banner. The enigmatic Imo Xiaoka beside me smiled and remarked, I am quite curious about the level of your current prowess. Are we not both acutely aware that our capabilities transcend the ordinary classifications of cultivation? However, dealing with these minor kalami is indeed well within our grasp. Imo Xiaoka crossed his arms and inquired, but are you certain you wish to take action? It could draw the attention of the enforcement team. If I were to be apprehended by the enforcement team, I might as well find a block of tofu to dash myself against, as there would be no room for discussing grand plans. A shared smile graced both our faces. Today is destined to be an unforgettable day. Chapter 138. The joint conference of sects Yog is presently in a state of panic. Who can inform him as to why the 3 elite armies dispatched by His Majesty the Demon King have lost all communication? It is imperative to note that among them are individuals of saintly caliber. The life tokens of those above the saint realm remain in the hands of His Majesty the Demon King. Thus Yog is yet unaware whether these missing powerhouses have perished or simply vanished, yet this does little to alleviate his anxiety. He hastily sought out Drelson, only to find this individual surrounded by a throng of demons in a clandestine chamber, engaged in some unknown plotting. Yog lowered his voice. Can these individuals be trusted? Drelson paused, then turned to survey the room filled with his underlings, before rising solemnly and placing a hand on Yog's shoulder. Rest assured, there is not a single infiltrator among us. Yog sighed in relief, only to be overcome by a sudden expression of terror. I must inform you of a grave matter. Do not be too shocked. The ancestor of the human race you are confronting may very well be a formidable being, transcending the sacred realm, a true saint-level powerhouse. The demons stared at him, an eerie silence enveloping the room. Yug was taken aback, perplexed by their lack of reaction. Given such explosive news, a modicum of response would have been expected. Drelson was the first to react, slamming his hand on the table. What did you say? He is such a formidable opponent. The demons behind him quickly grasped the situation, and a wave of despair washed over them, with some weeping profusely, while others rolled on the ground in anguish, even crashing into walls in their distress. This reaction seemed rather excessive. Yug cleared his throat, contemplating why these individuals had reacted so sluggishly before. Perhaps their shock had rendered them momentarily speechless. Previously, they had not received any concrete information, likely due to the enemy's deliberate concealment of their strength. However, with our forces now advancing, the adversary would no longer remain hidden. To speak candidly, all 3 divisions of our front lines have gone completely silent. We must reassess the enemy's combat capabilities. It is imperative that we refrain from further assaults before His Majesty the Demon King arrives. Do you understand? Drelson muttered in disbelief. No. I believe you need not remind us. We had no intention of launching an attack at all. Just moments after he relayed this information to the ancestor, the 3 divisions of the demon army were utterly annihilated. Although the outcome did not surprise Drelson, the speed at which events unfolded was rather astonishing. It seems that the constraints placed upon this celestial master in the lower realm are far less significant than we had anticipated. The air in the chamber rippled as an overwhelming surge of demonic energy approached, prompting Drelson to instinctively adopt a defensive stance, while Yog immediately wore a smile of reassurance. No need for alarm. He is one of us. This individual is one of the 4 great disciples under the Demon King, Li Doubting, a 7th-tier saint. As Drelson contemplated the name, he found himself filled with perplexity. The style of the name bore little resemblance to that of the demonic race. Rather, it possessed a distinctly human quality. Indeed, it was a name unmistakably aligned with humanity. Yet, the demonic aura emanating from this individual was undeniably genuine. To ascend to such a status within the demon clan, it was evident that, at least in essence, he was now a demon himself. Li Doubting appeared disinclined to elaborate on the origin of his name. He first turned to Drelson, offering a gentle smile. We are all demons, and we are one family. In due course, you too shall be able to serve under the Demon King as saints. His Majesty has always treated everyone fairly, never showing favoritism. You need not worry. Drelson narrowed his eyes, sensing the revelation of their true intentions. While they spoke of aiding their kin against humanity, the reality was that this was merely a scheme for assimilation. Although the demon clan here may lack saints, they possessed saints in other realms, along with a substantial number of beings from the celestial, earthly, and human realms. This constituted a formidable force. Moreover, due to the absence of saints, the leaders of the demon faction, after being incorporated into the Demon King's army, find themselves elevated only to the status of a saint, which will not pose any threat to the true elite. This will be a flawless annexation. They seemingly have no grounds for refusal. Compared to annihilation at the hands of the human race, joining another demon clan is indeed a splendid outcome. Thus, Lin, adhering to the typical mindset of a demon, smiled. Indeed, Your Excellency the Saint, we are naturally willing to follow His Majesty the Demon King. However, how do you intend to deal with the human ancestor? He is not an adversary to be trifled with. Please, do share swiftly, as I must relay this information. Li Doubting pondered for a few moments before responding. There is no rush. His Majesty the Demon King has indicated that we cannot act recklessly, for we cannot definitively ascertain the exact level of the opposing saint. Rest assured, he is not any sort of saint at all. Thus, we require an opportunity for close observation to gather more intelligence. This task will be undertaken by me, but it necessitates your cooperation. Close observation. Lin's lips twitched. If they possessed the capability for close observation, they would not fear being outmatched. After all, if one could ensure not being detected in close proximity, why not simply launch an assault? I have heard that you are soon to host a conference among sects. Li Doubting spoke again. I need you to accept this invitation, and then we shall accompany you. In such a grand assembly, we can observe openly, and the opposing party has no justification to strike us directly. After all, an event of this magnitude will undoubtedly draw the keen attention of the law enforcement teams from the upper realms. The existence of these enforcement teams serves as our safeguard. Drelson shrugged, pondering what could be done. Since they have stated their position, we might as well let them be. It would be best to wait for the arrival of the esteemed Demon King before taking action together, thus avoiding unnecessary complications. Very well. As the leader of the Demon Clan, I possess the authority to represent them in accepting this invitation. The date for the Sect Alliance Conference is swiftly approaching. We ought to commence our preparations today. Soon, the most splendid event in the celestial domain, the Sect Alliance Conference, will unfold at the symbolic sect. Except for certain reclusive sects and those mundane individuals utterly unacquainted with the cultivation world, this will be a matter of great significance for all cultivators. However, what astonishes everyone the most is that, after thousands of years of refusal, both the human and demon races have chosen to accept the invitation to this joint conference, even while they remain in a state of conflict. Atop the cloud-shrouded peak of the symbolic sect, the celestial symbol sage stands, partially concealed by mist, his gaze imbued with melancholy. Goodness, both the human and demon races are attending. Could this signify a momentous event? I hope it doesn't lead to the destruction of my sect. A millennium ago, I should have never agreed to host this assembly. Chapter 139. Who is this master in disguise? This is a most significant event. In the immense aerial carriage representing the vast sacred land, Lin Fan earnestly reminded his disciples, Qiling and Lin Xiaoming, regarding the impending actions for the Sect Alliance Conference. It is quite peculiar how cultivators behave. Although they could easily reach the symbolism sect via a few teleportation arrays, they stubbornly refuse to do so for the final stretch. They insist on showcasing their grandeur, employing an array of bizarre conveyances, with a multitude of disciples escorting them in a grand parade, all to manifest a sense of prestige. As my disciples, you both undoubtedly have your own responsibilities. However, rest assured, I shall arrange everything for you. The so-called Sect Alliance Conference is essentially a display of ostentation among the various sects, where everyone showcases their magical artifacts or prodigies to flaunt their prowess. The leaders, of course, will not personally step into the fray, as it would compromise their dignity as formidable beings. Thus, the direct disciples of the major factions become the representatives of their leaders' bravado. Whose prodigy possesses red-level talent? Whose prodigy boasts unparalleled comprehension? Whose prodigy has experienced extraordinary fortunes? Whose prodigy reigns supreme among peers? Ultimately, these are the same tired questions that have been paraded for thousands of years without any novelty. Lin Fan decided that it suffices for his two disciples to make an appearance based on their cultivation levels, and as for engaging in combat, he harbors no concerns. After all, should they lose, it would be entirely expected, given their cultivation at the first level of the human realm. Conversely, if they were to emerge victorious, the most awkward position would certainly not belong to them. Qiling appeared momentarily stunned. What did the master just say? This is an exceedingly significant endeavor. It appears that the presence of demonic entities is inevitable within this Sect Alliance Conference. Yet, I wonder if there is any correlation with the previously discovered demonic legion. Nevertheless, my master has assured us that he will arrange everything, thus I need not fret. The representatives of the vast sacred land were neither the first to arrive nor the last, for Lin Fan merely chose a random time to set forth. Observing the personnel from the vast sacred land entering, the celestial rune saint sighed softly. The progenitor of the human race deliberately chose this moment to make an entrance. Perhaps to convey a desire to refrain from displaying excessive arrogance? Yet, this did little to alleviate his mood. After all, The Sect Alliance Conference is fundamentally a stage for ostentation. If the attendees do not wish to present themselves grandly, it inevitably raises suspicions regarding their true intentions. During the waiting period, Lin Fan and his companions were naturally accorded exceptionally high honors. However, the extravagant nature of the reception left him exasperated. The spiritual fruits and elixirs served were entirely inedible. Each item was so perilous that a mere taste could lead to one's immediate demise. Qi Ling, in a casual manner, picked up a fruit intending to consume it, nearly inducing a cold sweat in Lin Fan. How could a mere mortal at the first layer of the human realm dare to ingest such perilous delicacies? Clearly, Lin Fan was blissfully unaware of the absurdity of his disdain towards Qi Ling's audacity. Do not eat that. It is not meant for you. Understood. Qi Ling, somewhat skeptical, set the fruit aside, yet he had no compelling reason to consume such an item. Since his master had spoken, it was prudent to comply. With approximately 3 days remaining until the official commencement of the Sect Alliance Conference, Lin Fan was contemplating further arrangements, albeit aimlessly. Suddenly, he observed a ripple in the void, and a figure emerged. Who could it be? Qi Ling instinctively grew wary, only to notice that his master exhibited no signs of concern. This realization allowed him to relax. After all, in such a situation, it was not he who ought to be anxious. If his master remained unfazed, what reason did he have to be alarmed? A Saint General could easily obliterate any threat, rendering worry unnecessary. Lin Fan was initially startled by the sudden appearance of this figure, momentarily frozen in shock. However, once he discerned the identity of the visitor, a sense of relief washed over him. It was Song Li, the junior who had previously referred to him incessantly as senior. He had been fortunate enough to become the bearer of the Sword of Salvation and ascended to the upper realms. But why had he descended so suddenly? Was he struggling to survive in the higher realm? Upon revealing himself, Song Li first cupped his fists in greeting, exclaiming, "Senior, it has been quite some time. I trust you are in good health?" After posing this question, he internally chastised himself, pondering if such an inquiry was somewhat redundant after all. Could a figure of Saint King caliber truly be unwell? He then turned his attention to Qi Ling and Lin Xiaoming. And these two? He inquired. He had come on behalf of his master, the Xian Huang Daojun, to present a significant gift, one entwined with the highest echelons of trade in the upper realms, a matter not suited for the ears of mere mortals from the lower realms. Thus, Song Li inquired about the identities of the other 2 individuals in the room, intending to ascertain whether they were worthy of listening. If not, he would simply dismiss them. However, as he turned his head, his smile abruptly faltered, and his gaze met Qi Ling's in a moment filled with awkwardness. The Xian Huang Daojun and Qi Ling shared a close friendship. Otherwise, they would not have chosen to include each other in the gathering. In truth, as the leader of a sect, it is entirely customary to cultivate a good rapport with the head of the law enforcement division. Therefore, as one of Xian Huang Daojun's direct disciples, Song Li could not possibly be unfamiliar with Qi Ling, who had visited the Xian Huang sect on several occasions, albeit in a personal capacity. Who could explain why this renowned master, celebrated for millennia in the upper realm, would disguise himself as a mere first-level mortal and sit obediently in place? Moreover, as someone who had stealthily descended to the lower realm, encountering the chief officer of the corresponding law enforcement division seemed like an act of folly. Lin Fan replied mildly, "They are both my disciples." What? Xian Yu Daojun is a disciple of my senior? In that instant, Song Li's mind became a whirlwind of confusion. If this formidable master were indeed a disciple of his senior, could he not engage with him as an equal? Wait, his master, Xian Huang Daojun, and Xian Yu Daojun were on equal footing, and so were his senior and himself. How did this relationship become so inexplicably tangled? This left Song Li in a state of profound bewilderment, nearly causing him to forget his original purpose for being there. Such prominent figures are all disciples of the esteemed senior. One can hardly fathom the prowess of the other disciples under his tutelage. With a sense of reverence, he averted his gaze, redirecting it towards the seemingly innocent Lin Xiaoming, who appeared a bit naive. The current cultivation level exhibited by Xian Yu Daojun is that of the first layer of the human realm, and he holds the esteemed title of a disciple of the senior. This young lady also demonstrates a cultivation level of the first layer of the human realm, and she too is a disciple of the senior. Thus, who might this concealed master be? Chapter 140. Am I really not being dragged to be cannon fodder? Having never encountered her before, could she be a secret weapon nurtured by the senior? This more enigmatic adept might possibly possess even greater abilities than Xian Yu Daojun. Ultimately, he could discern nothing beyond her superficial cultivation level. Sigh, it is, after all, his own cultivation that remains too feeble. Ahem, what brings you to seek me? Lin Fan inquired with genuine curiosity. He harbored a fondness for Song Li, for a person who, having achieved great success, still chooses to address him as senior is indeed a rare soul who has not forgotten his roots. However, despite their decent rapport, it was evident that Song Li had only recently ascended to the upper realm and had not yet stabilized his footing there. Why then would he choose to descend at this moment to seek him out? Qi Ling was equally intrigued, pondering the motives behind this unexpected visit to their master, which would ultimately determine whether he should apprehend the individual immediately. Oh, right, I almost forgot the pressing matters at hand. Song Li smacked his forehead and promptly approached Lin Fan, respectfully presenting a gift box. Senior, you must be aware of what this is, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. Should he indeed know? How could he be unaware? Lin Fan appeared bewildered, wanting to exclaim that he was entirely in the dark. But he quickly regained his composure, revealing a knowing smile. Truly, a member of the same clan, he had not forgotten to bring back precious items from the upper realm to aid the development of the human race below. Indeed, a paragon of humanity. Such matters were clearly best handled discreetly, not suited for open discussion. A silent understanding sufficed between them. Your thoughtfulness is appreciated. Not at all. This is merely my duty. After all, there was no one more fitting for such errands within the entire Xinhuang sect than him. With that, both erupted into hearty laughter. Qi Ling, entirely oblivious to the source of their amusement, felt a sudden awareness as Lin Fan slightly opened the box. The emanating energy suggested that whatever lay within was of no ordinary caliber. At the very least, it was at the pinnacle of the Saint Sovereign level. And it might even be a treasure of the Saint King grade. Generally speaking, practitioners who stand at the forefront of a certain realm are entitled to wield artifacts from the next, albeit in their nascent forms. For instance, Dispay, a practitioner of the 8th layer of the celestial realm, could adeptly handle the Saint Realm's broken sword, though it was now irreparably shattered, leaving Dispay troubled over how to replace his life-bound artifact. However, the leap from Saint Sovereign to Saint King represents a monumental transition. The disparity in power between the two is of a qualitative nature. Hence, Qi Ling had refrained from attempting to gather artifacts of the Saint King level until now. The second rank of the Holy Monarch finds the thought of wielding such a magical artifact rather daunting. The effort and resources required to collect it are considerable, and once acquired, its utility remains elusive, perhaps only upon achieving a formal breakthrough to the first rank of Holy Monarch, or even further progressing to the realm of a semi-holy king, might one truly harness the powers of artifacts of that caliber. Yet, it is certain that even upon reaching such heights, the proficiency in utilizing these treasures would still be limited. Nonetheless, it is preferable to the artifacts of the Holy Monarch level. Despite their modest enhancement, any improvement is ultimately beneficial. Lin Fan opened the box to reveal a jade pendant, which possessed a rather peculiar hue. One half was almost transparent white, while the other half exuded a profound blackness. The interplay of the two colors evoked the essence of the yin-yang symbol. Is this it? What now? Does it possess no extraordinary capabilities? Lin Fan examined the pendant from every angle, yet could not discern any apparent utility. Admittedly, he recognized his complete lack of cultivation. Any artifact in his possession was of no use to him. After all, if he could not even activate it, what good would it do? Setting aside the dangerous notion of using spiritual guidance to extract the true essence within, an act that could potentially lead to his own demise, Lin Fan pondered the pendant and turned to Song Li for clarification. What is the purpose of this? Song Li was taken aback. Wasn't this pendant entrusted to him by his master for delivery to an elder? How could he possibly know its function? I don't know. At that moment, both were left speechless, the atmosphere in the room thick with awkwardness. Lin Fan wore a forced smile, internally cursing. You gift me something, yet you yourself have no idea how to use it. What purpose does this object serve? Could it be that this individual merely selected something that appeared impressive? It would be prudent to include the instruction manual. Song Li cleared his throat awkwardly. The item was a gift from his master and had no bearing on him. However, he did not believe that the senior was entirely oblivious to its function. Perhaps it was merely a test of his capabilities. The thoughts of prominent figures are indeed inscrutable. Senior, do you have any further instructions? I can remain in the lower realm for a while. As he spoke, he inadvertently cast a glance at Qi Ling, silently adding to himself, provided this fellow does not whisk me away. Instructions. Wait. Instructions? Lin Fan's eyes brightened. The formidable expert before him, who had recently ascended, represented the most significant asset imaginable. This was far more valuable than any jade pendant. Once this individual made a move with his ascendant cultivation level, what formidable foes like the Demon King or the four great saints would stand a chance? He casually tucked the jade pendant into his pocket and discarded the box aside. Indeed, there is a matter in which I require your assistance. This issue may pertain to the survival of the human race. The survival of the human race. Song Li was taken aback. Was it truly him? Could his assistance genuinely influence humanity's fate? Why had the discussion escalated to such lofty heights? Soon, we may encounter an exceedingly powerful adversary. Lin Fan stated solemnly. I wish to enlist your help in confronting that individual. Song Li nearly fainted on the spot. He twitched at the corners of his mouth. In the eyes of his senior, he was an exceptionally formidable adversary. Coupled with the presence of two other enigmatic masters in the room, was it truly necessary for him to assist in such a high-stakes endeavor? What role could a Saint General possibly play in a battle of this magnitude? Was he not merely being used as bait or cannon fodder? I will strive to persevere. He would endeavor to survive. Meanwhile, Qi Ling couldn't help but nod in agreement. It seemed that his master's plan was finally about to be unveiled. His venerable master had first dispatched someone from the higher realm to procure a treasure potentially of the Saint King level, and then arranged for another individual from the upper realm to provide assistance, clearly orchestrating something grand. This fellow appeared somewhat familiar. Had he not encountered him somewhere before? Regrettably, Qi Ling had never been particularly attentive to those of lesser cultivation. Over the span of millennia, he had met countless individuals, making it difficult for him to recall this person's exact identity. Chapter 141. I have slight connections once Lin Fan departed. Song Li scratched his head in bewilderment and leaned closer to Qi Ling at him. I pay my respects to the Xin Yu Daojun. There is no need to mention that title. Qi Ling replied with a hint of amusement, for that title represented the enforcement squad. Do you wish for me to imprison you? Then that won't be necessary. How should I address you? Qi Ling. Here, I go by this name. Qi Ling answered nonchalantly, then inquired, by the way, who might you be? In the end, he did not recognize him at all. Song Li felt somewhat embarrassed. However, upon reflection, the visitor was received personally by his master at the Xianyuan sect, rendering Song Li's presence as a disciple irrelevant. Although their encounter might have left a profound impression on him, it was uncertain whether the other party felt the same. My master is Lord Xianyuan. I am Song Li. Ah, so you are a disciple of Xianyuan. Your appearance here is not surprising. Qi Ling nodded. Lord Xianyuan, being the convener of the Bagua Assembly, was undoubtedly familiar with their pursuit of the celestial demons in the lower realm. It was entirely understandable for him to send disciples to partake in such endeavors. Please remain here for now and await your master's instructions. Do not wander off, for if anything goes awry, I shall truly have to take you back to face the consequences. Song Li managed a wry smile. Very well. The atmosphere in the room grew somewhat awkward as Lin Xiaoming listened intently to the conversation between the two, clearly unbothered by their lack of discretion regarding her presence. How profound. I cannot comprehend. In an attempt to alleviate the tension, Song Li cleared his throat and spoke up. By the way, Qi Ling, it seems you have no intention of concealing your identity. Aren't you concerned about being discovered? After all, you are quite a significant figure in the upper realm. Attracting the attention of the enforcement team would not be ideal. Suddenly realizing the foolishness of his question and noticing the increasingly peculiar gaze from Qi Ling, he hastily turned to make his exit. I shall excuse myself to the restroom. QL-Ng's lips twitched slightly. A holy sovereign, no matter how talented, must have cultivated for at least a millennium, yet here he was, talking about needing to use the restroom? One must wonder, is this fellow truly reliable? Nevertheless, since the master has decided to enlist his assistance, there must be some rationale behind it. Perhaps he is intended to serve as bait or cannon fodder, tasks that hardly require intellect. 3 days may seem neither short nor long. Yet the Sect Alliance Conference is set to proceed as scheduled. LNFN counted the formidable factions participating in the conference, noting that those with a Holy Realm presence numbered at least in the double digits. Ahem, he naturally excluded himself from consideration. For the strongest combatant among humanity is likely nothing more than a 9th-layer Heavenly Elder at this point. As the Heavenly Talisman Holy Monarch delivered the opening address from the podium, LNFN patted the shoulder of Elder Nursi beside him and remarked, Our human race truly relies on esteemed elders like you. Nua Ursi jolted in surprise, turning to CQLing and SNL standing behind him, both offering amiable smiles, prompting him to instinctively tighten his legs. Damn, not another one. As the most formidable spy of the celestial demons, Nua Ursi had always kept a keen eye on the movements of significant figures from the upper realms, primarily out of fear instilled by the Tao Monarch of all loss. Consequently, when LNFN returned with a prominent disciple from the mortal dynasty, Nua Ursi was first puzzled, then bewildered, and nearly succumbed to sheer terror on the spot. Who could explain to him why a master at the holy sovereign level would suddenly become a disciple of the human race's holy ancestor? Is this even reasonable? Had it not been for the certainty of death were he to flee, Nua Ursi would have surely bolted at that moment. The presence of an additional holy monarch by one side is not particularly startling, considering that the Lord of 10,000 Laws is, in fact, a holy monarch himself. However, the situation becomes more complicated with the presence of the Xian Yu Dao monarch. He is the head of the law enforcement division at Xianling Mountain, akin to the chief of a local police department. Wouldn't you feel a twinge of anxiety with him beside you? Norse does not harbor absolute confidence in his disguise. As a holy monarch, he would undoubtedly be able to discern his true cultivation level. Yet, as long as Norse refrains from revealing the sinister powers of the celestial demon through any overt actions, his exterior embodies the essence of righteous integrity. It is not so easily unraveled without careful scrutiny. While the Xian Yu Dao monarch may perceive his cultivation as that of a holy venerable, it is entirely normal for a subordinate of the Lord of 10,000 Laws to possess such a rank, requiring no further inquiry, having finally acclimatized to this atmosphere. Another individual has recently descended. Though merely a holy general, the distinctive black and yellow attire inevitably evokes thoughts of a certain prominent sect from Xianling Mountain. What has transpired in this lower realm? The number of formidable opponents I have encountered in these past few months far exceeds those I faced in the preceding millennium. Nevertheless, I am a senior spy, and to my brethren of the celestial demons, rest assured that I shall covertly aid you. The holy ancestor has spoken excessively. The Grand Elder has indeed exerted considerable effort. We, with our limited cultivation, genuinely require the Grand Elder's guidance. Qi Ling casually echoed the flattery, eliciting a twitch from Norse's countenance. He dares to offer counsel, but would you have the audacity to follow it? On the other side, at the stronghold of the demon race, Drelson lounged with his legs crossed, lost in thought, while Li Doubting and Yog craned their necks towards the direction of the human race, their gazes swiftly fixed upon the assembly of the human ancestors. Yog's eyes narrowed with intrigue. Indeed, his cultivation is completely indiscernible. Is this the legendary heavenly concealment technique? It is truly remarkable. Li Doubting scoffed lightly. I too cannot perceive his cultivation level. I can only hope that it is indeed the heavenly concealment technique at play, rather than his strength having surpassed mine to such an extent that it remains invisible to me. The two demon representatives swept their eyes over the remaining individuals. The human race's Grand Elder, at the 9th level of the heavenly realm, the human race's senior disciple, at the 1st level of the human realm, and another unfamiliar figure. Presumably just a servant, appearing to be at the 9th level of the human realm. Merely inconsequential characters. The two demons erupted into hearty laughter, deciding to concentrate all their attention on the human ancestor. With the demon king yet to arrive, our task at hand is quite straightforward. We must endeavor to provoke the opponent into action. We must ascertain their true intentions to formulate our next strategy. Li Doubting crossed his arms, a disdainful smile gracing his lips. Our demon king is a formidable presence, a third-tier saint. Such prowess is nearly unparalleled among the lower realms and other celestial domains. If the cultivation of the human ancestor is inferior to that of our demon king, then upon his arrival, it would be a simple matter to vanquish him. Should the human ancestor's strength be comparable to that of our demon king, we shall rally our entire army and overwhelm him with sheer numbers, ensuring his defeat. If the ancestor of the human race is indeed a figure who has clandestinely descended from the upper realm, Li Doubting revealed a mysterious smile, then produced a spirit stone emanating a faint blue glow. To be candid, I possess a modest network within the law enforcement team of the upper realm. Chapter 142. All is left unspoken. The law enforcement team has always been the most formidable trump card against such individuals. Li Doubting tenderly caressed the jade stone in his hand. This stone was bequeathed to me by my master. It is rumored to connect with a prominent figure from the upper realm. However, opportunities are scarce, and I have yet to employ it. But I am certain it will prove invaluable. As the mood among the demon clan began to uplift, the celestial rune saint finally finished reciting the opening remarks, which had been penned by an unknown author, and the audience erupted in heartfelt applause. Ahem. Now I invite the ancestor of the human race to share his insights on cultivation. I am greatly anticipating this. A practitioner of such formidable prowess must surely possess unique perspectives on the path of cultivation. Typically, at such grand events, the most accomplished individual is invited to impart their wisdom, which is essentially a display of grandeur before the masses. After all, no one would willingly divulge their most guarded secrets so openly. The celestial rune saint surveyed the crowd and found no one more suitable than the ancestor of the human race. For although there were other experts present at the 3rd level of the saint realm, he had witnessed the terrifying strength of the ancestor firsthand. Excellent. We can hardly contain our excitement. In response to the invitation, none of the attendees expressed dissent. Even the other experts of the 3rd realm nodded in agreement. deeming that the position rightfully belonged to the human race's holy ancestor. Since the holy ancestor of the human race re-emerged, he has successively vanquished the likes of Tianji, the Dragon Emperor, the Crane Sage, and the Demon Leader, Cavaler, with even those of the Third Realm falling to his might, who could possibly harbor any grievances. My friend, do not be modest. Please, share your insights with us. Share my insights. Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback. What insights could he possibly share? His only cultivation still lay dormant within the system space, awaiting retrieval. Should he perform the spirit summoning technique on stage for the audience's amusement? Elder, what are your thoughts? Norse was filled with doubt. What could he possibly think? Did one really need to seek consensus before taking the stage? This was undoubtedly a form of coercion. Life as an undercover agent was exceedingly challenging. Ahem, holy ancestor, you may simply ascend the stage and say a few words. After all, it's merely formalities. No one will pay much heed. Once you finish speaking, we can proceed with the subsequent activities. I believe the next segment involves competitions among the disciples of various sects. As he spoke, he couldn't resist casting a glance at Qi Ling. With this esteemed individual present, he felt that the prospects of the other sects appeared rather dim. Very well, I shall ascend and speak a few words. With almost all eyes, both prominent and less so, fixated upon him, Lin Fan found it difficult to decline under such circumstances. He thought to himself that he wouldn't need to engage in battle. He could simply ascend and say a few perfunctory words. He stepped onto the stage. Then, there was nothing more to say. Where on earth is my microphone? Lin Fan cursed silently, feeling frustrated that he lacked even a microphone to deliver his speech. What on earth was the celestial ruler thinking? How could such an essential item be overlooked? Midway through his inner tirade, he suddenly realized an awkward truth. It seemed that this world had no such thing as a microphone at all. The celestial ruler had previously addressed the audience by amplifying his voice through true energy without relying on any props. Although the venue was nearly beyond imagination in scale, it was sufficient for someone at the Earth realm level to project their voice throughout the assembly. Using true energy for sound transmission was not a particularly challenging feat, clearly. Speakers at such a high-level assembly need not concern themselves with their cultivation. The celestial ruler would have never anticipated that someone would be frantically searching for a microphone amidst the crowd. Thus, Lin Fan stood on the stage, rendered speechless for 5 long minutes, exchanging blank stares with the audience. Beside him, the celestial ruler was sweating profusely, pondering whether this esteemed master had any dissatisfaction, as his expression was decidedly grim. Qi Ling turned and patted Lin Xiaoming's head, remarking, "Do you see? This is the realm of our master. The path is exceedingly simple. Everything is conveyed without words." Meanwhile, from the demonic faction, Li Doubting furrowed his brow, observing, "This individual possesses profound depth. Moreover, he exhibits remarkable composure." Ask yourself, could anyone else present remain utterly silent before such a multitude? An eerie silence enveloped the venue, leaving Lin Fan feeling somewhat embarrassed. On one hand, he hesitated to take the microphone. On the other, he was reluctant to step down directly. Damn the celestial master. This fellow is toying with me. Lin Fan recalled that during the last Sacred Sword secret realm, the celestial master seemed to have already discerned his lack of cultivation. Yet at this moment, he still summoned him to speak. Was this not a deliberate provocation? The celestial master, under Lin Fan's piercing gaze, broke into a cold sweat and instinctively began to applaud. Soon, the applause echoed throughout the hall. Splendid! What a magnificent discourse! Indeed, no wonder he is the ancestor of humanity, a formidable presence in the sacred realm. His insights on cultivation are beyond our comprehension. Is that truly the case? Yet he hasn't uttered a word. Hey, you know nothing. You simply have not reached their level of understanding. On that day, Lin Fan profoundly grasped the truth. For those who ascend the stage, the content of their speech holds little significance. Merely taking the stage is sufficient. In any case, this dismal lecture was finally drawing to a close. Lin Fan promptly rose and soared back to his group, overhearing whispers from others along the way. The ancestor of humanity's speech lasted a total of 7 minutes and 28 seconds, a figure that perhaps harbors some profound truth. You must return and ponder this diligently. As the ancestor of humanity took flight, he opted to lead with his left leg. Traditionally, the left is esteemed in human culture. Does this signify his arrogance and ambition? Or does it suggest that his aim is to conquer the world? I believe his silence stems from the fact that we are utterly insignificant in his eyes. What a disdainful attitude. Yet, such a formidable individual indeed possesses the right to look down upon us. Wait, is this person truly the one being described? Lin Fan nearly plummeted from the air, and after he regained his seat, an eerie silence enveloped the entire venue once more. Norris marveled at the commanding presence akin to that of a supreme being, suddenly struck by an epiphany as a thought emerged in his mind. This is a unique communication method exclusive to the demon clan. It demands an immense expenditure, potentially even harming one's essence, yet it remains sufficiently clandestine, expedient, and capable of spanning great distances. Under normal circumstances, no one would resort to such a method for communication unless in dire need. The message conveyed was but a single line. Special kin, lend me a hand. Chapter 143. Hey, is it possible that I cannot lose? Is there a demon nearby? Norris was taken aback. He had not received prior intelligence, yet the other party managed to detect his presence under such circumstances. That demon is no ordinary foe. They're undoubtedly stronger than he. The abruptness and brevity of their message indicated considerable trouble, likely stemming from a state of entrapment, necessitating assistance for liberation. Norris maintained an outward calm while inwardly cursing. Damn it. How am I to save you when you won't even disclose your location? Ahem. I have my own mission to attend to, so perhaps I shall refrain from intervening. Norris was more than willing to assist his fellow compatriots within his means, however. Upon glancing at the individuals surrounding him, he deemed it prudent to refrain from any hasty actions for the time being. The Sect Alliance Conference was fundamentally a competitive event. And after all speakers had delivered their addresses and all notable figures had made their appearances, it was finally time to enter the formal proceedings. Given the perspective of cultivators regarding time, the notion of returning to rest each day was simply impractical. The competition schedule spanned a fortnight, during which numerous cultivators would remain on-site to observe the contests of various sects, followed by a mere 3 days of respite. This so-called rest was merely a time for adjustment, as cultivators did not require sleep or sustenance. Before Lin Fan lay an array of rare spiritual fruits. He cast a helpless glance at these items that could potentially lead to his demise, and silently pushed them all aside. The first round of the Sect Alliance Conference featured a contest among the disciples of the sect leaders. This was undoubtedly a clash of some of the most exceptional talents across the entire immortal domain. As fate would have it, the inaugural match was a heavyweight showdown, pitting Qi Ling directly against the disciple of the host sect, the Heavenly Talisman sect, led by the venerable Heavenly Talisman Saint. While this opponent was not the foremost disciple of the Heavenly Talisman Saint, he was nonetheless a direct disciple and had achieved the formidable 6th stage of the human realm. Lin Fan glanced at Qi Ling and, sensing the disparity in their cultivation levels, offered a word of consolation, stating, "The gap in your cultivation is too vast. So this match holds little suspense. However, take solace, for I have long prepared a rationale for you. You may lose openly and without reservation. After all, your opponent is a formidable master at the 6th level of human realm, a disciple of the host, and losing is quite natural. Lin Fan need not overthink the justification." Qi Ling nodded slightly. Given his current facade, it indeed seems more plausible to lose the match without arousing suspicion. As the master stated, the disparity in cultivation between him and that individual is vast, rendering the outcome of the battle entirely predictable, thus rendering victory or defeat inconsequential. Ensuring that the celestial demon does not discover the truth is of paramount importance. Understood, Master, I shall proceed. In the upcoming match, I must implore you to concede. In the arena of the faction of talismans, the celestial talisman sovereign gazed upon his young disciple, offering earnest counsel. The disciple, somewhat perplexed, responded, "Master, although the opponent is the foremost disciple of the saint ancestor of the human race, I have heard he has yet to complete a year of training and is presently at the 1st level of human realm. Surely, I cannot possibly lose to him. While you may not lose to him, you can afford to lose." The celestial talisman sovereign sighed softly. "Do you truly believe this tournament is a test of strength? It is a measure of human relations and social intricacies. Yet, I maintain that we need not go to such lengths." The disciple persisted. "Did you not advise us upon our return from the sacred sword secret realm that we need not bow to the saint ancestor of the human race?" The celestial talisman sovereign chuckled wryly. "Times have changed, my child. Previously, I had always believed that there was a force above that would maintain order, and at least this individual would not cause too much of a commotion. However, with even Kaval dying, yet the human race's holy ancestor remains lively and unharmed. It speaks volumes." The young disciple, taken aback, nonetheless retorted, "We can remain neutral." "Neutral?" The celestial symbol sage shook his head. "Only those with power are entitled to discuss neutrality. While we may refrain from extending goodwill, the increasing number of those who do will render our position increasingly precarious. It is akin to how you rascals present me with gifts on my birthday. I may not recall who gifted what, but I certainly remember those who did not. Not a single one escapes my memory. In any case, you simply need to give a lackluster performance and lose this match. It bears no consequence for you. A truly astute individual, I do not doubt your capability to prevail against your opponent. It is merely a show for appearances." Very well, master. The two ascended the stage, exchanging awkward yet courteous smiles, as the audience erupted in cheers for this confrontation. Yet, in their hearts, a singular thought resonated. As instructed by the master, I must ensure my defeat in this match. Ling, hailing from the boundless Holy Land, first layer of the human realm. Yun, from the symbol sect, sixth layer of the human realm. Ling unsheathed his accompanying sword. This was not his innate artifact, but merely an ordinary sword, crafted from mundane iron, devoid of any magical properties. At present, my superficial cultivation is merely at the first level of the human realm. I could easily feign a fight and simply fall from the arena. As he pondered this, the opponent, Yun, suddenly spewed forth a mist of blood, clutching her abdomen and retreating repeatedly. Truly, she is a distinguished disciple under the revered human ancestor. The power of her formless sword chi is astonishing. Ling's head was adorned with several question marks. He was certain he had merely drawn his sword without unleashing any sword chi. Yun secretly chuckled before releasing another plume of blood mist. After all, she was at the sixth level of the human realm, while he was merely at the first. And the disparity was insurmountable. Even a mere pretense could inadvertently lead to his defeat, thus it was best to avoid direct contact. With my acting skills, securing a victory over this match's loser would be a mere trifle. The audience collectively gasped, witnessing the esteemed disciple of the talisman sect kneeling in agony. Is this the unique formless strangling sword formation of the human race? Today's encounter is indeed impressive. Does the human race possess such a technique? Tianfu Shengjun slapped his forehead, deeming the performance excessively contrived, yet at least the intent was correct. As long as the esteemed human disciple was not foolish, seizing victory would yield the best outcome. Alas, this fool is about to disrupt the master's scheme. I cannot allow myself to win this match. A victory of the first level of the human realm over the sixth level could very well attract the covert gaze of the celestial demons. And I cannot endure such scrutiny, for there are indeed sinister forces at play. I refuse to believe that winning is so arduous. Surely losing should be within my grasp. Chapter 144. Such a dreadful performance. Ling's expression changed abruptly, and he swiftly retreated, nearly reaching the edge of the arena. Truly, a master of the symbol sect. He was able to quickly discern the flaws in my sword formation and mount a formidable counterattack. I could only admire his prowess. Regardless, as long as I fell from the platform, it would be deemed a failure. No matter how formidable my opponent might be, there would be no recourse. Just watch. The one who loses this match today shall undoubtedly be him. The audience erupted in admiration, with a practitioner from a certain realm exclaiming, "Indeed, this is a clash of two top-tier geniuses." I could scarcely perceive the clash of vital energies from their duel. Such concealed techniques must have required considerable effort. On the other side, Yun was momentarily bewildered. Brother, he is literally injuring himself for the sake of this performance. Can you not cooperate a little? If the opponent did not wish to win this match, did that imply that the human race rejected the goodwill of our symbol sect? No. If I were to triumph in this contest, my master would undoubtedly flame me alive upon my return. The only one who must not lose this match is I. Yun. He immediately stomped his foot upon the ground, and countless runes illuminated his calf, even penetrating his trousers and radiating outward. In the next moment, the stones of the arena beneath his feet shattered instantaneously. They were then spatially transferred beneath Ling's feet, stabilizing his form, which had nearly fallen from the platform. Meanwhile, Yun, having lost the support of the stones beneath him, naturally and reasonably plummeted downward. Truly, a remarkable disciple of the human race. His mastery of the great transfer technique is truly impressive. I inadvertently fell victim to your cunning scheme. So be it. I shall concede that you are indeed superior to me. Nonsense, this is not even my doing. Ling silently cursed under her breath. The heavenly sovereign of the celestial talisman twitched his lips in disbelief. How can someone at the first level of the human realm wield spatial techniques? This competition strictly prohibits any tools other than one's innate treasures. Must the performance be so contrived? Surely, anyone can see through this. He turned to glance at his elder, who merely nodded in acknowledgement. Truly remarkable. A genius of the human race at the first level of the human realm can actually employ spatial techniques. It is indeed an eye-opener for me. Lin Fan, filled with curiosity, pondered, the great spatial transfer technique? This fellow possesses such skill? After all, he had never imparted any divine abilities to him. In Lin Fan's recollection, Ling's techniques were entirely dependent on what tomes he had stumbled upon in the treasury. In other words, it was not surprising that he could wield various skills. Quite impressive indeed. He turned to his side, only to find that the Grand Elder had mysteriously departed, though Lin Fan did not dwell on it. For everyone has their own matters to attend to, which is perfectly normal. Meanwhile, on the arena, and Ruyun, brimming with confidence, plummeted towards the ground, flashing a mischievous smile at Qi Ling just before his descent. "You think you can defeat me? Come back here." In an instant, Qi Ling yanked back his hand, and Ruyun felt an immense force pulling him upward, as if an invisible hand was forcibly yanking him back to the arena. Then, Ruyun, with a bewildered gaze, witnessed Qi Ling, who had already stepped onto the stone, suddenly lose his footing and plummet to the side. Truly a genius of the symbol sect. He managed to stabilize himself in an instant and employed a curse to disrupt my balance. "Today, I concede defeat at your hands, and it is indeed no injustice. No, you shall not triumph over me. My master would kill me." And Ruoyun's temper flared instantly as he ground his teeth and smashed all the stones beneath his feet. The arena was already suspended in midair, but now he had completely lost all points of support, while simultaneously kicking the massive stones towards Qi Ling's position. Go for it. Yet, unexpectedly, Qi Ling's eyes lit up as he collided head-on with those stones, sending him flying. To think he would utilize the terrain to vanquish his foes. The younger generation of the symbol sect is indeed formidable. As he spoke, Qi Ling manipulated his vital energy with one hand, causing Ruyun to soar into the air without any support. He vowed that this fellow would never experience a fall in his lifetime. The arena erupted in gasps. This individual from the symbol sect, at the 6th level of the human realm, could actually achieve autonomous flight. This is simply a monumental breakthrough of cultivation norms. And Ruyun, how is it that he is unaware of his own prowess? Tianfu Shengjun, how is it that he is unaware of his disciples' extraordinary capabilities? Wasn't it agreed that he would lose the match? Yet this fellow has broken through at the critical moment. Seeing the anxious gaze of his master and watching Qi Ling plummet rapidly towards the ground, and Ruoyun steeled his heart and detonated himself in midair. Boom! With a touch of confidence, Qi Ling descended to the ground, only to hear the host's voice resonating from above. Prior to Qi Ling's fall, his companion, Ruyun, had sustained a fatal injury and was eliminated, thus securing victory for the Kangmang sacred land in this match. This was merely an ordinary contest, devoid of life and death stakes. Hence, the arena was equipped with protective mechanisms. When an individual suffers a lethal blow, the surrounding magical array activates automatically, rendering them immune to the inflicted damage. Naturally, the immune participant forfeits the match. Let us extend our congratulations to the victors while expressing our gratitude to both contestants for their thrilling performance. Qi Ling was utterly bewildered. And then he caught sight of Ruoyun smiling down at him from midair, before clasping his hands in acknowledgement. So it was the legendary blood control technique, directly manipulating my blood to induce self-detonation. Defeated by such a tactic, I harbor no grievances. Goodness, I have finally lost a match. This defeat was more arduous than a victory. Moreover, can someone explain why I was propelled into the air? And how on earth am I supposed to land? The heavenly talisman's sovereign found himself in a profound state of speechlessness. The blood control technique. Surely even those at the earth realm cannot achieve such feats. Is it truly reasonable for someone at the 1st level of the human realm to execute such a maneuver? Even if it were staged, one would at least require a plausible rationale. Who would believe in such a ghastly technique? The elder beside him nodded gravely. One at the 6th level of the human realm can accomplish flight, while another at the 1st level can master blood control. It seems the next generation of the cultivation world shall undoubtedly witness a tempest of blood and strife. The celestial sage felt it was time to replace the elder beside him. Qi Ling returned to the direction of the vast holy land, his face a mask of confusion. He had one, just like that? Damn it. He should have seized control of his opponent the moment he stepped onto the arena. Who could have anticipated that the other party had the same intention? However, had he acted on that impulse, the risk of exposure would have escalated, contradicting his desire to lose the match. I won here. Surely, my master's plans have not been compromised? He glanced toward his master's position, only to find it utterly deserted. Lin Fan had quietly slipped away without his notice. Chapter 145. The Demon's Machinations. What kind of absurd event is this? Lacking even a restroom? Lin Fan grumbled as he exited the competition grounds, lamenting that he, the esteemed progenitor of humanity, was forced to search the mountains for a toilet. This cursed competition lasted a full 15 days, and aside from those fatal spiritual fruits and elixirs that would cause immediate demise upon consumption, there was not a trace of normal food to be found. If he dared to endure 15 consecutive days of such a wretched event, he chuckled darkly, confident that he wouldn't survive to see the 15th day, as he would surely perish along the way. Seizing the opportunity to relieve himself, Lin Fan discreetly retrieved some food and drinking water from his spatial ring, conveniently preparing his lunch in this secluded spot. It appears that this match is destined to be interrupted midway. Speaking of which, Does the human race's sacred ancestor not arouse suspicion with his frequent excursions to the outer venue? Lin Fan's only solace lies in the fact that, given his current stature and renown, no rash individual dares to follow or scrutinize him. Otherwise, should someone discover the sacred ancestor of the human race indulging in clandestine activities in the back mountains, the imagery would be too exquisite to contemplate. Lin Fan casually selected a stone to sit upon, immersing himself in the scenic beauty of the forest, completely oblivious to the presence of another individual concealed on the stone's reverse side. Norse was tightly shutting his eyes, wholly engrossed in receiving information from another demon. Initially, he had no intention of involving himself in this trivial matter. However, after a brief lapse, the persistent individual commenced attempts to contact him again. To avert drawing attention from the incessant fluctuations, he had no choice but to engage in this communication. Through his efforts, the connection was finally established. And Norse heard a voice, somewhat hoarse, presumably belonging to a middle-aged man. I never anticipated encountering such a unique kin. Were it not for my alternative means of identification, I might have mistaken you for a genuine paragon of the human race. Spare me the pleasantries, Norse replied with impatience, urging the matter at hand without wasting time on trivialities. If I linger too long, the human race will grow suspicious. He was indeed a formidable sacred sovereign, a being of renown even among demons, not someone to be trifled with by mere calumny, nor was he one to extend goodwill to just anyone. Then allow me to get straight to the point. A voice emanated from the other side, revealing that I now stand at the final threshold of unsealing. I shall provide you with coordinates. You must summon a multitude of offerings. The level of cultivation is irrelevant, but the quantity and variety are imperative. It is evident that the conditions for unsealing each celestial demon differ greatly, and in certain instances, even those who impose the seals cannot accurately grasp these circumstances. Sealed, you say? Norse could not help but express astonishment. The very term sealed conveys a wealth of information. After all, the weak are unworthy of being sealed. They are merely obliterated on the spot. Given the ferocity of the battles at that time, the probability of even a holy sovereign being sealed was minuscule. Those who were truly imprisoned in significant numbers must have been at least of the holy king caliber, one would assume. Yet, he could not refrain from a sarcastic remark. With so many celestial realms below, is it not absurd that you are all confined to this singular location? Were you once gathered for execution? Although the number of sealed celestial demons is considerable when distributed among the countless celestial realms, it is entirely normal not to encounter a single demon amidst hundreds of realms. Yet in this realm, a mere stroll reveals the sacred sword's secret realm and the void abyss, two colossal secret domains. Perhaps now we must add another, making it a total of 3. Such circumstances are undeniably irrational. The voice on the other end of the communication paused for a few seconds before providing a response. My years of being sealed are relatively recent, thus I am privy to considerable insider knowledge. Above the realm of the Saint King, aside from the sealed abyss of His Excellency his gourd, the majority of the secret realms are in fact subject to chaotic transference between the various celestial domains of the lower world. These secret realms, prior to being activated by human intervention, randomly shift their spatial coordinates to different locations within the celestial realms at regular intervals, ensuring that we cannot devise an organized escape plan. What you imply raises a troubling question. Aside from myself and His Excellency his gourd, are there other celestial demons present here? Norse was momentarily rendered speechless. He had not anticipated such a scenario. However, why would these secret realms, which were supposed to shift randomly, congregate in this particular location? If there were only one, it might be dismissed as coincidence, but he firmly believed that once the number reached a certain threshold, coincidence could no longer be dismissed as mere chance. Could it be that someone is intentionally gathering these celestial demon realms? Such a thought was utterly terrifying. After all, even the most elite practitioners of the righteous path could easily miscalculate in such a situation. Norse broke into a cold sweat as he recalled an individual, one who had successfully traversed both the sacred sword realm and the abyss of nothingness. That person was truly the bane of celestial demons. The realm that imprisoned me suddenly exhibited a degree of looseness upon its transfer to this location, allowing me to exert a modicum of power. I cannot ascertain whether this is due to the passage of time or the deliberate actions of another, but at the very least, it is advantageous for me. Meanwhile, the celestial demon continued to elaborate. I have tainted 2 young ones. However, they are indeed formidable figures in this context. One is named Tianji, and the other is called the Dragon Emperor. The names Tianji and Xiaolong Huang struck Norse with a sense of familiarity, as he vividly recalled witnessing their demise firsthand. In that instant, a myriad of thoughts began to coalesce within his mind, seemingly illuminating certain previously inexplicable aspects of the past. The primary utility of the Qian paperman lay in its potential to be crafted into a sacred realm puppet, albeit at a considerable cost. It was evident that Tianji and Jialong Huang had no intention of employing it for such purposes. Thus, for them, the Qian paperman was merely a means to create a sacred realm artifact or a pinnacle-level puppet. Was such a return truly deserving of the direct involvement of two leaders of their caliber? Norse could not help but voice his suspicion. Is it possible that the Qian paperman holds some value for you? Did you corrupt these two individuals to procure it for yourself? This was indeed the key to his escape, yet it was limited solely to this particular Qian paperman. The others were of no consequence. Norse pondered aloud. Why then did you choose to corrupt two individuals? Would it not have been simpler to taint just one? Considering that the afflicted remains unaware of their condition, corrupting two only incites competition between them, ultimately benefiting an outsider. Chapter 146. A larger game afoot, I require both of them to perish, and to meet their end at the hands of the Qian paperman. However, I did not anticipate that this endeavor would conclude in a manner beyond my control. Indeed, I miscalculated. Perhaps it cannot be deemed a miscalculation, for no one could have anticipated the sudden emergence of a human ancestor. One cannot reason with an individual of such caliber. At that moment, Norse felt a chill enveloping his heart. The direct intervention of the human ancestor to seize the crimson paper puppet was an unexpected turn of events. After all, from the perspective of those from the upper realms, an additional puppet of the sacred realm represented a more agile unit for action. Yet, the human ancestor chose to leave this puppet in the sacred land, allowing it only to passively defend, utterly failing to exploit its full potential. This was, however, a contingency for the resurrection of a certain celestial demon, possibly intertwined with other formidable forces. It was certainly not an ordinary sacred realm puppet. I require your assistance with two tasks. The voice of the celestial demon echoed once more. First, find a way to bring that sacred realm puppet crafted from crimson paper to me. Second, as I mentioned earlier, procure a batch of offerings for me. But heed this warning. While humans may be included, there must be absolutely no human ancestors among them. I cannot afford any missteps during my escape. Once I am freed, I shall be your most formidable ally in sweeping through the lower realms. Furthermore, I possess ancient secret arts that may elevate your standing ever so slightly. As a fellow celestial demon, this captive clearly understood the needs of others of his kind. Celestial demons are not a breed known for selfless assistance. Each one prioritizes their own interests, which is precisely why he made such promises. Only when his broken seal could bring substantial benefits to the other party would they willingly exert themselves to accomplish this task. Norse nodded solemnly. Swearing by the honor of the demon lord, I shall undoubtedly assist you in your plight, my compatriot. The connection was severed, and with a cold smile, Norse rose from behind the stone, then let out a hearty laugh towards the heavens. This laughter evidently startled Lin Fan, who was stealthily indulging in snacks behind him, causing him to hastily stow the flatbread into his spatial ring and turn around in bewilderment. The Grand Elder? Huh. Norse's smile froze on his face as he incredulously turned his head, only to find Lin Fan scrutinizing him with a peculiar gaze. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Why did I sense nothing at all? Oh, wait. The other party is a saint ancestor of the human race. It would be absurd to expect to sense any presence. Thus, all my actions were anticipated by him. He must have been eavesdropping on my transmission the entire time. Although the content of the transmission was highly confidential and could not be conveyed audibly, the saint ancestor of the human race stood right beside me. It would be foolish to believe Norse's claims of not being monitored. A formidable master adept at dealing with demon lords, deciphering their common communication methods, is merely fundamental skill. Hence, my so-called covert actions were utterly transparent. This fellow has clearly known my identity for quite some time, merely waiting for me to slip up. Norse swallowed hard, realizing this was the saint ancestor of the human race, a being who held dominion over all matters, indeed a terrifying presence. However, he did not directly attempt to take my life. Indeed, according to Norse, his true identity should have been discerned by the other party long ago. The reason they have kept him alive until now might very well be to exploit his potential utility. Life and death hinge upon a mere thought. Within the span of a few fleeting seconds, Nor's mind wrestled with profound turmoil. My conversations have undoubtedly been monitored. Everything is well within their expectations. Thus, this intelligence is hardly confidential. Clinging to non-secret information and perishing as a result is an act only a fool would commit. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. Perhaps the other party merely seeks my stance. Lin Fan was preoccupied with the concern that his indiscretions might be discovered by this esteemed elder. Just as he pondered how to explain himself, he was taken aback when the individual rushed forward to grasp his hand. Holy ancestor, I am utterly devoted to you. Just a moment ago, I chanced upon a celestial demon poised to break its seal. Upon hearing this news, I intended to report to you immediately, but lo and behold, you arrived first, sparing me the return journey. Thus, let us act swiftly and subdue this celestial demon. Indeed, he swore by the honor of the celestial demon that he would assist in the other's escape. Alas, celestial demons possess no honor whatsoever. Faced with the choice between the demise of a comrade and his own survival, Norse decisively opted to betray the individual who posed a threat to him. If I can demonstrate my worth, perhaps the character of the holy ancestor of humankind may lead him to refrain from taking direct action against me. As long as I remain among the human race, there will come a day when I can truly assist my fellow compatriots. Patience is a virtue. Lin Fan was suddenly struck by such astounding news, rendering him momentarily speechless. Once he regained his composure, he could not help but mentally commend the elder with a thumbs up. Truly, he is the esteemed elder of our race. Just a brief foray, and he manages to intercept such formidable intelligence. This is the very essence of being a pillar for humanity. Lin Fan chuckled as he patted the elder's shoulder. With you among us, the future is indeed promising. Ha. Ha ha. Hidden within this is a celestial demon. Goodness, this is no trivial revelation. Lin Fan resolved to distance himself from the matter at hand. A celestial demon is not something to be trifled with. Should things go awry, one might find themselves in dire straits. Such perilous affairs are not ones he dares to involve his people in. Moreover, this is ultimately the headquarters of the Symbol sect, presided over by the illustrious heavenly Symbol sage, a formidable expert of the saintly realm who will undoubtedly take charge of the situation. He is the ancestral sage of humanity, not the sage of the Symbol sect. Of course, he is determined to relay this information to the heavenly Symbol sage. It is imperative that the sage recognizes the gravity of the situation, preemptively neutralizing potential threats and minimizing losses. As for himself, he shall have no further role to play. By personally conveying the message and participating, he might even earn some system rewards. Ultimately, how to deal with this celestial demon rests in the hands of the heavenly Symbol sage. Alas, as a mere mortal, he finds himself well-intentioned yet lacking the means. It is best to refrain from meddling in such monumental affairs. Thus, Noels turned away from the human ancestral saint without attempting to capture the celestial demon or reinforcing the seal. What could this signify? To intercept intelligence yet refrain from acting upon it? Could it be that he intends to exploit this celestial demon to orchestrate a grander scheme? Chapter 147. Assistance. While Lin Fan and Noels had yet to return, the battle on the field persisted. Although the disciples of the leaders were a rare commodity, the multitude of sects present made the competition inexhaustible, compounded by the successive rounds of matches. The heavenly rune Saint Lord, observing the returning and reun, nodded approvingly. You have already suffered one defeat, and we have extended our courtesy sufficiently. It is time for the forthcoming matches to be pursued with utmost vigor. At that moment, another disciple from the rune sect stood up and bowed. Master, it is now my turn to take the stage. Moreover, it seems my opponent will be a member of the human race. That young lady? The heavenly rune Saint Lord dismissively waved his hand. She is not a direct disciple, so there is no need for deference. As a practitioner at the 7th level of the human realm, you are expected to conclude the battle swiftly and uphold the prestige of our sect. Allowing the direct disciple of the opponent to win would already be a gesture of goodwill. There is no need to overly accommodate them, as that would appear rather contrived. Understood. The disciple accepted the command and soared onto the arena, while Lin Xiaoming made her way up the stage along the path. For she had yet to acquire the ability to fly. Is it truly possible for one with such qualifications to become a disciple of the human ancestral saint? It seems that the legendary figure, despite possessing formidable strength, lacks discernment. The disciple of the talisman sect dismissively waved his hand, eagerly awaiting the referee's call to commence the match. In an instant, he conjured a lightning talisman, intent on swiftly concluding the battle. I shall strive with all my might, Lin Xiaoming declared as she unsheathed her trusty sword, this time wielding a genuine artifact rather than an oddity. In the next moment, a terrifying sword aura surged forth, causing the talisman disciple's expression to shift dramatically. He had never anticipated that an attack of such magnitude could emanate from someone at the first stage of human realm. What level of cultivation technique had this individual mastered? Does the human race possess such a terrifying martial art? Could it possibly be a legacy from that esteemed ancestor of humanity? Countless thoughts raced through his mind, yet ultimately, he relied on his formidable cultivation to withstand the assault, swiftly advancing towards Lin Xiaoming. Though the disparity in our cultivation techniques is vast, the chasm in our respective realms remains insurmountable for you. While the human realm is the stage where the differences among all realms are minimal, often showcasing clashes between various talents. Overcoming a 7th-stage opponent as a 1st-stage practitioner is still a formidable challenge. The distance between the two narrowed in an instant, and a smile began to form on the talisman disciple's face. However, in the next heartbeat, that smile froze in place. His cultivation had vanished. Lin Xiaoming unleashed the powerful divine ability taught by Qi Ling. The power of the mortal sword domain obliterated all their respective cultivations, compelling them to engage in combat solely as mortals. The disciples of the symbolic sect, who once relied on their elevated cultivation to soar through the skies, found themselves plummeting to the ground with a resounding thud as they lost their powers. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xiaoming brandished her sword and relentlessly pursued the unfortunate individual, delivering a thorough beating. A practitioner of the 1st realm relentlessly attacking one of the 7th realm was a sight that left the entire assembly in stunned disbelief. Even the celestial symbol sovereign was momentarily bewildered. He recalled stating before their departure that there was no need for restraint. How could this situation appear even more theatrical than the previous encounter? It seemed they might as well rename the symbolic sect as the Symbolic Film Company. When Lin Fan returned, he stumbled upon this spectacle, scratching his head in confusion. The individual being relentlessly attacked appeared to be one of the sect's direct disciples. Was he truly this inept? A profound concern for the symbolic sect's crisis management capabilities began to brew within him. The celestial symbol sovereign, observing his disciple, now resembling a swollen pig, returned to their base, was enveloped in an atmosphere thick with awkwardness. At that moment, a note was delivered unto him, prompting considerable perplexity. In this day and age, how was it that messages were still conveyed via paper? Surely they could use sound transmission? The individual delivering this note seemed rather foolish, master. This is a message from the human ancestor entrusted to us for you. A figure known for decisive actions. The celestial symbol sovereign cleared his throat awkwardly and, with a sense of curiosity, unfolded the note. There is a celestial demon concealed in the back mountains. Urgent action is required. A celestial demon? The sovereign was taken aback, astonished by the sudden revelation of such explosive news. However, he scrutinized the note repeatedly, yet found no description of the demon's cultivation level. A multitude of thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. The choice to convey the message via a note rather than directly transmitting it suggests that the formidable demon might intercept the information. Goodness! Anyone capable of receiving a transmission from the revered ancestor of the human race must possess formidable cultivation, not inferior to his own. Given this alone, the demon lurking within is certainly not one that a mere celestial talisman sage like him could contend with. Hence, the urgent directive from the human race's ancestor undoubtedly necessitates his personal intervention. As the host, we must facilitate his endeavors for optimal effectiveness. Even if the ancestor does not intend to personally engage, it is certain that he would dispatch other formidable experts. After all, it could never be the celestial talisman sage himself, who is quite aware of his own limitations. Upon further reflection, it is astonishing that the strength of this disciple of the human race's ancestor is so impressive, clearly the result of meticulous training. Indeed, I recall the venue for the 2nd phase of the Sect Alliance Conference is situated in the mountains behind my talisman sect. Only those who achieve commendable results in the 1st phase are eligible to participate in the 2nd phase. Thus, the human race's ancestor intent on sending his own disciples into the 2nd phase aims to address the lurking demon. By delivering this note to me, he is clearly requesting my assistance. Indeed, although his 2 disciples have already secured their places in the 2nd phase, he himself remains merely an observer for the time being. The esteemed leaders of the various sects do not directly participate in the competition. However, if they cannot engage directly, they forfeit the opportunity for close encounters with the celestial demons. The ancestral figure of the human race is undoubtedly reluctant to reveal his identity at this juncture, thus seeking to adhere to a formalized process to enter the 2nd phase of the contest. Everything must appear reasonable and justifiable, which necessitates the assistance of me, the celestial rune sovereign, as the host. Indeed, were it not for my potential utility, such a high-level undertaking would not warrant my notification. He could not help but fall into contemplation. If the higher echelons of the sects were to actively propose their involvement in the competition, it would be an exceedingly unusual occurrence. The participation of the sacred realm in the contests among the younger generation would be akin to wielding an unfair advantage. Therefore, to ensure everything appears legitimate, the human sacred lineage must be drawn into the competition passively. This approach not only minimizes scrutiny, but also preserves the dignity of the human ancestral figure. The celestial rune sovereign chuckled softly before turning to his eldest disciple. I want you to challenge the ancestral figure of the human race at once.